Ira, who had served the empire for half a lifetime, was sold off without hesitation. As he attempted to flee to another country, he narrowly escaped death, only to be saved by the Dragon Princess, the Demon Lord. Upon traversing to this new realm, Ira, who had spent years vanquishing monsters, felt a pang of guilt. Yet he recalled the adage, those who battle dragons must be wary of not becoming the dragon's consort, and when you gaze into the abyss offers a kiss. Ila Elkaras. Chapter 1. The Crimson Pinnacle. A man soared swiftly through the sky, his back adorned with wings akin to those of a colossal dragon, generating a tremendous gale. This youth, appearing to be around 18 or 19, was drenched in blood as he flew towards the borders of the empire. Ha ha ha, the breathless man maintained an astonishing velocity. Around his neck, a decorative collar bore an array of black runes, nearly all turned translucent, leaving only faint dark traces, visibly a disheartening omen, indicating the depletion of his runic bonds, while pursuers were hot on his heels. Third wing pillar, dimensional demon, wingspan. Just as the man began to slow due to the insufficient runes, a woman's voice echoed from the skies. He barely managed to glance back, lacking the strength to evade the shards that shot forth from her translucent wings. Countless glass-like fragments sliced through his flesh, transforming into transparent chains that bound him in the heavens. Haha, the two of them breathed in unison, struggling to regain their strength. Both the man and the woman hovering opposite him bore circles of densely arranged runes around their necks, indicating they shared the same profession, specialized role created by Ira himself, known as the Regent. At that moment, however, the man's runes had nearly faded to transparency, while the woman's remained a deep black along half her neck. "Let me go, Hadolin," the man gasped, having regained some stamina. Yet the woman binding him appeared anxious, preparing earnestly for battle, as if she were the one at a disadvantage. "That is impossible," Lord Ira Hadolin replied earnestly, remaining vigilant as a regent tasked with overseeing the bound Ira. "This is Her Majesty the Empress' decree. If you return to the Empire for judgment, there may still be a chance," Hadolin insisted, seemingly convinced that Ira could somehow preserve his life. Return to the Empire? Those nobles could conjure 1,000 pieces of evidence in a heartbeat to condemn Ira to death. Ila Elkaras recognized this truth all too well and chose not to respond to the woman before him. She was once a subordinate, yet she heeded the queen's will more than her own. It was only natural. In truth, Ira had never revealed to anyone that he was not a native of this world, but rather a traveler from the Blue Star. In this realm infused with magic, mana, magic crystals, and magical beasts, Ira had risen to the esteemed rank of a sorcerer, ultimately achieving the status of a grand mage for reasons unknown. Subsequently, due to some remarkable circumstances, he became the first governor of this world in essence. He served as both the governor and the tutor to the current empress. Thus his occupation was referred to as such. Many events transpired thereafter, including a pivotal turn in the war against the demon race and the popularization of the governor's role. Except for refraining from experimenting with the welfare of the populace and foundational technologies, Ira exerted considerable effort in this world using the wisdom acquired from his previous life. It was entirely normal for some of Ira's ideas to incite the ire of the nobility coming from a splendid era. Certain thoughts were bound to clash with those of the aristocrats. However, Ira remained unconcerned. For as long as the empress, his student, stood by him, the actions of the nobles would be inconsequential. He believed he had imparted enough knowledge to her. Yet, reality proved otherwise. "I thought I was treading lightly, yet the nobility refuses to yield over mere trifles. And Isabella too. Why would she be foolish enough to heed their words?" Ira lamented softly, shackled by the chains of the void, struggling to comprehend this. It was only natural for the nobles to react adversely to policies that centralized power, but why would that foolish empress oppose him as well? "Ira, even if you are Her Majesty's teacher, it is ill-advised to speak thus," said Heidline, sensing something amiss. She continued, "You have stated that our governors harness the power of magical beasts at a cost, which leads to heightened emotional instability and potential aberration, hence the need for tranquility." The implication was clear. She hoped Ira would remain calm. "Do you have any idea how long I work each day?" Ira posed a question. He knew Heidline was aware, roughly 20 hours. However, he did not afford her the chance to respond, immediately following with, "Do you comprehend how much I revere the empire?" She understood this as well during the reign of the late monarch. When the governor's influence soared, there had been murmurs among the populace advocating for Ira to become the regent, yet he had never paid heed. I have devoted my life to fighting for the Empire. I simply wish to mold it into the vision of beauty I behold." Ira expressed his frustration. But was this not a transgression? Contemplating this, Heidline remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "However, this does not justify your rebellion. Lord Ira, in any case, defiance is inherently wrong. Whether you believe it or not, quite the opposite." Ilya spoke softly, his head bowed, while Heidlin began to sense an ominous shift in the atmosphere. From Ilya's voice, she detected an unsettling scent, an inexplicable whiff of sulfur. "It is the Empire that has betrayed me." With such a calm declaration, Ilya lifted his head, revealing eyes akin to those of dragon, their slit pupils locking onto Heidlin's gaze. The runes adorning his neck, once dark and opaque, had transformed into a vivid crimson. "First wing pillar, crimson dragon, wing shatter." As the tranquil voice resonated, the malevolent entity mana, residing within the governor's spine, activated, consuming a portion of the world spell anchored by the runic bonds to commune with the world tree, thereby deceitfully amassing an immense reservoir of magical power. If the command were wings unfurled, this power would gently extend the governor's wings. Yet, should the command be wing shatter, all the amassed magic would be unleashed in a devastating blow, shattering the wings beyond usability. "Ilya, my lord, your body cannot." Heidlin called out, but her words remained unfinished. In the very next moment, the garrison stationed along the Empire's borders witnessed an overwhelming crimson engulfing the sky, as if hundreds of suns had simultaneously ignited above the Empire's frontier. Chapter 2. The Half-Dimensional Prison. Cough. Cough. Upon regaining consciousness, Ilya immediately erupted into a fit of coughing, a searing sensation coursing through his chest and throat, mirroring the agony radiating from the position of the first wing pillar on his back. This was the price for disregarding the consumption of the runic bonds and forcibly wielding the governor's power, akin to a spellcaster collapsing into unconsciousness after exhausting their magical reserves. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Ilya, still racked with coughs, surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a dimly lit cell, the iron bars and the door above forming a barrier between the cell and the corridor. Beyond the corridor lay other cells. In Ilya's recollection, he had detonated his final wing. Such power should have been sufficient to deter pursuers, and he had thrown himself into the rushing river with his last ounce of strength. Logically, he should have drifted all the way to the Elven Kingdom, yet the prison surrounding him suggested he had not escaped. "Isabella, what do you truly intend?" Ilya shouted in frustration, acutely aware of the Empire's turmoil and preparing to flee. Yet as the principal party, he remained oblivious to the princess's true motives. He vaguely recalled the late king, who had once grinned with a thumbs up, revealing a smile reminiscent of smiling for Yuya, and had said peculiar things to him. "Ilya, my dear, I entrust my daughter to you. Train her to be your little plush ball." Truly, an unforgettable monarch. Surely, Yesser must have anticipated this day long ago. In a moment of resigned speculation, Ira's gaze fell upon the shackles binding his hands. A mere glance transformed the expression in his eyes, as the calmness and nostalgia dissipated, for these were the shackles of the Demon Suppression Stone. As the name suggests, contact with the Demon Suppression Stone would strip spellcasters and other magical professions of their ability to harness mana, rendering it a nemesis to magic users. However, although the authority of the governor also relies on mana, its unique source renders it impervious to the constraints of the Demon Suppression Stone. The Empire is undoubtedly aware of this fact. As Ira pondered the identity of the force that had imprisoned him, he suddenly perceived a sound, directing his attention toward a certain direction beyond the prison bars. Clank, clank. The sound of armor clashing echoed from that direction, suggesting the approach of heavily armored knights to be precise. "Are they here for me?" Ira readied himself for combat, softly activating his ability, triggered effect, and began a chant. "The first." Yet, his words faltered, not due to external interference, but because he had exhausted all of his wings during his flight from pursuers. If it were merely wing expansion, the wings would suffer gradual wear. However, with wing shatter, the stored wings would be utterly obliterated, resulting in an energy efficiency and wear rate that are disproportionately unbalanced, excessive wear indeed. Clank, clank. Under Ira's solemn gaze, the two armored figures arrived at his cell. Strangely, these armored beings bore no helmets, nor did they possess the necessary features beneath such helmets. Instead, a small orb of blue flame floated where their heads should have been. The ethereal blue light illuminated the dim prison, yet it did not alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. Rather, it heightened the eeriness. A Dullahan, perhaps, Ira mused, realizing his current geographical predicament. He had long suspected, without a doubt, that he was now within the territory of monsters. After being swept downstream, he had been captured by these creatures, though the precise city remained unknown. Given that these were high-ranking monsters, he was either on the front lines of battle or approaching the heart of the Demon King's realm. Let's hope for the former. Clank, clank. As the sounds of clashing armor resonated and Ira observed, the two headless knights halted outside his cell, displaying no intention of communication. Instead, they synchronized to clear a path, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Ira had previously slain a Dullahan, and their mana was exceptionally suited as material for the second and fourth wing pillars. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for the headless knights in his current state. As Ira pondered, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from one end of the corridor, soon followed by the distinct click-clack of high heels. "My Lord Demon King, please, do not take unnecessary risks." It was an anxious female voice, evoking the image of a seasoned professional woman, who, while pursuing, urged, "We have yet to ascertain whether the opponent has lost their combat capabilities." "My Lord Demon King." Demon King? Ira found himself momentarily stunned, as he realized the nature of this spacious, yet psychologically oppressive prison, combined with the title of Demon King, confirmed his location beyond doubt the Demon King's castle, within a demiplane prison. As it was not situated in the primary material plane, the difficulty of escape was exceedingly high. This was not a piece of good news for Ira. "My Lord Demon King." Before Ira, separated by iron bars, stood a diminutive girl who appeared to be around 10 years of age, adorned with blood-red, scale-like wings and crowned with a pair of crimson horns. Trailing behind her was a female demon clad in high heels and black stockings, unmistakably possessing the signature tail and horns that identified her as a succubus. Undoubtedly, the so-called Demon King was this black-haired, straight-haired little dragon girl before him. This revelation only exacerbated the situation, as Ira had long relied upon and considered his trump card, the first wing column mana, which stemmed from the previous Demon King, the slain Crimson Dragon. The youthful Demon King before him was likely the daughter of that very individual. Ira felt a pang of guilt, contemplating how to eliminate the Demon King before him, seize her mana, and replenish his own desolate reserves of wings. Chapter 3. The Demon King. Satan. At this juncture, it is essential to succinctly elucidate the nature of the Regent. In essence, this is a vocation conceived by Ira, designed for the extensive harvest of the lives of magical creatures. This world boasts a plethora of professions, the majority of which necessitate the expenditure of magical energy, mana, in combat, implying that an individual struggles to alter the course of a war. Human fatigue and the recuperation of mana further deplete one's vigor. This explains the Empire's relentless retreat in the face of the onslaught of magical beings. Although both sides have long forgotten who initiated the conflict, prior to Ira's emergence, the Empire was undoubtedly on the brink of annihilation. The arrival of Ira and the Regent transformed everything. The Regent possesses virtually no combat prowess. They do not cultivate martial techniques nor study magic. Instead, through the infusion of rune bonds, they acquire the ability to siphon mana from magical creatures by consuming the world runes inscribed upon the rune bonds, which restore over time. They manifest the mana from magical beings into wings, engaging in diverse and dynamic slaughter and combat, rapidly depleting the wings' substitutes for the physical toll on their body. When the wings near exhaustion, they promptly replenish them with the mana from nearby magical creatures, continuing the battle. Alternatively, amidst a dense swarm of magical beings, they incessantly utilize the wing shatter technique, swiftly expending stored wings to maximize devastation while simultaneously replenishing their mana through the annihilation of magical creatures. On the battlefield, this vocation operates like a relentless meat grinder, mercilessly harvesting magical beings. Yet, this profession is not invincible. From another perspective, its weaknesses are glaringly evident. A Regent devoid of wings reserves possesses no combat capability that surpasses that of an ordinary human. Thus, Ira's inaugural lesson for his subordinates is to never detonate the last remaining wing. Consequently, all Regents adhered to this instruction impeccably, save for one. Ira scrutinized the Crimson Dragon Demon King before him, who, in turn, appraised him from head to toe. It is pertinent to note that she is quite an adorable creature, a youthful magical being. This description pertains solely to her appearance. However, the essence of a magical being transcends the notion of cuteness, leaning more towards the term dangerous. As Ira felt the Demon King's gaze upon him, he reciprocated in silence. He was uncertain of what she discerned, yet he perceived that she lacked the strength and confidence of her father. If her father was a colossal crimson dragon, the epitome of blood and searing heat, then the diminutive demon king before him resembled a snarling, red hatchling, akin to a frail lizard gnawing on a morsel of flesh. She appeared somewhat threatening, yet was merely posturing. How intriguing, she mused. Helena, the small dragon demon king spoke, her youthful and tranquil voice resonating as she commanded the nearby succubus named Helena, saying, "Prepare some sustenance for our guest, my lord demon king." However, Helena exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Ira before fixing her gaze upon the demon king. Ultimately, she chose to heed her command, bowing her head submissively as she departed. Yet, the agitated flicking of her heart-shaped tail behind her revealed the turmoil within her soul. Only two silent headless knights remained, alongside the small demon king and Ira in their cell, enveloped in an inexplicable tranquility. Both stared at each other, yet neither dared to break the silence. Ila Elkaras. Ultimately, it was the diminutive demon king who spoke first, her crimson dragon eyes fixed on Ira, her voice striving for calm as she inquired, "Why do you betray the Empire?" This news seemed to have spread across the continent during Ira's 3-day unconsciousness. Ira recognized this and discerned the complex emotions lurking beneath the facade of the demon king's voice. Regrettably, Ira was not one to perceive the thoughts of others, unable to translate the emotional nuances into quantifiable data. However, it was evident that at least 20 of the small demon king's feelings were rooted in fear. "Extend your wings through the bars, and I shall tell you," Ira remarked, observing the small demon king retreating nervously, devoid of any expectation. He simply stated, "Because of the nobility, because I harmed the interests of the noble class within the empire." The small demon king appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Ira's earnest response. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear that there was little that he could not disclose. As a prisoner, there was no reason not to cooperate. "I find it difficult to fathom why the empire would forsake a meritorious subject, even to the extent of punishing him. Ila Elkaras' reputation is renowned, even among the demon race. It appears the small demon king is attempting to forge a closer bond, likely in pursuit of something advantageous. However, precisely because you embody fear in the eyes of your enemies, your contributions to the empire become more evident. It seems that the empire, treating you thus, is indeed a wretched place." Ira fell into a momentary silence, for the small demon king's intentions were clear, and he paid little heed to her words. Nevertheless, he inquired, "Young demon king, what is your name?" "I am Satan Leaf," she declared earnestly, pressing her hand against the rose-patterned lace of her gown, revealing her meager chest. "My kind is the Crimson Devil Dragon." Ira had already perceived her lineage, but the name was rather peculiar. "Satan Leaf, you say?" As he gazed at the earnest expression of Satan Leaf before him, a memory of the Empire's Empress Isabella surfaced in his mind. She had worn a similar expression when beseeching Ira for counsel on governance. Unbeknownst to him, he recalled what Yuz had once said, "A lowly, much like my daughter, displaying such an expression must have a request for you. A small gesture of assistance, and she will be eternally grateful." "What kind of expression, you ask?" "Oh, allow me to demonstrate for you. Ha ha ha, there is no need to wear such a look of nausea. Yusef, you are truly an impressive king. Mr. Ira." As she spoke, Satan Leaf, with an unconscious gesture, lightly pressed her lips together. The crimson wings behind her fluttered gently, and the strands of her ebony hair danced in the breeze, as if she had made a resolute decision in her heart. Or perhaps, she was embarking on a grand gamble. "If it pleases you, then please go ahead. After all, I am merely a feudal demon lord." Ira gazed upon the scarlet wings that reached through the bars, lifting his head to meet the resolute gaze of the girl known as Satan Leaf. Chapter 4. The touch of death. The wing that extended into the enclosure was considerably smaller than that of its owner's father. The mana contained within was also of inferior quality, yet it was still the mana of the Crimson Dragon. Should it be absorbed and stored within the first pillar, core, or the third pillar, ranged attack, Ira would possess the means to escape from this demi-plane prison and venture forth from the depths of the Demon King's territory to other nations. Ira needed some time to decipher the thoughts of the lowly dragon lady, Satan Leaf, but before he could do so, he unhesitatingly placed his hand upon her wing. To put it plainly, Ira was certainly not a protagonist from a light novel. If he were to define himself, he would undoubtedly fit the mold of a character from Western fantasy. Hence, he had no penchant for indecision or engaging in futile endeavors. When meat is presented before one, it is only natural to take a bite, at least a mouthful. Relax, do not resist. Following Ira's directive, Satan Leaf exhibited no inclination to resist. She allowed her crimson mana to flow away from her wing, coursing up Ira's right arm until it settled within his back. Ha ha ha. Unable to contain his laughter, Ira withdrew his hand, chuckling as he observed Satan Leaf's expression of confusion, as if to say, "Huh? Is it over? That didn't hurt?" He remarked, "I simply cannot fathom what children these days are thinking." However, almost as soon as he uttered those words, Ira realized something. "Ah, how interesting. You are neither foolish nor naive." As he felt the surge of power within himself, he stood confidently within the confines of the prison and declared, "For you see, I have no intention of entangling myself further with monsters, for I no longer belong to the Empire." Previously, every word spoken by Satan Leaf had been a probing inquiry into Ira's thoughts, assessing his sentiments towards the Empire and the extent of his animosity towards monsters. This decision was a gamble on Satan Leaf's part. She wagered on whether the forsaken Ira would, upon regaining his strength, pose some trouble for the Empire, thereby granting monsters a greater chance to breathe. "What's wrong? Why that expression?" Ira said casually, now feeling secure in his life and entertaining some idle conversation. He continued, "Indeed, you have no comprehension of the governor, do you? You've endured so long. It's quite commendable. The so-called governor, after acquiring the core mana of a monster, can, in the eyes of the world tree, assume the form of that monster to obtain ample mana for battle. While we typically slay monsters, it does not necessarily mean that one must do so." Yet, Ira's comments regarding the governor did not pique Satan Leaf's interest, revealing a certain naivety in the child, especially considering there was a chief governor currently benevolently disclosing information. Throughout history, due to Ira's impeccable strategic arrangements, no monster has ever succeeded in capturing any of the governors, not even once. But wait, perhaps Ira could be considered the first. What are your plans moving forward? Upon hearing these words from Satan Yi, Ira narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "As you might expect, I intend to create some trouble for the nobles of the Empire. Significant trouble." If Ira's current sentiment towards the young Princess Isabella could be likened to a frustration akin to wanting to spank her for her shortcomings, then his feelings towards the nobles, who evidently harbored serious issues, had escalated to an unbearable level. In other words, Ira was genuinely enraged, a fury that disregarded the schemes of monsters and humans alike. One that did not ponder whether Satan aimed to use his hands to weaken human authority. "I may venture towards the elves. If I am concerned about the losses of my people, I shall ensure that the monsters along the route do not hinder me." First wing column, Crimson Dragon. Wingspan. As Ira spoke, the rune bond around his neck instantly activated the mana coursing through his spine, releasing a searing crimson energy from his arm that melted the shackles made of anti-magic stones. Since the mana borrowed from the World Tree was under Satan Ye's name, the World Tree would demand the return of this portion of magical power as long as Satan Ye remained alive. The sensation of having one's magic siphoned away was undoubtedly unpleasant. "I no longer possess my people. Do what you do best along the way." With a hint of sorrow in his eyes, Ira could almost surmise what it meant to say, "I have no people," perhaps implying that most had defected. "Your subordinates?" "No, the loyal followers from your father's era did not continue to pledge their allegiance to you after you succeeded him. You have faced betrayal, much like how the Empire has betrayed me." Ira spoke nonchalantly, and as Satan Ye silently nodded, confirming his suspicions, he gently twisted his neck and said, "You may not believe it, but I do not enjoy slaughtering monsters." Though Ira had taken countless lives of monsters throughout his existence, it did not prevent him from uttering such words, for liking and duty are two distinct matters. The demon king before him, named Satan Yi, intrigued Ira immensely. Despite most of her followers choosing rebellion, she still opted for that gamble moments ago. She may not be familiar with the governors, but she surely understood the potential of her own demise. Even so, was she willing to sustain the demon race for a while longer? Standing from the perspective of humanity, no, from that of the Empire, Ira could not help but admire Satan Ye's mindset. Of course, he had misjudged her thoughts, for in truth, Satan Ye's genuine sentiments might resemble something like, "No one listens to me anyway. The demon race is doomed. Let's annoy the Empire. Or let's go for it. Go ahead, feel free to slay as you wish along the way." As she spoke, Satan Leaf waved her hand to open the prison door, fully aware that it held little significance, for Ila possessed the power to effortlessly transcend this demiplane. Although I may regret saying this now, Ila stepped out from behind the iron bars of the cell and stood before Satan Leaf, extending her hand and stating, for various reasons, "The Empire has no intention of delving further into your territory. The ensuing conflict is likely to become rather passive, even leading to a ceasefire." In response to Ila's outstretched hand, Satan Leaf gently closed her eyes, uncertain of her intentions. Suddenly, her lashes fluttered as she opened her eyes in astonishment. Witnessing Ila earnestly ruffling her hair, causing her sleek black locks to become disheveled. Though it was a warm gesture, Satan Leaf remained perplexed by the unfolding events. "You are quite intriguing and adorable. Indeed, children are most charming in their youth. As they grow, they develop their own thoughts." Leaving one at a loss as to how to respond, Ila sighed, lost in her reflections. Chapter 5. Leaving the prison. The demi-plane prison is a peculiar confinement within the Demon King's castle, distinguished by its existence within the fissures of the main plane, rendering it exceedingly difficult for those lacking demi-plane access to enter or exit freely. The lineage of the Demon King possesses the most extensive privileges in this regard. Although after extracting the mana from the Satan Leaf, Ila could potentially breach the demi-plane using the powers of the Crimson Dragon and the runic bonds. No one can truly confine a sovereign with ample reserves of wings. However, with the gates of the prison opened by the Satan Leaf, there was no need for him to exert any effort to break through. Ila strolled down the corridor as leisurely as one would in their own garden, moving towards the glowing end of the prison passage, which led to the great gate of the demi-plane prison. If the gate remained closed, it merely served as a passage to the next corridor. "Are you coming along?" Ila inquired, glancing back at the Satan Leaf, who followed closely behind. Their crimson eyes met for a moment before he continued. "Are you here to supervise my departure from the Demon King's castle?" "No. I simply find no purpose in remaining in the prison." The Satan Leaf regarded Ila with a hint of perplexity, for she had come to the prison specifically to see him. Now that he was being released, she had no reason to linger within those confines. "Oh, that is true." The small Demon King, known as Satan Leaf, did not elaborate further and simply accompanied him as he prepared to leave the demi-plane prison. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she asked, "What were the circumstances surrounding your condemnation by the Empire?" Such inquiries held little significance, at least for Satan Leaf. Regardless of Ila's response, it would merely be idle gossip to her, devoid of any valuable intelligence. In other words, her question was merely a means to satiate her curiosity. Before becoming a Demon King, Satan Leaf was, after all, an ordinary young girl. Ila felt a sense of comfort in encountering a relatively normal girl, especially when compared to another young empress he was familiar with. Satan Leaf seemed remarkably human, unlike the child of a queen who had once been an ordinary girl. To recount the tale, one must begin from long ago. Ila began to narrate the events leading up to the situation. "It was the first day of my vacation, and I proposed an idea to Isabella," saying as Ila reminisced. Satan Leaf interjected with her own question. "Wait, did you say vacation? But you are not. I have heard stories about you, often portraying you as the tireless Crimson Reaper. Do you really need a vacation?" What a peculiar description, that is, Ila thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. He halted his recounting of events, curiosity piqued by another matter, and asked, "What do the monsters think of me?" However, as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted his desire to know the answer. "Never mind. I no longer wish to know." At that moment, I spoke to Isabella, stating that in preparation for the dual conflict with the Duchy and the Demon Clan, it was essential for the nobility to contribute provisions. Should they donate generously, there might be an opportunity for elevation in rank. Even those reluctant to part with their grain could offer land as an alternative. Listening intently to Ila's narrative, Satan Ye's eyes widened in astonishment as she inquired, "So, the Empire is about to engage in war with the Duchy of Hazade? Does this mean the Empire will cease its hostilities against us?" To this, Ila gently nodded, affirming, "Indeed." "Well then, what transpired next? Why did Empress Isabella later seek to apprehend you?" Both Satan Yi and Ila were filled with such queries. In truth, even Ila was not entirely certain. He recounted, "Isabella instructed me to take a leave of absence, and I paid little heed to it, deciding to defer any discussion on the matter until my return." Subsequently, during his respite, he discerned a shift in the winds of the imperial capital. "You all must have received pertinent intelligence regarding the subsequent events." Ila was acutely aware that the nobility were the architects behind the machinations at play. However, if Isabella remained resolute, there was no need for him to regard the opinions of any noble. To this day, he could not fathom Isabella's thoughts. He was ever vigilant to avoid overshadowing his sovereign and was cautious not to seize absolute power, perpetually concerned with upholding the empress's dignity. His loyalty had almost reached the realm of folly, encouraging the nobility to purchase titles, allowing land to be pledged as a substitute for grain. Even Satan Yi, who held little reverence for the concept of nobility, discerned the underlying rationale behind Ila's proposal. She remarked, "You are aiding her, are you not?" To which he conceded, "That is indeed the case." Just as Satan Yi was bewildered by Isabella's refusal of her rightful lands, even Ila himself remained perplexed by this matter. He could not comprehend it. "I hope the Empire transforms into the vision I dream of, a realm of equality and prosperity," not missing a single one. With these words, Ella stepped into the radiant light at the end of the passage, turning to glance back at the little demon king, saying, "If fate allows, we shall meet again." I believe that day is not far off. Thus, Ella left Satan Yi with the sight of his striking figure illuminated by the light. It is worth noting that Ella was remarkably handsome and possessed a well-proportioned physique, rendering his silhouette quite appealing. Wait, as a thought struck her, Satan Yi attempted to halt him, but it was already too late. She widened her eyes and hurriedly followed in his wake, bursting forth into the light. Arriving in the Demon King's city of the main plain, what greeted Satan Yi's eyes was Ella, ensnared amidst a multitude of swords, weapons, and limbs. Her subordinates, utterly oblivious to the situation, mistook the emerging Ella from the half-plane prison for an adversary. Although, in truth, he was somewhat of an enemy. Ah, how fortuitous. It appears our moment of reunion is upon us. Ira turned his head with a smile, and indeed, what he had said earlier was not incorrect. The time until their next encounter was surprisingly short. It was barely a mere 10 seconds apart. Ila Elkaras, what have you done to the demon lord? Oh, here he comes. The governor. I shall slay you. It appears that everyone in the grand hall of the demon castle is quite warm towards Ira, yet he feels somewhat overwhelmed by such enthusiasm. Interestingly enough, despite the palpable resentment, no one has made the first move against Ira. Mr. Ira, please, remain calm. Even Satan Leaf wishes for Ira to maintain his composure, rather than the denizens of the demon castle. What sort of image do I project within the demon lord's domain? Could it truly have reached the level of the night cry of minor demons? Chapter 6. Vela, I shall not harbor resentment. I find myself pondering the image I project in your hearts. Ira, with a hint of exasperation, pressed his hand against the blade resting upon his neck. Just how many monsters have you slain? I hope you have some awareness of that, Ira. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ira felt an uncanny familiarity in that voice. His gaze traversed the space between the Shadow Knight and the colossal insectoid, landing upon the source of the banter, a pale-skinned woman adorned with a wizard's hat. Vela. Ira uttered her name, furrowing his brow, at a loss for words. Miss Vela, are you acquainted with Mr. Ira? Inquired Satan Leaf, stepping out from behind Ira, gesturing for the monster leaders to sheathe their weapons. She is a traitor of the Empire, Ira declared. We were colleagues for a decade, Vela countered, presenting a different narrative. The Lich. You mentioned your origins in the Empire, yet you never disclosed your prominent position there, remarked the enormous insectoid, its armored exoskeleton glistening as its beady black eyes scrutinized Vela, who had been a part of the Lich escadre for decades. Not a notable position, Vela replied succinctly. I was the court sorceress, the mentor to Isabella, but chose the path of the Lich instead. Ira interjected, dismantling the faade. Though the atmosphere appeared jovial, an undercurrent of tension had stealthily enveloped the gathering. The leaders had relinquished their blades, yet an invisible dagger of animosity lingered in their hearts. It was not a matter of unwillingness to cast aside hostility, but rather a fear of doing so. So, was it the demon lord who released you? To exact vengeance upon the Empire? Cold sweat beaded on Vela's forehead. While she lacked comprehensive understanding of the term governor, there was no question that the mana of Satan Leaf coursed through Ira's veins, an ominous sign indeed. Either Ira seized it, or Satan Leaf bestowed it. The former seemed the more plausible scenario. Or perhaps, you have resolved to join us? The demon lord is rather delightful, is she not? I recall you having an affinity for Lolis. Ira, taken aback by Vela's nonsensical prattle, promptly shook his head. What absurdities you utter. I have not betrayed the Empire as you have. Rather, I have been betrayed by it. I intend to seek refuge in the Silver Moon Glade. This was the most prudent choice he could conceive at present. Although the relationship between the elves of the Silver Moon Glade and the Empire was tenuous, his personal connections there remained favorable. Seeking asylum there would undoubtedly pose no significant issue. Betray the Empire? You dare speak such words, Ira. I had no intention of revealing my transformation into a lich, preferring to maintain a respectable position within the Empire. The youthful and enchanting Vela lamented. I too have been betrayed by the Empire. Why can it not tolerate liches, just as it cannot tolerate you? This statement rendered Ira speechless. The Empire could hardly tolerate its citizens succumbing to the allure of the demonic, for this was the very foundation of its existence. Without a doubt, Vela was engaging in sophistry, yet at this moment he found himself at a loss for words to counter her argument. Unable to discern the significance of any rebuttal, I shall take my leave. Regardless, I appreciate your assistance, Lord Demon King. Following this succinct expression of gratitude, Ira softly intoned within the grand hall of the Demon King's castle. First wing column, Crimson Dragon, wingspan accompanied by a serene chant. Crimson wings unfurled behind Ira. as he gazed out at the starry sky, under the vigilant eyes of all present demonic beings in the hall. It was a breathtaking sight. Mana transformed into a cascade of radiant hues, morphing from the spine into the skeletal structure of wings, which swiftly coalesced. Ethereal wings gently fluttering and shedding specks of crimson dust. However, in the midst of combat, such invocations were often intertwined with slaughter and death, leaving no room for admiration. Only instilling fear, deeply buried within the hearts of every demon that had witnessed the carnage. Wait, Mr. Ira, you have been unconscious for 3 days. Have you not felt hunger? The banquet that Lord Demon King previously ordered. A succubus named Selena interjected, attempting to halt Ira's ascent. Yet, he remained indifferent to the banquet, even though he was indeed feeling somewhat peckish. I won't concern myself with it. Perhaps. I am quite hungry. I wish to eat something. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ira halted his ascent, retracting his crimson wings back into his form. He turned to the bewildered demons and said, I apologize for the trouble. Consider it a favor owed to you. Vela remarked, by the way, the finer the food, the more it should be savored is a notion proposed by Ira. The banquet at the Demon King's castle was decidedly devoid of the essence of demonkind. Typically, each demon lord would retreat to their respective domains to dine and attend to various matters, leaving the arrangements of the banquet primarily to the Demon King's kin, along with the steward and maids. Rather than a banquet, it resembled a family gathering, especially today, with all the lords present. Otherwise, if it were merely Ira and Satan eating, it would feel more akin to a candlelit dinner. The salad is not sufficiently fresh, and the flavor of the serpent's fruit is rather sour, don't you think? Ira commented on the salad, to which the insectoid demon he addressed could only nod in agreement, for Ira's observation was indeed accurate. The staple food was mushrooms, which seemed rather odd. Regardless of the race, one must ensure adequate carbohydrate intake. Vela nodded in acquiescence to Ira's words, although for a lich, dining merely involved tasting, rather than consuming. The steak is too tough, and the lack of side dishes renders it exceedingly bland. Even for a Crimson Dragon's palate, it is nearly inedible. Ira frowned as he voiced his grievances, unable to comprehend why the chefs could be so negligent regarding the Demon King's preferred dishes. Rising under the scrutiny of all, he inquired, who can escort me to the kitchen? Though phrased as a question, his tone brooked no contradiction, as if he were the very master of this Demon King's castle. Please, this way, Lord Ira. Standing beside them, Selena twitched her lips in a respectful manner as she guided Ira away from the gathering, heading towards a chamber on the opposite side of the hall, leaving Satan Leaf and the other leaders exchanging puzzled glances. Is the lich always like this, Ila Elkaras? A girl with bat-like wings inquired of Vera. For some reason, everyone felt that the image of Ira, their perceived enemy, was rather dissimilar to their expectations. Indeed, he had a penchant for taking things too seriously in peculiar situations. May Mr. Lime find his own fortune. With this thought, Vera narrowed her eyes slightly and shared her musings. I've heard a rumor that Ira is not merely the staunch royalist the people of the Empire envision, but rather a delusional dreamer. What are you saying? In response to the disjointed question from the golem, Vera displayed a mischievous smile and turned to Satan Leaf, saying, My lord, the future of the demons rests entirely upon you. Satan Leaf tilted his head in confusion, wearing an expression of innocence. Chapter 7. The mutual recognition of food enthusiasts. Mr. Ila, regarding the culinary offerings of the Demon Lord's castle, said Selena, her tail swishing animatedly behind her. She continued, It is Mr. Lime who oversees this, and he, along with his slimes, is the sole chef within the castle. If the food does not suit your palate, I kindly ask for your understanding. It appeared that Selena wished to avert any potential conflict between Ila and the chef named Lime. It is no longer a matter of personal preference. Your chef seems utterly incapable of selecting quality ingredients, Ila remarked, resolved to engage in a serious discussion with the castle's culinary master about the food quality. However, he pondered, could it be that this Lime is a slime? A slime? A creature devoid of taste buds, is to be a chef? Ila mused as he followed Selena through the labyrinthine corridors. They encountered several maids along the way, who cast curious glances in their direction. After navigating a few twists and descending a flight of stairs, they finally reached their destination. Inside the kitchen, a group of small green slimes was diligently scrubbing pots and stoves, while a humanoid figure composed of green gel, devoid of facial features or distinguishing traits, directed their efforts. The slime, adorned with a chef's hat, noticed Selena and Ila's arrival. It turned toward them, nodding gently, and greeted them in a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, saying, Good evening, Miss Selena, and to you as well. It seemed the slime did not recognize Ila. I wish to discuss the dinner you prepared for tonight, Ila stated earnestly, convinced that the evening's feast was far from satisfactory. To begin with, the salad, a combination of silk grass and serpent fruit, is quite typical, yet. Before Ila could finish, the slime named Lime anticipated his critique and interjected. The silk grass was not fresh enough, and the serpent fruit was too sour. I sincerely apologize. I will strive to improve next time. Taken aback by Lime's prompt acknowledgement of the shortcomings, Ila replied, Indeed, your understanding is crucial. This is of utmost importance. For the sweetness of the silk grass is only pronounced when it is tender. Yet, before Ila could elaborate further, Lime interrupted him once more, succinctly stating, The sweetness of silk grass is only evident when it is in its prime. If overly sour serpent fruit is chosen, the entire salad will be dominated by its flavor. Isn't that rather self-evident? Ila thought, preparing to highlight additional flaws. Moreover, the quality of the blue honeysuckle mushrooms was inadequate, and the sauce for the meat dish was made from subpar mountain goat rather than the usual rock antelope. Furthermore, the meat was not complemented with blueberry jam. Lame prattled on, fully aware that Ira had come to nitpick, yet he exhibited not a hint of displeasure. Under the gaze of the perplexed Ira, he continued to speak almost incessantly. The texture of the goose is rather aged, and there was no sage used for seasoning. Furthermore, the fruits were left unseasoned, consumed raw as if by common folk, and, listening to Lame incessantly enumerate his own shortcomings, Ira, in a state of mild distress, interjected, Wait, that's enough. No need to continue. He appeared somewhat embarrassed. With a chuckle, Selina couldn't help but laugh at Ira's demeanor, her laughter resonating joyfully. Though her heart raced momentarily before she regained her composure under the bemused gazes of Ira and Lame. Since you are aware, then, in response to Ira's inquiry, Lame chose to reply before Ira could fully articulate his question. The conditions are not conducive. In other words, there is no luxury within the Demon King's castle to ensure perfect food. It is a disgrace for a chef. Lame's tone was imbued with a sense of helplessness, and the diminutive slimes in the kitchen seemed to sense this frustration. Ceasing their incessant hopping and retreating to the shadows behind cabinets and pots, peeking out to observe the interaction between Ira and Lame. In a time when most cities have become duplicitous, no longer adhering to the customary trade and offerings, we find ourselves without the privilege to be overly discerning about our ingredients, relying solely on the resources of a single city. As Lame spoke, he gestured towards the shelves behind him, introducing, This is where the spices are kept. There are 21 types of spices and seasonings, but only 17 remain in the Demon King's castle now. If you were to enter the cellar through that door, pointing to a wooden door behind him, Lame pondered how to express himself, saying, The scant ingredients and the empty shelves stand out like the world tree amidst the mangroves. A beautifully poetic description. Yet it served to underscore the current state of the Demon King's castle, which was indeed far from beautiful, though it bore little relevance to Ira. I apologize for my hasty interrogation. With sincerity, Ira addressed Lame, gazing at the chef who clearly understood the root of the culinary issues. Expressing a measure of admiration. To attain such a level of awareness is quite commendable. However, as a true chef, one does not require such praise. Do not apologize. It seems you, too, possess a love for cooking. I can sense that the fervor within our souls resonates. Actually, I'm not particularly fond of cooking. I'm just quite adept at eating, and given sufficient ingredients and conditions, your dishes would undoubtedly be exquisite. Thank you, and if possible, I hope you will allow me to showcase my true culinary skills once I am unrestrained. I eagerly anticipate that day. Ira, responding earnestly, nodded and withdrew his respectful gaze from Lime, turning first to exit the kitchen. Meanwhile, Helena, taken aback by the sudden unfolding of events, followed behind Ira, bewildered. Mr. Ira, how did you and Mr. Lime become such close friends so suddenly? Helena inquired. Without answering her question, Ira ascended the stairs to an open terrace. He glanced back at Helena and replied, In this world, only food and the anger within one's heart deserve the utmost care. I am grateful for your hospitality, and should you find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. With these words, Ira turned away from Helena, the cool breeze rustling his garments as he gazed up at the stars. The brilliant direction of the constellation of Mistletoe lay to the west. By following the river towards that point, one could reach the realm of the elves. His subsequent life would be spent in the Silver Moon Grove. Yet, as Ira contemplated his departure, a voice called out from behind. Ira, the favor you mentioned, can it be utilized now? Vera's voice resonated as he pondered. Every time I attempt to bid farewell, I am met with unforeseen circumstances. Ira sensed that the promise he had made earlier, consider it a favor owed to you, would become the most regrettable vow of his life. Had he known, he would have surely added some stipulations. Chapter 8. Should I abandon my main account and create a secondary one? The intricacies of human indebtedness are profoundly understood by Ila. Generally speaking, he tends to be cautious with promises like "I owe you a favor," though the assistance he has rendered to the creatures indeed merits such a debt. They ought to be adversaries, perhaps even the very embodiment of vengeance for his father's demise. Thus, Ila does not overly concern himself with Vela's intention to invoke that favor at this moment. Can you represent the Demon King's castle? With this inquiry, Ila cast a skeptical glance at Vela, clearly questioning whether she was authorized to invoke his favor without the knowledge of others within the castle. Aren't we each entitled to one favor? What are you thinking? Observing the apparent implication in Ila's expression, Vela chuckled lightly. She refrained from immediately requesting anything of Ila, instead directing the conversation elsewhere. What is your opinion of the Demon Lord? By sight, he replied. I am earnestly inquiring. She insisted. I am equally earnest in my response, he retorted. As Vela stared at him in disbelief, Ila, arms crossed, stood upon the platform and began to respond earnestly. She is rather weak among all the rulers I know. She is the most feeble of them all. Satan Yi does not harbor hatred towards me, even after I vanquished the former Demon King. Even as I utilized her race as a stepping stone to become a recognized powerhouse. And even when the Empire recalls the Crimson Dragon, they think of me rather than the former Demon King. Hearing Ila's assessment, Vela could not help but concede his point, adding, moreover, she lacks conviction, her thoughts easily swayed by the persuasion of her confidants. Weakness and strength can be cultivated, yet character is far more challenging to rectify. Are you not a part of the Demon King's entourage? Is it acceptable to critique your superior? Do not forget, I once held the position of imperial tutor, akin to you. Our thoughts align, which is why we nurtured someone like Isabella, cultivating a capable and rational ruler. As Vela spoke, she shook her head, reflecting on something. Adhering to the protocols of kingship and performing the duties befitting a monarch feels worlds apart from our initial meeting. Is this truly commendable? Inspired by Vela's words, Ila reminisced about his early days as a confidant to the late King Yusef. Back then, Isabella was a child who mustered the courage to request, please teach me how to become a worthy ruler. Perhaps Ila's rationality and Vela's reason have diluted the emotional essence that ought to have been inherited from Yusef. To the Empire, Isabella was veritably the most saintly sovereign of this era. However, such formidable rationality may ultimately have repercussions for both Ila and Vela. Are you suggesting that our educational philosophy is flawed? Ila retorted, having never contemplated such a notion before. After a moment of reflection, he added, yet, I, or rather we, have educated Isabella in a manner that is entirely rational and correct. If Vela nodded in agreement, elaborating, if viewed from the Empire's perspective. However, it is precisely for this reason that the two individuals are subjected to such treatment. Ila is somewhat fortunate, as Isabella merely wishes to apprehend him, whereas for Vera, Isabella genuinely desires her execution. It is truly unprecedented for a teacher to reach such a point. I have never asked you before. But what compels you to become a lich? Ila inquired of the woman before him, who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, yet bore no trace of youthful innocence. He probed, is it due to an incurable disease? Given that spellcasters often deplete their bodies to extract mana, the incidence of illness is exceedingly high. Many who suffer from terminal afflictions opt to take a desperate gamble and transform into liches. The body of a lich is, after all, already dead. Thus, ailments become irrelevant, and one can simply undergo a replacement after amputation if necessary. How old are you? Ila, perplexed by Vera's inquiry, furrowed his brow. He was not averse to sharing his age and casually replied, over 60. Why do you ask? I am over 200. It was in my 200th year that I discovered the markings of a demon upon my face. Markings of a demon? Ila mused, aware that many curses from demonic lineages manifest as markings on the skin. And numerous half-demons with a trace of demonic blood often develop such markings after reaching a certain age. Did you choose to fully transform into a demon out of an inability to accept it? Are you a half-demon? The two exchanged bewildered glances, each struggling to align their thoughts. Ultimately, it was Vera who clarified Ila's confusion, gently laughing as she said, oh dear, that's not it. What I referred to as demonic markings is also known by some as wrinkles. Are you unwell? A person with a sound mind would simply call them wrinkles, Ila sharply retorted, growing impatient and preparing to depart. To put it plainly, is it not merely a fondness for youth and beauty? If you have no serious matters to discuss, I shall take my leave for the elves. In response to his remarks, Vera, who had been gabbing incessantly, finally resolved to address the main topic. She called out to Ila, wait. What I mean is, should we not follow the example of many nobles? observing Ilra's puzzled expression. Vera cleared her throat softly and explained, many nobles bear numerous children, yet titles and lands are typically inherited by only one. If that chosen one fails to satisfy the nobility, they will cultivate another until a truly worthy successor is prepared. Am I correct? As Vera spoke, Ilra raised an eyebrow, sensing he had grasped her meaning. He questioned, is this favor of yours truly so advantageous? How long might it take for me to properly cultivate the Satan leaf? Ilra shook his head in resignation. Having never heard of a favor being employed in such a manner, he declined, stating, utilizing a favor in this way is rather peculiar. You might as well suggest assist the Demon King in conquering the world. Is that permissible? Vera inquired. Of course not. Ilra shook his head firmly, as he saw no reason to assist in this regard. However, you have slain the father of the Dark Lord. You must take responsibility for perpetuating the lineage of the Crimson Dragon. Begone. Your words do not sound like a request for me to instruct her. That is precisely my intention. There exists no other Crimson Dragon in this world, nor will there ever be anyone who comprehends how the Crimson Dragon ought to battle. Only you possess the capability to teach her. The Dark Lord shall become a ruler more humane than Isabella. What does that have to do with me? Mr. Ira? At the sound of a resolute voice from behind, both Ira and Vela turned to see the diminutive demon lord, Satan Leaf, huddled against the chill of the terrace, her wings quivering slightly from the biting cold. Can you become my teacher? With these words, Satan Leaf gazed at Ira with a pleading expression, her crimson tail sweeping anxiously across the ground, clearly apprehensive about Ira's forthcoming response. Yet, I am neither a commendable subject nor a qualified teacher. Chapter 9. So this is fine, Mr. Ila. Should you find this chamber uncomfortable for slumber, do not hesitate to summon me. Within the confines of the Demon Lord's castle, there are no surplus personal maids available. However, if you so wish, I could request one from the side of the Demon Lord himself. Helena, unable to suppress her smile, spoke with a tone of utmost respect as she guided Ila into this room within the castle. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Despite her verbal refusals, no, unrelated, absurd, Miss Vela effortlessly allowed Mr. Ila to remain, an inexplicable thrill coursing through her. The notion of snatching talent from the grasp of the Empire was particularly intriguing to Helena, a succubus. No need, Ila replied with a chuckle, it would be rather amusing. If I were to have a maid attending to my every need, I would find myself quite out of sorts. Seating himself upon the rather firm bed, he held no lofty expectations for the room. Indeed, the environment provided was far superior to that of the battlefield. Nonetheless, while he did not appreciate the notion of an excessively attentive maid, the convenience of a capable domestic servant was undeniably appealing. Simply calling out for an item would suffice. I have arranged for you a room adjacent to Mr. Lime in the kitchen. Should you ever wish to procure something to satisfy your hunger, do not hesitate to instruct him, Helena stated. You've organized this quite thoughtfully, haven't you? Ila mused inwardly, shaking his head in resignation. While I do enjoy exquisite and delectable cuisine, this does not imply that I am a glutton constantly preoccupied with food. I appreciate your kindness, but it is truly unnecessary. Ah, my apologies. That is my oversight, Helena responded, gently nodding in understanding. Having discerned Ila's character to a degree, she smiled and added, Mr. Ila, it is nearly midnight. Please take the opportunity to rest. Should you require anything, simply inform the little fairies. With that, Helena turned and exited the room, closing the door behind her. Sighing softly, Ila remained seated upon the bed, removing his tattered coat, damaged during his earlier escape, and placing it upon the bedside table, despite the presence of a coat rack. Ultimately, he had acquiesced to Satan Leaf's request to remain in the Demon Lord's castle for a time as her instructor. Having experienced such a situation before, he bore no significant psychological burden. However, he now faced the task of contemplating how best to educate his pupil, as preparing lesson plans was always the most arduous endeavor. Should he prioritize enhancing Satan Leaf's combat prowess, or should he focus on strengthening her ideological and political acumen? No, the latter could wait. Otherwise, he might inadvertently cultivate another Isabella. While not entirely unfavorable, Ila was keen to explore alternative paths this time. To be frank, he had not engaged in significant research or modifications during his time in the Empire, in his memories from a previous life. He had never proposed the widely utilized and classic techniques of the curved plow and wool planting. In the midst of war, he prioritized the enhancement of the Empire's combat prowess, thereby promoting noble scions who could swiftly become formidable warriors. He persuaded Isabella to enact a law allowing military achievements to be exchanged for titles, which contributed to the Empire's burgeoning superiority on the battlefield. Initially, He had planned to exploit the nobles through a seemingly advantageous scheme of buying titles with grain fields once the conflict had subsided, gathering lands to initiate a relentless agricultural mode. However, that opportunity now appeared elusive. Ira imparted to Isabella the intricacies of royal strategy, teaching her the art of balance and the inevitable connections and constraints among clans, kingdoms, monarchs, commoners, and merchants. Yet, this very constraint now weighed heavily upon him. Reflecting on his thoughts, Ira recalled a statement made by Yusef. Are you suggesting that one should ruthlessly suppress powerful ministers, even if they are loyal and respectful, to avoid a singular voice dominating? Have you grown weary of life, Ira? Isn't the most powerful minister in the empire you? Ira had not only conveyed this to the late king, but had also instructed Isabella accordingly. The crux of the matter was that he had taught her the concept of suppression, rather than arrest. Had she truly grasped it? In the midst of his turmoil, he seemed to hear footsteps outside. Knock, 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 accompanied by the sound of the door being rapped upon. The voice of Satan Leaf emerged from beyond the threshold, inquiring in a youthful tone. Mr. Ira, I sincerely apologize for disappointing you at the banquet. I have brought some snacks. Are you available now? The Demon King? Why have you come personally? Please, come in. As Ira beckoned, Satan Leaf gently pushed open the wooden door, her petite form carrying 2 bowls of sweet confections. I heard the Empire delights in sweet treats, so I had Mr. Lime prepare 2 desserts. Yet, Ira did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed toward the empty doorway, seemingly searching for something. Placing the bowls on the table, Satan Leaf asked with curiosity, Mr. Ira, what are you looking at? Where's Helena? Satan Leaf responded with confusion, clearly unaware of the reason behind Ira's inquiry. The Demon King before him exhibited no sense of her royal status, nor had she contemplated the implications of visiting him at night with snacks, especially without even bringing a maid. What if I were to harbor ill intentions toward her? There was also a matter of address. Both she and other leaders referred to him as Mr. or Miss, a form of respect that should not be uttered from a royal's lips. Such thoughts led Ira to consider, as he had previously instructed Isabella within the empire, to directly point out Satan Leaf's errors. Yet, he hesitated. Was this closeness and respect ultimately beneficial or detrimental? What are you pondering, Mr. Ira? Ira listened to Satan Ye's perplexity. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain silent, merely shaking his head apologetically. With a gentle smile, he took over the matter, saying, I can't help but feel that sneaking a midnight snack without letting Helena know might not be quite right. Should we invite her? Though it feels a bit inappropriate to burden Mr. Lime with this as well. It appeared that Satan Yi was genuinely contemplating whether or not to include Helena. No, this is just fine. With that thought, Iris settled into the seat across from her, picked up a fork, and plunged it into the sweetened fruits in the bowl. After stirring it gently in the syrup, he presented it to the diminutive demon lord sitting before him. This is just fine, Ira murmured, almost as if reassuring himself with those words. Chapter 10. The lethargic morning court. Upon opening his eyes, Ira beheld a ceiling composed of stone bricks. After a moment of bewilderment, he realized that he was in the Demon King's castle, where he would serve as the Demon King's tutor for a while. However, before that, he needed to attend the morning court. It seems that in every realm associated with a king, the morning court is an inevitable occurrence, perhaps a manifestation of historical necessity. Regardless of the nation or era, this phenomenon persists. Kings always desire officials to govern the realm, and those officials invariably require their own subordinates. Each official has distinct duties and necessitates a specific time and place to convene for discourse, which often requires the king's judgment. Thus, the morning court exists. Creaking. As the door to the room swung open, Ira lifted his gaze to see Selina, who had entered without knocking. The moment their eyes met, she greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Ira. How did you sleep last night? Quite well. Thank you for your concern, Ira replied, draping his coat over his shoulders while tidying his attire. He instructed her. After the meeting, please have my coat mended by Vela. By Miss Vela? Mend it? She doesn't seem adept with needles. Selina expressed her confusion. In response, Ira, now properly attired, simply remarked, Vela possesses the skill of textile restoration. Repairing garments is not a daunting task for her. Then why not simply change to another? Selina pondered this question internally as she took the lead, listening to Ira continue. Last night, Satan Leaf came to me alone with some pastries. Please take note of this matter. Ira's intention was to draw Selina's attention to the issue of royal etiquette, yet she clearly misunderstood, responding with a smile. Are you referring to body management? The Crimson Dragon race need not concern themselves with such matters. That is evidently not the point, Ira thought, pondering whether anyone in the Demon King's castle truly cared about the majesty of the Demon King. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Ira followed Selena to the hall where they had gathered the previous day. Beneath the hall lay a spatial rift connecting to the demiplane prison, a design that was rather perilous. Ira appeared to be the last of the vassals to arrive. Standing calmly in the far corner of the room as he observed Selena approach the vacant throne of the Demon King, awaiting the arrival of Satan Leaf. The number of leaders present in the Demon King's castle was even fewer than he had anticipated. A tall, beetle-like insectoid male, a high-ranking bloodline girl, a lich from the Empire, a mutated slime chef, a succubus maid, a headless knight wreathed in black flames, a construct, a royal dark knight, a bespectacled ghost girl, and 5 tiny fairies. And that was it. In stark contrast to the multitude of officials in the Empire, this assembly appeared quite diminished. Yet this may be attributed to the fact that a significant number of cities had begun to incessantly obey the Demon King's commands. Moreover, whether it is an illusion or not, one cannot help but feel that everyone's demeanor is remarkably relaxed, even seated. While Ira pondered this, Satania descended the staircase, supported by 2 maidens, her eyes still heavy with slumber. She yawned and remarked, "Did I just yawn?" At this moment, Ira comprehended the stark contrast between the Empire and the Demon Lord's realm. If asked, he would undoubtedly favor the Empire's seriousness and rigor. Yet he could not deny his preference for the atmosphere on the Demon Lord's side. "Mr. Ira, do you not have a seat?" Satania inquired. To this, Vela, lounging elegantly with her legs crossed, chuckled. "Ah, that fellow has yet to acclimatize. Let him stand. Why are you so lax over here in the Demon Lord's castle?" "Oh, is that so?" With that, Satania found her bearings, straightening herself slightly, no longer slumped like soft clay against her chair. She asked, "Is there something you wish to report?" Such words, "If there is a matter, speak. If not, depart," should typically come from Selena. So why was it Satania who uttered them? Amid Ira's astonishment, the towering insectoid began to relay the information he wished to convey. It was indeed a direct report, devoid of the customary prelude. On the battlefield against the Empire's offensive had somewhat abated, and the main forces seemed to be withdrawing from the front lines. The insectoid glanced at Ira, who was listening intently, and continued, "Mr. Ira's intelligence is accurate. Our war with the Empire from the previous year appears to be drawing to a close. In truth, it was not an end, but rather a temporary respite." Vela interjected, her voice rising amidst the attention of all present. "The cost we have paid is exceedingly grave. Our controlled territories have shrunk by 20% since the war began." At this juncture, all the leaders turned their gaze to Ira, for the Demon Lord Army's losses and rout were a direct consequence of this man named Ira. Most of the traitorous races had swiftly evacuated the battlefield, while some re-established contact with us, indicating that their previous offerings had been delayed and would arrive shortly, signifying their renewed submission. The vampire maiden, her parasol held aloft, sought Satania's opinion, asking, "What does the Demon Lord believe we should do with those treacherous fence-sitters?" Satania mused, surveying the assembled leaders, awaiting their counsel. "Eliminate those who resist. The rest shall serve as slaves," proposed the insectoid. "That leaves no avenue for retreat. The remaining traitors will regard us as enemies," countered the specter with glasses, offering a differing perspective. "Indeed," the insectoid responded, raising its head in anticipation of Satania's decision. Yet, the others seemed unwilling to voice their thoughts. At this moment, Ella too comprehended the meaning behind the term Satan Leaf as uttered by Vera, signifying a lack of conviction. To this day, she remained indecisive, uncertain about the judgments she ought to render. Meanwhile, Vera was making cryptic gestures towards Ella, seemingly engaged in some inexplicable antics. In truth, Ella yearned to articulate her thoughts. For regardless of the perspective from which one might view the situation, the solitary course of action would be to feign understanding of the supposed submission of those races that had never rebelled. However, it was not the appropriate time for Ella to voice her opinions. Her position rendered her silence prudent. Should Satan Leaf desire to solicit his insights and recommendations, it would be more fitting to wait until the conclusion of the meeting, perhaps in a more private setting such as the royal study. A conventional emperor would have deftly sidestepped such a topic altogether. "Mr. Ella, could you assist me?" In that moment, Ella faltered, for she had momentarily forgotten that Satan Leaf was no ordinary emperor. The phrasing, "could you assist me?" was wholly unexpected. Even in the most unfavorable circumstances, one would anticipate a more respectful inquiry such as, "My dear Ella, what are your thoughts?" But why did it feel so distinctively different? Chapter 11. It is not a matter of difficulty. What if we simply act as though nothing has transpired, just as those children have never rebelled? Iris stated this calmly, continuing under the gaze of all present. "I am uncertain of the monster's thoughts, but this approach seems sufficiently justified. Of course, The thoughts of Lord Demon King are paramount. In response to Ira's words, Vela nodded in agreement, yet she refrained from voicing her own opinions. Surely, humanity is well aware of how to navigate such situations. What is she thinking? Is she concealing her true feelings? Let us proceed as Mr. Ira suggests, with the endorsement of the Demon Lord. The vampire maiden nodded and replied, I understand. Then I shall feign indifference in my responses to them. After a period of silence, during which no reports were made, the ghostly figure adjusted her glasses and announced, I bear unfortunate news. The gold within the Demon King's realm is becoming increasingly insufficient to sustain the merchant's arrival. This indeed is a dreadful revelation. Thus, Lime could not help but inquire. That is to say, Helena furrowed her brow. It cannot be that. Vela anticipated an ominous turn of events. The mute, bespectacled ghost, responsible for the Demon King's treasury, pushed up her spectacles and stated calmly, therefore, both the expenditures for provisions and the castle's maintenance, as well as the costs of magical experiments, must be further reduced. The salaries of all, including myself, will also require cuts, and military funding must be curtailed as well. As the ghost made this declaration, she observed the slight movements of the insectoid, the Black Knight, the Headless Knight, and the constructs, and added, fortunately, with the Empire's withdrawal, the size of the army can indeed be reduced accordingly. Fortunately, if we can endure until the end of this quarter, our expenses will become considerably more manageable. After the war's conclusion, trade routes with the dwarves, beastmen, and elves can be resumed, sparing us from the exorbitant prices imposed by wartime merchants. The ghostly figure remarked, directing her gaze towards the 5 small fairies. Fortunately, we have cultivated plants such as blue fungi, and other animals are being raised, though the variety of richer foods has been nearly exhausted. Listening to this, Lime appeared quite disheartened. Though his head bore no features, being merely a green gel, everyone could sense his despondency. Recently, one of the fairies made a cute sound, as if eager to speak. Our harvest, another fairy chimed in to continue. It is rather mediocre. The fairies took turns speaking, their distinct voices swiftly forming a complete sentence, expressing concern that the situation in the Demon King's castle is worse than Ira had imagined. Should the Empire continue its campaign for a few more years, it is conceivable that the demon race may face extinction. Should I take action regarding this? With such thoughts, Ira felt that the matters at hand were of no concern to him. Thus he deemed it unnecessary to pay them particular attention. His sole duty was to cultivate Satan Leaf into a competent ruler. No, his educational approach was fundamentally flawed. Therefore, his only task was to nurture Satan Leaf into a capable monarch. Beyond that, the survival of the monsters, the living standards within the Demon King's castle, were matters irrelevant to him. He had no need to intervene. He had no justification for improving production, nor any necessity to do so. It appeared that everyone had exhausted their reports, and with Satan Leaf's nod, several leaders returned to their respective territories and abodes, still within the confines of the Demon King's realm, albeit outside the castle. However, individuals such as Lime, Selena, the Ghost Girl, and Vela, who did not strictly belong to a team, or rather, had delegated their combat responsibilities to several capable leaders, resided within the Demon King's castle. Ira stood quietly, watching as Satan Leaf leaned against the Demon King's throne with a sigh. Oh, my research funding. Could it not be a bit more generous? Vela lamented, feigning tears as she confided in the Ghost Girl. Yet the latter resolutely shook her head, refusing Vela's plea, stating, unless you provide me with the necessary funds, I cannot make an exception to procure the materials for you. I have no money. Vela sighed. Then do not disturb me. Oh, my research. It is bound to be forced to stagnate. Hearing Vela's lamentation, Ira interjected, reminding her, Vela, you are behaving rather unbecomingly in the presence of the Demon King. Though perhaps such matters are of little concern here. Indeed, they were of no concern. Vela glanced at Satan Leaf, whose expression was fraught with conflict, before turning her gaze to Ira, inquiring, Ira, do you have any money? How much do you think I am worth for a night? The remark was rather comical. Yet it was indeed Vela's nature. When taken seriously, she would often feign nonchalance and retreat. You may as well keep it to yourself. However, I genuinely require your assistance. With that, Ira reached to unfasten the buttons of his coat, removing it as he spoke. I hope you can use your magic to mend my clothing. What is this attitude? Vela, now hiding behind Selena, cautiously poked her head out, replying, Oh, mending clothes? I thought you were being serious. That was even more absurd. Even if he were serious, it would be improbable to disrobe here. Please, you know this is a very valuable garment of mine. Saying this, Ira placed the clothing into Vela's hands, adding, I can assist you in reviewing your rather haphazard experiments later. Initially feeling as though she were being exploited, Vela perked up at this statement. She recalled Ira's previous visits to observe her experiments, where he had spoken of controlling variables and blank controls. With eager anticipation, she asked, "Really?" "Indeed." Ira let out a cold laugh, directing his gaze towards Satan Yi, and remarked, "Satan Yi, during the meeting, there were numerous issues with your conduct. Please pay close attention to my forthcoming words." Oh. Ah, yes." Observing the flustered yet earnest demeanor of Satan Yi, Ira nodded, preparing to gradually elaborate on the problems at hand. He stated, "When you find yourself indecisive, do not exhibit that expression of uncertainty. The handling of affairs is not as urgent as you may perceive." However, before Ira could fully articulate the first issue, he was interrupted by Vela, who sighed. "Oh, Ira, please refrain from lecturing. Isn't Lord Demon King rather endearing in this manner? Indeed, if one were to speak of charm, he is quite delightful. Yet if Ira continues his teachings, that charm might soon diminish. But is it truly appropriate to voice this so candidly? Miss Vela, there is no need for such remarks. If Mr. Ira is willing to teach me, I am eager to learn, no matter the difficulty." Upon witnessing the serious and earnest expression of Satan Yi, Ira and Vela exchanged glances, subsequently bursting into laughter. It seems the little Demon King has yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet. The crux of the matter is not about being difficult or easy at all. Chapter 12. The Trial of Satan Leaf. The early morning is an opportune time for training, a moment when it seems as though mana is more compliant. Of course, this is merely an illusion, perhaps a reflection of the human mind being more alert. When Satan Leaf was escorted by Selena to the training grounds, Eiler had already arrived early, busily handling the training equipment while engaging in light banter with Vera, seemingly reminiscing about their past endeavors. Satan Leaf was aware that Eiler was an exceptional teacher, one who had instructed not only the Empress Isabella of the Empire, but also shaped the foundation of their presently flourishing nation. She felt immense gratitude for his willingness to impart knowledge. In a conventional sense, the equipment here was rendered unusable. The previous Spectre, presumably the castle's asset manager, had left it in disrepair. "I hope that when funds are more abundant, I might request her assistance in procuring some new gear," Eiler mused, as he set aside the tattered training apparatus in a corner. Vera, observing him, quipped, "Do you really think these wooden stakes can train the Lord of Demons? After all, he is a crimson dragon. Wouldn't a breath of fire incinerate them completely? If possible, I would prefer you refer to that as dragoness breath, rather than speaking of it as if it were mere sleight of hand," he replied, turning his gaze towards Vera. At that moment, he spotted Selena and Satan Leaf approaching from the rear passage. He nodded gently in greeting, saying, "You've arrived. First, let us warm up, then we shall commence training." Noticing the nodding Satan Leaf and the perplexed expression on Selena's face, Eiler quickly shook his head and added, "Not including you. I was addressing Satan Leaf. Unless you wish to serve as a sparring partner? Care to try your hand against the Lord of Demons?" Selena pondered for a moment before shaking her head in response. "No, that won't be necessary." Eiler gazed out from the training ground towards the sunlit sea, where the fleet belonging to the Lord of Demons was anchored, yet devoid of any troops aboard. This indicated that the Naga and Sirens were also among the rebellious races. Consequently, such warships seemed futile. It might be more beneficial to convert them all into fishing vessels, thereby enhancing the diet of the residents within the Lord's domain, perhaps allowing them to indulge in delicacies like pan-seared fish fillets. From this vantage point, he could not see the Orc nation bordering the Lord of Demons territory. After all, the planet is round, making it impossible to gaze so far across the ocean. However, he could discern the towering giant tree of the Silver Moon Grove, which bordered the Orc nation. He wondered if the Empire's slave-catching teams were still wreaking havoc within the Orc territory, or if they had once again captured any isolated elves. It was precisely for such reasons that the Empire had made enemies at every turn, although the annals of history no longer chronicled it. Eiler recalled that Yesser had once mentioned the war between the Empire and the Lord of Demons was seemingly linked to the activities of the slave-catching teams. Yet it was an issue that could not be curtailed. To alter this status quo and prohibit the hunting of slaves from other races was the sole solution. But the existence of the nobility rendered such a prohibition impossible. Only by punishing the nobility and diminishing their influence could the next steps be taken. Regrettably, just as Ira was preparing to embark on such matters, he was ensnared by Her Majesty the Queen. "Mr. Ira, or should I say, Teacher Ira?" While Ira pondered this, Satania, fully prepared, uttered those words, causing both Ira and Vela to momentarily pause at such a designation for the first time in many years. He was addressed as a teacher. There is no need for that. Simply calling me Mr. would suffice. Ideally, you may call me by my first name without the surname. Ira scrutinized Satania. Although she was to undergo training, she had not changed out of her lace-laden Lolita dress. Would those layers of frills truly not hinder her in combat? Or was it a magical garment? Understood, Mr. Ira. Do you require me to remove the magical attire? Indeed. Magical garments are designed for battle, akin to Vela's mage robes and hat. Their excellent maneuverability renders them almost an extension of the body, ensuring that as long as the design isn't excessively peculiar, they won't impede combat efficacy. This explains why magical gear that enhances combat power tends to be relatively ornate, much like the coat that Ira currently wore. Please change. Otherwise, under the enhancement of the magical attire, I cannot discern your true capabilities. Almost instantaneously after Ira's words, Satania unfastened her dress in the training area, handing her garment, now merely clad in a pure white underdress, to the side to Selena. The motion was so swift that Ira had no opportunity to avert his gaze. Isn't she adorable, the little one? Vela teased, prompting a resigned sigh from Ira, who shook his head and remarked, according to royal etiquette, regardless of gender, we should both avert our eyes, but alas, it matters not. This is quite acceptable. With that, Ira grew earnest, bowing deeply to Satania in the same manner he had once taught Isabella, formally greeting her. Good morning. Isha realizing he had misspoken. Ira distinctly felt the atmosphere stiffen. Vela responded, You good morning, Princess Satania. Following Ira's correction, Satania nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Good morning, Mr. Ira. Could you tell me what kind of person Empress Isabella is? A remarkably competent ruler. A rather unruly student. Both Ira, above, and Vela, below, simultaneously offered differing yet concordant assessments. Do not mind others. Let us commence the lesson. Understood. In the training ground of the castle, Satania began her training, or rather, the exhibition of her abilities unlike Vela's rote teaching style. Ira preferred a more tailored approach. Let us begin with a test of mana's explosive power in 1 second. Channel the maximum amount of magical energy into my body. With Ira guiding her hand, he felt the surge of mana coursing through him. Nodding in acknowledgement without offering a critique, he proceeded to the next test. Next is control. Divide the previous quantity of mana into 20 portions and input them evenly over the course of 20 seconds. Next comes the utilization rate, the most fundamental physical fitness test, yet regrettably, the venue is not sufficiently spacious. Never mind. Go ahead and strike me with all your might. Understood. Now, moving on. Ha ha ha. Amidst the labored breaths of the demon leaf, Ilana continues to jot down notes with paper and pen. Vela, intrigued, leans in for a closer look, only to find a table composed of horizontal and vertical lines, along with a dense array of numbers and symbols. Incomprehensible. So, what is the level of the demon lord? Selena inquires with concern. More reminiscent of a mother or sister than a maid. Quite poor, to the extent that one cannot pass without proclaiming, I am willing to do anything for the sake of merely achieving a passing grade. Though unable to comprehend the data, Vela, sensing the flow of mana, expresses this sentiment. Selena, huh? Demon leaf, huh? Bang. Ouch. Ugh. A swift chop from Ilana lands on Vela's head as she grips her neck, stating, Indeed, it is quite poor, but as a demon lord, what truly matters is not mere combat prowess, but rather the essential ability for self-preservation. Selena, so? Therefore, with immense and unwavering effort, one could perhaps manage to scrape by, even without declaring, I am willing to do anything. Probably. Chapter 13. A little game. The existence of mana and the physical constitution of an individual are indeed intertwined. This serves as a rationale for the rarity of individuals from the lower echelons of society who manage to transcend their class. The common folk struggle to secure their daily sustenance, making it arduous to cultivate mana. Without the capacity to store a significant amount of mana, one cannot aspire to become a professional. Even Ira cannot be considered a true exemplar of someone who has risen from the ranks of the commoners. It could be argued that he was favored by the previous king from a young age, effectively catapulting him to prominence. Nobility, and even royalty, benefiting from their advantageous physical attributes, do not need to dedicate time to labor. Regardless of their natural talent or laziness, they possess the inherent adaptability to become professionals. This is precisely why the offspring of nobles remain within their privileged sphere. However, the situation with Satania is comparatively dire. Despite having access to adequate nutrition and other necessary conditions, and demonstrating diligence in her mana training, her foundational physical prowess leaves much to be desired. Perhaps she has never undergone specialized training. Run, Ira urged, observing Satania as she circled the 400-meter track. He turned to the onlooker, Selena, and inquired, How did the Crimson Demon Lord, referring to Satania's father, train her? The former demon lord rarely trained the current one when he returned from the battlefield. It was more for play than for formal training, Selena replied. Ira nodded, grasping the reasons behind Satania's lack of systematic training. He probed further. Do you not instruct her? Do we instruct the demon lord? But that would be overstepping, wouldn't it? Isn't the demon castle rather lax? Aren't you pragmatists who disregard the dignity of the throne? Why, in this context, do you adhere so strictly to protocol? Ira, internally critiquing the situation, watched as Satania, panting and fatigued, signaled her need for a break. He turned the hourglass on the table, noting the time, and declared, a commendable display of perseverance. You may rest for 5 minutes. Stand and walk gently. Do not sit down immediately. After completing the designated laps, Satania, ready to collapse into a nearby chair, frowned at Ira's words and began to pace the field instead. Mr. Ira, why? Before Selena could finish her question, Ira interjected. It seems Satania has prior experience with combat. What weapon does she excel in? Is it the same as her father's? Selena nodded in response. Indeed, it is the same. The Crimson Demon Scythe. What a pity. I lack proficiency in that regard. She will have to rely on her own abilities. Ira shook his head, expressing his unfamiliarity with such an unusual weapon. This very reason is why he has never placed the Crimson Dragon mana within the fourth wing column, melee. Whether it be the first pillar of wings, core, the second pillar of wings, mobility, or the third pillar of wings, ranged, he can seamlessly transition into the Crimson Dragon's mana. However, the fourth pillar of wings, melee, is never taken into consideration. Yet, no one seems to comprehend this anymore. As Vela spoke, she pulled Shalina aside, and amidst her puzzled gaze, Vela discreetly glanced at the timer, Ilra, and remarked, Miss Shalina, Ilra does not appreciate others meddling in his training. Is that so? Yet I still do not understand why one must remain active during breaks. Since earlier, Shalina had been pondering this conundrum. Oh, you needn't concern yourself with that. I didn't grasp it at first either, but King Yesser of the Empire holds it in high regard. It has since been proven that Ilra's training is indeed quite effective, Velo asserted, carefully glancing in Ilra's direction to ensure he was out of earshot, then continued. If you voice too many opinions, he will strike you, aiming for your posterior with a series of blows. Even a succubus wouldn't withstand it. Shalina, bewildered by Vela's assertion, felt her cheeks gradually flush as she retorted, what does my ability to withstand have to do with my being a succubus? Indeed, it is relevant. Let me explain. Vela's whispering fabrication had yet to commence when Ilra's deliberately elongated voice echoed from afar. Vela, I recall being careful to avoid your vital areas when I struck you. Yes? Moreover, I struck you precisely because of your nonsensical chatter. Gulp. Caught in the act, Vela emitted an odd sound, retreating sheepishly back into Ilra's line of sight amidst Shalina's bemused expressions, awkwardly stating, You could hear that? You wouldn't mind, would you? Ilra offered no reply, merely casting her a glance before turning his attention to the focused Satan Leaf, who was diligently condensing a fireball, and remarked, Next, you shall serve as Satan Leaf's punching bag. In other words, Vela was to become the target of Satan Leaf's relentless assaults. That doesn't seem appropriate. Vela clearly hesitated. I am not seeking your opinion. This is merely a notification. As Ilra spoke, he regarded Satan Leaf, who approached to demonstrate a properly formed fireball. He nodded and stated, For hours have elapsed since we commenced training. Shall we indulge in a game? A game? Satan Leaf, maintaining stability in her fireball, inquired with an intrigued expression, watching Ilra, who had grasped Vela's neck, awaiting his further instructions. For the next 5 minutes, you are to stand at the farthest distance, remaining still while continuously conjuring such fireballs to strike Vela, who will be confined to a designated area. Vela may employ short-range teleportation to evade, but cannot use it again within 5 seconds. Ira spoke, gazing at the struggling Vela. With a smile, he remarked, If Satania manages to strike you just once, then today's training shall come to an abrupt conclusion. However, if you manage to evade her blows, I shall grant you half of my salary for the upcoming month. At these words, Vela ceased her struggles. Really? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Of course, both Selena and Satania are listening, he replied. All right, Vela exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she approached the area Ira indicated. So, it's from the wall behind us to the area enclosed by the mop over there, correct? It's quite spacious. My apologies, my lord, but I must win. I shall not lose either, Satania declared earnestly, a fireball coalescing in her hand. Although she understood that this rigorous training was for her benefit, it was undeniably exhausting. Determined to conclude today's session and rest, she resolved not to hold back. Then, 3, 2, 1. Ira chuckled softly. Begin. Chapter 14. The Irresistible Gaze. Alas, I have lost. With a face full of dirt and despair, Vera feigned tears, appearing quite dejected. She had not anticipated that Satan Yi would master the art of conjuring flames with such finesse, resulting in a direct hit to her visage. However, as a lich, her ability to swiftly restore her physical form rendered the damage insignificant. The progress was undeniably remarkable. The innate talents of magical beings were truly enviable. Ira, nodding with satisfaction, observed the slight pride that illuminated Satan Ye's face. He contemplated offering the familiar advice of old: do not wear your victory upon your face. As a ruler, one should maintain a demeanor of calm. Yet, the words faltered on his lips. Praise seemed more fitting than admonition for Satan Ye. You've done splendidly, Ira remarked, affectionately ruffling Satan Ye's hair, and then addressed Selena. My training of Satan Ye has pushed her to her physical limits. I hope you can assist her in alleviating her corporeal fatigue. Fatigue of the body? Selena was perplexed. Perhaps a maid could provide a massage. If a hot spring were available, she could soak and have her muscles kneaded. As Ira organized the documents in his hands, he lifted his gaze after a moment of silence, noticing Selena's hesitance. He inquired, surely, you and the other maids do not share this aversion, do you? Indeed, the former demon king had been disinclined towards the service of maids. Observing Selena's embarrassment, Ira nodded in understanding. I can surmise, for in our battles, he often expressed his fondness for me, inviting me to the demon castle for contests of strength between men. Yet, this poses a dilemma. I must rely on you, Vera. Instruct some of the maids within the demon castle under your arcane servant. As Ira directed Vera, who had been sulking, she lifted her head and interjected. Surely you can assist as well. Why not lend a hand with the massages? Or perhaps demonstrate for Miss Selena? With that, Vera reached out towards Satan Yi, marveling at her petite arms and delicate legs, exclaiming, do you not wish to touch? Look at these little arms like lotus stems, and these fair calves. TSK, TSK, TSK. Oh dear. With a cry of confusion from Satan Yi, Selena swiftly swatted Vera's hand away, a smile gracing her face as she admonished, Miss Vera, please refrain from actions that might perplex the demon lord. Very well, very well. So has Ira captured your interest? Vera teased, akin to tempting a child with sweets, adding, is this not more alluring than Isabella's black stockings? Do not claim you have never secretly touched Isabella's legs. I truly have not. I have always conducted myself with the respect befitting a loyal subject, and would not engage in such behavior, Ira replied, exasperated. He patted Vera on the shoulder and remarked, the laxity here in the demon castle, your irreverence towards the demon lord astounds me, yet I must admit, the atmosphere is not without its charm. I entrust the matter of massages to you. As Ilya turned to leave the training ground, Vera, with her arms crossed, expressed her admiration, exclaiming, truly, Ilya is indeed the foremost vassal in the world. Amid Vera's reflections, Selena nodded and inquired, is it possible that Ilya, as you previously mentioned, may officially join the Demon King's castle? With a light chuckle, Vera replied, I remain quite confident, for Ilya is not particularly adept at handling the requests of others. He is the type who can easily take advantage of a situation. To describe him, Vera pondered for a moment before making a suggestive remark, saying, he is the sort of person that if you kneel and plead, he might allow you into his room. Pleading while kneeling would lead him to permit you to sleep on his bed, and if you continued to plead, he might even agree to let you hold him while you sleep. And then, it goes just like that. Hilarity ensued as Vera's wicked grin matched Selena's understanding laughter, while the bewildered Satan Leaf stood alongside Selena, tilting her head in confusion. This topic was perhaps still too premature for her. Blue chanterelles, indeed. It seems there is some rationale behind their status as a staple in the Demon King's domain. As Ilya skewered a blue-capped blue chanterelle with his fork and knife, he mused, the starch content appears to be quite adequate, and it is simple to cultivate, aligning well with the dietary habits of insect folk and little fairies. I just wonder about the yield. Approximately 20 days to harvest a batch. Selena, attending to Satan Leaf's lunch, interjected, adding, for specific yield details, we would need to inquire with the little fairy responsible for cultivating the blue chanterelles. Would you like me to ask? That's unnecessary, Ilya replied, shaking his head as he observed the maid serving the next dish, placing it in front of both himself and Satan Leaf. He remarked, it seems to be just enough for the residents of the Demon King's castle and us. Satan Leaf, do you have any plans for the afternoon? In response to Ilya's question, Satan Leaf lifted her gaze from her food towards Selena, who, under the watchful eye of the Demon King, replied, a routine inspection of the Demon King's territory and its surroundings. Is there something urgent? Should we cancel? No, I was merely inquiring, Ilya responded, feeling somewhat awkward. For during a meal like this, He could not monopolize the conversation. Otherwise, who was truly the Demon King? Him or Satan Leaf? Yet, why did Satan Leaf remain silent as the host of this gathering? What thoughts occupied her mind? Mr. Ilya, regarding the massage you mentioned earlier. Miss Vera's arcane servant has already demonstrated it. May I ask what significance such a massage holds? Selena continued to engage Ilya in conversation. This gave Ilya a sense of being a powerful minister in control, and he suppressed his discomfort as the dominant figure, explaining, after intense exercise, one's body tends to feel sore the next day, and a massage can alleviate that. Such an explanation sufficed. For if Ilya were to elaborate on reducing local tissue tension, alleviating pain, promoting blood circulation, and assisting in the breakdown of lactic acid, everyone would undoubtedly be left in confusion. In the silence of their contemplative meal, Satan Leaf raised her head and spoke. Mr. Ira, would you accompany me on the afternoon inspection? I have many inquiries I wish to discuss. That would not be appropriate, my lord. Ira replied almost immediately, shaking his head. In my current position, I am unqualified to provide you with guidance regarding the troubles encountered during the inspection. I can only assist you in enhancing your combat abilities. However, as he observed Satan Leaf gazing at him with a pitiful, pleading expression, he reluctantly amended his words. Yet, if you desire my presence, I shall comply. Thank you. Helena twitched her lips, clearly aware that while the Lord of the Demon Realm could not comprehend all of what she and Vela had previously discussed, he had indeed grasped the part about not being adept at handling others' requests. Chapter 15. The slaves who cherish life. Generally speaking, kings do not survey their territories, whether they are empires or principalities, but the Demon King appears to be an exception. It seems that the very structure of the demon race does not conform to the tightly knit nature of a kingdom. This notion can be gleaned from previous remarks, such as the mention of rebels interrupting tribute, indicating that the so-called Demon King is, in a sense, merely a type of lord. The Demon King is accountable solely for his own domain, while other lords are responsible for their respective territories. Thus, the title of Demon King signifies a lord recognized as a leader, more akin to a federation chief than an emperor. Consequently, patrolling the territory becomes a matter of utmost importance. Rebellion against the Demon King? Such a scenario would indeed be dire. But it is not something I need to concern myself with, thought Ira. Within the Demon King's realm, the fluctuations of good and ill are of little consequence to him. His only task is to cultivate the Demon King into a capable ruler, and, once his debts of gratitude are settled, he can depart without a second thought. As these thoughts wandered through his mind, Ira departed the castle alongside Sharina and Satania, all under the protection of the Headless Knight. Typically, nobles patrol their lands on horseback or in carriages, often tending to their own beloved steeds. However, this custom does not seem prevalent in the Demon King's domain, possibly due to a lack of horse breeding. After all, the Headless Knights, as a class of knightly warriors, come equipped with their own steeds, eliminating the need for upkeep or grazing fields. In retrospect, it is quite reasonable that the Empire faced repeated defeats prior to the emergence of the regents. The head of the knight was likewise replaced by flames. With the ebony armor of the steed reflecting an ethereal glow, this oppressive presence was indeed beyond the capacity of the Empire's ordinary warhorses. As Ira sat astride one of the striking steeds belonging to a Headless Knight, he contemplated the owner walking beside him, feeling a twinge of guilt for commandeering his mount. According to the plan, they would proceed from this point to the Blue Mushroom Fields and other agricultural lands to investigate the fairies' claims of poor yields, continuing their patrol until reaching the seaside before returning to the Demon Castle. Riding alongside on her own warhorse, Sharina communicated the itinerary to Ira. Observing the Demon King's subjects who bowed to the patrolling squad, she remarked, "It is only natural for the residents to be curious about you, Mr. Ira. I hope you can appreciate that." Ira certainly understood this notion. He gazed at the surrounding small fairies, insectoids, goblins, dog-headed individuals, and lesser demons, as well as the blood-kin lurking in the shadows, bowing respectfully. He found it somewhat peculiar. The Demon King's realm seemed to operate under a different system than that of the Empire. As he spoke, Ira noted the seemingly vibrant creatures around him and remarked, "In the Empire, the populace is divided into slaves and ordinary citizens. The former are the property of the emperor and nobility, while the latter are the subjects of the Empire. Yet here in the Demon King's domain, it appears to be quite different." Having witnessed noble territories, Ira was acutely aware that if the common folk could be described as pale and emaciated, then the slaves within a domain truly possessed no semblance of human rights. The commands of the nobility encompassed the entirety of the slave's existence, while all the fruits of cultivation and harvest rightfully belonged to the aristocrats. Even when partaking in the fruits of their own labor, it is deemed a mere gift from their lords. Should a noble take a fancy to a slave's daughter, the slave is obliged to surrender her to the noble's castle without question. The slaves may still draw breath, yet their spirits have long since perished. In the realm governed by the Demon King, conditions may appear harsh, yet the residents' eyes shine with a brightness that outshines many ordinary folk dwelling under the rule of the empire's nobility. Indeed, Mr. Eiler, agreed Satan Leaf, who rode alongside Sir Helena, nodding in affirmation of Eiler's words. Everything within the Demon King's domain is my personal property. It seems that in matters of demon rights, human rights, the empire remains unparalleled. Listening to Satan Leaf's words, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, Eiler found himself at a loss for words. In other words, were they all merely slaves? Yet their outlook on life was strikingly different. The creatures lining the streets did not tremble in fear at the approach of the Demon King. They did not cower or kneel, but instead offered a respectful bow. Though their faces bore signs of weariness, there was no envy or fear of the Demon King's power, only a palpable sense of respect. Eiler pondered how much of their harvest was submitted to the Demon King's castle, or if there was a fixed quarterly tribute. Curiously, he inquired, prompting a somewhat perplexed explanation from Helena. The yield of every harvest cannot be guaranteed, can it? Therefore, it is only the surplus that is offered. Observing Eiler's flickering gaze and profound silence, Helena continued, rest assured, the fairies leading them possess ample experience and will ensure they retain enough provisions until the next harvest, with the surplus being contributed. Helena's words seemed to suggest she believed Eiler was concerned about the dietary needs of the creatures within the Demon King's realm. However, Eiler remained silent, a silence that was both puzzling and persistent. It appeared that the sanitary conditions in the Demon King's territory bore resemblance to those along the empire's borders. Eiler spoke softly, deliberately avoiding the topics of slaves and residents, as he observed the path of dirt strewn with excrement. The creatures seemed to lack even the habit of digging latrines. Upon exiting the castle of the Demon King and crossing the bridge over the moat, Eiler was met with an unpleasant odor upon stepping onto the dirt road. Such conditions were usually found within the territories of the empire's nobility, a stark contrast to the cleanliness of the imperial capital. There had once been designated creatures for cleaning, but now their ranks had dwindled significantly. Acknowledging Helena's remarks with a nod, Eiler turned his gaze to Satan Leaf, who sat before Helena, lamenting the little Demon King's inability to find a suitable topic for conversation. How about constructing a toilet? He mused. There is no need for the elaborate ones found in the castle. A simple latrine would suffice. As Ira gazed at Satan Leaf, he inquired, unaware that Ira was making a suggestion, while the diminutive demon lord ambled along. What do you think, Satan Leaf? How about digging several latrines in the demon realm? Satan Leaf pondered Ira's words, yet she could not comprehend the significance of such an act. Nevertheless, the surrounding air was indeed rather unpleasant. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, Mr. Ira, she replied. Observing Ira's silence, Satan Leaf tilted her head in confusion and asked, what is the matter? Who will take charge of this task? You ought to personally seek out someone responsible to instruct, or you may delegate me or Selena to carry out your wishes. Ira imparted this guidance. Is that so? Then, Mr. Ira, I implore you to assist me. Ira remained silent, feeling an inexplicable sense of being a puppet master, akin to a minister from the Crimson Eye. Yet, he did not wish to be such a person. Still, he could not help but admire Satan Leaf, who could confidently entrust an entire task to her subordinates, even if she might not be particularly discerning, but rather naive. I understand, and shall obey your command. Chapter 16. The so-called fertilizer naivety may not necessarily be a flaw. If a ruler's ministers possess unwavering loyalty, or if the most trusted subordinate is adequately skilled, then a king who is innocent and wholeheartedly trusts others could indeed be the finest monarch in the world. Ira, who firmly believed he would never waver in his loyalty, found himself stirred by a sentiment that was somewhat different from his feelings during his time in the Empire. Once solely responsible for enhancing the Demon King's strength, he now found himself unknowingly engaged in efforts to advance the Demon King's domain. In a certain light, he was quite the proud individual. I recall Yesser once saying, if you think my daughter is outstanding, simply express it directly instead of hesitatingly saying she did well, but could do even better next time. Haha, as a man, being so reticent makes me uneasy about entrusting the Empire to your hands. Such remarks made it seem as if he were Yesser's son, or as though he intended to seize the empire for himself. What an impressive king indeed. The territory of the monsters lies in the southeastern part of the continent, initially vast, but now much of it has been reclaimed by the empire. The Demon King's domain is situated in the upper right of this territory, with the sea to the north. Surrounding the Demon King's castle is the realm of the Demon King, inhabited by numerous monsters that do not have particularly harsh living conditions. Creatures such as harpies naturally reside in the high mountains beyond the Demon King's domain. However, it would not be entirely accurate to say they reside outside. Rather, the territory extends continuously from the Demon King's castle, slightly passing over the farmlands at the edge of the Demon King's domain, and further outward to the territories of other rebellious or non-rebellious monster leaders. The outer limits of these territories are still considered part of the Demon King's domain. Generally, the outermost agricultural areas are included in this calculation, while regions beyond are deemed mere barren lands and jungles, inhabited by various wild beasts or uncivilized monsters. While the beasts are manageable, the residents of the Demon King's domain are monsters, not the citizens of the empire. There exists a fundamental distinction between uncivilized monsters and those that are civilized. Encountering the former may yield a delightful feast, while the latter could result in oneself becoming the feast. Those beasts do not regard whether one is a subject of the Demon King. They are akin to feral creatures, driven solely by instinct to attack and kill. The little fairies serve as the overseers of all residents, and within the territory, there are blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, and tailors, who exchange their labor for food and necessities of life with the Demon King's castle. Naturally, they too are considered the property of the Demon King. Therefore, all provisions and necessities within the Demon King's domain must be reported by the little fairies to the castle, and the ghostly eyeglass lady meticulously compiles the reports from various commanders and fairies, facilitating the trade of goods when merchants arrive. Welcome, my Lord Demon King, to the farm. The recent situation is quite dire. The leaders of the little fairies articulated their concerns in a synchronized manner, as if they were one individual speaking normally. Beyond the domain of the Dark Lord lies a vast expanse of farmland, predominantly cultivated with crops unique to this world, such as the blue-thorn mushroom, intermixed with a few familiar edibles from a bygone era. The condition of the fields appears rather dire. Most of the crops are leaning precariously, and their growth is uneven, as if teetering on the brink of withering away. What could be the underlying issue? Queried Satan Leaf. At that moment, she bore a semblance of a true sovereign. For typically, a king would not stoop to personally inquire about the state of the harvest. It is likely due to the lack of fertilizer. The merchants have repeatedly failed to sell it. For many cycles, the words of the fairy leaders unveiled the truth of the matter. Helena, feeling she had uncovered the crux of the issue, proceeded to elucidate to Ira and Satan Leaf. In truth, prior to the introduction of a substance akin to gravel, known as fertilizer, we would rotate our cultivation to different areas after each harvest. Although the reason remains elusive, we discovered that applying fertilizer during the planting process not only ensured an increase in crop yield, but also eliminated the necessity for frequent relocation of our fields. Merchants had declared years ago that fertilizer would no longer be available for sale. Yet, it seems the effects of the fertilizer have lingered until now, and we are finally reaching the limit of its efficacy. Under Helena's explanation, and amidst Ira's fish-eyed gaze, Satan Leaf remarked, "Next time, let us consider changing the cultivation area. But what exactly is fertilizer?" Fertilizer is a specialty of the empire," replied Ira, momentarily distracted as thoughts of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium flickered through his mind. However, upon further contemplation, he refrained from elaborating, believing they would not comprehend. "I am aware of this," Satan Leaf nodded. Blinking as she added, "We inquired with Miss Vera. She mentioned that magic plays a role in the creation of fertilizer, possibly linked to alchemy. Mr. Ira, do you possess any knowledge regarding this?" Despite her inquiry, neither Satan Leaf nor Helena harbored expectations, for in their minds, Ira was a formidable administrator with no apparent connection to alchemy. Well, Ira pondered, deliberating whether to disclose the information. Ultimately, he resolved to share. "In fact, I am the one who enhanced the fertilizer and persuaded Isabella to prohibit foreign trade of it. I am well acquainted with the production process and the materials involved. While there is indeed a degree of mana involved, the fertilizer I designed is not as intricate as you might imagine. We should be capable of producing it ourselves." Surrounded by the headless knights, Ira stood with Helena and Satan Leaf amidst the fields, casting his gaze upon the goblins and fairies diligently weeding the land. "This is wonderful, Mr. Ira." However, aside from the visibly joyous demeanor of Satan Leaf, Selena did not exhibit any signs of happiness. She was acutely aware that such matters were not meant to be disclosed in her capacity as Ira. This was a state secret and one of the means to undermine the demonic entities. If Ira were to divulge this information to the Demon King, it would indeed constitute an act of treason. What sacrifices might we make to procure the method of fertilizer creation? The titles of the Demon King's domain? Selena, possessing clarity of thought, posed this question, Yet she did not deem titles to hold any significant value. It could be said that if Ira were to accept a title, or even merely accept it without rendering anything in return, it would be to her detriment. This inquiry, without a doubt, was a roundabout way of asking Ira whether she wished to formally join the demon castle. I do not know, Ira replied, addressing both the topic of fertilizer and Selena's indirect proposition. Chapter 17. Merely the teacher of the demon king, Mr. Ira. Is the production of fertilizer something you cannot divulge to us? Satania inquired, tilting her head to gaze at Ira. Indeed, that is the case. Both Ira and Selena replied simultaneously. Satania pondered, her small head comprehending the significance of fertilizer to the realm of the demon king. She looked at Ira and asked, "Is there something you desire? What can I offer in exchange?" Ira remained silent. "Gold coins. Surely. They remain useful even in the silver moon glade, do they not?" At Selena's words, Ira could not help but smile, responding, "However, your supply of gold coins must be dwindling, I presume. Perhaps only silver coins remain within the demon castle." "No, that may be an exaggeration. Even if we have fallen to such depths, gold coins do still exist. It is the crystal coins that may be lacking. The currency system of this world is rather conventional, merely involving copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and an equivalent known as mana crystals, crystal coins, that can be exchanged amongst each other. However, it does not adhere to the simplistic 100-to-1 logic often found in novels. The exchange rate between gold and silver coins is 1 to 12, meaning 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 12 silver coins. The conversion between silver and copper coins is 1 to 16, thus 1 silver coin can be traded for 16 copper coins. This logic is quite straightforward. 192 copper coins equal 1 gold coin, yet due to the varying mint marks and specifications among nations, the value of gold coins differs. The values of silver and copper coins remain consistent. The conversion rate of gold to silver coins at 12 is based on the empire's thorny gold coins, while the sturdier gold coins of the Flower Crown Courtyard, Silver Moon Glade, follow a 1 to 15 ratio. The white gold coins infused with other metals exchange at a rate of 1 white gold coin for 9 silver coins. Haha, even in our current predicament, we still possess gold coins, Selena chuckled lightly. Indeed, Ira responded with a smile. It was evident that Selena intended to steer the conversation away from this topic, which aligned with Ira's own thoughts. He was not unwilling to clarify, but rather found it difficult to accept the prevailing reality, even if he was well aware of it. However, Satania failed to grasp the essence of their dialogue. She contemplated earnestly how to procure the recipe and then inquired seriously, "Mr. Ira, I have heard that you have a fondness for Lolis." "Ira." "Selena?" "Such statements should not be made lightly." "I cannot truly claim to have such a preference," Ira admitted, rubbing his nose in mild exasperation. He looked at Satania, who likely did not fully comprehend the term lowly, and said, "You heard that from Vera, did you not?" "Yes." Indeed, after Ira had unwittingly mentioned the term in conversation with Yusei, she subsequently adopted it. Vera then learned of it, and nearly all within the empire came to understand it. After grasping its meaning, Isabella had regarded Ira with a peculiar gaze for quite some time. Now, due to Vera and many other creatures, perhaps they have begun to comprehend. "Do you know what lowly means?" Ira remarked, glancing at the Lolita-style dress adorning Satan Leaf. Suddenly realizing that, both from a fundamentalist perspective and in its deconstructed form, the term lowly quite aptly describes her. Like a delectable carrot. A little girl who could be called Lila. For instance, myself. This explanation, though peculiar, seems to hold some validity. But were you truly aware of this? You possess a self-awareness of being a lowly. Ira quirked the corner of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The name Lila, in the Empire, is akin to the name Xiaofang or Xiaohong from a past life, readily evoking associations with lowly characters. "My Lord Demon King," Helena awkwardly interjected, seemingly grasping that the term was not to be understood in such a manner. Yet it was evident that she felt Ira was not particularly fond of Lolis. It was likely that the nobility of the Empire had a greater affinity for such things. "How about I order the selection of Lolis throughout the entire territory?" After saying this, Satan Leaf looked at Ira with anticipation, awaiting his response. Ira couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, absolutely not. Ha ha ha, that's utterly absurd." Though Satan Leaf did not fully comprehend, she realized she had misunderstood. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze to the ground and said, "I apologize, Mr. Ira." Sighing, Ira replied, reaching out to pat Satan Leaf on the head, as if having made a decision. He continued, "Let the idle creatures gather dried grass, wood shavings, and the ashes from burnt vegetation, and once the latrine is constructed, collect the waste within." The statement was rather peculiar, having previously discussed fertilizer. The topic had abruptly shifted to ashes and excrement. Though Satan Leaf was somewhat perplexed, Helena immediately grasped a possible implication, her eyes widening with anticipation. Sparkling like beautiful heart-shaped pupils, as she exclaimed, "My Lord Ira, surely not?" It was a stark contrast. Just moments ago, she had addressed him as Mr. And now it was my lord. You likely do not understand the concepts of fermentation and maturation. Using fermented flour as an analogy might be off-putting. So I shall speak plainly about the processes and techniques, Iris stated calmly, observing the 5 little fairies nearby whose eyes gleamed with excitement. He added, store the collected creature and livestock waste in a location far away from the living quarters. Here, Ira emphasized far away, as it was crucial for him to note. The Empire had already understood the concept of fertilizer, albeit in a rather rudimentary manner, with only farmers exchanging knowledge among themselves, which was manageable. However, he feared that, on the side of the creatures, they might directly compost the materials on site, incorporating the ash produced from the burning process into the compost heap, followed by the addition of straw and weeds for turning, while ensuring proper aeration, will gradually render the compost heap dry, ultimately transforming it into granules akin to the fertilizers you purchase. As for the misconceptions you mentioned regarding the ivory tower's Vera, the role of manna is merely to assist in composting by facilitating high temperatures that eradicate pathogens, eliminate parasitic eggs and weed seeds, while also ensuring ventilation. It can inadvertently mislead researchers from other nations as well. Thank you, Sir Ila, the grateful Satan Leaf expressed, as she leaned in for an embrace, her head barely reaching his chest. She sensed that Ila took pleasure in patting her head, and to convey her gratitude, she decided to present her head for his gentle touch. Indeed, I should be appreciated, yet a sovereign must not lay down all defenses so readily. Rather, one ought to maintain. No, never mind. Ila, unaware of Satan Leaf's thoughts, simply responded, thank you, Lord Ila. Perhaps Satan Leaf did not grasp the potential implications of Ila's concession at that moment, but Selena was well aware that from this point onward, Ila would no longer be the ruler of the Empire, but rather, the mentor to Satan Leaf, merely the teacher of the Demon King. Chapter 18. The distributed puddings. The little fairies are intriguing magical creatures, resembling diminutive sprites with insect-like wings. Yet they are unequivocally genuine magical beings rather than mere subhumans like the beast folk. Their capacity for teamwork is astonishing, raising questions as to whether they possess a form of telepathy among themselves. They are obedient, honest, diligent, and devoid of selfishness, exhibiting remarkable patience and zeal in the care of crops and animals. Indeed, they are invaluable laborers. However, an innate aversion to humans is etched into the very bloodline of these fairies. Even the most benign human children often fall victim to their mischievous antics. Clearly, the blame lies with the nobility. If humans commit 10 acts that provoke disdain from other races, it is likely that 11 or 12 of those acts are linked to the nobility, and their culpability is not unfounded. While there are certainly commendable nobles, and the majority may be decent, a significant number are quite deranged, capable of tarnishing humanity's reputation globally. Nevertheless, the little fairies harbor a favorable disposition towards Ilar. Lady Ilar, the compost pit is ready, and we have collected the refuse from the streets. It is quite odorous. How long must it be left? Upon hearing the fairy's inquiries while perusing a book in her chamber, Ilar lifted her gaze and replied, I have seen the process before. Next, we shall add wood ash and plantain, along with dried leaves, and stir it daily until it transforms into dry, odorless soil. The efficiency of the magical beings within the Demon Lord's domain is commendable. Merely a night has passed since yesterday's instructions, and the refuse has already been gathered and piled into a foul-smelling mound beyond the fields. Perhaps this exemplifies the intrinsic value of those subjects, labeled as slaves within the Demon Lord's territory, who accomplish their tasks with minimal supervision or deceit. These so-called slaves might lead lives far more content and liberated than many citizens of various empires. Yes, thank you, Lady Ilar. We are truly grateful. We shall return to work now. As the fairies chattered excitedly, their words flowing without clear pauses, Ilar smiled gently and nudged some treats forward on the table, saying, wait a moment, why not have a snack before resuming your work? What she presented were 5 small, square, milky white confections, perfectly portioned for the 5 fairies. What is this? We have never seen anything like it. It smells delightful, but we still need to work. Despite their eagerness to return to their tasks, the fairies could hardly contain their excitement. Ilar, taking a small spoon, playfully prodded one of the bouncy confections and announced, this is pudding, the world's very first sweet version of pudding. Let us see how it fares among the inhabitants of the Demon Lord's castle. This hardly qualifies as idleness. As Ilar spoke, He recounted his visit to the kitchen last night in search of a midnight snack. Indeed, his presence in the kitchen seemed justified by the arrangement of his quarters by Selena. Last night, Ila discovered agar, a seaweed extract utilized in this world for winemaking, which was the key ingredient for the modern puddings of his previous realm. This world did boast a form of pudding akin to blood sausage, crafted from a mixture of blood, meat, fat, oats, and bread, resulting in a savory delicacy that, albeit peculiar in description, was rather palatable. "Shall we taste it then?" chirped the little fairy, her excitement palpable as she flitted to the table. She seized a spoon that resembled a miniature spade and scooped up the fragrant pudding to sample it. "Wow, it's so sweet, so delicious, so springy." Observing the fairies engage in animated chatter, their words flowing together like a harmonious chorus, Ila chuckled softly and returned his attention to the tome in his hands. This book chronicled the history of the Crimson Dragons, detailing how their ancestors managed to retain their essence amidst the corruption of demons, and how, ultimately, they succumbed to darkness due to the rejection from their kin. While Ila could not vouch for the authenticity of these accounts, he acknowledged that they provided intriguing insights into the past. Once the fairies had finished their delightful puddings, they remained silent as they watched Ila, who was quietly engrossed in his reading, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window. For reasons unknown, they found this human to be remarkably handsome, gentle in speech, kind-hearted, and tender in action, to the fallen beasts of the battlefield. "Do you perhaps misunderstand the concept of gentleness? Have you finished?" Ila inquired. "Then may I ask for your assistance in delivering these puddings to the various leaders? This includes Selena, the demon lord, and those we encountered at yesterday's meeting." He gestured to the small boxes containing the puddings, watching as the 5 little fairies effortlessly lifted them into the air, instructing them, "Please give the surplus to the maids, servants, and fairies within the demon lord's castle," stating it is a gift from the demon lord. "Of course, thank you, Lord Ila. We shall take our leave now. Farewell." The fairies, appearing diminutive, possessed strength comparable to that of the average imperial man, making it a simple task for each fairy to carry dozens of puddings. It was quite normal to present the newly crafted puddings to future colleagues, and the subordinates did not need to know the true nature of Ila, allowing him to maintain a certain distance in their relations. However, it was essential for the demon lord to earn the respect of his subordinates, as this would minimize idle gossip and be of great necessity for any ruler. The breeze wafted through the window, stirring the heavy sheepskin parchment that lay half-turned by Ila. The wind had turned one half, while Ila had turned the other, yet it was only he who was engrossed in the book, devoid of the wind's presence. Is this not rather unjust to the wind? Such a clear day in winter is a rare occurrence, though the physical endurance of people in this world, in terms of their resilience to cold and heat, seems rather indifferent to the weather. Nevertheless, as Ila perused his book, he felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness. Indeed. If it were the little fairies, they would likely say to the servants, "The pudding made by Lord Ila, let us share the surplus with you," and claim it as a reward from the Dark Lord. The little fairies would undoubtedly mention Ila, for do they not possess a nature that refrains from deceit? Lost in such musings, Ila sank into a prolonged reverie. Chapter 19. The enigmatic Taika pup. It is indeed remarkably convenient to work alongside the demon lord. Such was the thought of Ila, who envisioned the challenges faced by a noble in the empire seeking to implement a new policy. First, they must contend with disobedient subjects who pay lip service while undermining authority, as well as illiterate serfs who struggle to comprehend directives. Additionally, there are subordinates who delight in creating obstacles, and sycophantic nobles who incessantly boast about the flawless execution of policies, all while their fellow aristocrats conspire to undermine the ambitious noble's efforts. Consequently, the policy languishes, either forgotten entirely or abandoned without a glimmer of opportunity for revision. Had it not been for the endorsement of Yusef throughout his endeavors, followed by the unwavering support of Isabella after Yusef's demise, Ila would undoubtedly have encountered significant resistance within the empire, though, in the end, Isabella did rebel, albeit momentarily. In stark contrast, the pursuit of objectives within the realm of the demon lord is markedly simpler. The obedient and loyal creatures, coupled with the astute and honest fairies, alongside a select few intelligent colleagues, create an environment conducive to success. The presence of such intelligence is an invaluable advantage, for many nobles often lack this quality, a truth born from Ila's extensive experience within the empire. "Knock, knock, knock, Lord Ila." Helena's gentle voice echoed from the other side of the door. Having begun to address him as Lord, she inquired, "If it pleases you, may we settle the remuneration concerning the fertilizer?" Indeed, Ila had previously disclosed the methods and formulas for the fertilizer, while the logic behind it was rather simple. It is often this very simplicity that fosters smooth transactions. Thus, the intelligence he provided holds significant value and warrants compensation. Even though it is not explicitly stated, Ira is now, in essence, aligned with the demon Lord's camp. Nonetheless, recognition in the form of reward remains necessary, though one may refer to it as remuneration and the other as a grant. Such matters, should the emperor regard you favorably, would be rewarded personally or acknowledged publicly within the court. Conversely, if there is a desire to prevent your status from rising too high or to avoid becoming a target of envy, rewards may be discreetly delivered by servants. However, it seems that Satania may not possess such inclinations or an understanding of the nuances of bestowing rewards. Thus, Ira refrains from contemplating such issues and remains unconcerned, only hoping that Helena does not take the nonsensical musings of that rascal Vela to heart, especially regarding the arrival of two young maidens. Come in. The door is not locked, Ira beckoned, flipping the book he had yet to finish reading upside down on the table. He then observed Helena enter, accompanied by a charming little succubus, who appeared both adorable and respectful. Ira's guess was only partially correct. Indeed, a young one had been brought, but it was just one rather than two, and she was of the same kin, not a maid. Greetings, Lord Ira, the diminutive succubus chirped in her salutation. In the inquisitive gaze of Ila, Selina introduced him, saying, "He is not merely a servant for your reward, but rather a capable attendant. One of the most formidable succubi, who, in his youth, dispatched 3 goblins with ease." Ahem. Upon hearing this, Ila found it difficult to maintain his composure. To be candid, his perception of succubi involved illusions and long whips, creatures who seduced nobles through unscrupulous means to steal intelligence. This sudden shift in portrayal was rather challenging for him to accept. However, such a succubus was evidently an anomaly among her kind. "Thank you for your concern, but I do not require it," Ila replied, shaking his head. He still felt that he had no need for a maid to serve him, apart from children. No modern individual would find comfort in having someone assist them with dressing. The little succubus appeared somewhat disappointed by this. Selina nodded in understanding but continued to explain with a smile. "He will not intrude upon your life, yet he can assist you with errands. For instance, last night, you need not have me inquire whether you wish to bathe in hot water." This made sense, as Ila had intended to sleep fully clothed until Selina suggested a bath. If he had a dedicated servant, he need not personally inform Miss Vera if his clothes were torn, nor would he have to seek out the little fairies to deliver something. By the way, the pudding is quite delicious. It seemed reasonable, yet. Ila pondered, gently shaking his head, apologetically gazing at both the little succubus and Selina, saying, "But I am unaccustomed to having a maid by my side." "But I am a male servant," interjected the little succubus. Ila, "Indeed, his name is Takapu. You may call him Little T, a rare male succubus." Selina affirmed the words of the little succubus, adding, "You need not worry about discomfort, my Lord Ila. He will remain in the training grounds as usual to engage in combat training. You can command him whenever necessary." Ila gazed at the adorable and petite figure before him, his eyes sweeping over the delicate features of the little succubus, noting the heart-shaped tail that betrayed no hint of masculinity. "So I must seek out him in the training grounds?" Ila inquired, rubbing his forehead. Prior to his crossing over, the term femboy had yet to gain popularity online, leading to a slight dissonance in his worldview. "No need. That would be no different than having no male servant at all." "Selina, you must have misspoken, right? Surely, you were astonished by the appearance and gender of this Takapu, your kin? Little T possesses the ability of subdimensional travel." At this revelation, Ila gazed at the little succubus with astonishment. Although he was not a spellcaster, he understood the complexity of magic that allowed for movement between subdimensions. "Shadow realm travel?" he asked. The Shadow Realm serves as a frequently utilized subplane, wherein numerous practitioners of the assassin profession opt to evade harm or conceal their forms by retreating into its depths. Beings that have slipped into the Shadow Realm cannot be harmed by physical means from the primary plane, though magical methods remain effective. Travel through the Void Realm is a concept well understood by Selina, who is intimately familiar with the circumstances surrounding Little T. As she activates her abilities, her form becomes a blur and vanishes from the room. This phenomenon is remarkable. The Void Realm, also among the more commonly employed subplanes, is characterized by chaotic and disordered spatial coordinates. The principle of teleportation relies on the mana deciphering 2 coordinates from the perspective of the primary plane, allowing for a transition at the overlapping position from the perspective of the Void Realm. In other words, an individual adept in void travel, provided they possess sufficient magical energy, can traverse from one end of the world to the other in an instant. However, It is typically the case that ordinary spellcasters lack either the requisite skill or the necessary mana. Is this not a learned spell, but rather an innate gift? To be frank, the situation leaves the male servant feeling somewhat undervalued. With such capabilities, why not ascend to the status of an undefined god of assassins? Gaining renown, though notoriety is perilous for an assassin, instead of remaining here as a mere young servant? Chapter 20. The Demon Lord's Culinary Catastrophe. Little Taika? Within 3 seconds of the gentle inquiry from Ilra, a charming figure materialized from obscurity to clarity in Ilra's room, kneeling before him with one knee on the ground. The call from Ilra, resonating through the training grounds, had been captured by the ethereal realm, allowing Taika to traverse and appear before Ilra in a mere 3 seconds. It must be reiterated, being a mere servant truly belittles one's abilities. Taika awaited Ilra's command, yet after a prolonged silence, the alluring demoness lifted her gaze, only to find Ilra scrutinizing her intently. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. My apologies. I was merely pondering whether your innate talent for traversing the ethereal realm distinguishes your mana from that of ordinary succubi. Realizing Taika's face had flushed, Ilra hastily added, moving behind her and addressing the adorably stiff male succubus, please, do not resist. Upon uttering these words, Ilra immediately sensed the potential for misunderstanding and, before Taika could contemplate an alternative interpretation, he preemptively clarified, I intend to touch your demonic features to extract a portion of your mana. No sooner had the words left his lips than Ilra reached out to grasp Taika's tail. Ignoring her startled exclamations, Ilra extracted a portion of mana, promptly releasing his grip. He disregarded Taika's crimson visage, choosing not to dwell on her prior reaction. As he felt the mana coursing through the wing columns, he discerned no notable differences. Regardless of which column it resided upon, it appeared indistinguishable from that of any typical succubus. Little Taika? Yes. Where is Selena at present? Taika, still blushing, paused momentarily before dissipating into the ether. Approximately 6 seconds later, she reappeared, stating, she is in the kitchen, discussing culinary matters with Mr. Lime. Thank you. You may resume your tasks. With that, Ilra exited the room, beginning to appreciate the utility of his servant, though perhaps it was limited to little Taika. The ability to traverse the ethereal realm was indeed a remarkable asset. Taika exhaled, attempting to calm the fluttering in her heart. She took a deep breath. Rubbing the spot on her tail where Ilra had grasped her, her form gradually fading as she vanished from the room. To be candid, the sensation of having mana extracted was particularly peculiar for a succubus. The kitchen door remained ajar, and as Ilra approached, he heard Mr. Lime's voice, tinged with exasperation. Little Slime reports that the food reserves within the territory are critically low. The supplies within the Demon Lord's castle can barely sustain us. Yet the residents of the Demon Lord's domain have exhausted their provisions. Eggs, milk, goat's milk, and meat are nearly completely consumed. Listening to Lime, it appears that he is not merely the chef within the castle. His subordinates, the Slimes, also partake in the culinary endeavors throughout the entire territory, rather than merely reserving a portion of ingredients for the residents. However, there lies a crucial point in his words. Although the rations may not be plentiful, do the magical inhabitants actually have the opportunity to consume meat on a regular basis? What an extraordinary place this is. Ila felt a twinge of astonishment. In the Empire, even the common folk or slaves would weep tears of gratitude for a mere gift of white bread from the nobility. Yet here, in the domain of the Demon King, the magical beings can indulge in meat. Furthermore, the vegetable supply has dwindled to just carrots, with the castle's share reduced to carrots and cloud vegetables, while meat, eggs, and dairy require careful planning for consumption. The residents of the Demon King's territory would soon find themselves subsisting on only blue mushrooms and carrots until the arrival of a merchant caravan 6 days hence. From Lime's voice, one could sense a hint of frustration. It seems that the current state of the Demon King's domain is one of ample staple food, blue mushrooms, an abundance of carrots, but a scarcity of variety. Yet, they genuinely care for the well-being of the residents within their territory. With this thought, Ila squinted his eyes, feeling a flicker of fondness for the Demon King's realm. Such concern, even if stemming from a desire to protect one's assets, is undeniably comforting. A merchant caravan in 6 days? If a nation's food supply relies solely on caravans for sustenance, then the very structure of that nation is gravely unhealthy. No, it seems not to be the case. The food is sufficient. What is lacking is its diversity. In Ila's previous world, it was not uncommon for nations to be both major exporters and importers of food to ensure a varied diet. Yet, in this world, at least the Empire does not require food imports. The dwarves, on the other hand, must continuously import food, as many crops cannot thrive in their lands. Moreover, if the areas under the Demon King's control do not descend into a state of superficial compliance, various races and their territories should contribute their harvests to the Demon King's domain. In the absence of war, stable trade routes with elves, dwarves, and orcs would be established, negating the need to await the arrival of caravans. In common understanding, caravans may not always carry sufficient provisions for trade. However, it is indeed possible for the magical beings of the Demon King's realm to subsist solely on blue mushrooms. Were they humans? A decline from a high quality of life to a low one might incite rebellion, but given the inexplicable loyalty of these magical beings, unless their own leader were to revolt, they would patiently await their fate, even in hunger. This is the essence of race. The leaders of the various races within the Demon King's domain, the very figures witnessed in the morning court, appear unlikely to instigate any rebellion, thus alleviating any concerns on that front. At least, Ila believes that this is a situation where the residents can endure some hardship for the time being. It is, indeed, a dire circumstance. Helena spoke earnestly, addressing the situation with utmost seriousness. She declared, "I shall report this to the Dark Lord. It seems imperative that the formation of the hunting party be expedited. I will elaborate on this matter in tomorrow's morning meeting." Understanding her words, Lime appeared to reflect for a moment before inquiring, "When will Mr. Ira's fertilizer be ready for use? What can we expect from the harvest next quarter?" Regrettably, Helena was not well informed on this topic either. As she walked toward the kitchen exit, she replied, "I am uncertain, but the harvest for next quarter, at the latest by the following quarter, will surely be significantly better than now." Upon hearing Helena's words, Lime visibly relaxed and remarked, "Please extend my gratitude to Mr. Ira." "No, I shall personally thank Mr. Ira later. The entire dominion of the Dark Lord should express their appreciation to Lord Ira." As Helena stepped out of the kitchen, she was taken aback to see Ira waiting outside. Initially startled, she quickly regained her composure and, adhering to her maid's etiquette, curtsied while asking, "Good afternoon, Lord Ira. Have you come to see Mr. Lime?" "No, I have come to see you," Ira replied bluntly. "Let me touch your tail." "What? No, that is not what I meant. Please, grant me some of your mana." Ira corrected himself with a calm demeanor amidst Helena's shy surprise. Though, in truth, such a request was rather peculiar. Chapter 21. The Demon Regulator. The phrase, "Please give me your mana," carries implications that extend beyond its literal meaning, and it first gained popularity within the empire before spreading throughout the continent. In a conventional sense, the birth of offspring is generally believed to arise from the intertwining of the parents' bloodlines and corresponding souls, mana. This notion explains why noble children typically marry only those of other esteemed lineages. Thus, the expression "give me your mana" is akin to "give me your deoxyribonucleic acid." Yet it is phrased in a manner that is not easily misconstrued. While it can be deliberately twisted to imply something else, in most cases, the parties engaged in conversation do not venture in that direction. Is it related to the regent? In response to this inquiry from Selena, Ira nodded and expressed his curiosity regarding whether the mana possessed by someone like Takapu, who possesses unique talents, differs from that of ordinary succubi. Can I consider this as a reward related to fertilizer? After a moment of hesitation, Selena suggested this. It was quite audacious, for although they had not thoroughly discussed what reward should be given to Ira, it was indisputable that such a reward should not be dismissed outright. "Very well," Ira replied, without hesitation, catching Selena by surprise. She raised her gaze, perplexed by his swift response, only to have her tail captured in his grasp. Upon the warmth of his palm making contact with her tail, Selena's body quivered involuntarily. Oh, if previously Takapu's strange cries had gone unnoticed, now Ira disregarded Selena's soft gasp and the breathy sighs accompanying her mana extraction. He drew forth a considerable amount of mana, though he promptly released his grip. "Oh, Lord Ira, such sudden actions are rather excessive," Selena murmured, her cheeks flushed as she chided him. Ira glanced at her, who was looking at him with a rosy complexion, and simply stated, "I do not require any reward. If you wish to repay me, just remember this moment when the time comes for the Demon Lord's domain to betray me." This statement seemed to serve as both a reassuring dismissal of Selena's concerns and a reflection of Ira's true feelings. For a moment, Selena was pulled from the peculiar sensation of mana being extracted. It appeared that Ira's mindset had been somewhat affected by the Empire's attitude. His words undoubtedly conveyed a desire for the residents of the Demon Lord's domain to remember his actions, rather than seeking tangible compensation. To treat others sincerely and thus expect genuine reciprocation is not an unreasonable expectation. Indeed, it could even be deemed somewhat humble. "That day will never come," Selena assured him, bowing her head respectfully. If there ever comes a time when you wish to leave the demon lord's domain, we shall never stand in your way. This represents the utmost commitment a maid supervisor can make. However, it is evident in their interactions that Selena possesses far greater authority than a typical maid. As Selena spoke, a voice familiar to both of them echoed from the other side. Indeed, it is quite impossible for monsters to thwart a governor's efforts, isn't it? Vera approached from the end of the corridor, playfully adjusting her oversized mage's hat, adding, if I were to envision such a scenario, it could only be one where Ilya pierces through the obstructing army. This assertion holds some truth. Indeed, if Ilya were to depart, no one could hinder her. Vera seemed to have been eavesdropping on Ilya and Selena's conversation for quite some time. Curiously observing Selena, whose cheeks still bore a rosy hue, she inquired, is that what it feels like to have mana extracted by a governor? What about on the battlefield? As she spoke, her mind wandered, contemplating the monsters that harvest lives and mana in the chaos of war. Their demise might not be less agonizing than that of any typical adventurer, especially if it were a simultaneous experience of ecstasy and death. Lost in her musings, Vera, driven by her insatiable curiosity as a mage, decided she must experience it herself. She extended her pale, almost ash-colored arm toward Ilya, stating, please accept my mana. Undoubtedly, she wished for Ilya to extract her mana. Interestingly, she deliberately employed the most easily misinterpreted terminology within the Empire, which could also imply accept my deoxyribonucleic acid. It is hard to believe this was unintentional. Although Ilya understood Vera's misunderstanding, he was puzzled by her multitude of thoughts. He placed his hand upon Vera's arm, saying, then, please do not resist. Extracting the lich's magical energy from Vera's body, he sensed the mana flowing through his wing column and remarked, yet, perhaps only succubi have a peculiar reaction to mana extraction. Ilya intentionally spoke this after he had already begun the extraction. After all, it was mana that was freely offered, and there was no reason for him to refrain from gathering it, regardless of how one perceives it. If the act of extracting mana from monsters on the battlefield could elicit sensations akin to those experienced by succubi during their mana extraction, then the governor's authority might seem diminished. It certainly did not appear as imposing. Vera, being a lich, possessed mana of exceptional quality, reminiscent of a half-dragon lich dealt with during wartime. Ilya distinctly recalled the pleasure he derived from utilizing the lich mana within his third wing column, ranged attack, at that time. Oh. This sensation, realizing that she would not bear the same expression as Selena, Vera felt a tinge of regret. She endeavored to find an appropriate term from her familiar lexicon, but ultimately could only express, it is quite novel and wondrous. More remarkably, how do you, the governor, distinguish between the mana I possessed as a lich and that which I held as a human? From my perspective, they are fundamentally similar. Intrigued, Vera gazed at the grayish-white mana coalescing in Ira's hands. Amidst the dissonance of her continuously expended magic, Vera inquired, Governor, why is it that one cannot utilize human mana, but only that of magical creatures? As Vera's curiosity lingered, Ira narrowed his eyes slightly, yet he ultimately resolved to elucidate. Why do you believe it is impossible? He posed. The inability to use humans as ammunition is a constraint imposed upon the governor, not a limitation. It is a matter of should not rather than cannot. This is my proposition and my design. As Ira articulated this, he contemplated something while observing Vera. He gently patted her shoulder and remarked, by erasing certain bites of the world spell inscribed within the talisman around my neck in a special manner, I could become an unrestrained governor. In that moment, Ira would truly transform into a fearsome practitioner, one to be dreaded, an official aligned with the magical creatures. Demons, a governor perhaps? Vera murmured to herself. Chapter 22. A smile of mixed emotions once again. The time for the morning assembly had arrived. What has always been referred to as the morning assembly should more appropriately be termed as court discussions, audiences, or morning meetings. Previously, during these gatherings, Ila had no chair to sit upon. However, now provisions had been made for him. Vera patted the empty seat beside her, signaling for Ila to join her. Despite her intentions remaining a mystery, Ila had never been one to sit amongst his peers. Instead, he single-handedly maneuvered a lounge chair to a corner of the hall, taking a seat against the wall. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe everyone present. His peculiar actions drew the attention of all the demon lords. Yet Ila had no intention of responding. He merely exchanged nods with those around him. Yawning, as was customary, Satan Leaf occupied the throne designated for the demon king, surveying the assembly below. It was then that her gaze fell upon Ila in the corner, causing her to tilt her head in perplexity. Just as she was about to inquire, Vera, perceptive as ever, interjected with an explanation, stating, Please do not mind. Ilar simply prefers to sit there. It is a privilege of the Chancellor. A privilege of the Chancellor. Did that mean that all Chancellors could occupy corners and observe the morning assembly? With only 4 corners in the room, how many would it take to fill them? Such thoughts crossed Satan Leaf's mind. Sensing her contemplation, Vera quickly elaborated. I refer to Ilar's title as Chancellor. The extraordinary profession of Chancellor, as we understand it, derives from Ilar's position within the Empire. He is an official overseeing state affairs, possessing the authority to act solely under the monarch's jurisdiction without accountability to anyone else. Should he wish to apprehend an official, he may do so first and seek the emperor's approval afterward. Such is his privilege, a privilege granted by King Yusef. As Vera articulated her explanation, the demons unfamiliar with the empire were left in stunned silence, for they had never fathomed the extent of Ilar's status within the realm. Such a degree of privilege, under any imperial regime, would, in any other individual's hands, spell disaster. However, Ilar's subsequent actions and accomplishments validated his entitlement to such privileges, in a certain light. This also reflected Yusef's keen judgment of character. Yet, one might question the relevance of the Chancellor's title to his cornered position. To this inquiry posed by Satan Leaf, Vera chuckled softly and continued to elaborate on Ilar, stating, in the Empire, should a traitor or someone wishing to betray the realm be present during a meeting, his placement there allows for immediate detection. As Vera extolled Ilar's virtues, an unease spread among all present, whether they resembled the golem-like constructs or the insectoid beings. Their demeanor appeared to stiffen, and a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Certainly, this does not signify any treachery on their part, regardless of whether they are traitors. There are typically 2 manifestations in such circumstances. One is the discomfort of not wishing to be perceived as a traitor, and the other is the calm demeanor of someone who, being righteous, fears not the shadows cast upon them. Thus, regardless of the type of individual, their true nature cannot be discerned merely by observation. Vera's understanding is partially derived from hearsay and partly from her own baseless conjectures. Do not take her words to heart. She is merely fabricating tales. In response to Ilya's remarks, Vera blinked her eyes in confusion and retorted, It's not mere fabrication. During my time in the Empire, I heard a self-proclaimed grand sorcerer on the streets say that you are the court magician. Do you not have a sense of whether the person you encountered was indeed a magician or merely a charlatan spinning tales? Amid Ilya's teasing, it seemed that the customary segment of What You May Not Know About Ilya featuring Vera Yemeniasados had finally come to an end. Well, it has indeed been quite some time. Satan Leaf, feeling a slight pang of hunger, realized that the time had progressed beyond early morning to simply morning. She routinely inquired, So, does anyone have matters to report? Regarding this, discussions had already taken place yesterday. The vegetables within the Demon King's realm had dwindled to mere carrots, while the castle's share still comprised carrots and cloud vegetables. The meat, eggs, and dairy within the castle also required careful planning, and the inhabitants of the Demon King's territory had entirely exhausted their provisions of meat. In response to Lime's statement, Satan Leaf fell silent, glancing at the ghostly glasses maiden, and asked her, when is the next trading convoy expected to arrive? The ghostly maiden seemed uncertain as she turned to the vampire girl. In 5 days, the vampire girl replied. Just as the ghostly maiden was responsible for the territory's finances, she appeared to bear the duties of trade and diplomacy, adding, however, those territories that have recently submitted will gradually begin to contribute resources, at which point the urgency of supplies may diminish. In other words, we need to endure for another 5 days? My lord, I propose we reassemble a hunting party to procure meat for our territory's reserves, while also clearing the surrounding fauna to assist in the expansion of farms and pastures, Helena suggested, directing her gaze toward the royal black knight and the headless black flame knight. Starting today, we shall select candidates for the hunting party, and tomorrow we can commence hunting and food distribution. The 2 armored figures appeared to have no objections, merely nodding in agreement. Very well. The hunting party will be entrusted to Helena. Is there anything else? Thus, Satan Leaf finalized this matter, yet Ilya felt it was somewhat trivial. Logically, a list of candidates should have been designated and then submitted to Satan Leaf for approval, as this would have been the most reasonable course of action. Nevertheless, the sentiment remains. As long as Satan Yi can be trusted by all, and as long as everyone can honor this profound trust akin to that of a carefree steward, then the swift agreement on a solution to resolve the issues at hand is indeed profoundly justified. Some of the little fairies remarked that the fertilizer, as mentioned by Lord Ila, no longer carries an unpleasant odor. Meanwhile, the other leaders, who were not well versed in matters concerning fertilizer, cast puzzled glances in Ila's direction. Fertilizer. if memory serves, has not been traded by the merchant caravan for quite some time. Has it, Mr. Ila? Might you share any insights regarding fertilizer with us? Satan Yi inquired. However, given her status, there was no necessity for her to pose such a question. Contemplating this, Ila chose to remain silent, merely nodding in response. He then gazed at the exuberant Satan Yi as she recounted the events of that day to everyone, uncertain of what expression to wear. Yet, perhaps a bemused smile was the most fitting response after all. Chapter 23. Fishing and candor. It appeared strikingly similar to the purchased fertilizer. As Vera remarked this, she stood outside with Ira, Satan Leaf, and Selena, observing the goblins utilizing homemade fertilizer, essentially a diluted mixture sprinkled onto the soil. When fertilizing prior to planting, one need not be overly concerned. Mixing fertilizer with the soil before plowing ensures its fertility. However, the situation was different now. Fertilizing during the cultivation of crops is referred to as top dressing, and it is advisable to first mix the fertilizer with water, otherwise, it might lead to the demise of the crops. Ira was uncertain about the specific proportions and methods of fertilization. To put it plainly, he had never truly set foot in the Empire's farmlands. Aside from the battlefield, his energies were consumed in the court, contending with those insufferable nobles. Nevertheless, the creatures, both the fairies and goblins, had previously employed fertilizers, thus they possessed the wisdom to utilize the newly produced fertilizer. Indeed, the Empire's original understanding of fertilizer was rather rudimentary, a mere scattering of excrement onto the land. Years ago, it had been improved to its current state. As Ira reflected on this, he watched the fairies and goblins laboring under the warm winter sun and remarked, "The process of fertilization is hardly captivating." Just as he was about to articulate further, he noticed a goblin wobbling and about to fall to the ground. With a swift stride, he rushed forward, catching the faltering goblin before anyone else could react. After helping the goblin regain its balance, Ira scrutinized its somewhat gaunt features, even among its kin, pondering, malnutrition, compounded by overexertion? Guh. Lord Ira. The goblin appeared distinctly uneasy, its voice trembling with fear as it took a couple of steps back, stammering. "Though I understand you now, no, I apologize, but..." The goblin's hesitation was not born from fear of Ira's status, for it regarded Satan Leaf and the others with respect and reverence. Undoubtedly, it had encountered Ira on the battlefield. This phenomenon was common in the Demon King's domain. Nearly all who had seen battle seemed afflicted by a condition known as Iraphobia, shivering at the sight of his face. "Lord Ira. He is one of those who stirred the fertilizer. We have already permitted him to rest." The fairies indicated that this goblin had been previously assigned to assist in mixing fertilizer. He need not have participated in this fertilization effort, yet he chose to work voluntarily. No one urged him, no one compelled him, and certainly, no one wielded a whip, yet he toiled on. Was this folly? Or did their sovereign truly inspire such dedication? At least, in their eyes, it was the latter. Ira gazed at the concerned expressions of Satan Leaf and Selena, unable to suppress a light chuckle, before turning his attention to the calm, yet dull Vela. Indeed, such an attitude towards commoners is characteristic of a typical imperial citizen. Alas, Ira couldn't help but exclaim, and in response to Vela's inquiry, "Ira, why are you sighing?" He shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. I am merely pondering other matters." What matters?" Satan Leaf inquired, blinking her eyes, her wings fluttering behind her in eager anticipation of Ira's words, appearing far too innocent to resemble a demon lord. "I am contemplating the fishing industry," Ira stated, providing an example. "In my recollection, coastal cities generally rely on seafood as a primary food source. However, this does not seem to be the case in the demon lord's domain." In response, Vela nodded. Having been born by the imperial coast, her childhood memories were filled with the consumption of sea fish and kelp, though her family's prosperous circumstances allowed for ample meat consumption as well. Fishing? That has always been the domain of the Naga, merfolk, and Gorgons, who offered their catch to the demon lord's realm. The ports in the demon lord's territory serve as war and trade ports. Fishing has never been conducted there, Satan Leaf remarked, her eyes lighting up as she added, "Oh, we could start fishing as a source of meat, right? After all, trade has yet to resume, and the war is nearly over. Would that be permissible? For reasons unknown." Satan Leaf, as the demon lord, still sought the opinions of Selena and Ira with the question, would that be permissible? Who, one might wonder, was truly the demon lord, and who the subordinate? To this, Vela simply shrugged and replied, "Well, Ira, that is precisely what she means. She is merely showing respect for your authority as the demon lord by consulting you." As she spoke, Vela playfully poked Ira's side, prompting him to look at her in confusion. She continued, "Moreover, Ira, in order to uphold your authority, certainly would not choose to speak of this in the morning, but rather in this clandestine manner. What do you mean by clandestine? Should it not be termed as offering counsel? Ira mused, his expression one of bemusement. Sighing with a hint of exasperation, Vela remarked, "Alas, you and Isabella are truly awkward. Despite the mutual trust between you, you are unable to fully embrace it." Ira fell silent for a moment, aware that he might not be able to convey the intricacies to Vela, so he merely stated, "Some matters within the court cannot be resolved solely through mutual trust. I trust Isabella wholeheartedly, yet I also comprehend that she cannot place complete trust in me. As she bears responsibility for the empire, Isabella trusts me to trust her, yet she understands that she cannot allow my power to grow excessively, for my influence is one she can wield at any moment." In articulating this, Ira presented a complex notion, not expecting Vela to grasp it entirely. But to simplify, as a subordinate, he must fulfill the obligations expected of him. What nonsense is this? Since Isabella is aware of your loyalty to her and the empire, what is the necessity of suppressing you? Your logic is utterly flawed, Vera exclaimed, completely baffled by the concept of being responsible to the empire. She waved her hand in annoyance and remarked, "In any case, we need not ponder such matters here in the Demon Lord's territory, right? The Demon Lord is rather foolish and easily manipulated." Vera expressed her thoughts. Satan Yi, perplexed by Vera's words, turned his gaze towards her after hearing the confusion in his companion's voice. He then glanced at the seemingly oblivious and steadfast Selina before returning his attention to Vera. "Indeed, perhaps I should gradually endeavor to be more straightforward and candid. After all, Satan Ye's endearing foolishness is quite charming." It seemed that Ilya concurred with Vera's perspective. Satan Yi mused, "Why is no one speaking up for me? Selina, why don't you say something nice about me? Do I truly appear so foolish yet endearing? Regardless, I shall just say something to fill the void." Meow meow meow. Chapter 24. The tide as Ilar traversed the salt pans. Crafted from stone bricks and attended by the diminutive imps, a breathtaking vista unfolded before him. A vast expanse of azure sea and golden sands, a scene of unparalleled beauty. The rhythmic sound of waves caressing the shore was a melodious symphony. The weather today was splendid, graced by the precious sun of winter. The coldest days had long passed, and spring was on the horizon, promising warmer days ahead. Ilar mused that the coastal bounty would soon flourish. As he trod upon the soft sands, observing the crabs scuttling about and the seabirds soaring above, he was inexplicably reminded of videos from his past life depicting the art of tide gathering. Should he attempt to gather from the sea? The coastal dwellers would seize the opportunity during low tide to scour the sands for buried shellfish and explore the rocky outcrops for marine life, typically yielding an abundance of nutritious seafood. Contemplating this, Ilar deemed it a prudent endeavor to temporarily supplement the meat reserves within the Demon Lord's domain with shellfish, which, in essence, required no specialized skill, merely the ability to dig and unearth the hidden treasures beneath the sandy mounds. However, before embarking on this venture, he needed to ascertain whether the quantity of shellfish on the beach warranted a proposal for the creatures to gather at a designated time, and he could not verify the edibility or density of the food sources. If the shells and sea urchins he retrieved were predominantly toxic, it would indeed be a rather amusing predicament. As he chanted, the essence of a certain succubus, residing within his spine, instantaneously affirmed its presence. Accompanied by the faint consumption of a segment of the incantation, a tattered, grayish pair of wings manifested behind him. The succubus, entwined with the world's incantations and symbolizing the mana of the creatures, facilitated communion with the world tree. Upon this invocation, a pair of ethereal succubus wings materialized at Ilar's sides, a wondrous amalgamation of lavender and pink mana rapidly coalescing from the very fabric of existence, forming a long whip reminiscent of a rose vine. This was the fourth pillar, melee, at the moment the wings unfurled. The weaponry aligned with the mana of the creatures would likewise materialize, and the succubus, without doubt, manifested as a whip. Go! With a commanding shout, Ilar wielded the long whip, channeling mana whose origins remained uncertain, whether from Selina or Titi. As he swung the whip, the principles of the ability he had grasped became evident, the intertwining pink and purple mana cascading forth like a shockwave. This mana seemed devoid of destructive power. While it swept across a broad expanse of sand, it did not scorch the ground or turn the gravel into shimmering, transparent glass as the might of the Crimson Dragon would. Just as the Crimson Dragon possesses its own unique combat style, so too does the succubus embody a distinct manner of engagement in battle. Rustle, rustle. After Ilya unleashed a seemingly purposeless display of mana, a mere 10 seconds later, accompanied by the tremors of the sand, Numerous white and yellow noses emerged from the surface. They were densely packed, occasionally extending out from the sand and then retracting to a degree that could easily overwhelm those afflicted with a fear of clusters. As Ilya approached slowly, he gently reached out and pulled from the grains a long, clam-like creature, as well as a couple of shells that appeared rather different. It seemed that the coastal foraging was quite successful, if such a bounty could be found in this season. Perhaps this activity could serve as a stable source of protein for the demon lord's domain, though its safety remained uncertain. As Ilya contemplated this, he poked at a shellfish, watching its flesh withdraw upon contact. Sensing something, he turned to look behind him. There, Vela was gliding towards him, or rather, floating. Vela likely wished to avoid sand in her shoes and preferred not to walk on the beach, thus casting a levitation spell upon herself. While there was nothing inherently wrong with her choice, one might wonder if her use of magic was becoming excessive. You're just in time. Could you help me determine if these seafood items are toxic? Ilya requested. Vela paused, momentarily bewildered by the inquiry. She had merely come to engage Ilya in conversation and pointed to herself in confusion, asking, "Do you want me to test for poison?" However, while a lich is an excellent material that cannot die, it is precisely this quality that renders them incapable of discerning the toxicity of food. I did not mean for you to test the poison, Ilya clarified. Did you not grow up in a port city? Use your knowledge to assess it. Well, I am not a commoner, I am a noble, she replied, her reasoning valid. After all, Vela, as a noble, was likely unaware of which seafood was edible and which was not. Her role was merely to consume. Perhaps her understanding of the toxicology of marine life was not as profound as Ilya's. Nonetheless, for magical beings, the situation posed little issue. Even if something were toxic, it would not be as lethal as it would be to humans. At worst, they could simply be cured. We could always test the poison on the lesser demons, Vela suggested, as she helped to gather the clams and shells that were exposed to the air. Observing Ilya's tattered succubus wings, she remarked, "No matter how many times I see it, the governor is quite absurd." As she expressed this sentiment, Vela's gaze swept over Ilya's neck. "About what you mentioned yesterday, the world spell regarding the inability to extract human mana. When do you plan to remove it?" "Oh, so Vela came to discuss this matter?" Ilya pondered if she was merely acting on orders. Realizing something, he glanced at Vela, dismissing his speculation. No, it was certainly not some directive from people like Selena or Satan Leaf that prompted Vela to inquire. Vera's words and actions stem from her own will. It seems that during her time after defection, she genuinely grew fond of the realm inhabited by these creatures. I have yet to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Ira responded with remarkable calmness, casting the seafood in his hand into the mana bag woven with magical energy that Vera had crafted. He remarked, "A governor cannot treat humans as mere ammunition. This was my proposal to Isabella, a significant pact between us. For a governor is a role that wields the power of monsters to combat monsters. When a governor can extract human mana to slay fellow humans, the very essence of their significance in the world is altered. The slaughter of one's own kind can incite intense emotional upheaval, ultimately leading to the governor's alienation. However, based on my understanding of Isabella, if you have already departed from the empire and are now waging war against the duchy," Vera continued, extending a finger. Noting the dreadful expression on Ira's face, she concluded her thought. "She would undoubtedly disregard the pact before you, wouldn't she?" This is Vera's interpretation. But according to Ira's understanding, well, both share a clear perception of Isabella. Chapter 25. Dinner together. However, Mr. Ira, the razor clam is toxic, and the small clams harbor considerable malevolent mana. The purple sea urchin is also poisonous during winter, despite being a delicacy in spring and summer. The translucent green lime remarked as he meticulously selected the inedible seafood. Indeed, Ira had previously overlooked this. Although Vela hailed from a noble family unaccustomed to manual labor, Mr. Lime, as a professional chef, possessed profound knowledge about which seafood was toxic and which was safe to consume. The remaining catch was ample. Enough would be reserved for the castle, while the surplus would be distributed within the demon lord's domain, sufficient to sustain everyone until the next trading convoy. Lime expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he discarded the selected seafood through a door in the kitchen. The distinct sound of a splash indicating it had likely fallen into a connected water basin. Pondering the contents behind those wooden doors, Ira's curiosity was piqued, and he inexplicably felt an urge to open one, imagining an endless expanse of grassland beyond. "By the way, how did you manage to unearth so many shellfish this morning?" Lime inquired, clearly aware that the monsters within the demon lord's territory also favored marine resources to supplement their meat supply. However, they had not anticipated the need for beachcombing, and with the aquatic monsters possessing fully developed fishing talents, they primarily consumed fish. The principle of relying on one's environment for sustenance is a fundamental truth that all sentient beings understand. Should the food crisis persist, Selena and Satania would likely contemplate converting their war ports and trading vessels to accommodate fishing. Though they lacked the expertise of the sea-dwelling creatures and did not engage in the laborious task of beachcombing, as they were unaware of the potential to harness the succubus's powers. Speaking of which, could such extensive capture utilizing mana truly be classified as beachcombing? It neither required salting clam holes nor quick digging. If this continues, a state of abundance in seafood would soon be achieved. Although it would be prudent to remind everyone not to harvest juvenile specimens after a time. This is also what I wish to convey. With the employment of succubus abilities, one could effortlessly coax shellfish to emerge from the sand. Perhaps, to alleviate immediate needs, a few succubus maids could be dispatched to collaborate with other creatures. As Ira spoke, observing Lime's dawning comprehension, he continued, "However, I may have forgotten one crucial detail: our spice reserves are lacking, which may hinder our ability to mask any fishy odors." "Mr. Ira, do you reside inland?" "Inland? What of it?" "In the Empire. I suppose I have always lived in an inland city," Ira replied, nodding slightly in response to Lime's inquiry, a hint of confusion evident in his demeanor. In truth, the briny scent of fresh shellfish is not particularly strong. Rather, it is often a result of transportation or inadequate storage. Moreover, there are indeed some spices involved. As Lime expressed this, it was evident that his mood was quite buoyant. He gently ushered Ira out of the kitchen, remarking, "The Demon Lord has quite an affinity for roasted delicacies. This evening, I shall prepare a barbecue for you to relish. Do look forward to it." For some reason, Ira felt a twinge of confusion at Lime's words. What did he mean by "for you"? After all, he was not dining with Satan Leaf that evening. "Ira, my dear," came Satan Leaf's voice from behind. Startled, Ira turned to see Satan Leaf following Selena, who appeared to have her own purpose for approaching. Was she seeking something to eat? "Just in time. I have a matter to discuss with you." It seemed she was indeed looking for him. Acknowledging this, Ira nodded, encouraging Satan Leaf to proceed. He noticed her tail, extended and swaying slightly from side to side. Monsters, much like many animals, exhibit traits that reflect their emotions. However, Ira was not well versed in the nuances of small creatures. In his previous world, he had not kept cats or dogs, leaving him uncertain about what Satan Leaf might be thinking. Was it curiosity or something else altogether? "May we share dinner this evening? I have some inquiries I wish to make." With this statement, Satan Leaf transformed Lime's earlier boast into a reality, making it indeed a matter of preparing a barbecue for you. However, Ira felt no need to decline. "Of course, or rather, if you wish to ask something, feel free to do so at any time," Ira remarked, unconsciously omitting any conditions, no longer adding stipulations such as long as it pertains to combat or mana. "No need. We can discuss it later this evening." Notably, Satan Leaf was truly adorable, perpetually maintaining a facade of strength and seriousness. Yet, Ira was aware that she had once succumbed to despair, contemplating using her own life to cause the Empire a final inconvenience. At this moment, however, she seemed to have fully recovered. The self-regulatory abilities of monsters are indeed far superior to those of humans, who often become ensnared in their own dilemmas. While attributing Satan Leaf's state to her self-regulation, Ira remained oblivious to the fact that the most significant change in the Demon Lord's domain was his arrival. He turned to Selena and remarked, "It appears that I had utilized your mana earlier." Selena instinctively touched her face, the crimson hue still lingering, and said somewhat helplessly, "Indeed. At that time, I was in the midst of instructing the errant maidens when you suddenly extracted my mana." Reflecting on this, Ira nodded. He envisioned Selena, initially gently correcting the maids for their mistakes, suddenly interrupted by his extraction of her magical energy. Her face turning red as she struggled to suppress any peculiar sounds amid the strange sensation. It felt rather unsettling. "I apologize. Perhaps I should have informed you in advance or opted for a different mana from another creature." As Ira expressed this, he was somewhat oblivious to the sensations associated with a succubus being drained of mana. Yet he could easily surmise that if anything peculiar were to occur in a public setting as a result, it would undoubtedly be quite embarrassing. However, if my mana could indeed assist Lord Ira, I see no harm in its continued use. Despite Selena's words, the restless and quivering tale behind her betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Truly, monsters are fascinating beings. "So, do you wish for me to persist in its use, or would you prefer that I cease?" Succubi are indeed enigmatic creatures. Chapter 26. The barbecue festival. The seafood in this world is quite similar to that of Earth. The creature known as the purple sea spike resembles a sea urchin, albeit with softer spines reminiscent of a rambutan. A portion of the succubus maids was summoned for, well, is it called gathering seafood? As Titania munched on shrimp akin to a flying fish, she echoed Ira's suggestion, the aroma of the barbecue causing her to squint in delight. Actually, Mr. Ira, you could simply speak directly with Selena, she remarked, her tail wagging joyfully, seemingly having reached the pinnacle of trust in Ira in such a short span of time. As for summoning the monsters, you can just tell the little fairies directly. There's no need to ask me each time. However, this was not solely due to Ira's peculiarities, or rather, it was not merely because of Ira's uniqueness. What was truly exceptional was Satania, the demon lord who possessed a rather limited understanding of authority and responsibility. No way, Ira declared seriously while enjoying the seafood skewers and the other monster leaders present. Yes, because Mr. Lime had informed everyone about the barbecue. They had all come, preventing the situation from devolving into a mere gathering of two and a maid. Oh, come on, there's nothing wrong with this. Ah, it's delicious, interjected Vela, holding a handful of skewers, showcasing her colleagues to Ira. Everyone is doing this. Yet no one believes anyone would pose a threat to the demon lord. Indeed, in stark contrast to the Empire, and even the world at large, this place might truly be a realm of genuine fantasy. Fear not, Mr. Ira, we are aware of your good intentions. The construct leader, essentially a golem, spoke while. Well, rather than simply eating skewers, he was shoving grilled shellfish into his head and then disassembling it to absorb the mana. In a sense, that could also be considered eating. It was certainly true that the patrols of the Death Knights required no prior notification. Even so, no one would believe that the Death Knights would pose any danger to the Demon Lord. The Headless Knight of Black Flames remarked. This was the first time Ira had heard her voice, and it was also the first time he discovered that this Headless Knight was female. In that case, she either bound her chest or had been unfortunate enough in life that her armor required no special design. The black flames that replaced her head swirled and consumed a piece of shellfish. This could also be considered eating, perhaps. I brought my junior along without notifying the Demon Lord, said the enormous, bipedal beetle man. While the little spider girl he had brought to the barbecue curiously tilted her head, unsure of what her uncle and his colleagues were discussing about her. Indeed, sharing a barbecue is akin to a familial gathering, reminiscent of the most intimate and unpretentious meals shared among kin. Understanding this sentiment, Ira found himself at a loss for words as he ladled a bowl of clam-like shellfish stew and instinctively offered a spoonful to Satan Yi. Ah, the Demon King. Ira observed quietly as Satan Yi contentedly savored the clam soup, still unsure of what to articulate, reminiscent of past encounters when Isabella would sometimes question him. Can you not instruct me? Must you always intervene? In response, he would merely lapse into silence, veiling personal matters with official discourse, presenting her with the latest round of inquiries. Why must I XXX? And what benefits arise from the implementation of XXX? For Isabella was the monarch, and Ira could neither surpass nor wish to bypass her authority. The Demon King's realm was replete with abundant shellfish resources, previously untouched by large-scale harvesting, allowing for a sense of security in undertaking such endeavors. He pondered whether any little fairies would be willing to lead this initiative. Gathering some low-tier demons would suffice for the task at hand. As Ira contemplated, 5 small fairies, their faces glistening with grease from their meal, exchanged glances until one boldly volunteered, exclaiming, I shall do it. Lacking assistance from others, her words were brief. Ira regarded the little fairy perched on the table. Gently taking a napkin to wipe her mouth, he said, then, Selena, persuade 2 or 3 succubi capable of employing widespread charm, whose allure can penetrate a certain thickness of sand, to assist you. Selena responded affirmatively, though her lips twitched as Ira's tone bore a significant undertone of command, prompting her to instinctively reply in a manner reminiscent of her previous interactions with the former Demon King, attempting to alleviate the tension. What I mean is, leave it to me. This felt more natural, and it was precisely this reason that made Ira reluctant to issue directives. Thus, it was decided, a reminder for the goblins to be wary of rising tides and the lurking beasts of the shore, while any diminutive sea creatures could be promptly returned to the ocean. As Ira spoke, he meticulously wiped the grease from the fairy's mouth, assuring, task completion is guaranteed. The exuberant little fairy zipped back to her companions, inciting a flurry of envy-laden chatter among the others due to Ira's assistance. Why must the smaller ones be tossed back? No, I'm merely curious. This is not an interrogation. The ghostly glasses-wearing fairy inquired, pushing her spectacles with the unsoiled palm of her hand, peering at Ira with inquisitive eyes. Her thoughts seemed to echo the sentiment that even the smallest morsels are still sustenance. This practice would ensure that the bounty of the beach would not diminish too rapidly. Though inevitable, It resembled the principle of releasing a few small fish while fishing. As Ira spoke, he observed the expressions of those around him and realized that even in this world, the little fish were not spared in the pursuit of fishing. How pitiful they were. "Mr. Ira, I have something I wish to inquire about, and it seems everyone is present," said Satan Leaf, mindful of her initial invitation to dinner with Ira. Had she anticipated that Mr. Lime would extend the invitation to all, she would not have sought Ira out herself. "If I desire to reclaim lost territories, would you assist me, Mr. Ira?" The phrase reclaim lost territories was unequivocal, signifying the need to discipline the rebellious monsters and subsequently wrest back the lands that once belonged to the Demon King from the Empire. Should Ira choose to assist, it would imply opposition to the Empire. The atmosphere became tense as all awaited Ira's response, or perhaps his wrath. Yet, the only one seemingly untroubled was Vela, who appeared to have perceived the entirety of the situation. "Indeed, if we can ensure the discipline of the monsters," Ira remarked nonchalantly, articulating simply, "as long as we can guarantee that, post-unification, the common folk of the Empire and the monsters hold equal status, I would be willing to contribute to the Empire's downfall." Chapter 27. The Wild Little Fairy. What kind of person is Ira? This is a mystery even to most citizens of the Empire, and perhaps even to Ira himself. However, his former colleagues, or the king to whom he pledged allegiance, might possess a vague understanding. Vela can only grasp a fraction of this truth. Yet she can affirm that Ira is certainly not loyal to the Empire. One might argue that he harbors hopes for the Empire to evolve into a prosperous and equitable realm, or that he remains faithful to the friendship he shared with the late Emperor Yusef. It could even be said that his fondness for young maidens leads him to loyalty towards Isabella. However, it must not be claimed that he is loyal to the Empire. For Vela has heard Ira assert more than once that if the Empire were ever to tread a disastrous path, he would personally ensure its demise. Given that such statements often arise in the heat of quarrels with nobles, one might speculate they are mere expressions of frustration. Nonetheless, this indicates that Ira holds little respect for the Empire, and indeed for humanity as a whole. In such a case, there might truly be a chance to accomplish that ultimate goal, should it be achievable. Perhaps it can be. It must be. It absolutely can be. The Philosopher's Stone. As Vela awoke from a half-dreaming state, her eyes fluttered open. Her dark mage robe hung loosely around her, barely covering a small portion of her body. The contrast between the black robe and her flawless lich form could only be likened to an artistic representation of white and black. What time is it? Vela pondered as she adjusted her robe, then nestled deeper beneath her covers. Although winter was nearing its end, the chill in the air felt particularly bitter today. As a magic-based profession, she was more susceptible to cold, heat, and pain than her physical counterparts, as mana was not utilized to fortify her flesh. Yet that was merely a minor concern. Liches do not need to cherish their corporeal form. Yawning, Vela extended her pale hand from the warmth of her blankets, the azure ring upon her finger glimmering with light. Lazily, she began to chant, "Servants born of entanglement, creation that points to the mist." Accompanied by her gentle incantation, a ghostly blue mana flowed from the ring, swirling like dancing fireflies, gradually sketching a form in the air, seemingly humanoid. Yet her recitation was far from complete. With the trigger of her words, she awakened the myriad texts within her mind, bridging the barriers of the world, outlining the model of the spell. Using her own magical power as the catalyst to draw forth the mana flowing within the network of the world tree. Imagination, degradation, silence, shaping, elevation, immortality, mind, 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 forsaking the mother of life, denying the branches of the soul. Arise, O creature born for me. As the final bite was transmitted, the spell was unleashed, the arcane servants. With the arcane framework meticulously filled, 3 humanoid figures, reminiscent of Mr. Lime, materialized in Vera's chamber. Though composed of mana rather than the viscous form of Mr. Lime, their faces remained concealed. These arcane servants moved in accordance with Vera's will, executing actions autonomously without the need for verbal commands. They gently supported Vera, assisting her in adjusting her attire, attending to her ablutions, and facilitating her movements. Vera required no effort, merely surrendering herself like a limp doll to the ministrations of the arcane servants. This was the essence of a mage, or rather, a court magician wielding magic with impunity. "Vera, you have always had a penchant for the reckless use of magic," came Ila's voice from behind, supported by the arcane servants. Vera bore little resemblance to a noble lady. She appeared more akin to a thief escorted by villagers, those very arcane servants, to face judgment. Her languid and powerless demeanor evoked the image of someone paralyzed by fear. "What reckless use? I'm simply employing magic in a perfectly normal manner." Vera responded, regaining a semblance of clarity. She waved her hand, signaling the arcane servants to set her down, then tapped her ring to disperse them. If I can take it easy, I shall certainly do so. Humph. Ila chuckled lightly, while the little sprite perched on his shoulder observed the exchange with curiosity, sensing an unusually close rapport between the two. Indeed, the sprites had been absent that day and were unaware of Vera and Ila's long-standing acquaintance. Are you not having breakfast? I recall you once mentioned that skipping breakfast could lead to... What was it again? Vera inquired, though she could not quite remember the specifics of Ila's earlier admonition. Something about your stomach churning? However, as a lich, I need not worry. In response, Ila posed a counter-question. How do you know I haven't had breakfast? Vera replied, Did you eat? Ila admitted, in fact, no. Vera fell momentarily silent, her gaze drifting to the little sprite on Ila's shoulder. Seemingly struck by an idea, she asked, Did the sprite report something, prompting you to seek out the demon lord? Is it urgent? Indeed, you are correct, Ila nodded, speaking on behalf of the sprite, who seemed poised to speak. This little sprite mentioned encountering a wild sprite fleeing from danger this morning. It appears that the wild sprites reside in the forest near the demon lord's domain. It seems that Satan Leaf has yet to awaken, so the sprite relayed the message to me. The original clan of the wild sprites has been overtaken and enslaved by a swarm of giant bees, and they are seeking assistance from the demon lord. Without a doubt, this is a fortuitous development. Indeed, without the need for explanation from Ila, Vera understood this situation. Although there lingered a hint of schadenfreude in her thoughts, how splendid. Wild sprites in peril. It was undeniably a positive turn of events. The giant bees have enslaved the wild fairies, prompting the latter to seek assistance. Once the demon lord's domain resolves the issue with the giant bees, it will subsequently turn its attention to enslaving the fairies, as the demon lord's realm is in dire need of labor. Although this situation may seem akin to escaping from the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair, one must acknowledge that being a slave, a monster, under the demon lord is far more fortunate than living as a commoner in many other places. Moreover, it is worth noting that, logically speaking, apart from the various leaders qualified to attend the morning court within the demon lord's castle, all other residents of the demon lord's domain are considered his personal property. Thus, everyone is a slave. Hurry, save your comrades. With the little fairy, no larger than a palm, perched upon Ira's shoulder, directing her like a steed, she appears to be genuinely delighted, truly fond of this extraordinary human. Ira seems to be unlike any other human. Chapter 28. Ira's dream. I wish to see Satan Leaf, Ira announced, and almost immediately after his declaration, the 2 rows of dark knights guarding the entrance to the demon lord's chamber parted to allow Ira and Vela passage. Why? Why is this so? You all? No, never mind. Ira intended to voice his thoughts, but he quickly abandoned the notion, leading Vela and the little fairy perched on his shoulder through the grand doors of the demon lord's palace. Knock, knock, knock. Ira gently tapped on the door, which was adorned with exquisite patterns and appeared quite imposing. However, both he and Vela were unfazed by its grandeur. In fact, this door could be considered rather modest for a ruler. After all, the imperial palace of the king was a genuine palace, not merely a room within a castle where Satan Leaf lay asleep. Regardless of how opulent that room may be, it ultimately remained just a room. To put it plainly, this place could even be referred to as a bedchamber. After a brief wait, Ira received no response. However, as Satan Leaf's personal maid, Selena was expected to be accompanying her, and there was a whole entourage of maids attending to her needs. Shall we force our way in? Vela suggested, only to be met with incredulous glances from Ira and the little fairy. What kind of looks are those? I was merely jesting. As Vela quipped, the palace door swung open, revealing the impeccably dressed and tidy Selena, who nodded in acknowledgement and said, Good morning, Lord Ira, Miss Vela, and this little fairy. Good morning. Ira replied politely, despite having rushed over without breakfast. He greeted her with decorum. Another sunny day, and the wind is still. A flustered Vela quickly interjected, pointing at the little fairy and cutting short Ira's pleasantries. The little fairy says that wild fairies are in need of help. Giant wasps have taken over the nests of the wild fairies near the demon lord's territory, and they seek our assistance. Vela succinctly conveyed the situation. Though not entirely clear, as the little fairy had not grasped all the details, at least Selena was made aware of what transpired. I see. It appears to be a fortuitous opportunity to bolster the labor force of the demon lord's domain. Selena mused, then turned to Vela and Ira. Her brow furrowed in curiosity. So, are you planning to bring the demon lord to witness the battle? Should I awaken her? It seems the barbecue gathering yesterday lasted a bit too long. For a child, it is indeed rather late. Actually, I am here to consult with Satan Leaf, Ira replied, observing Selena's and Vela's exasperated expressions, mirroring his own frustration. I understand you may feel consultation is unnecessary, but I cannot fathom how I might muster the troops to eradicate the giant wasps without her input. Indeed, Ira finds himself perplexed. He struggles to comprehend the thoughts of others. In the absence of a directive, does he truly possess the capability to command the Black Knight, the Headless Horseman, or the insectoid to vanquish foes? The solution is rather simple. One merely needs to venture into the territories of the various leaders, seek out familiar faces, and convey the matter at hand. Selena remarked, lightly shaking her head with a soft chuckle, if a situation favors the Demon Lord, who would refuse your request? Lord Ira could certainly give it a try. So, should we awaken the Demon Lord? Ira, momentarily at a loss for words, felt a sense of unease. He endeavored to maintain his composure, adapting to the seemingly illogical dynamics of the Demon Lord's realm, where communication was unnecessary and one could act freely. During his days in the Demon Lord's domain, Ira encountered frequent expressions such as, "Oh, just go ahead," and "all right, no need to consult me." It appeared that Satan Leaf truly had no interest in the happenings within her territory. She seemed to accept straightforward reports like, "XXX has occurred, what should we do? Please advise," and was more inclined to consider responses akin to, "XXX has occurred, and I handled it in this manner," resulting in QQQQ. She displayed no concern that her subordinates acted according to their own judgment. One might argue that she exhibited no semblance of royal demeanor, lacking the decorum, etiquette, and common sense necessary for governing a nation, and displayed not a shred of accountability, only an overwhelming charm. How could such a ruler exist? What on earth was Satan Leaf thinking? Despite his internal doubts, Ira found himself smiling, a smile he could not quite comprehend, exclaiming, "Ha! In any case." Selena, roused Satan Leaf. She truly needs to witness or engage in practical combat. Selena narrowed her eyes, as if coming to a realization, and could not help but smile, responding, "Understood, Lord Ira. I shall awaken the Demon Lord at once." As Selena turned to enter the room, Ira let out a long sigh. "Ah, Ira, what were you just contemplating?" Vela inquired, her brow furrowed. "When you spoke, the manna around us stirred, as if it were rejoicing. What transpired?" In response, Ira glanced at her softly, chuckling as he replied, "I have come to understand certain truths, what I must do, what I cannot do, and the distinctions between my current self and my former self in the Empire." Under the watchful gaze of the Black Knight, Vela, like the others, turned her attention to Ira, asking, "What do you mean?" "I can do anything," Ira declared. Having fully grasped the essence of the situation, there was no need to seek the king's permission, no concern for the royal reputation. No need to contemplate the balance of power, nor any need to conceal one's abilities to maintain stability in the court. Everything is permissible. I am allowed to be my true self, to pursue all that I desire without restraint or concern, for even Satan himself would not take heed. Ira spoke thus, uttering words that would raise eyebrows in the Empire, yet he understood that no one would care. The galaxies upon his visage were undeniably authentic. He proclaimed, "This trust, though inferior to Isabella's, is far more untainted. It is a trust untainted by external influences." As Ira articulated this, he recognized that Vera comprehended his sentiment. In response to her proud expression of agreement, he declared, "I can achieve whatever I set my mind to. Thus I shall accomplish everything. Henceforth, I shall realize the dreams I have pursued throughout my life, not within the Empire, but in this dominion of the Demon Lord. Allow me to construct a realm where I can live with profound contentment." Chapter 29. Approaching Utopia in the Demon Lord's territory, the giant hornet resembles a large bee and stands approximately half a person's height. This classification is a human convention, as humanity tends to label all magical creatures as monsters. However, within the Demon Lord's realm, the creatures with a certain degree of intelligence are referred to as monsters, while those lacking intellect are designated as beasts. Although the terminology does not carry significant taboo, and errors in usage do not provoke ire, it is nonetheless practical to delineate these distinctions for ease of reference. Ira, accompanied by the headless knight of Black Flame, rode upon a single steed, as Ira had yet to master the art of horseback riding. Thus, the headless knight took the reins. After retrieving the still drowsy Satan Leaf, the trio, comprising Satan Leaf, Selena, and Ira, proceeded to the residence of the leaders of the Insectoid and Headless Knight factions, where they convened to mobilize the forces of both groups. To describe the process, it was remarkably devoid of bureaucratic entanglements. Ira elucidated the situation to the two leaders, allowing them the autonomy to decide how many troops to deploy. Even though they were unaware that this was Satan Leaf's directive, The arrangement allowed for an impressively swift and casual mobilization of forces. Were Ira harboring ulterior motives? They might have been deemed complicit in jeopardizing the Demon Lord's army. However, Ira's intentions were pure, thus earning a reputation for both promptness and decisiveness. The simplicity of a mere request, "Bring your men to assist me," could mobilize a contingent of troops, a phenomenon that was both astonishing and peculiar, raising questions regarding its safety. This very ease of coordination was likely the reason for the magical creature's relentless defeats prior to the emergence of an imperial governor. It is noteworthy that nearly every type of magical creature possesses combat prowess. Yet the primary fighting force of the Demon Lord's army comprises three races: the Headless Knights, cavalry units; Black Knights, infantry units; and the Insectoid tribe, which operates both on land and in the air. Nevertheless, neither the Black Knights nor the Headless Knights excel in combat within forested terrains. Thus, the inclusion of the Headless Knights in this endeavor primarily serves to facilitate the transportation of the Insectoids. Upon arrival at the designated location, the Headless Knights would encircle the target area, followed by an assault led by the Insectoids. Among the Insectoids, one could observe those resembling armored insects, possessing heads akin to beetles. These exemplify the quintessential combatants of the Insectoid race, specifically the melee-oriented Insectoid warriors. The beetle-like Insectoids are the most numerous, followed by those resembling spiders, centipedes, and scorpions. Although classified as Insectoids, Ira is well aware that they are not true insects but rather arthropods. Nonetheless, this distinction is trivial, as the Insectoid race might more aptly be termed carapace monsters. Ira vaguely recalls that during his time on the battlefield, aside from the precious and sparingly used wings of the Crimson Dragon, the most frequently utilized power stemmed from the Insectoid race. The fourth-wing pillars of the Insectoids are exceptionally versatile, capable of transforming into various forms. Given the opportunity, it would be prudent for Ira to acquire some Insectoid mana, subsequently requesting the Insectoid leader to explore its potential. However, as Ira contemplated, he cast his gaze upon the Headless Knight, the Black Flame, galloping ahead of him. A sudden thought crossed his mind. The second wing pillar of the Headless Knight proved exceptionally useful, capable of summoning an automated, intelligent steed akin to the Headless Warhorse. While Ira mused on this, a voice, reminiscent of a refined lady, emanated from the armor before him, engaging him in conversation. "Mr. Ira, the flesh and bones of the giant wasp are of no use to you or the Insectoid clan, are they?" "Not at all," Ira replied succinctly. "We have no use for them either," came the response from the Insectoid leader seated behind another Headless Knight. "Neither do we," chimed in the small fairy perched upon Ira's shoulder. "Thus, this bout of slaughter may serve to generate new Headless Knights. I shall inquire at the morning assembly whether anyone requires it. However, Little Black will undoubtedly need a physical form, for the undead. Incessant combat and bloodshed are the very essence of existence." The Black Flame Headless Knight articulated this, which fell well within Ira's expectations. As both Headless Knights and Black Knights were of the undead, the Headless Knight was the manifestation of a warrior's soul, while the Black Knight represented the indomitable body of a warrior, perfectly utilized, indeed. Of course, I refer to conventional circumstances. After expressing a yearning for battle, the Headless Knight immediately added, "If a ruler like you were to appear on the battlefield, it would be prudent to avoid such a theme of combat." Indeed, while numerous races among the fiends thrive on war, facing an absurd entity known as the ruler may render the speed of reinforcement inadequate against the pace of slaughter. Precision, efficiency, elegance, and indifference, these traits epitomize the character of the ruler. What differentiates the ruler from other professions is its specificity. The wizard seeks to explore magic and truth, with combat as a mere adjunct. The priest aims to heed the divine will, with battle as an afterthought. The warrior fights for the sake of battle, with killing as an ancillary concern. Thus, regardless of one's strength, altering the tide of war proves challenging. In wars stretching beyond human lifespans, tactics such as decapitation diminish in efficacy. Yet, only the ruler possesses the capacity to shift the dynamics of war. For its mass production and specificity were designed for efficient extermination of fiends, rendering it remarkably advantageous on the battlefield against such foes. As Ira pondered these thoughts, he heard Satan Leaf, who was holding the waist of the horse-riding Selena, pose a question. "Mr. Ira, regarding what you mentioned this morning, had it been during the Empire's reign, inquiries would have already begun regarding Ira's rebellious remarks. In the Empire's context, such words could lead to arrest and interrogation, with constant apprehension of imperial retribution. Yet here, Ira was assured that he would face no scrutiny whatsoever. Satan Leaf undoubtedly sought to ask something entirely different. rather than question his impoliteness toward the royal family. Ira emitted a sound of perplexity, prompting Satan Yi to inquire further. Indeed, this demon lord hesitated, posing only half of his question, allowing Ira an escape from an explanation he might not wish to give. What, pray tell, is the realm in which one can live with complete satisfaction? He queried. In response, Helena, gazing curiously at Satan Yi and the headless rider of black flames, the leader of the insect people, wondered aloud, is it permissible to ride well? Please refrain from looking around aimlessly. Ira, internally rolling his eyes, took a moment to gather his thoughts and replied, a place so powerful that no one dares to wage war against it. So peaceful that it does not engage in conflict with any nation, where everyone can eat to their fill, where no one must struggle for survival, and where no one abuses power to oppress others. In such a place, one can live joyfully without deceit or flattery. There exists much more, but that encapsulates the essence of it. Such conditions seemed somewhat familiar, yet the demon lord's domain was nearing such a state, pondered Satan Yi, filled with confusion. Indeed, aside from might and survival, came the affirmation. Chapter 30. The annihilation of the giant bees. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A colossal beehive, nearly the size of a castle, hangs precariously from a tree that, while not insignificant in stature, is hardly befitting to support such a massive structure. The tree seems to lament its undeserved burden. The striped giant bee is a repugnant creature akin in size to a calf, exhibiting rapid and potent venomous bursts. Their densely populated colonies are among the many reasons that render them perilous beasts. Constructing an enormous hive to ambush passing wildlife and sentient beings is devoid of any rationale. Oh, how I hunger! Who will save us? The diminutive fairies, under the watchful eyes of the giant bees, lament within the vast hive, hastily laboring. Their pleas for mercy go unheard by the bees. Although these magical beasts possess intelligence far superior to that of ordinary animals, they remain fundamentally wild creatures. Their restraint in not devouring the fairies and allowing them to toil is a testament to their cunning. Oh, how weary I am! The bees are wicked. Within the hive, the relentless buzzing of industrious worker bees drowns out the incessant complaints of the fairies. While fairies are naturally inclined to work, this does not imply that they relish being coerced into servitude. Moreover, the striped giant bee is a complex omnivore with an intricate societal structure. It gathers tree sap and pollen to produce honey while also preying upon weaker magical creatures for sustenance. To them, sentient beings, magical creatures, and beasts are all of equal value. Oh no, sister, don't let them eat me. The fairies cry out in despair, as they witness one of their slightly larger companions being silently dragged away by the giant bees, tears streaming down her face. Awaiting her fate is a grim end, as she is destined to become food, her body torn apart, her innards meticulously categorized for sustenance through the harsh winter ahead. Yet, the fairy who is consumed will never witness the winter, such is the law of the jungle. Ira despises this brutal reality of survival of the fittest. He comprehends it as a natural order, yet he vehemently opposes the notion of inaction. He yearns to intervene and carve a path towards greater strength. Anyone please, save us, we beg you. The cries echo, filled with desperation, yet no fairy dares to harbor hope. They have been displaced from their homes, ensnared by inexplicable magical creatures, and their hope has dwindled to nothingness. Some of the fairies who had previously fled have been recaptured, others slain, and after an entire day of silence, it appears that nothing has changed. The future they envision is bleak, offering nothing but the specter of servitude. Anyone, everyone, please save our kin. Please, save us all. The so-called long-cherished wish is destined to be answered in a fleeting moment. A rumbling sound reverberated, as if some colossal beast or an army of thousands was swiftly approaching, causing the very hive to tremble with palpable vibrations. The swarm of bees began to grow increasingly agitated. What was happening? While the little fairies remained oblivious to the unfolding events, countless giant bees surged forth from the hive's passages, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the fairies. The bewildered fairies, although unaware of the cause, instinctively sensed that this was perhaps an opportune moment to flee, even if the outcome might lead to being recaptured and devoured. The prospect of remaining behind offered no chance at all. Regardless of who it was, they all silently expressed gratitude, perhaps hoping for salvation. Was it the Demon King? The little fairies scurried to evade the gaze of the giant bees, but it was no longer necessary, for what awaited the bees was a true cataclysm. A squad of headless horsemen. They began to maneuver, encircling the enemy on a grand scale, exterminating the scattered forces and claiming the cleared ground. Second squad, prepare the soul fire. A voice, unfamiliar yet commanding, reached the fairies' ears. As they emerged from the hive, an overwhelming heat enveloped them, revealing a forest engulfed in flames. The relentless headless horseman and the insectoid race clashed fiercely with the giant bees. Most striking was an unfamiliar man, possibly a newly appointed officer within the Demon King's ranks, whose back was adorned with grand, crimson wings that unfurled like those of a demon. He was the one who had just raised his arm to issue commands. Insectoid Squad, advance. Head towards the main hive. Second and third squads, prepare to flank. Fourth squad, ready the stingers. This man directed with precision, overseeing the orderly advance of the demon army, while continuing to issue commands. Prepare the soulfire stingers. With his guidance, the insectoids, now equipped with sharp exoskeletal spikes, and the headless horseman, charged with blue soulfire, stood ready. Coincidentally, a portion of the giant bees also prepared to dive from above. Or perhaps, this man had anticipated this very moment. Fire. At the command of the man, a barrage of flying stingers and chilling flames surged skyward, instantly dismantling the aerial advantage of the giant bees. Standing beside him was a small female member of the Crimson Dragon race, her wings mirroring his. Her eyes shimmering with intensity as she witnessed this meticulously calculated slaughter unfold. Advance. Commanded Ira. Advance. The swarm shattered like a tidal wave. Advance. The primal force and the blue-black torrent relentlessly swept away the enemy. Advance. The Demon Lord's army circumvented the astonished little fairies, continuing their one-sided battle. Advance. The man, issuing repetitive and simplistic commands. Was he human? A crimson dragon? The fairies could not discern, yet they observed as this man, accompanied by his troops, approached their side. Insectoids, commence free combat. Prepare to infiltrate the hive. Capture the queen bee. Protect the remaining fairies who have not yet retreated. The headless knight began to seal off the area, ensuring that no giant bee would escape. Thus spoke the man, concluding his final orders for this battle. He crouched down, gazing at the wild fairies, trembling in fear from bloodshed and death, and gently reassured them. It is all right. You are safe now. From this day forth, I shall be your new leader, declared the little fairy perched upon the man's shoulder. Following her words, the man extended his hand towards the wild fairies, saying, From now on, you shall be subjects of the Demon King's domain, and you shall no longer be harmed. The leading wild fairy hesitated for a moment. As if compelled by an unseen force, she placed her hand upon one of the man's fingers. Chapter 31. The Promise on the Journey Home. Thank you, dear companions. We have joined the realm of the Demon King. These wild little fairies, with their exuberant declarations, will soon be led by the fairy leaders of the Demon King's domain to familiarize themselves with the surrounding terrain and tasks. Although work is required here, it is relatively comfortable. Despite the absence of monetary compensation, we are afforded safety, a generous environment, and a place to reside, complemented by reasonable work and rest hours, as well as exquisite delicacies to savor. Is this not akin to a journey from hell to paradise? According to the words of these wild little fairies, the giant wasps originally inhabited the southernmost parts of the forest, yet for reasons unknown, they chose to migrate northward, towards the direction of the Demon King's castle. What transpired there? Ira mused to herself. Perhaps nothing at all. The headless knight of black flame remarked, her melodious voice emanating from her headless form. Giant wasps possess a migratory instinct. Perhaps the number of flowers in their original habitat dwindled. If that is the case, it may indeed hold some truth. Ira, who was not well versed in the ways of the giant wasps, nodded in agreement. Ira, the headless knight, spoke as Ira pondered, guiding her steed back to the realm of the Demon King. In our recent battle, the losses among the headless knights were 0. Selena, riding beside her, and Satan Leaf, seated behind Selena, exchanged glances upon hearing this. Our losses among the insect folk were also 0, declared the leader of the insect tribe, his ebony eyes, reminiscent of lychee seeds, gazing at Ira with a hint of reverence. The insect folk's exoskeletons effectively withstood the stings of the giant wasps, and the armor of the headless knights rendered them impervious to attack. Thus, having no casualties was indeed a normal occurrence. Ira, with an air of nonchalance, remarked on the matter, for he had commanded this battle entirely. The insect leader and the headless knight bore no dissent, willingly following Ira's orders. However, the presence of casualties would have been the more typical outcome, considering the sharp wings of the giant wasps were not merely ornamental, capable of severing the bodies of the insects. Even though the armor of the headless knights was formidable, the souls residing within their forms remained vulnerable, despite their experience. Achieving a record of total annihilation while maintaining 0 fatalities was an impressive feat, and this engagement resulted in 0 injuries, with not a single individual harmed. Gradually advancing, steadily encroaching, This method of warfare resembled a finely honed blade, slicing through the enemy's form with each forward thrust, extracting merely a morsel of flesh while affording the adversary no respite or opportunity to flee. Is this the mark of a chief executive officer? Ha ha ha. Satan Leaf observed the nearby cluster of little fairies perched upon the battle steeds of the headless knights, chattering animatedly. She seemed to catch the soft strains of a joyous melody. The source appeared to be Ira singing. Completely unanticipated was the sight of Ira singing, as Satan Leaf widened her eyes in astonishment. In her and the other demon leaders' rigid perceptions, Ira was expected to engage in solemn discourse, emit tranquil sighs, nod with resignation, or execute acts of cold-blooded slaughter. Yet, he was not someone one would envision lightly humming a tune with a cheerful demeanor. Thus, all present were taken aback. "Ira, you seem to be in quite high spirits," inquired Selena, her curiosity piqued. Ira, initially taken aback, ceased his soft humming and continued to smile as he replied, "Indeed. This has been the most comfortable and exhilarating battle I have fought." This conflict had certainly allowed Ira to vent the pent-up frustrations within him. "You have entrusted your forces to my command, and your individual prowess is truly commendable. There is no need for me to patiently explain to my comrades the rationale behind certain tactics during the battle, nor to report back to the Empire before and after the campaign." As Ira spoke, he appeared genuinely elated, and he continued to ramble on. "I can wield my powers without the need to deliberately cede credit to my peers, thus averting any potential dissatisfaction from them. There is no necessity to diligently restrain other soldiers from pillaging and slaughtering, preventing any dishonor to the Empire, nor to worry whether my contributions might overshadow others, leading to a situation where there are no accolades left to receive." As Ira continued this stream of consciousness, the surrounding demon leaders, who were bewildered by the intricacies of his thoughts, were left astonished. They had never considered that Ira, who appeared so resplendent on the battlefield as the chief executive, had to grapple with such myriad concerns. Moreover, it was perplexing to witness him so joyous over engaging in battle. One might wonder whether Ira was indeed more endearing than they had imagined, or if the previous constraints imposed by the Empire had excessively vexed him. Throughout their time together, they had come to understand that Ira was a person of strict principles, steadfastly adhering to rules that many of the demon lords found incomprehensible. Yet, it seemed that the Empire had perhaps been even more stringent than that. In any case, with a sense of resolution, Ira concluded, "I have now realized that it appears the demon lord territory is better suited for me, so I have decided to pursue this path without reservation. Is that acceptable?" In the solemn silence that followed, including the now quiet little fairies, an inexplicable sensation enveloped everyone. The moment Ira uttered these words seemed destined to be a pivotal point in history. They would all bear witness to this historical juncture. "Ira, have you finally made up your mind?" Selena ventured. "Yes," he affirmed. "From now on, I shall neither inquire nor seek permission. I will participate in the navigation of the vessel named Demon Lord Territory, swiftly advancing towards realms you likely cannot comprehend." As Ila spoke, he himself was uncertain whether he could abandon the habit of seeking approval. With a mix of seriousness and jest, he remarked, "If one day you feel that I or the Dark Lord has lost control, do not harbor regrets." This was because everyone had entrusted Ila with immense power. And although he was confident that he would not lose himself in it, since what he gained was not merely benefit, but the genuine freedom to act, none could predict what the future held. Such words from Ila left everyone in a quandary, prompting the others to look towards Satan Yi, who typically refrained from seeking the Dark Lord's approval, yet now found themselves yearning for a response from him. "Fear not, Mr. Ila. I will have no regrets," declared Satan Yi. In her gaze, the smiling Ila seemed to merge with another figure, one that bore crimson wings extending behind him. Though he was the one who had slain her father, he now resembled a truly worthy father. Enveloped in a vision, Satan Yi gently closed her eyes, her tail playfully swishing back and forth, striking the back of the headless warhorse with a crisp sound. With a soft laugh, she vowed, "The Dark Lord's domain has already lost much. If there is anything left to lose, it can only be the shackles." Chapter 32. Ah, that is Lord Demon King. Yes, that is Miss Selena, the most formidable maid of the castle. Indeed, that is Mr. Honka, the leader of the insectoid tribe. 5 little fairies, whispering and chattering, were introducing the leaders of the Demon King's domain at the morning assembly. It seemed they were representatives of the wild fairies, eager to familiarize themselves with the affairs of the Demon King's realm. "What about that human?" one of the wild fairies inquired, referring to Ira, for he was the only human present at the assembly. Lich, human, and vampire, fairies always maintained a clear distinction among them. "He is Lord Ira, a remarkable and benevolent individual who can make pudding. Although the fairy's characterization of him as a remarkable good person who can make pudding puzzled Ira, he paid it little mind and listened to the reports from the other leaders. Yesterday, Ira had summoned us to eradicate the striped giant wasps, which had occupied the residences of the fairies outside the Demon King's domain. They have now been thoroughly cleared, and the queen wasp has been properly utilized. Does anyone require materials from the giant wasps? The headless knight of Black Flame reported this, though many were already aware of the matter. Satan Leaf had been present at the time, and the corpses of the giant wasps, dragged back by the headless knight's steeds, lay stacked nearby, with all materials thoroughly scavenged. However, it was still necessary to mention this to colleagues who might be uninformed. Although the Demon King's domain did not favor excessive formality, it was customary to acknowledge one's peers, at least to report during the morning assembly. We all witnessed it, the Black Knight stated in a steady voice. He nodded seriously towards Ira, expressing gratitude. Thank you for rescuing the fairies. I have always believed that every little creature deserves to be treated with kindness. The Royal Black Knight, exuding a gentle demeanor, addressed the headless knight of Black Flame. I require some of the remaining flesh and blood. The Black Knight side can accept them entirely, but you may utilize them first. Selena noted his request in her notebook, responding, Understood. I need one. No. Perhaps two, Vera interjected, raising her hand and suggesting. I require them for research purposes. If possible, I hope to be allocated a portion of the queen wasp's bodily tissues. Selena, certainly. Upon her completion, Mr. Lime immediately chimed in, though his words were not essential. Honey and royal jelly, if you have no need for them, should all be sent to the kitchen. Selena, they were meant for the kitchen all along. Let us reserve a portion as trade material. The spectral-eyed lady remarked after adjusting her spectacles. She calculated, as I am unsure of their specific value, it may be wise to keep about 10 for trade. Selena, indeed. After the ghostly maid concluded her statements, neither the Blood Clan girl nor the construct expressed any desire for the giant wasp. This indicates that Helena is indeed more than just an ordinary maid. In a strict sense, given her involvement in the distribution of resources, her position resembles that of a grand overseer. As for you, Lord Demon King? Upon Helena's inquiry, Satan Leaf nodded, thus swiftly finalizing the matter. If this were the Empire, such discussions would have spanned at least 3 morning assemblies. Ira had previously mentioned a successful strategy on the beach, utilizing the charm abilities of the succubi to lure shellfish into visibility, and now, the mollusks had begun to replenish the Demon King's domain, ready for distribution among the monsters. Although I still do not comprehend why it is referred to as beach gathering, Mr. Lime explained this, and everyone became aware of it while queuing for the barbecue. This matter should have been reported by Helena or the little fairy, but Helena was busy taking notes, and the little fairy was guiding newcomers. Thus, Mr. Lime was the one delivering the report. I see, Satan Leaf nodded. Regarding diplomatic issues, the Blood Clan girl remarked, though she was responsible for diplomacy between nations, she felt a sense of helplessness in referring to negotiations with rebellious monsters as diplomacy. She stated, the delegation has already departed and will arrive in succession within this quarter. By the end of this quarter, we will ascertain the number of traitors, will we not, Lord Demon King? Satan Leaf frowned at the Blood Clan girl's inquiry, straining to devise a strategy for dealing with the treacherous races. She proposed, at the end of the quarter, we should issue an ultimatum starting with the nearby rebellious territories. Inform them that if they continue to remain outside our jurisdiction, we will consider them as traitors. How does that sound? Satan Leaf, seeking the opinions of others, cast her gaze towards Ira. Do not look at me. Why do you trust me so? Why are the Blood Clan members looking at me? However, both Ira, who was somewhat unfamiliar with the circumstances of the Demon King's domain, and the others seemed to have no objections. Consequently, the vampire girl nodded in confirmation of Satan Leaf's decree. Afterward, it appeared that there was little left to discuss. At this moment, Helena seemed to have completed her organizational tasks and rejoined the morning assembly. She remarked, if Lord Ira and Mr. Rainbow Shell do not require the spoils from the giant wasp, then they should receive a reward. Indeed, the two who had demonstrated exceptional performance in the battle against the giant wasp warranted recognition. It is important to note that the reward is not for the insectoid warriors who participated in the battle, but solely for the insectoid leader known as Rainbow Shell. As the minions below were entirely the property of Satan Leaf, regardless of how remarkable their achievements were, they merely fulfilled their duties. This system leaves one uncertain whether to deem it good or bad. However, the pleading gaze of Satan Leaf unmistakably conveyed, oh, a reward? What else can we offer? In truth, this was indeed the case. I do not require anything, proclaimed the leader of the insect-like creatures known as Rainbow Shell. Nor do I, echoed Ira in agreement. In fact, Rainbow Shell's initial refusal of a reward was tantamount to placing Ira in a precarious situation within the Empire, yet this was the realm of the Demon King, and he truly had no need for any reward. Mr. Rainbow Shell shall receive a double salary next month, announced Selena. And with the nods of approval from both Rainbow Shell and Satan Leaf, she turned to Ira and suggested, in a light-hearted tone, Lord Ira should establish an independent title and position as the Demon King as Chancellor, allowing for free participation in political affairs. Everyone held no objection, for they understood this did not merely constitute a straightforward reward, and it was debatable how much of it could even be considered as such. Aware of this reality, Ira offered a resigned smile, yet he nodded earnestly in agreement. Very well. Chapter 33. The nature of instruction and alchemy. The crimson scythe in Satan Leaf's grasp was sent careening away by the slender, needle-like sword wielded by Ella. The image of a long-handled weapon, held firmly in both hands, being so effortlessly displaced by what appeared to be a delicate rapier, was indeed difficult to fathom. This was the power of the fourth wing pillar, the giant bee, its wings resembling translucent cicada wings extending from Ella's spine near her waist, signifying that the mana she wielded had originated from a giant bee slain in a previous battle. I have lost, Satan Leaf conceded, summoning her scarlet demon scythe back to her hand as she contemplated her shortcomings in battle. She reflected briefly, acknowledging her unfamiliarity with the weapon's usage. If you find it challenging to wield, then perhaps you need not force yourself to do so. Not every endeavor must align with your father's legacy, Ella remarked, shaking his head in resignation. In truth, your father's mastery of the scythe appears to lack finesse. I maintain that he wields it largely due to its status as a formidable staff. Recollecting the fierce clashes with the Crimson Dragon Overlord on the battlefield, Ella seemed to grasp a realization. His scythe is primarily used for bludgeoning or unleashing light projectiles. Beams of energy coalesced from mana. Is that so? Satan Leaf murmured, her familiarity with her father's combat style evidently limited. She hesitated, gazing at the scythe in her hands, and instinctively channeled mana into it. Though her proficiency in manipulating mana fell short, the formidable lineage of the Crimson Dragon had bolstered her mana reserves tremendously in recent days. Particularly after witnessing the ferocity of battle, she had amassed enough mana to sustain usage by both herself and Ella simultaneously, instilling her with the confidence to continuously infuse the scythe with energy. As she persistently poured mana into the weapon, following its guidance, a sudden realization struck her. Startled, she widened her eyes. Ella's warning reached her belatedly from across the way. Excellent, but it would be prudent to cease the infusion of mana and exit swiftly. Your control is insufficient. Before Ella could finish, Satan Leaf sensed an alarming loss of control over the scythe in her grip. She hastily severed the connection between her mana and the weapon, shouting, Mr. Ella, get away quickly. Barely had her words left her lips when the inherited scythe, the Crimson Demon Blade, unleashed a crescent-like strike, hurtling towards Ella amidst the astonished gaze of Selena. As Ila gazed at the crescent-shaped mana scythe hurtling towards him, he lamented, fortifying the slender needle in his hand with mana deceitfully acquired from the world tree. He continued, be mindful of your limits. At that moment, the vibrant red mana crescent collided violently with the needle Ila had swung, producing a sharp, melodious clang, accompanied by a faint explosion. The crimson mana disintegrated under Ila's strike, scattering into the air like a flurry of fine red dust. Bathed in the sanguine mana, Ila, under the watchful gaze of the guilt-ridden Satan Leaf, casually flicked the stinger in his hand and remarked, there's no need for that expression. I anticipated such an occurrence long ago. There is much yet for you to learn. Indeed, Mr. Ila. Vera, engrossed in the examination of the giant bee's corpse, seemed to sense the subtle explosion. Raising her head slightly, she quickly dismissed the sound, realizing that this was the moment of mentorship between Satan Leaf and Ila. Indeed, was it not true that the distinction between magical beasts lay not only in their intellect, but also in the disparity of their souls? Vera pondered to herself, grappling with the enigma of whether the wisdom of the mind dictated the quality of the soul, or if the predetermined soul dictated the limits of the intellect. The giant bee, be it a worker, soldier, or queen, could not have its soul utilized in the creation of the philosopher's stone. Supporting her chin with her hand, weary from her thoughts, Vera rested the burden upon her chest on the table, her other hand gently tapping the surface, lost in contemplation. On the table lay a murky stone, while Vera yearned for a vividly colorful stone-like entity, aware that even such a meager soul could only yield a mere fraction of residue. Sighing, she expressed her frustration, idly toying with the opaque stone, resolved to gift it to the construct leader of the Demon King's domain. Alchemy is indeed perplexing. How I wish Guerrera were here. In her musings, Vera referred to Guerrera, the imperial court alchemist. Notably, the alchemists of the empire were fervent devotees of Ilar, often exalting the scribbles he created out of sheer boredom beyond ordinary imagination. Some fervent admirers would exclaim, "He, my lord Ilar, so delightful and fragrant. He. Such fervor led one to question the image of Ilar in their eyes. Their behavior became the material for many a bard struggling in taverns, depicting the zealots of the teaching nation. The entire alchemical lineage is regarded as part of the Ira faction. Now, following Ira's defection, it remains uncertain whether the empire will impose repression. Based on her understanding of Isabella, Vela believes that at least she would not instigate any oppression. However, the stance of other nobility is less predictable, as those individuals are indeed part of the aristocracy. I recall that Guerrera seemed to have a strong aversion to Ira initially. As a thought crossed her mind, Vela gazed at the pseudo-philosopher's stone, a mere scrap. It appeared that some theory of Ira's had transformed Guerrera into an ardent admirer almost instantaneously. What could that theory be? Vela furrowed her brow in contemplation, feeling she should have some recollection of it. If all else fails, she could inquire with Ira. Although he might not recall events from a decade ago. Ah, yes. It seems to pertain to the distinction between alchemy and magic, does it not? In magic, the mana expended is utilized to conjure spells, with properties that manifest out of thin air, such as the searing heat of flames or the biting cold of ice. Conversely, the mana consumed in alchemy serves merely as a medium, for the essence of alchemy is not the creation of something from nothing, but rather the principle of equivalent exchange. Is it not? Reflecting on Ira's past words, Vela felt a spark of understanding and eagerly immersed herself in a new round of experimentation. Chapter 34. The approaching caravan on a relatively even official road, a grand caravan of merchant carts, laden with countless goods, advanced steadily. At each location, they would pause to engage in trade with the local populace. These individuals, known as itinerant merchants or traveling traders, represented a profession essential to numerous territories and nations. Indeed, these merchants embodied a warrior-like vocation. Engaging in legitimate and recognized trade practices gradually enhanced their physical prowess, while they also possessed the remarkable ability to continually augment the quality of their steeds and optimize the spatial capacity of their carts through mana. Thus, the trade caravans composed of these merchants boasted an astonishing variety and abundance of goods. Nearly every merchant engaged in lucrative trade amassed wealth that rivaled that of minor nobility. During the era of the empire, Ira aptly referred to them as mobile convenience stores. Although many were unaware of the exact meaning of this term, its essence was somewhat graspable, much like the word lowly, which spread through the world from his lips. In times of war, these merchants transformed into war traders, selling goods at exorbitant prices. Yet, nations embroiled in conflict desperately required these resources, rendering the existence of war traders an unspoken consensus in the world. Following the cessation of hostilities, these caravans would embark on a quest for profit across the globe. It was anticipated that they would arrive at the Demon Lord's domain by this afternoon, having previously traversed other territories under the Demon Lord's control. It was indeed surprising to learn that the Demon Kingdom was beginning to crumble. A human merchant remarked, and as the most populous race among traders, this caravan undoubtedly held a majority of humans in its ranks, along with a degree of influence. Indeed, replied a female driver of a cart, who had been beside the male human merchant. She seemed contemplative as she added, "Has the prolonged defeat against the Empire diminished the prestige of the Demon Lord's realm? Perhaps the Demon Kingdom is simply terrified." That could be the case, the group discussed, recalling the tidings heard from the previous demonic territories. It is worth mentioning that while the formal designation for the Demon Lord's controlled area is Demon Lord's territory or demonic controlled region, it is often informally referred to as Monster Nation in international discourse. To be honest, I do not wish for the Empire to prevail. Since the Empire ceased the sale of fertilizers, our trade has suffered a significant loss of revenue, and the Empire has garnered too many unfavorable impressions concerning humanity, which greatly impacts our careers, expressed the human merchant. In response, a somewhat rare elven itinerant trader displayed a look of disdain, remarking, "When it comes to garnering negative impressions, you humans are not exempt. Everyone knows that human merchants are the most adept at taking advantage and driving prices down." This statement left them without rebuttal, as it was indeed true. However, they resorted to other means to challenge this elven trader. When reason fails, personal attacks become the recourse. The itinerant merchants of the elven race are rather notorious. As you traverse the Silver Moon Grove, does your conscience not ache whilst deceiving your kin? Or do the elves of the Silver Moon Grove truly regard you half-elves as their brethren? or merely a mongrel lot? At this, the visage of a half-elven merchant flushed crimson, his anger igniting as he prepared to unleash a tirade. "You? Enough, enough," interjected a cat-eared beastkin merchant, seeking to mediate the brewing discord. She had no desire to be caught in the crossfire of venomous exchanges between half-elves and humans. The yield of blue mushroom this year seems particularly sparse. Indeed, across the territories of the Demon Kingdom, the acquisition of blue mushrooms has dwindled in recent years compared to earlier times, despite their status as a highly sought-after specialty. With fertilizers no longer available, the production must have declined, remarked the human merchant, abandoning the notion of further sparring with the elven trader. He added, "But soon, the demon lord's domain will yield a bountiful harvest of blue mushrooms. Let us see who is truly capable then." "One can only hope," replied the half-elven merchant, his eyes still flickering with remnants of indignation. "Do you know? The Empire has recently enacted a new law." Such disjointed remarks piqued the curiosity of the other merchants. "Do tell," came the eager response from the beastkin. Seemingly pleased with his advanced intelligence, the half-elven merchant continued, "It recognizes the citizenship of foreign races, allowing elves, beastkin, and dwarves to attain noble titles within the duchy. Is that truly the case? Indeed. If so, the implications are profound. The Hazard Duchy has always opposed senseless slaughter of monsters, and has permitted foreigners to engage in activities within its borders, marking it as a relatively more open human nation. It appears to be embracing even greater openness now." A merchant commented, lacking confidence in the Empire's victory, but quickly added with a chuckle, "Yet, one must consider, after all, the Empire has the presence of the regent, and that fearsome chief regent." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes, for the merchant's information seemed rather outdated. However, it was known that Ila Elkaras had already defected from the Empire, and furthermore, the regent could not extract mana from humans. Realizing his blunder, the merchant who had mentioned the fearsome chief regent suddenly became flustered. He sheepishly tapped his head and apologized. "My apologies. I am aware. I simply spoke out of turn." Such occurrences were indeed commonplace. "Where do you think Ila Elkaras has fled?" With this, the first merchant set the stage for a gossip-laden discussion, prompting speculation among the group. "The duchy, perhaps?" "No. That's implausible. Otherwise, the duchy would not have passed a law concerning monsters." Indeed, it is true that the former chief executive harbors a profound disdain for monsters, requiring the echoes of their anguished cries to find solace in slumber. "I suspect that within our Silver Moon Tree courtyard, there exists a prior acquaintance between His Highness Cassiopeia and Mr. Elkaras. It seems this matter still resides within the confines of the Empire." While these are mere irresponsible speculations, the assertion that Ira has returned to the Empire appears exceedingly unlikely. Thus all eyes are drawn to the traveling merchant. He, however, exudes an air of confidence, relaying information unknown to the rest, proclaiming, "In truth, there is a theory circulating within the Empire that the rift between Her Highness Isabella and Chief Executive Elkaras is but a ruse. It is merely a ploy devised to placate the Principality and the Monster Nation, simultaneously exposing the other factions opposed to the monarchy within the realm, thereby allowing the crown to ascend to an unprecedented zenith during the reckoning. This notion bears merit, for it is indeed challenging to fathom that Elkaras would betray. Perhaps the entire world has been deceived. It stands to reason, given the bond shared between Ila Elkaras and Her Highness Isabella, that it is difficult to conceive of their enmity." As if compelled, the assembly begins to engage in fervent discourse, drifting ever further from the realm of reality. Chapter 35. A beautiful, exquisite land today. The realm of the Demon King appears to be bustling with activity. It seems that since dawn, Selena, Satan Yi, and the spectral glasses-clad maiden have ventured southward, where a grand procession of merchant caravans is visible from the castle. These merchants have long awaited their arrival in the Demon King's domain. "Ira, do you not desire to procure anything?" Vela inquired as she cautiously approached Ira, both of them standing on the castle's platform, peering at the distant merchant convoy. Her demeanor was somewhat furtive as she remarked, "Why do you seem so secretive as well?" "Am I?" Ira expressed his confusion, lowering his head and using the castle wall on the open platform as a shield for his form. "I have my reasons for concealing my presence in the Demon King's territory. What about you?" As the former chief executive of the Empire, now a wanted fugitive, any revelation of his whereabouts to the Empire could compel them to demand his extradition from the Demon King's domain, a predicament he could not afford. Thus, he must keep his presence in the realm concealed from those merchants who share an affinity for information and goods. Having chosen the path of the Demon King, Ira was acutely aware of his need for temporary seclusion. He regarded Vela, who seemed to be similarly evading the gaze of the merchants, perplexed by her strange behavior. I am a fugitive as well, you know? Vela said with a hint of resignation, lifting her gaze momentarily to observe the merchants before retreating again. Noticing Ira's expression of helplessness, she added, "It would not be advantageous for me to be discovered either." After a brief silence, Ira gazed into Vela's face. Mere inches away, observing her as she expressed her grievances while captivated by her emerald green eyes. He took a step back, saying, "If you wish to remain hidden, there are far better methods than crowding so close to me." Unaware of any discomfort, Vela turned her head and glanced again before retreating, explaining, "I merely wish to observe the trade. Everyone is watching that way, after all." Vela's assertion was undoubtedly correct. Having been in the Demon King's realm for quite some time, her insights were likely derived from extensive experience with the arrival of trade caravans. Is it always like this? Ira pondered, finding himself somewhat overwhelmed by the fragrance of Vela's perfume, moving a bit further away. Though the scent was rather pleasant, he simply found himself unaccustomed to it. In his mind, Vela was still merely a playful, somewhat foolish individual in need of proper guidance. And the sudden realization that she might have donned perfume caught him off guard, despite her being twice his age. Ira, what are you doing?" Vela, having finally noticed his actions, smiled knowingly, as if a thought had struck her. Leaning closer to Ira with a mischievous grin, she proudly declared, "What do you think? My scent of death is rather delightful. I scent it? Isn't that a perfume? The scent of corpses?" As she furrowed her brow in inquiry, Vela nodded and elaborated. "After transforming into a lich, my body no longer emits the stench of decay, yet my mana is perpetually imbued with an unsettling, morbid aura." This is indeed true. Any being of the undead carries a chill and malevolence akin to that of a deathly embrace, yet this does not hinder our combat abilities. Hence, yesterday I employed a giant bee to devise a method by which I could emanate the essence of the living through my mana, albeit at the cost of my body exuding a rather pleasant fragrance. As Vela spoke, oblivious to the raised eyebrow of Ira and unaware of the immense potential of her invention, she proudly placed her hands on her hips and declared, "I shall name it Corpse Fragrance." Ira, caught between amusement and bemusement, shook his head with a wry smile, replying, "Couldn't you choose a different name? Nevertheless, your creativity is commendable. If you were to market the finished product, it would undoubtedly become a sensation in the Empire, provided you alter the name. The current one is rather peculiar." "Am I truly fragrant?" Vela inquired innocently, akin to a genuine child. Ira glanced at her and nodded earnestly, saying, "Indeed, it is pleasant. Be sure to share some with Selena and the others. You needn't worry, I shall gift it to them. I've already packaged this concoction to resemble the most exquisite perfume imaginable. They will undoubtedly adore it. Would you like some corpse fragrance potion?" At Vela's generous offer, Ira gently shook his head, clarifying, "What I meant was to have that specter present part of your perfume as a gift to the traveling merchants." Throughout the conversation, Ira refrained from uttering the term corpse fragrance potion, for it was simply too bizarre. Why give it away? Shouldn't it be sold? Vela questioned, her confusion evident. Aware that she was genuinely perplexed rather than attempting to jest, Ira began to explain. Every interpersonal interaction is underpinned by an exchange of benefits. Some are material, while others are spiritual. Furthermore, when they tangibly experience your perfume, they will recognize that it occupies a distinctly different competitive niche from other fragrances, capable of addressing unmet market needs, thus prompting them to seek to acquire your perfume during the next trade. Ira shook his head in exasperation as he observed Vela, whose eyes seemed to twinkle with enthusiasm. He dismissed an image that flitted through his mind, remarking, "All right, your current expression resembles that of Isabella, yet she consistently strives harder to absorb knowledge than you do." In response to this, Vela appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at Ira, whose tone was as light as a breeze. She remarked, "You seem to have made peace with it. Wait, Ira, have you never felt anger towards Isabella for her betrayal?" As Vera gazed in astonishment, she was taken aback by Ilya's unexpected mention of the subject. After a moment of surprise, Ilya calmly nodded and remarked, "Indeed, for I know that Isabella never harbored any intention to harm me. It is merely that circumstances, influenced by external forces, have spiraled into a dire situation." In hearing these words, Vera appeared to struggle for breath, perhaps in anger at Ilya's defense of Isabella during such a critical moment. She remained steadfast in her desire to suppress Ilya's faction, just as I had taught her. Ilya's statement caused Vera to clutch her heart tightly, her expression revealing an inability to breathe, as she simply stated, "Regardless of her intentions, the Empire cannot accommodate me, nor am I suited for the Empire. If my departure could lead to the Empire's greater prosperity," Vera, momentarily stunned, responded, "I would find solace in Isabella's growth." She has sacrificed so much for my dreams, even if it has perhaps strayed somewhat from my original vision. This is a responsibility we, as teachers, must bear. Observing Ilya's serene smile, Vera fixed her gaze upon him, swallowing hard, unable to articulate her thoughts. She then came to a profound realization that eluded the awareness of the entire world, declaring, "So, you, Yusef, and Isabella are all mad. What kind of dream have you painted for them?" Faced with Vera's loud and bewildered inquiry, Ilya found it difficult to provide a specific answer. "Yusef, Isabella, and I may all be subjects of the future I envision for the Empire. Everything she and I do is to realize a dream that belongs to me. In response to your question, I can only tell you." Ilya sighed, as if gazing into a distant horizon, envisioning a realm of unparalleled beauty. Chapter 36. Lifting the bounty. I propose that the bounty on Ila Elkaras be lifted, under the suggestion of the newly appointed chief executive, Ila Elkaras. The once murmuring court fell into an immediate silence. This newly elevated chief, endorsed by Her Majesty, the Empress, truly appeared fearless. Both the aristocratic faction and the supporters of Ilya turned their gazes towards Isabella, who sat regally upon her throne, clad in intricate and resplendent royal attire. Isabella's countenance reflected a serene detachment, devoid of any overt expression. Unlike the expectations of many malicious nobles, she did not display any signs of distress or childlike tantrums at Ilya's absence. Her calm demeanor left many disheartened. Why did the court remain so hushed? Isabella's composed voice resonated as she surveyed each respectful figure standing before her, continuing, "Will you express your agreement or dissent? I require a response." Her tone was tranquil and unperturbed, and in stark contrast to her erratic father. She had emerged under Ilya's tutelage as a child who defied categorization beyond that of a sovereign. "Your Majesty," even if Baron Lehman was the instigator, punished along with his entire lineage, Ilya has still committed treason, an elder statesman proclaimed passionately, his words laced with vehement accusations against Ilya. "Ila Elkaras has long harbored treasonous intentions. Your Majesty, please see the truth." Immediately, other officials rose to counter the elder's claims. One young noblewoman, clad in spectacles, vehemently chastised him. "Old fool, silence yourself. The opinions of your Majesty need not your interference." Her expression was one of fervent admiration for Ilya, her eyes glinting with fervor. "Your Majesty, I believe, permit me to say if." The debate erupted into a cacophony of orderly exchanges, these officials proving to be quite the vexation. Isabella listened with an air of indifference as her subjects began to declare their positions. Yet, it was evident that the internal dynamics of the empire were no longer dominated solely by Ilya's faction. "Your Majesty, Ila Elkaras is but a rebellious wretch, a base individual who deceived the late king to ascend to power, a commoner born from filth. The empire need not extend mercy to the incompetent." In that instant, the atmosphere froze. All present, whether from the aristocratic or Ilya's faction, regarded the speaker, a young nobleman, with the vacant gaze reserved for the deceased. Isabella, known for her affable nature and clarity of thought, remained an enigma. It is said that speaking well of Ira may provoke anger, while speaking ill of her may also incite wrath. The mere mention of her name seems to elicit ire, and the deliberate avoidance of discussing her provokes the same response. Some assert that she is a competent ruler, while others contend that she is not fit for the throne. Compliments directed towards her father might also lead to fury, just as criticisms against him will surely do. Thus, this discourse may have inadvertently triggered numerous sensitivities, even undermining her tenure by portraying her acknowledgement of Ira as a deception towards Isabella. In other words, although the intention may not be explicit, it insinuates that Isabella, like her father Yusef, is blind to the truth. Moreover, Isabella is aware of the intricate connections between the noble before her and Baron Lyman, who clandestinely sanctioned the search warrant in the preceding incident. This awareness transforms what could have been a simple, tacit game of checks and balances with Ira into an irrevocable situation. The distinction between suppression and imprisonment, between commanding an arrest and merely detaining someone, may seem negligible. Yet it is precisely the former that delights Ira, who would even take the time to instruct on how to enact it, for they are kindred spirits in madness. However, with invisible forces at play, shadows lurking within the empire, and spies surrounding her, the circumstances have shifted dramatically. It is undeniable that the empire has improved since Ira's reign. "Guards, take him away and confine him to the dungeons." Isabella's calm words shattered the young noble's composure, his wide-eyed expression giving way to inexplicable cries of despair and confusion. He appears to be nothing more than an ordinary fool, one of the 9 out of 10 nobles devoid of intellect. In alignment with Ira's sentiments, Isabella, filled with disdain for the foolish, surveyed the palace marked by the imprints of the imbecilic noble, her expression unyielding as she regarded the silent assembly of officials. Henceforth, the warrant for Ila Elkaras is hereby rescinded. Her proclamation incited fervent discussions among the officials, yet she allowed no opportunity for dissent, declaring the morning assembly concluded. Marilla, please come to the study. As her words resonated, her maidservant assisted her in rising and departing the grand hall. Marilla, the newly appointed chief minister, stood as a pillar for Ira's faction. However, the noble faction did not resist her as vehemently as they had opposed Ira, for she lacked the overwhelming strength that Ira possessed. The assembly had thus become significantly more agreeable. A balance of factions and power is the key to the empire's stability. Your Highness Isabella, you have fulfilled your mission with honor, Marilla remarked respectfully, nodding towards the empress who was engrossed in her reading. Stripped of her elaborate attire, Isabella resembled a typical 16-year-old girl rather than a detached sovereign. Please, have a seat. If my memory serves me right, you have just returned from the battlefield of monsters. Haven't you? Isabella, the governor seated before her, appeared somewhat languid, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "How has Ila fared?" Observing Marilla's expression, Isabella discerned that her companion was, in fact, unaware of the situation. With a gentle sigh, she remarked, "Is that so? Nonetheless, it is not a matter of concern, for Ila is far more suited to be a ruler than I am." Such words rendered all present speechless. "Your Majesty, do you regret issuing that decree?" Marilla, however, was bold enough to ask. "From a rational standpoint, I do not harbor regrets, even if the decree was misconstrued and led to Lord Ila's departure. I firmly believe that the empire will emerge even stronger without him," Isabella replied. "And what of your sentiments?" Marilla pressed further. Chapter 37. The Complex King. Your Highness Isabella, let us commence with the first lesson of practical application that I wish to impart. I shall voluntarily confess my transgressions in the court. You need not concern yourself with the nature of my alleged crimes, for they are but fabrications of my own making. Your role will be to administer punishment, whether that be a reduction in my salary or a demotion in rank. Why, you may ask? Because this is the essence of checks and balances. I am a powerful minister, with numerous officials and nobles reliant upon me, while another faction may gravitate towards what we shall term the conservative nobility. On my side, we will refer to ourselves as the Ira faction. My influence has grown too vast, necessitating a counterbalance. Conversely, the same applies to others. I shall graciously accept your punishment in the court, thereby reaffirming to all that I remain steadfastly aligned with you, which in turn bolsters the authority of the royal family. Do you not comprehend? Fear not, for I shall elucidate any uncertainties you may harbor in due course. You suggest that your trust in my loyalty to the empire negates the need for such suppression? I understand and reciprocate your trust. However, this cannot suffice. For this is the monarchy, and these are the rules governing the sovereign and their subjects. In a gentle reverie, Isabella awakened, recalling events from long ago. She glanced at Marilla seated before her, and then at the guards who slumbered in the study. How long have I been asleep? Though she posed the question, Isabella felt certain it had not been for an extended period. As an empress, her heart was always weighed down by an indefinable burden, a sense of oppression that had plagued her since Ira's departure, leaving her with little restful sleep. Yet, she would never admit to such a weakness. Your Majesty. Half an hour, came the response. Isabella tenderly brushed her fingers across the indentations left on her face from resting her arm. She gestured to the guards flanking her and said, "You may all leave." Obediently, without a hint of dissent, the guards exited the study, leaving only Isabella and Marilla within the chamber. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. In response to Isabella's words, Marilla, who held little regard for the hierarchy, feigned deference and nodded, inquiring, "Are the rumors circulating within the empire true?" The rumors to which Marilla referred were those suggesting a collusion between Isabella and Ira to stage an elaborate charade. "Not at all," Isabella replied succinctly, shaking her head. She regarded Marilla and continued, "Were that the case, the more extreme elements of the Ira faction would likely defect from the empire simultaneously, thus rendering the matter sufficient." In other words, did Isabella order the propagation of such rumors? Indeed, if such rumors could be transformed into reality, I would prefer that they be regarded as truth. Inheriting Ira's peculiar manner of speech, Isabella articulated her thoughts, yet no second Ira existed to grasp her meaning instantaneously, leading her to shake her head in response to Marilla's perplexed expression. "Step aside and allow the guards to enter. Summon Minister Caligula. I must discuss matters pertaining to the enslavement of captives." At Isabella's words, Marilla nodded, instinctively inquiring, "Is your Majesty intending to deliberate on the cessation of the slave-catching expeditions?" "Duke Caligula will undoubtedly oppose this. Caligula, a prominent figure among the aristocratic faction, serves as a staunch advocate for the empire's slave trade and is the very individual whom Ilya desires to eliminate. Yet, paradoxically, apart from his avaricious and lascivious tendencies towards female slaves and his reverence for aristocratic power, he remains loyal to the empire and the emperor, never taking concubines and devotedly attending to his wife. Each time, Ilya finds himself sighing over the peculiar logic prevailing within the empire, though none can fathom the source of his lamentation. Those truly inclined towards rebellion have already been rooted out and executed by Ilya's faction and the aristocrats. It must be the intention to cease the capture of foreigners, is it not? Under Isabella's calm gaze, Marilla comprehended the entirety of the situation, feeling a surge of emotion, yet found herself unable to pass judgment, stating, "Ilya will be furious, extremely furious." In truth, both were acutely aware of this fact. Everyone speaks incessantly of Ilya, as if without him, they would achieve naught. If he chooses to be angry, so be it. If he wishes to slay me, then let him come. Isabella's discontent was palpable, yet she swiftly compelled herself to regain an impassive demeanor, remarking flatly, "I shall demonstrate that I am no longer a child." Perhaps Isabella's entire impatience stemmed solely from this notion. Should the day come when Ilya marches his army into the imperial capital, would it be so unbearable to be trampled beneath his feet? Isabella voiced her thoughts with a sense of relief, confiding in Marilla, "My father and I have waited far too long, yet Ilya clings too rigidly to the rules. Either he should tread upon me, allowing me to kiss his fingertips as he confidently strides towards the splendid dreams he has seized from the empire, or he must yield entirely without always adopting the posture of, 'I know I am right, hence I must convince you.' Either option is acceptable, but that insufferable humble arrogance is truly intolerable. Of course, if he cannot triumph over me." Isabella jested, playfully extending her delicate, ivory foot from her shoe, a smile gracing her lips. "Then I shall tread upon him and declare that I have matured." Her alabaster foot swayed, reminiscent of an enticing ice cream cone. "Then I shall embrace him and convey, 'Welcome back to the empire. I have purged all its blemishes.' Then, Ilya will acknowledge me, will praise me for the very first time. He will utter my name directly, rather than addressing me as Your Highness Isabella. He will no longer say, 'A ruler must not be impatient. Maintain an expression of indifference. You can still do better,' but instead will say, 'Well done, Isabella.'" In the now empty royal study, only a solitary king remains, a rebellious and audacious student, a child yearning for the recognition of a particular individual, a sensitive girl longing for guidance. Yet it is not 5 distinct individuals. These 5 are, in truth, one and the same. Chapter 38. The acquisition of the poisonous tree establishing a sustainable trade is of paramount importance. For any nation, self-sufficiency in production and consumption is undoubtedly advantageous, as it liberates one from external dependencies. However, embarking on a gradual journey towards self-sufficiency from scratch can prove to be a wasteful endeavor in terms of time and resources. It is not an optimal choice. Many nations opt to produce surplus resources, which they subsequently trade for other essential commodities. This approach is evident in territories ruled by monsters, the Silver Moon Grove, as well as among dwarves and orcs. With the exception of the Empire, this holds true universally. It is not to suggest that the Empire possesses every resource or cultivates every crop, but rather that the Empire finds no necessity for trade. The common folk do not require an abundance of food to enhance their happiness. Merely having enough to stave off hunger suffices. The Empire has never counted on these readily consumable materials to serve as warriors for its cause or to contribute to the improvement of its environment, even though these commoners are an indispensable part of the Empire. Little t. At the call of Ila, a demon butler appeared in a kneeling posture on the open platform, quietly awaiting Ila's instructions. Inquire with Selena and the ghost lady about purchasing some poisonous trees, also known as ancient priest trees, and inform them that it is a tuberous crop that is easy to cultivate. As Ila spoke, Tipak nodded promptly and vanished from sight. What is a poisonous tree? An ancient priest tree? In response to Vera's curiosity, Ila leaned forward to observe Tipak, who seemed to be echoing his words. He explained, "I believe I have made myself clear. It is a tuberous crop, similar to taro." "I heard that, but I am inquiring about something else." Facing Vera's confusion, Ila grasped her true intent and replied, "It originates from the Silver Moon Grove and has since been widely cultivated in orc territories. It is a food crop that resembles a tree, although it may not be as palatable as wheat and requires considerable processing before consumption. I believe the convenience of its cultivation makes the ancient priest tree a suitable substitute for wheat, potentially becoming one of the staple foods in the Demon King's territory." By simply trimming the branches of the poisonous tree and subjecting them to a complex processing method, they can be consumed. If untreated branches are planted in the ground, with a stroke of luck and sufficient rainfall, new crops may sprout. The rainfall in this area is quite favorable. Ila felt confident that the crop known as the ancient priest tree is well suited for cultivation as a staple food or as a complementary side to the blue fungi. Why have I never heard of this crop during my time in the Empire? The people of the Empire do not consume it at all. If it is so easy to cultivate, why did you not promote it within the Empire? Vera regarded Ila with a trace of skepticism. According to his description, this particular crop was indeed suitable as sustenance for the impoverished populace, and one would expect Ila to be a person genuinely concerned for the welfare of the common folk. However, Ila found himself at a loss for words. He gathered his thoughts and articulated. In fact, this crop is quite popular in the duchy, while the Empire has already adopted black bread as its staple. Furthermore, the nobility has no need for the commoners to acquire additional food. If I were to propose the introduction of such a crop to the Empire, I would first face opposition and resistance from the nobility, simply because it is Ila, who has suggested it. With a resigned shake of his head, he noted Vera's nod of agreement, adding, moreover, this crop is toxic and must undergo detoxification before it can be consumed. I can foresee that there will inevitably be nobles claiming that their subjects perished due to the crop I introduced, launching a tirade against me, leading to an endless cycle of mutual accusations. Ila had spent decades cultivating the already formidable beast that was the Empire, sharpening its claws and spines to rend other beasts asunder, yet the festering sores upon this beast remained. Neither the creature itself nor its claws could attend to these wounds. It was only after leaving the Empire that Ila fully comprehended this truth. To effect change within the Empire, one must first extricate oneself from it. Only other formidable beasts could excise the Empire's festering wounds along with the flesh that must be discarded. You truly have it tough, Vera remarked with a hint of empathy. At that moment, the voice of Takapu re-emerged before Ila, reporting, My lord Ila, the demon lord inquires how many you wish to purchase. Although I suspect she may not fully grasp the essence of the ancient priest tree. I truly appreciate her trust, Ila replied with a bemused shake of his head. Quickly adopting a serious demeanor, he responded, a quantity equivalent to 7 or 8 silver coins would suffice. If funds are an issue, one could procure less, though one might be overcharged. However, it is not of great concern. Indeed, they truly place their trust in you, Vera remarked, a tinge of bitterness in her voice. I lack sufficient funds to purchase my experimental materials. She watched as Takapu vanished, uttering words even she found hard to believe. After all, my research is also for the demon lord's territory. Amidst her musings, Ila cast a glance at the former imperial court magician who had chosen to become a lich over a mere wrinkle. He quipped, if you claimed it was in pursuit of the truth of magic, I might have been more inclined to believe you. Well, in truth, I am attempting to concoct a super aphrodisiac, hoping to turn you into a multitude of little liches. Observing Vera's fanciful chatter, Ila couldn't help but smirk, retorting, I doubt liches possess the ability to bear offspring, nor do I believe that as a regent, I would have descendants. Upon hearing this, Vera visibly froze, her eyes wide with shock, exclaiming, is it truly impossible for a regent to bear children? Surely not. Ila merely leaned quietly against the wall, and after a considerable pause, he spoke, power that is formidable yet easily attainable inevitably comes at a cost. This is no secret within the Empire. Perhaps this is precisely why the regent is an unwavering ally of the royal family. Yet, Ila was acutely aware that Isabella and Yusef did not place their trust in him for this reason. You are all a bunch of lunatics, Vera remarked sharply, to which Ila responded with a faint smile. I hope you can refer to them as heroes. But what of you? I harbor personal ambitions. I fight solely for the kingdom of my dreams. Whether it be the Empire or the demon lord's domain, they are but mere seedlings, remnants of that ancient world. As he acknowledged the flaws in his own words, Ila gazed towards a far-off horizon, contemplating the notion of substitutes. Chapter 39. I am proud of you today. 2 fortuitous events transpired. Firstly, the trade with the caravan concluded flawlessly, resulting in a significant influx of funds. Should the expenditures for the upcoming quarter remain stable, we may return to our regular procurement and salary disbursements. The second piece of news is the cancellation of the wanted order. As the chief executive who defected, Ila's warrant has been annulled by the Empire, rumored to be the doing of Her Majesty, Queen Isabella. This seems to corroborate the circulating whispers. It appears that both the Empire and foreign nations now acknowledge Ila's betrayal as a collusion with the Queen, rendering him a blade detached from the Empire, a sharp instrument wielded by Her Majesty. Ila, have you truly betrayed us? Or does Isabella desire your return? Yet, She does not strike one as a child inclined to capitulate. It is quite natural for Vila to harbor such doubts, for from any perspective, as the leader of Ira's faction and chief executive, should he seek vengeance beyond the empire, it poses a grave threat to the realm. In response to Vila's inquiries, Ira leisurely leaned against the exterior of Satan Leaf's palace, addressing her concerns. You see, what Isabella requires is for everyone to entertain such notions, ensuring that the delicate balance between the factions within the empire remains unshattered. If I were to return, Isabella could readily employ me as a pawn, dispensing with any need for overt power dynamics, and unleash chaos upon the empire. Conversely, should I choose not to return, but instead serve within the Silver Moon Tree Court, or even the duchy, the annulment of my warrant would instill a sense of trepidation among them, preventing me from swiftly ascending to a position of influence. In conclusion, this is a strategy that yields nothing but benefits. As Ira spoke, he surveyed the quiet, vigilant black knights surrounding him. Even as he conversed nonchalantly outside the Demon Lord's residence, none found his demeanor impudent. Thank goodness you arrived at the Demon Lord's domain, Vila remarked. Indeed, I am glad to be here, Ira nodded in agreement. After all, like the Empire, the Demon Lord's territory also boasts its fair share of alluring figures. Otherwise, you might have had to scurry back to grovel at Isabella's feet. Now, you can indulge in the company of Satan Leaf. Speaking of which, the figures of Satan Leaf and the Demon Lord are truly enviable, unlike my own rather plump legs. Enough, though Ira retorted instinctively. He glanced at Vila's legs. How to put it? They possess a delightful fullness, the black stockings gently indenting her thighs. Vila's physique embodies the ideal of a slightly fuller figure, the kind most adored by men in his previous world. Ira nonchalantly diverted his gaze, continuing to await Satan Leaf's awakening while remarking, in truth, your legs are quite lovely. Beauty is not solely defined by slenderness. As the silence lingered, Ira found it peculiar that there was no reply. Turning his head, he spotted Vera cautiously peeking from behind a dark night, her demeanor akin to that of a timid child. He couldn't help but smirk as he scolded her. What are you doing? Don't you have anything else to attend to today? Vera, approaching with a sheepish expression, fidgeted her hands nervously, akin to a fly rubbing its legs together. You mentioned that today would be the day for Lord Demon King's lesson. I was just wondering if there might be a test like the one before. The test she referred to was undoubtedly the one where she had to dodge fireballs thrown by Satan Leaf during her first lesson. A moment when Ira had promised to share her salary if she managed to escape unscathed. It seemed that Vera was indeed in dire need of funds. As Ira pondered this, the grand doors of the chamber creaked open. Helena, impeccably attired, bowed her head apologetically towards Ira, saying, Lord Demon King is quite fatigued today. Might we postpone the lesson until tomorrow? Ira immediately furrowed his brow, initially inclined to deliver a lengthy discourse on the responsibilities befitting a ruler. However, he soon relaxed his features. There was no need to adopt the role of a strict instructor. Perhaps it was his own severity that had shaped Isabella into her current state. He ought to embrace a more appreciative and understanding approach. Reflecting on his past interactions, he realized he had never truly exercised patience with Isabella nor offered her genuine praise. Perhaps he should adopt a more lenient standard when dealing with others. Very well, let us allow Satan Leaf to rest. She has indeed been working hard, he resolved. Meanwhile, Satan Leaf lazily awoke from her slumber, donning a white lace nightgown that, in contrast to her usual enchanting red lace dress, exuded an innocent charm. My Lord Demon King, are you awake? Today is the day for class, came Helena's voice from beside the bed. However, Satan Leaf, still enveloped in her blanket, exuded an extraordinary lethargy. Classes are truly exhausting, Helena. Her voice emerged from beneath the covers, her crimson tail dragging languidly behind her. She uttered in a soft, juvenile tone, I do not wish to attend class today. Understood. I shall convey this to Lord Ira. He will comprehend, Helena replied. Yet, as Helena's words echoed outside the chamber, Satan Leaf's tail instantly froze, and she realized with a start that Ira had been waiting at the door for her to commence the lesson long before. The drowsiness was almost instantaneously dispelled by a wave of guilt, accompanied by a profound self-examination. Satan Leaf questioned her worthiness to be treated with such earnestness by Ira, pondering whether she was deserving of his guidance. Yet, devoid of any conclusive answers, she swiftly threw back the covers and sat up. Under the watchful gaze of the other demon maids and ghostly attendants, Satan Leaf removed her garments and hurriedly donned her customary magical attire. I have come to understand. Let Satan Leaf rest well, for she has indeed exerted herself. Ira's voice echoed from outside. No, do not jest. Compared to your efforts, Mr. Ira, I have accomplished nothing, truly. Thus, it is no jest. I have not exerted myself sufficiently. Wait, I must attend class. Mr. Ira, as Satan Leaf shouted. She stumbled out of the room, hastily arranging her attire while exclaiming, I should not be so indolent. Please do not be disappointed in me. Haha, that will not be the case. Ira chuckled softly, reaching out to adjust Satan Leaf's collar. Like the others, he wore a look of reassurance, gently patting her head and saying, You have done remarkably well. Chapter 40. Inquiring about Ira, the Duchy of Hazard has acknowledged the possibility for foreign races, including magical beasts, to become citizens, and it has also permitted elves and orcs to ascend to the nobility of the duchy. What is your perspective, Satania? In response to Ira's inquiry, Satania hesitated momentarily, instinctively casting a pleading glance towards Ira and Selena, as well as Vera. However, she quickly realized that this seemed to be a test. If it were Vera, she might have casually deflected with some flippant remark about looking with one's eyes. Yet, Satania approached the matter with a serious and rational mindset, ultimately concluding, the duchy lacks the confidence to triumph over the empire, as they cannot fathom that the empire would decisively halt its war against us. Indeed, this is a realization many have come to. The duchy instigated the war against the empire, believing that the empire's strength was insufficient to confront both the magical beasts in the southeast and the duchy in the northeast simultaneously. In truth, this assessment was accurate. The empire's regent is a profession dedicated to the extermination of magical beasts, effective against all mana-bearing beings except humans. Nevertheless, it proves ineffectual in the conflict with the duchy. Even if the magical beasts are destined for destruction within a century, the empire will suffer substantial losses due to the strain of waging war on two fronts during that time. No one anticipated the empire would execute a decisive large-scale withdrawal of its garrison from the territories controlled by the magical beasts along the border, fully committing to the war against the duchy. Although large-scale hostilities have yet to commence, with only minor skirmishes and clashes thus far, the outcome is evidently predictable. When two colossal forces collide, both sides will sustain varying degrees of damage, with the duchy likely incurring the heavier toll. Indeed, do you believe the duchy's decision was prudent? In response to Ira's question, she regarded Ira, who was cautiously holding the reins atop a borrowed steed. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Perhaps it was not prudent, as the diverse races will not so easily be dragged down by the duchy. Indeed, without any prior experience in horseback riding, Ira acknowledged this while observing Satania ride gracefully. He remarked, The duchy seeks assistance from other races, hoping for the magical beasts, cooperation. However, that is an impossibility. We, having sustained grievous wounds, require time to recuperate, and the other races will not find it easy to engage. Ultimately, they will only receive minimal aid from a few free non-human allies. Although this discussion revolved around equestrian studies and global affairs, it seemed as though Ira was the one truly absorbing knowledge, stating, non-human races, wielding the power of the regent, can easily manage the situation. Satania pondered this carefully, nodding in agreement as she replied, Regardless of our recovery, as long as the world tree continues to permit the existence of the regent profession, we shall not pose a threat. The empire, taking this into consideration, decisively chose to abandon its offensive against us, relinquishing the opportunity to utterly annihilate the monstrous beings. Indeed, Isabella's strategy is truly remarkable. Satan Yi, feeling the need to continue her studies, looked contemplatively in the direction of Ilya, only to find him evading her gaze. In that moment, she felt a realization dawn upon her and spoke, It cannot be. This was proposed by you, Mr. Ilya, wasn't it? Indeed, this perspective was indeed put forth by Ilya. The principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy applies here. In truth, there are deeper considerations. As I mentioned earlier, the empire requires the existence of these monsters. Ilya articulated this notion, suggesting that if Isabella had heeded his words back then, there would be no immediate concern regarding the empire's aggression towards the monsters. The monsters have reached a point of desperation. Within the next century, the empire will seize an opportune moment to transform the monsters' territory into a vassal state and gradually assimilate them. As Ilya spoke of his former plan, he grew more accustomed to the sensation of riding and remarked simply, This strategy was my proposal, predicated on the condition that within a century, the empire's quality of life and abundance of resources would reach a level envious to all races. Although somewhat embarrassed, he continued, In my plan, the monsters and foreign races would assume the position of slaves, while the empire's slaves would be afforded the opportunity to elevate themselves to the status of commoners, who in turn could ascend to nobility based on their contributions, such as military achievements. He envisioned a grand redistribution of noble titles, abolishing hereditary rights for all ranks below marquis, rendering the titles obtained by the nobles through land contributions inconsequential. The royal family would thus gain loyalty, population, and territory, achieving a significant concentration of power. As Ilya shared this vision, Vera, Helena, and Satan Yi were left speechless. Feeling somewhat awkward, he rubbed his nose and admitted, "My plan may indeed be somewhat ruthless, but from the Empire's perspective, it is an immense boon. It is not merely somewhat ruthless. One could assert that this national policy meticulously accounts for human nature, monstrosity, and the inherent flaws of the nobility, orchestrating the Empire's strategy for the next 200 years, no, even 500 years. It is as crude as a monster, yet possesses an extraordinary capacity for forgiveness, sweeping forth with an unstoppable momentum, akin to a monster bearing down with righteous clarity." Even now, Satan Yi, upon learning of this plan, finds herself utterly at a loss regarding how to respond. Ahem. Then today's examination is, how should I counter this strategy? Ilya posed the question. How should one respond? How, indeed, should one respond? In a daze, Satan Yi felt as though she were seated before a chessboard, with Ilya opposite her, confronted with a given position. She could only grasp a piece. Utterly unaware of how to make a move, she was completely at a loss. Regardless of how one contemplates the situation, it is evident that all avenues of strategy have been entirely sealed off, rendering any efforts futile. However, in a moment of reverie, the figure of Ilya, engaged in the game, transforms into a petite queen, gazing pensively at the chess notation. Meanwhile, Ilya approaches from behind, gently grasping the hand prepared to make a move. The answer is already quite clear. I find myself at a loss, unable to conceive a means to counter this stratagem. Satan Yi, with uncharacteristic candor, observes Ilya, who rides alongside her with an air of lightness, and states, "Therefore, I shall request Mr. Ilya to enlighten me. This is not a plea, but rather the presentation of my method. That is, to inquire of you." As Satan Yi articulates this, she feels she has discovered the singular solution. Well, is your answer to the riddle truly, to inquire of Ilya? Do not attempt to evade the question. Ilya chuckles with a blend of exasperation and affection. Having mastered the art of horseback riding in a mere conversation, he dismounts with grace, extending his hand towards Satan Yi as a knight would to a princess, simultaneously offering his own response. In the span of a century, let us strive to become a nation that the Empire too must look up to. Chapter 41. Cultivating the Ancient Priest Tree. The cultivation of the Ancient Priest Tree is rather uncomplicated. One merely needs to find a vacant plot of land and randomly insert the segmented branches into the soil. Subsequently, regular harvesting will suffice. As Ila spoke, he pointed at the wooden structure before him, which resembled an ordinary tree trunk. This crop also bore branches and twigs, though its lack of leaves rendered it rather bare. While the little fairies listened attentively to his explanation of the planting method, Ila deemed it prudent to demonstrate. He softly chanted, triggering his ability. Fourth wing pillar, giant bee, wingspan. The yellow-black manna converged in the sky, transforming into a slender sword that Ila grasped in his hand. With a series of delicate slicing sounds, several burgeoning twigs were cleanly severed, leaving the ancient priest tree stripped down to its trunk, devoid of any appendages. These branches, when inserted into the ground, would thrive, provided there was ample rainfall. Ila continued, smiling as he cautioned, "Of course, there is no need to water them intentionally. That would be unnecessary. When moisture is sufficient, the toxic tree will sprout on its own. By the way, do refrain from tasting it out of curiosity. The current ancient priest tree is unprocessed. Consider it raw, as the unrefined toxic tree is highly poisonous." Upon this warning, the few curious little fairies and imps immediately settled down. Ila pondered for a moment before calling out, "Vera, come here for a moment." Responding to his call, Vera squeezed past the surrounding Satan Leaf and Selena, circumventing the inquisitive Mr. Lime, who was examining the new ingredient. She rushed to Ila's side and inquired, "What is it? Do you want me to accelerate its ripening? You're quite astute, but first, we need to induce rainfall." In response to Ila's praise, Vera rolled her eyes, retorting, "Even I find that such a growth-enhancing spell consumes a substantial amount of mana. You were once a royal mage, so you know my mana recovery isn't particularly swift among the royal mages." Despite her words, as she observed the monsters and Ila keeping their distance, Vera sighed softly. She gently closed her eyes, her mind illuminated by the flickering of countless ancient texts. Gradually, she began to speak. "Master of all beings, cast your watchful gaze. In reverence of the sun and moon, respond to the expectations of your faithful messenger. With this magic, the power of illusion and fantasy intertwines, manifesting miracles." As the spell, celestial manipulation, activated alongside Vera's intent, a torrential downpour suddenly descended upon a small patch of land before her. The rainfall, however, appeared almost comically disproportionate in its coverage of the crops. Yet, it was precisely this that underscored Vera's worth as a royal court magician. Though her mana recovery was indeed slow and her total mana unremarkable, her battles had never lasted long enough to require more. However, the spells she needed to cast were not limited to this one alone. Beneath the stars, the child of destiny extols the verdant entities, the world tree. A witness to the goddess of mana, offers its essence amidst the splendor of flourishing life, yearning for Gaia's vessel to be replenished. The flickering wisdom and the blossom of civilization delight the earth, ensuring an abundant harvest of oak. In such a chant, Vera extends her hand, and the lifeless blood of the lich flows down with the mana, enveloping the land. In this realm, apart from the elves, botanical spells necessitate blood as a catalyst for their invocation. Perhaps the unique status of plant magic is intertwined with the world tree, the source of power in this world. This distinction elucidates the difference between mana and magical energy. Although it is commonly believed that mana and magical energy are synonymous, both referred to as mana, the world tree perceives them differently. Only the mana wielded by elves is considered true mana, permitting effortless spellcasting without any additional exertion. Not even the need for incantation or verbal triggers, allowing for unrestrained manipulation of mana. Conversely, the term magical energy derives from humanity's study of magical creatures, implying the power of magical entities. All races, except for the elves, are equally discriminated against by the world tree, suggesting a certain favoritism towards the elven kin. However, as the term magical energy gained widespread acceptance, it became a universal symbol denoting mana, leading even the elves to gradually adopt this deconstructed term. As Vera's blood and magical energy coursed across the ground towards the ancient priest tree, those branches carelessly strewn upon the earth visibly began to grow. They gradually took root, absorbing vast amounts of moisture and nutrients from the soil, transforming into starches and nourishing elements. The small branches and twigs evolved into straight trunks, resembling the ancient priest tree previously observed. "Hey, Ila, that should be enough, right?" Vera inquired, maintaining her outstretched hand with her palm facing downward. Although the blood loss posed little issue for her, it was still somewhat uncomfortable, and the consumption of mana was notably substantial. "That's enough. Thank you," Ila responded. And at that moment, the rain from the heavens and the rapid growth of the plants ceased simultaneously. The newly formed ancient priest trees bore robust, yet leafless branches, presenting an odd appearance. Subsequently, these crops seemed poised to repeat the prior process of pruning branches and planting, then awaiting maturity. Such crops are indeed remarkably low maintenance and effortless. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Helping you with the planting was truly exhausting," Vera lamented, feeling the emptiness from the substantial depletion of mana, bending slightly as if fatigued. Casting a wistful glance at Ila, who was engrossed in studying the crops, and added, "You owe me a proper recompense tonight." Satan glanced over in confusion, while Selena displayed a look of astonishment. She looked at Ilra, then at Vera, and remarked, "So this is the nature of your relationship?" Ilra, maintaining an impassive demeanor, fixed a dangerous gaze on Vera, who was babbling nonsensically. In an instant, his expression shifted to a light chuckle as he said, "Well then, be prepared." "Prepared? Prepared for what?" In that moment, Vera was taken aback, trembling as she stammered, Lord Ilra, I was merely joking, just making a jest." "Then next time, mind your tongue," Ilra retorted, casting a disdainful look at Vera, this cowardly figure before him, and ominously threatened, "Otherwise, you'll be compelled to cast the plant growth spell every day." I protest. I protest. Your protest is futile. I nullify your futility." In the eyes of onlookers, it seemed that Ilra and Vera shared quite a good rapport, did it not? Chapter 42. Port construction and assemblage in a massive cauldron. Several pure white tree cores were continuously bobbing up and down. Once the bark of the ancient sacrificial tree was stripped away, what remained resembled these white tubers. Immersed in water and subjected to high temperatures to eliminate toxins, this was the sole prescribed method of consumption. Mere cooking was insufficient. It required a relentless boiling for 3 to 4 hours or more until all the tubers were thoroughly softened. The duration must be extended, as neither complete immersion nor sustained high heat could be overlooked. Continuous stirring could hasten the detoxification process, transforming the food into an edible form more swiftly. "Is this sufficient, Mr. Eiler?" Mr. Lime inquired, glancing at his subordinate, a small slime, who stood on a stool, diligently stirring the contents of the pot with a large ladle. 5 hours had elapsed. "It should be about right, and if memory serves me correctly, Most magical creatures possess a certain resistance to toxins. As Ila spoke, he stepped forward, grasping a piece of tree flesh from the pot with his bare hands. After shaking off the excess liquid, he placed it on the kitchen cutting board and remarked, "Treat it as you would a common taro. Although this crop contains more fibers, so be mindful during preparation." In contrast to gourmet delicacies, the ancient sacrificial tree was more akin to sustenance, perhaps best likened to potatoes. However, if one did not meticulously remove the intertwined fibers, the texture would be considerably inferior. To envision it, imagine mashed potatoes interspersed with long strands of wood shavings. "I understand. I shall extract the fibers," Mr. Lime responded. Utilizing a broad meat cleaver to crush the ancient sacrificial tree, he noticed this characteristic as well. With a slender boning knife, he delicately lifted a fiber, his tone imbued with a serious appreciation for the food, saying, "Disregarding the fibers, the ancient sacrificial tree is indeed a refined ingredient. It seems I can develop many new dishes from it. Do anticipate, Mr. Ila." In response to Mr. Lime's enthusiastic eagerness, Ila smiled and nodded before departing the kitchen. The ensuing hours belonged to Mr. Lime, who would certainly not present the untreated ancient sacrificial tree at the dining table, risking dire consequences for all. Within the Orc territories, where the cultivation of the ancient sacrificial tree was most prolific, the most common method of consumption involved simply gnawing on it after detoxification. While it might lack flavor, it served to satiate hunger. Mr. Lime possessed the meticulousness of a seasoned chef and the innovative fervor of a novice, ensuring he would undoubtedly craft his own unique dishes from the ancient sacrificial tree. Thus, Ila looked forward to this, for in this world, only the delights of cuisine and the fervent passions of the human heart should never be taken for granted. Upon exiting the dark fortress of the Demon King, the environment of the demon realm has undergone a notable transformation. The excrement that once littered the ground has vanished, and the air is no longer suffused with a repugnant odor, though it still retains a scent of fresh grass and earth. It is not overwhelmingly offensive, yet it cannot be deemed pleasant. It seems imperative to inform the inhabitants of the demon city regarding the paving of the main thoroughfare, for one ought not to traverse muddy paths when traveling. The wisdom of to become prosperous, one must first build roads is a truth well understood by Ila. The execution prowess of the demons is indeed remarkable. Had this been the Empire, corporal punishment and monetary incentives would likely be employed to ensure the implementation of sanitation plans. Lord Ila. "Good morning, Lord Ila." In response to the greetings from several demons, Ila nodded, acknowledging their salutation. Many others merely regarded him with respect, refraining from vocal greetings. Unbeknownst to him, he has been embraced by the Demon King's domain. This truly is a peculiar kingdom. As he pondered, Ila wrinkled his nose. What had initially been a pleasant atmosphere seemed to transform into a foul stench at the moment he inhaled. A wave of nausea surged within him. Over yonder lies the livestock farm, where various domesticated animals such as chickens, ducks, and pigs are raised. More significantly, cattle and sheep are reared in pastures. Their hides can be fashioned into paper, albeit heavy. It remains the sole writing material in this world. However, aside from Ila's discomfort, it is likely that the other demons have grown accustomed to the odor. Of course, Ila's departure from the demon fortress was not merely for the purpose of patrolling the realm. He intended to inspect the progress of the port's renovations, and perhaps to observe the coastal foraging activities. As he passed the salt evaporation ponds, he beheld the sight of several succubi, enchanting the sands with their presence during low tide, trailed by countless lesser demons diligently collecting shellfish. This activity could hardly be classified as foraging. Perhaps harvesting would be a more fitting term. The ocean's resources, still largely untapped, far exceed human imagination in abundance, allowing for this harvesting frequency to be sustained for many years without significant concern. Nonetheless, one must not become reliant upon it. The primary sources of sustenance should remain rooted in aquaculture and agriculture, with fishing merely serving as a transitional means. "Ah, Mr. Ila, you have arrived." In response to the call from the leader of the constructs, Ila nodded, observing the non-carbon-based demons energetically transporting timber for repairs and construction at an astonishing pace. The port construction plan established just yesterday has already taken form. "Good morning." He greeted the construct, who often graced the morning assemblies with a distinctive manner of speaking. Pointing towards the wooden platform, the unloading platform for fish is nearing completion. Ila discerned this distinction. The essence of the war port on one side starkly contrasts with the fishing port constructed here. The former caters to several colossal warships, while the latter is frequented by countless fishing vessels. One must also consider the convenience of unloading the catch. "What about the ships?" Ila inquired. "We shall not construct them. We may need to purchase or command the likes of sea demons, merfolk, and Ghana to return to the Demon King's territory for habitation. Indeed, as Ira had previously surmised, the sea-dwelling monsters had defected, leaving the naval power of the Demon King's realm nearly non-existent. I understand now. Thank you for your explanation, Ira said, nodding. After observing the port's construction for a moment, he turned to return to the Demon King's domain. He needed to consult with the ghostly finance officer responsible for trade or seek the vampire in charge of diplomacy. Mr. Ira, the construct called out to him. Ira responded, turning back to the construct, which opened its iron chest plate to reveal a pale yellow core within. It continued, I have heard, Mr. Ira, that you require mana from monsters. Please accept mine. Thank you, Ira replied. Chapter 43. The potential for zero-cost acquisition as the mana of the construct filled his wing pillar. Ira finally gathered for mana from magical creatures, returning to the formidable stance of the Supreme Regent. Although some of the mana did not align with his preferences, each regent possesses their unique combination of magical creature mana. Ira, in particular, seldom engages in combat utilizing succubi mana and had only just acquired mana from constructs. Even with solely the Crimson Dragon-S mana, by infusing it into the primary wing pillar, the core, he attained a combat power ranking within the top tier, T1, of the world. Should all four wing pillars employ his most adept combinations in a battle against numerous hostile non-humans, his combat prowess could even ascend to an extraordinary level, T0. This is the essence of a regent. This is Ira. First wing pillar, Iron Golem, wingspan. As Ira traversed the path back to the Demon Lord's domain, he experimented with the mana of the construct leader. The mana behind him coalesced into a pair of wings gleaming with a metallic sheen. His corporeal form began to exhibit metallic properties. Prodding his hardening body, Ira shook his head, realizing that the Iron Golem was ill-suited as the core wing pillar. The sluggish sensation he experienced while infusing it into the corresponding wing pillar should have made this clear. The second wing pillar, mobility-related, and the third wing pillar, ranged attack, showed little affinity for the Iron Golem's mana. Fourth wing pillar, Iron Golem, wingspan. With the utterance that triggered his abilities, the mana that once functioned within the first wing pillar transitioned to the fourth wing pillar's position. And identical large wings unfurled instantly, albeit from a different location. The ash-silver mana in Ira's grasp swiftly coalesced into a glimmering one-handed axe. An axe? This was a weapon Ira seldom utilized, yet it appeared not to be intended for slashing. The hollow center and the unique curvature of the axe handle confirmed its purpose as a throwing weapon. Oh. The first encounter with a ranged attack manifested through the fourth wing pillar, Ira mused aloud. As he contemplated, both the axe in his hand and the wings upon his back dissipated into ash-silver mana, vanishing into the air. Perhaps there had been a fundamental misunderstanding between the Empire and himself? Was it possible that the third and fourth wing pillars represented not ranged and melee, but rather magical projection and weapon manifestation? This notion could only be validated by slaying an elf and observing what weapon the elf's mana would produce as the fourth wing pillar. If it were bows and arrows, then the latter hypothesis would indeed be correct. Taika. Ira turned to see Takapu, who had appeared behind him in response to his call. He casually inquired, "Where is that ghostly lady now? I need to consult her about the vessel." Kneeling on one knee, Takapu looked up in confusion, then watched as Ira continued to walk forward. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dust from her attire and hurried to catch up with him, saying, "If all goes as expected, she should be in the study." "The study, you say?" "To speak of it. Isabella often enjoyed her own company during her idle moments. No, let us not dwell on her." Ira gently shook his head, turning to glance at Takapu, casually brushing off the leaves that had fallen onto his head while he knelt. He remarked, "Take me there. I hope I won't disturb her." Takapu, appearing remarkably composed, shook his head. His tail flicked rapidly against his legs as he replied, "No, she is likely occupied with organizing the recent trade matters, is she not? That is indeed work, and my presence may very well disrupt her." Despite these thoughts, Ira proceeded to the study. How shall one say it? This place paled in comparison to the vast library-like study of the Empire. It could only be likened to a familial study. The door to the study was unlocked, and the ethereal figure of the ghostly spectacles lady sat at her desk, diligently recording something amidst a plethora of assorted documents. Takapu, adhering to his custom of not interrupting the conversation between the two, simply nodded at Ira before excusing himself, likely off to the training grounds for some sparring. The spectral lady appeared deeply engrossed in her work, seemingly oblivious to Ira's arrival. He, in turn, did not perceive the purchase of vessels as a matter of utmost urgency, so he patiently awaited her conclusion. After a considerable duration, the ghostly spectacles lady finally lifted her head for a brief respite, only to notice Ira waiting at the door. She paused momentarily before rising to greet him. "Mr. Ira, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have only just arrived." As Ira spoke, he followed the ghostly spectacles lady into the study, inhaling the scent of books as he seated himself opposite her. He succinctly stated his purpose for visiting. "I have come to discuss the construction of the fishing port." At his words, the ghostly spectacles lady immediately grasped the nature of his inquiry. She adjusted her glasses, which lent her an air of intellect, and inquired, "Is it concerning the vessels?" Observing her monochromatic appearance, devoid of any color, Ira nodded subtly. "I intended to address this matter in tomorrow's meeting, seeking the opinions of everyone present. However, since you have come to me, let us reach a decision now." Listening to her words, Ira instinctively felt that circumventing the decision-making process concerning the Satan leaf was unwise. Yet he endeavored to acclimate himself to the dominion of the Demon King and nodded in agreement. "First, let us eliminate the option of purchasing vessels from the Empire," the ghostly spectacles lady stated, and Ira readily concurred, bypassing the question of which nation to procure vessels from, directly asserting, acquiring boats from other countries is not under consideration. Indeed, as I suspected, this leaves us with the option of purchasing fishing boats from other territories under the reign of His Majesty the Demon King. However, if that is the case, perhaps we might temporarily set this matter aside. The specter of the eyeglass maiden mused, calculating the passage of time, and remarked, "Winter is nearing its end. Should the various territories harbor no intentions of resubmission, we shall not need to expend silver coins to procure vessels from those lands. The tributes from each domain, in the parlance of the Empire and other human nations, are essentially what one might refer to as taxation, a flow of funds directed towards us. Should the need arise to acquire ships, it would necessitate monetary exchanges with the other territories. This scenario would apply only if those lands were to realign themselves. However, if the tributes remain unrenewed, it would signify a true act of betrayal." Chapter 44. Sonata Abunacia. Much like the Black Knight and the Headless Horseman, the insectoid troops were stationed outside the Demon King's castle, while the vampires, including the young vampire maiden seen during the morning assembly, resided not within the castle itself, but rather in a smaller fortress nearby. This castle, considerably lesser in scale than the Demon King's stronghold, befitted the status of a subordinate. Furthermore, it was not solely inhabited by vampires, lycanthropes, or werewolves, also called at home. Contrary to common perceptions from Ilar's previous world, the relationship between vampires and werewolves in this realm was rather amicable, as both species bore significant similarities to humanity and likely shared a common understanding. "My Lord Ilar, Lady Sonata requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Ilar nodded at the male vampire who had opened the castle gates to invite him inside, following him into the vampire stronghold. Sonata was the name of the vampire leader who had participated in the morning meeting within the Demon King's castle. Inside the fortress, numerous vampires and werewolves meandered about, seemingly unconcerned with the production duties of the Demon Lord. Their daily tasks likely mirrored those of field agents, conducting reconnaissance beyond the Demon Lord's territory and subsequently reporting their findings to the vampire leader known as Sonata. Compared to the Demon King's castle, this fortress exuded a richer artistic ambience, with countless oil paintings adorning the walls in place of windows, though this might not necessarily correlate with artistic expression. After all, for vampires and werewolves, exposure to the sun and moon was far from favorable. The sun would scorch the former, while the moon could drive the latter to madness. The celestial bodies above appeared to be rather unfriendly towards these creatures, yet attributing this malice solely to the stars would be unjust, as it would unfairly absolve the sun and moon of their roles. "My Lord Ilar, this is Lady Sonata's chamber." As the male vampire spoke, he led Ilar into a room dominated by a coffin at its center. After respectfully ushering Ilar inside, he exited the room, leaving Ilar amidst decor befitting a typical bedroom: a coat rack, a wardrobe, a desk, a fireplace, and wooden chests. However, it seemed that Sonata had yet to emerge from the coffin that served as her bed. Had she risen early due to pressing matters? Or was this a test of sorts? As Ilar pondered this in the empty chamber, he gazed at the elegantly crafted wooden coffin, when suddenly, a dull thud resonated from within. Indeed, it was a pronounced, muffled sound, as if something had struck the coffin's interior with considerable force. Ilar silently observed as the lid of the coffin was moved aside, revealing the vampire leader he had encountered during the morning assembly. She propped herself up with one hand on her head and the other on the silk lining of her coffin, sitting upright. "It appears that Ura has overthought the situation. It is neither a matter of urgency nor a show of intimidation, but rather, he has simply fallen asleep. I apologize. I was informed by my subordinates that you, Mr. Ura, had arrived, and in the course of waiting for you, I dozed off. The young vampire maiden, clad in a pure white gown, expressed this. Releasing her hand that had been covering her slightly flushed forehead, and apologetically continued, my name is Sanada Abunesia. Pleased to meet you. Ura responded, observing Sanada as she emerged from her coffin. He watched as she somewhat awkwardly tidied her bed and took a seat across from him. The two of them gazing at each other across the table. Soon after, other vampires arrived, serving them tea. Ura delicately sipped the clear red tea, his gaze fixed on Sanada, who was turning her teacup, seemingly at a loss for words. He broke the silence, asking Miss Sanada? Yes, she exclaimed, her reaction unexpectedly pronounced. Ura noted her breathing, which appeared somewhat rapid, her pupils involuntarily constricting to the size of pinpricks. Realizing something, he remarked, I recall that during our first meeting, you were the one who swallowed hard, weren't you? Indeed, Ura's memory served him correctly. On the day he emerged from prison, Sanada had not been involved in controlling him, but had been tense to the point of near panic. Her current state was not much improved, clearly indicative of her fear. I apologize for causing you amusement, Mr. Ura, Sanada said, feigning nonchalance as she lowered her gaze to the reflection in her teacup. After a moment of silence, she began to speak slowly. Although I am aware that you have become one of us, I still feel afraid. I have seen you on the battlefield. This was something Ura had surmised. While he did not have a vivid recollection of it, the multitude of monstrous entities present on the battlefield clouded his memory. I remember, she continued, it was a nighttime operation where my kin and I aimed to assassinate the battlefield commander known as Ulrich Jem Goodwin. As Sanada recounted this, Ura felt a flicker of recognition. He mused aloud. The assassination of young Ulrich? I have some recollection of that. Had it succeeded, perhaps the war's dynamics would have shifted dramatically. Even Ura had to commend General Ulrichra. He was a rare genius in commanding, possessing a keen sense for warfare, certain to shine in the conflict with the duchy. However, the Goodwin family's close ties with Ura's faction could potentially render them targets of the nobility. Alas, we failed. Sanada interrupted Ura's thoughts, her gaze wandering as if she were transported back to that fateful night. She murmured, Mr. Ura, you soared over the battlefield with the crimson wings of a dragon. On the battlefield of night, it transformed into a realm as luminous as daybreak. The searing temperatures enveloped our forces in an instant, and my kin were consumed by the inferno in a fleeting moment. Then, as she spoke, Sanada's throat quivered slightly. Cradling her cup delicately, she uttered, behind you unfurls the expansive wings of the bloodline. In the moment those wings shatter, the cataclysmic blood magic sweeps across the entire battlefield, leaving our troops decimated. Indeed, this is the terror of the governor, or rather, the horror embodied by the chief governor known as Ira. No other governors or chief governors could ever reach such a level of devastation. Only Ira, only Ira. Chapter 45. The exchange of blood for mana. The position of the governor, within the context of the empire, undoubtedly embodies a formidable profession and combat capability, arguably existing solely to confront the wars against non-human races with its unparalleled martial prowess. The emergence of the governors alleviated the empire's most pressing crises. The underlying reason for the empire's retreat was starkly simple: a lack of high-tier combat strength capable of altering the tides of war. While the empire was replete with mid-tier combatants and possessed elite units, it was apparent that a singularly powerful entity could not shift the course of war. Though mid- and low-tier forces served as the backbone, they were insufficient to bear the weight of critical responsibilities at pivotal moments. However, for the monstrous beings, this vocation known as the governor was perceived as a harbinger of dread, a dual adversary in both physiological and existential terms. A terrifying creature responsible for the relentless defeats of the monsters. Among these, the founder, Ilra, remained etched in the memories of many. Not only was he the creator of this profession, but he also held a significant status within the empire, having already traversed the battlefield before assuming the role of governor. No monster suffered from what could be termed governor phobia. Yet those who had survived Ilra's unrestrained slaughter bore a certain psychological scar, often playfully referred to as Ilraphobia. Akin to PTSD, witnessing Ilra, akin to a malevolent deity, wreak havoc indiscriminately with peak efficiency, while observing him absorb the mana of his fallen comrades, seeing friends, once engaged in jovial discourse, dissolve before their eyes, was an experience that etched itself into their psyche. The very mana that fueled his power was derived from those who once stood beside them. Following his disappearance from the battlefield, The few monsters fortunate enough to survive scanned their surroundings, only to find themselves utterly alone, devoid of any allies, as if their comrades had never existed. This overwhelming sense of desolation and dread would drive the remaining monsters to flee like lost souls. It was a miracle they had not succumbed to madness. I apologize, but at that time, I was in opposition to the demon lord's domain, Ilra conveyed, offering a semblance of remorse. Regardless of the circumstances, it ultimately resulted in the complete annihilation of Sanada's kin, even if it stemmed from a natural adversarial conflict. I am aware, Sanada replied, gently shaking her head. After that, I returned to the demon lord's domain to inform the Blood Clan of the news, and then the Blood Clan defected. However, she continued, the Abunizia family did not flee. I chose to remain in the demon lord's domain as the last of the Abunizia. Before Ilra could inquire further, the bloodline maiden named Sanada took a sip of tea and said, many families opted for defection, or rather fled out of fear of opposing the governors. As she spoke, Senata regarded Ilra, who appeared at a loss for words. With a sigh, she added, a significant number of monstrous races chose betrayal largely because they wished to avoid enmity with you, thus seeking to sever ties with the demon lord's domain at any moment. Upon hearing this, Ira could not help but smile as he remarked, however, I have now become a part of the demon king's domain, and those who once betrayed me have now turned into my adversaries. Serna, who had also contemplated this notion, smiled in return. With her spirits slightly lifted, she nodded and replied, indeed, it appears so. After that, I became the leader and head of the bloodline within the demon king's domain. Yet I shall never forget that day. On her youthful visage, a blend of fear and regret surfaced, her eyes seemingly reflecting the crimson chaos of that fateful night. She spoke softly, I hope Mr. Ira can forgive me. I find it difficult to approach you with a normal demeanor. In this regard, Serna had always held a deep admiration for Satania. I would never blame you for that. Rather, it is I who should apologize. Having exchanged these courteous remarks, Ira felt it was time to address the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, he straightforwardly stated, I have come to inquire about the tribute situation in the various cities within the monster-controlled regions. Well, Serna, now in a work-oriented mindset due to Ira's inquiry, pulled her thoughts away from the terrors of the past and responded, among the 74 domains, only 40 are certain to pay their tributes on time before the end of this quarter. Does that mean approximately 34 domains have chosen not to pay their taxes punctually? Ira mused over the staggering figure, acutely aware that any future endeavors would require the restoration of the Demon King's authority. Otherwise, Satania would merely become a joke of a monarch. Yet, that concern could wait for now. What about the defector races, such as the Naga and the mermaids? As Ira posed this question, Serna appeared to come to a realization. She instinctively toyed with the small bat-shaped hairpin atop her ear, the striking contrast of the black-red bat against her silvery locks creating a captivating visual. Ah, I see. Is this regarding the fishing vessels? Understanding this, Serna recalled the information relayed to her by her subordinate responsible for the intelligence of the Siren race. She explained, after leaving the Demon King's domain, they joined the territory of the Gorgon. The Gorgon? After slaying the Gorgon, their mana truly became formidable, filling the third pillar, Ira pondered, soon realizing that his thoughts were somewhat misguided. The monsters were likely to become allies rather than enemies in the future, and such a mindset could prove detrimental. Before Ira could articulate his next question, Serna anticipated his thoughts and continued, fortunately. No, I mean regrettably. The Gorgon territory is not one of the 40 domains that still pledge their loyalty. That is indeed a rather unfortunate, or fortunate, situation. It seems acquiring vessels through conventional means may no longer be feasible. A look of regret graced her features. With a smile, Ila nodded and turned to take her leave when a thought suddenly struck her. She glanced at Sanada and inquired, I recall that the vampiric kind requires human blood for survival. How do you currently procure blood? Not human, but rather the blood of non-monsters. Sanada corrected her, shaking her head in lamentation. Since our defeats in the ongoing war, we have subsisted on the blood of cattle and sheep. To be frank, it is quite unpalatable. If possible, I hope to acquire blood through trade in the future, though I must admit it will be cold. Before she could finish her sentence, Sanada paused, her gaze fixated on Ila, who had lowered her collar, revealing her alabaster neck. Sanada's throat constricted, her crimson eyes growing ever more vibrant with thirst, fighting against her cravings. She asked, Mr. Ila, shall we trade? I desire a portion of your mana. Ila, however, found it hard to contemplate utilizing the abilities of two succubi simultaneously. After all, regardless of the pillar, the succubi's power lay in seduction, and their effects could not be stacked. Moreover, Due to Ila's negligence and the inherent quality issues, the mana from the giant bee had shattered not long ago. Senata, however, offered no verbal response. Rather, her actions spoke volumes. Chapter 46. The Blood of Ira. What is it like to be bitten on the neck by a blood clan? To have one's blood drawn? To describe such an experience is rather intricate. While there is a degree of pain, it is not unbearable. It is somewhat akin to the sensation of scratching an itchy mosquito bite, the discomfort mingling with the relief of alleviating the itch. As Senata indulges in the intoxicating act of consuming her own blood, Ira begins to seize the mana residing within her, currently possessing four distinct sources, that of Satan Leaf, the Steel Golem, Tikapu, and Selena. The mana belonging to the giant bee has been compromised, unless he actively employs Wing Shatter. Any formidable resistance will lead to a swift and irreversible depletion of that particular mana. If he were to be prudent, he could utilize it over an extended period, akin to the previous Demon King's Crimson Dragon. The durability of the mana infused within the wing pillars correlates directly with its quality. The higher the tier of the creature, the more potent mana the regent can extract, thus rendering it more resilient. Although the weapon forged from the giant bee's mana infused into the fourth wing pillar remains capable of shattering the light scythe unleashed by Satan Leaf under Ira's manipulation, he cannot prevent the durability of the giant bee's mana from diminishing progressively until it reaches nil. After all, the so-called Crimson Demon Dragon represents one of the apex strengths among magical creatures. Ira intends to substitute Selena's or Tikapu's mana with that of Senata, but due to his uncertainty regarding which mana belongs to whom, he is left to rely on fortune for the exchange. Swish, swish, swish. Ira embraces Senata, replacing one portion of his own succubus mana with hers, yet she clings to him tightly, persistently drinking his blood, producing a sound that is rather coarse and slurping. Ira possesses a unique self-awareness regarding the peculiar nature of his blood, though he had not anticipated its distinctiveness to this extent, resignedly awaiting Senata to satiate her thirst. He regards it as an act of blood donation, as he contemplates how to formally reinstate the Gorgon as a subordinate within the Demon King's domain of the century, or perhaps to elevate her status to that of a subordinate among subordinates. He lifts his gaze to avoid the tickling sensation of Senata's silvery hair against his cheek. Suck, suck, suck. Ira's musings are interrupted by the volume of the sounds. At that moment, a youthful vampire girl appears, seemingly in search of Senata. She pushes open the door, only to be greeted by the sight of Ira and Senata entwined in an embrace. Immersed in the exquisite taste of blood, Senata remains oblivious to the intrusion. Only Chikyu gazes helplessly at the unexpectedly arrived vampire, noting her eyes turning crimson in response to the alluring scent of blood that permeates the room. On a positive note, at least she will not misunderstand the situation. At the very least, one would not suspect that Ilya and their leader, Senata, were involved in an intimate relationship. Ilya observed the silent vampire, who was suppressing their thirst for blood, as they quietly closed the door and departed. Turning her gaze to Senata, who was nestled against her neck, Ilya felt that the moment had nearly reached its conclusion. She watched as Senata lifted her head. In the instant that Senata withdrew her sharp fangs from Ilya's neck, a delicate thread of crimson was drawn forth, and the wound upon Ilya's neck rapidly healed under the influence of the vampire's saliva. My apologies for the impertinence, Senata remarked, now fully alert. Her face flushed with a lingering exhilaration. It was a sensation reminiscent of a long-restrained release, akin to a chain that had bound one's body suddenly snapping, or a person submerged in water finally breaking the surface for breath. An instant of liberation from all that had been suppressed. With a deep exhalation, Senata, feeling a sense of satisfaction, defended her actions. I had intended to decline, but Mr. Ilya, your blood possesses a certain uniqueness. It seemed she was searching for justification for her behavior, yet Ilya truly understood. Has Vela mentioned what my profession was before I became a regent? Ilya inquired. The Lich spoke of it. You were a mage, Senata replied. Nodding in affirmation, Ilya continued. I transitioned from mage to regent. Yet the memories and essence of my time as a mage remain unchanged, and the traits of my blood, altered by mana, are preserved as well. As you surely comprehend, mages are predominantly of rare blood. Such sanguine rarity holds great allure for your kind. Ilya casually touched the now-healed bite mark on his neck, engaging in light conversation. Just as Vela's blood is of the cold variety, mine too possesses its own distinctive traits, having undergone slight transformations due to my studies in magic. Senata, unfamiliar with the intricacies of mage lore, found herself at a loss for words. However, her instincts as a member of her race soon kicked in, and she remarked, But Mr. Ilya, your blood bears no trace of elemental mana influence? Indeed, it does not, Ilya responded. Just as he was about to elaborate, a voice emerged from the doorway. Ah, yes, of course you wouldn't perceive it, for Ilya, during his time in the Empire, was the foremost scholar of blood magic. If my blood is classified as cold blood, then his could be termed blood of blood. Ilya, puzzled, turned his attention towards Vela, who had poked her head through the door. He realized that the earlier vampire girl must have come in to inform him of Vela's arrival. However, that did not deter him from asking, Vela, why is it that you seem to be everywhere? As the words hung in the air, the Lich waved her hand nonchalantly and settled beside Sonata, casually remarking, I have no pressing matters, merely seeking some amusement in your company. Yet, even as she uttered such sentiments, it was implausible to disregard her existence entirely. Inwardly, Ilya scoffed at the notion, shaking his head with a sigh before addressing the matter at hand. I seek to obtain information regarding the army of the Gorgon and their stance towards the Demon Lord's domain. In order to ascertain our subsequent approach, is there really a need for further deliberation? Essentially, we must deliver a final ultimatum to all those who remain defiant. Allowing the Headless Knight's iron cavalry to shatter their fortifications, Vera replied casually, her eyes narrowing into a playful smile as she regarded Ilya. However, since you were present, you could also demonstrate a one-man siege to them. While that is indeed a possibility, I am certain there exists a more prudent course of action, Ilya replied with resignation, his gaze drifting toward Sonata, only to find her nodding in agreement with Vera's assertion. Monsters, are they truly this straightforward? Is it not feasible to exchange interests? Perhaps to rally one faction against another would suffice? Chapter 47. The responsibility of a sovereign. Does anyone have matters to report? In response to Satan Ye's inquiry, the leader of the constructs was the first to present his account. The port and fishing harbor have been established, yet we lack fishing vessels, which may necessitate procurement. Regarding this matter, Mr. Eiler had already scurried about to confirm it yesterday. The ethereal specter, clad in shades of black and white, remarked as she withdrew her notebook to report to Satan Ye. Due to financial constraints, it is practically impossible to consider purchasing fishing boats from other nations. While citing financial reasons, it is evident that the treasury of the Demon Lord's domain could comfortably afford to acquire a few, or even several, vessels. Nonetheless, the prospect of acquiring just one or two boats from foreign lands would be somewhat embarrassing. Although the local culture does not overly concern itself with appearances, there are limits to what can be deemed acceptable. This sentiment was mutually understood among the gathered assembly. As Satan Ye listened with curiosity, Eiler, seated in the corner, interjected, we have resolved to pursue the option of purchasing fishing vessels from territories inhabited by other magical beings. Were this within the Empire, Eiler would have gently elucidated to Isabella, in her despair, the rationale behind such a decision. However, that is unnecessary now. Satan Ye does not embody the archetype of an aloof sovereign. Thus, there is no need for her to acquire knowledge in this regard, even if it feels somewhat remiss towards her role as a mentor. Isabella, having failed to clarify the reasoning behind this conclusion to Satan Ye, Eiler turned his gaze towards Sonata and continued, I later consulted Sonata, who informed me that sea sirens have integrated into the domain of the Gorgons. With Eiler's words and the nod of agreement from the vampire maiden Sonata, Satan Ye fell into contemplation, stating, the Gorgons? Are we to procure vessels from them? While the answer to this inquiry was apparent to all present, it seemed that Satan Ye naively believed they were to purchase from other territories. Had that been the case, it would not have been articulated in such a manner. Regrettably, it appears that the Gorgons are not prepared to remit their offerings before the conclusion of winter. I imply that they are unlikely to present their tributes. As Eiler spoke, Satan Ye lifted her gaze to meet his, and she began to grasp the implications. Surveying the assembly of leaders, she inquired, have the Medusas also betrayed us? Just how many territories have chosen to defect? In response to her words, the insectoid leader clenched his fists tightly, while the other commanders, seemingly suppressing their emotions, bowed their heads in silence. Among the 74 territories under the dominion of magical creatures, according to the intelligence at my disposal, only 40 can be confidently expected to remit their tributes before the quarter's end. As Sonata spoke, she shook her head in resignation and remarked, though these matters are entirely certain, even when the quarter draws to a close, the figures will scarcely increase. In other words, have the 34 territories ceased to acknowledge me as their demon lord? Sadan Yi sighed deeply, reflecting on the disintegration that had begun within the demon lord's domain since her father's demise on the battlefield. She felt fortunate that the issues had not erupted until winter. However, her words carried an air of melancholy that was unbefitting a demon lord. Such a figure ought not to be so humble and sorrowful. Yet, a demon lord is a demon lord, and does not require the approval of those who rebel. Helena spoke softly, yet her words failed to console Sadan Yi. who merely forced a smile and nodded, pretending not to care. However, she could not conceal her true feelings from everyone. Apart from Vera, no one knew what to say. Demon Lord, intoned the leader of the Black Knights, clad in ebony armor, his voice evoking thoughts of a gentle soul. He reassured Sadanyi, saying, "Do not concern yourself with the opinions of other territories. We have always known you to be the one and only Demon Lord." While his words were somewhat effective, they lacked the necessary impact. "I understand. Let us continue discussing the Gorgon," Sadanyi replied, seemingly focused solely on business. After a moment's thought, Ila said, "Regarding the Gorgon and the handling of the betraying territories, your input is required." After some contemplation, Sadanyi replied, "Well, let Mr. Ila decide." "No," exclaimed Ila, surprised by Sadanyi's reaction. Softening his tone, he calmly addressed her, "As a demon lord, you must take responsibility for all your subjects." Ila met the gazes of the other leaders and shared a knowing look with the bewildered Sadanyi, gently instructing her, "For the loyal territories, you must demonstrate the meaning of sincerity. For the traitorous ones, you must decide on a course of action. You are the demon lord, not us. You may seek our opinions, and we will offer our thoughts, but ultimately, the responsibility for making the yes or no decision lies with you, not us." As Ila spoke, he perceived the comforting expressions of those around him and continued, "Your commands can determine the fates of others. Whether you declare the fate of the traitors to be concluded here or choose to guide them back to the right path, that burden is yours to bear." Following Ila's words, Sadanyi fell into deep contemplation. Such matters ought not to be discussed in court, yet it seemed the demon lord's domain was unperturbed by this. Allowing Ila to instruct Sadanyi so directly, a ruler must bear the responsibilities inherent to their station, and Sadanyi needed to recognize this truth. Furthermore, it was unlikely that she would disregard this point. She would likely approach it with earnest diligence. Indeed, such a ruler is quite endearing. So, should I not directly allow you to decide? I need to express myself with more conviction, yet I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed. What should I do? Regarding the doubts of Satan Leaf, Ira felt a shift in the nature of the council, and he began a patient teaching, stating, "Ask us. For we each surely possess our own thoughts. However, I see now, I should be the one to make the decision, correct?" "Ahem, thank you, Mr. Ira. This is my first time as a king, so I am somewhat unfamiliar with the role." Seemingly grasping a fragment of Ira's intent, Satan Leaf expressed her apologies and turned her gaze towards all the leaders, boldly inquiring, "So, what are your thoughts on how to address the territories of the rebels?" Her voice rang out clear and strong, her face radiating the confidence befitting a ruler, as if something had shifted from that moment onward. Chapter 48. Let the blood flow like a river. It is the first time for Satan Leaf to assume the role of a king. While Ira has already endeavored as a mentor to a monarch on previous occasions, the distinction between a king's tutor and an ordinary teacher is indeed profound. For the average individual, this differentiation stems from the title of king, yet for Ira, the distinction lies in the number of students. As he is solely accountable for one pupil, it is akin to the difference between a private tutor and a schoolteacher. In his tutelage of the monarch, Ira naturally adopts a tailored approach to education. This brings to light the notable differences between his two students, namely Satan Leaf and Isabella. Isabella is a born leader, endowed with the temperament and disposition befitting royalty. Her regal nature eclipses the inherent rebelliousness and mischief of childhood. She embodies the aloofness and composure characteristic of a sovereign. She is a monarch far more formidable than the lackluster Yusef, a chosen ruler. Isabella's style of conduct, her decision-making processes, and the future envisioned by Yusef and Ira ensure that she remains resolute in national policy, wholeheartedly embodying the imposing presence of a monarch. However, due to her limited perspective, Isabella requires Ira's assistance in navigating certain state affairs. The imperial environment necessitates that she learn many things that, under different circumstances, would be deemed unnecessary. She must contend with domestic powers, the old nobility, the new aristocracy, officials born of common origins, generals, royal relatives, and factions like the Ira faction, all while balancing international relations and domestic interests. The empire is a formidable behemoth, yet alongside its might, it is burdened by an unwieldy bureaucracy and numerous outdated structures that fail to keep pace with the times. Consequently, Ira does not perceive any fault in his educational methods for Isabella. Rather, he contemplates the need to infuse more warmth into his approach, rather than relying solely on reason. Now, what of Satan Leaf? What manner of individual is she? This remains somewhat unclear to Ira. Compared to the familiarity he shares with Isabella, who he has nurtured since childhood, his acquaintance with Satan Leaf is limited. However, He has utilized this time to comprehend the governing systems within the demon lord's domain. There is no need to instruct her in the art of ruling, no requirement to teach her how to weigh the merits of her subordinates, nor to guide her in the delegation of authority. She excels in these aspects, perhaps excessively so. The influence of experience and perspective has led to a common short-sightedness among the populace, stemming from a lack of historical lessons to draw upon. This is a challenging aspect to amend. Yet, within the demon lord's territory, there is no necessity to alter Satan Leaf's attributes. For Ira can confidently exert his full capabilities and freely transform all that pertains to the demon lord's realm. Power is an element that every leader tends to overlook. Thus, aside from the prowess in battle, concerning the domain of the king, it suffices for Satania to acquire the essence befitting a ruler, understanding how to command with authority akin to a true monarch within the realm of the demon king. Now, what are your thoughts on addressing the territories that have confirmed their rebellion? This confidence in her inquiry likely stems from the endorsement and approval of Ilya. Initially, Satania would have posed such questions out of uncertainty, but her current inquiry is markedly different. Ilya has conveyed to her that her duty now is to inquire, not out of bewilderment, but from a place of clarity regarding the necessity to ask. In an instant, the petite form of Satania seemed to merge with the imposing silhouette of a robust demon king, one who reveled in exposing his chest. This figure was her father, the eccentric and combative former demon king who met his end on the battlefield, a figure worthy of reverence. Yet, despite his commendable qualities, the current state of the demonic territories is a consequence of his penchant for conflict, for which he bears considerable responsibility. Let us issue the final ultimatum, Vera remarked casually, crossing her legs. We shall have Sonata deliver the final ultimatum to the realm of the Gorgon. Naturally, they are unlikely to heed our call and submit once more, are they? Vera, grinning, seemed to harbor a certain desire and curiosity regarding the Gorgon. Perhaps even a thirst for knowledge about the Gorgon's remains. Then it is settled, exclaimed Satania, as she felt a glimmer of regal sentiment. She turned to address all present, proclaiming loudly, "At that time, let our forces trample the domain of the Gorgon." All the commanders present, be they bugmen, black knights, or headless horsemen, though they uttered not a word, rose in unison. Even though the demon king's territory had been thoroughly vanquished by the empire, by the regent, it was not due to the weakness of the demon king's domain, but rather a collective frailty and failure of all demonic beings. Yet, some territories appeared to harbor a different perspective, attempting to dissociate themselves from the demon king, as if such a stance would absolve them from the war with the empire, as though they were not among the vanquished. The populace could no longer endure this. However, geographically speaking, the Gorgon's territory lay separated from us by the realms of the lizard folk and centaurs, thus a direct assault on the Gorgon would be an erroneous decision. Yet, Ilya poured cold water on their fervor, stating that had they been in the empire, he would never have dampened the spirit with such remarks. But since they were within the demon king's territory, he felt at liberty to present an alternative, more rational viewpoint. We cannot ensure complete control over a territory that has already begun to harbor rebellious sentiments from such a considerable distance. Upon hearing Ilya's words, a clear disappointment crossed Satania's face, though she nodded in understanding. Alas, what a letdown, Vera lamented, echoing the sentiment. Certainly, Ira remarked softly under the watchful gaze of his colleagues. This is merely my suggestion. The decision to slay or spare lies with Satania. As Ira's words lingered in the air, he turned his gaze towards Satania, prompting all present to do the same, awaiting her response. Yet, I still yearn to exact retribution upon those treacherous lords. Is it truly impossible? Satania implored, her tail curling unconsciously, revealing a profound sense of despondency. This demeanor was unbecoming of a ruler. It was evident that Satania was eager to commence her purging of the insubordinate. Ira understood this all too well. He was acutely aware that whether in the empire or the demon lord's domain, the fate of traitors should invariably be met with a cavalry charge or the sting of a whip. As you wish, Ira assented with a gentle nod. Satania exclaimed in confusion. Sonata, alert the territories of the traitors. The remaining leaders, prepare to muster your forces at a moment's notice. Let the first day of spring herald either the acceptance of Satania by those rebels or their final day. Ira proclaimed with fervor. At your command, understood? The leaders responded in unison. Yes, we comprehend. Indeed, they replied affirmatively. Did we not say it was impossible? Yet, Satania tilted her head, wearing an adorably bewildered expression. Chapter 49. The trustworthy proxy of Ira Miss Sonata. Inform your subordinates to issue a final ultimatum to the territory of the lizard men, demanding that they settle all outstanding taxes before the end of winter, followed by the Centaur and Gorgon domains. Ira commanded, assuming the role of orchestrator while Satan Leaf remained in a state of confusion. He gazed at Sonata and expressed, as I mentioned previously, a direct assault on the Gorgons would be an ill-fated choice. Thus, Ira's decision was to launch a combined assault, eliminating the lords of those territories or compelling them to fully submit to the dominion of the Demon King, while also devising means to strengthen control and prevent any subsequent betrayals. For the seemingly indifferent Ira, who casually suggested a combined assault, Sonata smiled and performed a curtsy, indicating her understanding of the task at hand. Mr. Black Knight, Mr. Insectoid, Miss Headless Knight, Mr. Construct, and Miss Selena, I entrust the coordination of the battle forces to you, although perhaps the succubus need not partake in the fray. Ira stated with ease, formulating strategies based on his previous impressions of these monsters, adding, ideally, the enemy would submit once more, but should they rally their forces in defiance, we shall rely on your capabilities. Of course, I shall also join the fray. Ira's remarks at such a juncture were somewhat overstepping, as such declarations ought to have been made by Satan Leaf or a designated leader appointed by him. Yet, no one paid heed to this matter. Oh, so we shall fight alongside you? I never anticipated this day would come. Mr. Ira. It was evident that the others were quite eager, for they had never imagined standing shoulder to shoulder with Ila Elkaras on the same battlefield. Ira was a genuine legendary figure, recognized by many across the world, and his identity was easily matched with his visage. He was renowned globally. From the perspective of mobile gaming, Ira could be likened to one of the few SSR characters within the Imperial faction. As an adversary, he was an entity of utmost terror, and few dared confront him directly. His name alone could instill fear in even the smallest of monsters within the controlled zones. Yet, what of him as an ally? To illustrate further, consider Michaela's Blades of Malnia. As an enemy, she was a nightmare, but should she become a player's companion, the sheer joy would be unexpected and profound. Slaughter? Indeed. However, monsters need not descend to such depths. The leader of the Black Knights sighed softly, embodying a seemingly kind-hearted nature. This leader, known as Little Black, expressed his hope, may they repent and reform. At the behest of the Headless Knight, the Black Knight recognized that his words were somewhat inappropriate. He could only shake his head and say, they never truly declared their betrayal, they simply ceased to obey. Yet, for an entire kingdom led by a king, this was sufficient grounds for a death sentence. Much like Ira, who had escaped the Empire. However, Isabella rescinded the bounty, making it difficult to ascertain whether this was an act of contrition or simply a gesture of goodwill. Ultimately, the Empire itself remained the most significant factor, after all. It was ruled by a cold and rational monarch. We shall not create excessive bloodshed, Ira stated succinctly. If we fail to instill fear in those traitors and compel their submission, they will ultimately betray us again. The leader of the insectoid race known as Rainbow Shell proposed a differing opinion. Even the reluctant Black Knight, who wished to minimize slaughter, nodded in agreement with Rainbow Shell's perspective. We only need to build roads, Ira remarked casually. Observing the perplexed expressions surrounding him, he felt no need for an elaborate explanation. Simply stating, the more convenient transportation and information become, the higher the difficulty and cost of betrayal. Seeing still confused faces, Ira sighed softly, preparing to elaborate. No, Ira. If you explain this, we'll miss lunch. Vera, who comprehended the advanced nature and correctness of Ira's ideology, exclaimed, but why didn't you mention me earlier? Is my undead army unworthy? To this, Ira paused, instinctively replying, undead army? You? His words seemed laced with a hint of disdain for Vera. Underground. Just provide me with mana, and the skeletal army will rise. Vera declared triumphantly, akin to a child boasting about a prized toy. Contributing mana, well, perhaps not. Ira said, fully aware of Vera's precarious mana reserves. He sighed, surveying the expectant expressions of the surrounding leaders. Thus, it is settled. Let us forge the majesty of the Satan Leaf anew with crimson blood. Ira's solemn tone caused a shiver among the leaders who had witnessed him on the battlefield as an adversary, yet almost instantly, they succumbed to a euphoric realization. Ira stands with us. We are invincible. Oh. For the Demon King. We know the enemy's fate. Mr. Ira is formidable. We have no chance of losing. Indeed, as Mr. Ira has stated, let us strive to minimize the slaughter. Oh. Ira stands with us. The Demon King reigns supreme. The leaders appeared to be in a fervent frenzy. However, Mr. Ira, did you not previously state? At this moment, as if still entangled in this matter, Satania timidly uttered her thoughts, casting a pleading gaze towards the equally fervent Helena, and remarked, if the Demon King fails to lead well, perhaps we should refrain from punishing the traitors for now. Satania, truly, is a delightful ruler. As Satania looked at Ira, who began to stroke her head, she expressed her confusion. That is of little consequence. After all, you are the Demon King, Satania. Ira continued, elucidating the meaning behind his earlier words, his ruby-like eyes locking onto Satania's as he said, even if we aspire to pluck the stars from the sky, we shall undoubtedly procure them for you, let alone. What we face is merely the feeble crawling insects. Satania felt an overwhelming pressure. She was genuinely oppressed by Ira's leadership aura. How formidable must Isabella be to restrain the impulse to abdicate in favor of another? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, her tail was joyfully swaying. How delightful. For the first time, she found being a ruler to be such an effortless endeavor. Chapter 50. Deceived and crippled. The territory of the lizard men lies directly to the right of the Demon King's domain. Although not far apart, they possess the audacity to act in defiance, for in their minds, the current regime of the Demon King lacks the luxury to address dissenters. Moreover, they have not outright betrayed their sovereign. They have merely defaulted on their required tributes. If one were to inquire whether they could withstand an assault, the answer would be a resounding no, for the lizard men cannot hope to contend with such formidable foes as the Headless Knight and the Black Knight. Yet, if the question pertains to their ability to resist for a time, they certainly have the means to do so, as the lizard men are a vast clan, and the situation within the Demon King's realm cannot afford prolonged stalemates in battle. At least, this is how the lizard men perceive it. It is worth noting that most inhabitants of the monster territories remain oblivious to the notion of betrayal. The decision to cease tribute rests solely with the Lord and a select few. In the minds of ordinary monsters, the status of the Demon King still carries great weight. Only those lords would entertain thoughts of rebellion due to the perceived weakness of the newly appointed Demon King, Satan Yi. Indeed, while the lizard men have merely halted their offerings, they cannot deny their yearning for the throne. If even such a diminutive crimson dragon can ascend to kingship, why not the lizard men? This desire blazes like an inferno, searing the heart of the current lizard man leader, Karakapapa. Is that vampire truly untroubled? He inquired, addressing a humanoid figure cloaked in dark, purple robes. The robe obscured much of the figure's visage, but from the exposed lower half of the face and the silhouette of her form, it appeared to be a human female, though such a presence was unexpected in this realm. Pay no heed, O Lord of the Lizard Men, the woman spoke, her voice reminiscent of a lark. Peering through the hall's window, she gestured towards the vampire seeking an audience below, adding, that is an envoy from the Demon King's domain, hoping the lizard men will once again become loyal vassals. Karakapapa remained silent. As a leader, he possessed a fair intellect and understood one crucial point. Engaging in trivial banter with the vampire would merely be viewed as non-cooperation. However, to entirely dismiss the vampire or, worse, to slay her, would unequivocally cement the lizardmen's status as rebels. If you wish to meet her, then so be it. Yet I still harbor doubts regarding whether the current Demon King's domain merits such treatment, the mysterious cloaked figure remarked, indicating her intention to withdraw further into the shadows. In that fleeting moment, a portal of spatial distortion opened behind her, akin to the warped space above a searing flame. As she traversed the portal, her form began to gradually fade into nothingness. I hope you will consider this, she murmured lightly, her body becoming completely transparent, vanishing from the material plane. It became evident that she was not human, but rather a half-elf devoid of any elven characteristics. This half-elf, capable of initiating plane travel without incantation, could traverse the realms at will. As she disappeared, the Lord's Hall was left with only the lizard man chief, Karakapapa, who, after a moment of contemplation, chose not to meet the visiting vampire. Inform the guest of the Demon King that the lizard man chief is preoccupied with the aftermath of war and has no time for a visit, he instructed. Similar scenes unfolded within the territories of the centaurs and the gorgons. Although the centaur chief engaged in conversation with the vampire envoy for a time, no promise of timely tribute was forthcoming. Clad in a black robe, the half-elf woman stood upon a cliff near the Demon King's domain, gazing down at the realm and its surroundings. The harpies flitted about, seemingly oblivious to her presence. You are aware that Ila Elkaras has joined the Demon King's domain, are you not? A voice suddenly resonated from behind her. The half-elf made no move to turn or respond, as the woman continued, what is it that you truly desire? This inquiry undoubtedly sought to understand why she had not disclosed this information to the monstrous leaders. I seek nothing but to observe in silence, the half-elf replied casually, her gaze fixed upon the bustling Demon King's domain. It seems that while I slumbered, another brilliant talent has emerged in the world. Yet upon my awakening, he is no longer active on the battlefield. Such a pity. Though her words were somewhat convoluted, their essence could be grasped upon reflection. Do you wish to incite war? Another woman queried, yet the half-elf merely shook her head, stating, I only wish to witness the vigor of the younger generation. Whether it be war or combat is of no consequence to me. Are you not curious about the regent? The other woman inquired. Indeed, any mage who had reached a certain echelon would harbor curiosity regarding the role of the regent, given the intricacies of its operational mechanics. Of course I am curious. The other woman articulated, her tone laced with wonder. The notion of transforming oneself into a vessel for world runes. Constructing a column of wings that can transmute symbolic mana through one's own mana. Deceiving the world tree to procure mana for battle is undoubtedly intriguing. However, more than the regent, I find myself more captivated by Ila as an individual. How could I not be? Had I known of his impending arrival, I would have roused myself sooner. When did you succumb to slumber, Wynessa Eluvida? The half-elf maiden, known as Wynessa Eluvida, pondered for a moment before responding. The precise moment has long since faded from memory, but it was likely before the principality was divided into the Hazard and Caesar principalities. Yet, in the current timeline, the Caesar principality has long been extinguished, and the Hazard principality has once again emerged as a unified domain, seemingly unchanged from the time before her repose, merely a name altered. So, a very long time ago, a millennium? 2 millennia? Are you unable to ascertain a specific moment? It appears you possess little sense of time. Ahem, it is somewhat awkward, yet unavoidable, as you well know, Wynessa, for us. The passage of time holds little significance. Chapter 51. Tactically and strategically. The operational pattern of the Headless Knights on the battlefield comprises squads of 12, correct? Ira inquired, and before the Headless Knight leader could respond, he continued. This seems to be a remarkably rational configuration. How many such squads do the Headless Knights possess in total? Standing beside the azure flames of the torches in the Headless Knights encampment, Ira posed this question. These torches formed the Soul Forge, the birthplace of soul-affiliated creatures, from which both Headless Knights and wailing banshees could be conjured. However, the soul forges of different races exhibit distinct characteristics. The souls required by the Headless Knights differ from those of other monstrous entities, yet the underlying principles remain the same. The Headless Knight leader, adorned with black flames where blue flames would typically blaze, sat beside Ira and remarked, during the previous campaign against the giant wasps, the number of Headless Knights was replenished to 200 squads. So many? But given the size of the Demon Lord's territory, Ira pondered, recalling that, according to the imperial statistics, an average of 500 acres of land is required to sustain 300 soldiers, including 10 cavalrymen and 2 professionals. Among the professionals, commoners are scarce. Most professionals in the empire are engaged in a form of employment relationship, not akin to mercenaries, but rather similar to the contractual agreements of Ira's former world, signifying employees. Alternatively, the professionals themselves might belong to the noble class. Nevertheless, considering the expanse of the Demon Lord's domain, sustaining 2,400 knights would indeed be a formidable challenge. Yet Ira soon realized he had digressed. It is noteworthy that although this black-flamed Headless Knight had previously participated in communal feasts, she did not require sustenance. Neither the Headless Knights nor their steeds necessitate food. Many races within the Demon Lord's realm do not require military pay. Headless Knights, Black Knights, Constructs, and Undead, Lich, clearly do not need nourishment. Vampires merely require blood, slimes consume whatever they desire, and succubi may need some conventional sustenance, akin to the Crimson Dragon of Satan Leaf, yet they do not strictly qualify as primary combat races. Perhaps only the insectoid require a substantial intake of vegetation. But blue mushrooms are conveniently cultivated food sources. This might also explain why, prior to Ira's establishment of the governor, the monsters consistently overwhelmed the empire. And one could even argue that the empire's endurance until Ira's emergence was, in a sense, miraculous. I have previously visited the domains of other leaders. The current number of insectoid warriors stands at approximately 3,000, Black Knights at 4,000, Constructs at 300, Succubi at 70, and minor demons in the thousands. The Demon Lord's territory is quite extensive. Although the Demon Lord's castle conforms to standard fortress specifications, the territory itself extends a considerable distance. At least from the distant Harpy Mountains, sizable structures remain visible. Just the lowest tier consists of minor demons. The goblins, serving as laborers, already constitute a considerable number, not to mention the multitude of other monsters cohabiting alongside them. Although many of these dwellings are merely constructed from mud mixed with stones and branches, such a Demon Lord's territory, given ample time, would inevitably regain its vitality. After all, Any realm outside of the demon lord's domain may struggle to comprehend how a small number of producers can sustain an extraordinary ratio of combatants, including even high-tier units. From any perspective, it is undeniable that the territory of the lizardmen would be utterly crushed by us, as they possess a mere 3,000 to 4,000 troops and lack any aerial superiority. Ira casually inquired of the headless knight before him. How many headless knights do you think we should bring for this expedition? Can 10 squads ensure a flawless victory against the lizardmen? I mean, without any support. This statement left one wondering whether he was jesting. The headless knight, devoid of visible expressions, would have undoubtedly worn a face of disbelief had she been capable of such. As she shook her head and replied, impossible. Not to mention a flawless victory. Without the cooperation of other races, we cannot hope to prevail. After all, they are an entire race. Even if our cavalry holds an advantage, the lizardmen are not merely infantry. They also possess magical practitioners, including lizardman elders or shamans. In this world, it is inconceivable for high-tier units to overcome a tenfold numerical disadvantage, especially given the existence of precision-guided magic and arrows. For races equipped with ranged units, numerical superiority is infinitely magnified. However, after expressing this, the Black Flame Headless Knight seemed to recall Ira's previous overwhelming zero-casualty victory against the giant bees. After a moment of contemplation, she amended her statement. If you were to command, then victory might be within reach, albeit at a great cost. Of course, this refers to a scenario where 120 headless knights face the entire lizardman race, an utterly illogical situation. Yet she still harbored doubts about its feasibility, highlighting her confidence in Ira, or perhaps the psychological shadow he cast upon the monsters. Then let us take 20 squads, Ira remarked nonchalantly, as he calculated the number of soldiers for this expedition into lizardman territory. 240 headless knights, 200 black knights, 10 golems. 500 insectoid hunters should establish aerial superiority. The headless knight was rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend why Ira intended to proceed with such a modest force. She questioned, but, Mr. Ira, we actually have no need to retain a large contingent of troops. After all, the Demon Lord's castle is surrounded by neighboring territories, and within our controlled area. Should they truly wish to invade, they would need to breach each individual monster domain. However, I find no compelling reason to mobilize a vast army. An excessive number of soldiers would hinder the pace of our march, Ilra casually remarked, displaying a palpable disdain for the lizardmen, adding, primarily, it was Selena who insisted on involving the lesser demons in the battle, seemingly for the purpose of training. Moreover, I must make another visit to the Harpies domain. By ensuring aerial support, we can likely guarantee zero casualties. Although the current number of soldiers in the Demon King's realm is not insignificant, it pales in comparison to the period of absolute victory. In truth, the number of soldiers participating in the conflict may still be excessive. Yet I hope to fulfill the desires of that Dark Knight leader, striving to minimize bloodshed as much as possible. The Headless Knight opened her mouth, gazing at Ilra, who spoke so nonchalantly, yet she refrained from uttering anything further. Instead, she merely expressed, Mr. Ilra, I believe it is wise to exercise caution. I understand. I shall strategically regard each adversary with utmost seriousness, particularly if the situation threatens to spiral out of control, Ilra replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his crimson eyes shimmering as he locked gazes with the suddenly alert Headless Knight. He continued, I will intervene to steer the circumstances back on course. The Headless Knight hoped that the lizardmen possessed no hidden trump cards, for if our own trump card were to be revealed, both the table and the players would be crushed by the card known as Ilra. Chapter 52. The Evolutionary Path of Demons. Mr. Ira, what are you observing? Inquisitively asked Satan Leaf, who was mounted on horseback, as she glanced at Ira seated behind the Headless Knight of Black Flames. At that moment, Ira held a tome bound in sheepskin. Despite its weight, it was the sole parchment available in this realm. The concept of papermaking had crossed Ira's mind during his days as a mage. However, upon delving into research, he uncovered the underlying issues. Oftentimes, sheepskin parchment serves not merely as a vessel for written words. In fact, written language transcends its own existence. Only leather derived from living beings can bear extraordinary powers, regardless of whether it comes from sheep, cattle, magical beasts, elves, or even humans. The parchment must originate from the hide of a creature. Numerous grimoires dictate that the parchment must be harvested while the animal is still alive to channel the mana imbued with the magic of demonstration. This phenomenon is particularly prevalent in the tomes of blood mages. This is a book from the study, Ira responded, turning the cover to reveal the title. The beauty of symmetry, to Satan Leaf and Selena, the headless knight leader. Regardless, you riders should refrain from turning your heads. Ira internally scoffed, then succinctly explained the book's content. It mentions that the current demon lord's domain was once merely a castle constructed of stone. It was likely smaller than the present demon lord's territory, devoid of agricultural or pastoral lands, divided into the inner city, the demon lord's castle, and the outer city, comprising the various leaders' territories. Ira's brief account naturally captured the attention of others, as the populace of this world exhibits little interest in what is deemed history. Consequently, many past events remain fragmented, with scant records available, leaving only obscure traces to be gleaned from such miscellaneous tomes. However, few possessed the inclination to pursue such curiosities. At that time, the Grand Demon Lord's castle was accessible solely to the higher races, a place marked by a rigid class structure, and from this perspective, it appears less rationally constructed than the current Demon Lord's domain. Casually commenting, Ira gently pointed to a passage and read aloud. Here it states that the Demon Lord's domain is divided into the above-ground and underground realms, presenting an extraordinarily symmetrical beauty. 2 kings, 2 thrones, equal in standing. Yet in the absence of external foes, they embody a captivating phenomenon of kings unseen by one another. In other words, could it be that beneath our Demon Lord's domain lies another realm, with yet another Demon Lord? Satan Leaf exclaimed, a hint of disbelief in her voice, instinctively sensing the implausibility of such a notion, especially given the absence of the underground demon city during times of external threat. Selena mirrored her astonishment. No, Ira, feeling somewhat apologetic due to his heavy breathing, smiled and recounted, the book mentions that, regrettably, during a cataclysmic betrayal by demonic entities, the underground demon king's castle split off to form the demon castle, journeying to hell. In this betrayal, only a handful of demonic creatures remained in the material plane. Under Ira's narration, the others turned their gazes toward Selena. Are we one of those demons that remained in the material plane during that time? Selena pondered aloud, her brow furrowed in contemplation, before shaking her head and replying, the contents of the book may hold some truth, but they bear little relevance to us. Indeed, Ira merely glanced at it without much concern. Lesser demons who remain in the material plane can also become stronger through combat and growth. Thus, the impact is not particularly significant, which is why I advocated for bringing lesser demons to the battlefield, elucidating her earlier desire for Ira to bring the lesser demons. Selena recounted the types of demonic troops she remembered, stating, there are no demons left in the Demon King's domain. Once the governor entered the battlefield, the demons faced extinction. Indeed, if lesser demons must undergo the crucible of battle to evolve into higher-tier demons, then the entry of the governor into combat would undoubtedly deprive them of the chance to survive and evolve. The governor might find himself embroiled in a desperate struggle against formidable foes, summoning other governors to join in the onslaught against a particularly powerful enemy. Yet when it comes to harvesting weaker adversaries, the efficiency is unimaginable. Ira recalled that in the early stages of the war, he could still witness the presence of lesser demons, demonic dog trainers, Baphomet, demons, Baroque, and demon lords actively participating in the fray, but their numbers dwindled thereafter. It became clear that demons are not born, they evolve. However, if Baphomet flame demons were to produce offspring, what would emerge? Would it be a lesser demon or another flame demon? Ira inquired. Then, contemplating further, he turned to Selena and asked, if humans and succubi can produce half-demons, what would result from the union of succubi and other demons? This inquiry was rather impolite, akin to asking, what could we possibly produce together? Yet, rather than being an insult, it veered more towards embarrassment. The shame was so profound that Selena instinctively covered her face, yet she proceeded to explain. Lesser demons evolve from demonic larvae, which are birthed from the flesh and blood nurtured in the demon pools. Aside from succubi, demons lack the ability to reproduce. How embarrassing. Oh, just like me. In that fleeting moment, all of Selena's shame dissipated with Ira's nonchalant remark. She cast a surprised glance at him, her eyes beginning to fill with pity for Ira. Please, do not look at me like that. It is not just me. All governors are incapable of reproduction. As Ira glanced at Selena, he could discern her thoughts through her expression. He responded to the astonished gaze of Satan Yi and the seemingly surprised headless knight commander, inquiring, how far is it to the Harpies' territory? It seems that the people of this world place great importance on offspring, perhaps viewing it as a matter of heritage. With a touch of melancholy in her eyes, Selena shook her head as she gazed at the distant mountains. It's still quite a distance. Mr. Ira, you must still desire children, don't you? I have no such desire. After becoming a governor, my cravings and emotional fluctuations have dulled, Ira replied with an eye roll, perplexed as to why Selena continued to dwell on this topic. In truth, succubi can transcend certain limitations, Selena remarked, oblivious to Ira's growing exasperation. At the very least, gender and mating behaviors can be surpassed, but that requires a considerable level of power. However, if I were to grow stronger, I could certainly bring you pleasure. Satan Yi, Headless Knight Commander. Ira, I've already stated that it is unnecessary. Chapter 53. The Harpy matriarch approaches the woman remarked while gazing at Ilra, who was advancing towards the mountains accompanied by troops. She addressed the half-elf cloaked in dark robes, inquiring, "Do you wish to meet him, Wenrisa? Let us depart. The moment is not yet ripe." The half-elf, also observing Ilra seated behind the Death Knight, spoke softly. Gradually, her form began to wane and eventually vanished into the harpy-infested mountains. "Hey, at least take me along," the human woman sighed in resignation. After a moment of silence without response, her eyes darted around before she remarked nonchalantly, "Well, it might be a good opportunity to converse with Ilra." No sooner had she spoken than a slender arm emerged from the void, resting upon her shoulder. Her body transformed into a translucent hue, dissipating from the material plane. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Ilra, this astonishing child who had swiftly upended many people's perceptions of profession. She eagerly anticipated the remarkable individual he would become. She had gleaned a few details about Ilra, monsters, empires, betrayal. Yet, those matters seemed trivial in the grand scheme. As power and longevity grew, such concerns would occupy increasingly less space in one's heart. Ultimately, one would pursue only what is intriguing, and the mundane would fade into a long slumber. "What troubles you, Mr. Ilra?" To Selena's inquiry, Ilra remained silent, as he sensed an unseen presence scrutinizing him. The mana of that observer was of a caliber far surpassing that of typical beings. He had experienced such scrutiny before, most notably when he and the elven queen Cassiopeia ventured to the world tree to pilfer the world's spell, feeling at least a dozen eyes upon them. Although there had been no immediate interference back then, Ilra had been thoroughly unnerved. Reflecting on matters related to the Silver Moon Grove, Ilra instinctively touched the world spell inscribed upon his neck. He shook his head in response. "No, it's nothing. The number of harpies is greater than I anticipated." Approaching the nearby mountains, he beheld a multitude of harpies soaring through the sky, their exquisite forms boasting ample feminine physiques, with their arms replaced by avian wings. Additionally, their legs resembled those of birds, and feathers sprouted around their ears. Observing the harpies surrounding the Death Knight, bowing to the demon lord, alongside a curious harpy girl gazing at him, Ilra suddenly pondered aloud, "Selena, I have a question." As Ilra contemplated, he continued, "Are there any male harpies? Furthermore, given the gender ratio among succubi, Taika must find her circumstances rather challenging, don't you think?" Helena was truly at a loss for how to describe Ira's roundabout manner of speaking. With a resigned gesture, she covered her face and shook her head, remarking that while male harpies existed and endured considerable hardships due to the skewed gender ratio, they predominantly targeted males of other races to produce new harpies. Oh, how perilous this was. Yet, for those men, it might not be a total loss. After a single encounter, they could find themselves cared for and repeatedly used by the harpies, though there remained the grim possibility of death or even being consumed. Thus, after the war's conclusion, the harpy population could only be sustained at a certain level. Ira, for reasons unknown, felt an unsettling sense that the harpies gazing at him with curiosity harbored something more dangerous. He could only mourn in silence. Succubi, however, were different. They did not have a habit of turning against their own kind. Helena casually continued her discourse, leading the group through the encirclement of harpies, dismounting and being guided towards a cave. It is worth noting that the hierarchical symbols among harpies diverged significantly from human understanding. For harpies, those of higher status resided closer to the mountain's base, a stark contrast to human customs. Perhaps, being lower down offered greater ease of access. A regal-looking harpy greeted the group with a nod, acknowledging Satan, Helena, and the Headless Knight, addressing them with, "Good afternoon, my Lord Demon King, and to you, Helena, and Lothia and..." Upon catching sight of Ira, the harpy froze momentarily, her alertness suddenly heightened as she inquired, Ila Elkaras, what in the world are you doing here?" Instantly recognizing Ira, the harpy leader cast an inquisitive glance at the other leaders, retreating a step away from him. It appeared that Helena had yet to disclose the details of Ira's situation to her. The somewhat uninformed harpies seemed oblivious to Ira's defection. "My apologies. The circumstances are rather intricate," Ira said, shaking his head in vexation. It turned out that the Headless Knight was named Lothia, a name reminiscent of ceremonial knights. Those stunningly beautiful figures that served more as ornamental than martial. No, to judge a warrior solely by their name would be exceedingly impolite. In brief, Helena succinctly summarized Ira's current status, stating, "At present, my lord Ira serves as the Demon King's mentor." Then, she conveyed their purpose. "We are here to eliminate the traitors from the Centaur, Lizard Folk, and Gorgon territories. With a modest contingent of insectoids and the Headless Knights, their forces were already sufficient. However, to train the lesser demons in combat, they required the assistance of harpies capable of wielding wind pressure to escort them." The brevity of the words conveyed a profound significance, momentarily leaving the alluring, statuesque harpy leader in a state of astonishment. She glanced at Eiler, then at Satan Yi, and finally at Lothia. Upon confirming that no jest was being made, her mouth fell agape, exhibiting a look of sheer shock. She inquired, "So this fellow, pardon me, does Mr. Eiler intend to assist us in battle?" The harpy leader's demeanor and choice of words seemed to reflect a certain wild candor. High emotional intelligence, wild candor, low emotional intelligence, barbarian, that seemed to encapsulate her essence. Eiler nodded in agreement. "Goodness, we are invincible." Indeed, it appeared that the leaders of the monstrous factions shared a similar sentiment upon learning of Eiler's willingness to join the fray. Chapter 54. The arrival of offerings. As the end of winter approached, mere 2 days away, the tributes from various territories arrived, carriages laden with silver coins, marking the tax contributions that had reached the domain of the Demon Lord. The quantity matched the figures previously reported by the vampire chieftain, Sanada. The offerings had come from 40 different territories. Sanada presented her report during the morning assembly, yet her countenance was decidedly grim. It was not just her. Apart from those who had accompanied Ira to seek the harpy the previous day, all present bore somber expressions. Even the emotionless constructs and the Black Knight exuded a palpable sense of foreboding. With fury igniting in her eyes, Sanada addressed Satan Yi, who remained oblivious to the unfolding calamity, her words laced with a clenched resolve. "However, many territories have failed to pay their due proportions. Over 20 territories." The ghostly specter, responsible for the finances of the Demon Lord's realm, appeared equally incensed. Typically of a mild temperament, she now seemed ready to strike the ground with her fists, adding, "7 of these territories have only offered half of what was required." This was indeed an outrage. Although the Demon Lord's domain had diminished in strength, it was not a fault of the Demon Lord himself. Moreover, they were not so feeble as to deserve such indignities. Were these territories truly unafraid of the Demon Lord's armies trampling across their lands? The insectoid leader, Rainbow Shell, with his small, jet-black eyes that betrayed no emotion, spoke with a voice that bore the weight of a simmering volcano. The territory of the Wolfmen sent an empty carriage. As he spoke, he forcefully hurled the severed head of a Wolfman driver into the center of the great hall, the still wet blood pooling into a vivid scarlet stain upon the floor. The metallic scent of blood immediately pervaded the chamber. Furthermore, there was a united declaration from the entirety of the Wolfman territory's populace and their lord. The Black Knight, whose demeanor mirrored that of a gentle soul akin to a Seisai, spoke with an icy tone. "There is no need for the Demon Lord to concern himself with the specifics. The act of sending an empty carriage transcends mere insubordination. It is not simply betrayal. It is an affront that beckons war, not to mention the so-called United Declaration." Everyone was incensed. Even Vela, who had joined them midway, appeared exceedingly agitated. Ira, however, remained composed, devoid of any trace of anger. His detachment stemmed not only from his tenuous sense of belonging to the Demon Lord's domain, but also from his role as the Chancellor. A Chancellor must not succumb to fury, lest it lead to disastrous aberrations. Thus, he had mastered the art of temperance. Even when faced with the folly of the nobility, he maintained a faade of tranquility, a testament to his adeptness at self-control. Yet, given that the Chancellor's emotions were inherently suppressed, there was no need for conscious restraint. Should he shift his perspective? Perhaps it was time to prioritize the complete annihilation of the lizard men, leaving none alive but the innocent hatchlings, sparing not a single adult. Such were Ira's contemplations. Helena forced a smile, suppressing her urge for bloodshed as she apologetically remarked, "I am sorry to have made Lord Ira the subject of laughter. However, the lords of those territories have truly gone too far this time." Ira understood her sentiments and merely nodded in agreement. "This is precisely why I suggest we reconsider our priorities regarding slaughter." In the current domain of the Demon King, Ira was perhaps the most composed individual. He glanced at Satan Leaf, who sat silently with clenched fists, and coolly remarked, "There is no need to concern ourselves with the howling of wild dogs. Ira, appearing calm, yet somewhat out of place under the scrutiny of all present, continued, "However, if it pleases you, we may commence with a blood sacrifice of the wolfmen's corpses at the Demon King's throne." The chilling, indifferent, and tranquil words echoed throughout the grand hall, akin to icy water splashed upon the heads of all present, awakening them from their fury almost instantaneously. Ira was not one to speak with courtesy or innocence. Just as he referred to the lizard men, centaurs, and gorgons as reptiles, he casually labeled the wolf men as wild dogs, a term laden with contempt. Yet, one must concede that he possessed a certain entitlement to disdain, as the domain of the Demon King, with his presence, also bore the right to scorn the wild dogs and reptiles. "Truly, you are remarkable, Ira," said Vela, now calmed, as she turned her gaze towards Satan Leaf, awaiting the Demon King's response. As Mr. Ira has stated, it matters little which territory is addressed first. Mr. Lime, whose green slime had nearly turned pink from anger, stood before the clawing little fairies and declared, "Let the Demon King decide." The others remained silent, merely awaiting Satan Leaf's thoughts. A sigh, imbued with the scent of sulfur, escaped from Satan Leaf's lips as she closed her dragon-like crimson eyes. Her previously agitated tale began to calm, and she stated, "Let us proceed according to the original plan." This entailed an assault on the lizardmen's territory on the first day following the end of winter, and if losses were not substantial, an immediate march toward the centaurs and gorgons' domains. Ira's initial assertion was if resolved without injury, yet the other leaders automatically interpreted it as if losses are not significant, for they deemed the former unrealistic. Satan Leaf recognized that her explanations were unnecessary, yet she felt compelled to elaborate. Observing the nodding assembly, she said, "If we eliminate the wolfmen first, the lizardmen may become fearful and potentially surrender, which would prevent us from exterminating them. However, if we first deal with the lords of those territories, even if the wolfmen's lord capitulates and begs for mercy, we shall still ensure their demise, without exception. Annihilate, reclaim." Although the essence of the werewolf is utterly insufficient to become the headless horseman, the latter spoke darkly, resolutely denying the presence of any warrior souls among the werewolves that adhere to the horseman's rules. Perhaps there might be a few, but they are undoubtedly rare. As for the flesh and blood required to create the Black Knight, it matters little, provided it possesses sufficient strength, the Black Knight remarked. The distribution of spoils can wait until the slaughter has concluded. Helena chuckled lightly, seemingly no longer enraged. The atmosphere appeared rather relaxed, however. The thirst for bloodshed had reached a pinnacle. In the ensuing battlefield, the lizardmen might find themselves ensnared by the wrath incited by the werewolves. Yet, such matters are of little consequence. "You are free to proceed as you wish," Ila responded. Chapter 55. The Sullen Satan Leaf. Geographically speaking, along the southeastern coastline of the Demon Lord's domain, the territories of the lizardmen, centaurs, and gorgons are arranged in succession. Beyond the southeastern edge of the forest where the giant bees were eradicated lies the lizardmen's territory, a mere 2 days' journey from the forest's outskirts. Following that is the expansive domain of the centaurs, with the gorgons' territory nestled closer to the ocean within the plains. While these lands are predominantly claimed by specific races, they often host a variety of other beings. For instance, the sea-dwelling creatures now inhabit the gorgon territory. Due to the cessation of hostilities along the border with the Empire, the insectoid and other garrison forces stationed at the frontier are gradually returning. It is noteworthy that treachery among the leaders in these borderlands is rare, particularly in territories adjacent to other nations, where betrayal is seldom contemplated. This may be attributed to their reliance on the Demon Lord's provisions and the minimal taxation they owe. The border guards are always deserving of respect, despite the considerable number that Ilya has slain. "Will you not say anything before we set out?" Ilya inquired, calculating the distance and travel time. "Even with the aid of the Nether Path, it will take us a considerable amount of time to reach the lizardmen's territory. How can we ensure morale during this journey?" In response to Ilya's concerns, the commander of the lesser demon forces, Sonata, assured him, "As long as we do not encounter the governor, the creatures will not revolt or flee." While this reasoning holds true, the silence surrounding the preparations for departure felt somewhat lacking to Ilya. Contemplating this, he unfurled his scarlet wings and turned to the Satan Leaf flying beside him, asking, "Satan Leaf, are you truly intent on joining us? In my understanding, kings seldom personally venture into battle." My father frequently leads from the front, does he not?" Ilya paused at Satan Leaf's reply, momentarily taken aback. With a resigned smile, he remarked, "Perhaps this is why the Demon Lord's realm has become what it is today. The death of a king on the battlefield profoundly impacts the stability of the nation. However, this conflict seems rather effortless. It can be termed a skirmish rather than a war. Thus, it may not be a cause for concern. Then follow me, and do not disrupt the order of the battlefield. If fortune favors us, there will be opportunities for your growth." As Ilya spoke, he surveyed the formidable ranks of headless knights and black knights, alongside the swarming harpies behind him. The formation consisted of 240 headless knights and 200 black knights. Though their numbers may seem modest, the sight of such a dense array of armor is undeniably imposing. After all, these knights are clad in full plate. In both the medieval knights of Ilya's previous world and the magical realm of the present, armor proves to be an invaluable asset. Full plate against unarmored foes is overwhelmingly superior. Though to this day, Ira remains perplexed as to why the souls of warriors transform into headless knights and automatically don armor reminiscent of metal. Perhaps this is the essence of magic. "Are you not going to announce our departure?" Ira inquired. Satania cast a glance at him and replied, "However, I believe everyone is awaiting your command, Mr. Ira." "That must be the case. Please, step forward and say a few words. Your father, like you, was not fond of pre-battle speeches. Yet it has proven remarkably effective. After all, the monsters are not mere cold machines, are they?" Contemplating Ira's encouragement, Satania hesitated before eventually gliding to the front of the army. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes and the flickering flames of souls, she felt a twinge of apprehension but began to prepare her words. After all, as a teacher, Ira had no reason to deceive her. If only Selena were here, she thought, grappling with uncertainty as she stood before the army, unsure of what to say. The words she had almost grasped now lodged themselves in her throat, leaving her speechless. Well, esteemed warriors," Satania stammered, managing to utter a few fragmented phrases before falling silent. She gazed at the outer walls of the Demon King's domain and the nearby forest, her mind racing. "Well, the lizard men have betrayed us. No, it's not just the lizard men." Though she intended to speak loudly, she faltered, unconsciously tucking her fiery red tail between her legs, muttering in a voice barely above a whisper, "And the centaurs, the gorgons, and those wretched wolfmen. Ugh, this is infuriating." Despite sensing Satania's anxiety and embarrassment, Ira found himself inexplicably amused. Nevertheless, the reality was grim. Other lords had turned traitor, and only a few remained loyal. Satania, seemingly resigned to her fate, refrained from delivering a proper speech, instead opting for a heartfelt confession. "The lizard men, the wolf men, and countless other lords no longer recognize me as the Demon King. They blame me for our losses in battle while refusing to accept any responsibility themselves. They believe the title of Demon King no longer suits me, that I should not occupy this position." As she articulated her innermost thoughts, Satania expressed her sorrow and anger before the vast, dark army, continuing to speak under their collective gaze. "Perhaps I am indeed an inadequate Demon King. Yet, none of them strive for the sake of the monsters. In our previous battles, my father's presence was felt, alongside you, the insectoids, the knights, and the succubi who fought valiantly. But where are they now?" All eyes were fixed upon Satania, the indignant little Demon King, as she laid bare her grievances. "If it were Selena, or any leader among you who dared to accuse me, I would be profoundly saddened, left to ponder whether I should continue my role as the Dark Lord. Yet, they possess no right to question me." Satania pressed her hand against her own heart, a brilliance akin to shimmering stars emanating from her being. She proclaimed, "Those traitors have not acknowledged me, nor do I require their acknowledgement. They are unworthy of it. Those rebellious souls." In her fervor, Satania found a surge of emotion, her arms sweeping through the air as the lace sleeves of her dress resonated with a crisp sound. Though the noise was not loud, in that moment, it was deafening. "They have no authority to question the crown." Chapter 56. The Forest and the Twilight. At times, a speech does not necessitate a lengthy manuscript. Indeed, the heartfelt oration delivered by Satan Leaf proves to be far more impactful than one might anticipate. The question of whether the monsters require an impassioned address before the onset of battle is secondary. Ira remains uncertain about the possibility of insurrection among the creatures. However, it is undeniable that, at this moment, whether it be the Headless Knight, the Black Knight, or other monsters, each harbors an indescribable emotion within. Perhaps it is a fury directed towards the traitors, or perhaps an affirmation of loyalty towards the Crimson Dragon known as Satan Leaf. The marching monsters advance with unwavering determination, like arrows released from a bow, or as if they are intent on piercing the throats of the betrayers. "Satan Leaf, your speech was remarkably effective," Ira murmurs softly, aware that Satan Leaf never contemplated the notion of effectiveness or ineffectiveness. He adds, "Your words could easily have emerged from the lips of an imperial general seasoned in countless battles, and I would not find it surprising." "Then, does that mean I performed well?" Satan Leaf inquires, her cheeks flushed. She soars alongside Ira, guiding the troops ahead. Within the forest, the headless knight struggles to unleash his full speed, allowing Satan Leaf and Ira to effortlessly glide in the forefront. Of course, it is without doubt that even when the headless knight emerges from the forest onto the plains, he would still be unable to match the swiftness of the Crimson Dragon. After all, the Crimson Dragon is a race of considerable stature, one capable of reigning as a demon lord within the material plane. You are doing splendidly, Ira praises. He has come to realize that straightforward compliments are far more effective than vague praises that might be misconstrued as awkwardness. This holds true, at least, for a young girl. The same may not apply to a sovereign. However, the ruler of the empire is a monarch, while the ruler of the demon lord's domain may very well be a young girl, or perhaps a charming little one, before she ascends to the throne. Do you see? Everyone is advancing with fervor. I prefer to call it anger, Ira reflects, gently ruffling Satan Leaf's hair. Observing her puzzled expression, he continues, anger brings forth strength, whether good or ill, but it is an undeniable force, for it shatters the stagnant waters. Like delicious food? Satan Leaf inquires. Recalling Ira's words, only delicious cuisine and the anger within one's heart must not be forsaken. She gazes down at the marching monsters and observes. It seems everyone has indeed become quite spirited. Mr. Black, too, and Miss Lothia. It appears they are all filled with vigor, she adds. Ira smiles and nods at her remarks. Perhaps Satan Leaf does not fully comprehend the significance of her words, but Ira understands clearly. He asks, do you know why everyone has become so invigorated? Is it because they wish to eliminate the rebels for the demon lord's domain? Close enough. Ira responded thoughtfully, casting his gaze upon the narrow path weaving through the forest. With a fiery blaze, he instantaneously widened the modest thoroughfare, reducing trees, underbrush, and both small and large creatures to mere heaps of ash. When Ira uttered the phrase almost, it was evident that there remained a significant distinction. As the Demon King, his words rendered any grounds for dissent utterly void, igniting a collective fury among those who heard him. He observed the marching troops below, noting their progress along the still smoldering path, and remarked, everyone acknowledges your sentiments. They too feel your discontent and seething anger, which they will suppress within, only to unleash it in your name. Satan Yi, naturally, was inclined to believe this. With a gentle flutter of her eyelashes and a tail that swayed joyfully behind her, she responded, indeed, everyone is a wonderful person. I truly feel fortunate to have encountered them. Such words might seem unbefitting of a sovereign, yet for Satan Yi, they bore no sense of incongruity. The Greer Forest, a natural bastion situated to the south of the Demon King's domain, served to segregate his territory from that of other monstrous beings. Should the Empire or any other nation aspire to penetrate the heart of the monster-controlled regions, they would either need to conquer territory inch by inch from the borders, seeking ways to traverse this forest, or approach via waterways from the northern territories. However, the Demon King's realm, bolstered by the presence of the sea witch forces, possessed a naval power that even in its decline was not easily surmountable. The warships stationed in the naval ports attested to this, despite the recent treachery of the sea witches. Originally, this narrow path facilitated the movement of the Demon King's troops as they departed to bolster the front lines or other territories. Yet, due to an extended absence of urgent military campaigns, the road had transformed into a mere footpath with the growth of surrounding trees. It was on the day when Ira's strength and the world's runes were both depleted that he was intercepted while traversing this forest, following the great river that flowed from west to east into its southeastern tributary. One might liken Ira to a precious commodity under such circumstances. This forest was substantial, and it was anticipated that the army would require until the next morning to traverse it. However, with Ira's path-clearing efforts, they might reach the plains and establish camp before nightfall. After all, the only hindrance to their march was the Headless Horseman's forces. Even though their steeds were remarkably agile and responsive, it remained a challenge to quicken their pace along the narrow roadway. At the very least, they could not compete with the tireless Black Knights or the insectoids, who were innately suited for movement within the forest. Moreover, one must not overlook the airborne presence of Ira and Satan Yi, along with the host of harpies. Notably, a significant portion of the insectoid contingent consisted of insectoid hunters, capable of flight, albeit not for extended periods. As I conversed with Satan Leaf, the day swiftly transitioned into twilight. It was at this moment that Ilya and Satan Leaf, leading the way ahead, beheld a spectrum of colors starkly contrasting with the dimness of the forest. The trees ahead grew sparse, allowing the beautiful crimson sunset to pierce through the layers of leaves, finally illuminating the woods that had begun to darken, casting a stunning red hue. emerging from the forest. The enchanting evening glow unfolded before their eyes. The darkness had dissipated. Satan Leaf, Ilya whispered softly. Indeed, Satan Leaf nodded in agreement. Chapter 57. Encampment. It is noteworthy that the troops involved in this march carried minimal supplies, lacking the extensive logistics that had characterized the numerous campaigns once commanded by Ira. There were no specialized units dedicated to the procurement of sustenance. After all, what could such a contingent possibly carry? The Headless Horsemen and the Dark Knights, who do not require nourishment, would find it absurd to transport oils merely to polish their armor to a gleaming finish. Their scars are a testament to their identities as warriors, and they show little regard for their own physical forms. The insectoid beings, however, were equipped with ample quantities of blue mushroom, a food source that even Ira, who held grains such as wheat and rice in high esteem, had to concede was the most practical choice for marching. It is easily transportable and sufficiently filling. One individual could comfortably carry enough to sustain half a month's worth of combat, often with surplus to share with comrades, such as the harpy who had found little sustenance in the nearby forest. Some of the insectoids would barter their excess provisions for wild fruits and berries gathered by the harpy, as these constituted their dietary staples. From this perspective, the insectoid race appears quite harmonious. As Ira remarked, he accepted a portion of food from a headless knight, which included convenient meats such as sausages or dried flesh, along with a gelatinous fruit paste crafted by Mr. Lime. The staple was less convenient than the blue mushroom, but offered superior flavor and texture. Consisting of both white and black bread, alongside preserves sealed in glass jars for spreading. This, of course, was their privilege, not only for the two of them, but also for other leaders, although the culinary offerings of others felt markedly less opulent in comparison to their own. During the encampment, the creatures requiring relief would attend to their needs. In an imperial setting, such matters would be regulated with designated times during the day, but the creatures exhibited no such necessity. They could hold their composure. Indeed, while birds cannot. The harpy's humanoid physique possesses a far greater capacity for retention than that of humans. Typically, when human armies set up camp, it is customary to remove their armor. A natural expectation given the unlikelihood of enduring the torment of heavy gear while attempting to sleep. Yet, for the creatures, even the prospect of shedding their armor is far-fetched. Moreover, the creature's encampment remained shrouded in darkness. Ira sat outside his tent, casually consuming his share of food. The moon was relatively bright tonight, allowing him to discern his surroundings, preventing him from being engulfed by utter darkness. The nights of this world shine brighter than those of the realm of Yaira, perhaps due to the relatively low levels of pollution here. On clear evenings, one can behold the twinkling stars and a resplendent moon. Whether it be the crimson dragon or other monstrous entities, they possess varying degrees of dark and dim vision, a fact that is rather disconcerting for Yaira. However, should conflict arise, for instance, if an enemy were to launch a nocturnal assault, his power would illuminate the surroundings as if it were day, alleviating any concerns regarding his combat efficacy under the cover of night. During the day, Yaira has harnessed the power of the first wing column, Crimson Dragon, wingspan, for extended periods of swift flight, yet he feels no fatigue. This is due to the mana drawn from the world runes and the Satan Leaf he wears around his neck. Such mana expenditure is negligible for the Satan Leaf. While the depletion of the world runes is evident, approximately 1/7 of the black runes adorning his neck have turned transparent. With each rise and fall of the sun and moon, 1/5 of the world runes will regenerate. This is the terrifying aspect of the governor. As Yaira observed the patrolling Black Knight, 2 points of crimson light approached through the darkness. Only upon closing in did Yaira discern that the visitor was the leader of the Black Knights, the red light emanating from the gaps in his helmet. Mr. Yaira, the patrol route has been meticulously planned, the knight stated. Acknowledging with a nod, Yaira listened as the Black Knight introduced himself. I am Blake Black, commonly referred to as Little Black. For quite some time, I have wished to converse with you, Mr. Yaira. Since long ago. Back when I was still active on the Imperial battlefield. Yaira pondered. The so-called conversation was, in truth, a prelude to a clash between two individuals of opposing allegiances. Yaira was acutely aware of this reality. But that is no longer necessary, Little Black continued, his voice gentle as it resonated from his dark armor. I have come to witness your formidable strength, Mr. Yaira, and I am earnestly striving to learn the reasonable watch hours, the meticulous patrol routes, and the strategic distribution of the outer guarding forces line of sight. All these aspects appear to have been arranged with great care by you, Mr. Yaira. This wisdom, perhaps, is one of the reasons we were vanquished by you. Yaira found himself at a loss for words, sitting beside Little Black. The Black Knight's armor towered impressively, standing nearly 2 meters tall, while Yaira, resembling a youthful figure next to him, appeared somewhat diminutive. Yet, when we contemplate that the monsters did not succumb to the Empire, but rather to the governor, to you, Mr. Yaira, our spirits are somewhat lifted. Little Black spoke, his gentle tone laced with a hint of melancholy as he gazed at the stars above. But that is not permissible. We all know it is not. A loss is a loss. Indeed, defeat is defeat. Ira is the one who understands this best. Given his position, he should not have spoken at this time. Yet he did, uttering, "That was an inevitable defeat. You need not blame yourself." His words may sound arrogant, but they are undeniably true. The governor is not an invincible being. Yet at that moment on the battlefield, he stood from the perspective of the monsters, facing a force that simply could not prevail. I know we all know this. Thus, we readily accepted your arrival, Mr. Ira, Little Black remarked, glancing at the tightly surrounded Demon Lord's tent in the heart of the camp. We have no choice but to trust you. But the trust of His Majesty the Demon Lord is of a different nature. In any case, thank you, Mr. Ira. Honestly, I never claimed I would betray anyone. After all, I have never been loyal to Satan Leaf or to Isabella. Observing the departing Royal Black Knight, Ira sighed in resignation, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky. He then turned and entered his tent, murmuring to himself with a sense of melancholy. I am neither a part of the monsters nor a citizen of the Empire. I am merely a traveler who cannot find his way home. Chapter 58. An ominous prophecy. Sakaraka Papa, born from the wrath of the Demon King, shall bring catastrophic ruin upon the lizard folk. The elder, whose scales bore a mottled hue, warned the lizard folk leader, Karakappa, in an eccentric manner, as he frantically waved a bone vessel in his hands. Oracle, I fail to comprehend. Karakappa furrowed his brow and inquired of the lizard prophet before him, his voice a mixture of irritation and confusion. Spring has arrived. Yet the Demon King's domain remains eerily silent. I doubt they possess the strength to concern themselves with us. However, under the watchful gaze of the leaders from numerous tribes of lizard folk, the prophet offered no response to the leader's query. Instead, he continued to dart about the territory, fixated on a small aperture in his vessel. This peculiar orb, seemingly crafted from two bowls fused together, bore 3 or 4 varied holes, and the sound of some internal substance clinking against the orb resonated as he shook it. Prophet, at the height of Karakappa's frustration, the disheveled seer rushed to the center of the hall, glancing at the small orb in his grasp, his expression suddenly transforming to one of sheer horror. Thud! The lizard folk prophet collapsed onto the ground, his face awash with disbelief. The aged seer muttered to himself, "It is over. All is lost. It is too late. Ha? Wah? What on earth are you babbling about, Oracle?" Karakappa, visibly irked, gripped his staff and struck the ground with force. Under the intense scrutiny of the surrounding leaders, his serpent-like eyes glimmered with a fierce glare as he commanded, "He has lost his sanity. Someone, take him away." Obeying their leader, the lizard folk guards promptly entered the Lord's hall and began to drag the weeping and laughing prophet from the premises. To be precise, they were hauling him away. The prophet clung tightly to his divination tools, offering no resistance, merely maintaining the position of his legs as they were seized, allowing himself to be dragged along while fixating on the small hole in his possession. As if he had glimpsed something, he momentarily froze, then, with no attachment, relinquished his divination apparatus. He raised his gaze to the lizard folk leader, his eyes seeming to regard him as an inanimate object. Those of the prophetic vocation are often granted the ability to foresee the most futures just before death, as the world tree, the omniscient deity, and their ancestors understand. This prophecy is one they cannot articulate. Whether viewed as compassion or a blessing, in the final moments before death, they are invariably privy to glimpses of greater futures. So, what did the lizardfolk prophet behold before meeting his end at Karakappa's hands? A flicker of crimson starlight danced, accompanied by an indistinct presence, while a pitch-black tide followed closely, entwining into a whirlpool capable of devouring all. The headless knight, leading the charge at the forefront, tended to the accompanying infantry, who did not unleash their utmost speed. However, the other infantry units were not lagging significantly behind. As the headless knight traversed the terrain, the ground bore witness to manifestations of mana, resembling the wailing souls of the damned. Those who trod upon these ethereal patterns could march with remarkable swiftness. The army, incited by the path of the nether, was enveloped in a translucent aura tinged with ghostly blue apparitions, encircling the battalion, giving the impression that the swiftly advancing creatures were indeed a legion risen from the depths of hell. With the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing as they drew closer to the territory of the lizard men, the headless knights quickened their pace under the leadership of their chief, eventually escalating to a full gallop. The distance from the rear, which could not benefit from the path of the nether, rendered their abilities dormant. Although this did not consume an excessive amount of mana, saving even a modicum was prudent. This was, of course, part of a meticulously crafted plan by Ila, who, despite being a regent adept at improvisation, acknowledged the significance of pre-war strategy. In this world, the utilization of cavalry was somewhat rudimentary? No, it would not be fair to label it as such. Rather, it lacked the finesse to fully exploit its inherent advantages. Ila did not wholly subscribe to the cavalry tactics that could be summarized as all-out assault. He believed that, given the mobility of cavalry, they ought to engage in flanking maneuvers or strategic penetration, akin to an eagle circling its prey, seizing a morsel at opportune moments. Yet, from the vantage point of a grand battlefield, the strategy of charging forth with unyielding momentum was not without merit. Indeed, it posed a significant threat to the imperial rear guard of mages, leaving them with little recourse. The formation would be shattered and morale completely obliterated. The scene of a vast expanse of dark iron steeds galloping fearlessly at breakneck speed was one that Ila had never witnessed in his former world. After all, there was a distinction between horses. Thus, it could be said that Ila would endeavor to adopt a more versatile approach, selecting different tactics as circumstances dictated. Although he lacked the innate talents of a marshal or general, his keen observations and extensive knowledge allowed him to command with a remarkable aptitude. The timing was impeccable. Ila smiled as he recalled having shared his plan with everyone beforehand. It was exceedingly simple, so much so that it bordered on absurdity. Yet, regardless of how one contemplated it, it proved to be exceptionally effective. In truth, it could not merely be classified as a plan. It was a strategy born from overwhelming force leading to a method of sheer dominance. Moreover, Ila had grasped a crucial insight. The lizardmen did not harbor intentions of treachery. Satan Leaf seemed to have gleaned some insights as she observed the headless horsemen racing forward with their mechanized components. She remarked, "We can leverage this nodding in agreement." Ira recounted a tale, stating that in any kingdom, when a general leads his subordinates towards treachery against the capital, he would never directly inform them of his intention to betray. As Satan Leaf pondered this notion, Ira, reminiscent of how she guided Isabella, gently elucidated, "Those soldiers are deceived by the rhetoric of defend the king, eliminate the traitors. By the time they realize the truth, retreat is no longer an option. If that general had proclaimed, 'I have decided to betray the kingdom,' he would have found his head severed by his own subordinates by nightfall. In moments of necessity, one can exploit this insight." "Ah, I see." In the expression of understanding that graced Satan Leaf's face, Ira could not help but reflect on the spiritual acumen and obedience of Satan Leaf as a student, contrasting it with her previous pupil, who was often rebellious and frequently remarked that Ira was overly verbose. Perhaps that was merely a phase of rebellion. How poignant. Chapter 59. It is indeed Ira. The issue has been resolved. With a narrowed gaze, Karakappa nodded at the reporting lizardman executioner. This prophet had always been at odds with him. Had it not been for his esteemed reputation within the territory, he would have been dealt with long ago. Now, he had successfully eliminated a significant source of trouble. "You may leave now," Karakappa instructed. He remained quietly in the Lord's Hall, markedly different from the previous generation's lizardman leader. Under the former leader, the hall would have been filled with a variety of enchanting lizard women. However, Karakappa was not swayed by such distractions. He understood all too well how indulgence could corrupt a lizard man, having easily bested the former leader in combat. As a lizard man who had transcended base pleasures, he found little interest in beauty or fine wines. He preferred solitude over raucous company. To reiterate, he was a lizardman who had risen above trivial pursuits. Rather than indulging in material pleasures, he yearned for more exotic delights, such as elven slaves. If possible, he would gladly welcome dragonkin or high-ranking succubi. Although such esteemed races were often beyond his economic reach and the capture capabilities of most slave traders. Thus, elven slaves would suffice, with only 3 to 4 months needed to procure one. The more a race feels inherently weak, the more it grapples with insecurity, desperately striving to prove its nobility. This may manifest as anger in arguments or as a means to subjugate once superior races. The disdain and contempt of others were inconsequential. What mattered was the victory within their own hearts. Whenever he envisioned such scenarios, an obscure smile would flicker across his face, revealing a glimpse of the cruel countenance that was Karakappa, the lizardman leader's dream, a dream limited only by his aspirations. "Master, there is trouble." As Karakappa lingered in his reverie, an urgent shout rang from outside the Lord's Hall, inciting a flicker of irritation within him. Nevertheless, as a leader, he calmly inquired, "What has happened?" Reflecting briefly, he recalled that the recent harvest from the cactus farm had been satisfactory, and there should have been no issues at the chicken farm. Yet, an ominous feeling lurked in his heart, akin to the foreboding of a prophet. It's the golems. More than a dozen golems have appeared. The lizardman's words trailed off. Boom, 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 boom. Following a series of thunderous roars, the final tremendous crash reverberated, causing the very hall to tremble. However, what concerned him more than the quaking was the mention of golems by the reporting lizard man. Golems. However, that should belong to the Demon King's domain. The anxious Kalakapapa, panting and hissing, pushed open the door to the Lord's hall, only to behold the once mighty walls of his territory reduced to ruins, with golems crawling forth from the debris. Behind this chaos stood countless headless knights, forming a foreboding line amidst the wreckage, while at the center loomed the insectoid beings that had arrived. The distance was too great for him to discern their numbers, but he surmised they were indeed substantial. The army of the Demon King's domain? Yet, in an instant, Kalakapapa pondered many thoughts. He understood why he had attracted the attention of the Demon King's forces. However, as far as he knew, he was not the most egregious offender. Why, then, was he the one to suffer first? Moreover, how could that Satan leaf possess the audacity to strike? It seemed impossible. What were the scouts doing? Hiss! Realizing his imminent doom, Kalakapapa exclaimed in despair, utterly confused as to why, despite the considerable distance, they could not perceive the approaching army. The golems moved at a sluggish pace, and even with the headless knight's transport, their size should have made them detectable from afar. Yet, if the Demon King's domain truly sought to identify the rebels, it would have been futile regardless of how early they were informed. However, the lizard man at his side was rendered speechless, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he stared in shock at the distant sky. His expression was filled with terror and disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable, trembling and uttering meaningless cries. Kalakapapa, gritting his teeth in confusion, lifted his gaze towards the direction the lizard man was fixated upon. What on earth are you looking at? In that fleeting moment, Kalakapapa too beheld the source of the lizardman's dread, realizing why the lizardman's territory lay in such eerie silence, akin to a stillness where all had perished in an instant. In the sky above, two figures soared. One was the young scarlet dragon, the demon queen, her expression resolute as if she were struggling to articulate her thoughts. The other, the name lodged in Kalakapapa's throat, suffocating him with its weight. Remained trapped and unutterable, that monster, without a doubt, was the one clad in the wings of the scarlet dragon, the usurper who had devoured the esteemed former demon king. The dreaded fiend it was Kalakapapa, frozen in place, his eyes ablaze with fury, gazed at the indifferent man soaring above. He felt an overwhelming urge to roar the name of his adversary. Yet, he faltered. His resolve was insufficient to do so. Ila Elkaras. The words that escaped from Kalakapapa's lips were tinged with a sense of despair, almost as if laced with the tremor of suppressed sobs. He gazed upwards at Ila, who, in that very moment, turned her attention towards him. Gulp. The courage to even produce the sound of swallowing was lost in that instant. Their eyes met. The amber gaze of the lizard man filled with the crimson streaks of fear, while the human's dark eyes remained merely tranquil. It was as if one were engaging in a commonplace exchange with a vigilant little reptile, an astonishingly placid calm, akin to a still pond devoid of ripples. Chapter 60. The puppet strings let the headless knights divide into inconspicuous small squads, bringing the components of the construct near the territory of the lizard men, allowing the construct to assemble itself and subsequently demolish the city walls. It is as simple as that. Frankly speaking, this strategy was conceived by Ila long ago. Back when he served as the chief executive of the empire, contemplating the question, if I were the commander of the monsters, how would I lay siege? However, Ila never witnessed such cunning tactics from the monsters until the very end, rendering his premeditated countermeasures obsolete. Ironically, it is now he who employs such strategies. With a meticulously timed delay, the destruction of the walls and the arrival of the main army occur almost simultaneously. This is neither a conspiracy nor a blatant scheme. It is merely an application as simple as boiling water for tea. Though straightforward, it proves to be effective. Lizardmen, I am Satan Leaf, your demon king. As Satan Leaf spoke, she seemed to truly grasp Ila's earlier words and swiftly put them into action. With earnestness, she declared, perhaps you remain unaware, but the Demon King's domain has suffered a betrayal. How could this be? Your Majesty, is it possible? Confusion and panic ignited whispers among the lizard men, causing them to temporarily forget about Ila hovering above. Aside from the leader's faction, many lizard men only recognized Ila's visage in terror but had never seen him in person. This notion provided them with a psychological support that allowed them to converse as usual. Observing their demeanor, Satan Leaf felt a sense of calm wash over her. The presence of the Demon King, in truth, was not as grand as one might imagine. After all, the former Demon King often made appearances. Nevertheless, the title of Demon King commanded respect, being an entity both revered and idolized. It was difficult to imagine her genuinely engaging in dialogue with them. This is a grand betrayal. I raise my head only to behold countless traitors. It feels as though I am left with only the Demon King's domain. I detest this. I truly despise it. I abhor solitude, Satan Leaf lamented, while the inhabitants of the Lizardman's territory silently regarded their Demon King as she continued, I am quite afraid. I fear that all of you may betray me. Yet, fortunately, it seems the reality is otherwise. Perhaps, you have merely erred under the influence of the traitors. Or rather, have acted as representatives of the traitors' misguided actions. As Satan Leaf's words resonated, all Lizardmen turned their gaze towards the Lord's Hall, comprehending her intent. And realizing that the presence of their Demon King signified a judgment was to be rendered, a reckoning for someone. Karakapapa trembled with rage, and under the immense pressure exerted by Ira, he could barely discern the approaching forces. They were formidable, yet they regarded him with disdain. Comprising a scant number of elite troops, a larger contingent of troops constitutes a feeble lesser demon. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Satan Yi, as the Demon King, would resort to emotional appeals. Demon Kings are often accustomed to governing through personal charisma. The previous Demon King was a paragon of such leadership. Although Satan Yi lacks that charismatic prowess, it seems she has embarked upon a different path. Ira quietly observed the Lizardman leader, who was vociferously rallying his troops. As they gradually assembled within the city, it appeared that the fiends were not prone to rebellion, even in the face of the Demon King's forces. They would endure their fears and gather under their leader's command. Perhaps it was simply that they did not yet know me. At that moment, if Ira were to manifest a crimson spear, allowing the searing mana to pierce through the hoarse-voiced Lizardman leader, perhaps all would be resolved in that instant. However, Ira would not act in such a manner. Dear innocents, return to your homes and await the conclusion of this conflict. You shall not suffer unjustly. Satan Yi proclaimed in a manner akin to a declaration of war. Soon, with the wind stirring the tumbleweeds along the rubble-strewn streets, not a single civilian Lizardman remained. The hurriedly assembled Lizardman soldiers appeared to number over 20 formations, each comprising 81 individuals, totaling approximately 17 or 1,800 Lizardmen. Even amidst trembling and the palpable tension of clutching their spears, shields, and staves, they stood firm against the overwhelming tide of lesser demons and the oppressive presence of the insectoids and death knights. They were indeed blameless. O Lizardman warriors, if you are listening, Satan Yi, Ira interjected succinctly, interrupting the seemingly spirited Satan Yi, halting her attempts to persuade surrender with the words, "This is sufficient. There is no need for you to continue." Upon seeing Satan Yi's perplexed expression, Ira understood her fervent motivations. He continued, "There is no need for you to humble yourself to exert such effort. Once or twice is adequate. A third attempt at persuasion is unnecessary. If those soldiers were to surrender, that would be one matter, but should they persist in opposing you, the majesty of the Demon King would inevitably crumble under the weight of repeated entreaties. It is indeed possible, yet it is unnecessary." "I see." Satan Yi lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat dejected. A Demon King who is utterly powerless, such was Satan Yi's self-perception. The only source of her confidence resided in her title, and thus she sought to accomplish something with that identity. It was the sole means by which she could avoid succumbing to the whirlpool of self-doubt. Yet, there is no need, Satan Yi. As Ila spoke, she pressed her hand upon Satan Yi's head, directing her gaze toward the increasingly tense battlefield. In a voice so soft that only she could hear, she murmured, "Allow me to guide you on what to say in this moment. Simply repeat after me. Now let us begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the warriors of the lizard folk." Wait, what?" Satan Yi responded, listening intently to Ila's whispered words. Standing confidently before the scrutinizing eyes of all, she boldly echoed Ila's phrases, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, warriors of the lizard folk, esteemed members of the Demon King's domain, let us engage in a fierce battle. I acknowledge your valor. The lizard folk are not rebels. On the contrary, those of you who act under orders are loyal warriors of the demonic realm. I shall vanquish you and guide you toward the righteous path. Henceforth, in the name of the Demon King, I declare you innocent. Yet your leader alone shall face the ultimate punishment." In Satan Yi's eyes, a fierce fire seemed to blaze. Although she merely echoed Ila's words, she felt an unexpected lightness, an unprecedented sense of comfort and ease, for Ila's sentiments resonated deeply within her. Perhaps, in this moment, Satan Yi resembled a marionette danced by eyeless strings. Yet this feeling of security was undeniably genuine. Chapter 61. The absence of anger, a complete and utter domination. This was not merely a matter of superior troop types, but also an overwhelming tactical superiority. The assaults launched by the Lizardmen warriors were, indeed, ineffective against the armor of the Headless Knights and the Black Knights. Similarly, the aerial forces of the insectoid hunters and harpies proved to be equally futile. However, the Lizardmen shamans and archers were expected to play a significant role, and the Lizardmen warriors should have been able to decimate the weaker lesser demons. This was how it ought to have unfolded. Yet, the pace was too swift. The front line was rapidly torn apart and divided, and thereafter, the shaman and archer units found themselves confronting not merely the harassment from the insectoids and harpies, but also the Headless Knights that surged through the breaches in the battle line. These knights charged with utmost speed, their bodies lowered as they thrust forward with their lances at full velocity. The front line was swiftly dismantled, perhaps owing to the unique positioning of the knights leading the charge. In conventional cavalry charges, the cavalry units engage in a tightly knit formation, akin to a bulldozer crashing through. In this instance, however, the Headless Knights maintained a certain distance from one another, creating gaps into which the Lizardmen could temporarily evade harm. The initial charge did not yield the devastating results typical of traditional cavalry assaults. Yet, remarkably, the Headless Knights, advancing in this unconventional manner, reached the opposite end of the Lizardmen's formation almost unscathed, continuing their relentless advance toward the Lizardmen's ranged units. Typically, one would expect that after the first charge, the cavalry would become embroiled in melee with the enemy's close combat forces, only to regroup and launch another charge thereafter. This situation, however, defied all logic and reason. From a distance, the Headless Knights appeared as spectral entities, gliding seamlessly through the Lizardmen warriors, who offered no resistance, only to confront the vulnerable ranged units of the Lizardmen directly. The Lizardmen suffered minimal casualties, while the Headless Knights emerged entirely unscathed. Yet, the formation of the Lizardmen warriors was utterly disrupted, leaving them vulnerable to an overwhelming assault from the lesser demons. Each Lizardman found themselves isolated, devoid of any companions. As they were uniformly scattered, almost every warrior, before they could regroup, was encircled by the swarming lesser demons. Some unfortunate souls even faced a Black Knight or a construct. Gems. Gems must be taken. Karakappa frantically rummaged for valuables, desperate to salvage a portion of his wealth. He understood that his situation was dire. Yet he believed that if he could escape, there lay a glimmer of hope. At the very least, before his demise, he intended to acquire an elf. How unfortunate it was that he could not witness Ira's intervention. A voice tinged with regret resonated from the Lord's Hall, as Karakappa, whose eyes were bloodshot, gazed at the hooded woman who had mysteriously appeared in the chamber. In his grasp were several exquisite gemstone necklaces, the source of which was undoubtedly the mage who had bestowed them upon him as a form of deposit. A traveling mage. Indeed, if it were you, surely you could facilitate my escape, couldn't you? Karakappa uttered, desperation lacing his words as he regarded the disappointed visage of the woman before him, his eyes glimmering with hope. You mentioned that as long as we defy the Demon King's commands, I would receive another sum of money? And if we were to ally with the duchy, there would be yet another reward? Karakappa observed the mage, whose expression remained impassive yet nodded affirmatively, confirming, indeed, I did say so. His excitement bubbled forth as he proclaimed, I shall join. I consent to ally with the duchy. No need for any payment, simply take me away. The term traveling mage refers to those sorcerers who can traverse various planes freely. However, unlike most human traveling mages, those with elven lineage possess a unique advantage. They can manipulate magic without the necessity of verbal incantations, allowing for even greater freedom of movement. Naturally, those endowed with talents such as astral travel or ethereal passage could similarly bypass the need for spellcasting, akin to innate casters or sorcerers. Therefore, it would be a relatively effortless task for Venerisa Eluvita to whisk Karakapapa away. Yet, regardless of how simple it might be, she would require a compelling reason to do so. Please, be patient, Venerisa softly intoned, her gaze fixed upon the lizard folk leader, who was gripped by an overwhelming terror of Ilra. After your demise, you shall be able to join the duchy, not the Hazard Duchy, but rather the former Hazard Duchy Alliance. Following this declaration, Venerisa Eluvita's form gradually began to fade into obscurity, casting a wistful glance toward Ilra, the lizard folk proving utterly ineffectual. Ilra had not even deigned to intervene personally. The centaurs and gorgons, as well as the sirens, likely held no significance either. It appeared that Ilra's singular distinction was not limited to his role as governor. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Venerisa possessed ample time to observe this young man who had suddenly risen during her slumber. The essence of time, indeed, is profound. Ugh, this is infuriating. The traveling mage is utterly useless. Convinced that Venerisa regarded him as a discarded pawn, Karikapapa hastily stuffed a handful of thorny flower coins into a sack and swiftly dashed through the back door of the Lord's Hall. The notion of bringing guards had long since dissipated. Karikapapa no longer trusted those retainers who might have harbored treasonous thoughts. The arrival of the Demon King had truly taken him by surprise. Of course, even more astonishing was Ila Elkaras. Why was he aligned with the Demon King, Satan Leaf? Could the rumors have been false? Had Ilra truly betrayed the Empire? In the beginning, Karikappa found himself fleeing for his life, his mind a chaotic storm of confusion. In that fleeting moment, a slender whip ensnared his neck, rendering him immobile and unable to escape. The whip exuded a pink mana, which he inhaled, causing his body to weaken and become limp in an instant. Pray tell, why have you betrayed the Demon King? The voice belonging to Ira, one he had once heard on the battlefield, echoed in Karikappa's ears. Overwhelmed by the seductive mana of the succubus, he instinctively uttered the truth, to save money to buy an elven slave. Ira sighed, narrowing his eyes with a dangerous glint. Unlike the subjects known as slaves of the Demon King, who actually enjoyed their existence, discussions surrounding slaves of other races were a rather distasteful matter for him. Fortunately, Karikappa was merely a fool, and thus Ira would not be angered. The crisp sound of a neck snapping signified the farewell of a reptile to the world. Chapter 62. Embraced by darkness. Mr. Ira, aren't you going to drink? Satan Yi casually opened the door to the Lord's Hall without knocking, observing Ira, who sat quietly absorbed in a book. After vanquishing the Lizardman chieftain, the Demon King's army did not rush to continue their campaign, but chose instead to linger here for a day and a night. It was only when Ira issued the command for a revelry that everyone understood the purpose behind bringing along copious amounts of alcohol and an unusual quantity of blue mushrooms. It seemed that Ira had long contemplated how to soothe these innocent lizard men. No, my presence would only serve to amplify their fears, Ira replied, glancing at the book illuminated by starlight streaming through the window. But you ought to join the others in feasting and merriment. Why have you come to seek me? Satan Yi pondered, yet chose to remain silent. Instead, she found a small chair and settled beside Ira. What book are you reading? A clear attempt to shift the topic. It's a novel, titled Chronicles of the Dragon Lizard. It appears to be part of a series, Ira said softly, idly perusing the pages of the book. The story revolves around a lizard man with a dragon's bloodline as the protagonist, who garners love and status from various races along his journey, ultimately becoming a hero. It is a rather fantastical tale, Ira mused. Mr. Ira, you seem to have a fondness for reading, Satan Yi remarked. Ira lifted his eyes, as dark and lustrous as black pearls, and replied, it is tolerable. After all, everyone in this world is ensconced within their own information cocoons. Without delving into literature, one would remain woefully ignorant of the world. Information cocoons? The world? Satan Yi was perplexed by the former term and the significance of the latter. Yet, without a doubt, Ira seemed to perceive distant realms that were beyond her comprehension. The room fell into an unexpected silence, the moon obscured by clouds. Reluctantly, Ira closed the book for the time being. In the darkness, Satan Yi's crimson eyes sparkled, revealing the myriad thoughts swirling within her mind. Are you afraid? Ira inquired abruptly, the question seemingly nonsensical in its simplicity. Yet the atmosphere and Satan Yi's contemplation rendered it profound. After a moment of silence, Satan Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, because I am powerless. A rather useless king. Do not fear. Ira offered no comfort, but simply stated, returning to his reading. Are you afraid? I am afraid. Do not be afraid. Could such a dialogue truly be exchanged by ordinary individuals? Mr. Ira. Ira responded, while the quietly seated Satania beside him posed her own inquiry. What kind of person is Miss Isabella, the Empress of the Empire? This question had been asked by Satania before, and Ira had answered it then. She is a very competent ruler. Ira's words were nearly identical to what he had said at that time. Is she a more formidable sovereign than I? In response to Satania's probing, Ira pondered briefly. He had no inclination to deceive in this regard, so he provided a candid reply. Perhaps, but I prefer the Demon Lord's territory over the Empire. Observing Satania's look of confusion, Ira closed his book and earnestly remarked, if you were to exchange positions, you would be unable to govern the Empire. Whereas Isabella could manage the Demon Lord's territory, though not necessarily any better than you do. This statement was somewhat complex, requiring Satania some time to contemplate. Initially hoping for Ira's affirmation, Satania felt only a sense of defeat upon grasping his words, and she inquired, "Mr. Ira, do you hold a fondness for Isabella?" For reasons unknown, the time that should have been devoted to study had transformed into a conversation, and Ira shook his head helplessly, saying, "The term fondness can easily be misunderstood, but I do not harbor any dislike for her. And now? The same holds true. Huh. Even if she were to seek your demise. But not solely because she is the Empress. It is simply because she is Isabella. She is a capricious and immature individual at times." Ira sighed in resignation, shaking his head as he continued, "Her intention was likely not to kill me. Even if I were captured then, the circumstances would not suffice for those nobles to bring about my demise, yet neither of us would emerge unscathed. For Isabella to protect me in such a situation, she would have to confront multifaceted pressures and endure the inquiries known as the changing of the times. We both found ourselves ensnared in a conspiracy." As Ira spoke, he resumed reading, glancing at the attentively listening Satania. He turned a page and remarked, "For those nobles, the optimal outcome would naturally be my defection, along with the entire faction loyal to me. In this regard, I believe Isabella performed exceptionally well, for she understood that I would not harbor hatred towards her, thus my defection would not incite any insidious vengeance. She spread rumors to temporarily pacify my faction. Perhaps Isabella is indeed ready to graduate, as a ruler still in need of time for growth." Satania, astonished by Ira's contemplative demeanor, asked the composed Ira, "Will you not seek revenge against her? Will you depart from the demon lord's territory?" Ira gently shook his head, ruffling the worried Satania's hair as he placed his hand atop her head, saying, "I will not leave, for I have witnessed Isabella grow before my very eyes. I will seek vengeance, but it shall be righteous retribution. I prefer to refer to it as the departure ceremony, for she must successfully extricate herself from my influence. The final hurdle is to triumph over me." As Ilya spoke, he realized he was unable to focus on the book in his hands. His heart, once tranquil, now surged with tumultuous emotions. He confessed, "It is quite challenging to articulate the nature of my relationship with her. Nevertheless, I harbor a sense of guilt towards her. Imagine if I wished to glimpse the conclusion of the book, and a gust of wind were to assist me in turning a page." Illustrating his point, Ilya turned a page, and, indeed, a gentle breeze came to his aid, flipping the page effortlessly. He turned to the contemplative Satan leaf and remarked, "The wind exerted its strength, it even gave its utmost effort. Yet, she remains oblivious to the content of the book. Is this not rather unjust for the wind?" "Ilya, sir." In response to Ilya's inquiry, Satan leaf gently grasped a page of the book, her eyes shimmering with a spark of curiosity, and said, "Teach me how to help you turn the pages, may I?" "Satan leaf, you truly are a little fool." Ilya chuckled helplessly, propping his chin on his hand as he met her earnest gaze. He asked, "Can you comprehend the final content of the page? To you, is it merely a void of darkness? If that is darkness, then let it be consumed by darkness." One cannot deny that Satan Leaf's words carried a certain bravado. Chapter 63, The Confident Sea Which Sisters. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. "Selena, please cease your pacing," Vera remarked with a hint of exasperation, reclining in her designated seat. Within the Demon King's hall, Selena had just concluded an early morning meeting. Despite Satanya's absence from the Demon Lord's domain, everything continued to proceed in an orderly fashion, as though nothing had altered. Perhaps this was one of the reasons that prompted Satan Yi to entertain thoughts of being a feudal ruler. "You've already sent little Tia to inquire about the situation, haven't you? The results will soon be revealed," Vera said, languidly leaning back in her chair, while many other leaders remained present. Awaiting news from Takapu regarding the Demon King's army. Under normal circumstances, there exists a remarkable item known as magical letter paper, utilized for communication during warfare. This enchanted parchment comprises 2 sheets. What is inscribed on one will simultaneously appear on the other. Initially, it served as a tool for flirting among the imperial nobility, but it later found widespread application on the battlefield. As Vera spoke, a diminutive male succubus materialized in the hall from the realm of illusion, reporting, "Your Majesty, the Demon King and Lord Ilya have successfully punished the Lizardmen and Centaur territories and are now en route to the Gorgon domain. The Lizardmen's chief, Karakappa, was executed by Lord Ilya, and in the confrontation with the Lizardmen warriors, we suffered no casualties while 500 of the lesser demons perished. Nonetheless, that very evening, a banquet was held with the Lizardmen." "A banquet, you say? It seems Lamem must have exerted considerable effort," Mr. Lame remarked with evident satisfaction, referring to Lamem, the chef he had selected for this campaign, who belonged to the slime race and possessed a commendable talent for culinary arts among the younger generation. The others exchanged knowing glances, realizing the implications. This was the essence of the heart's return. It appeared that no one had sustained injuries, a testament to Ilya's prowess. As an adversary, Ilya exerted formidable pressure, while as an ally, he inspired a profound sense of reassurance. It is often said that redemption diminishes one's weaknesses. Yet in a strict sense, joining the demon lord's side after betraying the empire could be considered a form of darkening. Perhaps the notion that one becomes tenfold stronger through this darkening holds true? The centaurs in the distance had noticed our forces. However, before their defenses could be established, they beheld Lord Ilya soaring at the forefront, causing their resolve to crumble. Takapu stated, and none found this particularly strange, for the centaurs had seen battle before. Yet, it was only after the governor's involvement that they began to distance themselves from the increasingly elevated battlefield. In other words, the centaurs, having been ruthlessly defeated, retreated in disarray to their stronghold, where they coincidentally witnessed the emergence of the governor, who was fervently determined to reverse the empire's decline. It was a time when the governor engaged in frenzied slaughter without regard for losses. It is conceivable that upon encountering Ilya, the centaurs might have been rendered speechless, even doubting their own reality, as if ensnared in a nightmarish dream that was both extreme and palpably real. Sigh, it is a relief that they are safe. Helena appeared to relax, and it must be said that rather than a loyal maid, she resembled a steward of the demon lord's castle, akin to the caretaker of a dark matriarch. After receiving assurances that put their minds at ease, the assembly departed the hall, embarking on a day's labor. Helena was concerned for the well-being of those who ventured forth, just as they were for her. What of the lesser demons? Have the lesser demons evolved? Reflecting on Helena's words, Takapu mused and remarked, there are 1,000 lesser demons whose skin has begun to take on a pale blue hue upon their return. They will likely become dwarf demons. 1,000? Is that number not rather excessive? Helena expressed her confusion, astonished at such a quantity. Ilya is quite adept at training soldiers. Vera seemed to understand. Indeed, Takapu replied, responding to both, stating that Mr. Ilya referred to this as a finishing blow leveling tactic, though its meaning eluded her. It appeared to be a method for enabling weaker soldiers to quickly experience battle. Truly, Ilya is remarkable. Sister, is this truly acceptable? A mermaid inquired, her upper body emerging from the sea, revealing her rounded, pristine form, as she addressed her companion, a naga with a serpentine tail, asking, the Gorgon sisters seemed to lack the intent to offer tribute. Indeed, it does seem rather inappropriate, the naga replied, yet shortly thereafter, a merman surfaced, appearing indifferent, lazily reclining in a shell, stating, it's merely a matter concerning the Gorgons. Indeed, even if the demon lord's army were to advance, it would hardly concern them. In fact, the demon lord's domain might even invite them back to rebuild the navy and construct warships, a capable and indispensable race that thrives wherever they go. Even among humans, there is little malice directed towards these demon beings. However, I cannot shake an ominous premonition, the mermaid remarked, gazing at the Gorgon territory along the shore, squinting as she pondered, upon our return, will we truly be able to revert to our former state? In the past, the sea demon race was an essential part of the demon lord's domain, yet at the moment the demon faction began to falter in the war against the empire, the seeds of betrayal had already been sown in their hearts. Even if they were to return to the demon lord's domain, can the rift born from their treachery ever truly be mended? You, having been exposed to an abundance of humanity's tragic tales, the naga remarked, as the three leaders of the aquatic monsters frolicked upon the sea, creating an exquisitely beautiful tableau. While splashing water playfully, she mused, the demon king's castle cannot do without us. Perhaps, indeed, it could be that she was overthinking. The demon king's castle currently lacked the capacity for expedition. The Gorgon was no mere lowly creature, and the lizardmen and centaurs stood as formidable barriers between them and the demon king's domain. Furthermore, the castle was in dire need of elite combatants. Regardless, they would never return to the demon king's territory only to become slaves. After all, they were leaders, and such concerns could be disregarded. Or could they? What is that? The merman, immersed in the vast ocean, appeared to be the first to perceive something. Squinting towards the horizon, she observed a dark line emerging from the distance. The line was rapidly approaching. A headless horseman. Chapter 64. The Gorgon wait. Who is about to strike? The Gorgon is not considered a lowly creature among the monsters. Rather, it occupies a position slightly above the centaurs and the harpies, though it remains inferior to the wailing banshees. In simpler terms, it exists in a state of limbo. To describe it more concretely, its strength is akin to that of the insectoids. The insectoids are formidable due to their innate prowess in combat and warfare, rendering them natural warriors. The Gorgon, in contrast, is akin to the rarer, magic-oriented insectoids. Thus, when confronted by the Headless Horseman, the Gorgon's formation was obliterated in an instant. It is noteworthy that the Gorgons were the only race among the lizardmen, centaurs, and Gorgons to unite in rebellion. In other words, the entire clan was treacherous. Disperse. Form the most scattered formation possible to minimize the risk of being struck by petrifying rays. Ila was acutely aware of how to overcome the Gorgons. Having encountered this type of creature on the battlefield before, he was familiar with their tactics and knew how to contend with these formidable monsters that posed a significant threat to the Empire's weaker forces. The Harpies abandoned their dive, exerting all their efforts to disrupt and evade. The insectoid hunters ensured pressure through their attacks. Maintaining aerial superiority was imperative. However, compared to his time in the Empire, Ila found his current command to be remarkably more relaxed and agreeable, as his troops were obedient. The structure of the Imperial Army was complex. Decisions made by Ila would be communicated the night before a battle, with execution delegated through various squad leaders and legion commanders. The tactical adjustments conceived by Ila on the battlefield had to be relayed through multiple layers, often risking the timeliness and accuracy of the strategies. Invariably, it could devolve into a situation like this. Ila, infantry advance. Mages coordinate. Commander, infantry move out. Protect the mages. Legion commander, warrior units, charge forth, safeguard the mages. Maintain coordination. If the mages are harmed, you shall face dire consequences. Major, advance. Do not let the mages be harmed. Mages coordinate, with an accent. Squad leader, oh. We'll advance on our own. The mages are precious, misunderstood, no need to follow. Yet, with the monsters, Ila need not concern himself with such issues. The monstrous soldiers executed his commands without hesitation and actively coordinated with one another, ensuring that there was no failure in executing Ila's orders. The leaders of each unit harbored no objections to his commands, and furthermore, they were unafraid of death. When necessary, they were willing to sacrifice themselves without complaint. Such a monstrous army enduring for so long before Ila's arrival was nothing short of a miracle, though he was reluctant to admit it. Those foolish nobles did possess some utility in this regard. Insectoid hunters. The altitude is too high. Lower your profiles. Ila cried out, while the insectoid hunters, with wings resembling those of butterflies, dragonflies, and moths, swiftly descended in the air, initiating their actions without even needing to comprehend the reasons behind them. This was the true essence of a military force. Contemplating this, Ila observed as another insectoid hunter, struck by a petrifying ray, rapidly transformed into stone and plummeted to the ground. However, due to their low altitude, the hunter sustained no grievous injuries. Watching a minor imp huff and puff as it rushed to retrieve the clumsy insectoid back to the front line, Ila's gaze shifted to the Gorgon sisters, who continued to resist fiercely. It seemed there had been some losses. The casualties among the minor imps were inconsequential, yet the Black Knight and Headless Knight, having been hit by the petrifying ray, were reduced to mere stone statues, subsequently shattered by the incoming magic. If they had merely been petrified intact, even with severed limbs, recovery would have been possible. At worst, they could tend to their wounds post-battle. However, being reduced to fragments rendered any hope of restoration futile. Although the losses were minimal, they were still losses. A conflicted sound escaped from Satania. You wouldn't be under the impression that there would be no sacrifices on the battlefield, would you? Ila inquired, fully aware of Satania's thoughts, having encountered countless noble signs before and knowing well what occupied their minds in such circumstances. Of course, some nobles were rather endearing. As they would ponder, let my troops suffer minimal losses, while others, far less likable, displayed indifference to their subordinates' fates, cheerfully asking Ila, my dear Ila, will my contributions suffice for Her Majesty's favor? There were even those who directly sought to claim credit from Ila, hoping he would speak well of them before the queen, or barter for his endorsement, mentioning her in her presence, with something rather unpleasant. Given that such nobles were female, the something else often turned out to be quite disagreeable. Ila refrained from resorting to violence to expel such individuals. Even if those types of people were unconcerned about not being able to bear offspring with Ila, he would never choose someone with such a deficient mindset, even if he had to select a partner to share affection with. He would much prefer to seek out Gurella Genesis Pallida. After all, Ila had grown accustomed to that individual's incessant declarations of love by his side. Naturally, Satania was unaware of Ila's wandering thoughts. She merely gazed at the battlefield with a hint of regret and remarked, I just feel that Mr. Ila could ensure the safety of his troops. After all, They were Gorgons, not feeble creatures like lizard folk or centaurs. Noticing Ira's exasperated expression, Satania chuckled shyly, acknowledging that she might have been overthinking the situation. She continued, "But why have the Medusas truly turned their backs?" This question was one that even Ira sought an answer to. "Do you believe the losses are too great?" Ira posed this question as he gazed upon the nearly lifeless forms of 4 or 5 black knights and the headless horseman, then turned his attention to the countless fallen Gorgons. He remarked, "However, the corpses and souls of those Gorgons can be transformed into new black knights and headless horsemen." I am aware indeed." Satan Leaf appeared to be in a state of great turmoil, prompting Ira to let out a soft sigh. He opened his mouth, preparing to convey something akin to, "In the theater of war, losses are inevitable. A ruler must swiftly acclimate to the grim reality of Pyrrhic victories or devastating defeats." Yet, he chose to refrain from uttering those words. "Shall I intervene?" Ira asked gently, fixing his warm gaze upon Satan Leaf. He delicately brushed his fingers over the dark, arcane inscription upon his neck and, with a soft chuckle, tenderly remarked, "After all, the time for their return is ample enough for them to regain their strength. If we delay, it would seem somewhat wasteful, wouldn't it? Is that permissible, Mr. Ira?" Satan Leaf inquired, her excitement palpable. Ira affectionately ruffled her hair, indulgently responding, "Everything shall proceed according to your will, Satan Leaf." Chapter 65. Truly remarkable, is it over? Mused the Gorgon leader, her serpentine hair cascading smoothly atop her head. The demon lord had never held them in high regard, bringing only a handful of soldiers upon his arrival. Thus, despite still being unaware of why they found themselves at a disadvantage, they managed to hold their ground. Yet, in a curious turn of events, the battlefield, which should have been fraught with tension, began to see them advance relentlessly. It was as if the headless horseman and the Black Knight, along with the lesser demons, had all but lost their will to resist. "What has transpired?" The Gorgon leader voiced her confusion as she glanced at the 3 indifferent Sea Witch leaders standing behind her, merfolk, Naga and Siren. They were not her subordinates. Their relationship was more akin to a partnership. The Gorgon provided them with territory to inhabit, while the 3 Sea Witches offered pearls and treasures from their respective races. This collaboration had thus far been quite amicable. There were no Sea Witch troops on the battlefield, for that was not part of their alliance. "Is that Ila Elkaras?" remarked the merfolk leader, her gaze fixed on the tall human boy soaring in the distance. She turned to the Gorgon leader, who was nodding in acknowledgement, and asked, "Do you not recognize him?" "I do. He is a formidable force, comparable to the demon lord. I hear he has betrayed the empire," replied the Gorgon. In her words, the demon lord referred not to Satan Yi, but rather to the deceased old demon lord, who had fallen at Ilya's hands. This sentiment was rather commonplace, an ordinary perception that should not have been present in the description of the creature before Ilya. "Oh, I see," responded the Siren leader, her gaze now on the rapidly retreating demon lord's forces and the figure of Ilya suspended in the air. She had come to realize that the Gorgon leader regarded the governor merely as an average hero unit. The demon's defeat was not merely a consequence of the number of governors, but rather stemmed from the power they wielded, a point of understanding that the 3 of them grasped even more profoundly than the Gorgon leader herself. If one were to speak of it, Ila Elkaras indeed possessed strength akin to that of the former demon lord. However, if Ilya were to face not the old demon lord but them, the magnitude of his terror would far exceed the mere label of strong. "Are they unwilling to fight?" The Gorgon leader chuckled lightly, though her mirth was tempered by the knowledge that the demon lord's domain would soon dispatch reinforcements, which would not merely consist of the current scant numbers. She might have to contemplate fleeing to another nation, perhaps even to a principality. "You should gather your belongings and come along, too." At the invitation of the Gorgon leader, the 3 Sea Witch leaders exchanged glances. The Naga leader nodded towards this fellow being of serpentine nature and replied, "Very well, let us proceed together." As the 3 Sea Witches ventured far away, the mermaid leader could no longer contain her thoughts and exclaimed, "Are we truly going to flee to the principality? If we surrender outright, will Ila Elkaras and His Majesty the Demon King spare us?" The answer was a resounding no. The merfolk leader, her face shadowed with dread for the future, murmured in a daze, "We must escape. At once. We must take our entire clan and flee towards the direction of the Orc Kingdom. Indeed, we shall take the waterways. We will board a ship, and when the pursuers draw near, we will abandon it and swim away," the Naga leader asserted, swallowing hard as she continued. "That fool still believes he has temporarily bested Ira. Meanwhile, his allied forces are beginning to disperse. Does he truly not comprehend what that signifies?" As the trio hastily departed from the heart of their territory towards their respective domains, a blazing light emanated from behind them, casting elongated shadows. It was over. The Gorgon was finished. Impressive, truly impressive, simply extraordinary. The Gorgon leader, still contemplating their next retreat, heard a voice beside her. Turning to face the traveling mage from the principality who had summoned them, she responded, "Of course, but when the Demon King's main forces arrive, we will be powerless." Clearly, the Gorgon believed that Ila Elkaras was praising their strength, which was not entirely unfounded, for it was indeed their prowess that had compelled Ira to intervene. Ila offered no reply, her gaze sparkling as she turned towards Ira, saying, "Rest assured, the promised reward will be granted to you. You need only report to the principality." As she spoke, Ila Elkaras' form began to fade. "Where are you going?" the Gorgon leader inquired, puzzled. "I am off to find a place with a better vantage point." "Thank you, Miss Medusa Dicorius," the hooded half-elf replied politely before vanishing, leaving the Gorgon leader bewildered, her accompanying guards equally perplexed by Valisa's words. However, it was not long before they sensed something amiss. "Fourth wing column, iron golem, wing shatter." As the resounding command echoed across the silent battlefield, Ira appeared, adorned with illusory scarlet dragon wings and futuristic steel wings, and with those words, he pulled the trigger. The mana contained within the fourth wing column, belonging to the construct leader, shattered at Ira's behest, coalescing into a colossal battle axe in his grasp. To be precise, it was a battle axe of ordinary dimensions, its blade extending 5 or 6 meters, glistening in a silver-gray hue of condensed mana, rendering the wielder, Ira, seemingly diminutive. With great haste, Ira dove toward the ground, swiftly maneuvering to evade countless petrifying rays and magical assaults. In a sudden motion, he hurled the battle axe forward. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, it spun rapidly through the air, transforming into a radiant wheel of metallic light, hurtling directly toward the Gorgon horde. "Ah, quick dodge. It's coming." The sheer velocity left the Gorgons momentarily paralyzed with panic, yet their disarray was fleeting, for corpses and chunks of flesh do not succumb to fear or wails. "Ah! Ugh!" However, those unfortunate enough to be grazed by the massive axe were not so fortunate. Their suffering was brief, as it stemmed from the power of wing shatter. The launched axe severed the entire central formation of the Gorgon battalion in twain. To describe it, it was akin to shearing a long strand of hair from forehead to nape with clippers. After this, it could no longer maintain its form as a battle axe. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, engulfed by smoke that obscured the vision, mingling with the anguished cries of terror that resonated throughout. Then, from within the haze, a more despairing silence emerged, echoing the words, "Third wing column, Gorgon, wing shatter." Chapter 66. The Despairing Cycle and the demigod half-elf Vermilion Litha sat atop the highest edifice of the Gorgon territory, directly above the lair of the Gorgon leader. From her vantage point, she observed Ira, who was incessantly reciting the incantation for trigger. The repetitive utterance of such similar phrases should have appeared comical. However, in reality, neither the onlookers nor those confronting Ira could muster a laugh. It was a truly despairing power. Vermilion Litha commented with great interest as she beheld the petrifying rays and sword energies saturating the battlefield. No, what Ira unleashed was not merely a simple petrifying ray. From his third pillar, a relentless stream of petrifying beams surged forth, which could more accurately be described as petrifying columns. When Ira invoked the fourth pillar, it manifested as a blade capable of cleaving forth immense, petrifying sword energy. Even the Gorgons, who possessed resistance to petrification, would ultimately be turned to stone. Ira slaughtered the multitude of Gorgons with their own power, extravagantly unleashing mana as if it were a mere extravagance. He shattered the absorbed wings without hesitation, utilizing that power to vanquish yet another Gorgon. Subsequently, he absorbed the dissipated mana from the newly slain Gorgon, coalescing it into new wings. Perhaps this was the true terror of the governor. To slay a governor, one must either obstruct their means of absorbing wings, overpower them to the point where they cannot replenish, drag them until the world's incantation runs out, or sever the governor's neck. Regardless of the profession, it bears similarity. If one could silence them, rendering them unable to articulate the incantations, they would be powerless to trigger their abilities. A warrior, if unable to convey even a simple roar, would be incapable of executing their martial techniques. Yet, the governors managed to circumvent this limitation. The wing manifestation of a governor operates continuously. In other words, once it is activated, the process of wing emergence remains unaffected by silence. However, Vermilion Litha discerned a significant vulnerability in the governor's profession that Ira had developed, the neck, or more precisely, the spine at that location. Should one disrupt that area, the governor would be incapable of invoking the pillars. Yet, if it were to reach such an extent, victory would merely be within reach. More commonly, one would witness the governors on the battlefield engaging in that disheartening and fearsome repetition, continuously reciting the incantations that trigger death and panic. If I am not mistaken, this power, contemplated Vanessa Eluvida as she gazed upon the incantation etched upon Ilar's neck. She mused to herself, is it a branch from the world tree? I wonder which one it is. How did he acquire it? The guardians of the world tree, the elves of the Silver Moon Grove, would never permit a mere human like Ilar to approach the world tree, let alone observe or pilfer a branch from it. It must be noted that Ilar's regent, aside from the deliberate restriction against using humans' mana as ammunition, imposes almost no other constraints. In other words, if the regent were to appear on the battlefield alongside the elves, the elven kin would inevitably succumb to an almost insurmountable cycle of despair, akin to that faced by monstrous foes, unless the corresponding branch of the world tree were destroyed or severed. It is time to return to the elven kin. I wonder who the current elven queen is. Vanessa Eluvida remarked softly, casting a glance at the battlefield, which was nearing its conclusion. She looked up at the sky and calculated the time, reflecting, 40 minutes. The slaughter has ended. There is no need to watch any longer. Vanessa beheld the Gorgon, whose serpentine hair had turned to stone and, gradually, into corpses. She inhaled the now pervasive scent of blood, her form gradually fading away. Undoubtedly, a single person had laid waste to the city. In this moment of reflection, as she prepared to depart, Vanessa Eluvida cast a deep gaze at Ilar. Through her observations during this time, she discerned that the so-called regent was intricately connected to a certain emotion. Perhaps it bore some profound link to a branch of the world tree. She could sense that the entity known as regent possessed even more outrageous limits. And it seemed that Ilar was aware of this, yet he chose not to act. They seemed to refer to it as aberration, or perhaps, in the instant before her disappearance, Vanessa continued to fixate on Ilar's direction. Is it evolution? Mr. Ilar, the Gorgons have been eradicated by you, Sadan Leaf lamented, as she surveyed the blood-soaked domain of the Gorgons and observed her own troops, whose faces gleamed with fervor. Truly, he is extraordinarily powerful. The wanton slaughter executed by Ilar evokes an impression of invincibility, effortlessly evading all attacks, and each nonchalant counterstrike inflicts devastating losses upon the enemy. This is a strength that seems insurmountable. Yet, Ilar did not respond. He merely stared fixedly in one direction. Mr. Ilar? Over there. Oh, it seems a ship is about to depart. Speaking of which, the sea nymphs have yet to make their appearance. Mr. Ilar, at Sadan Leaf's call. Ilar finally turned his head, regaining his focus. He looked toward the puzzled Sadan Leaf and said, please arrange a plan for resource recovery. There are matters that require my attention. As Ira spoke, she soared towards the tallest edifice within the domain of the Gorgon, leaving the bewildered Satan Leaf in her wake. However, there was no need for her to orchestrate anything. Her companions had already begun to instinctively collect the remains and souls along their path. Ira stood atop the chief's residence, acutely aware that her instincts were infallible. Indeed, there was a being of considerable stature watching her, and the essence of that gaze was undeniably perilous. It remained uncertain whether this scrutiny was linked to the eyes that had observed her take the branch of the world tree. Yet it was evident that she had captured the attention of a formidable presence, and this interest was sustained and intense. It had been previously noted that, barring certain circumstances, Ira's combat prowess in this realm could be classified as T1 or even T0. However, such assertions necessitate the exclusion of certain entities from beyond the ordinary. Those who ought not to meddle in the affairs of the primary dimension are adversaries beyond the capacity of Ira or any individual to confront. And such an entity had just lingered in the space before Ira, a divine progeny. Chapter 67. The Demon Lord's PUA Flee. Escape. Seek refuge in a place where the Demon Lord cannot find you. Be it the principality, the empire, or the realm of the beastmen. Anywhere will suffice. As long as it is far removed from that fiend, from that abomination, from Ila Elkaras, the governor may not be invincible or unconquerable. Yet the role of governor is not a precious one. Rather, it diverges from conventional understanding of a profession. It could even be regarded as a race born from transformation. Within the empire, the composition of races is remarkably pure, rendering any mention of the governor's differences from humanity unnecessary. The governors themselves are not absolutely unbeatable. They are not impervious to injury on the battlefield. However, in the grand scheme of war, their losses bear little significance. Yet, Ilya is different. In fact, both Ilya, the chief, and the governors from the 2nd to the 10th seats are not entities that any monster could slay on the battlefield. Of course, half of the 10 seats are occupied by members of the Elkaras family. Perhaps Ilya's lineage is inherently suited for the role of governor. The title of governor was indeed conceived by Ilya for personal reasons, thus it is reasonable that those sharing a similar bloodline are more suited for it. The Sirens had once clandestinely participated in the assassination of governors scheme, led by succubi and phantoms, with the Sirens providing assistance in a meticulously devised trap for the 2nd seat, Ila Elkaras. The illusions crafted by the succubi and phantoms, combined with the enchanting songs of the Sirens, constituted an absolute trap that no race devoid of resistance to charm could withstand. However, at the moment Marilla's spine was shattered. She uttered a few dark and obscure syllables that triggered a mechanism not belonging to the governors, awakening a creature from the shadow realm upon that battlefield. The colossal shadow sharks surged from the ground, devouring nearly all the participating monsters, while the essence of life transformed into primal purity, instantaneously healing Ila Elkaras' injuries. Had the opposing world's spells not been nearly depleted at that moment, resulting in a symbolic slaughter before retreating towards the Empire, all the Sirens would have perished there. Yet, logically, the governors had expended all their mana to construct the Pillars of Wings, leaving them unable to wield any other power. To this day, no one comprehends the nature of that force. Nevertheless, all have come to realize one crucial point. For the governors, murder is a strategically meaningless invincibility, insurmountable, unresolvable, and unbeatable. They are not enemies to be conquered, but rather a natural disaster to be avoided, at least from the perspective of the monsters. "Where shall we go, Sister Lily?" inquired the little mermaid beside the mermaid leader named Lily, who found herself at a loss for words. She merely gazed at the receding domain of the Gorgon, observing the city of Gorgons that had nearly transformed into fragile stone. To escape, to traverse the world, to go anywhere, as long as it is far from here. The mermaid Loli appeared to be quite perplexed by Lily's words. Her youth rendered concepts such as governance and warfare somewhat distant and abstract. "You are still young, when you..." As Lily spoke, an abrupt jolt interrupted her thoughts, as if the vessel had collided with something, sending tremors through the ship. She instinctively grasped the railing with one hand while encircling the mermaid Loli with the other. What was happening? However, the panicked crew had no time to respond, nor did the unfolding events require any answers. The once azure waters had transformed into a solid expanse of stone. Not only the ship, but others belonging to mermaids, and indeed all vessels of the sea creatures, were ensnared within this petrified domain. All gazed skyward, gripped by terror, astonishment, chaos, and tears, as though they beheld the most fearsome sight imaginable. Yet Lily could not bring herself to look up. She was afraid to raise her gaze, for she knew what awaited her there. In the heavens lingered someone, esteemed sea creatures. Yet there was no escape from that calm voice resonating in the ears of all sea beings. As if he were giving commands on the battlefield in a tone devoid of emotion, everyone heard his words. Reluctantly, Lily lifted her head to confront the figure of Ila Elkaras, who held a bashful demeanor. A tumult of indistinct emotions enveloped her heart, where fear coexisted with confusion, leaving her uncertain of her path. The unknown future and her dread of Ira rendered her momentarily paralyzed with fear. She pondered the fate of the sea creatures. What would become of them? Would they perish, or merely survive? "Allow me to inquire. Why have you betrayed the Demon King's domain? Your answers will determine whether you have a reason to continue existing. Please respond earnestly. You may not necessarily face execution," Ira declared with chilling indifference, yet no one dared to reply. After a protracted silence, a timid voice emerged from a distant ship, as if it had taken considerable courage to speak. "Because of you, we believe. If we do not flee, you will inevitably come to destroy the Demon King's realm." With that initial utterance, the merfolk aboard erupted in a cacophony of lamentations and pleas, filling the entire sea with cries that echoed the sentiment. "Why must we suffer your wrath regardless?" Reflecting on this, it was indeed tragic. Who could have anticipated that one day Ira would assist Satan Leaf in quelling the insurrection? "Satan Leaf, what is your view?" Ira inquired softly about Satan Leaf's perspective. "Oh, what do you think, Mr. Ira? Should we execute them?" In response to Satan Leaf's counter-question, Ira maintained a composed facade, addressing the sea creatures observing them. "Of course not. From the outset, we could never annihilate all the sea beings, for they hold value for the Demon King's domain." "Oh. However, you clearly stated earlier." In astonishment, Satan Leaf narrowed his eyes as Ira elucidated. "This is a tactic. I shall assume the guise of the villain, applying sufficient pressure upon them, while you shall serve as their support, thus evoking profound gratitude from them. My discourse with Satan Leaf has reached its conclusion. What a pity. Ira remarked, deliberately pausing until the sea nymphs began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Before continuing, at Satan Leaf's behest, you have preserved your lives. Return to the dominion of the demon king, sea nymph slaves. As Ira spoke, a hint of regret crossed his features. He gently shook his head and, under the gaze of the now tearful sea nymphs, added, Indeed. You shall become the most subservient of slaves, valuable captives. Chapter 68. An urgent matter. He is anxious. Indeed, Ira is far more formidable than I. On countless occasions, Yusef has expressed this sentiment in the presence of his daughter. The weathered visage of the old knight, adorned with a scruffy beard, has always embodied a king imbued with a remarkable sense of humor. Yet, it is only in the company of his daughter that a modicum of paternal authority manifests, an authority derived from fatherhood rather than kingship. Though he converses with the child destined to inherit his throne, the topics discussed often verge on rebellion against his own legacy. However, neither he nor Isabella seems perturbed, as they have both grown accustomed to this peculiar dynamic. Isabella, too, has adapted to this reality. When I am no longer here, I shall tell Ira, if Isabella is unfit, you shall take the throne. He muses, half-jokingly. But do not harbor resentment towards your father, dear Isabella. With a haughty little huff, young Isabella secretly harbors no desire to become a queen. Observing her father's apparent exhaustion and the lack of time he has to play with her, she is resolute in her disinterest in the burdens of rulership. It appears tiresome and dull. Isabella, prepare for your coronation, Ira states earnestly in the study. His demeanor sincere as he implores her to be strong, for the sake of our dreams, yours, mine, and Yusef's. That dream, Isabella understands, is one of a truly magnificent future. A splendid empire. Yet, what of Ira's forces? What of his ministers? Why not assume the regency under the pretense that Isabella is still too young, thereby allowing her the freedom to frolic and engage in lessons and mischief? Isabella blinks her enchanting, emerald-like eyes. Your Highness, Isabella. Though her mind races with myriad thoughts, she ultimately concedes, I understand. With a start, Isabella awakens in her chamber, her cold sweat dampening her exquisite nightgown. Upon sensing her stirrings, the maidservant patiently waiting by her bedside rushes to attend to her. As Isabella attempts to rise, the trained maid swiftly assists her in propping herself against the pillows, while another maid promptly presents her with a glass of water. After a few sips, Isabella feels somewhat revitalized. She need not inquire about the time. A mere glance at the sky reveals that it is already quite late. It is a rare occasion to have enjoyed a full night's sleep. Although it was filled with dreams, it is still preferable to a night of incessant awakenings. Summon Lady Marilla to the study. Following this simple directive, Isabella, under the care of her maidservants, proceeds with her morning rituals and the tedious process of dressing. Enjoying a light breakfast. Of course, this breakfast is far from ordinary, yet Isabella consumes little. Her appetite has always been modest, and without Ira's persistent reminders to eat heartily at breakfast, lunch, and sparingly at dinner, her consumption has dwindled even further. That fool is indeed quite verbose. When Isabella entered the study, Marilla was already awaiting her presence. Once seated, Isabella dismissed the attendants and maidservants from the room, for those individuals, combined, were no match for Marilla. If an assassin were to threaten her, Marilla would be unable to provide protection. Thus, the guards were of no use. Conversely, if Marilla were to turn against her, those guards would be even less effective, and Isabella herself was not without her own hidden cards. Marilla previously. Before Isabella could complete her inquiry, Marilla anticipated her questions, and even if Isabella had not summoned her today, she would have found an opportunity to speak regardless. The head of the household was in the realm of monsters. When Marilla referred to the head of the household, she meant the master of the Elkaras family, the former chief minister, Ila Elkaras. Isabella's previous order to secretly investigate Ira's whereabouts had been executed impeccably by Marilla. Or rather, it seemed that Ira had ceased to conceal himself after the bounty on his head was lifted. The domain of the monsters? I had expected it to be a duchy or the Silver Moon Tree Court, Isabella mused, her expression tinged with regret. If it were indeed monsters, then even if she triumphed, she could not prove herself superior to Ira. He wouldn't truly be associated with Favaginio, would he? At Isabella's irresponsible remark, Marilla displayed a weary expression and replied, Lord Favaginio has long since been slain by Master Ira. The current demon king is his daughter, a girl named Satania. Satania. A girl named Satania, a girl. As those words lingered, the expression of Isabella Arthur Madrid soured instantly. She furrowed her brow and huffed, Satania. Is it? I hope she possesses the merit to be aided by Ira, though she will inevitably tire of his incessant chatter. Marilla then inquired, Regarding the matter I previously tasked you with, informing the nobles about acquiring titles through land purchases, what has been the response among the aristocracy? Having returned her focus to the topic at hand, Isabella posed her question. To this, Marilla replied with an answer reminiscent of Ira's earlier speculations. The barons are quite intrigued by this matter. Following their attempts to engage, the viscounts appear somewhat anxious. Indeed, such is the nature of nobility. Those of lower status than themselves, through transactions, have attained a rank equivalent to theirs. Though it is merely a nominal status without any substantive significance, it remains intolerable to them. Hence, they will imitate, striving to maintain their class while simultaneously elevating it. From baron to viscount to earl to marquis, a peculiar sentiment transforms into a nightmarish chain, compelling them to continually relinquish land back to Isabella. In Ira's words, it has begun to unfold. However, Duke Caligula is obstructing the actions of the nobility. In response to Marilla's report, Isabella reminisced, recalling that Ira once remarked, if the Duke were to obstruct, rumors would be disseminated within the empire, thereby causing a rift among the nobility. It seemed that all the answers to her inquiries had, indeed, been provided by Ira. Yet, she found no distress in utilizing them, for she was a student of Ira. Although she felt a twinge of guilt towards Ira, she was certain that life was far more comfortable for him now than it had been within the empire. Thus, a message was to be conveyed within the empire. As Isabella spoke, a thought struck her, and she stifled a gentle laugh, saying, just spread the word, the Duke is in a frenzy. That single phrase will suffice. Just wait and see, dear Ira, when I bring you back to the empire. You will undoubtedly marvel at the closeness of the empire to our dreams. You will praise me, and then we shall embrace in joyous laughter. By the way, please convey this to Ira, but let it remain a secret. Yes. Chapter 69. The branches of desire. The world tree, seemingly unchanging, has slumbered for millennia without alteration. The visage of the world tree before its repose bears no distinction from its appearance upon awakening. It serves as the cornerstone of all forces in this realm, the source of mana, and the root from which deities are nurtured. Unlike the elves, all others must chant incantations or extol the virtues of mana, or sing the praises of the divine. The power of magic is derived from the gods, or rather, from races beyond the elves. The magic's potency stems from the god circulation of the world tree's essence. Elves, however, require no such tributes, for the deities, to varying degrees, originate from the elves or share intricate connections with both the elves and the world tree, rather than the other way around. Thus, the church stands as the adversary of the elves, a church that denies the divinity, the only church of the faithless, negating the magic that venerates the gods, disregarding the esteem of the world tree, and questioning the necessity of elven existence. Yet the elves remain indifferent, for regardless, the world tree and the elves persist in their existence, nestled within the silver moon grove, isolated from the world, devoid of sorrow or joy. For a millennium, the elves seem to have undergone no change. Ila Elkaras offered a simple assessment as she removed her hood for the first time, revealing her emerald tresses, exquisite features, and ears indistinguishable from those of humans. Casual in her demeanor, Ila settled into a chair within a chamber of the silver moon tree, observing an elf idly flipping through a book on the bed. As the elf, startled by her voice, looked up, Ila remarked, "It is you, Cassiopeia." The elf, adorned with a crown reminiscent of blossoms and possessing pointed ears, appeared to be in her 20s. Upon seeing Ila Elkaras in her room, she uttered in surprise, "Auntie?" "Well, Auntie it is then." Ila seemed unconcerned by the evidently aged term of address, forming her hand into a fist and playfully twisting the temples of the elven queen Cassiopeia, who begged for mercy as Ila said, "It's me, long time no see." "Why yes, long time no see." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Cassiopeia Elkaras, the elven queen, appeared somewhat sheepish, her astute mind deducing the possible reasons for the visit of her long-absent aunt. "Well, I shall arrange for someone to give you a warm welcome," Cassiopeia said, promptly rising to make her exit from the room. "Wait, there's no need. I shall no longer intervene significantly in the affairs of the main world, so it is unnecessary to announce my arrival." Ila interjected, halting the perspiring Cassiopeia. She inhaled the floral scent emanating from her granddaughter and remarked, "The scent of concealment. I have come to inquire about your dealings with the governor. Here it comes. Indeed it concerns Ira. I am not quite sure, he. Observing the naive Cassiopeia attempting to slip by, when Ila shook her head in resignation and remarked, "That kind of power evidently stems from the world tree." The incantation etched upon Ira's neck. Cassiopeia was taken aback, gazing at the candid when Ila, she inquired, Auntie, have you seen Ira?" How has he been faring? I heard from a traveling merchant that Ira and that Isabella have conspired to ensnare the aristocracy. I am not entirely certain of the details, but Ila Elkaras is currently in the service of the Demon King. Although, to my eyes, he appears to have already assumed that role and is thriving. When Ila Elkaras expressed this, and amidst Cassiopeia's reassuring smile, she unexpectedly asked, "So, are the branches of the world tree your dowry?" Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Cassiopeia's face flushed crimson. Shyly waving her hand, she responded, "Oh dear, Auntie, what are you saying? That is merely a reward. If it were a dowry, it would require." When Lisa Eluvida, Cassiopeia Eluvida. It seemed that the suddenly inquisitive when Lisa did not mind Cassiopeia's expression of, "Oh, I let something slip." Time had not left many marks upon the elf. A millennium ago, Cassiopeia was adorably oblivious, and she remained so even now. There was no pretense. She was genuinely this naive. Require what? Regarding her elder's intriguing question, Cassiopeia shyly averted her gaze, mumbling indistinctly, this. Well, I don't intend to hold you accountable. In truth, our thoughts as outsiders are quite similar. Even if you were to sell the world tree outright, it would matter little, as everyone finds the situation rather amusing." When Lisa Eluvida chuckled lightly, brushing against Cassiopeia's smooth, plant-like hair, she added, "I am merely curious about which branch you gifted him and how many you took." Well, it wasn't exactly a gift. We adventured together and stole them as a team." Upon saying this, Cassiopeia revealed a nostalgic smile, saying, "However, I had already redirected the guards of the world tree, and after the theft, I returned everything to its rightful place. In that case, a reasonable person would typically refer to it as taking or borrowing. I can't quite recall the specific branches Ira studied, but we lingered for quite some time upon the main branch of desire." While Cassiopeia pondered and responded, when Lisa gently nodded. As she already knew the answer to this question, she simply stated, "I understand now, let it be so. In matters of love, you must put in more effort, Cassiopeia. I will do my best. Our first child, Ira, and I will name. Is it necessary to rush to share this?" When Lisa twitched her lips, shaking her head with a sense of resignation as she remarked, "You are overthinking this. The governor is incapable of bearing offspring. Are you not aware of this fact? Oh dear. Sigh. The disparity between elves and the governor is akin to that between humans and the governor. It is an insurmountable difference that utterly precludes the possibility of progeny. The governor is not merely a profession. It signifies an entirely new race." As when Lisa spoke, she noticed Cassiopeia's jaw nearly dropping to the ground and chuckled lightly, adding, "The gulf between gods and elves is even greater. Do you think you could find a way to engage with the remaining saplings of the world tree?" Cassiopeia inquired, "Is there a possibility of mating?" When Lisa replied, "Well, it is indeed possible." Cassiopeia sighed in relief. That is reassuring." When Lisa responded quietly. Chapter 70, Training Complete. When Ira and the Demon King's army arrived here, they marched, but their return was far less arduous, as they chose to sail back, aboard vessels navigated by the Sea Maidens. Indeed, everyone felt assured as they boarded the ships helmed by these aquatic beings, for they were acutely aware that the Sea Maidens had no recourse left. They were utterly devoid of options. Would the ships capsize? Then the sea would petrify. Would the course be miscalculated? Yet the constructs could sense the direction of the Demon King's domain. Would they venture into perilous waters teeming with monsters, hoping for mutual destruction? The true danger lay with those beasts. At that moment, 3 leaders among the Sea Maidens congregated in Ira's chamber, scrutinized by his piercing gaze. Naturally, Satan Leaf was present, while the other leaders remained outside, observing silently. Just as the leader of the merfolk attempted to justify her position, Ira interrupted her with an icy retort. "You are nothing but a band of traitors, despicable betrayers, slaves whose existence is unwarranted." However, Ira silenced the merfolk leader with a mere glance, coldly stating, "What is there to argue? The snake-haired women chose betrayal, and you appear no different. Perhaps it would be better for all of you to perish here, just like the snake-haired maidens. Should you wish to speak further, you may soon find your mouths as hard as your fates, crushed and cast into the sea." Ira spoke unabashedly, his eyes fixed on the vast ocean beyond the window, then turned to glance at the merfolk leader, who feigned ignorance. She was the most fearful among them. Noticing Ira's gaze, she immediately averted her furtive glances, trembling as she lowered her head. The other leaders peering through the window seemed to share a sense of pity, yet they remained silent. For the truth of betrayal was undeniable, and they understood the reasoning behind Ira's demeanor. Intimidation breeds fear, and solace amidst such pressure fosters loyalty. In the realm of the Demon King, You coexisted with the snake-haired maidens. Thus, eliminating you would not lead to the extinction of the sea maidens, merely a reduction of traitors and worthless slaves. Ira continued his chilling discourse, his mouth agape, yet he struggled to articulate scathing insults toward their parents, a task ill-suited to him. Such crude words, while potentially effective in demeaning their character, eluded his tongue. Thus, this grim facade was difficult for him to maintain. Do you still believe you hold any value? Ira inquired, yet the three leaders bowed their heads, not daring to utter a sound. He felt an urge to laugh, but suppressed it, feigning anger as he exclaimed, I am addressing you. Are your fish ears merely for show? Salty fish. The three sea monsters, referred to as salty fish by Ira, seemed to have stirred slightly. The Naga leader furrowed her brow and remarked, We are the only naval force of the Demon Lord, and we alone possess the skill of shipbuilding. Ira, feeling that he had heard enough, waved his hand dismissively, belittling them. Silence. You hold no value in my eyes. Your flesh and souls may well serve as the finest resources for the Demon Lord. As he spoke, Ira glanced out the window at the headless knight leader, Lotia, who nodded in agreement, stating, The loss of our troops has been devastating, 4 in total, and we urgently require soul replenishment. Yet, I doubt the sea monsters possess the necessary qualifications, for they are merely. At this point, Lotia seemed at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, you are nothing but worthless, the dregs of worthlessness, utterly useless. Ira interjected, placing his hand on the head of the most defiant Naga leader, lifting her chin to force her to meet his gaze. He locked eyes with her defiant expression and asked, Can you sing? Let us hear your voice. To the silent Naga leader, Ira turned to the mermaid and merman leaders beside her, saying, It matters not, should you refuse to sing. I shall entertain myself with the other two. You share a close bond, do you not? I shall secure their hands to a steel pipe above their heads, with scorching iron plates beneath their feet and tails. In that moment, even if you sing, it shall merely serve to accompany their dance. Observing the silent, bowed Naga leader, and the ashen faces of the other two, Ira pondered. Could he have misjudged the relationship among the three? Yet, having reached this point, he decided to feign intimidation. Bring forth a. However, before Ira could complete his directive, the Naga leader raised her head, tears of humiliation streaming down her face as she grit her teeth and exclaimed, You devil! What song do you wish to hear? Her former comrades merely watched, and even Satan Leaf showed no inclination to assist them. Loneliness, helplessness, and pity engulfed her, filling her with profound guilt. Would things have unfolded differently had she not betrayed the Demon Lord? Your voice is unbearable. I have no desire to listen. Let the other two sing instead. Ira derided the sea monsters' most cherished asset, their voices. However, they had lost all semblance of anger, resembling 3 lifeless corpses, completely at his mercy. That shall suffice. Ira sighed in relief, ceasing his torment of the 3 sea monsters, as well as his own. If there were an interrogator demon, this task would not require his involvement. He need only instruct them on how to proceed. Satan Leaf appeared to pity the sea monsters. Then why not speak up to stop me? Was it not agreed upon beforehand? Ira gazed at Satan Leaf with a hint of confusion. As she turned her curious eyes toward her, Satan Leaf exchanged several meaningful glances. However, it seemed she had forgotten their prior agreement and merely waited in curiosity. So, are you in the realm of gods and demons? What song shall we have them sing? Mr. Ira? Satan Leaf appeared to be brimming with anticipation. Hey, if you wish to hear a song, I can sing for you later. For now, could you please focus on your responsibilities pertaining to the red-faced duties? A somewhat speechless Ira found himself at a loss for words, his thoughts spiraling in disarray. Well, any song will do. With that, Satan Leaf grasped the hands of the 3 leaders, holding them tightly. In response to their pitiful gazes, she chuckled softly, saying, Regardless of everything, we welcome you back. Suddenly, the leaders burst into tears, wailing as if they had stepped out of a comic or a cheap animation, their tears cascading like a torrential waterfall. Observing this, it seemed unlikely they would betray again. Yet, the thought of utilizing their words might present some complications. But it mattered little. Loyalty to the Demon King was sufficient. However, Ira, my bed sheets. Chapter 71. A triumphant initial encounter. Once there existed a vessel that ventured into the vast ocean, known as the Billy of Tea. The wind surged, causing her bow to dip gracefully. Oh, blow, my brave lads. Blow. Soon may the Wellerman arrive, bringing us sugar, tea, and rum. One day, when the toil is complete, we shall take our leave and depart. Ultimately, the 3 sea nymphs began to sing the ballad, but they were not alone in their melody. Even Ilya hummed softly, for this tune had initially been propagated by the Empire. The song, originally composed by Ila Elkaras, circulated among the Empire's fishing fleets. eventually reaching the pirates, whales and prey having been misconstrued as synonymous, and subsequently spreading across the globe. Despite their fear and disdain for Ila, they could not deny the beauty of his song, which resonated with a distant, ethereal quality. Thus, the trio's feelings towards him grew increasingly complex. As the singing grew louder, other ships, oblivious to the unfolding events, joined in the chorus, transforming it into a grand symphony that felt akin to a tempestuous storm. Yet, by this time, Ila had returned to his quarters, seemingly preoccupied with other pressing matters, such as the organization of trade and fishing fleets following the return of the sea nymphs. He also pondered the planning of naval forces. Relying solely on the sea nymphs would be insufficient. It would be prudent to evolve lesser demons into sea demons or seek out other naval contingents, ideally amphibious forces. A singular race, even when composed of multiple specific species, would remain perilously inadequate. As the song concluded, everyone gradually retreated to their chambers, leaving 3 sea nymph leaders at a loss for what to do, accompanied by the dark armor shielding Satan Leaf. Curiously, the black flames that replaced Lotia's head appeared to vanish into the dark night sky, suggesting a remarkably low luminosity. In truth, Mr. Ila is a truly admirable individual. As Satan Leaf spoke, she observed the unmistakable expressions of disapproval on the faces of the 3 sea witch leaders beneath the inky night sky. With a resigned shake of her head, she remarked, "Mr. Ira is merely trying to intimidate you. After all, you haven't truly suffered any harm, have you?" While this was indeed the case, the image of Ira on the battlefield was formidable enough to evoke doubts, as he was none other than the chief executive. "But he called us salted fish," the Naga leader lamented. "You deserve it. After all, you are indeed traitors," Satan Leaf replied with a light laugh, her gaze drifting to the stars above. In this world, the stars shone brightly, unmarred by the blight of industrial pollution. "I shall not govern a nation," she said softly after a moment, maintaining her gaze skyward. "My father cannot either. We are only skilled in combat, yet even in that, I am weak." Tears glimmered in her eyes, reflecting her vulnerability. Thanks to Mr. Ira's assistance, this ineffectual demon lord has seen her domain flourish, and I dare to declare, my territory and kingdom will continue to thrive. Turning her head, she revealed a heart-wrenching, endearing smile, saying, "I am eternally grateful for your support. If we can unite in this endeavor, surely everything will improve." Though fundamentally different at that moment, Satan Leaf seemed to merge with the former demon lord who had cheerfully exclaimed, "I don't know, but I'm going to have some fun." In the eyes of the 3 leaders, "Your Highness, Satan Leaf, my lord, and with that, I shall retire for the night. You all should rest early as well," she concluded before returning to the cabin. Hidden from their sight, she turned to the corridor where Ira awaited, her face alight with a cheerful smile. "How did it go?" With a soft chuckle, Ira nodded and ruffled her hair, saying, "Well done. Thus, this expedition has concluded splendidly. Let us feast back at the demon lord's domain." Yea, previously, Takapu had made another visit and had already returned to the demon lord's territory to share the good news. One must admit that the talent for virtual realm travel proved remarkably useful. To relegate him to the role of a maid or a mere messenger felt like a disservice. Upon returning to the demon lord's territory, a welcoming banquet awaited them. Of course, the sea witches would also partake. The grievances they endured under Ira's command would transform into a sense of reliance amid the gentle treatment they would receive in the demon lord's domain. Although Satan Leaf's words might have somewhat mitigated the situation, the effect was likely not as profound. Yet, it mattered little. Ira tenderly brushed Satan Leaf's beautiful black hair before finally retiring to his own quarters, for many matters awaited his contemplation. "My dear Dark Lord, your previous words were not solely intended to secure the loyalty of the sea demons, were they?" Lothia inquired as she escorted Satan Leaf back to her chamber. "Indeed, every word I spoke was a reflection of my true sentiments, and for that, I am genuinely grateful to you." In a fleeting silence, Lothia knelt by the bedside, gently embracing Satan Leaf. To prevent her armor from causing discomfort, she held her softly. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Satan Leaf reciprocated the embrace. "You are not an ineffectual Dark Lord," Lothia reassured her, feeling the warmth of Satan Leaf's petite form. "There is no need for you to bear guilt or shed tears, for you are the most magnificent of Dark Lords, truly exceptional." "Thank you," Satan Leaf replied, but soon added, "Yet, Lothia, isn't it you who should feel the weight of guilt?" Caught off guard, Lothia's body stiffened momentarily, despite the inherent rigidity of her armor. "It is quite all right, Lothia. You need not harbor any sorrow. The triumphs and failures of monsters, the majesty of a Dark Lord, do not pertain to you, for you are the most extraordinary headless knight." It should have been Lothia comforting Satan Leaf, yet in this moment, she quietly reveled in the embrace and warmth emanating from the Crimson Dragon. Ironically, it was she who found solace. I have always been grateful to you, Lothia. And I to you, my Dark Lord. Chapter 72. Isabella's letter. The construction of the merchant caravan should primarily rely on trading vessels, supplemented by trade fleets. Trading ships should engage in a linear trading system, achieving a stable trade with multiple fleets, diverse goods, limited routes, and minimal unforeseen events. As Ilya articulated this, he conversed with a spectral figure known as Yu, discussing the matters of the trade fleet, while discreetly observing the other leaders reveling in a celebration for the return of the sea monsters. Was it not an excessive display of enthusiasm? Such a sentiment implied that the sea monsters were triumphantly returning, rather than being repelled by my own hand. Yet, in the present context, the distinction seemed negligible, merely a variance in the degree of trust. That fool, Satan Yi, would undoubtedly place her unwavering faith in the sea monsters. After all, she is Satan Yi. The trade fleet was fundamentally structured as a large group, engaging in commerce along a singular route, traversing from the Demon Lord's domain to the Orc Kingdom, then to the Silver Moon Grove, followed by the Dwarven Kingdom, and ultimately returning through the mountains to the Orc Kingdom once more. As Ilya presented his viewpoints to the bespectacled figure recording their discussion, he elaborated, "This way, we can ensure adequate combat strength, safeguarding the caravan from unforeseen incidents." Of course, when he spoke of adequate combat strength, a small squad of Dark Knights would suffice to handle most emergencies. Thus, the composition of the trade fleet would involve lesser demons. If bandits or marauders appeared along the way, the lesser demons could engage in combat training, Yi remarked, gently adjusting her glasses as she glanced at the raucous leaders, whose merriment starkly contrasted with the serious discussions taking place here. Realizing no one was paying attention to her, Yu reached into her small shoulder bag and retrieved a neatly folded square of sheepskin, which was, in fact, merely paper. She extended it to Ilya, saying, "Here, I haven't told anyone." Ilya responded with a note of confusion, instinctively accepting the piece of paper. He recognized what it was and curiously inquired, "Magic letter paper? What do you mean by not telling?" Midway through his sentence, Ilya paused, struck silent as he beheld the elegant and poised handwriting upon the paper. Though he had no intention of concealing himself, it seemed Isabella had discerned his whereabouts in the Demon Lord's domain rather swiftly. Had she been searching for me all along? However, the prospect of returning was something I was decidedly unwilling to entertain. Ilya thought to himself as he reluctantly began to read the words inscribed on the magical letter, hoping that it would not be filled with too many lamentations. If Isabella had penned a multitude of desperate pleas, he would find himself at a loss. He was a person easily swayed by requests and prone to being taken advantage of. "Dear Ilya, this sheet of paper is rather small, so please allow me, your inadequate student, to communicate with you in a non-letter format. Nonetheless, I shall maintain the royal etiquette you mentioned. Thus there is no need for further elaboration or correction of royal decorum. It appears that Isabella harbors a deep-seated resentment towards me. I apologize if given another chance. I would likely adopt a gentler approach in teaching you. Alas, it is too late for such considerations." Contemplating this, Ira continued to read on. "Upon receiving your letter, I have diligently followed your advice, and as you anticipated, the Duke has shown clear resistance to this policy. By the way, I feel quite regretful about your departure, which was caused by the malicious misinterpretation of my orders. However, after your absence, the nobility of the Empire has become increasingly manageable. Yet, it feels oddly disconcerting without you by my side. Nevertheless, I have proven myself capable as a sovereign. Therefore, there is no need for you to return. I trust that you are flourishing beyond the Empire, and the nobility here are unworthy of the shade you cast. Should I encounter any confusion, I will seek clarification through our correspondence. You need not respond, dear Ira. Conserve this sheet of paper. I shall become a ruler capable of standing alone. So once this letter is exhausted, please withhold any pity for me. If fate leads us to conflict one day, do not hold back. While I hope it never comes to a day when you tread upon my remains, I still anticipate you shattering my dignity. Or perhaps the opposite. Though I urged the conservation of paper, much of it has already been consumed. Isabella must be utterly exhausted." Ira shook his head in contemplation after reading Isabella's words, casually remarking, "I used to work 20 hours a day and barely manage the affairs of the Empire. Isabella must be far more fatigued. She may not even be sleeping well." Amidst Ira's musings, Yu, perplexed by the peculiar relationship between Ira and Isabella, found herself at a loss for words. Ira, devoid of anger, and Isabella, who expressed her intent to consult Ira through magical correspondence, presented a curious dynamic. They referred to each other as friends yet declared war in the end, They identified as adversaries, yet their relationship was strangely harmonious. They were teacher and student, yet had clearly aligned with opposing factions. Do you comprehend? I do not either. Listening to the voices beside her, Yuyo turned to the suddenly speaking Vela, who nodded, indicating her own confusion. Still, she handed Ira a pen and inquired, "So, Mr. Ira, if Isabella seeks your guidance, would you instruct her?" Of course, he would. And if it came to blows, they would fight until one yielded. Responding to Vela's remark, Ira accepted the pen from Yuyo and inscribed a brief, yet striking character that mirrored Isabella's script. Good. This character would be transmitted to Isabella on the corresponding magical parchment. Why not? Ira mused, returning the pen to Yuyo, expressing sentiments that no one could truly comprehend. If Isabella were to consult me on every matter, she would merely become another version of myself, though in truth, it is somewhat akin to that already. It has become evident that others are indeed unable to comprehend. Yet Vera is eager to gain insight. She earnestly inquires of Ilya, if one day, the Empire and the Demon King's domain were to wage war once more, and Isabella were to ask you how the Empire could triumph over the Demon King's domain, how would you respond? Ilya replies, Isabella would not pose such a question. She seeks to prove herself to me and would only inquire about the Empire's chances of victory. Yuyo, intrigued by the implications of Ilya's response, asks amidst Vera's knowing gaze, what if, Mr. Ilya, you were to tell her that the Empire stands no chance of winning? Even Vera understands this point, having once been Isabella's instructor, albeit primarily in the realm of magic. Isabella would surrender, for her utmost trust lies with Ilya, and Ilya would not utter falsehoods. Ilya nods in agreement with Vera's assertion. Yuyo reflects, this relationship between teacher and student, this former bond between sovereign and subject, has twisted to an agonizing extent. It is utterly incomprehensible, truly, rational beings cannot fathom it. I feel an overwhelming urge to bash my head against a wall. Chapter 73. A peaceful parting. Thank you, Ila, for the restful slumber I experienced last night. Upon inspection today, it appears that our supply of enchanted parchment has dwindled considerably. Thus, our correspondence may soon reach its conclusion. Can you truly harden your heart and regard me as an adversary of the Empire? Ila gazed at the Satan leaf he was training, then glanced at Selena, who was observing the training from a short distance. He took out his quill and inscribed upon the magical parchment, perhaps it is possible. To devote all rationality to the Empire while concealing the whims of youth is a rare indulgence, one that I can only afford on fleeting occasions. It is indeed a taxing endeavor. I find it perplexing that, while training the Demon King, I engage in casual dialogue with the Empress of a nation that should be considered an enemy. A sense of guilt pervades my thoughts. Lately, I have been plagued by restless nights, perhaps due to your abrupt departure. Yet, after a brief exchange, I feel a weight lifted, my sleep may improve, and I look forward to our inevitable confrontation, at which point you shall recognize my worth. Almost instantaneously upon completing his message, a response was penned by Isabella in a chamber located miles away within the imperial city, a phenomenon commonly referred to as an instant reply. Mr. Ila? Just as he was preparing to respond, Ila was startled by a voice emanating from the nearby Satan leaf. Flustered, he folded the parchment and looked up to the inquisitive Satan leaf, inquiring, what troubles you? Is there an issue with the training? Satan leaf curiously observed the parchment and quill in Ila's hands. After a moment's contemplation, she refrained from asking further questions and earnestly reported on the training progress. The rapid mana-shaping training has been completed 100 times. So soon? Ila held the parchment, casting an inquiring glance towards Selena, who nodded in affirmation. Apologetically smiling at Satan Leaf for his momentary doubt, he continued, next, we shall conduct a power assessment. Pointing to a corner of the training ground, where over a dozen humanoid dummies stood erect, he explained, those dummies are crafted from steel wood, materials sourced by the Iron Golem upon my request. You will need to attempt to topple one with a single strike. Let me think. Ila mused, estimating Satan Leaf's mana reserves and the potential for failure. He stated, once you have knocked down 5 wooden dummies, the training will conclude, and we shall proceed to observe the sirens. Indeed. This shall be effortless. Satan Leaf appeared confident, yet the ironwood was formidable. Should she underestimate it and squander her mana, her reserves may dwindle. However, Ila chose not to offer any caution, allowing her to learn the lesson of humility through experience. Ila resumed his seat, under Selena's curious gaze from a distance. He unfurled the parchment. In the interim, Isabella had inscribed a multitude of words. Isabella's handwriting grew progressively smaller, until the brief 2 lines of stationery were densely filled with words. Why, one might wonder. Could she not have simply written smaller from the outset? The Duke of Caligula, known for his opposition to strength among his peers, found himself in disarray, beleaguered by the rumors I had circulated regarding his agitation. It seems he may truly be pressed for time, which is indeed quite amusing. However, I have also collaborated with the Duke of Caligula, a partnership I deemed necessary. I sincerely apologize. Feel free to harbor resentment towards me. Yet, this collaboration will ultimately exact a toll from Caligula. Harbor your animosity, loathe me. I hope you, Ira, will wield the iron whip of judgment upon this traitor. I eagerly await the day of reckoning, or perhaps the day you must concede my point. At this juncture, the stationery was nearly filled to capacity. The reverse side remained blank, as is customary. Yet, in a corner, there lingered a small space, though Isabella had already completed her missive and left that portion unused. In silent contemplation, Ira pondered whether he should utter something. He was uncertain if Isabella awaited him on the other side of the paper or had already embarked on her royal duties. Nevertheless, he resolved to pen a final line. With this thought, Ira gently lifted his pen. "You have done exceedingly well, and I am proud of you, Isabella." In that instant, as Ira delivered the long-overdue compliment, the parchment visibly absorbed moisture, droplets steadily soaking the vellum. The enchanted paper was not particularly intelligent. It faithfully mirrored the condition of another sheet, whether it bore creases, inscriptions, stains, or even remnants of fire and water. It wept profusely. Upon realizing this, the parchment swiftly disintegrated into fragments, which soon ignited, leaving behind only a wisp of ash. Had Isabella been driven to fury? She had claimed she would consult me regarding matters, yet she had not sought my counsel at all. She invited me to resent her. But surely she would not betray her country to that wretched Caligula? Ira shook his head in resignation, feeling a twinge of guilt, and when he lifted his gaze, he found Helena and Satan Leaf close at hand. Ah, what was this unsettling feeling in his heart? "Mr. Ira, who were you writing to just now?" "Indeed, Lord Ira. I share the same curiosity." Faced with the inquisitive expressions of Satan Leaf and the smirking Helena, Ira averted his gaze and replied, "Oh, it was merely a student." However, Satan Leaf almost instantaneously deduced the truth. "Isabella, was it? How did you know? With so many students?" Ira was momentarily taken aback, and his reaction was almost an inadvertent admission. Satan Ye appeared to be in a state of inner turmoil as she gazed at Ira's face. Yet she could not discern his emotions or thoughts. She remarked, "Well, you have only mentioned that you are teacher Isabella, haven't you?" Indeed. It seemed that Ira had never disclosed to Satan Ye that he was also the instructor of all the governors, as well as many imperial mages, alchemists, and generals. "Well, that is true," Ira conceded. Rising to his feet, he affectionately ruffled Satan Ye's hair and then gazed towards the distant sea, saying, "Is the training complete? Then let us go and observe the situation of the sirens, shall we?" Isabella pondered for a moment, then lifted her head, feigning nonchalance as she followed Ira down the stairs. She said, "If Isabella wishes for you to return, you may go back to the Empire." At this, Ira paused briefly but continued his descent, replying, "No, she does not wish for my return. How should I put it? I consider my departure amicable. A parting on good terms. Although there is a tinge of melancholy, one must always look forward. Isabella has expressed her anticipation of the day she could spar with me. How could I not share that anticipation? Then let it be. Let us engage in a match." Chapter 74. The retributive labor of guilt adjacent to the realm of the demon lord, under the swift construction efforts of the constructs. A new fishing port has emerged alongside the once bustling war port. Moreover, the trade port is also being developed at a commendable pace. How should one articulate this? The constructs are truly prodigies of infrastructure. Simultaneously, the construction of the first fishing vessel is fervently underway, spearheaded by the sirens. With the constructs diligently handling the laborious tasks and orchestrating the mobilization of resources from various quarters. Since returning to the Demon Lord's domain yesterday, it appears that a framework and initial form have already taken shape. Ira is not particularly well-versed in maritime affairs, or rather, he lacks familiarity with the vessels of this world. After all, he has rarely encountered the inscriptions carved in certain parts of ships. While he was indeed a court sorcerer, he differs from the scholarly mages like Vera. Before becoming the regent, Ira was a blood mage, and if one were to delineate further, he was a dedicated sorcerer focused solely on researching magic that served his own purposes. To put it eloquently, he did not dabble in miscellaneous magics. To phrase it less charitably, he has a penchant for specialization. Nevertheless, in terms of fishing vessels, these ships are significantly larger than the modest fishing boats Ira is accustomed to. He gazes at the grand hull and framework of what could only be described as a whaling ship and begins to suspect that the sirens might have misunderstood the specifications. In truth, a simple fishing boat would have sufficed. In just a day and night, the sirens have nearly completed the construction of this large vessel. All that remains is to affix the wooden planks and adhesive materials and allow the waterproof paint to dry. Once the ship is fully constructed, they can utilize marking spells to assess the size and density of nearby fish populations, thereby determining the minimum catch size for various species and the appropriate mesh size for the fishing nets. There is still much to be done. Ira mused as he turned his gaze towards the already completed fishing port. The fishing port constructed by the constructs is not only aesthetically pleasing, but in the midst of his internal praise. He was momentarily taken aback upon noticing a fishing vessel docked at the farthest berth, concealed from his view by the port's watchtower. He had not seen it from his elevated position earlier. Judging by its size and structural design, it appears to be of the same model as the one currently under construction. In other words, the sirens have managed to construct 2 ships in just one night? Did they toil through the entire night without rest? Ira, sir? Demon Lord, Your Highness? At that moment, the leader of the constructs overseeing the trade port's construction approached him, greeting him with, "I have heard of your prowess, my mana. You have effectively vanquished many rebels." "Thank you." "Ah, yes, Ira. Sir, you transformed your mana into an axe and dispatched all the Gorgons with remarkable skill." In response to Satan Leaf's words, Ira nodded gently, observing the sirens engrossed in their labor, seemingly oblivious to their presence, and inquired, "Have the sirens been busy all night?" "Indeed, it appears so." The leader of the constructs nodded, displaying a hint of concern as he spoke. "They are not. We are, flesh and blood, fragile. I worry that an entire night without rest will be arduous." Sighing softly, Ira could comprehend why the sirens exerted themselves so fervently. It was likely rooted in their profound sense of guilt, a sentiment that burned within each of them. Their remorse for their own actions, their regret for their betrayal, compelled them to toil through the night, until their bodies could bear no more. Truly, the creatures of the abyss are astonishingly naive, yet undeniably useful. Satan Leaf, go and attend to them. Compel them to rest. As Ira spoke, he watched Satan Leaf nod and scamper over, engaging in conversation with the leader of the constructs. The constructs appeared to possess an unparalleled aptitude for demolishing buildings and facilities. However, their numbers were woefully insufficient. Among all the denizens of the Demon Lord's domain, constructs were the least populous of the creatures. Yes, to increase their numbers, they must either explore ancient ruins or seek out elemental planes, relying heavily on fortune to rescue their kin from the primary realm. Listening to the mechanical sounds of friction, Ira extended his hand to brush away some clumps of grass that had adhered to the leader's arm, a task the construct could not perform due to its body structure. My lord, my lord." It seemed the sirens had noticed Satan Leaf's arrival and, by extension, the presence of Ira. Though they had no intention of greeting him, the first fishing vessel had been completed, and it was anticipated that the maiden voyage would commence in the afternoon. The second vessel was still under construction. "Does the Lord wish to name the first fishing boat?" chirped the mermaid leader, her pink tail propelling her gracefully on land, its strength capable of shattering a goblin's skull. "Goblin, by the way, Mr. Ira and I heard from Xiao Gang that you have been busy all night?" Satan Leaf inquired earnestly. "Ira insists on mandating that you rest. Cease all work from now until this afternoon, when we shall attempt to fish." At her words, the mermaid leader glanced at the 2 other busy leaders, casting a wary look at Ira, struggling to believe that he could be so benevolent. As Ira said, "Hurry and rest, sleep, do not exhaust yourselves." Prompted by Satan Leaf, the mermaid leader began conveying Ira and Satan Leaf's message among the sirens, and soon enough, they each descended to the depths of the sea to slumber. Indeed, the abode of the sirens lies beneath the ocean's depths. Their fin-like ears are not mere embellishments. They serve as genuine organs for the exchange of oxygen, offering a comfort superior to that of lung respiration. Moreover, they ensure the retention of moisture. For the aquatic realm is where they truly flourish. "Mr. Ila, I have returned," she announced. Ila, observing the exuberant antics of the mischievous Demon Leaf, could only shake his head in resignation, yet he refrained from uttering any words. After all, the Demon Leaf had performed admirably, slightly enhancing his image. Given that they were to continue as colleagues in the future, a minor attempt at redeeming oneself was not entirely unwarranted. However, at this moment, his thoughts were occupied by something of greater concern. "Your name is Xiao Gang?" Ila inquired, to which the iron golem, serving as the leader of the constructs, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is I. Is there a problem?" "No, nothing of the sort. I was merely reflecting on the fact that this is the first time I have learned your name," he replied with a calm demeanor. Though the thoughts swirling within Ila's mind remained a mystery, Xiao Gang, where is your onyx? Chapter 75. The Sword of the Merman. What is the price of a ship? In this world, a typical fishing vessel ranges from 10 to 30 thornflower gold coins. The thornflower gold coin, adorned with the image of the thornflower, serves as the currency of the empire, where the thornflower is the national flower. Similarly, the ducal gold coin features the violet, which is the national flower of the duchy. Moreover, sailors also require a substantial amount of gold. One cannot possibly rely on slaves or serfs to serve as crew members. Thus, hiring experienced sailors and fishermen incurs significant and ongoing expenses, particularly within the empire. Sailing vessels powered by wind are the prevalent mode of transportation in this realm. While oars exist as a contingency, they are seldom utilized, as the primary source of propulsion remains the sea breeze. Alternatively, mages can conjure sustained gales. Though such methods are not suitable for fishing boats, only warships boast the presence of shipboard mages. However, the vessel upon which I currently find myself appears prepared to sail without unfurling its sails. What kind of propulsion system is intended for this trial voyage? Ira possesses considerable knowledge of terrestrial battlefields, yet his understanding of naval confrontations is limited, having never participated in such arenas. Curiously, he had never sought to learn more, particularly since the Empire has not suffered significant defeats on the high seas, possibly due to the substantial losses inflicted by the sea demons in the past. Your Majesty. The demon lord, Lady Selena, greeted the merman leader, adorned with a shell hairpin, her flesh membranes visible beneath her arms and palms. This salutation was directed towards Satan Yi and Selena, while, much like the other sea demon leaders, she selectively ignored Ira. Yet, Ira remained indifferent to her disregard. Observing the pronounced dark circles beneath the merman leader's eyes, Ira deduced that they had been quite occupied the previous night. Choosing to overlook their hostility, he remarked, "If you are still fatigued, please ensure you rest well after the trial voyage." Thank you," the merman leader replied hesitantly. After a prolonged moment of indecision, before awkwardly turning away and loudly commanding, "Check the status of the sword mermaids, inspect the sails, and take your positions." Following her proclamation, the nagging Naga leader, still at odds with Ira, immediately echoed, "Check the status of the sword mermaids, inspect the sails, and take your positions." It appears that the merman leader holds a captain-like role aboard the ship. To prevent miscommunication and misunderstandings among the crew during navigation, it is customary for the first mate to loudly reiterate the captain's commands, often with greater volume than the captain's original orders. "Sword mermaids?" Ira pondered, watching as the sails were rapidly unfurled. The sails in this world are remarkably easy to manipulate. A single rope, when pulled, can extend the sail, securing it to the mast to maintain its position. Releasing the rope retracts the sail. The adjustment of the sail's angle is a task so simple it could be likened to a young pioneer raising the national flag. But what, one might wonder, is a swordfish? In the realm of merfolk, swordfish represent their symbiotic companions. Just as the explanation from Satan Leaf was only half-formed, the vessel, powered by an inexplicable force, suddenly set sail, nearly unsettling Satan Leaf. The speed of the ship was not particularly fast. It could hardly compare to the Imperial ships or even match the pace of many operational forces. Nevertheless, it was merely a fishing vessel, and it likely held significant advantages in other contexts. Ira contemplated this as he stood at the edge of the ship, no longer requiring Satan Leaf's explanations. He had already spotted the fish, sleek and bound by leather straps, darting through the water like swordfish. These straps were crafted from durable leather, connecting the robust material to the vessel's hull. The swordfish, with their elongated snouts, could easily slip into these leather contraptions, propelling the ship forward. This design was remarkably agile and seemed capable of both driving and herding fish. Yet, the primary source of propulsion remained the sails, with the ship's rudder still governing its direction. The presence of the swordfish merely served as an additional means of attack and a supplementary source of power, akin to missiles. Standing at the ship's edge, amidst the fearful yet curious gazes of the sea creature crew, Ira mused, feeling the long-forgotten caress of the sea breeze. "The swordfish are our companion beasts, much like the shield clam," remarked the merfolk leader, gesturing toward a small shell she wore in her hair. Deliberately avoiding eye contact with Ira as she gazed toward the distant harbor, the swordfish, clad in iron armor, or even enchanted gear, shall become the most formidable weapon of the sea. This statement confirmed Ira's suspicions. Indeed, the swordfish were not merely turbines, but also missiles, and perhaps even akin to sonar-guided torpedoes. However, the title of the strongest was likely mere boastfulness, the kind that serves more as an exclamatory phrase than a genuine claim. The next step would involve demonstrating the fishing technique. Ira felt no need to guide or observe this process. as his understanding of fishing was limited to what he had seen on television in a previous world. Thus, it was best to leave such professional matters to the experts. Even if Ira had absorbed many advanced methods from past shows, replicating them in this world would require countless trials and adjustments. Even he could only offer a general direction, with no expectation of groundbreaking advancements. In this regard, maintaining the status quo would suffice, much like the Empire's infrastructure. After all, there was no need to squander time unnecessarily. The swordfish were a delightful surprise, unexpectedly alleviating Ira's urgent needs. With this development, it was possible that the manpower required on trade ships could be reduced, especially since the Demon King's territory was currently short-staffed. In the strategic scheme envisioned by Ila, maritime trade holds paramount importance. History has unequivocally demonstrated that terrestrial trade is an exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor, particularly given the deplorable state of the roads in this world. Although conditions may be somewhat better for the Demon Lord's territory, the primary mode of trade must remain maritime, with multiple point-to-point exchanges. While land trade will serve as a supplementary means, a singular long-distance route. However, this approach inevitably disperses vital resources, posing a significant risk to the security of the Demon Lord's domain. The emergence of this swordfish has, however, instilled a modicum of confidence in Ila. With an equivalent number of personnel, this guarantees a more secure shipping route. As Ila contemplated this, he reached out to caress the scallop adorning the head of the merfolk chief, feeling its smooth, pearl-like texture. Noticing a subtle opening and closing of the shell, he nodded in understanding. I comprehend. When the time comes to discuss the construction of the magical apparatus, I shall seek your counsel. With the vigilant merfolk chief taking a cautious step back, Ila conveyed this sentiment. Merfolk chief, eh? Scallop, tapping Papa, amused. Chapter 76. The Demon War King Ila has come to understand that the merfolk are akin to demon dog trainers, belonging to the summoner class of combatants. Their combat prowess is largely derived from their companions, namely the shield shell and the swordfish, suggesting a balanced approach to offense and defense. As for the matter of fishing, Ila no longer needs to employ marking methods to quantify the schools of fish. After all, the nets used by the sea nymphs possess sufficiently large mesh to allow juvenile fish to escape back into the ocean. It appears that these aquatic beings are aware of the importance of sustainable practices, recognizing that overfishing is detrimental. Although many other magical creatures may remain oblivious to this principle, the merfolk possess an innate understanding. There are certain truths that Ila need not impart before he could articulate them. The inhabitants, the magical beings, have already discerned the rules of survival, some of which date back to ancient times. Just as magical creatures have learned to utilize fertilizers, the sea nymphs know to release underdeveloped fish. Every being inevitably discovers its optimal means of existence. While the fishing yield may not be bountiful, the collective efforts of 3 or 4 fishing vessels would suffice to feed the Demon Lord's domain. However, due to logistical challenges in this world, any surplus fish would have to be processed into dried or salted varieties for sale, and the market may not be particularly favorable. After all, they are not as sought after as the blue fungus, a local delicacy. To cultivate a larger supply of the blue fungus, an increased number of goblins and lesser demons are required for planting. The former rely solely on survival, while the latter necessitate flesh to be introduced into the demon pool to yield demon larvae, which must then mature into lesser demons. Oh, it seems that the surplus fish caught cannot be utilized for trade, rather, as a more easily obtainable source of meat than cattle or sheep. They should be allocated for nurturing new lesser demons. As Ila reflects upon these matters, he listens to the dual commands of left full helm, return, and observes the fishing boats executing a complete 180 turn to head back. The Demon Lord's territory is in a state of renewal, with much work yet to be undertaken. While Ila contemplates what tasks to prioritize next, he is interrupted by an exclamation. Wow, what a large fish. Satan Leaf, holding a sizable fish, appears utterly delighted. It is indeed a substantial catch, perhaps as long as her arm. This may well be the greatest reward of their excursion. Upon returning to Mr. Lime, he is likely to prepare a splendid fish feast, which Ila eagerly anticipates. Thus, upon returning, the first order of business will be to devise a plan for clearing the forest, incorporating the small fairy tribes within the Greer Forest and other useful minor magical creatures, while also eliminating some of the dangerous beasts. This will ensure that future agricultural expansions remain undisturbed by external factors. Having set a small plan for the tasks ahead, Ila prepares to discuss this with Satan Leaf. However, observing her apparent joy, he decides to hold off on sharing his thoughts for the moment. Let Satan Leaf revel in the joyful playfulness befitting a young girl. However, as Ila intends to bring Satan Leaf along during the forthcoming purges, This matter will inevitably need to be addressed with her. Beyond this, there are numerous considerations to ponder. The focus will likely revolve around the enhancement of status. In addition to infrastructure, the Demon Kingdom must expedite its emergence as a nation of significance on the world stage, as elevation of status encompasses multifaceted dimensions. It is essential to cultivate a strength that commands respect, surpass certain characteristics of other nations, and trade in resources that are in demand yet not easily produced by others. These elements could serve as pivotal keys to augmenting the global standing of the demon-controlled territories. Furthermore, it is crucial to enhance the cohesion among the territories, first and foremost. Facilitating more convenient transportation between them necessitates prompt road construction. To prosper, one must first pave the roads. It is also imperative to impose further sanctions on the rebellious territories. Yet one must prioritize wisely. Tackling them from the nearest to the farthest is certainly impractical. This undertaking will be monumental. Perhaps it will require issuing commands for the loyal territories to exert pressure on behalf of the Demon King. The territories surrounding the borders remain steadfast in their loyalty. Demons are indeed demons, with a devotion that surpasses human comprehension. Interestingly, those traitorous demons seem to retain their allegiance, albeit in their eyes. The king worthy of their loyalty has perished, perhaps rendering them fans in a certain sense. Thus, it is essential to expedite Satan Leaf's ascension to a position of independent authority, not that it would be an easy feat, as even her father cannot stand alone. Therefore, she ought to swiftly become a ruler capable of bearing her own weight. Mr. Ira, shall we indulge in grilled fish this evening? Satan Leaf exclaimed, her face aglow with delight as she clutched a sizable fish, her appetite evident. Let us gather everyone and enjoy a splendid feast tonight. However, having just hosted a banquet yesterday, another gathering today would inevitably delay work-related matters. Moreover, can one truly eat incessantly without gaining weight? I recall. Selena mentioned that you do not require body management, correct? Where do you store your energy? Ira mused, observing Satan Leaf's exuberantly swishing crimson tail, recalling that when they first met, her tail was not as grand. Is all her nourishment sequestered within that tail? Once Mr. Lime has prepared the meal, the maids can deliver it to each respective room. Ira dismissed Satan Leaf's thoughts of continuing the festivities that night, asserting, the mermaids require rest. And I have some tasks to attend to. You must also rise early tomorrow. Regarding the forest purge mentioned earlier, I believe it would be best for you to take the lead. Me? With a hint of uncertainty, the timid Satan Leaf pointed to herself and inquired. But I am utterly clueless about commanding. This sentiment is quite commonplace. Isabella too lacks such knowledge. However, Isabella has the ability to command other generals. While Satan Leaf may take a different path, fear not. As long as you charge to the front lines and engage in battle, that is where you truly belong, Ira remarked, seemingly treating the king as a mere warrior to be utilized. Yet, Satan Leaf appeared somewhat reassured by this, placing her hands on her hips and boldly declaring, well then, let me take down those unruly beasts. Helena, Ira, but have you considered the possibility that you might not prevail? Chapter 77, a long-awaited display of affection? Ira, I have come to dine with you. Before Vera burst into Ira's room amidst a cacophony, she had already spotted Ira seated on the terrace, accompanied by Satan Leaf, Selena, Mr. Lime, and several other leaders, including the little fairy. This scene left Vera in a state of bewilderment. Was it not said that there would be no banquet today? Yet, it appeared that the gathering simply shifted its location. Nevertheless, it seemed to be merely a casual meal together. The atmosphere was not lively. Rather, it exuded a serene comfort, accentuated by the gentle caress of the cool breeze. It appeared that everyone was engaged in conversation, with few paying attention to Vera. Only a temporarily unoccupied leader glanced her way, signaling with his eyes that a spot was reserved for her, before returning to the meal. Vera settled into an empty chair, her curiosity piqued as she observed Ira, while munching on a piece of bread filled with fish. This peculiar method of consumption seemed rather coarse, yet it proved convenient and offered a unique texture. The 2 slices of bread encased the filling, akin to a genuine pie, allowing one to savor the delightful amalgamation of aromatic fish and bread with each bite, rendering even the not-so-appetizing bread delectable. Visibly present was Miss Sonata Abunisia, a high-ranking bloodline aristocrat, who was also partaking in the meal, nestled against Ira's neck, quietly indulging in his blood, while Ira appeared engrossed in a discussion with Mr. Lime regarding the merits of bread. He seemed unconcerned with Miss Sonata's actions. When did he become so benevolent? Ira, are you suggesting that black bread mixed with bran is actually more beneficial for the human body? As a slime, I can sense some of this, but surely it is unnecessary to retain rice husks? Upon hearing this somewhat novel assertion, Mr. Lime seemed mildly perplexed. He responded, however, "The taste of black bread is still rather dreadful. As a chef, I am reluctant to prepare such bread." Indeed, the black bread of this world differed slightly from what Ira once understood. It was not akin to that which contained sugar and butter, merely distinguished by whole wheat and refined flour. The craftsmanship of the so-called black bread was, in fact, quite similar to that of the white bread in this world, while the black bread here was characterized by a hard crust and a chewy interior, dry, tough, and capable of chipping teeth. It was not made from a mixture of wheat flour and bran, but was instead baked from a substantial quantity of bran combined with a small amount of wheat flour. The nobility of the empire would never touch black bread. However, for the common folk, it constituted their staple food. In the Demon King's territory, the primary sustenance was not bread, but rather blue lichen mushrooms, eliminating the need for considerations of cost-effectiveness, as only the various lords would occasionally indulge in bread for a change of palate. Naturally, black bread devoid of milk and seasonings would not be Mr. Lime's preferred choice. Indeed, this was related to a substance known as dietary fiber. As Ira spoke, he glanced at Mr. Lime, who sat beside him with a serious demeanor, preparing to utter something, when a desperate wail erupted from the side. "No, I refuse to eat dark bread." The voice was so piercing that it drew everyone's attention. "Vera, what madness are you indulging in now?" Not the least bit fazed by Ira's exasperation, Vera resolutely declared, "I will not eat dark bread. I am a lich, and health matters not to a lich." While her statement held some merit, it was evident that many races required sustenance. At least those present, such as Mr. Rainbow and Mr. Lime, were among those that needed more nourishment. Even Satan Leaf, being a crimson dragon, was no exception. I understand. Ira sighed in resignation, gently patting Vera's head to calm her agitation. "I'm not insisting on dark bread. I merely suggest that the husks of the rice we shed should not be discarded. They can be transformed into delightful desserts. Bran muffins or bran pastries are exquisite treats, though they do require nuts like almonds to enhance their flavor." At Ira's words, Vera, hailing from a noble family in the empire, was instantly pacified. She appeared eager, exclaiming, "I want to eat. The honey paste you promoted at the Mage Tower and the pudding developed here are truly delightful." It had been previously noted that the people of the empire had an affinity for sweets, which Ira shared as well. "Honey paste?" Satan Leaf, who had been listening intently, looked quite intrigued. "Ah, it's a concoction made by heating honey until it caramelizes, then rapidly freezing it with the aid of ice mages, resulting in a translucent and delectable substance." Vera reminisced, stirring up the interest of those around her, while Ira recalled that the honey paste he created was exceedingly sweet, almost throat-burning, yet it was immensely popular within the empire. Truly, a nation addicted to sugar. Perhaps this could be a starting point for some endeavors? "Our method of husking rice involves the little slimes consuming the outer shells," Mr. Lime stated languidly, appearing somewhat bashful. "If it pleases you, Mr. Ira, I could instruct the little slimes to regurgitate the separated bran." No one voiced any objections, for slimes were not creatures that left behind slime wherever they went. Food that had traversed through a slime's body was far cleaner than that rinsed with water, provided one could reconcile with the psychological aspect. "Well, I appreciate your assistance." As Ira spoke, he noticed the almost entranced Sonata hanging on to him, and he shook his head in resignation, gently patting her. "Miss Sonata, that should suffice." "Ah, my apologies." Regaining her composure, Sonata gently withdrew her fangs and remarked, as she delicately traced the rapidly healing bite mark on Ila's neck with her slender fingers, "Suddenly presenting such a request must surely perplex you, Mr. Ila. To be honest, it is indeed somewhat perplexing, but not due to the loss of blood. Rather, it is the embarrassment of bearing the mark of a beautiful maiden before the gaze of all, even though no one would regard me with disdain. No, as a governor. Our physical resilience and regenerative capabilities far surpass those of other professions, hence you may safely indulge in my blood." Ila, smiling gently, gazed at Sonata, whose eyes sparkled with delight at his assurance, and added, "Of course, this privilege is reserved solely for you. Any greater quantity would be overwhelming for me." The moment he finished speaking, Sonata, displaying an expression of unfulfilled desire, leaped into his embrace. There's no need to rush." Observing this intimate encounter between Ila and Sonata, Satan Yi was lost in thought, her tail rhythmically thumping against the ground in a display of longing and envy. Helena, witnessing Satan Yi's yearning, wore a smile tinged with sadness and resignation. It seems that Satan Yi also yearns for the rare indulgence of affection. Chapter 78. The Madness of Satan Leaf. The magical armor exclusive to the sword shark ought to safeguard the head while enhancing its beak to a razor-sharp edge, all without obstructing its field of vision. Moreover, It should possess the capability to amplify the flow of mana. However, should the armor emulate that of Satan Leaf, simultaneously bolstering physical attributes, the cost of manufacturing the Sword Shark's magical armor would become exorbitantly high, necessitating a compromise. After all, not every material can efficiently channel the power of mana. Flash. The soft utterance of Satan Leaf interrupted Ilar's contemplation. He observed Satan Leaf, shielded by the insectoid warriors, weaving through the throng of monkeys, swiftly dispatching them. He soon lowered his gaze, pondering the tasks that awaited him after the forest was cleared. This operation was intended to target only a small area, roughly expanding the current agricultural and pastoral zones by 3 to 4 times. Perhaps not so small after all. Illustration of beasts. Do you hear this? Is this even human speech? Ilar felt the crimson glow flicker in his peripheral vision. He looked up just in time to see Satan Leaf's scythe, descending upon a monkey poised to retaliate, severing it in an instant. This particular monkey, clutching a fruit shell, had leaped from a tree with the intent to strike Satan Leaf's head. Yet, during its descent, it was ensnared by the scythe's arc, and with a forceful downward motion, its body, flesh, bones, and entrails was mercilessly cleaved apart. This was a genuine display of meat severed and bones shattered. Blood and entrails rained down upon the ground, some splattering on a Satan Leaf, though she paid it no heed. For her, this was a long-awaited opportunity to vent her pent-up emotions. Perhaps this is a common affliction among rulers. They often feel powerless due to their perceived inadequacies. In truth, they need not prove their worth, as Ilar is exceedingly capable. Drink. The scythe, wielded with an air of impenetrable authority, appeared formidable. Yet, if it were to cut through something far sturdier, like a hardened shell or armor, it would be swiftly rendered ineffective. Ilar harbored little concern for Satan Leaf's safety, for she was surrounded by those insectoid soldiers. Taking the previously leaping monkey as an example, if Satan Leaf were to falter, the harmless nutshell would not strike her head. Instead, it would be skewered midair by the spears of the insectoid warriors just before impact. This expedition, rather than being termed a campaign or trial, could merely be described as a slight elevation above mere play. It resembled assisting in the village's pig slaughter. Ilar mused, casting his gaze toward the little devils and goblins at the rear of the group, diligently cooperating to fell trees. Yet, for some reason, he felt a lingering sense of danger in their actions. Would it be too much to ask for the trees to part slightly before they fell? The goblins, with their collaborative efforts, pulled the saw, and though they were capable of speaking the common tongue, at that moment, they rallied each other in their native goblin dialect, akin to chanting a rhythmic 1, 2, 1. Meanwhile, the lesser demons paired off, diligently sawing through the wood. As two of the chief labor races under the demon lord, they worked in seamless harmony, chanting their own slogan, Gob Gob. Ira, silently critiquing their choice of words, was about to turn and check on the condition of the satanic leaves when he sensed something amiss. The tree they were sawing appeared alarmingly fragile. Before a diminutive demon could kick it towards the unoccupied space, a creaking sound echoed as the tree swayed precariously, threatening to collapse. Yet, in the direction of its impending fall, a small demon and a goblin toiled away, oblivious. The first pillar, Ira murmured softly, summoning mana. At that moment, the satanic leaves felt a slight drain of their power and turned towards Ira, though it was but a minor fraction. For most of the mana was sourced from the world tree. With a trigger of strength, Ira activated the Crimson Dragon's might, just as he anticipated. The tree began to tilt. A vast shadow enveloped the two startled lesser demons and the goblin. Almost simultaneously, they relinquished their jammed saw and pivoted to flee, instinctively realizing that the only escape lay to the sides of the tree, though time was of the essence. Thus, the lesser demon and the goblin, glancing back in fear, displayed expressions of trepidation. Wings unfurl. The mana coalesced into magnificent crimson wings behind Ira, who swiftly ascended to the side of the toppling tree. With a thunderous impact, Ira, suspended midair, executed a spinning kick, enveloped in crimson flames, striking the trunk of the massive tree with a resounding boom. When the lesser demons and goblins blinked in astonishment, they witnessed the tree trunk hurtling away at an extraordinary speed, followed by the rush of air from Ira's swift approach. Finally, they beheld Ira standing calmly, his garments fluttering slightly as he regarded them. Are you unscathed? Ira's keen sight discerned no injuries on the two diminutive beings, mistaking their dazed expressions for sheer fright. He sighed. It seems that operational protocols for labor must be established at the earliest opportunity. With that realization, a multitude of tasks loomed ahead. Shaking his head in resignation, Ira turned back towards the main group, while the lesser demon and goblin finally snapped back to reality. Gazing at Ira's retreating figure with fervent admiration, purely captivated by his undeniable charisma. What are operational procedures and the like? They simply do not comprehend. All they know is that Ira has saved their lives, and his movements were exceedingly graceful and remarkably impressive. Mr. Ira, we have discovered a tree hollow. Huh? Inquiring thus, Ira followed the direction indicated by Satan Leaf's finger, where it appeared that a long-collapsed book lay, its center hollowed out to store some items, seemingly fruits or similar objects. Is it used for storing unfinished food? As this thought crossed my mind regarding these monkey-like beasts, I caught a whiff. Wait, is that the scent of alcohol? Chapter 79, The Demon Trainer. The monkeys foraged for fruits in the mountains, accumulating them in heaps. The fruits at the bottom, subjected to the pressure of those above, burst and released a pulp. Simultaneously, the upper fruits, which obstructed the flow of oxygen, reacted with the wild yeast adhering to the surface of the fruits, resulting in fermentation and the creation of a beverage known as monkey wine. In the world prior to Ira, this drink, along with the spine-correcting garment from the Bebe family and the so-called brain blue gold, which was touted as a preventive measure against dementia, received considerable acclaim. However, monkey wine is at least a conventional alcoholic beverage, akin to fruit wine, with a seemingly refreshing aroma. Ira took a gentle whiff of the somewhat murky liquid in the tree hollow, pushed aside some fruits, and tossed them to the ground. He dipped a finger into the liquid and took a tentative taste. It is worth noting that the governor abstains from alcohol. At least, both Ira and the governor of the Elkaras family do not indulge, for alcohol could impair the governor's superrationality, and any fisher could easily incite feelings of anger, marking the beginning of transformation. Nevertheless, in this world, intoxication is not easily achieved due to the prevailing levels of productivity and technology. Some mages, however, possess the technique of flame distillation to enhance the potency of alcoholic beverages. Yusef, that fellow, enjoys drinking. After a few drinks, he tends to utter the most peculiar remarks, even leaving Chinchio, a traveler from another world, perplexed. For instance, Ira, it's raining and thundering. Isabella must be terrified. You should comfort my daughter. Yet, by that time, Isabella was already 13 or 14 years old, and were he to intervene, he might only encounter her bewildered gaze. Quite sweet indeed. Ira savored the liquid, a unique sweetness flooding his palate, while the flavor of the wine itself was relatively mild, aligning well with the tastes of the people in this world. Wine, sweetness, monkeys, brewing? Upon pondering this, Ira turned toward the insect leader and Selena, and with their curious gazes upon him, he inquired, "Do the creatures of the Demon King's domain have a habit of drinking?" "Not particularly, and also Sonata, the little fairies may enjoy it. But for others, it is not a necessity. After all, blue honeysuckle mushrooms cannot be used for brewing, and there is only a limited surplus of grain available for Mr. Lon to make wine." In response to the words of the insect leader named Honka, Ira nodded gently. In other words, the slimes do brew wine, but they are currently rather busy. The task of consuming the trees consumes enough time. As Ira reflected on this, he picked up a fruit that had already fermented from the ground. The rotten skin and pulp revealed little about its identity, yet there was no need to ascertain it. For nearby trees bore fruits that, judging by their appearance and size, were likely the same as those that had transformed into a uniquely sweet beverage. Seemingly aware of the direction of Elon's gaze, Honka, who possessed considerable knowledge of fruits, provided an explanation. That is the white sphere. It is quite sour and contains many seeds. Is there something amiss? Indeed, the dietary preferences of the insectoid tribe revolved around blue fungi and various fruits and vegetables, so they should be well acquainted with the forest's bounty. "Do give the white sphere wine a try," Elon suggested, as he located a fallen white sphere and crushed it underfoot, revealing a mass of white seeds resembling grains of rice. After tasting the fruit wine produced from the white sphere, both Honka and Sherlina raised their brows in curiosity, while Satan Leaf smacked her lips and curled her tail slightly, indicating her distaste for the flavor. "It has a refreshing sweetness, quite remarkable," remarked Honka, glancing at the surrounding white sphere trees. He was surprised that such a notably sour fruit could ferment into a sweet wine, while Sherlina contemplated further possibilities. "If we can produce wine, it could make for an excellent commodity," she mused, her eyes gleaming as she surveyed the trees. "We must prepare for our first long-distance trade soon. Let us use the white sphere wine to open the trade route. I shall discuss the matter of wine with Mr. Lime upon my return and encourage him to experiment with brewing from the white sphere. If he succeeds, this unique beverage should garner interest from many nations." This idea mirrored Elon's own thoughts, as apart from the dwarves who preferred stronger spirits, most other races would likely appreciate this sweet fruit wine. However, Elon conceived an even better plan. "Satan Leaf, pause for a moment," he urged, prompting Satan Leaf, who had been swiftly dispatching the monkeys, to turn her head. Wiping the blood from her face, she blinked and inquired, "What is it?" The monkey horde had been nearly annihilated, their resistance extinguished, leaving them trembling with fear as they retreated from Satan Leaf, emitting pitiful squeaks. Naturally, due to the encirclement by the insectoids, escape was impossible. Since these monkeys can brew wine, they may still hold some value, Elon reflected, observing the remaining few hundred monkeys that seemed to sense something and averted their gaze. He turned to Sherlina and asked, "Are there any lesser demons capable of becoming demon dog trainers?" The demon dog trainer is a type of demon unit that can transform ordinary creatures for their own use. While named a trainer of dogs, their capabilities extend far beyond that. Naturally, this role evolves from the lesser demons. The progression from dwarven lesser demons to demon soldiers, dog trainers, fire imps, and shadow imps represents the fundamental evolutionary path, which branches out into various extensions. However, for mere monkeys, even the most basic demon dog trainer would suffice to tame them. A dozen or so, Elon concluded. Somewhat out of sync with Ilar's rhythm, Selena pondered for a moment before she grasped Ilar's intentions and clearly articulated, "Indeed, the number of slimes is no longer sufficient to bear the burden of brewing." However, at that moment, Ilar was already engaged in discussions with Honka about capturing monkeys alive to bring back to the demon lord's territory. Selena fell into a brief silence, casting a glance at Satania, who regarded Ilar with an expression of admiration. She was uncertain how to express her feelings. She could almost comprehend why Ilar faced exclusion within the Empire. Working alongside Ilar often left her feeling ineffectual, acutely aware of her own lack of knowledge and slow reactions, as if he possessed an uncanny ability to devise strategies to strengthen the demon lord's realm regardless of his location. Yet, it was truly wonderful that he could come to the demon lord's territory. Perhaps this sentiment encapsulated the fundamental divergence between the Empire and the demon lord's domain. Chapter 80. A slightly difficult situation. It is imperative to request a break when one feels fatigued. During work hours, one must refrain from pointing tools towards fellow companions and maintain a safe distance from those engaged in labor. Be vigilant of any potential hazards that might cause collapse or falling objects. In the event of an attack by magical beasts, one should promptly flee and report the incident. Only exceptionally weak creatures may warrant an attempt at confrontation. Safety is of utmost importance, understood? Off you go. As Iris spoke, he watched the small imps and goblins disperse, shaking his head in uncertainty about what to say. The task of transporting the previously felled trees back to the Demon King's territory, extracting the roots, and leveling the ground was not overly challenging for the imps and goblins. However, it was a prolonged endeavor, one that would require considerable time to complete. Ira feared that these small imps and goblins might work tirelessly, potentially to the point of exhaustion. Interacting with these benign magical creatures did not evoke concerns about laziness. Rather, one needed to be attentive to their well-being. "Rest assured, Lord Ira, we will supervise them," declared the two little fairies, resolutely patting their diminutive chests. Ira could only smile helplessly and nod, indicating his trust in them. However, there had been instances where fairies had overexerted themselves to the point of fainting. Yet, for the Demon King's realm, this was not necessarily a detriment. For Ira, this concern stemmed from a deeper empathy towards the lives of the enslaved, a sentiment that transcended the typical indifference of the average imperial citizen. His disdain was directed at the institution of slavery itself, particularly the enslavement of foreign individuals. Every situation offered a stepping stone, a cost to be weighed, and a choice to be made. All were mere preambles, orchestrated to realize the future Ira envisioned, a timeless realm where everyone could live in peace and prosperity, reminiscent of the world he once knew. The white ball tree appeared to be quite common. As Ira documented the distribution of these trees within the forest, he mused to himself. Although uncertain if white ball wine would achieve great commercial success, he believed it would at least sustain a modest market. Moreover, the labor costs for production were not exorbitant. Of course, this was contingent upon achieving full-scale production. Presently, training monkeys to brew the wine constituted a labor cost. To facilitate the brewing process, it might also be necessary to plant the white ball trees in proximity, which would incur additional labor costs, potentially requiring Vera's magic to ensure their survival after relocation. The Demon King's territory lacked a dedicated forest, as the surrounding area was already forested. Provided there was no rapid expansion, standard logging sufficed for both everyday needs and the harsh winter months. However, the Demon King's realm was now beginning to accelerate its development. Everything was undergoing a remarkable transformation. The latrine was gradually evolving into a proper restroom, and with an abundance of food, the population of goblins and other small magical creatures was increasing. Moreover, the magical worms began to thrive. fed by the blood and flesh of the gorgon, monkeys, and fish introduced into the magical pool, resulting in plump and white magical worms. These worms, however, were rather unpleasant. As timber gradually becomes scarce, this can be considered one of the reasons for the expedition conducted this morning. The white ball tree appears to have a relatively short growth cycle. Its wood is of decent quality, making it suitable for both fruit production and construction purposes. Once the white ball fruit is planted, it takes about 5 to 6 years for the tree to mature and begin bearing fruit. After 2 to 3 decades, it reaches a stage approaching its demise, at which point it can be harvested for lumber. This span of time is considerable. A large logging operation was recently conducted, so there is no immediate shortage of wood. However, should a deficiency arise, further logging may need to be arranged, or perhaps Vera could expedite the development of the forest. Nonetheless, Vera's magical prowess is somewhat lacking, and the demon lord's domain is still in need of skilled mages proficient in construction magic. As Ila contemplated where to recruit a mage, he dismissed the idea of poaching talent from the Empire. Despite his reputation among the populace, it is likely that the moment he officially declared his betrayal of the Empire, the Ila faction would come running. Yet, such drastic measures were unnecessary. If the need for talent were truly urgent, Ila would opt to have Isabella send someone over, for she would not deliberately refuse to assist him. Their relationship possesses a unique dynamic. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ah, are there monkeys here as well? Let us call them white ball monkeys. If their sustenance consists of white ball fruit, there must be white ball trees nearby. Ah, found it. Ila scribbled on the parchment, channeling the mana of the Satan leaves into his quill, documenting the location of the white ball trees without once glancing at the vigilant white ball monkeys. Perceiving no threat from Ila, these monkeys, seemingly from a different tribe than those encountered earlier, gradually approached him, curiously observing his writing. Squeak, 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 squeak. The white ball monkeys, noticing that Ila paid them no mind, began to engage in peculiar antics, such as dancing or scratching their backsides. Perhaps this is what it means to be playful in the presence of humans. Greetings to you all. Ila gently addressed these white ball monkeys, who could not comprehend the common tongue. He took a few steps towards a well-lit area to record the location. Even though he had witnessed a massacre directed at the white ball monkeys, it did not hinder his current gentle demeanor towards these creatures, as they now proved to be of utility. Useful beings ought to be treated differently from those deemed unhelpful, as long as they do not obstruct Ila's path. Squeak, squeak. Ila looked at his empty hand, then at a mischievous white ball monkey that had stealthily snatched his quill. He felt no anger, only resigned amusement, as he extended his hand and inquired, "Could you return it to me?" Squeak, squeak. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Yet, those white ball monkeys swiftly passed judgment upon the feather quill held by Ila, emitting a laughter reminiscent of mockery, much like the mischievous monkeys from a mountain he had encountered in times past. This predicament rendered Ila somewhat perturbed. With a resigned shake of his head, he maintained a demeanor of calm and gentleness, locking eyes with the monkeys that were suffused with playful scorn, and gradually parted his lips. In that fleeting moment, the movements of all the monkeys froze. They felt the blood within their veins pulsating, trembling as if it yearned to escape their bodies. Then, third wing pillar, blood clan, wing expansion. The sound of blood gushing forth from every minuscule pore filled the suddenly silent forest. Meanwhile, the feather quill gently descended, landing upon the crimson-stained ground, causing ripples to dance across the pool of blood. It was delicately retrieved by Ila's fair hand. Chapter 81. The cruel blood which on the verge of ruin, thus it is. I have entrusted the insectoid to command the lesser demons in the transplantation of the white fruit. When the time comes, I may require your assistance to unleash the spell of plant growth. I count on you, Vela. In response to Ila's words, Vela regarded him with a look of disdain, retorting, "You come to me at this late hour for this? You know I am useful, and yet you continue to exploit me? What if I become worn out from such legendary spells?" Ila, unfazed by Vela's incessant banter, shook his head and retrieved a translucent, blood-red orb from his pocket, extending it towards her. "I am the one who is to be worn out. Consider this a reward. Should you require the cadaver of the white ball monkey or the quota of white ball wine, feel free to request it from Selena," stating that it was my unilateral decision to grant it to you. As Ila spoke, Vela was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixated on the spherical object that resembled a jewel polished by countless artisans. She then looked up at Ila in astonishment, asking, "Blood crystal? Did you condense this using the power of Sonata?" "Indeed," Ila affirmed, revealing the wings of his bloodline. Utilizing Sonata's strength, he had simulated the methods of a blood mage to create what is known as the blood crystal, a remarkably rare alchemical and magical material. It is one of the essential components for many magical armors that possess abilities such as killing to restore health and vitality surge, due to the scarcity of blood mages capable of condensing blood crystals. Natural blood crystal mines are typically employed as substitutes, yet their prices are far from affordable. Rumor has it that before becoming the chief executive, Ila relied on blood crystals to earn a living, sustaining the near-defunct Elkaras family, thus barely covering the expenses of magical exploration. Wizards are known to be extravagant spenders, which is why they predominantly emerge from noble families. Is that sufficient? Ila inquired, patting Vela's head as she leaned over the table, scrutinizing the blood crystal. Ignoring the appealing shape, her ample bosom formed against the surface. He awaited her response. Absolutely, Vela exclaimed, her demeanor brimming with satisfaction. A blood crystal condensed by the Slaughtering Blood Witch? I am certainly pleased. The title Slaughtering Blood Witch was once Ila's moniker within the wizarding community. He always found it pure yet overly dramatic, yet he could never shed it. After ascending to the role of chief executive of the empire, the title was seldom mentioned. Please, do not call me that, Ila replied, his expression turning awkward as he promptly exited Vela's chamber. Just before stepping out, he turned back and added, if my design is flawless, you will only need to cast the spell 3 or 4 times. Understood, understood, there is no need to repeat it thrice. Or even 10 times, go away. In a state of exasperation, Ira departed from Vera's chamber, akin to a pet being shooed away. He glanced through the window of the corridor in the Demon King's castle, illuminated by flickering lights, at a diminutive fairy maid diligently sealing several bottles of collected liquor. Such tasks are indeed better suited for the small-statured fairies. The liquor discovered in the forest amounted to merely a little over 10 bottles, which would likely represent the yield of the white ball monkeys over several years, as they simply stored surplus fruits in tree hollows that fit them perfectly. Under the control of the demon dog trainer, the monkeys, apart from their normal routines of eating and sleeping, would consistently employ a reasonable method to accelerate the brewing of white ball fruit wine through fermentation. This established a production chain. However, it is foreseeable that the fate of the white ball monkeys will not be favorable. After all, the demon dog trainer is indeed a demon, and their method of domestication relies on soul contracts to enforce compliance, which, from a certain perspective, could be regarded as a form of slavery. Yet, this world hardly boasts any animal protection associations. Next, he intended to assess the situation at the trade port, to check whether the keel of the trading ship had been completed, then to investigate the transplant team's progress, followed by an overview of the demon dog trainer's conditions, and finally to examine the crushed stone being laid for the roads. Ira took a deep breath, gently leaning against the windowsill in the corridor to pause for a moment. He softly closed his eyes, immediately feeling the encroaching drowsiness. Since arriving in the Demon King's territory, he had been sleeping significantly more. Now, he could at least ensure 5 hours of sufficient rest. However, apart from sleep, his responsibilities had become increasingly complex. Perhaps the troublesome requests and formalities from the Empire, while exasperating to the spirit, might also serve as a form of protection for the body. Or perhaps not. It was merely that Ira was overly industrious at present. At this hour, many magical creatures were still at work, including those previously mentioned by Ira. Although some were changing shifts, while others did not require sleep at all. Well, those matters could be addressed in the morning. For now, he would seek out Mr. Lime for a meal, contemplate strategies for simultaneously increasing both agricultural output and population in his chamber, and then retire for the night. Holding a plate of blueberry jam toast and a dish of meat sauce with tree mud and beef strips, Mr. Lime gazed at Ira, who was peacefully slumbering with even breaths at the kitchen table. After a moment of hesitation, he gently placed the food beside him. For a brief instant, he was uncertain whether to rouse Ira, but he could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards the other leaders. Had the affairs of the Demon King's castle been entrusted too heavily to Mr. Ira? Surely he was exhausted, having fallen asleep in the kitchen. Mr. Lime, I show. As Selena entered the kitchen, she had barely exchanged a few words when she spotted Mr. Lime, gesturing for silence. Following his indication, she saw Lord Eiler asleep with his head resting on the table. Is Lord Eiler asleep? Selena inquired in a hushed tone, to which Mr. Lime nodded, explaining, Lord Eiler came for a bite to eat. After I prepared the meal, I found him fast asleep. He appeared exceedingly weary. Selena's emotions were tumultuous. She was uncertain whether gratitude, guilt, or even self-reproach weighed more heavily on her heart. After all, they were the ones who had inadvertently drawn Lord Eiler into their predicament. Perhaps had he been allowed to reside in the Silver Moon Grove, his life would have been 1,000 times more fulfilling than it was here. However, perhaps due to their whispered conversation or the discomfort of his position, Lord Eiler stirred awake at that moment. He cleared his throat, murmuring, Cough, cough. I apologize for dozing off. Oh, Selina, you are here too? I feel quite embarrassed, having made a fool of myself. I shall take this to my room. With that, Lord Ilar picked up the plate and exited the kitchen. It is I who should feel ashamed. Lord Ilar. With this thought, Selina's emotions grew even more intricate. Chapter 82. Is someone attempting to seize Ira? Do any of you have matters to report? Asked Satan Yi, seated upright upon the throne of the Demon King, her gaze surveying the gathered leaders below. She cast a curious glance at her companion, Zelina, sensing an oddity. It seemed as though Zelina's attention was persistently directed towards Ira. Numerous events had transpired recently, most of which Satan Yi had personally witnessed, and her colleagues were well aware of the occurrences. Thus, there was no need for redundant reports on matters known to all. The dynamics in the realm of demons proved to be rather convenient. However, there remained certain issues shrouded in ambiguity, particularly those concerning trade and diplomacy, typically addressed by Sonata and Yu. Presently, the situation was no different. Miss Vera's corpse fragrance potion appeared to have garnered a favorable reception within the duchy, with numerous council members dispatching envoys, eager to secure a contract for the distribution of the potion within the duchy's confines. Yu conveyed this information, indicating that Vera's earlier decision to bestow a portion of her perfume upon the trade convoy had indeed succeeded, allowing the potion, known as the corpse fragrance potion, to seize an opportune gap in the market. In this world, while perfume existed, it was merely a fleeting scent, dissipating swiftly and often overpowering. Its appeal lay solely among the nobility as a form of entertainment, lacking a comprehensive industrial chain. The empire was unlikely to procure the corpse fragrance potion in bulk, given its abundance of latrines. Nonetheless, the duchy, which harbored a distinct aversion to sanitation and bathing, exhibited keen interest in fertilizers and hygiene products. The very name of the potion, did it not deter them in the slightest? As Ira pondered these thoughts, Yu adjusted her glasses and detailed the current situation. The highest bid came from Grand Duke Novak, who offered 2 violet gold coins, equivalent to 20 silver coins, per bottle, albeit with a request to alter the potion's name. Notably, Grand Duke Biondini expressed willingness to procure it at 15 silver coins per bottle, while also proposing to engage in a continuous trade of aromatic grains and sage at a remarkably low price, 1 silver coin for 100 pounds of aromatic grains. Aromatic grains and sage, as Yu described, were significant spices, typically priced around 2 to 3 silver coins for 100 pounds. Wait, is my corpse fragrance potion truly worth this much? Vera, the potion's creator, was elated. Should the potion develop into a thriving industry, she would stand to gain substantial wealth, alleviating any concerns regarding research funding. Indeed, 2 violet gold coins equated to 1 gold coin, thorn gold, plus 8 silver coins. While even the most modest fishing vessel could be acquired for merely 10 gold coins, the notion of exchanging 10 bottles of perfume for a small fishing boat seemed absurd. Yet upon reflection, in Ira's previous world, even a single bottle of perfume far exceeded the value of a small fishing vessel. Such is the astounding worth of luxury goods. The conditions presented by the other legislators are insufficient to serve as alternatives. Thus, whom should we choose as our trading partner, or what new price should we propose? Yu inquired, her gaze sweeping over the blissfully cheerful Vera, glancing past the bewildered Satan Yi and the contemplative Helena, finally settling on the figure of Ila seated at the side. Only Ila could provide a satisfactory answer. It seemed that Ila's position during the morning meeting had increasingly drawn closer to that of the others. Let Duke Novak part with 3 violet coins in exchange for a bottle of perfume. The minimum threshold is 25 silver coins, though I believe the counterpart would not refuse. As for Duke Bondini, I am aware of his penchant for making excuses to incur debts, and he often engages in underhanded tactics during transactions. Ila stated this with remarkable calmness, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of Duke Novak disagreeing with the terms. He turned his attention towards Vera and inquired, Vera, is the process of crafting your perfume easily replicable? Money. Vera. Upon hearing Ila's admonition, Vera instantly snapped back to attention. After reflecting on Ila's question, she cleared her throat and replied, Ahem, well, if it were to the level of Gurella Genesis Paladna, it might be possible to decipher the corpse incense potion. Is it truly that Gurella could expend effort to decode it? That would imply it is not easily reverse-engineered. The image of the bespectacled, starry-eyed alchemist girl flickered through Ila's mind, and he nodded, probing further. Then, what if those individuals were to discover that the main ingredient is the giant bee? Vera paused, realizing that the primary component of the corpse incense potion was indeed the remains of the giant bee. To avoid complications, procurement was necessary. The cost was quite modest, yet such knowledge could easily be deduced by the discerning. Well, it is quite challenging to guess the formula through exhaustive reasoning. The technique for refining bee venom sacs is not something just anyone can conceive and master. If it were Gurella's level, it would likely take 2 or 3 quarters to deduce the formula and process, wouldn't it? Vera expressed her uncertainty, observing the puzzled expressions of Satan Yi and the others. She clarified, Gurella is the Empire's chief alchemist, the one who regards Ila as her fiancée. The group turned their attention to the rambling Vera, then to Ila, who seemed deep in thought. They felt that Vera, who appeared to be speaking nonsense, was on the verge of receiving a reprimand from Ila. However, this time, Ila remained unexpectedly composed. Then we need not concern ourselves with the potential leakage of the formula. Our priority is to amass wealth as swiftly as possible. Vera, swiftly produce 100 bottles of perfume to observe the market. Should you require assistance, request it from Helena, and then rename the perfume as per the requirements. Indeed, but I need to ponder over the name carefully. Vera mused. Let us proceed with this matter. At that moment, both fell into contemplation, and it was then that they became aware of the silence enveloping the hall. Almost simultaneously, they lifted their heads, casting puzzled glances at the others. Simultaneously, I observed the astonished expressions on the faces of others. Of course, some, whose faces were obscured or whose expressions were indiscernible, were not included. Yet they were undoubtedly equally taken aback. Wait a moment, Mr. Eiler. Is that really the case with that Gurella? Are they truly engaged? Satania inquired with astonishment, her tail intertwining into a knot almost unconsciously, mirroring the inquisitive gazes of her companions as they awaited Eiler's response. It is merely his unilateral assumption. I harbor no such intentions, Eiler nonchalantly replied, though his demeanor suggested otherwise. He exhibited a lack of significant interest in Gurella, yet neither did he harbor any disdain. If all proceeded as anticipated, Gurella's scheme might ultimately succeed. Vela seemed to grasp this sentiment as well. Satania, Yuyo, as for the matter of the perfume, I shall respond to no based on this discussion. What is the matter with everyone? Other leaders. Satania. Chapter 83. Satan Leaf. As Cernata previously remarked, a portion of the leaders altered their stance towards the Demon Lord's domain upon learning of the Lizardmen and Centaur's allegiance, as well as the destruction of the Gorgon territory. Ira spoke thusly, inquiring of Satan Leaf, who had concluded her training and begun to rest, regarding his assessment, stating, in the time to come, their oblivion offerings shall be replenished. Indeed, under Cernata's lamentations, it became evident to all that the territories which had betrayed them categorized their previous tax evasion as oblivion, albeit this only slightly salvaged their fade. Cernata's lamentation was not rooted in an inability to take action against them, but rather in awe of Ira's terrifying influence. Upon discovering Ira's involvement in the Demon Lord's domain, the attitudes of all territories underwent a swift and dramatic transformation. Even the gnolls displayed an immediate and considerable obsequiousness. Then what of the gnolls? How shall you confront them? Ira inquired, to which Satan Leaf pressed her lips together, her expression tense. Such similar inquiries had arisen many times during previous training intervals, where Ira would narrate a tale or present a conundrum for Satan Leaf to unravel. Typically, she would candidly admit her inability to devise a solution, straightforwardly indicating that her answer was merely seeking Ira's assistance, thus gaining insight from Ira's responses. Satan Leaf is an eager learner, rapidly evolving into a commendable sovereign, one who profoundly aligns with the current state of the Demon Lord's domain. Much like Isabella swiftly became a ruler befitting the Empire's circumstances. Viewed from another perspective, could it be that Ira, as a mentor, is exceptionally formidable? Yet this time, Satan Leaf harbored her own convictions, to maintain her original intent and eliminate them all. As she expressed this thought, Satan Leaf cast a nervous glance at Ira. Her tail stiffened behind her, betraying her tension. She feared that Ira might offer an alternative answer. In such a case, she would have no choice but to heed Ira's counsel. Indeed. Fortunately, Ira simply nodded in response to Satan Leaf, extending a finger and stating, "They are but barking wild dogs. Whether to slay them or not is of no consequence." Why is this so? Satan Leaf, somewhat perplexed, pondered the reasoning. If it were to uphold the dignity of the Demon Lord, would there not be only the option to kill? If it were of no concern, then surely it would imply ignoring them without slaughter. Why then is it permissible to either kill or spare? Because they are akin to the Lizardmen and Centaurs, as well as the Gorgons, yet they stand in stark contrast to the Merfolk. I shall unequivocally never endorse the extermination of the Merfolk, for this is unrelated to intrinsic loyalty. Ira spoke, observing the contemplative expression on Satan Leaf's face, and promptly provided an answer. Because they are of no use to us, they hold no value whatsoever. Therefore, if their incessant barking vexes you, they may as well perish. Understanding dawned upon Satan Leaf as she nodded thoughtfully. As she grasped this notion, her initial ire began to dissipate, transforming from a vehement, let them die, to a tranquil contemplation of they deserve to die. Though the conclusion remained unchanged, the reasoning and process diverged. The same principle applied to the demon lord's domain. It must either be formidable enough to command respect from other realms or possess sufficient utility and vested interests to ensure its existence. A synthesis of both would secure its standing in the world. Reflecting on the scenario where the monsters were relentlessly beaten back by the Empire, Satan Leaf mused aloud. During our conflicts with the Empire, our nation held no value to other kingdoms, which is why we have consistently faced defeat. Indeed, it was foreseeable that had the monsters utterly decimated the Empire in past wars, even in the absence of the ruling officials, other nations, those dependent on the Empire's existence, would not have remained indifferent. They would not aid the Empire in retaliation, yet they might have facilitated a ceasefire, leading to the current state of affairs, a reversal of the positions of the monsters and the Empire. Ira nodded gently, his hand resting on Satan Leaf's head as he calculated her rest time. Feeling it was nearly sufficient, he prepared to initiate the next training session. It was evident that Satan Leaf's education should primarily focus on combat, with governance as a secondary concern, as long as she grasped the basic principles of statecraft, such as the concept discussed earlier, it would suffice. The demon lord was ill-suited for sophisticated discourse or detached judgments regarding state matters. Rather, she was meant to engage in battle, to destroy, and to wield fundamental power to command respect. It was apparent that a significant portion of the betrayal among the territories stemmed from Satan Leaf's perceived weakness. In the realm of combat, she was indeed lacking. Intellectually, however, she surpassed the former demon lord, Favino, a muscle-bound fool whom Ira had often ridiculed for his lack of intellect, though he was indifferent to such jests. Ira-san. Satan Leaf's voice interrupted his preparations for the next training exercise. Her curiosity piqued. Could you tell me about Guerrera? Ah, Guerrera? Ira replied, contemplating. She is a member of the Parada family, embroiled in a long-standing feud with the Yermenios family of Vela, yet their personal rapport is quite amicable. As he spoke, a reminiscent expression crossed his face. When I was first promoted by Ucity, the alchemists were quite resistant to me, Guerrera included. However, gradually, the alchemists' attitudes, well, to put it succinctly, they underwent a transformation. After all, Ira remained uncertain whether those fervent individuals, akin to star chasers, had truly improved their demeanor compared to their initial hostility. Gulela was no exception. Ira, with a hint of exasperation, revealed a smile that suggested helplessness, stating, My colleagues from the Empire have directly regarded her as either my vassal or my admirer, as she makes no effort to conceal it. However, to be candid, Ira found it somewhat challenging to cope with her enthusiasm. Does this imply that Mr. Ira does not harbor feelings for Gulela? Satan Leaf inquired, and though Ira was puzzled by Satan Leaf's concern, he nodded and spoke the truth. Well, I wouldn't say I like her, but I certainly do not dislike her either. Although Gulela cannot be deemed a typical woman, everything requires a point of comparison. When juxtaposed with Vera, those noble women, and the daughters of aristocrats, if one must make a choice, Gulela stands as the sole option. Vera? Ira, what are you questioning? Do you believe you are particularly normal? Chapter 84, Honey Flower, Snow Moon. When it comes to business discussions, beverages can be remarkably effective. Of course, this was a notion from the world of Ilra, yet in this realm, the only indispensable element for negotiations among nobles is fine black tea, even for representatives acting on their behalf. After gently sipping his tea, the envoy of Duke Novak scrutinized the impeccably courteous vampire gentleman before him. With a slight furrow of his brow, he remarked, 3 gold coins is rather steep. Indeed, it is quite high. However, this is not a price that Duke Novak would find intolerable. With the right marketing and promotion, it could easily fetch 4 or even 3 times that amount. Nonetheless, it is essential to maintain this posture. After all, while Duke Novak is indeed affluent, he is no fool, and securing a better deal is always preferable. The male vampire in charge of negotiations leisurely sipped his tea, reflecting on the words of Lord Ilra and Lady Sonata, conveying their sentiment. We can alter the name of the perfume, but 3 gold coins sufficiently demonstrates our sincerity. Though there is room for negotiation, given that the psychological expectation from the Demon Lord's territory is 25 silver coins, a little extra profit is always welcome. Ilra possesses a solid understanding of Duke Novak, recognizing that he is a man who prefers to raise prices over cutting costs, owing to his considerable acumen. Thus, Ilra is acutely aware that what truly concerns Duke Novak is not the price itself, The instructions given prior to dispatching the envoy undoubtedly pertained to something else entirely. What, then, has your side decided to rename the brand's title? The bait has been taken, willingly ensnared. Honeyflower, Snow Moon. The bee of honey. You may instead market it as Windflower, Snow Moon. The latter sounds more melodious, a splendid title indeed. I trust you find it satisfactory, as it was personally named by Lord Ilra. Oh, Lord Ila Elkaras? Did he design it himself? Here it comes, the pivotal question regarding whether the price can indeed reach 3 gold coins. The male vampire recognized this moment. The mention of Ilra's name was a clear signal. Lord Ilra had remarked, if the envoy from Duke Novak is astute enough, he should discern the opportunity. It appears that everything aligns with Lord Ilra's expectations. Should Duke Novak be willing to procure it at the price of 3 thorny gold coins, then? The male vampire stated this, and in response to the seemingly middle-aged negotiator sent by Duke Novak, who revealed a smile, he too smiled and extended his hand, saying, it could also be designed by Lord Ilra. A pleasant collaboration. Please convey my regards to Lord Ilra, and I look forward to our next partnership. Pleasant collaboration. May Duke Novak's wealth flourish abundantly. The negotiator of Duke Novak sat pensively in the carriage, which appeared unremarkable from the outside, but revealed a hint of opulence within. Either Duke Novak was extraordinarily wealthy, yet modestly extravagant, equipping his subordinates with such luxurious conveyances, or the identity of this negotiator was far from simple. Count Novak. The price could undoubtedly be further negotiated downward. Listening to the words of the young attendant beside him, the middle-aged man referred to as Count Novak nodded in acknowledgement, responding, I understand, but even my father would not linger over a few silver coins. Although 3 thorn gold coins equated to 36 silver coins, it was a far cry from his initial expectation of 2 violet gold coins, 20 silver coins, and the 3 violet gold coins, 30 silver coins, proposed by the magical beings. The father mentioned by Count Novak was none other than Keller Novak, the Duke himself. In stark contrast to his seemingly aged son, the Duke appeared remarkably youthful, akin to someone in their 60s like Ira. The 50-something Duke Novak looked barely in his 20s. In such a world, one cannot judge a person's age by appearance alone. Only by sensing the intensity of one's mana can one attain a more accurate judgment of age. It is not common to see a son who appears 40 while his father looks merely 20. Typically, individuals either appear remarkably youthful or exceedingly aged. This suggests that Count Novak possessed either no talent for cultivation, be it as a mage, warrior, or ranger, all forms of mana-related power, or he was simply exceedingly lazy, unwilling to pursue the arduous path of training. Without a doubt, the former was true. This was no secret in both the duchy and the empire. When it was deduced that Duke Novak's son, Butz Novak, was devoid of any cultivation talent, the entire nation was taken aback. After all, Duke Novak himself possessed commendable cultivation talent, and even though his wife was not a formidable practitioner, the inherited aptitude from their bloodline should have allowed young Novak to shine. To put it bluntly, it was entirely plausible that the true father of young Novak was not Duke Novak himself. Despite the world's rampant speculation, the Duke remained unfazed, bestowing upon young Novak the title of Count and nurturing him as his heir, even in a realm where lineage was of paramount importance. The magical being seemed not to recognize me. It remained uncertain whether Ira was aware of my personal arrival. Count Novak. Well, the 40-year-old young Novak mused, looking somewhat weathered as he spoke to his attendant, Bee-Flower Snow Moon. It must be Ira's intention. Even if motivated by sincerity, interest, I must acquiesce to the other's price. Leaning against the carriage, young Novak realized with startling clarity that the bloodsucker seated at the negotiating table, sipping red tea, was not merely a vampire, but rather an extension of a terrifying entity's will. Despite the fact that this dread presence shared numerous clandestine collaborations with Duke Novak, it did not hinder the consensus between father and son. Ira was indeed a monstrosity, with an almost prophetic vision of horror, indifferent to any trivial matters. It wielded a malevolent wisdom that ruthlessly doomed those unworthy of participation. Most critically, it possessed a terrifying power that transcended the mere title of regent. When, oh when, shall our Novak family produce a figure akin to Ira? Attendant, not a single one has emerged from the 3 dynasties. It seems our Novak lineage may face considerable difficulty in this regard. Chapter 85. The Weish Flow line. To be frank, it is uncertain when this change began. Perhaps it was after the arrival of Ilya that the Demon Lord's territory began to languish, or to phrase it more elegantly, one might say the intelligence of the leaders has diminished. Gradually, each leader surrendered their initiative, willingly awaiting Ilya's directives, much like the apathetic Vera, who remarked that one need only heed Ilya's words. However, Vera's rationale was primarily to escape Ilya's incessant ramblings. For once Ilya embarked on elucidating his strategies, he would unfold meticulously crafted plans along with a myriad of contingency schemes, replete with peculiar terminologies and explanations. Phrases such as from a short-term perspective or from a long-term viewpoint were somewhat comprehensible, and even terms like optimal solution, suboptimal solution, and compromise could be grudgingly understood. Yet, the bizarre phrase from a macro perspective remained utterly bewildering, leaving outsiders like Vera utterly confounded, save for Isabella, who had been nurtured by Ilya. Perhaps only Isabella could endure. No, even she would undoubtedly find it despairing. This despair did not stem from Ilya's deliberate actions. Rather, it was engendered by his nonchalance. His indifferent demeanor prompted the unsettling thought, am I the problem? Am I simply less intelligent? Ilya seemed to monopolize the affairs of the Demon Lord's territory, and gradually, the leaders grew accustomed to bypassing council meetings, opting instead to approach Ilya directly for answers. He would effortlessly provide solutions to their queries, followed by his methodical observation of how these matters were resolved, which he referred to as following up. As for Satania, there was little concern that she would become a ruler blinded by ignorance. Despite her indifference, she had been accompanying Ilya around, thus remaining well-informed. However, today in the Demon Lord's territory, nothing of significance transpired, or rather, there were no new matters requiring Ilya's attention, as both trade preparations and the taming of the white ball monkeys demanded considerable time. Apart from the routine daily tasks, such as leading patrols, the leaders had little else to report, save for Vera, who was preoccupied with the laborious creation of a perfume named Bee Flower Snow Moon. Although she might have a particular fondness for the name Corpse Fragrance Potion, business as usual is typically what the lords of a territory aspire to, as it signifies stability and consolidation of their rule, allowing them to oppress the serfs with contentment, indulging in ample feasts and serene slumber. Yet, the sudden tranquility in the Demon Lord's territory left the leaders somewhat disconcerted, as it was rare to witness Ilya leisurely reading and snacking during this time. Ira was chewing on small, seemingly candy-like morsels, engaged in a dialogue with Yu while perusing a book in his study, likely discussing topics related to snacks. What is this? Is it delicious? Upon hearing a voice, Ira lifted his gaze and was met with a most unexpected visitor, Vera. Furrowing his brows in confusion, he questioned her, Vera? Shouldn't you be busy with perfume creation, refining the process? Indeed, the figure standing outside the study was Vera, who ought to have been at work. I caught a whiff of something delightful, Vera declared, hands on her hips, as she squeezed through the not-so-wide door, seemingly brushing against the frame without concern. Her eyes fixated on the plate before Ira. However, the distance between your workshop and here, or the kitchen. Ira sighed in resignation, pushing the plate towards Vera, who had settled herself comfortably across from him. These are wheat bran crisps, made from that insufferable chaff, yet they are quite delectable. Before Ira could finish his sentence, Vera eagerly snatched a piece, and as she bit into it, crumbs of sugar and wheat bran scattered to the floor, causing Yuyu's expression to sour. Ah, my apologies. I'll have the magical servant clean it up. This is delicious, Vera exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the plate in front of Ira. I had no idea chaff could be so tasty. I owe an apology to the wheat bran. You've already consumed it. What good is your apology? Ira thought to himself.
You should be apologizing to Yu instead. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Vera began to softly chant, accompanied by the flickering of the ring upon her hand.
Several transparent servants materialized in the study, commencing the cleanup of the scattered remnants of food, born of twisted origins, a creation of ethereal essence. Omitted. Oh, monsters born for my sake. Ira's demeanor shifted, growing increasingly unfriendly. It became apparent that something was amiss. The ring in Vera's possession was a common tool among sorcerers, a means of expending valuable materials to permanently affix a spell to an object. Once established, the initial or several subsequent castings could be performed without consuming the caster's own magical energy. Utilizing the stored magic within the ring paralleled the world incantation that hung around Ira's neck, though, in truth, Ira was the one who had drawn inspiration from it, having been a sorcerer himself in the past. Different spells come with varied limitations, and the arcane servant spell undoubtedly adhered to a once-per-day restriction. In other words, even though it was already afternoon, Vera had yet to commence her perfume-making duties that required the arcane servant. Thus, it could be inferred that she was slacking off. Vera Yerminiosiados. Vera emitted a strange cry, and upon being called by her full name by Ila, she immediately grasped the reason. Stiffening her neck, she turned toward the serious Ila and, feeling somewhat guilty, stammered, I I summoned it using my own magic. I haven't yet used the ring. This was akin to an inadvertent confession. Well, there is a reason for it. Allow me to plead my case. To explain. Observing the increasingly menacing glint in Ila's eyes, Vera adopted a slightly more serious demeanor, adopting a meditative posture, and continued her defense. You see, despite my relentless efforts, I hardly produce a few bottles of perfume each day. Thus, I was contemplating whether I could have the little imp substitute for me. Naturally, this was entirely feasible. From the outset, Ila had no intention of having Vera manually craft the perfume. He merely intended for her to produce a few batches to assess if any processes could be refined before considering the implementation of a production line. In this world, the concept of a production line was non-existent, and Ila had no inclination to disclose this notion, which could evidently enhance productivity. Often, it is merely a slight shift in perspective that can change everything. Should Vera fail to articulate her reasoning, she would be bracing herself for his iron fist. Contemplating this, Ila crossed his arms and inquired, "So, what is your idea?" Vera chuckled nervously, and a sudden inspiration struck her as she began to fabricate her explanation. "I believe that if we break down the work into very simple, step-by-step tasks and then teach them to different little imps, it could work." After uttering this unconvincing assertion, Vera recoiled slightly, preparing for the impending consequences. However, to her surprise, Ila seemed genuinely intrigued by the notion of improving the approach. He spoke with a hint of astonishment, then gently ruffled Vera's hair, apologizing. "My apologies. I may have misjudged you. You are truly a genius, Vera." Chapter 86. The Lord is unconcerned. The manufacturing concept of bee flower snow moon is not overly intricate. It involves a series of blends utilizing the extracts from the bee's stinger pouch. The resulting clear, viscous liquid, imbued with a refreshing fragrance, is the perfume. This process necessitates Vera's meticulous disassembly and step-by-step instruction for the little imps, alongside the establishment of a suitable assembly line production site. Unbeknownst to them, it has gradually taken on the appearance of a cotton plantation. Indeed, it has not morphed into a factory, but rather resembles a cotton plantation, given that the little imps are the slaves of the Demon King. Nevertheless, distinctions remain. The slaves on a cotton plantation may be lashed into unconsciousness, while the little imps willingly toil until they faint in the perfume workshop. The fairies, who are supposed to oversee the operations, may also find themselves supervising to the point of their own collapse. It is quite a disconcerting situation. Moreover, after a brief respite, the merfolk leader sought out Selena to discuss the matter of magical armaments. Their accompanying swordfish indeed requires piercing magical gear, much like horses necessitate horseshoes. The metal yield within the territory controlled by magical creatures is not substantial, and it is even scarcer near the Demon King's domain. However, in the realm of magical armaments, they do not lag significantly behind other nations. This can be seen as an advantage of magical beings. Many of them, from birth, come equipped with inherent magical armor, such as certain armored insectoids or the naturally armored black knights and headless horsemen. Yet, there are certainly numerous races that lack magical armaments. Even so, unlike other races that may appear somewhat feeble without armor or robes, magical beings possess a sufficiently high baseline as long as they receive adequate nourishment and develop normally. In other words, when comparing kin to kin, magical beings maintain a commendable ceiling, while their floor is assuredly elevated. However, due to this, it may be exceedingly challenging to find a magical armament craftsman within the Demon King's territory. Vera might possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the construction of magical armament incantations, but considerations for smelting would be entirely beyond her purview. Perhaps only magical armaments of the magical system could warrant Vera's assistance. The small magical armaments intended for beasts undoubtedly require metal as their medium. Thus, it may be necessary to procure them from the orc territories, where the magical armaments utilized align closely with the current demands of the Demon King's realm. After all, the leader's weapons also include claws and spikes. The magical armaments produced by the dwarves are excessively intricate and costly, rendering them unsuitable for mass production. The duchy is also a potential option, yet most of them adhere strictly to the forging of armor and weapons, with few willing to accept custom orders. Upon reflection, the optimal solution would be to produce magical armaments via an assembly line approach, although it would require cultivating a craftsman skilled in inscribing incantations. Delegating the less technically demanding tasks to the little imps would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency than relying solely on artisans. However, these matters shall be entrusted to Vera for the time being. Ira mused to himself as he gently turned a page of the book in his hands, which resembled a novel. Rarely did he experience such leisure as today. The preceding days had been consumed by work, resulting in restless nights. A yawn escaped him as he realized he had been resting his head on the table. He turned and drew the curtains of the room closed, then reclined on the bed, utilizing the faint light filtering through the drapes to read. This was undoubtedly not conducive to his eyesight, yet Ira, who bore the name of a being no longer entirely human, felt no concern for such trivialities as a ruler. Ultimately, clad in his garments, Ira succumbed to slumber on the bed, the book resting beside him, a rare afternoon nap. Unless interrupted, he might very well sleep until evening. A gentle knock resounded at his door, stirring him from his slumber. Though the sound was soft, if he were unable to awaken from such a disturbance, he would no longer be Ira. Alternatively, if he were not merely asleep but in a state of unconsciousness, such noise would be inconsequential. However, should anyone dare to harm the unconscious Ira, the proof of his position as chief would convey to them the true meaning of cruelty. It seemed the person outside hesitated for a moment before gently attempting again, accompanied by a soft call. Knock, knock, Mr. Ira, are you in there? It was the voice of Satan Leaf. Ira sat up, shaking the remnants of sleep from his mind, and naturally proceeded to the door, opening it to find Satan Leaf startled by his sudden appearance. Was such audacity prudent? Beside Satan Leaf hovered a small fairy. Upon seeing Ira open the door, she appeared unable to wave due to holding a bowl, so she simply nodded in greeting, addressing him as Lord Ira. In response, Ira nodded. He wished to articulate something but stifled another yawn before inquiring. Good afternoon, Satan Leaf, and to you as well, little fairy. Is there something amiss? I had just fallen asleep. Fallen asleep, indeed. Satan Leaf and the fairy exchanged glances, simultaneously recognizing something and displaying an embarrassed expression. The fairy, unable to feign ignorance, explained, Lady Selena asked us to bring you a calming soup. In other words, Selena believes my recent rest has been inadequate? Ira pondered, suppressing yet another yawn, though it was indeed true. Lady Selena mentioned that you have been sleeping quite late lately, and she hopes that after drinking the soup, you might retire to bed earlier. Did we awaken you? In response to Satan Leaf's inquiry, Ira felt a twinge of regret, but gently patted her head. Speaking the truth, well, yes, in a sense. However, I appreciate the thoughtful intentions from both you and Selena. In hopes of ensuring that Ira enjoys a restful slumber, a soothing herbal concoction was delivered to him. However, awakening Ira, who had finally managed to steal a few moments of afternoon repose, is akin to rousing someone from their slumber only to inquire, were you asleep? You ought to sleep earlier. It contradicts the very intention behind the gesture, does it not? My sincerest apologies, Mr. Ira. I extend my regrets, Lord Ira. Observing the diminutive demon lord, her head bowed as she counts the ants, her tail drooping between her legs. And the petite fairy, similarly engrossed in the same task, her wings listlessly fluttering. It becomes impossible for Ira to harbor any annoyance. After all, it is quite inconceivable for him to become irate over such trivial matters. Fear not, I have enjoyed a sufficient respite, Ira remarked, adjusting his collar. He placed the warm, fragrant herbal tea upon the table and turned to Satan Leaf, inquiring, do you have any official matters to attend to? If not, shall we together inspect the progress of the trade port's construction? Indeed, for Ira remains unfazed by such concerns. Chapter 87, A Sunken Ship? Behold, this encapsulates the entire procedure. First, one must extract the inconsequential parts from the colossal bee, separately removing the wings and stinger, and setting the bee's rear aside for future use. Regarding the refinement process, it begins with. Vera appeared to be earnestly instructing these diminutive imps on the creation of Bee Blossom Snow Moon. However, it was evident that she remained oblivious to the operational principles of a production line. She elaborated with great detail, employing her favored method of didactic instruction, akin to her previous teachings with Isabella, meticulously clarifying every aspect, including the significance of actions undertaken at particular moments. From this perspective, both Vera, who enjoys explaining the why, and Ira, who shares a similar penchant, are indeed two peas in a pod in terms of pedagogy, yet their distinctions are considerable. Isabella was expected to grasp and learn, while the little imps had no such obligation. Master Lich, how verbose you are. Old hag, old woman, they whispered among themselves and rose, their cunning smiles evident. In the next instant, Vera's hand descended upon the head of the imp that had uttered the words, old woman. The imp, caught by the head and lifted, struggled to meet her gaze, only to find Vera's face icy with disdain. Vera remained silent, her eyes deep and penetrating as if staring at a corpse. Why, yes, my apologies. Master Lich. Vera narrowed her eyes, ultimately refraining from reducing the imp to mere bones, primarily due to the audience's presence. She was reluctant to execute an imp in public. Instead, She forcefully hurled the little creature away. With a crack, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, the flung imp lay motionless. The other imps regarded it with comical expressions, relieved that it had not been slain on the spot. Such injuries, while potentially fatal to humans, were merely a matter of recuperation from monsters, not overly severe, yet not trivial either. Discussing age in Vera's presence, even in jest, was a perilous endeavor. Goblins and little imps struggle to empathize with the death of their kin, perhaps due to their rapid population growth, or perhaps a genetic predisposition. Should they mourn the loss of a companion, they would be paralyzed by sorrow and fear during assaults from adventurers when they were still scattered as tribes, thus unable to launch surprise attacks on nightly foes. Consequently, even if a few were inadvertently slain while used as punching bags, dispatched for uttering a misstep, or kicked to death out of displeasure, they felt not a shred of sorrow, not in the slightest. Subsequently, Vela began to speak about the bee's stinger. She paused for a moment and then remarked, "No, let's first focus on the preceding steps. Now, everyone observe. When I removed the stinger and wings earlier, I placed them in water. This step is crucial, if left out. Furthermore, as a paragon of rote learning, the content of her lessons may not enable comprehensive understanding, but with repeated listening, retention is certainly achievable. For humanity, Vela still failed to realize that what she needed was not for every little imp to grasp the entire process, but merely to personally deconstruct each step and instruct one little imp at a time. The little imps are not particularly intelligent creatures, so if they are to remember the overall process, it would be more prudent to allow them to evolve first before attempting to learn. "Oh, how foolish you all are," Vela lamented, shaking her head helplessly and muttering to herself. "If it were Ilar, he could teach you more swiftly. My abilities are still lacking." Almost simultaneously with her statement, one little imp excitedly inquired, "Can we have Lord Ilar teach us instead?" Vela replied, observing the chatterbox imp with a stern gaze. The other little imps chuckled. "Humph. You must have accompanied Ilar in slaying the snake-haired lady." As Vela spoke, she looked at the relieved little imp who nodded in agreement, and began to earnestly express her thoughts, albeit with a hint of absurdity. "Do not idolize Ilar so much. How should I put it? Ilar is an incredibly troublesome lowly enthusiast. When you evolve, you must choose a path towards the Baroque fire demon or the Hell Lord. Do not opt for anything cute or lovely." With a heart-wrenching demeanor, Vela continued, "If you were to become a whip queen." "Oh, the whip queen is rather mature. If you were to turn into a Helder ice demon, you would undoubtedly be subjected to various forms of humiliation." The little imps were left perplexed. However, regardless of whether they evolved into the muscular Baroque fire demon or the petite and charming Helder ice demon, neither possessed the organs necessary for reproduction. "Oh dear, I understand you lack such things, but Ilar would not mind. You have no idea what kind of person he is. During his time in the Empire, he caused quite a commotion." As Vela became animated in her storytelling, she even forgot to explain the process of perfume making, wildly fabricating non-existent tales about Ilar. "Vela." Startled by the familiar voice, Vela froze momentarily but quickly regained her composure, responding calmly, "The giant bee species, well, it cannot be consumed, and it cannot be smelled either, for they do not speak." Ira crossed his arms, his foot tapping impatiently against the ground as he listened to Vera's nervous ramblings, her words tumbling out in a frantic stream. She resorted to trivial remarks, such as, "Did you know? The full name of the giant bee is..." Yet, in the end, Ira could only shake his head in resignation. Sighing, he decided to momentarily set aside the task of instructing the lesser demons. He signaled to Vera that she could cease her performance and said, "The sirens have discovered a sunken ship while fishing, and the leaders have all gone to investigate. You should come and see." Upon hearing this, Vera blinked with newfound interest and replied, "Castle, wait for me. I shall be there shortly. Lesser demons, I shall teach you tomorrow. Go attend to your own matters for now." The lesser demons seemed to reach a silent consensus, concluding that Vera might be a bit unhinged. Years later, Selena remarked, "In recent years, the number of evolutions of the herd ice demon appears to surpass the total number of other elemental demon essences combined. Does anyone have any insights?" Chapter 88. Lady Pereira and the Pirate Treasure in the Realm of Imagination. The salvage of a sunken ship conjures images of divers searching for treasures amidst the wreckage, encountering unforeseen challenges along the way, such as dwindling oxygen supplies or the lurking presence of sharks and octopuses. However, the stark reality reveals a different narrative, a cadre of sea nymphs, exuberantly chanting slogans, effortlessly hauling all the valuable items ashore. Frankly speaking, should there exist any oblivious sea monsters, the evening feast at the Demon King's domain would surely be enhanced. As Ila and Vela arrived, They beheld 2 or 3 resplendent chests glinting in the sunlight upon the shore, an archetype frequently depicted in countless adventure novels. These chests appeared to be crafted from gold. Although the gold in this world is not akin to that of Ila's previous realm, the coins are made from a similarly precious metal, boasting exceptional corrosion resistance while maintaining a degree of hardness that prevents deformation even under pressure. This alloy possesses both durability and resilience, yet it fails to effectively conduct or insulate mana, rendering it unsuitable for armor. Nevertheless, it proves to be quite apt for safeguarding valuable items within treasure chests. However, it begs the question, what treasures warrant such substantial protection? Why not employ enchanted chests for storage instead? The antiquity of these 3 chests was unmistakable. Under the watchful gaze of all the leaders, Ila posed an inquiry to the 3 curious sea nymph leaders. Are these the only valuable remnants from the sunken vessel? In response to Ila's question, the merfolk leader remained silent, while the Naga turned her head defiantly to the side. Only the leader of the Sharkmen answered earnestly, "Indeed, what was once a sunken ship has devolved into a dilapidated wooden frame. The chests were discovered by my companion, a swordfish. It was indeed an artifact of considerable age." But Ila's reasoning transcended mere antiquity. "Why, Mr. Ila, do you assert that these 3 chests are of such ancient origin?" In response to the query posed by Little Gang, the Iron Golem leader who lacked the presence of a great rock serpent, Ila was about to elaborate when Vela interjected, because only those who lived long ago would craft chests from gold. At least, this was the case prior to the proliferation of magical armaments. The precise timeline remains undocumented, yet it likely predates the fragmentation of the duchy. Oh, you may have even forgotten the history of that division. As Ila spoke, he and Vela, both practitioners of magic, possessed a deeper understanding of such historical matters than the monsters themselves. He continued, "The reform toward the widespread adoption of magical armaments marked a pivotal event in the utilization of spellcraft across diverse domains. In other words, following that era, the means of concealing particularly precious items diversified considerably, and treasure chests became increasingly difficult to open, potentially explosive if mishandled. Regrettably, had I been able to glimpse the structural framework of the sunken vessel, I might have discerned its approximate era and speculated upon the contents of this chest." Having heard such remarks from Ila before, Vela was no longer taken aback. She resignedly spread her hands and replied, all right, I acknowledge your vast knowledge, but is it not rather futile? Why not simply open the chest?" Indeed, this was a valid point. Contemplating this, Ila nodded in agreement. However, the Naga leader, who had yet to cast a glance in Ila's direction, continued to speak as if in soliloquy, stating, "It is faintly discernible, the dilapidated bow of the ship, which can barely be recognized as that of the Lady Pirula. The Lady Pirula, while the name may suggest an imperial origin, given the presence of the character law, it is rather unrelated. She is the sea deity to whom pirates customarily offer their devotion. The depiction of the Lady Pirula presents a 6-armed Naga, while from the rear, she appears as a human woman with a scar over her left eye. Pirates believe that honoring the Lady Pirula ensures their plundering endeavors proceed smoothly. The circumstances of your remain unclear, yet contemporary pirates' prayers to the Lady Pirula have devolved into mere ritual, as these invocations bear little efficacy on their voyages, thus rendering the actual offering scarce. A pirate ship, indeed." Ila pondered aloud, while the other leaders, utterly oblivious to the identity of the Lady Pirula, including Vela, were left bewildered, unable to comprehend how Ila had arrived at such a conclusion. It seemed that Ila truly possessed an extensive understanding. "Let us see what lies within the chest," urged Satani impatiently, prompting Ila to gently lift the lid of the first box. Had it been a modern treasure chest, he would have exercised greater caution. However, even if traps were present, his robust physique as a governor rendered him unperturbed. The race of governors, while eschewing hierarchical classifications, undeniably includes some that are inherently more formidable than others, such as the Crimson Demon Dragons. To articulate it, the governors represent an exceedingly elevated race, superior to humans, elves, and even monstrous beings. Indeed, they may surpass the so-called deities and divine entities. The governors share a profound connection with the world tree, even more so than the elves. With his formidable regenerative abilities and immortality, Ila effortlessly opened the chest, unafraid of any potential traps, and all present beheld a chest filled with water. Apologies, the seal of the golden chest was, in fact, quite poor, as it had never been designed to withstand submersion. Inside the water lay a stone tablet, now rendered completely indistinct, upon which some symbols were inscribed. A stone tablet. Stone, perhaps? Is it not something of great value? It appears to be a stone tablet of sorts. Divine era. The leaders turned their gazes toward the somewhat astonished Vela, who, regaining her composure amidst her shock, glanced at the contemplative Ila, explaining, "Those symbols are in a script rarely deciphered, divine script." Divine? Observing the perplexed expression on Satan Leaf's face, Vela cleared her throat and, assuming the role of a teacher, began to elucidate. In the annals of history, there existed a time, long ago, when deities were still active, and various races were divided into factions based on their differing beliefs in these divine beings, engaging in battles against one another. The written language of that era, a form of divine script, served as the tongue of the gods, with varied combinations yielding distinct meanings. I have not studied it. Thus, I am ignorant of what is inscribed upon it. Vela lamented, shaking her head in resignation and gesturing with her hands. In our present age, amidst both humanity and monsters, there exists not a single scholar of that divine era. To comprehend the inscriptions on this tablet, one would likely need to consult an elf or a scion of the gods. Does that imply it holds no value? If so, then it is of no use. Let us proceed to the next chest. Mr. Eiler? Satan Leaf remarked, glancing at Eiler, who appeared lost in thought. However, Eiler did not open the next chest. Instead, he uttered a series of ancient, obscure syllables, Sir Not Eyes. I can only decipher this fragment. Goodness. Eiler, you are capable of this. What does this phrase signify? An astonished Vela immediately displayed a glimmer of curiosity. Yet, the response came from Eiler, whose expression had turned grave. He furrowed his brow, wrestling with doubts about the accuracy of his translation, and then, with a tone of disbelief, he articulated, "The gods are dead." Chapter 89. Serpents within the archives of the Tower of Pure White. The Tower of Pure White stands as a mage's tower amidst other planes, one of the three renowned academy towers. Ira and Vela entered as freshmen simultaneously. Thus, in addition to being colleagues, they were once somewhat unfamiliar classmates. Although during their time at school, their interactions were rather sparse. During their academic pursuits, Ira garnered a formidable reputation, earning the ominous title of Cruel Blood Sorcerer, a moniker that lingered until it was supplanted by the chief executive, but that is a tale for another time. In any case, the archives of the Tower of Pure White record that the distant age of gods was a time when deities were still active. During that era, human prayers were met with divine responses, until one fateful day when the gods fell silent, a silence that has endured to this day. However, this narrative is fraught with significant issues. The very existence of the age of gods remains an unverified enigma. Is the so-called divine script merely a form of pictographic writing conceived by sentient beings, rather than teachings from deities? After all, if the gods had indeed been active, why would they abruptly lapse into solitude? Of course, there exists the perspective that the gods must have perished, leading to their sudden silence. Yet the fact that the spells extolling the gods continue to function normally has deterred further inquiry into this subject. When Ira presented the notion of the gods are dead, the immediate reaction from others was disbelief. What? It seems implausible. What could possibly slay a god? Ira himself found this notion quite unlikely. Thus, he gently extended his hand into the water, cautiously retrieving a cracked stone tablet that had been soaked, placing it on the ground and indicating, "You may repair it. If the opportunity arises, I will inquire with Cassiopeia." Looking for a chance to meet your old flame, are we? Vela jested. Yet her hands deftly pressed upon the tablet, casting a restoration spell. Naturally, while the cracks could be mended, the blurred inscriptions from immersion remained beyond her ability to rectify. However, it seemed of little consequence. "Who is Cassiopeia?" Satania inquired, her gaze turning towards Ira, as did the other leaders. "The Empress of the Silver Moon Grove, a friend of mine." Do not heed Vela's idle chatter. Ira replied with a hint of exasperation, clearing his throat to shift the conversation. "Let me see what lies within the other two boxes." With that, Ira swiftly lifted the lids. Although he and Cassiopeia were indeed innocent, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a reluctance to discuss her matters with Satania. What was revealed before everyone were two boxes of water. Within one box, the water contained tattered rags, reduced to mere shreds of silk, devoid of any value. The other box held fragments of broken eggshells, which, by size and volume, suggested they belonged to some diminutive reptilian creature that had seemingly hatched within the box and subsequently emerged. It is likely a serpent of sorts. The quantity of eggshells is minimal, perhaps consumed by the hatchlings themselves. Many reptiles possess the instinct to consume their own eggs as their inaugural meal. One egg? A serpent? The leaders appeared perplexed, their gazes fixed upon the eggshells, utterly bewildered as to why a serpent's egg warranted the use of a golden chest. Was there something of extraordinary value contained within? Perhaps a particularly formidable serpent hatchling? Did Ira possess knowledge of this? Unbeknownst to him, The leaders began to regard Ira with a sense of curiosity, yet he was preoccupied, his attention directed towards the chest, seemingly lost in contemplation. Ira, sir? The headless knight leader softly called his name, prompting Ira to regain his focus. He cast a final glance at the contents of the chest and remarked, "It appears to be merely the semblance of eggshells." Amidst the collective confusion, Ira furrowed his brow, cautiously grasping the hand of the small imp, using it to prod at the fragmented eggshells. At the moment I opened the chest, I glimpsed a patch of inky black scales. The others exchanged glances, and then Selena placed her hand on Ira's shoulder, only to swiftly retract it, nodding as she spoke. There are no signs of interference from illusions. In response to her words and their demeanor, Ira shook his head in resignation, observing the tattered eggshells within the chest. The Chancellor's resistance to illusions is somewhat adequate. Perhaps I misperceived? Satan Leaf pondered for a moment, meticulously confirming that the chest indeed contained only shattered eggshell fragments. However, I am inclined to believe you, Mr. Ira. Perhaps there truly were scales that have simply vanished. It is difficult for individuals, be they human or demon, to doubt what they have witnessed firsthand. Yet, for Satan Leaf to place her trust in Ira at this juncture is indicative of her formidable prowess as a demon lord, though this trust bears no cost. Ira, too, did not believe he had erred in his observation. He recalled the mesmerizing serpent scales that resembled the depths of a starless night, sighing as he mused. Perhaps there is a reason for such precious storage. So, there is but a single stone tablet among the 3 chests? Vela exclaimed with exasperation, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender, her expression one of disillusionment as she quipped, and the phrase "the gods are dead." It seems like a secret of no beneficial nature. Regardless of belief, such intelligence does not bode well. Vela continued her lament, "Had I known, I would not have come. There is nothing of value to behold. I was merely teaching the small imps, who are utterly inept." However, the other leaders were not so cavalier. They remained fixated on the stone tablet, which had now regained its pristine condition. If the phrase "the gods are dead" is indeed a true account, what, then, in response to the magic of mortals, is the essence of the deity, as perceived by humanity, that enables the manifestation of such enchantments? This question may only find resolution through the interpretation of the inscriptions upon the ancient tablets. Contemplating this, Ila gazed at the 3 empty boxes and remarked, "Let us set this matter aside for now. I urge you all to safeguard this secret. We shall ponder the translation at a later time." The boxes were to be remelted, with the assistance of the Duke Novak, who would aid in casting them into gold coins. As Ila conveyed this, the other leaders nodded in agreement. Chapter 90. The Deity's Quest for Death and the Seed of Immortality, Sir Nodai's Hagalaz El Ingwas. Wenrisa, are you reciting the inscriptions upon that stone tablet? What do they signify? The inquisitive human woman inquired, her expression serious and imbued with a thirst for knowledge. She directed her question towards the equally earnest Wenrisa Eluvida, asking whether the inscriptions on the tablet bore any relation to the disappearance of the gods. In response, Wenrisa turned her gaze towards her companion, and after a moment of silence, began to translate the distant inscriptions before Ira into the common tongue, commencing with a phrase that mirrored Ira's translation, "The gods are dead." Ira's assertion is indeed correct. The human woman, upon realizing this, abruptly lifted her gaze to the empty sky, staring into the void before lowering her head and stating, "Yet the records inscribed upon the tablet are not true." To her words, Wenrisa Eluvida nodded, acknowledging her own uncertainty regarding the veracity of the tablet's inscriptions. With a perplexed expression, she continued her translation. "The twisted chaos of power lies hidden, then revealed, then concealed again. This is the sole deity. If we gods seek life, we are rendered mere sustenance, for the chaos from which the deity originates is an adversary beyond our conquest. Thus we seek death. Henceforth, there shall be no gods. This is our final revelation. Adherents must spread it far and wide. The shackles are not indestructible. After 10,000 years, the end of all things shall arrive. Countless tribes must unite, and thereafter, the spirits of the world shall know no strife. If there be slaughter, it shall be a massacre rooted in chaos, perpetrated in the name of legacy. Only thus can we avert." Wenrisa Eluvida's countenance was not particularly favorable, as the content she translated heralded anything but a benevolent topic. She observed the distant Vera waving farewell as she departed. She noted Ira's decision to exchange the golden chest for coins, glanced at the concluding fragment of the tablet's text, and then at her astonished companion, before finally uttering, "The end of Yggdrasil." "What?" The human woman displayed an expression of utter astonishment, quickly following up with a puzzled inquiry, what is Yggdrasil?" This left Wenrisa momentarily speechless. She sighed and remarked, What manner of upbringing has shaped the folk of your Yemerniaseth family? Why are they perpetually so scatterbrained? I would rather call it a comedic talent, if you will. The woman with the seemingly lengthy surname chuckled, yet her curiosity persisted as she asked, "So, what is this Yggdrasil you speak of? Is it a deity or something else?" "A deity? No, it is not so simple. If we were to translate it directly, it could be understood as the world tree, yet I refrained from such a direct translation because, in the ancient tongue of the gods, Yggdrasil also signifies the entirety of the world. In the explanation provided by one Lysa, it seems that the human woman has come to a profound realization. She nodded knowingly, only to be overtaken by a surge of emotion, exclaiming, "Isn't that the end of the world? If the tablet speaks the truth, then it is indeed so. The destruction a mere 10,000 years after the age of the gods? That can't be far off, can it?" As she contemplated this, when Lysa shook her head dismissively, stating, "While it is intriguing to hear tales related to the age of the gods, I have no desire to partake in such matters." The human woman nodded in agreement, lamenting, "Indeed, even if the tablet's words are true, we have no interest in saving the world. My sincerest apologies, deities. The chaotic god, along with the powers derived from chaos and the united races, are key to the salvation of the world, yet none seem inclined to pursue such a noble endeavor." Setting aside the authenticity of the inscriptions on the tablet, even with absolute certainty of their truth, they wouldn't rush to inform the outsiders about this revelation. On one hand, it is exceedingly troublesome. On the other, the prospect of the world's destruction seems rather fascinating. Thus, despite the intentions of the gods sacrificing themselves to bind the chaotic deity and arranging for many to convey messages to the material realm, the two could merely express their regrets. Though they feel remorse for the gods' goodwill, they truly have no desire to act upon it. Following Ira indeed leads to many intriguing encounters. When Lysa Eluvita mused, her expression nostalgic as she reflected, "Ah, that distant age of the gods, which ceased shortly after our birth, perhaps still conceals many secrets. Hey, don't involve me. I was born only after the age of the gods came to an end," the human woman retorted, casting a disdainful glance at her. "Besides, your status is entirely reliant on lineage. I have genuinely earned my knowledge through scholarship." "Scholarship? What do you mean?" "Papermaking. It's called mastery." It's all the same, really." Despite recognizing that the human's interpretation of knowledge diverged from conventional understanding, when Lysa Eluvita could not help but quip, "I find it hard to believe someone who mispronounces the term for scholarly mastery has any real mastery of it." Then, a mutual silence enveloped them, until when Lysa Eluvita broke it, saying, "Let us depart. Do not glance towards Ira's direction, as she will become alert." "I do not mind. I do. I prefer watching an undisturbed performance rather than one that occasionally interacts with the audience. If the protagonist encounters a malevolent dragon and is vanquished by the coins from the audience, it would only leave me feeling insulted." With those words, when Lysa grasped the arm of her companion, and before them materialized a portal, distorted by the air, she proclaimed, "All things shall inevitably find their rightful conclusion, regardless of the veracity of the inscriptions upon that stone tablet. If the end of Yggdrasil and the twilight of the world tree are destined to arrive, then let them come. Even if the venomous dragon gnaws at the roots of the world tree, even if the searing inferno constructs vessels bridging heaven and earth, even if the malevolent wolves, ever in pursuit of the sun and moon, consume the light, it remains unchanged. I shall behold the arrival of the hero and offer a resounding cheer and applause worthy of a savior, accompanied by the crackle of thunder and the dance of fireworks. Yet I have long ceased to exert any effort towards this end. This encapsulates the bliss of the immortal seed, as well as its profound sorrow." Chapter 91. Pure and silly loveliness. The curved plow, a commonplace implement, is particularly prevalent in the realm of Ira. It serves as a tool of ostentation for those who traverse dimensions. However, despite residing in this world for an extended period, the thought of developing such an invention had not crossed his mind. During the time of the Empire, there was no necessity for it. This world lacked even the most basic of plows, let alone the distinction between curved and straight ones. The serfs relied upon the hoe, a rudimentary tool for tilling the earth. The rationale behind this is evident, for the majority of agricultural labor was performed by serfs. While fertilizers could enhance yield, what? One might wonder, could the curved plow contribute? The answer is, quite simply, nothing. The curved plow is designed to ease labor, but it neither augments productivity nor diminishes the burden of the serfs. Rather, it increases costs associated with purchasing tools, which are far more valuable than the lives of serfs. Upon arriving in the demon lord's domain, Ira did not prioritize the promotion of the curved plow, as the reasoning was difficult to articulate. Observing the goblins at work, one could easily comprehend the situation. Like frenzied entities, countless goblins each tended to a section of land, their arms moving in a blur, swiftly tilling the soil as they advanced. An observer might mistakenly believe they were performing some sort of martial art, akin to a phantom sword dance. The fields would soon be tilled, only for the goblins to become exhausted, at which point another group would take over for sowing, thus perpetuating the cycle. After all, the goblins' physical constitution is ill-suited for prolonged labor. In a time when they were still referred to as goblins, these creatures aspired to greater heights, such as piloting mechanical constructs in combat. The grand wooden construct embodied the romance of the goblins. Steel and machinery held far more allure than that of female knights or elves, yet the present-day goblins had fallen from such ambitions. The concept of nanotechnology had barely begun to emerge before being extinguished by unending warfare. Of course, these reflections were drawn from a book titled Distant Races, Two Goblins and Goblins, the veracity of which remains questionable, as the author likely indulged in some exaggeration. For instance, the notion that goblins might develop an affection for a machine and attempt to copulate with it, while amusing and reminiscent of certain tropes, led Ira to believe that the creatures of this world had yet to evolve to such a level. As Ira pondered these musings, a goblin spotted him and shouted in an incomprehensible dialect, prompting the attention of all the goblins in his vicinity. Mr. Ira, what has transpired? The three little fairies also took note of his arrival, each articulating their inquiries in fluent succession. However, Ira had not come with any pressing matters. He was merely contemplating whether to initiate the production of the curved plow. Certainly, the notion of convenience is commendable. However, within the realm of the demon lord, there exists a notable scarcity of skilled carpenters. It could be said that while everyone possesses a smattering of knowledge in carpentry and blacksmithing, none excel in innovation. This division of labor leads to varying specialties. For instance, the adept shipbuilding skills of the sea demons cannot be expected to translate into the creation of a curved plow, particularly given the pressing issue of time scarcity in the demon lord's territory. Moreover, this world is devoid of the practice of utilizing livestock for plowing fields, as the efficiency of animals in tilling the soil is notoriously low. Even among the demonic beings, one might find that serfs would outperform animals in this regard. Uncertain about the necessity of crafting a plow, Ila shared his thoughts with the lesser demons, which inadvertently ensnared the not particularly astute little spirits in a web of indecision, an outcome that was entirely unnecessary. In this context, the disparities between worlds rendered Ila incapable of applying his past experiences. For instance, he should not overlook the fact that Isabella, as a young girl, would naturally harbor feelings of frustration towards him. Nevertheless, as Ila articulated his thoughts, a goblin appeared to take an interest. While waiting for Ila and the little demons to ponder, the goblin spoke up, expressing, "I believe a plow sounds splendid." Did the goblin truly consider the curved plow a good idea? Ila's contemplation was interrupted as he regarded the goblin, who seemed to shrink slightly under his gaze. Reflecting deeply on the goblin's words, logically, a curved plow should not hold much value, considering the high intelligence of the sentient beings in this world, which elevated cattle to the status of mere meat and leather sources. Cattle assisting in plowing would likely only extend the duration of labor rather than enhance efficiency. However, a plow requires oxen to pull it. Would this not prove to be a sluggish endeavor? Softly, Ilo inquired, but the goblin noticeably began to shrink back, hesitant to respond. With no other choice, he began explaining, "I am not reproaching your interruption. On the contrary, I find your perspective quite insightful." "Thank you, Lord Ila." The goblin spoke with earnest respect, his eyes, framed by the wrinkled skin of his face, glimmering with sincerity. He continued, "We can pull it ourselves. The idea of goblins pulling the plow is indeed feasible. After all, if demonic beings were to take the lead, their cooperation would likely expedite the process more efficiently than cattle, as they would not sulk or refuse to work." Yet, Ila found himself in a state of inner turmoil, pondering the implications. He raised his gaze to meet those of the goblins, questioning whether this arrangement was truly appropriate. After all, they are demons, not mere livestock. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ila prepared to voice his concerns, but just before he spoke, a realization dawned upon him. Perhaps the issue was not with the demons at all. The notion of treating lesser demons and goblins like cattle, harnessed at the front to pull a cart, seemed fundamentally inappropriate. However, upon further reflection, it became evident that this world harbored no such prejudices. Thus, it is merely a tool for convenience, devoid of any impact on one's self-esteem. The initial proposal of let the oxen pull the cart while you push from behind, steering the direction, was indeed a rather absurd design. Had the goblins and fairies possessed a modicum more intelligence, they might have found reason to mock Eiler as well. Well then, Eiler thought, suppressing a hint of discomfort, for in truth, whether it be the goblins pulling the curved plow or those steering it, they are all slaves to the Demon King. Thus, there is no need for concern, no cause for shame. Therefore, I shall proceed to design the plan for the curved plow. Your future tasks shall become considerably easier. As Ilar spoke, he could distinctly hear the jubilant cheers of the goblins behind him. Hooray! Lord Ilar! Lord Ilar! This bunch truly is. Fairy leader, yesterday, 2 goblins collapsed from exhaustion. Vera, ever since Ilar developed that curved plow, it's now 2 goblins incapacitated at once. Which is 1 more than before. Ilar, indeed, they have halved their labor, but they voluntarily chose to double their workload. Can I be blamed for their exhaustion? Chapter 92. The ever-curious Satan Leaf. To the esteemed Ila Elkaras and the Honorable Satan Leaf. It has come to my attention that the protracted conflict between the Monster Kingdom and the Empire, which has endured for millennia, has recently concluded. The Silver Moon Tree Court rejoices at the prospect of peace returning to the World Tree, and we are willing to make efforts for the well-being of the monsters. Please forgive the disruption of trade routes caused by the war. However, it may be necessary to re-establish them. Should the Monster Kingdom consent, our trade caravan from the Silver Moon Tree Court shall arrive within this quarter. At that time, I hope Mr. Ila Elkaras will grace us with his presence at the Silver Moon Tree Court. I eagerly await your reply. Cassiopeia Illuvida. H.M. Bearing the seal of the Silver Moon Tree Court. This is indeed a formal correspondence. Ira, attending the morning assembly, remarked as he passed the letter, which Sonata had just delivered to him, to Satan Leaf, stating, a stable trade route is beneficial in every regard. Even without Cassiopeia's mention, I would gradually engage in negotiations with neighboring nations. Indeed, this was a plan already in motion, with Cassiopeia now proactively addressing the matter of trade reconstruction. It naturally spared Ira the need to initiate correspondence. The elves. During the conflict between the monsters and the Empire, they had been exceedingly eager to sever trade. Helena reflected, noting that it was during that time that the regions under monster control began to experience a scarcity of resources, relying solely on the costly goods provided by war merchants to survive. Yet, one cannot truly blame the elves. Their actions cannot be deemed as kicking someone when they are down, for they merely ceased to provide the ongoing assistance that had been akin to a lifeline. While one cannot cast blame upon them, it does leave a lingering discomfort within. Ira nodded in agreement, responding, the elves possess numerous options. There is no necessity for them to risk engaging in trade during wartime. Their standards of living are not particularly high, and trading with any nation is not essential for them. This statement prompted Vera, seated nearby, to glance over at Ira, who spoke with such calmness. Oh, I had thought you would advocate for the Silver Moon Tree Court, considering your long-standing relationship. Who do you think you are? Ira retorted, shaking his head in exasperation. He then turned his attention back to the earnest Satan Leaf, lowering his voice to explain, in truth, my words can be considered as support for the Silver Moon Tree Court. After all, I am currently a member of the Demon Lordess domain, and my words carry a degree of neutrality, bolstered by the power that allows me to remain unaligned with any party. Conversely, it is precisely others who must consider their stance from my perspective. The Elven Queen, Cassiopeia, I have heard she is a formidable warrior. The leader of the insectoid race remarked, his small, round black eyes revealing a desire for battle. Iras contemplated for a moment. He had no distinct recollection of this matter, but he had indeed heard whispers confirming its truth. Hesitantly, he nodded and remarked, at the very least, her archery skills are commendable. As for her combat prowess, I am rather uncertain. Yet rumors suggest she is quite formidable. After Iras finished speaking, Vela mischievously leaned in, teasingly inquiring, so, is her archery truly remarkable? Did Cassiopeia not shoot straight through your heart? It is noteworthy that in this world, the phrase shot through the heart carries a similar connotation, implying gaining someone's affection. Thus, Vela was once again courting trouble. Wow, what a terrifying aura! Vela exclaimed, her voice quaking as she observed Iras, whose eyes gleamed with a dangerous glint. In a moment of panic, she rushed forward and embraced him from behind, feigning distress as she whimpered, I was wrong. Lord Iras, please spare me. Instantly, the expression on Iras's face, which had been poised for violence, transformed into one of bewilderment as he struggled to extricate his head from Vela's embrace. Vela, let go of me. I want tea. She retorted playfully. If you intend to strike me, I shall not release you. Woe is me, spare me. Do not come any closer. He pleaded. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Cease this at once. I will not strike you. I promise. Upon hearing these words, Vela promptly released Iras with a lightness, and amidst the astonished expressions of the other leaders, she contentedly plopped back into her seat, a satisfied grin gracing her face. IRAs, panting heavily, rubbed his compressed cheeks and cast a resigned glance at Vela, whose expression conveyed a mischievous challenge. Hey, you cannot renege on your word. With a sigh, he remarked, oh, what nonsense. Where is your noble decorum? Upon hearing Iris's comment, Vela realized he was oblivious to her family's background. With a nonchalant gesture, she replied, huh? What noble decorum does our family possess? Ah, perhaps you are correct, IRAs mused, recalling that the Yaharminiosedo's family was renowned for its lack of artistic refinement and etiquette, yet boasted extraordinary magical talents, akin to nouveau riche in some respects. By Vela's generation, their prowess had reached astonishing heights, successfully performing the exceedingly complex ritual magic of lich transformation, which had ultimately led to their current predicament. As the onlookers observed the interaction between Vela and IRAs, Satan Leaf seemed to grasp the implications of the letter, reflecting, had Mr. IRAs not arrived, this letter might never have come to light. This statement caused IRAs to falter. Did it not imply that Cassiopeia was drawn to IRAs? He pondered how to clarify that Cassiopeia was not his former lover, but merely an old comrade. Indeed, such was the case. The little black dot nodded and spoke. It was indeed the formidable Black Knight leader, Blake Black, who answered with remarkable clarity. It is precisely due to Mr. Ira's esteemed reputation and immense strength that the surrounding nations are compelled to acknowledge our existence. Satan Leaf responded, ah, I see. The Orc Kingdom and the Dwarven Kingdom, perhaps even the Duchy, will soon be sending letters our way? Oh, so that was the meaning behind it. Ira felt a sense of relief, realizing that the discussion revolved around his power. He had thought Satan Leaf mistakenly believed it was related to personal matters, given his amicable relationship with Cassiopeia, or rather, that his reputation among all elves was quite commendable. It was almost to the extent of, oh, the Empire no longer desires Ira? Excellent. Let us hurry and recruit him. However, what kind of ruler is Cassiopeia? Satan Leaf inquired, her curious gaze brimming with an insatiable desire for knowledge. She turned to Ira and said, Miss Sonata, please assist me in drafting a letter of agreement. Mr. Ira, during our training sessions, could you share your insights about Cassiopeia? Ultimately, there was no escaping this. Ira reflected as he gently nodded. Chapter 93. Legacy. Satan Leaf is an ineffective monarch, and perhaps for this very reason. She may be the most suitable candidate to serve as the king of Ira, for Ira herself is incapable of assuming that role. Of course, not every incapable ruler is fit to be aided by Ira, as the world is rife with incompetence. However, individuals like Satan Leaf, who are aware of their shortcomings and openly acknowledge their own helplessness, are exceedingly rare. After all, the former Demon King likely never imparted even the slightest guidance on how to be an exemplary ruler, perhaps because he himself was unaware, and his philosophy of joyful education has left Satan Leaf's combat prowess lacking. It seems that demonic beings place considerable importance on the martial capabilities of their sovereigns. Consequently, Satan Leaf is eager to understand what distinguishes those powerful and wise rulers. Aware that Ira has encountered many kings, she seeks her counsel. Satan Leaf recognizes her own deficiencies in comparison to Isabella, the cunning and machinations, the rationality and detachment required of a ruler, qualities that she finds impossible to cultivate, yet feels no compulsion to learn. Conversely, she is also cognizant of Isabella's shortcomings as compared to herself, the nature of the demons, the structure of the Demon King's domain, and the atmosphere of the Demon King's territory are all compelling reasons for Ira to consistently choose the Demon King's realm. This is something Isabella could never, under any circumstances, achieve. Thus, caught in a nebulous emotional state, Satan Leaf yearns to discern her inadequacies in comparison to Cassiopeia. Whether out of concern that Ira might abandon her or a desire to be a better ruler, she poses her inquiry to Ira. Mr. Ira, what kind of person is the Elven Empress Cassiopeia? Observing the breathless Satan Leaf, who had just completed her physical training, Ira made space beside him for her to sit, somewhat astonished that she had persisted until the session's conclusion before asking her question. Let me think. Ira pondered where to begin, glancing at the panting Satan Leaf seated next to him, and remarked, in short, she is quite a simple-minded individual. Satan Leaf responded, what does that mean? Seeing her bewildered expression, Ira chuckled softly, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. After organizing his words, he stated, there is little for you to learn from Cassiopeia. Elves are fundamentally different from any other race. The Silver Moon Tree Garden, rich in resources, is a place of tranquility where the elven race can thrive without external interaction, allowing them to maintain their legacy. Their innate magical abilities enable them to transform anyone into a warrior, should they desire. As Ira conveyed this, he affectionately ruffled the hair of the perplexed Satan Leaf and continued, In other words, Cassiopeia became a ruler solely because of her lineage as an Aluvida. She possesses no remarkable advantages compared to other elves. As long as Cassiopeia dons the crown of the sprite, she is entirely akin to an ordinary fairy, reading books, basking in the sun, indulging in snacks, and leading a life of leisure. Is this not similar to my own existence? Yet, why does the treatment differ so vastly? Such were the thoughts of Satania. Given her easily comprehensible expression, Ira chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he simply sat beside Satania, gazing into the distance alongside her. He could discern her general feelings, yet the specifics of her thoughts eluded him, leaving him at a loss for words of comfort. However, this contemplation was ultimately interrupted by an arrival. "Mr. Ira, I come." "Ah." From behind the terrace door, Lothia stepped onto the terrace, only to find Satania perched on the same chair as Ira, seemingly engaged in conversation. "Pardon the intrusion," Lothia remarked with a voice that emanated from a seemingly vacant space, then retreated while maintaining her forward-facing posture. Would such a manner truly prevent her from tumbling down the stairs? "Wait, your timing is impeccable," Ira said, extending a hand to halt Lothia's departure, momentarily seized by the illusion of her presence being fortuitous. At this juncture, Satania, her thoughts disrupted, felt the faint traces of her earlier grievances dissipate. She lifted her gaze toward Lothia and stood, preparing to depart. During the morning assembly, Ira had mentioned the need to enhance the combat prowess of the Headless Knight. Considering the time, her training should have concluded long ago, yet she lingered, indulging in the rest and conversation with Ira. "Satania, wait. I intend to instruct you both simultaneously," Ira interjected, shaking his head in resignation, lamenting his lack of clarity. He clarified, "I specifically selected this training slot for instruction." Although this statement inadvertently included Lothia within the realm of instruction, she remained unfazed, recognizing Ira's undeniable qualifications as a teacher. "I have been curious since our earlier expedition. Why do you not possess the martial skills of Favignano?" Ira inquired, prompting Satania to lift her head, a wistful glimmer igniting in her eyes as she murmured, "Father never taught me anything." Lothia, however, provided a contrasting response. Though her expression was inscrutable, a hint of nostalgia and sentiment was discernible in her tone. "Because that fool is an imbecile." Such an unrelenting assessment. "To be candid, I know that Favignano would likely praise me in your presence," Ira stated, confidently asserting that the muscular man would refrain from uttering a single disparaging remark about him, or "yes, sir." Perhaps this was why Satania bore no resentment towards him. "But what precisely did he say?" he inquired, in response to Ira's inquiry. Satania pondered briefly and then answered based on her recollections. "Father once said, 'If you perish at the hands of Ila Elkaras, then let there be a celebration in your honor.' Such words resonate vividly. Indeed, he was the kind of person who would utter such sentiments. Ira too reminisced about those days when he first arrived on the battlefield, only to be knocked down by the oncoming Favignano, resulting in a fierce exchange of blows. Initially, Ira suffered many defeats, yet as he became accustomed to the power he wielded, the tides turned in his favor. Moreover, it seems that Satania's words were not yet exhausted. With a nostalgic smile, she continued, "He also proclaimed, 'After my demise, I shall become Ira's strength to continue the fight.' Just thinking about it ignites a fervor within me. Alas, I shall not witness that day myself." Thus, it was with resolute conviction that Satania bequeathed her mana to Ira. Could this be deemed a form of dreamlike inheritance? Chapter 94. Signature Phil, you did I not mention the production line? Exclaimed Vela, exasperated. "You imbecile." Vela continued, "Break down the steps. If we dismantle it piece by piece, the complexity of the entire process will diminish significantly." The lesser demons observed as Ilya mercilessly reprimanded Vela. Once haughty and self-assured, Vela now bowed her head, subjected to criticism, while their admiration for Ilya grew palpably evident. "Alas, why are you so foolish?" Ilya lamented. Vela's fists clenched, yet after a fleeting moment of contemplation, she relinquished the notion of rebellion. Otherwise, it would result in the briefest coup in history, and a dismal failure at that. "Behold, this is quite a simple craft. Dismantling the giant wasp involves discarding the useless flesh for the likes of Little Black, placing the tail on the table, and tossing the wings and stinger into the water." Ilya meticulously disassembled the creature, and after a cursory glance, he comprehended the entire procedure. "I cannot fathom why it must be placed in the water, yet I shall proceed nonetheless. Sometimes, an explanation of the principles is unnecessary." Vela, clearly amused, scoffed at Ilya's words. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she retorted, "You are the least qualified to speak on such matters. Do not presume I am unaware of how vexatious Isabella finds you. Is it not bothersome to you?" Ilya squinted, yet refrained from retorting. Instead, he elucidated, Isabella is Isabella. The lesser demons are lesser demons. This is merely the first step. Let us attempt the initial process. Who among you will volunteer? As he spoke, he glanced at the lesser demons that had observed him. Immediately, one of them expressed willingness to try, and soon began to tinker with the giant wasp's body for concealment. See, this is proceeding rather smoothly, Ilya remarked, observing the earnest expressions of the onlooking fairies. He added to Vela, if it becomes too intricate, we shall continue to break down the steps until each individual knows their role. However, Vela remained silent, pointing toward the little demon currently at work. Without her indication, Ilya had already perceived the issue. The little demon had evidently failed to completely detach the intestines connected to the stinger, which now awkwardly hung from the giant wasp's abdomen. Seeking assistance. For this part, grasp it firmly, and then pull from the top. Be swift and apply sufficient force, Ilya instructed, assisting by gripping the giant wasp's intestines. He then yanked it from the other end of the abdomen, transferring the section held in his left hand to his right, and gently extracting the stinger with his left hand, accomplishing a perfect removal. Let us continue. Once this is complete, we can dismantle another, Ilya said, placing the partially disassembled giant wasp back on the workbench. With hands slicked with mucus and blood, he rinsed them in the nearby basin. Though the scent of insects lingered stubbornly, perhaps it would be prudent to delineate the step of removing the intestines as a separate process. With a contemplative expression, Ilya reflected upon the awkwardness of his own experience in gutting, stating, we should add a preliminary step to sever the tail and the head abdomen of the giant wasp. This way, the intestines can be extracted from the front. However, Vela did not respond. Instead, she gestured toward the direction of the small imp. Upon turning to look, Ilya noticed the giant wasp's wings lying upon the table, unmistakably tainted with the venom that needed to be set aside for later use. Consequently, the wings were rendered useless. They must first be submerged in clean water to dissolve and filter out impurities, followed by the addition of venom at a similar temperature. After cooling, the surface liquid that congeals must be extracted. Only after undergoing several processes can it be transformed into the fragrant corpse potion. Yes, be Blossom Snowmoon. At that moment, the little fairies had already caught on, casting inquisitive glances at Ilya and Vela, while the small imp continued its laborious disassembly of the giant wasp. Perhaps indeed lacking in intelligence, as it was a creature dedicated to combat. Ilya paused, calling out to the small imp. Seizing its hand, he felt the rough, red skin. With the tips of its 2 knuckles adorned with coarse, talon-like claws, 4 fingers, including the thumb. Perhaps the little imps were not inherently foolish. With a resigned expression, Ilya patted the imp's hand and, observing its perplexed demeanor, inquired, do you sense anything amiss while grasping objects? The small imp nodded resolutely. It wished to mimic Ilya, yet often found itself in disarray, unable to securely hold items or perform delicate tasks. Now it made sense. Vela, too, had come to a realization. This was her first observation of the small imp's hands, and after a moment of contemplation, she remarked, they may manage simple tasks like tilling the soil, but when it comes to intricate disassembly, such hands are inadequate. They seem less capable than goblins. Indeed, this anatomical structure was better suited for rending the flesh of adversaries rather than engaging in fine craftsmanship. As Ilya pondered this, he noticed the small imps, who appeared to grasp Vela's meaning, seemed quite disheartened. He struggled to comprehend why the inability to perform such a demanding and not particularly rewarding task would sadden them. Yet, soon he recognized their yearning and began to offer them words of comfort. Do not be disheartened. Every creature possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. One day, goblins will don automated intelligent armor, while you shall wield flames, frost, and shadows to vanquish foes. Each of you is invaluable. The Demon King's realm requires every one of you. In truth, these creatures were simply eager to contribute to the Demon King's domain. Ilya could distinctly sense that this was the closest he had ever come to his vision of an eternal utopia. The personnel under planning have begun to undergo adjustments. The minor demons shall no longer serve in a technical capacity. Instead, they will return to their areas of expertise, farming, salt production, and leisurely excursions into the forest for hunting. In exchange, a portion of the goblins previously engaged in cultivation will now be tasked with the production of perfumes. As for the results, Ira, a single goblin can outmatch 10 of you. Vera, surely that is an exaggeration? At most, 8. Ira, what did you have for lunch? Vera, I was thinking of having children. Just joking. Perhaps honey on trees. Ira, spare yourself the meal. Join me in exploring ways to enhance the assembly line. Vera, the assembly line that flows like a river? Quite a splendid name. But I must attend to my meal now. Farewell. Ira, I have decided to name it the Vera assembly line. In an almost instantaneous manner, Vera halted her steps towards food. Chapter 95. Spiral gun kill. The resources of the Demon Kingdom are somewhat scarce compared to the Empire, and during the war, the issues of livelihood are particularly severe. Nevertheless, there exists a distinct advantage, the remarkable combat prowess of the demons. Once a demon is born, it possesses innate fighting capabilities. Many do not require maturation or training. Simply emerging from the demon pool or transforming into a demon at the cost of flesh and blood, they can be deployed immediately. Thus, certain tasks can be entrusted to these beings without hesitation. Satan Yi reminisced about the demonstration conducted by Ilara earlier that morning, faintly recalling the dark mana coalescing upon Ilara's ebony lance, generating a tremendous wind pressure. The pitch-black winds twisted into a spiral, incessantly swirling around the lance, tearing through the air surrounding it. Visually, it appeared as if strands of dark, ethereal satin were perpetually dancing around the knight's spear, enveloping both the lance and Ilara's right arm. According to Ilara, this technique was known as spiral gun kill, a signature attack frequently employed by Satan Yi's father. This led to a troubling thought. Did his father truly wield the scythe effectively? It seemed he had entirely repurposed it as a mana projector. The air was filled with a thunderous roar beside Satan Yi, against the backdrop of a formidable gust. He squinted to shield his eyes from the swirling sand and stone while casting a glance at Lothia, who was also practicing nearby. Much like Ilara's earlier demonstration, Lothia raised her knight's lance high, her turbulent mana swirling rapidly, rending the surrounding atmosphere. The fierce winds appeared as an extension of the lance itself, the spiraling black mana elongating its reach, culminating in the verbal trigger of the spell and the release of her magical energy. Unaware that Satan Yi was observing her, Lothia slowly aimed her lance towards the distance, drawing her arm back like a serpent poised to strike, and with the incantation, she unleashed spiral gun kill. Boom, 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 boom. As the lance was thrust forward, a pure tempest was instantaneously unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the penetrating spiral gun kill shot forth. Though its precise power was indiscernible due to the absence of a target, the ensuing colossal storm emanating from Lothia nearly destabilized Satan Yi. At that moment, Lothia noticed Satan Yi, who had been watching her intently. She hurried to support him, grasping the hem of his garment, and inquired, "My Lord Demon King?" "No, I am fine," Satan Yi replied gently, shaking his head. He observed the trivial ornaments on the terrace that had been swept away by the wind. Such a combat technique, had it truly reached such formidable heights? If an entire battalion of headless knights could unleash spiral gun kill, would it not trample over the armies of most nations? But only if they did not encounter the ruling officials. Lothia, gasping softly, was acutely aware of Satan Leaf's gaze. Understanding the thoughts that lingered in Satan Leaf's mind, she spoke. Such endeavors are excessively taxing on our mana reserves and cannot be employed as a standard strategy. Once depleted, we shall find ourselves unable to access the path of the Netherworld. The so-called path of the Netherworld had been demonstrated during their previous march, where the Headless Horseman trod. The ground would be adorned with patterns reminiscent of wailing souls, allowing other troops to march swiftly upon them. Although the spiral execution appeared formidable, not every Headless Horseman possessed the strength I wielded, as evidenced by Mr. Ira's spiral execution, which was several times more potent than my current application. Lothia elucidated, harboring no doubt about the manner in which Ira had drawn the attention of other leaders with his spiral execution. If unleashed on flat terrain, it could create profound chasms across the land ahead. After some contemplation, Lothia resolved to impart some knowledge of warfare to Satan Leaf. Although this responsibility typically fell to Ira, she surmised he would not mind. Moreover, she continued, in the realm of battle, the path of the Netherworld is often more advantageous than the spiral execution. After all, the speed of our march is of utmost importance. What shall we do? Pondered Satan Leaf, as crimson mana entwined around the scythe in her grasp. However, instead of gradually expanding into a colossal spiral, it erupted after only 2 or 3 rotations, producing a sound akin to a muted explosion. It resembled the act of toppling an adult human, who could effortlessly rise and brush themselves off. Attempting to engage in a combat role would be a futile endeavor, akin to disrupting the incantation of a feeble academic mage. Mr. Ira mentioned he would return this afternoon. Perhaps he can provide you with a thorough lesson then. Lothia remarked, contemplating the prospect of returning to teach this technique to the other Headless Horsemen. Once the Headless Horsemen were freshly minted, they could be directly instructed in the art of the spiral execution. A select few adept Headless Horsemen could be designated as specialized instructors at their altar. However, as Satan Leaf contemplated this, she endeavored to reconsolidate the crimson mana. This time, the mana extending beyond her form became denser and more stable, morphing into a sharper entity. As it began to spin, it took on the characteristics of a measuring tape storm. Yet, Latia comprehended Satan Leaf's intent and smiled. Though devoid of a head, she still radiated warmth. I understand. Allow me to share some insights with you before Mr. Ira returns. I apologize for the delay, but the production line for Bee Flower Snow Moon has been initially established. The next steps involve gradually enhancing production safety and reducing waste rates, tasks I have delegated to Vera and the little fairies. As Ira spoke, he gazed at the intertwining crimson and obsidian spirals in the sky, casually standing in a location that felt rather perilous. With a hint of astonishment, he remarked, "Ah, you learn remarkably quickly. Show me the power of your strikes." Spiral shot. Spiral shot. With the incantation resonating through the air, a tempest, spinning with an artistic precision, surged forth, tracing a graceful line across the heavens and shattering the air along its path. Boom, 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 boom. Impressive, Ira mused, reaching out to pat the head of Satan Leaf and then resting his hand on Latia's shoulder, praising, "Excellent, truly remarkable. You both possess extraordinary talent." "Thank you for the compliment," Latia responded with a chuckle. Amidst Ira's accolades, Satan Leaf wore a silly grin, discreetly transferring the scythe to her left hand while concealing her trembling right behind her back. Chapter 96. The Magic Insect During the Manufacturing Process of Bee Flower Snow Moon. Numerous and used body parts of the giant bees, such as heads and thoraxes, are collected to serve as materials for nurturing lesser demons. Unfortunately, since these giant bees are not humanoid creatures, they cannot be utilized to construct Black Knights. Along the production line, pairs of lesser demons are tasked with pushing wooden carts to transport barrels filled with blood and flesh, resembling rum, towards the magic pool. Thus, the production line is strategically located in close proximity to the magic pool, ensuring convenience while also remaining near the goblins' agricultural zones, thus addressing both production efficiency and attendance issues for the goblins. Ira observed the somewhat bumpy wooden carts, watching the lesser demons struggle to control them. Although their physical structure prevented them from participating directly in the manufacturing process, they could still assist in the transportation of materials, thus contributing to production in their own way. He pondered whether controlling the carts was particularly challenging. Without waiting for the lesser demons to respond, he concluded that it was imperative to begin leveling the roads promptly. Here, he did not refer to cobblestone roads. Even within the Demon King's castle, the roads were rather uneven. The imperial roads were similarly rough. Yet gravel roads are far more accommodating for carriages. The roads within the imperial capital, however, were crafted from finely polished marble, requiring considerable human effort and resources for their construction and ongoing maintenance. What the Demon King's realm necessitated was not such roads. When Ira spoke of leveling, he meant merely flattening the dirt paths with a hammer. This was a task that the construct bodies could complete in a night with fists the size of a human's. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Ira caught sight of the lesser demon's dwelling, a sprawling expanse of thatched huts. The densely packed huts, perhaps more accurately described as simple rooms, could even be referred to as a concentration camp due to their proximity. Occasionally, the sounds of chickens and geese could be heard emanating from within. In this respect, the living conditions of the lesser demons were quite similar to those of the imperial serfs. They resided in exceedingly harsh environments, often sharing space with animals, nourishing themselves while also raising livestock for the territory. However, as food was sufficient to ensure their fullness, their circumstances were evidently better than those of the impoverished, fostering a more vibrant atmosphere and a greater enthusiasm for life. Such is the power of gastronomy. Ira found himself at a loss regarding how to effect any change in this situation. After all, productivity was a given, and he was no scientist. The world he inhabited lacked the seamless conversion of electricity and magnetism, and there was no mana technology akin to that of his previous world. He felt utterly in the dark. Where should one begin with the reform of productivity? Ira pondered as he followed the diminutive imps transporting the carcasses of the giant bees. Navigating around the dwelling, he observed the two small imps coordinating their efforts to lift barrels filled with flesh and blood, pouring their contents into a vast pool before them. This pool resembled a grand bathhouse basin, yet its liquid was a viscous, dark crimson, teeming with various dismembered limbs and remnants of food. Enormous insects scoured the pool for scraps and blood to consume, due to the nature of the edibles, which also served as nutrients. This place had transformed into a receptacle for organic waste, where unfinished morsels such as blue mushrooms were discarded. Besides the imps transporting the giant bee corpses, A few slimes could be seen arriving to dispose of refuse. The slimes, with their soft, pliable bodies, bounced eagerly, expelling their collected waste into the demonic pool. One slime, upon catching sight of Ira, extended a short, gelatinous hand and waved. After receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Ira, it joyfully hopped back towards the food distribution point. It was impractical for every small demon's abode to be equipped with facilities for boiling water or preparing warm meals, hence the slimes lingered at the distribution point, waiting for the demons to bring ingredients for heating or cooking. In the Empire, serfs were relegated to consuming cold beans and dark bread, while commoners had stoves at home. However, igniting a fire for baking bread or boiling water required a payment to the local lord, a sum that, though minimal, was not insignificant for the common folk. Gug. As Ira observed the retreating slime, he heard a sound emanating from behind him. Turning his head, he beheld a plump, white worm, nearly as long as his leg, curiously gazing at him. Unable to suppress a step back, he distanced himself slightly from the demonic pool, only to feel a pang of rudeness and return to the vicinity of the pool, locking eyes with the creature across its edge. This oversized worm, comparable in size to a reclining imp, sported a pair of diminutive black horns atop its head, resembling a small demon transformed into a worm. This was the ancestral form of the imps. After absorbing sufficient flesh and blood, the worm's white skin would turn red and gradually harden into a cocoon, from which, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, the imps would eventually be born. Huff. Ira, my lord. We, Huff, have completed the task. Ira listened to the breathless imps, who were reminding him that it was time to return. He nodded, estimating the time taken. It had indeed taken quite a while to empty 4 barrels of giant bee carcasses. Was the weight too much after all? Perhaps a structure could be designed to allow the barrels on the cart to tip directly into the demonic pool. You may head back now. Leave the tools here. Use the spare barrels and cart to continue your work. I shall see if I can modify the structure to make your tasks here more manageable. As Ilya mentally noted the height of the small cart, he remarked, estimating its elevation while gesturing for the lesser demons to return. Throughout this process, the plump and curious magic bug observed intently. Understood, Master Ilya. Hooray! Master Ilya is invincible. We shall take our leave now. Suddenly, he added, wait. I only mentioned whether it could be changed, not that it would definitely be altered. By the way, Master Ilya, the magic bug currently possesses little intelligence and may bite you. Please show some leniency. Listening to the lesser demon's explanation as it turned away, Ilya waved his hand dismissively, responding, if I were to be bitten, we could readily send the magic bugs into battle. Rest assured. He pondered, perhaps a slope platform could be designed to ascend to the magic pool, but Ilya lifted his gaze to visualize the structure, only to see a small, stubby hand resting at the edge of the magic pool, the creature continuously munching on the body of a giant bee, obstructing the area he intended to plan. Excuse me, he gently prompted. The inquisitive magic bug obediently returned to the magic pool, flapping its way to another spot. The lesser beings seemed to possess an instinctive awareness, sensing the extreme oppression stemming from their race, a disparity far greater than that between the mundane and the divine. Chapter 97. The eruption of Alara. A yawn escaped Alara's lips as she observed the thriving grove before her, rubbing her eyes and inquiring. These white ball fruit trees have been transplanted, haven't they? It appears their survival rate is quite commendable. The 2 little fairies, concerned for Alara's well-being, exchanged glances but chose to remain silent, eventually responding in unison. Some have perished, yet Lady Vela has successfully nurtured others, resulting in a flourishing white ball fruit forest. Alara nodded, stifling another yawn as her gaze fell upon the industrious white ball monkeys diligently adding chew to containers. The decayed white ball fruits would, through the fermentation process, transform into a nascent liquid. Subsequent distillation would yield the desired beverage. Did you encounter any challenges during the training of the white ball monkeys? Alara inquired, having come to assess the state of the white ball wine industry. In the afternoon, she intended to inspect the progress of the magical pool's renovations and the leveling of the terrain. After discussing with the constructs the previous day, Xiaojiang had rallied them, eager to commence their task of solidifying the ground. Alara observed as the once soft earth now resembled a solid rock formation. Although rain would inevitably expose the muddy surface beneath, it was a predicament they would have to address later. For now, they could only rely on the constructs to break the ground during heavy downpours. The idea of creating a human-powered roller for future use had crossed her mind. Regarding the magical pool, Alara envisioned an inclined platform coupled with a hinged structure. However, the little imp did not need to ascend it. To simplify the explanation, it could be likened to the structure of a well within their territory. The cart would merely need to be secured at a designated spot beneath the platform. with a chain attached to the cart, allowing them to position themselves in the crevice between the platform and the magical pool. By pulling vigorously on the other end of the rope that dangled from the platform, the cart would ascend, subsequently remaining atop the platform due to its design. The slight elevation would cause it to tip, sending both the flesh and the wooden barrel plummeting into the magical pool. This method would eliminate the need to lift the heavy barrels high to pour them in. Instead, they could simply retrieve the barrels from within the magical pool, alleviating the significant challenge presented by the imp's limited height. Future enhancements could include designing barrels directly attached to the cart or modifying the mechanism to resemble a drawbridge structure, eliminating the need for exertion in pulling. However, that is all a matter for the future. Yawning, the little fairies looked at Ilya with concern, for his condition, by any measure, was far from good. They responded to his earlier query, "There is nothing significant." Ilya nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the brew that required some time to ferment. This matter would continue to be monitored, he remarked. Truly, Vela has worked hard. Please continue to arrange for the expansion of the White Ball Forest. Indeed, we understand, the fairies replied, watching Ilya's figure hastily depart. Collectively sensing that Vela's struggles seemed minor, especially since Ilya had already become the brain of the entire Demon Lord's domain. Everyone had gradually grown accustomed to functioning merely as cogs within the Demon Lord's machinery. Though Ilya had not been present for long, he had subtly transformed into the very intellect of the realm. Moreover, it was not a simple, singular thread of thought, but rather a terrifyingly intricate web of multitasking. Frequently encountering topics during morning meetings such as, with Mr. Ilya's assistance yesterday, I accomplished XXX, and yesterday, I engaged in XXX with Mr. Ilya. The more reports that were made, the more bewildered everyone became, for it seemed as though Ilya was omnipresent. Thoughts akin to, wait, wasn't Ilya discussing the armed numbers of the trade convoy with me yesterday? Why is he simultaneously involved in other matters? Frequently crossed their minds. Thus, it was no wonder Ilya felt immensely fatigued. In comparison to a certain resident's selfless and devoted advisor, Ilya was even more hands-on, as he did not merely issue commands to the various leaders, but often scrutinized specific details as well. Logically, such an approach would appear wasteful. Ilya should focus on broader considerations and efforts. However, he responded by asserting that both overarching matters and details must be managed for true integrity. As long as there were no foolish nobles, troublesome bureaucrats, or those who would obstruct progress, Ilya would exert himself just as vigorously within the empire. Fortunately, as a governor, Ilya was unlikely to exhaust himself completely or suffer physical collapse, yet fatigue and drowsiness were inescapable. Nevertheless, onward he pressed, forward he marched. As long as he continued to pursue his goals relentlessly, that sufficed. Ilya was a person with modest expectations for the quality of life. Aside from a slight pursuit of culinary delights, he seemed devoid of desire. Not merely due to the governor's diminished aspirations. He eschewed indulgence, shunned the pursuit of wealth and fame, did not yearn for stability and leisure, nor was he enamored by sweet songs and tender whispers. All of Ilya's aspirations appeared to be invested in his dreams. He was simply a soul without a home, and that home had long since vanished. That beautiful blue star, that harmonious and prosperous Earth Federation, that magnificent utopia, had long since been reduced to mere dust in the wind. Ah, the inescapable yawn escaped from Ilar's lips. Yet he found little concern in it. After all, the necessity for slumber is largely a habit cultivated over many years. In other words, it is Ilar's subconscious urging him to seek respite. In truth, he could easily endure several days and nights without sleep, supported solely by his physical constitution. Next, he resolved to attend to matters concerning the perfume production line. Ilar contemplated that, at present, his three primary concerns were the Honey Blossom Festival, the White Sphere wine, and the trade routes. Other endeavors aimed at enhancing combat capabilities, manufacturing magical armaments, and improving the quality of life for magical creatures could merely be considered interludes in his work. Suddenly, Tycap's voice pierced through Ilar's reverie. Kneeling before him, he served as a conduit for the other leaders, relaying, "Lord Sonata requests your presence at her castle." Due to his overwhelming fatigue, the message lingered in Ilar's mind for a brief moment before he comprehended Tycap's intent. Nodding in acknowledgement, he replied, "Understood. It pertains to matters concerning the rebellious territory. Does it not?" Tycap cast a sidelong glance, hesitating before muttering, "Perhaps, perhaps not." "Ah, then it is a matter of bloodlust," Ilar sighed resignedly, fully aware of the implications. Nevertheless, he nodded and stated, "I shall proceed at once. Kindly inquire if Vela has encountered any difficulties or unforeseen circumstances." Afterward, yet another yawn escaped him, and he added, "Have her come to me at Sonatas." Chapter 98. The indifference of parents towards their children, the world of monstrosities, in a relative sense, is one that venerates violence to a greater extent, lacking in elegance and devoid of any semblance of restraint. Sanada uttered these words while positioned perilously close to Ira's neck, as a delicate stream of blood transformed into a fine thread, soaring toward her lips. This peculiar phenomenon enabled her to report the situation while simultaneously quenching her insatiable thirst for Ira's blood. Indeed, it was not merely a thirst for blood, but rather a profound yearning for Ira's lifeblood, which, for the bloodline, was an unfathomably exquisite delicacy. If one were to articulate it, it would be akin to catnip for a feline, treasures of gold for a dragon, or an exhilarating battle for a crimson demon dragon. Thus, upon discovering that Mr. Ira had allied himself with the Demon King's domain, the other leaders who had previously betrayed began to repay their dues. The financial strain on the Demon King's territory should witness significant alleviation, as you may inquire with Yuyo. As Sanada's mouth opened and closed, blood that sought to enter her mouth was inadvertently drawn to her lips, rendering her already beautiful, crimson lips even more vivid. However, there remained a portion of obstinate territories. By the end of this month, I shall converse with Lord Satan you regarding this matter and issue another warning before the month concludes. As Sanada Abunasea spoke, a look of perplexity crossed her visage. She confided, upon confirming the territories of betrayal, there exists a faction of independent bloodline. Although they are not of the Abunasea family, some may well be acquaintances of mine. Vampires are ageless beings. Their physical forms do not decay until the soul corrupts. Under such circumstances, barring any unforeseen events, conflict is inevitable should allegiances differ. If the decision to quell the rebels is made, those among the bloodline whom Sanada once knew are destined for demise. Thus, I pondered whether to compose a letter urging those of the bloodline to swiftly submit, either by offering their allegiance or returning to the Demon King's domain. Yet, I cannot fathom why they would choose enmity. They ought not to forget the great deeds you have wrought. As Sanada expressed these thoughts, she felt the warmth of Ira beside her, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washing over her. Being with Ira instilled a profound sense of security, an amalgamation of strength and principle, where violence coexists with gentleness. Lady Sanada, she heard another bloodline calling from the doorway. Startled, she instinctively clutched Ira tighter. The bloodline at the entrance observed the scene, their gaze locked with Sanada's dazed and instinctive demeanor. This situation, often referred to as guarding one's food, typically manifests during the formative years of bloodlines. The younger generations exhibiting such behavior are often chastised, and this phenomenon tends to dissipate thereafter. Consequently, an air of awkwardness enveloped the two. I beg your pardon, Lady Sanada. The blood clan outside the door murmured, pondering why Lady Sanada always left the door ajar. She turned to leave, but added, however, have you perhaps indulged a bit too much? Lord Ira has already lost consciousness. Wait, but I shouldn't have consumed that much. It was then that Sanada realized why Ira had been unresponsive earlier. With a flurry of anxiety, she halted her powers and gently licked the wound on Ira's neck twice, hastening its healing. Meanwhile, she rolled Ira onto his back, scrutinizing him with utmost care. After a prolonged examination, she concluded that he was merely fatigued and had drifted off to sleep. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, quickly followed by a pang of sympathy. Mr. Ira, you truly bear too much burden. With this thought, Sanada tenderly lifted Ira and placed him upon her bed, which resembled a coffin, carefully unfastening and removing his outer garments, hanging them aside as she sat next to him. Ira's sleeping posture was impeccable, and his breathing was remarkably steady, appearing utterly defenseless. In truth, this was likely the case, for a governor of his stature, with a seat of authority, need not maintain vigilance while resting. Were Sanada to suddenly rise and, with a swift stroke, sever Ira's head from his body, the outcome would not necessarily lead to his demise. The denizens of the Demon King's domain, including Sanada herself, were acutely aware of the fate that befell the second-in-command of the Elkaras family, Ila Elkaras, who had been ensnared in a trap and met her end. Upon her death, certain triggers activated autonomously, devouring the lives of nearby creatures. And then, as though nothing had transpired, it simply flew away. Thus, if Ira were to be eliminated, a far more terrifying force would awaken instantaneously, one that disregards friend and foe alike, annihilating all but the self. At the moment of Ila Elkaras' demise, the force awakened by the automatically triggered mechanism was the Mastema Shadow Shark. What then would be unleashed upon Ira's passing? As Sanada pondered this with a hint of curiosity, she noticed her collar had become stained with some of Ira's blood. Nonchalantly, she began to unfasten the ornate buttons of her garment. Even if Ira were to awaken, She was unperturbed by the prospect. With a sudden sound of the door swinging open, the voice of Satan Leaf drifted in from the threshold. As she began to speak, her words faltered, and behind her, Takapu and Selina approached, falling silent as well. Before their eyes lay Ira, clad only in a white shirt, disheveled, reclining upon satin, and Sonata, who was preparing to loosen her attire. It was nearly impossible to avoid misunderstanding. "I shall take my leave," Takapu declared, swiftly vanishing as he spoke. "Lord Demon, shall we depart?" Helena uttered, grasping Satan Ye's hand as she prepared to leave, seemingly oblivious to the slight blush adorning his face and his puzzled expression. She turned her gaze towards the dazed Sonata and inquired, "Has Lord Ira granted his consent? We mustn't provoke his ire." With that, Helena glanced at the sky before seeking the opinion of the bewildered highborn vampire. "I shall grant you 4 hours. Will that suffice?" Sonata interjected, "No, Miss Helena. It is not as it seems." "And Lord Demon," Satan Ye pondered, "What do you mean? Is it a kiss you desire?" Helena replied, "Ah, dear Lord Demon, you shall come to comprehend this when you mature." Chapter 99. Let us strive together. "So, Duke Novak intends to send a batch of goods first? 10 bottles, is it?" Ira mused, shaking his head as he donned his coat, which, while seemingly unremarkable, he cherished dearly. He gently patted the fabric and inquired, "Have you asked Vela how many she produced? The goblins, lesser demons, and fairies should have been toiling tirelessly yesterday and today. I wonder if they are utterly exhausted." "Indeed, I have," Selina replied, her gaze fleetingly drifting over Ira's unbuttoned chest. She blinked softly and continued, "Approximately 200 bottles. The stock of giant bees has nearly been depleted." Ira pondered, "Have those fellows perhaps been a tad too industrious? Buying some from Duke Novak and letting him post a commission at the Adventurers Guild would allow him to profit modestly, without offering particularly outrageous prices. I know him too well." As he fastened the buttons on his coat and rose from the soft coffin, Ira added, "Send him 100 bottles. And simply state that the unsold portion is a gift." While speaking, he affectionately stroked the head of Satan Leaf, who seemed slightly better now. Rubbing his eyes with his other hand, he remarked, "In fact, it would suffice for Tycap to notify me." Although it was Tycap who had accompanied Selina and Satan Leaf. Due to some awkward misunderstanding that Ira was unaware of, Tycap had discreetly slipped away as a competent servant. Is his caravan already en route? Or has he sent a subordinate to inquire first? Ira questioned, leaning towards the latter. He stepped out of the room, squinting against the glaring midday sun. Yet, in this somewhat chilly spring, such sunlight was not unwelcome. Duke Novak had dispatched his aide to inquire about this matter, clearly showing a vested interest. Satan Leaf remarked on behalf of Selina, observing Ira as he headed towards the perfume production line. "I believe Duke Novak is not particularly invested in the perfume trade. A mere monetary transaction likely does not warrant his special attention." Upon hearing this, Ira, Selina, and the parasol-holding Sonata turned their astonished gazes towards Satan Leaf. They all understood this point, yet were surprised that Satan Leaf had come to such a realization herself one day. "Well, do you underestimate me?" Satan Leaf's seemingly aggrieved expression prompted Ira to chuckle lightly. "Haha, indeed, Satan Leaf, you are correct. Even if he could earn a fortune, Duke Novak would not be so concerned. It is likely more for my sake. If Vela were present, she would undoubtedly tease Ira for his flirtatious behavior. But as she was absent, he spared his energy, and she avoided a sound thrashing. To be honest, Ira's reputation was already quite illustrious. Even without transactions with Duke Novak, he was still sufficiently conspicuous. However, his peculiar notoriety left many in a state of hesitation, uncertain how to engage with Ira. Reputation is often peculiar. With tales such as the defection of the Empire is a trap set by Eiler and Isabella, and when the net is drawn, the world will be unified. And merciless and brutal, one must listen to the wails at night in order to sleep. "Is it for Mr. Eiler?" Selina inquired, her thoughts evidently wandering to strange places. The only one among the few to think amiss. Perhaps she should reflect upon her own issues. He likely had a pressing need for intelligence. As the friction between the Empire and the Principality was escalating, and it was evident to all, the declaration of war from the Principality would not be met with refusal from the Empire. Eiler's words redirected Selina's thoughts to the right path. After a brief contemplation, she remarked, "Thus, Mr. Eiler, your position is particularly significant." Eiler nodded, proceeding to explain, primarily for the benefit of the somewhat naive Satan Leaf, stating, "Only by clearly expressing that I will not assist the Empire can Duke Novak participate in the war as a member of the Parliament. Other members may suspect that Eiler has not severed ties with the Empire, or even that he maintains correspondence with Isabella, yet they will not be overly concerned, as they would only involve humans in the war against the Empire. In such a scenario, the threat from the regent would diminish significantly. However, Duke Novak is different. He may believe in Ilar's potential to assist the empire, thinking that if Ilar were to aid the empire, the principality would stand no chance of victory. While this may indeed be the case, it requires a prerequisite. The nobility must not meddle. Thus, Duke Novak is perhaps overthinking. So will Mr. Ilar assist the empire? In response to Satan Leaf's inquiry, Ilar smiled gently, saying, I will not aid the empire, but I will support Isabella. However, she will not seek my assistance. If she were to do so, it would imply her acknowledgement of defeat. Ilar elaborated further, stating, though we have not explicitly stated it, this would be her first lesson in proving her capability as a sovereign, beginning with the conquest of the principality. Selena, Serenity, Isabella. The three were not entirely incapable of grasping this logic. Yet they were simultaneously astonished by the audacity and recklessness of Ilar and Isabella, treating the conquest of a vast, millennia-old nation as a mere test for a campaign. Was that even a fraction of it? Truly, Isabella is an impressive ruler. Satan Leaf mused, displaying a look of admiration and envy. In response, Ilar, unconcerned, gently ruffled her hair, remarking, it is the empire that is strong. Isabella is still somewhat immature and cannot yet wield the empire as a weapon with deft control. Thus, what Isabella needs to do is gradually learn to manipulate the empire. As for you, it is a different matter. You are steadily becoming more competent and are on your way to becoming a remarkable ruler. However, the Demon Lord's domain does not yet permit us to showcase our full potential, which is why I must strive even harder, my dear Princess Satan Leaf. Ira, fully aware of Satania's insecurities, acknowledged that while a portion of her feelings were grounded in reality, another part was undoubtedly exaggerated. Managing the mess left behind by the former Demon King was indeed a commendable feat, Your Highness, he chuckled lightly, his laughter causing a faint blush to spread across Satania's cheeks. He playfully tousled her hair, which was as long and dark as silk, and gently ran his fingers through it. Now, the next part requires our collective effort. Let us embark on this endeavor together. Indeed. Understood. That goes without saying, Mr. Ira. Chapter 100. Regrettably, Ilya is unwilling to embrace the sacrificial flow. The letter from the Demon Kingdom arrived yesterday. Upon the arrival of our trade caravan, we are to receive 100 samples of Honey Blossom Snow Moon. The counterpart has indicated that if the sales do not perform well, there is no obligation to pay in gold coins for this batch of samples. Listening to the report from his trusted aide, the remarkably youthful Duke Novak nodded gently, indicating his understanding. With a glance towards the chair, he promptly rendered his judgment. Please, take a seat. It was evident that this was Ilya's handiwork. As always, Ilya exuded confidence. Nevertheless, Duke Novak felt reassured. Although this trade harbored deeper intentions, the prospect of profit was certainly welcome, and there was no need to compromise one for the other. This would at least not be a losing venture. Duke Novak appeared to be deep in thought. With a visage that epitomized the ideal human form, he was the dream suitor of many duchy maidens, embodying the golden hair and azure eyes that 60% of humans possess. Despite his considerable age, he still retained this allure. However, since the death of his wife, he had scarcely engaged with women, seemingly dedicating himself entirely to commerce and the affairs of the duchy. As light filtered through the opulent stained glass windows, Duke Novak set aside the book he had been holding. In this world, few nobles took pleasure in reading. Rather than enriching their minds through literature, they preferred revelry, feasting, and hunting. Be it the pursuit of game or the allure of beauty, such endeavors captivated their interest. Yet Duke Novak was different. While he did not possess a profound love for books, in his leisure time away from work, he favored the quietude of reading over the tedium of illogical dramas or the cacophony of boisterous banquets. I would like you to draft a letter, Duke Novak instructed. In addition to the usual commercial discourse, I seek to inquire about Ila Elkaras' perspectives on the war between the duchy and the empire. As he spoke, Duke Novak appeared contemplative. His aide, standing before the desk, nodded and took a seat at a round table across the way. He was well acquainted with the concept of normal commercial exchange, which typically entailed the timing of delivery and an approximate time frame for responses. Naturally, there would be some customary pleasantries as well, such as inquiries about the weather. This was the archetype of correspondence in this realm, which is why Isabella had urged Ilya to dispense with the formalities during their previous exchanges on stationery. As letters in this world often devolved into lengthy greetings like, "Today's weather is delightful, the sunlight bright, yet gentle. I wonder if the beloved Miss XXXX in Triple X City is still experiencing the occasional drizzle. With such unpredictable weather, please take care. Have you eaten?" To which one might respond, "Thank you for your letter. I too look forward to your reply. As you have rightly expressed concern, The persistent drizzle in Triple X City is indeed bothersome, but thanks to your well wishes, I am in good health. When you wrote, I had not yet dined. I assure you, I have since eaten. A lengthy preamble filled with pleasantries accompanied by a fragment of substantive matter. When this confidant had finished drafting the matters concerning Fenghua Shiue, Duke Novak aptly reminded him to express his indignation towards Her Highness Isabella, to champion Ira's cause, and then to inquire about the veracity of the rumors. These so-called rumors had naturally spread throughout the world. The schemes of Isabella and Ira were alleged to involve a conspiracy among the nobility, the duchy, and the Yorks. In the whispers circulating, this duo, seemingly plotting against the entire world, exuded an air of superiority akin to that of many wandering bards and merchants proclaiming, "While all are intoxicated, I alone remain sober." From the perspective of ordinary state officials, the likelihood of such events occurring was quite low. The truth was likely that Ira and Isabella were on the brink of a rupture due to interference from the nobility. However, considering that this was Ira, if one of the parties involved in the rumors was indeed Ira, then even the most outrageous tales could possess a kernel of truth, such as topics related to Lolis. Ira, I've already said I'm not into Lolis. Understood. As Duke Novak's confidant pondered, he meticulously inscribed elegant violet letters on thick sheepskin parchment with an exquisite feather quill, inquiring, I have always been curious. Why does your grace take such an interest in Ila Elkaras? This confidant, crafting a subtly probing question, appeared perplexed as to why both Duke Novak and his son held Ira in such high regard. He remarked, Indeed, Ira shines brightly on the battlefield, a legend of our time, yet we do not permit non-humans to tread upon the battlefield against the Empire. His implication was clear. Even if Ira and the Empire were allies, the governor could not wield influence on the battlefield of humanity against humanity. Unable to augment the wings or recklessly unleash the wing shatter, the governor, despite being a formidable force, ultimately remained a conventional combatant devoid of an insurmountable oppressive power. Do not allow non-humans on the battlefield? Duke Novak countered, then immediately shook his head, lightly laughing in denial. It seems everyone is the same. Both you and Sir Fakiel are alike. Ila Elkaras is not solely defined by the role of governor. Or rather, Ira did not require the title of governor to validate his greatness. It was indeed the name of Ira that rendered the governor a nightmare for non-human entities. As Duke Novak articulated this, he recognized the difficulty in clarifying matters to his subordinate. He lightly tapped the table and declared, Ira is not merely a powerful warrior, but a cunning beast endowed with formidable strength. He strikes me as a colossal creature, steadfastly advancing, with eyes fixed upon a singular direction, seemingly impervious to any distractions. However, one must be cautious not to obstruct the path of this giant. However, regarding these aspects, it is questionable whether refraining from mentioning them constitutes a form of bolstering morale, even if articulated. Those close confidants who record such matters may struggle to comprehend their significance. Thus, Novak employed a more straightforward possibility to elucidate the current state of Ira within the Demon Lord's domain. Assuming he has successfully attained dominion over the monstrous realm, wielding the power to command these creatures to willingly embrace death, do you grasp the implications of this? At this juncture, the only sound resonating within the chamber was the gentle scratching of a quill, as the aide began to fathom that potentiality. Imagine, if swathes of monsters on the battlefield voluntarily took their own lives to replenish Ira's wing columns. What a spectacle that would be. Chapter 101, A Whisper of Doubt. Every day, goblins perish. In comparison to humans and other magical creatures, the lifespan of these beings is exceedingly fleeting. Following the conclusion of their brief youth and the protracted phase of maturity, they swiftly succumb to death. Upon their demise, goblins first endeavor to transform into black knights. Those who fail in this transformation are simply cast into the magic pool, where they transmute into demonic worms. In life, they toil for the demon lord. In death, they become mere flesh and blood for his purposes. This encapsulates the essence of the demon lord's slaves. Conversely, within the empire, although serfs endure hunger, cold, and relentless oppression, they at least receive a grass mat to cover them in death, buried in a pit. Those among the common folk with slight means may obtain a burial plot, and their descendants may honor them with offerings. Each perspective on which fate is preferable may vary from person to person. Ira, however, finds the demon lord's domain more appealing. Perhaps, in some sense, it resembles a form of a hall of heroes. While he is uncertain whether souls reside there, at least there is a glimmer of hope after death, rather than casting one's aspirations toward an illusory divine kingdom. Nonetheless, the adoration of the gods in this world is not as extreme. It resembles idol worship more than veneration of deities, perhaps because the gods here exist in tangible form. Ah, is this something I can express? Today, Ira remarkably enjoyed a restful sleep, awakening only when the sun was high in the sky. Another day devoid of pressing tasks lay ahead, requiring only the patience to await the caravans of Cassiopeia, the Duke Novak's merchants, and the brewing of the white ball wine. Rubbing his eyes in a state of confusion, Ira sat up and donned his meticulously folded coat from the bedside. This was the attire he commonly wore, occasionally cleaned by Tycap before he slept. In truth, such cleaning was unnecessary, as the special enchantments woven into the fabric rendered it impervious to dust and dirt. Tycap, Ira murmured, observing the young succubus materializing in the room, her form shifting from ethereal to corporeal. He inquired while still rubbing his eyes, "Has there been any occurrence in the demon lord's domain this morning? To inquire about work upon awakening?" Tycap pondered, though she responded with utmost seriousness, "I am unsure. I have been practicing my punches all morning. I always do so when you and the demon lord are not training." This was evident from the bandaged hands of Tycap. "I shall ask Lady Selina," she declared, standing to disappear. However, Ira waved his hand to stop her, saying, "No need. I will seek her out shortly." "Very well. Do you require my assistance with your morning routine?" "That is unnecessary, but please, bring me the basin and toothbrush." "I apologize for the trouble." Still unaccustomed to being served by others, Ira remarked as he observed the reappearance of Takapu, who brought forth a wooden basin, a tender white twig, and a small dish of salt that was both white and translucent, albeit with some impurities. "My lord Ira, do you require assistance in biting the twig?" Takapu inquired, her cherry-like lips parting to reveal pearly teeth as she pointed at the twig, only to be swiftly met with Ira's refusal and sent away. "You may return later to collect the washing tools." Rejuvenated to a degree, Ira inserted the twig into his mouth, chewing it until the fine, fibrous tip was transformed into a brush-like form, serving as the toothbrush of this world. Naturally, this thorn twig was a luxury reserved for the aristocracy, as its use did not impart a bitter taste nor leave behind small fibers in one's mouth. Commoners, on the other hand, often resorted to using tattered cloths for teeth cleaning, utilizing the same rag for several consecutive years, while serfs entirely neglected dental hygiene, often missing one or more teeth due to their consumption of hard bread. Ira, having fashioned the twig into a brush, took a pinch of salt and placed it in his mouth to commence brushing. The powdered thorn flower mitigated the salinity of the sea salt, and he had long since acclimatized to the dental practices of this realm. The empire was the native land of the thorn flower, with the thorn flower serving as the national flower. Consequently, in his previous experiences of washing, the quantity of thorn flower powder used surpassed that of salt. And this spice indeed benefited the teeth while promoting fresh breath. If Ira were to describe the thorn flower, he would liken its minuscule brown blossoms, no larger than a fingernail, to lilacs from his former world, albeit with notable differences. Yet, this was an indulgence exclusive to the nobility, with significant disparities in access. Even the empire's common folk could not afford salt for such lavish dental care. In the demon lord's castle, even lesser demons and goblins lacked the habit of dental hygiene, so Ira's ability to maintain his oral cleanliness could be considered a boon granted by the succubi. Of course, there were also the leaves of Satan. As for the majority of demons, they had no need for dental care, even if they wished to. The headless horsemen and black knights, along with constructs, would find themselves powerless, and the anatomy of insectoids rendered oral hygiene unnecessary. "My lord Ira, have you awakened?" It seemed that there was no need for Ira to approach, as Selina had already taken the initiative to come forth. Hearing her voice resonate from beyond the door, Ira, now fully awake, rinsed his mouth with water from the basin and responded, "I am awake. Has something occurred?" "To inquire about work immediately upon waking?" Selina mused, expressing a mix of exasperation and concern as she replied, "The hunting party this morning captured a water-toothed beast, and we are preparing to feast at noon, which is why I came to rouse you." "My lord Ira, you seem to be on the brink of exhaustion." The term exhaustion here likely alluded to the weariness resulting from labor, truly a testament to the nature of succubi, was it not? Inexplicably, he chose the most easily misunderstood meaning. What a peculiar choice of words. While it could conceivably be interpreted as fatigue, Ilya found himself pondering. He was aware that his body was not weary, yet his mind and spirit required time to recuperate. Nevertheless, he reassured, "Do not worry, I am quite resilient." With a deliberate use of ambiguous phrasing, Ilya chuckled lightly. However, what began as a mere jest in response to the notion of being drained caused Selina's face to flush crimson. Understanding dawned upon him. "Ah, Lord Ilya. But wait, is something amiss? Why does he maintain a serene demeanor when he utters strange remarks? Yet another somewhat odd comment sends him blushing. What kind of enchantress are you?" Ilya inwardly critiqued. Chapter 102. Identifying the traitors. Yesterday, during the training of the white ball monkeys, the migrating water-toothed beasts launched an attack, resulting in injuries to 2 demon dog trainers and the death of a white ball monkey. Though we successfully exterminated the water-toothed beasts, the insect leader, Rainbow Shell, reported this, having been the first to seek assistance from the little fairies. While Ira was enjoying a deep slumber, he had already led the insect troops to annihilate the water-toothed beasts. To say annihilate is somewhat of an exaggeration, as the total was merely 7 or 8. Yesterday, Selena had sought out Ira to feast on these magical beasts known as water-toothed beasts, which bear a resemblance to otters, yet possess longer tusks and pointed tails, resembling creatures that might have leapt from the world of Pokemon. However, once roasted, they were quite delectable. Even Rainbow Shell indulged, despite the fact that insectoids are primarily omnivorous and typically consume very little meat. This matter was also known to Satan Leaf, as she had dined on the delicacy yesterday, so she merely nodded in acknowledgement. As for matters concerning the other territories, we need not wait until the end of spring, Sonata declared, noting that with Ira's integration into the Demon Lord's domain, many territories had altered their previously uncooperative stances and resumed their offerings. But what could be done? They could only be forgiven. Thus, the original strategy was to wait another quarter, and after the season's conclusion, assess the loyalty of each territory to determine the prioritization and urgency of their treatment. However, Sonata's sudden proclamation of no need to wait for the end of spring raised questions among all present, shaking her head amidst their puzzled gazes. She explained, the territories that have willingly submitted have fulfilled their offerings, while the remaining territories hold no hope for us, due to the duchy's prior policy of granting citizenship status to magical beings. Indeed, there had been previous reports from itinerant merchants that the decree acknowledged the citizenship of foreign races, allowing elves, orcs, and dwarves to attain titles within the duchy. Although the status of magical creatures remained somewhat inferior, yet nonetheless commendable, this marked the first human nation to acknowledge the status of magical beings. Though aside from the duchy, the empire, and the church, there are no other significant human powers on the world stage. The church, which staunchly rejects the divine, is an intriguing nation, and Ira has finally severed ties with its leaders. Wait, why say finally? Do those territories intend to rebel? Little Black inquired, his gentle nature giving way to a tone of deep contemplation, his empty helmet revealing the flicker of crimson eyes that hinted at his regret. In response, Sonata nodded, affirming the words of the Black Knight leader, stating, those magical beings, along with the Blood Clan. Those Blood Clan members who have distanced themselves from the Demon Lord's domain without seeking refuge in other nations, I have classified as on the brink of rebellion. This could indeed be viewed as a form of righteous betrayal. Ira contemplated silently, observing the tranquil demeanor of Sonata as she spoke, realizing she had made her decision. Thus, he refrained from discussing topics related to the Blood Clan and instead inquired, what is the current situation? How many have resubmitted? How many territories have definitively declared betrayal? He vaguely recalled that previously, within the 74 territories under the control of demonic entities, only 40 had offered tribute, with a mere 10 territories contributing the full amount. After Ira's intimidating presence, how many remained? Excluding the Centaur territory, the Lizardman realm, and the now desolate lair of the Gorgon, only 51 territories had submitted their tributes. Sonata, responsible for diplomatic matters of the Demon Lord, succinctly replied, in other words, 20 territories failed to pay tribute, 12 have opted to defect to the duchy, 5 have declared independence, and 3 were willing to pay but found themselves lacking the means. Thus, 17 territories were resolutely traitorous. The details were surprisingly thorough. Your intelligence-gathering skills are quite impressive. In response to Ira's praise, Sonata lifted the hem of her gown in a graceful manner, acknowledging, thank you for the compliment. For the Blood Clan, gathering intelligence is relatively effortless. This was indeed true, as vampires could transform into bats and perch upon ceilings to gather information, or at the very least, control a demon to serve as a blood thrall, compelling them to divulge all they knew. Thus, the Blood Clan could function, albeit inadequately, as a disruptive force behind enemy lines. Although succubi were more suited for such roles, the present generation had fallen short. Some served as housekeepers, others engaged in combat, and many merely acted as maids. There were scarcely any genuine succubi left. Their true vocation seemed to be striving to appear, in some aspects, rather unseemly. Oh, what are the gnolls? Satania inquired, her gaze directed at Sonata, mirroring her curiosity about the gnolls. One of the 3 territories willing to pay tribute, but currently devoid of funds belonged to them. Sonata's response elicited a blink from Satania, who remarked, they are not loyal. The gnolls are merely driven by fear. They are cowardly creatures. Such thoughts led to the conclusion that some of these jesters did not warrant execution. After this exchange, a silence enveloped the hall. Despite the earlier commentary, uncertainty lingered among the group regarding how to deal with the traitors. Should they be executed? Or was there another course of action? Ira noticed Vera's gaze and smirked slightly. Before Satania could utter the word "I," he interjected, "Simply eliminate the gnolls. Their failure to pay tribute is of their own making. They squandered the funds that should have gone towards tribute on frivolities. Or rather, it is fortunate they lack the means to pay tribute. Had they possessed sufficient funds, the reckoning would have been much more inconvenient." Ira, speaking with an air of indifference, expressed a certain admiration for Satan Leaf's charm. He remarked, "The crux of the matter is not why we should slay them. If Satan Leaf desires their demise, then a myriad of justifications for their absolution would be rendered futile." Satan Leaf fell silent, surveying her earnest leaders, and she realized once again that her thoughts had strayed. The trust bestowed upon her by them was precisely the reason she could pursue all her ambitions. "I understand," she exclaimed. "But what about the other territories? The other 19 wretched lands?" Ira tilted his head, contemplating the bright-eyed Satan Leaf. "Isn't this a rather straightforward notion? Vela must surely recognize it as well, though she may be reluctant to voice it." Ira added, "There's no need to concern ourselves with it." Satan Leaf responded, "Huh." Ira continued, "Surely the duchy would not truly accept the fleeing monsters, would it?" Satan Leaf queried, "Why not? Did we not accept you, Mr. Ira?" Ira found himself momentarily at a loss for words, though he still retained a modicum of argument. However, accepting those monsters would not yield significant benefits for the duchy and could even invite pressure from the Demon King, rendering the potential rewards insufficient when weighed against the risks. On August 18, 2022, a certain remnant, who had dropped out of high school, engaged in discussions with an online acquaintance, Spicy, via QQ. During their conversation, Spicy indicated that he had a means to acquire money, and Remnant eagerly agreed. The chilling chat log recorded all of this. At precisely noon on September 1st, Remnant's novel, Betrayed by the Empire, The Demon King's Grace, was launched. It was scheduled to debut on September 1st, with an explosive release of 10 chapters. Gratitude was extended to editor Spicy and to the readers who had accompanied him thus far. There was much to convey, which would be expressed during the post-launch remarks. Chapter 103. The Female Anomaly. Let us first entertain a hypothesis. If the Principality were to embrace those races, for instance, the goblins, what would the Hazard Principality stand to gain? Ira posed this question thoughtfully to Satania, who, after some contemplation, uncertainly replied, they would gain goblins. Naturally, Ira found her response unsatisfactory. Meanwhile, Vera, feeling utterly bored, pondered the reason for her own presence in the study, shifting her posture to a more relaxed position. Nearly reclining in her chair, Ira inscribed the term Principality upon the paper on the table, gesturing toward it as he continued. If the goblins are prepared to join the Principality, what do they signify in the eyes of the Principality? Beginning with the simplest qualitative analysis, Ira elaborated, first, let us consider the rationale for departing from the Demon Lord's domain. Why would the Principality view the goblins as desirable additions? After some thought, Satania tentatively answered, because they fear retribution from the Demon Lord's domain. While this was indeed one valid reason, Ira intended to delve deeper. Let us commence with this notion, he stated, drawing a line between goblins and Principality. In the eyes of the Principality, goblins are seen as subjects liable to face the wrath of the Demon Lord's domain. In other words, if the Principality wishes to employ goblins, it must consider the stance of the Demon Lord's domain. After marking Demon Lord's domain and Principality, Ira continued, the Principality remains unaware of the Demon Lord's domain's sentiments toward the goblins. What if the Demon Lord's domain harbors an intense desire to eradicate them? In light of the escalating tensions along the border between the Principality and the Empire, warfare seemed inevitable. The Principality, having devised such a strategy, aimed to attract some wandering monstrosities to foster a favorable impression with the Demon Lord's domain, thereby forging an alliance. Ira wrote swiftly, Principality's policy, foster relations with alien races to counter the Empire, elucidating, if they disregard the attitude of the Demon Lord's domain, it would contradict their very policy. Satania listened intently, her mind racing to assimilate Ira's discourse. Although the concepts elucidated were relatively straightforward, the experience left her feeling intellectually outmatched by Ira. Seated beside Satania, Selena appeared to grasp the content well. The other leaders, being considerably older than Satania, required only a gentle nudge to comprehend the matters at hand. Yet Satania was different. She necessitated prolonged study. This time, Ira was not engaging in futile instruction. He refrained from discussing any topics related to the emperor, adhering to a tailored educational approach. He understood that Satania did not require such an education. However, grasping the fundamental logic of policy was essential. One might not know how to solve a quadratic equation, but one should at least be proficient in basic arithmetic within 10 digits and possess a degree of literacy. This is the most fundamental of truths. At this moment, Vera had completely sunk beneath the table, yawning with boredom and secretly critiquing. Goodness, if I were Isabella, I would go mad too. This casual Vera, peering beneath the table, caught sight of 6 legs, long, straight legs clad in trousers, undoubtedly belonging to Ilya. The intertwined black silk legs, with just the right amount of softness, surely belonged to Selina. The seductive demoness. If this were the distant cousin of a succubus, then instead of elegant legs, one would expect plush goat hooves. Vera's aesthetic did not favor such a sight. Meanwhile, the pale, delicate legs nearby clearly belonged to Satania, who shared similar dressing habits with Isabella but possessed a distinct style. After all, Satania wore a skirt, whereas Isabella typically donned robes. Vera scrutinized in this manner, resembling a peculiar observer. The unknown attitude of the Demon King's domain towards the gnolls was merely one of the reasons the duchy was unlikely to accept them. I use gnolls as an example to represent all territories contemplating defection towards the duchy. Ilya remarked, firstly, and assuredly, there would be a secondly. He continued, then there's the impression I wanted to convey earlier. As he pointed at the gnolls, Ilya pondered whether the thoughtful Satania understood anything of what he was saying. He stated, from the duchy's perspective, gnolls are viewed as. Just then, in that very moment, he felt a touch on his leg. With a jolt, Ilya sat up abruptly, retreating as he locked eyes with Vera, who was crouched beneath the table. He opened his mouth, uncertain of what to articulate. A torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind, yet he struggled to find words. Ultimately, all he could muster was a bewildered, "Are you out of your mind?" At that moment, Vera had already shifted her gaze and mischievous hand towards Selina and Satania, and, as they had yet to react, she successfully seized the opportunity. Both Satania and Selina quickly sprang to their feet, staring at the mischievous Vera beneath the table. At that instant, she wore a satisfied expression, rubbing her hands together as if comparing sensations. You're not a child anymore. Why are you still playing pranks? In response to Ilya's exasperated inquiry, Vera, having grasped the key words, instantly stiffened her fists, only to soften them within a fraction of a second. She shrugged indifferently, gazing up at Ilya, and said, well, it's because I'm terribly bored. But, Satania timidly interjected, patting her calf, which had just been touched, cautiously eyeing Vera as she remarked, that was initiated by Miss Vera, wasn't it? Is that so? Vera pondered this thought, tilting her head slightly, and soon realized it indeed seemed to be the case. She cleared her throat and remarked, ultimately, it is all Ila's fault, isn't it? We might as well heed your words, no need for all this chatter. Be wary, for Satan Yi might grow weary of you. Amidst Vera's dramatic warnings, Satan Yi immediately shook his head, asserting that he would not harbor any disdain for Ila. Ila understood the reasoning well, yet she inquired, then why are you touching my leg? Vera replied, it was merely a matter of convenience. Eventually, Vera found herself ejected from the study by Ila, akin to a kitten grasped by the scruff of its neck. How brutal, Ila! Vera exclaimed, rubbing her backside as she stood up. She gazed at Ila retreating back into the study, muttering to herself, the governor is truly absurd. Unable to scrape even a speck of skin from my leg, I shall have to consider alternative methods. Chapter 104. Glazed and flawless. Lowly. The boxes designed for transporting Honey Blossom Snow Moon were meticulously crafted by Ira. Externally, they did not resemble the conventional treasure chest style prevalent in this realm, but instead presented a flat-topped appearance, akin to an oversized box magnified several times. This design facilitated the layered stacking of goods, ensuring stability as one box rested atop another, thus allowing for abundant similar cargo to fit within a single carriage. Such a structure would likely be swiftly adopted by merchants, for those capable of expanding the internal space of their carriages. Even a modest saving in spatial efficiency would significantly enhance their utility, particularly when considering the dimensional space techniques employed in their vehicles. This is inherently related to numerical values. Inside the box, there existed a series of compartments separated by wooden panels, each perfectly sized to accommodate a bottle of Honey Blossom Snow Moon. A box measuring 4 by 5 could neatly house 20 bottles of perfume. These fragrances were simply contained within uniform metallic vials, a level of craftsmanship achievable by the blacksmiths within the Demon Lord's domain, though their usual endeavors revolved around forging standard weapons and agricultural implements. Indeed, The blacksmiths and metalworkers in the demon lord's realm were the same individuals. Ira had previously met one, a gentleman with a courteous demeanor and an insatiable passion for metallurgy. A veritable wolfman. I had initially intended to use glass bottles. Observing the cart laden with 100 bottles, equivalent to 4 boxes of perfume, departing, Ira remarked. Having not met with the Duke of Novak, his earlier absence from the trading caravan stemmed from a bounty placed upon him. Now, he lingered upon the terrace, simply feeling no need to present himself publicly. Glass, glazed, how luxurious indeed. Verla, who stood beside Ira, whispered her musings. Her own reasons for hiding and peering being tied to her own wanted status. In truth, Verla was quite deserving of her predicament, had Ira been Isabella. He would have shown no mercy to Verla, now transformed into a lich. For the Empire, the initial embrace of its citizens into vampirism or their transformation into liches was utterly intolerable. This was a fundamental state policy, firmly agreed upon by both the Ira faction and the aristocratic faction. Perhaps, but, do you know how glazed glass is made? Ira inquired of Verla. Having lived in this world for many years, he was aware that while glass existed, it was exceedingly costly, and the creation of glazed glass was regarded as an alchemical marvel. Indeed, I know the tale of glazed glass. It is chronicled beside the anonymous fireball spell classic. You have heard it as well, haven't you? There were upperclassmen who recited it alongside the intricacies of glass craftsmanship. Verla replied, affirming, reciting, from the tiniest grains of sand. Accompanied by the fire of the sun, the shimmering glazed glass is forged, not a gift of the divine, but a monumental achievement of wisdom, a miracle of humanity. She recalled correctly. Ira had also heard that story, though he suspected the anecdote of upperclassmen reciting the classic alongside mere trivia was but a jest. Nonetheless, it did not detract from the enthusiasm with which the mages of the pure white tower recounted the tale. The essence of that statement can be distilled into a more straightforward interpretation. By roasting sand at high temperatures, we produce glass. It has nothing to do with deities. It is a feat of human ingenuity. This notion is precisely why the architecture in the teaching nation extensively employs glass, as a testament that humanity does not require divine intervention. Even so, glass remains a rather costly material for them. The craftsmanship involved in glassmaking differs somewhat from that of ordinary farming tools. It necessitates a kiln, akin to that used for pottery, and maintaining a temperature of 1600 degrees Celsius is no trivial endeavor. Ira is acutely aware of this fact, while the inhabitants of this world are ignorant of the precise data, only knowing that the temperature required for glass production can only be achieved by skilled professionals. Thus, it stands as a monumental human achievement. There exists a rather simple method to lower the melting point of silica. As Ira contemplated this, he watched the departing carriage, pondering how to implement technological advancements in the Demon King's territory. No, in the Demon Kingdom, after acquiring a substantial amount of gold coins. First, he thought, perhaps he could hire a few dwarven craftsmen at a generous salary? It would be prudent to cultivate a cadre of his own artisans. Employing the wolfmen would be quite advantageous, as they are merely engaged in menial labor within the Demon King's domain, which seems a waste of their capabilities. Their muscular physiques appear particularly suited for blacksmithing. Vera, staring while Ira was lost in thought, Vera cast a sidelong glance at him. He noticed her gaze and turned to meet her eyes, which bore a somewhat comical expression. Ira. Vera. My apologies. Realizing he had abruptly halted mid-sentence, Ira redirected his attention back to their conversation, stating, once again, it is wood ash that contains potassium carbonate, a suitable substitute for sodium carbonate, which lowers the melting point of silica. Thus, a temperature of around 1200 degrees Celsius will suffice for glass production. Vera squinted, observing Ira as he rambled on with peculiar terminology. She sighed and shook her head, lamenting, alas, I truly cannot grasp the intricacies of alchemy. Oh well, you are the leader. After all, your word is final. This statement made Ira feel as if he were rebelling, prompting him to correct her. Satan Leaf is the true leader. Indeed, Vera replied dismissively. At that moment, Satan Leaf appropriately leaned in from the terrace and remarked, Mr. Ira, I didn't realize you were here. The perfume has already been delivered to Duke Novak. Ira, observing this clearly from the terrace, thought to himself, isn't it rather peculiar for a demon lord to personally inform me of this matter? This seemed to validate Vera's earlier comment. Ira internally scoffed, but nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. He then said, by the way, Satan Leaf, tomorrow I will address matters concerning the rebellion. Upon hearing this, Satan Leaf, seemingly puzzled as to why Ira specifically mentioned it to her, nodded with trust and replied, oh, indeed, that is agreeable. Although there was no need to mention it to me at this moment. This attitude of trust feels profoundly significant, as if Ira intends to lead the army of the demon lord away from the realm controlled by monsters for a year, while Satania awaits his return with a wave. Fortunately, Ira is indeed expected to return as promised. He speaks of embarking on a quest to vanquish the werewolves. How wonderful! Satania exclaims joyfully. This time, you shall take the lead entirely. Bring along a greater force. I shall refrain from joining, but you may consult Commander Latia regarding any matters. Should you encounter any uncertainties or require assistance, relay your messages through Takapu, Ira adds thoughtfully. Satania blinks, unsure whether she is capable of fulfilling this responsibility, her expression revealing a hint of inner turmoil as she twirls a strand of her hair around her finger. She stutters, I shall give it a try. Do your best. Yes, make sure to give it your all, Satania. She encourages herself, determined not to disappoint Mr. Ira's expectations. Chapter 105. The Demon King's Campaign, Mr. Eiler, and everyone else. We are setting off. Satan Leaf called out to those remaining in the Demon King's domain. She sat behind Lothia, embracing her waist in a protective manner, while a considerable number of headless knights and insectoids followed closely behind. This time, the Black Knights and other races were not included. Instead, the headless knights, capable of demonstrating their speed advantage, acted as the vanguard to ensure the swift march of the insectoid forces along the Nether Road, if fortune favored them. Even though the territory of the Wolfmen was not particularly close, they could arrive rapidly, achieve their strategic objectives, and return. After all, this expedition was intended to reach the Wolfmen's lands directly, without engaging in battle along the way. The Wolfmen were a cunning race, skilled in weaponry. Their most formidable member was the leader of the Wolfmen territory. Upon the leader's demise, the remaining members would engage in fierce battles amongst themselves for power. Brutality and strength defined the essence of the Wolfmen's domain, primarily consisting of warriors, hunters, and assassins, with their principal source of sustenance derived from hunting rather than agriculture, resulting in their relatively sparse numbers. There were almost no magic-oriented professions among them. Indeed, the insectoids, clad in heavy armor and capable of flight, alongside the headless knights, who bore equally substantial armor and were entirely resistant to toxins, were the Wolfmen's nemesis. Nonetheless, as a precaution, a large force was still assembled. Mr. Eiler, are we departing? Why did she call out again? Mr. Eiler? Eiler gazed at Satan Leaf with a hint of confusion, as not only she and Lothia but also the insectoid troops preparing for the campaign and the headless knights were fixated on him. However, Eiler maintained an air of composure. Does he wish for me to say something? Realizing this, Eiler nodded. He stood atop the walls of the Demon King's territory, his soft voice resonating throughout the entire troop as he proclaimed, Go forth and eradicate those cowardly, timid, cunning wolfmen who disrespect the Demon King. Eiler's tone was remarkably nonchalant, imbued with a genuine sense of indifference. Such a chilling demeanor, if manifested in an adversary, would indeed be terrifying. Yet now, as part of the same faction, the mindset of all demonic beings shifted entirely. Have you seen the contemptible letters penned by those lowly wild dogs? They contain exceedingly vile and insulting words. I shall not disclose their contents, for upon your return, that scorn and insult will be reduced to dust. Eiler articulated these sentiments with an assured tone, as if narrating a predetermined future, akin to a recounting of a historical certainty. Like a maestro, he traced an arc through the air with his fingers, declaring, Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. At the moment his words echoed, the troops surged forward. The army charged forth. With the dust of the earth swirling beneath them, they ascended into a cloud of debris, akin to arrows released from their bows, hurling towards the objective of this war. No, towards the target of this massacre. Wow, judging by the sound. Eiler, you must be the Dark Lord. Regarding Vera's words, Ira maintained a posture of watching the troops depart, gently tapping her on the head. Amid her light gasp, he remarked, Such jokes should not be made lightly. Alas, it seems no one here cares. Vera, observing the dispersing Helena and her companions, rubbed her forehead where he had tapped and cheerfully inquired, Satan Leaf is quite candid. Isn't she? If Isabella were equally forthright, I suppose you wouldn't hesitate to offer her praise, would you? Ira fell silent for a moment, mentally simulating the scenario before nodding in agreement. Perhaps, but she is not one to repeatedly call my name in hopes of receiving compliments. There was truth in his words. That's why I say you and Isabella are both rather awkward, Vera remarked, gazing at the insectoid figures vanishing on the horizon. By the way, Ira, what is your lifespan? How long does the Chancellor live? Seemingly speaking casually, Vera leaned against Ira like a companion. I am uncertain, but from the Chancellor's growth, it appears to be over 1,000 years. As for me, Ira did not push Vera's hand away this time. Addressing the rather troublesome topic, he touched his face, which had not changed since becoming chancellor, and added, I cannot be sure how long my lifespan will be. In other words, he was an immortal being or a long-lived entity not significantly different from one. Ira. Vera called his name. Yes? He responded, puzzled. Can you kiss? Vera's sudden question caught him off guard. Huh. Well, I mean, do you salivate when you see something delicious? Vera glanced sideways, altering her inquiry. I suppose so. At that moment, Ira felt the same confusion Vera experienced when she heard him use technical terms. He looked at her, bewildered, unsure of what was troubling her. I don't believe you. Demonstrate it to me. No, what is there to believe or not believe? Why would I demonstrate drooling? Why do you look like you want to steal my saliva? Ah, wait, I see now. A look of realization crossed Ira's face as he understood. You, vain creature, wish to conduct research on immortality, don't you? After all, switching bodies as a lich is quite cumbersome and fraught with risks. Yes. Vera paused, seemingly surprised that Ira could guess her intentions. She nodded, confirming his assumption was correct. At that moment, she suddenly realized that if she simply stole some of Ira's blood while dining with him at Sonata, it would suffice. However, since Ira believed her quest was for eternal youth, it worked in her favor, facilitating her future endeavors, proving that sometimes foolishness can lead to fortune. You could actually persuade Sonata to provide some for you, Ira remarked nonchalantly, lowering the hand that Vela had draped over his shoulder. I will seek out Sonata shortly. You might as well procure some blood while you're at it. All right, Ira. You are my superhero, Vela exclaimed, making a gesture as if to kiss him. Yet if Ira leaned in, she would instantly withdraw. Thus, I would draw closer to the Philosopher's Stone. This is the miracle of Tai, capable of resurrecting the deceased, reuniting loved ones, and shaping magnificent castles or prosperous realms. Chapter 106. The Art of Camping Latia. Shall we set up camp here for the night? Tomorrow evening, we will reach the territory of the werewolves, Satania inquired. Her voice tinged with hesitation as she shared her strategy. Clinging to Latia's waist while mounted, she continued, What do you think about launching a night raid? Your Highness. The decision rests with you, Latia replied, yet the only response she received was an exasperated expression from Satania. Satania pondered aloud, somewhat complaining. If it were you, Latia, what would you do? Would you share all the options with me like Ira does? Latia paused for a moment, maintaining their march while responding with a hint of curiosity. Does your Highness not find Mr. Ira's teachings burdensome? To be frank, he can be rather verbose. Indeed, Latia had observed that while Ira's instruction could be described as meticulous, it was also undeniably tedious. Though she herself did not mind, she believed that the relatively young Satania might find it tiresome. True enough, but Mr. Ira does teach exceptionally well, Satania remarked, quietly resting against Latia's back. I truly enjoy hearing him explain the rationale behind his decisions and discussing the possibilities. Perhaps no matter what Mr. Ira says, I am inclined to listen. At her words, the flames atop Latia's head flickered. It seemed that the description had little to do with teaching. Gently tilting her head, Satania continued, I sense that he has never doubted my potential to become a great ruler. It may be a mere illusion, but it feels as though Mr. Ira has foreseen the formidable monarch I could become. I often question myself. I have wondered more than once if I am truly suited to be a demon lord. What about you, Latia? Have you ever doubted me? While Latia yearned to express that she had never doubted Satania, upon reflection, she realized that she had indeed experienced such doubts. The moment news of Favagino's demise reached her, she naturally questioned Satania's capability. Even she had wondered if Satania could bear the heavy burden of leadership. No, at that time, merely bearing the burden was insufficient. It was evident that a powerful demon lord alone could not rectify the overwhelming disadvantage faced by their faction. As it turned out, Satania had not been able to turn the tide. After all, no individual could have done so then. The situation was already set in stone. Perhaps Black and Rainbow Shell had never doubted her? In response to Latia's uncertainty, Satania gently nodded. Perhaps, but I truly do not harbor any ill feelings towards Mr. Ira. I could never bring myself to dislike him. It was an undeniable fact that Favagino had perished at Ira's hands. From a logical perspective, it seemed peculiar that Satania and the other leaders managed to coexist with Ira in the manner they currently did. Many leaders deliberately refrained from discussing the topic of the demon lord before Satan Leaf. However, it appears that such caution may be unnecessary. My father met his end nobly on the battlefield. His confrontation with Mr. Ira was witnessed by all. When he fell from the sky, he wore a smile, imploring Mr. Ira to use his mana to continue the fight. Indeed, Mr. Ira honored his promise to Favaginio. nearly causing humanity to forget that the Crimson Demon Dragon was originally a species of monstrosity, rather than a mere pillar of Ira or a harvester of demons. On the day of my father's demise, Satan Leaf wept incessantly, nurturing countless resentments towards Ira, which no amount of praise from her father could assuage. The bitterness lingered. Yet, on the day Satan Leaf officially became the Demon Lord, she found no room for hatred. Instead, she was engulfed by confusion, for she could not discern a path to victory for the demons. Unlike her father, Satan Leaf could not immerse herself in battle, though this is debatable. Her current strength did not permit her to engage in combat, nor did the state of affairs allow it. Hatred tends to fade with the passage of time, often shifting towards those who embody greater contempt. The day she no longer despised Ira coincided with the day other territories began to betray her. After that realization, Satan Leaf found clarity. For on the battlefield, one must be prepared for death. Her father had accepted this, as had Ira. No one was devoid of honor. Lothia felt a moment of bewilderment. Had Satan Leaf truly found peace? Thus, could we establish camp at this juncture? Lothia shook her head in response to Satan Leaf, her voice emanating from what should have been her helmet. Indeed, it is time to rest. Would His Majesty the Demon Lord like to announce this personally? There was little need for such formalities, yet it seemed that Satan Leaf was eager to issue orders. Slow down, prepare to set up camp. Satan Leaf responded with a commanding voice. On the battlefield, or during nights prone to ambush, one must choose to camp earlier, as we need to dig trenches, set up barricades, and construct watchtowers. Lothia sat beside the fire, with Satan Leaf attentively listening, as she continued to explain. However, in straightforward marches like this, we need not catch our enemies off guard. In a typical war, our army will form a lengthy procession, making the construction of these fortifications the responsibility of the vanguard. The units arriving later will not need to undertake these initial duties, but may have to endure longer watches. The location for camping must also be scouted. By dusk, observation is essential. We must avoid low-lying areas that are too concealed, as well as overly conspicuous heights. Once we reach a certain proximity to our target, we should refrain from lighting fires for cooking. Whether it be the low sleep-requiring bugmen or our headless knight and the dark knight, Little Black, they can all opt to travel through the night and take a brief respite during the day. This strategy would render them less conspicuous. Furthermore, when setting up camp, it would be prudent to arrange for night watch and patrols, forming concentric circles, as Mr. Ira previously suggested, employing what he termed a nested military configuration. Meanwhile, Satan Leaf listened intently to Lothia as she elucidated various points of knowledge, nodding in acknowledgement of her absorption of information. She truly resembled a sponge, diligently soaking up the knowledge she required, progressing swiftly towards becoming a competent ruler. Her steps may not have been rapid, yet they were remarkably steady. Chapter 107. The Demon King's domain is uncommon today. Satan Yi is absent, yet the customary morning assembly must proceed. Indeed, the purpose of this gathering is to inform those who are unaware of the activities undertaken during this period. Engaging in endeavors does not necessitate prior notification at dawn, nor does it require the king's consent. Thus, the Demon King's domain possesses a remarkable degree of autonomy, elevating the necessity of this morning assembly. The exchange of intelligence is imperative, albeit reliant on individual integrity for conveyance. Consequently, should there be a nefarious individual, surreptitious sabotage would be exceedingly facile, and creating fissures within the current state of the Demon King's domain would be a simple task. However, since the system has endured thus far, perhaps there is no need for Eiler to fret over such matters. This responsibility can be entrusted to Satan Yi. The production of the corpse fragrance potion has ceased, as the materials from the giant bees have been exhausted. Vera, who now holds the position of supervisor for the honey blossom production line, remarked this, though she would ultimately relinquish the entire operation to the little fairies. Her primary role remains that of a magical advisor. Must you still refer to it as the corpse fragrance potion? Cannot you find it within yourself to change your nomenclature? Eiler quipped, glancing towards Yu and inquiring, last time, when we delivered those 100 bottles of honey blossom, was the procurement of giant bees mentioned? What did Duke Novak say? In response, Yu nodded, indicating that she had indeed brought up the matter with the Duke's envoy, as per Eiler's guidance. They expressed their willingness to assist with procurement and will sell to us at a price below the market rate. It is indeed below market price, as Duke Novak can acquire the goods at a more favorable cost. Eiler remarked succinctly, his trust in Duke Novak's character unwavering. He then turned to Vera, instructing, while the production line is halted, please assess if there are any areas requiring improvement, with primary focus on ensuring the safety of the goblins and lesser demons within the process. After uttering these words, Eiler did not await Vera's response, but instead turned his attention to Sanada, asking, "Can we establish contact with the Orc Kingdom? Reach out to the Slippery Tribe and express our desire to commission a batch of magical armaments." The Slippery Tribe is one of the conglomerates within the Orc Kingdom, composed of various tribes such as the Crocodilian Tribe, the Serpentine Tribe, the Lizard Folk Tribe, and the Tortoise Tribe. Removing the suffix reveals the true nature of their identity. Conversely, the Fluffy Tribe stands as the largest faction within the Orc Kingdom, housing catfolk, dogfolk, and foxfolk, adhering to the same principle of nomenclature. Indeed, there are individuals loyal to me within the Orc Kingdom, but magical armaments? Sanada questioned. And it was then that Eiler realized he had not previously broached this topic. Thus he addressed all present, stating, "I intend to craft a set of finely honed magical armaments for the Swordfish people to be sheathed upon their blades." Eiler pondered whether to describe it as a nose or a mouth. The Swordfish people represent a vital military safeguard within the future trade routes I have envisioned. Hence I deem it essential to forge a batch of magical armaments, especially given the Swordfish's physique requires minimal materials. Regarding the nodding acknowledgement from Sanada, Ira glanced towards Yu and remarked, "When discussing prices, if you are not well acquainted with the cost of magical armaments, you may seek Vera's assistance, as she possesses a clearer understanding." Vera responded affirmatively, "Understood." Yu replied, "I comprehend, Mr. Ira. After the expedition, the number of Black Knights should be replenished, thus the golems might attempt. During this time, the insectoid race, the little fairies will continue." Selena could not suppress a discreet yawn. Observing Ira diligently managing the affairs of the Demon Lord's domain and establishing guidelines for the upcoming week, she suddenly realized that Ira, during the morning meetings, genuinely afforded considerable respect to Satan Leaf. Otherwise, Satan Leaf would likely be stifling yawns, much like herself at that moment. "Very well, let us conclude today's meeting. My gratitude to you all," Ira stated, his words carrying significant weight. After the meeting adjourned, Vera did not immediately prepare to depart. She remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Wow, no wonder that fellow Hughes appointed you as regent. What is this? The invincible regent? If you were to mingle at the Silver Moon Tree Court, the elves would surely regard you as unparalleled." In response, Ira playfully tapped her on the head, neither too hard nor too soft, as a form of gentle reprimand. "I too ponder the existence of so many powerful nations. It is indeed fortunate that Lord Ira remains in the ordinary domain of the Demon Lord," Selena mused, prompting all the leaders to pause in their departure, turning to nod respectfully at Ira, acknowledging his persistent efforts. "In my perspective, every nation traverses the endless night," Ira replied to Selena, surveying each leader, who gazed upon him with goodwill. Despite the scrutiny of his peers, he felt no discomfort. Even the more perilous inquiries from colleagues were mere trifles he had encountered countless times. At this moment, he faced comrades rather than colleagues, which felt warm and caring. "Have you ever considered that, in my eyes, amid this pitch-black eternal night," Ira said, gently tilting his head, "the realm of the Demon Lord is anything but ordinary. Every individual walks through the interminable night. Indeed, in my perspective, the seemingly mundane you is anything but." When Ila Elkaras offered a gentle critique, sipping her ale as she spoke, while the human woman beside her gazed at her in astonishment, bewildered by her sudden outburst. "What are you saying? How nauseating. After thousands of years, you finally harbor thoughts about me?" The human woman instinctively believed that the elf was expressing affection. She cast a sidelong glance at Lisa and remarked, "While many in our family, the Yerminiositatos, possess such inclinations, I certainly do not." When Ila Elkaras remained silent, simply seated in the bustling, lively tavern, she took another sip of the clear, sweet ale and stated, "It is not I who speaks, but Ira." His exact words were, "The Demon King's domain is anything but ordinary." Oh, yet it does not sound like a declaration of conviction. Rather, it resembles quite the charming confession. Perhaps it could even secure a place among the top 10 in the annals of imperial love tales over the millennia. The human woman jested, gazing at the radiant left eye of Ila Elkaras. Unable to restrain herself, she continued, "Sister, do refrain from peeping. If Ira were to pursue you, he would undoubtedly chase through 3 kingdoms without so much as a blink." "Without so much as a blink? Will his eyes dry out?" "How would I know if his eyes dry out?" Ah. Chapter 108. The essence of price gouging. The Duchy of Hazard, or rather, the present-day alliance of the Duchy of Hazard, emerged from the former duchies of Caesar and Hazard. Prior to that, there existed an entity known as the Alliance of the Duchy of Hazard. The erstwhile Alliance of Hazard eventually fractured into the Duchy of Hazard and the Duchy of Caesar. only to later reunite into what is now the alliance of the Duchy of Hazard, bringing a semblance of stability to a previously chaotic landscape. This tumultuous history has birthed a myriad of factions within the duchy, rendering its internal divisions even more intricate than the imperial dichotomy of two dominant factions. The diverse tapestry of its populace includes the former Hazardians, Caesars, mercenaries, and countless other factions. Regardless of who ascends to the throne, none can fully command the allegiance of the people. Thus, the current Duchy of Hazard has adopted the parliamentary system of the Duchy of Caesar. Various factions and families nominate representatives who vote on national policies and investments, ultimately shaping the developmental trajectory of the alliance. At times, the number of representatives can swell to over 100. While this system might appear advanced and democratic, the reality is that most issues are resolved through monetary means. Coupled with the long-standing usage of the duchy's currency, the violet gold coins, which trade at a rate of 1/10 against silver coins, the duchy has become a nation that places immense value on wealth. It could almost be described as a realm constructed by merchants, where nearly everything is purchasable, and the motivations for war are often rooted in commerce. The social elite of Hazard revel in balls, gatherings, and soirees, where they exchange information and pursue profit. Wars against the empire are seen as lucrative opportunities, with the possibility of gains from conflicts that are unlikely to yield victory. Such endeavors do not necessitate the full might of the nation. Rather, they are merely exchanges of interests, unilateral trades. Hence, there exists no palpable tension within the capital of the duchy. Noble ladies linger at the balls, discussing sachets and soaps, while gentlemen toast and converse, deliberating the current state of affairs. The Novak Auction House stands as one of the most renowned auction establishments within the capital, celebrated for its simultaneous hosting of balls and auctions, which has made it exceedingly popular. This duality is also a contributing factor to the election of Duke Novak as a representative of the duchy. It is indeed quite profitable, and this profitability explains why the Novak family maintains such lenient pricing on their offerings at the Bee Blossom Moonlight event, with a respectable name. They can readily promote certain items. This underscores the necessity of fashion and trend, as these concepts facilitate effortless profit. The auction house is spacious, filled with nobles exchanging toasts and freely indulging in food, while at the far end of the grand hall, a stage showcases an elegantly attired elf in a striking red gown. The pointed ears and exquisite appearance of this enchanting being serve as a testament to her pure elven lineage. She is no mere half-elf, but a true embodiment of her kind. Her expression, adorned with a radiant smile, reveals that she is not a slave, but rather a delighted employee presiding over the auction. The ancient key, unearthed from some long-forgotten relic, has lost its purpose over time, and no one remains to tell what kind of treasure it once unlocked. Yet, for those who possess sealed chests that resist opening, it might be worth a try, as it could lead to significant wealth. The melodious voice of the elf is a delight to the ears, if the siren songs are ethereal and haunting. The elf's voice resembles the sweet chirping of birds at dawn, just as the sun begins to rise. The starting bid is set at 20 gold coins. Let enthusiasm reign. Within the elf auctioneer's words, a multitude of nobles eagerly began to place their bids. Of course, these were largely uneducated nobles. Those with even a modicum of knowledge regarding ancient artifacts understood that most households possess sealed chests that are not easily unlocked by such keys. After all, the ancient chests requiring keys were from an era before the development of sophisticated incantation techniques. A simple sword stroke would suffice to open them. If the period had already seen the advancement of such magical techniques, then those chests could not be opened by a key devoid of mana fluctuations. Yet, no one would dare to voice this truth. It is not deceit, merely a marketing strategy, a form of persuasion. Ultimately, this inconspicuous key, the origins of which remain a mystery, fetched a staggering 110 gold coins at auction, a sum unimaginable to the common folk, yet here it barely made a ripple. Next, the pièce d'or assistance of the auction, presented by none other than Duke Novak himself, was introduced, a peculiar fragrance, akin to a perfume, which, when applied, emits an incessant, alluring scent. According to ancient texts, this perfume is known as wind, flower, snow, moon. The Duke is currently endeavoring to commission a foreign demigod craftsman for its replication, as he possesses only a handful of bottles. Ladies and gentlemen, do you wish to be the center of attention at the soiree? The elf auctioneer stifled a giggle, her emerald locks cascading as she deftly uncorked a silver-stopped vessel adorned with golden lace patterns. Instantly, a captivating aroma wafted throughout the hall, capturing the interest of the women present. Meanwhile, the male nobles wore expressions of resignation, fully aware that their pockets would soon be emptied once more. They, too, employed fragrances to mask their own scents, yet they remained perplexed as to why the pursuit of increasingly expensive perfumes was so fervently sought after. However, a segment of male nobles exhibited a keen interest, even displaying fervor toward the perfume. The more they fancied themselves as connoisseurs of art and sophistication, the more pronounced their enthusiasm. The starting bid for this bottle of wind, flower, snow, moon was set at 50 gold coins, with increments no less than 10 gold coins. And so it commenced. 80 gold coins, 100, 120, 170. Father, it seems that the final transaction price will hover around 200 gold coins. The somewhat aged Novak inquired of his remarkably youthful father, observing the gradually slowing bids in the hall below. He remarked, a profit nearly 100-fold. Our efforts to build momentum have not been in vain. Yet, the Duke Novak remained silent, merely ringing the bell beside him, in synchrony with his gesture. The individuals arranged below in the auction house swiftly placed a bid, 300 gold coins. The auction hall fell into a profound silence, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. This vial of honeyflower moonlight would undoubtedly be acquired by the Duke Novak's associates, effectively transferring it from one hand to another. Father, what is this? In response to his son's confusion and disappointment, Duke Novak gently shook his head, saying, this is a marketing technique I discussed with Elkaras. When an item is auctioned, numerous factors influence its price, such as, young Novak understood, rubbing his stubble thoughtfully, what had been its previous auction price. Chapter 109. The extinction of the werewolves. The werewolves were feeble, exceedingly frail, pathetically weak. Their flesh and blood bodies were alarmingly fragile, akin to thin parchment that could be torn asunder with a mere strike, especially when juxtaposed with armor and carapace. Moreover, these corporeal beings lacked tactical acumen. Within a battalion of 8, 3 charged headlong, 3 lingered in the distance, 1 hesitated with indecision in his gaze, while another turned and fled. They resembled novice mercenaries fighting their own battles. Thus, the walls of the werewolf stronghold were rapidly dismantled. Those who had anticipated mercy and offered tributes were utterly oblivious to the impending reckoning. Yet, entreaties for clemency proved futile. The werewolf soldiers were vanquished, and the women and children were torn apart. Both the lord and his subjects met with an indiscriminately brutal demise. It was not merely a matter of 2 words, but a complete obliteration. Regardless of age or infirmity, whether they were women or children, all would be slaughtered, irrespective of any lingering kindness in their hearts, or their past loyalty in dissuading the werewolf chieftain. All were treated equally in death. In comparison to the Gorgons, who still roamed the seas as pirates, it became apparent that the annihilation of the Gorgons had been a misinterpretation. Presently, remnants of the werewolves still lingered outside their territory. Yet for them, the existence of their homeland bore little significance. Corpses lay strewn together, a tapestry of death, as blood intertwined and saturated the ground, rendering it wet and viscous, both within and on the outskirts of the werewolf domain. Sighing deeply, Satania floated in midair, untouched by bloodshed. Despite her apparent disdain for the werewolves, after orchestrating such a thorough extermination, she felt little satisfaction. Instead, a heaviness weighed upon her heart. Although her hands remained pristine and delicate, she could not shake the sensation of having been tainted by something thick and crimson. My lady Satania, we have captured the werewolf chieftain alive, said Losha, dragging a werewolf with its head bowed, as one might handle a lifeless dog. Her gaze sought guidance from Satania on how to proceed. Release him, Satania replied succinctly, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. Release him? But, Losha exclaimed in surprise, clearly taken aback by Satania's directive. Nevertheless, after careful contemplation, she loosened the chains in her grasp. Yet, the werewolf chieftain remained unresponsive. This is also quite natural, is it not? From a logical standpoint, when a leader witnesses the complete slaughter of their people, it is only to be expected that they would be left in a state of profound despair, perhaps even retreating into a shell of silence. Why then? Must you betray me? Why inscribe such derogatory words? Satan Yi posed these questions, yet received no reply. However, in truth, Satan Yi did not particularly yearn for answers. She simply felt compelled to take action in the face of the impending demise of the wolfmen. The extinction of a race should not be met with such wanton slaughter, but rather with a death of historical significance. Thus, Satan Yi waited. She feigned indifference, shaking her head before turning her back, exposing herself to the wolfman leader, who had been cowering with his head bowed. In that instant, the wolfman leader erupted with ferocity, his eyes gleaming with malice and a hidden depravity aimed at Satan Yi's form. His claws sprang forth, targeting the delicate neck of this small, yet formidable demoness. Roar! You have no right to be, he growled hoarsely, his voice dripping with malevolence as he lunged forward, eager to witness the blood gushing from her neck. Should fortune favor him, and she survive, her lifeless body could serve him as a means of escape. But with two swift, piercing sounds. His claws could only remain suspended in the air before they fell limply, his body collapsing alongside his futile attack. Simultaneously, Lothia withdrew her lance from the wolfman's back, while Satan Yi extracted the half-embedded tip of her scythe from the leader's skull. Visible wounds marred both his heart and head. After all, he was merely a wolfman. Such a creature of this lowly rank should never entertain the notion of challenging the Headless Knight and the Crimson Demon Dragon. It appeared that I had taken unnecessary measures. Lothia mused, realizing that perhaps her intervention was not required. No, you performed admirably, replied Satan Yi, her demeanor now considerably lighter. With a gentle laugh, she raised her scythe once more and brought it down decisively, severing the wolfman leader's head from his body. Ah, this feels so much easier now. As she hoisted the wolfman's carcass with her scythe and tossed it before the insectoid creatures who were processing the remains, she remarked, with this, Mr. Blake's forces can expand anew. Indeed, the Black Knight requires only the flesh and blood of sentient beings to continuously emerge from the rituals. The souls of warriors transform into headless knights, their bodies into headless forms, and their blood and flesh can be transmuted into lesser demons. This is one of the reasons why the demon kind prospers, although later, the rate of replenishment could never keep pace with the rate of consumption. Lothia nodded, reminiscing about Satan Yi's swift movements from earlier. She observed the little demon king, gleefully wielding a scythe, fully engrossed in the sound of the wind. Was that the moment she made her counterattack? I shall take this back to show Mr. Ira. Hee. As she spoke, Lothia watched Satan Yi sway the head of the wolf lord impaled on her scythe, a smile creeping into her voice. She nodded and said, You should recount to him the tale of how you vanquished the wolf lord. Mr. Ira will surely commend you. Humph, indeed. Satan Yi appeared somewhat proud, firmly believing in this, as Mr. Ira was never one to withhold praise. Chapter 110. The newly born Black Knight. The altar stands as a pivotal element within the realm of the Demon Lord. It is from this sacred site that both the Headless Knight and the Black Knight emerge, summoned forth through a sacrificial offering of blood, flesh, and soul, trading the remnants of the deceased for the promise of new life. This method of augmenting membership bears significant ancestral connotations. Mr. Ira, look, exclaimed Satan Leaf, her voice brimming with delight as she presented the severed head of the wolfman leader, whose lifeless eyes remained wide and filled with malice. Ira diverted his attention from the procession of minions tirelessly delivering the flesh and blood of the wolfmen to the altar, focusing instead on the head that Satan Leaf held aloft. With a decisive stroke of the scythe, the head was swiftly severed from the body. As Ira assessed the situation, his gaze fell upon the fatal wound upon the wolfman leader's forehead. In an instant, he grasped the entirety of the scenario, nodding in acknowledgement, indeed, a death blow, followed by the removal of the head to avert any unforeseen complications. Such technique, or rather this line of thought, is referred to as a finishing blow in Ira's former world. It is crucial to deliver a final strike to those enemies on the brink of death. Numerous antagonists have faltered due to their failure to execute this decisive act, allowing seemingly defeated protagonists to rise again and enact revenge, thereby thwarting grand ambitions. In the context of the Demon Lord's domain, one could indeed categorize them as villains. To avert unforeseen circumstances? Satan Leaf inquired, her expression one of astonishment, as if the notion of a finishing blow had never crossed her mind. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded, declaring, I understand now. I intended to sever the head for your sake. I have witnessed it. You performed admirably, Ira praised, gently ruffling Satan Leaf's hair as he observed the line of black knights assisting the lesser demons in heaping the wolfman's flesh and blood into a towering mound upon the altar. The altar itself is a vast stone platform, encircled by a ring of columns as thick as a human arm. Etched upon the surface of the platform and the columns are numerous runes, which Ira could at least recognize as the incantations for transformation, to forge flesh into steel, to awaken the consciousness within the blood and flesh, and to transmute them into a pitch-black night. It is truly remarkable, akin to trampling upon the physical laws that the Federation has labored over for millennia. As Ira pondered this profound principle, the remnants of the wolfmen, stripped of their bones, had already accumulated into a small hillock. Before the eyes of all, the flesh and blood began to dissolve into the altar at a languid pace. Like the process of corrosion, portions of the flesh transformed into a viscous liquid, permeating through the runes into the altar's depths. while those deemed unworthy of becoming Black Knights remained atop the altar until collected by the lesser demons, destined to transform into new lesser demons themselves. Following this, yet another round of transportation commenced, repeating the act of delivering flesh to the altar. It is rumored that the birth of a Black Knight necessitates a certain duration. Thus, witnessing the formation of new Black Knights today would be impossible. However, the absence of the Black Knight, transformed from the body of the warg today, does not imply that the Black Knight, previously converted from the Gorgoness corpse, will not make an appearance today. After all, transformation is an exceedingly protracted process. Perhaps Ira is fortunate, for while the crowd is immersed in blood and flesh, a small section of the altar's runes begins to glow, visibly drawing mana towards it. Dark powders surge forth from the altar, and under the swift construction of mana, a hollow, obsidian armor takes form, manifesting as a Black Knight's silhouette within the span of a mere second. Those black powders, which coalesce into a shell, are a transformation of the blood and flesh consumed by the altar. Perhaps the true marvel of the altar lies in its ability to transmute flesh into such otherworldly substance. Where did this altar originate? Who created it? Ira muses, yet it seems that Satan Leaf beside him is equally perplexed. As Satan Leaf deftly tosses the severed head of the warg into the center of the altar, he remarks, "The altar serves as a substitute for rituals. It is, in essence, akin to the Lich transformation ceremony. However, who devised and refined it, I cannot say. Indeed, Ira can discern this. Yet it is precisely for this reason that he considers the individual who simplified such intricate rituals into a clear transformation to be a genius. At least a genius in the realm of alchemy. Have you chosen your name?" Blake Black inquires of the newly born Black Knight, observing as the latter naively absorbs the knowledge being imparted. Typically, a dedicated Black Knight would pose such questions and guide the newly formed soldiers towards their destinies. However, on this day, little Black happens to be present, thus he also partakes in the guidance. The fledgling Black Knight merely shakes his head. "Then, let us seek the answer in battle. I eagerly await the moment you discover your name," little Black declares, gesturing for the accompanying Black Knight to take the newcomer below for preparations to join the ranks. His implication of finding a name signifies the necessity for this knight to cultivate a robust sense of self-awareness. It is essential to mention the distinctions between the Royal Black Knight and the Headless Black Knight. The latter involves the transformation of a warrior's soul, while the former pertains to the transformation of a warrior's flesh. Thus, at the moment of their inception, Black Knights lack a profound self-awareness. Conversely, the Headless Knights possess their own consciousness, while their steeds act as mere puppets, exhibiting the form and attributes of horses, yet lacking true independence as entities. When a Headless Knight and its steed develop a bond of camaraderie, the blue flames that should crown the Headless Knight will transform into black, and the steed will, like a true horse, acquire its own consciousness, evolving into a superior class of soldier. In the case of Black Knights, once they engender their own emotions and attain sufficient self-recognition, they will ascend into the more resplendent and formidable Royal Black Knights. The hallmark of this self-awareness is an urgent need for a name that is distinctly their own. Ira gazed into the distance, a sudden thought striking him. He turned towards the nearby Satan Yi and inquired, "By the way, during Lotia's previous expedition, she consistently rode upon a common headless steed, did she not? That must have belonged to another Headless Knight. But what became of her own black flame steed?" Indeed, when Lotia had previously taken him into battle, the place where her horse's head should have been was distinctly engulfed in azure flames. In a fierce confrontation, it had perished while valiantly protecting Lotia. As Satan Yi spoke, her gaze fell with a hint of melancholy, acknowledging that this was the very reason Lotia occasionally succumbed to self-reproach. Noticing Ira's slightly apologetic expression, she added, "Yet, even in the absence of her black flame steed, she remains the finest of Headless Knights." To this, Ira nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have never doubted this." At that moment, Lotia, approaching from a distance, overheard and remarked, "How awkward," though a smile lingered upon her face, refusing to fade. Chapter 111. Border conflicts. At the border between the Empire and the Duchy lies a quaint little town, with the left half belonging to the Empire and the right half to the Duchy. The river that flows through the center of the town serves as the demarcation line between the two nations. The residents of both the Duchy and the Empire originally enjoyed a harmonious relationship. However, with the Duchy's unilateral declaration of war, though no overt actions were taken, tensions escalated as troops amassed on both sides. The atmosphere in the town grew increasingly somber. Merchants caught wind of the situation and hastily withdrew, while many residents sought refuge within their respective nations. Only a few shopkeepers, trembling with apprehension, continued to operate their businesses, though it was merely a matter of time before they too would flee. Within one such tavern still in operation, an observer peered through the window at the distant border. Suddenly, the door to a room on the second floor creaked open. "Heidline, as planned, I have come to meet you," said a young man. Lying on the bed, swathed in bandages, was a woman named Heidline, rendered immobile save for her unwrapped face. She resembled a mummy, tightly bound and unable to move. Upon entering the room and witnessing Heidline's fragile state, the young man, whose name was Ila Elkaras, struggled to suppress a laugh, though he ultimately managed to regain his composure. Heidline, with her eyes wide and lifeless, regarded Shala, who had successfully stifled his amusement and returned to a demeanor befitting a governor, cold and composed. "If you wish to laugh, then do so," she remarked. Shala, appearing to be in his 20s, had indeed quelled his laughter. Addressing the bandaged figure of Heidline, who required considerable time to recuperate, he remarked, "Surviving under Uncle Ilar's command is quite an achievement." Indeed, Shala shared the Elkaras surname and was undeniably a member of Ilar's faction, while Heidline belonged to the rare neutral faction. This meant that she adhered solely to the Empress's commands and refrained from participating in the conflicts between Ilar's faction and the aristocrats. Despite Isabella herself potentially being aligned with Ilar's faction in a sense, at that time, only Heidline had diligently pursued Ilar. Others merely engaged in minor skirmishes with his forces. Moreover, it was nearly impossible to fulfill Isabella's directive of returning Ilar unharmed. Shala's grandfather was Ilar's father's brother, which explained why he referred to Ilar as uncle, despite appearing older than him. "Ilar, the master intentionally spared my life," Heidline stated, closing her eyes while recalling the overwhelming, blood-red blaze that seemed capable of obliterating her very vision. She had intended to address him as Lord Ilar, but upon reflection, considering his current defection, she opted for the more neutral term master instead. "Even if Ira himself is utterly indifferent to this matter, I was aware of it before you spoke, for otherwise, survival under Uncle Ira's command would have been impossible. However, upon your demise, the death trigger should be capable of activating Uncle Ira's death trigger. In such a scenario, Heidi Lin would indeed meet her end, becoming the first seated governor to perish. Not necessarily. My death trigger status is evidently insufficient, unlike that of the formidable Mustama shadow shark Marilla. Heidi Lin acknowledges the fearsome reputation of governors on the battlefield, where, at the moment of their death, syllables automatically escape their lips, triggering their techniques instinctively. When a person is slain, the mana within them ought to spiral out of control, rendering them incapable of executing any techniques. Hence, this phenomenon should not exist in the world. Yet, governors possess no mana. All the mana is forged into 4 pillars meant for their replenishment. Moreover, a governor's death trigger typically indiscriminately clears the surrounding battlefield while restoring some vitality to resurrect the governor from death, with cooldown times varying among different governors. In comparison to the consumption of a governor's world incantation, their combat habits, and preferred weaponry, the cooldown of a governor's death trigger represents the most crucial information, which must not be disclosed lightly. Any governor possessing a death trigger is awarded a seat. There are 10 seats for governors, or perhaps more, but currently, there are only 10. After Ira's departure, everyone automatically filled 1 seat, leaving only 9. Sister's death trigger is indeed formidable. Shala nodded in agreement, simply referring to the current leader of the Ira faction and chief governor, Ila Elkaras, as sister, for she is indeed his biological sister. "Do you not consider the prosperity of the family?" Heidi Lin inquired, aware that she is not an imperial citizen, as evidenced by her name lacking the character La. Nonetheless, she comprehends the empire's extreme emphasis on familial offspring. Most members of the Elkaras family in this generation have chosen to become governors, thereby stunting the expansion of the next generation, which contradicts the values of a large family. "I am indifferent. I am a hedonist," Shala replied lightly. Although it is difficult to envision an emotionally detached governor as a hedonist, he jested to the bedridden Heidi Lin with a calm demeanor, suggesting that perhaps one day, the entire Ira faction would follow Uncle Ira away. "Retract your previous statement. I can pretend you didn't say it." "Just joking." Shala effortlessly interrupted Heidi Lin's words, gazing serenely out the window at the heavy atmosphere, remarking, "What are the effeminate nobles of the duchy doing? Twirling their fingers and provoking with violets?" Effeminate. While vivid, the incisive tongue of the Elkaras family is indeed inherited from Lord Ira. Heidi Lin pondered, casting her gaze upon the impending storm at the border, and remarked, "This is precisely why I have summoned you. The nobles of the duchy are embroiled in their own conflicts, unlike us. Their armies do not serve the duchy. Thus, they commit heinous acts. They will burn and kill for profit and pillage out of desire. Therefore, it is indeed unacceptable to harm innocent civilians. We must take action ourselves, stifling their forces at their own borders. We cannot allow the battlefield to reside within the empire, can we? As she spoke, Shara unceremoniously seized a confection from Heidi Lin's bedside, indulging herself without hesitation. Then let us proceed. At the moment their attack commences, we shall make them understand the true essence of the regulator and what it means to wield the governance of the world. Chapter 112. The classic quotes of Tsundere, Preparations for Departure, with the resounding call of the mermaid leader. A multitude of sea sprites simultaneously released the ropes in their grasp, allowing the enormous trading vessel to glide from the shore into the harbor's waters. The vessel, weighing over a ton, plunged into the sea with a tremendous splash, drenching the onlookers, Ira, Satan Leaf, Selena, and Little Gang. However, none of their garments were susceptible to soaking. Ira and Satan Leaf wore enchanted attire that dried almost instantaneously. Selena donned leather garments impervious to water, while Little Gang, being a steel golem, remained unaffected. Oh, will you rust? Do you need assistance drying off? Ira inquired, shaking her head to rid her damp hair of excess water, directing her question towards Little Gang, who promptly shook his head in denial, indicating he would not rust. Ugh, my hair is all wet, Satan Leaf complained adorably, her tail swishing unhappily as it swept across the ground. Behind her, Selena was gently using a cloth to dry her hair and dragon horns. After tending to Satan Leaf, Selena turned her attention to Ira, offering her assistance without waiting for a request, and began to dry Ira's hair as well. Amidst Selena's tender ministrations, Ira caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance emanating from the cloth. Though she could not discern if it was the scent of the towel or an essence absorbed from Satan Leaf's hair. Your Highness, Mr. Little Gang, Miss Selena, and Ira, the Naga leader approached, greeting the group. She reported, the first vessel of the Demon Lord's fleet has successfully entered the water this year, and all conditions appear favorable. Shall we bestow a name upon it? In this world, as in any other, people have an affinity for naming ships or vehicles, often to signify their identity or to imbue them with sentiment. The Naga leader undoubtedly hoped that Satan Leaf would provide a name. Let me think, Satan Leaf pondered, appearing deeply engrossed in thought. If it were Ira, she would likely choose a name like Natural Selection or Millennium Falcon, but she decided against being clever this time. Given the lack of anyone in this world who could catch the reference, it would serve no purpose. I think we shall call it Trade One, Satan Leaf declared, nodding, seemingly satisfied with her choice. It's simple and memorable. That should suffice, right? Indeed, it was acceptable, albeit only to a certain degree. Recognizing that Satan Leaf might not possess a flair for naming, Ira refrained from voicing her thoughts, as the name was indeed straightforward and easily identifiable. They boarded the ship alongside the sea sprites. This was yet another trial voyage. If the speed and stability of navigation could be ensured, the trading vessel would be deemed a success. Once the people from Silver Moon Tree Court arrived, they could commence rapid maritime trade. In the realm of the Demon King, there exists a plethora of valuable specialties, be it the brewing white sphere wine or the corpse fragrance elixir, both of which are commendable resources. In contrast, the Beluga mushroom holds relatively lesser worth. After all, it is a lamentable truth that in every world, the highest prices are commanded by goods with significant added value, rendering food items less lucrative. In other words, luxury goods hold greater value, as nobles possess consumption capacities 1,000-fold that of commoners. How swift! Exclaimed Satan Leaf, her eyes wide with wonder as she observed the enormous sail above, marveling at how the vessel surged forward with the speed of an arrow. Was it the swordfish beneath the ship propelling them forward? Clearly not. The swordfish merely served as an auxiliary means. Their true contribution was more pronounced during turns than in accelerating speed, for indeed, they could hear the song of the sea. The mermaid leader remarked, glancing at the vessel distancing from shore. Lady Pirilla has imparted her own rhythm to the ocean. As long as we can comprehend her melody, we can advance with ease. In other words, ocean currents? The sea flows in fixed directions, facilitating the ship's progress, Ira stated, drawing the attention of all present. Noticing the mermaid leader's expression of surprise, he gently shook his head, adding, I am not well versed in this area. I leave it to you. Ahem. Lord Ira. You too are not knowledgeable? Helena, appearing somewhat frail, remarked. Please do not regard me as omniscient, Ira replied with a hint of exasperation, casting a concerned glance at Helena, who seemed unwell. He inquired, Helena, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? In response, Helena managed a faint, sorrowful smile, saying, I have always been this way. I am not particularly suited to the sea. Ah, so it's seasickness, Ira deduced. Reflecting on the last fishing expedition, he realized Helena had also appeared pallid, remaining in a corner and entirely disengaged from the conversations among the sea demon, Ira, and Satan Leaf. She likely endured discomfort then as well. You are not unfit for the sea. You simply struggle with the vessel, Ira reassured her, gently patting her back, hoping to alleviate her distress. With enough time spent on the ship, you will gradually acclimate, though the process may be quite arduous. Alternatively, you need not embark. You may remain airborne or stay on land, as there is no compelling reason to take to the seas. Despite Ira's reassurances, Helena shook her head with reluctance, declaring, I will strive to adapt. After all, there will inevitably come a time when I must board a ship. Suddenly, she rushed to the edge of the deck, gripping the railing as she leaned over, retching violently and expelling the undigested remnants of her meal, her pallid face devoid of color. How tragic. Ira, shaking his head in pity, glanced at the mermaids who could perceive the currents, then at the mermen adorned with swordfish and shield clams, before finally directing his gaze towards the Nagas. It appeared that among the sea creatures, the Nagas were the most ineffectual of all. As Ira pondered this, the Nagas sensed something amiss. The leader of the Nagas met Ira's gaze with irritation and remarked brusquely, Hey, Ira, what are you staring at? Aware that his scrutiny might have been somewhat impolite, Ira quickly offered an apology. I'm sorry, he said, casually averting his gaze, and continued in a calm tone. I merely think your tail is quite beautiful, particularly under the sunlight, where it reflects a myriad of colors. Even if you say that, it won't make me happy. The Naga retorted, displaying a classic example of tsundere attitude. Chapter 113. What is Cassiopeia thinking? Cassiopeia, reclining comfortably in the carriage, was met with the inquiry from her great-aunt. She gazed at the more relaxed figure of Wendessa Eluvita opposite her and responded, Oh, I merely wish to visit Ilya. Indeed, while it may seem like a simple desire to seek out a friend, her royal status as a fairy rendered this seemingly mundane wish rather complex. Was it truly permissible for a princess to so casually venture beyond the confines of the world tree? With a sigh, Wendessa observed Cassiopeia nibbling on a fruit that glimmered with the hue of gold, shaking her head in exasperation as she remarked, Do refrain from consuming all the golden apples intended for trade, and be cautious, for indulging too much may rob you of sleep. In this world, the golden apple served functions akin to coffee, replenishing one's stamina and spirit, swiftly restoring magical energy, and aiding in combat while alleviating fatigue. Due to its energizing properties, it was particularly favored by the indulgent nobility, yet despite its battlefield efficacy, golden apples were seldom allocated for war. Conversely, the battlefield often saw the usage of golden apple tea, which was soft, fragrant, and sticky. However, this time, the expansive trade caravan was laden with ample supplies and boasted a grand display. Nonsense. I possess an abundance of resources, Cassiopeia proclaimed in earnest. The sheer quantity of goods accompanying this trade expedition seemed far beyond the norm, resembling more of an ostentatious display of wealth. It was akin to a scene from a human novel, where a noble, scorned by society, triumphantly showers mana crystals before a common girl he intends to wed, basking in the envious gazes of onlookers as he secures his happy ending. Such tales, often intertwined with dragon slaying and winning the heart of a princess, were favored by bards, who relished in narrating these captivating stories. After all, regardless of the coherence of the plot, such narratives invariably proved profitable. Are you preparing to elope? Wendessa Eluvita's logic and words struck Cassiopeia as utterly bewildering, leaving the usually whimsical fairy momentarily speechless. Perhaps the term elope is peculiar, Wendessa continued, observing Cassiopeia's deliberately enhanced appearance. Yet I sense your intent to flaunt your considerable provisions, a desire to compete. With that, Wendessa noted the care Cassiopeia had taken in styling her hair and adorning herself with a silver moonflower hairpin, indicating her earnest preparation for the journey alongside the trade caravan. To claim that she harbored no extraordinary thoughts would be met with disbelief. Well, perhaps, just a little. Cassiopeia, feeling somewhat guilty, made a gesture indicating a little with her fingers, casting her gaze aside to avoid meeting her great-aunt's eyes, and remarked, At least let that devil, Ila, witness the accumulation of the Silver Moon Grove over countless years. Isn't that akin to a forced marriage? As Wendessa contemplated this, she gently shook her head and inquired, Is Ila aware of your feelings towards him? Do you truly comprehend what those feelings entail? At this, Cassiopeia instantly perked up, confidently asserting, He probably doesn't know. After all, Ila merely sees me as a friend, but my feelings are different. Wendessa Eluvita was uncertain of the pride Cassiopeia had to boast about, yet her concern lay elsewhere. She scrutinized Cassiopeia and asked, Different? What do you believe your feelings for Yella truly are? In response to such probing words, Cassiopeia became bashful, stumbling over her thoughts, and murmured, perhaps it is love. Hee hee. This naive and oblivious elven queen seemed genuinely unaware of the origins of her emotions and what they precisely represented, yet, deeming it love was not entirely erroneous. Regrettably, as her elder, Wendessa felt it necessary to offer some guidance. It is admiration and reverence, recognition and camaraderie, Wendessa articulated, deconstructing Cassiopeia's feelings as she observed her bewildered expression. You should realize that your most significant contribution lies in being the queen itself, rather than what you accomplish thereafter. You admire Ila Elkaras, steadfast and filled with dreams like the protagonists of your beloved novels, because deep down, you know you lack that steadfastness, that passion, and those dreams. Her calm and candid words rendered Cassiopeia momentarily stiff. Wendessa, undeterred by her reaction, continued, You revere Yella, who bravely confronts challenges, and you appreciate his prowess in resolving your dilemmas, thus cultivating a friendship akin to that of comrades. This encapsulates the essence of your love. As Wendessa spoke, she lounged while observing Cassiopeia lost in contemplation, adding, It may be difficult to accept, but for beings of longevity, profound love is a rare phenomenon. Even a fleeting whim can endure for a remarkably long time. With a shake of her head, Wendessa stripped away the last veil of modesty that Cassiopeia had used to conceal her feelings under the guise of love, remarking, It is merely boredom that drives you to seek distractions. In other words, Yella is akin to a child gazing longingly at toys displayed in a shop window, something unattainable, devoid of genuine affection, yet still imbued with the enchanting filter of childhood wonder. And that is all there is to it, perhaps. Indeed, the Silver Moon Grove is quite dull, and I may simply find Yella intriguing. To Vanessa's surprise, Cassiopeia naturally acknowledged her analysis, facing her heart with remarkable composure. She continued, Yet throughout my life, I have found only Ira to be intriguing. I long to hear Ira share captivating tales, to snuggle together for warmth, to share joyous laughter, to offer comfort in his moments of melancholy, and to weep for his sorrows. In human terms, Cassiopeia gazed earnestly at Vanessa, setting aside the half-eaten golden apple. This is simply called affection. Chapter 104. The arrival of the elven caravan. The Silver Moon Grove is a land abundant in resources, renowned for its unique spices and potion ingredients, as well as various rare materials. Some of its treasures can only be found within its borders. As the closest nation to the world tree, the guardians of this sacred entity possess a distinctive advantage. The elven race stands as a rare nation devoid of any hostile adversaries. They harbor resentment towards humanity's transgressions, yet do not scorn them. They look down upon the impoverished creatures, but still treat them with equality. They may disdain the rudeness of dwarves, yet they strive for open communication. Though they find the demeanor of orcs unfamiliar, they nonetheless coexist harmoniously. Such are the elves, a race more benevolent and formidable than those depicted in the novels of Ilar's former life. As direct descendants of the world tree, they unabashedly showcase their beauty and nobility to the world. Naturally, those noble fools remain ungrateful, leading to the gradual deterioration of relations between humans and elves. Are you not going to send them a message to your old acquaintance? Vera inquired of Ilar, as they stood on the terrace, observing the approaching elven carriages. She mused aloud, It seems a grand trade convoy is upon us. We shall indulge ourselves splendidly. Ilar, as ever, stood beside her, playfully tapping her head while responding. I have mentioned before, Cassiopeia is my friend, not an old flame. Despite Ilar's insistence, he was unfazed by Vera's skeptical expression, shaking his head as he continued. What are you still doing here? Did we not agree that you would hand over that tablet to the elven convoy for them to take back? Huh, am I going? Vera replied, her tone resembling that of disbelief, akin to exclamations such as what? Or no way? Yet she framed her response as a question, regarding Ilar with a look that conveyed, Are you joking? But I am a wanted criminal, you know. Ilar glanced at her, shaking his head in exasperation. Never mind. I have already seen Yuyo carrying the tablet. Compared to being a fugitive, you are merely being lazy, aren't you? What? How can you accuse me without proof of sullying my reputation? Vera retorted indignantly, her face pale. Being a wanted person cannot be equated with laziness. A lich being pursued, can that be considered sloth? Her string of convoluted arguments, proclaiming her unwavering loyalty to the Empire and that beauty is a woman's nature, elicited an involuntary chuckle from Ilar. However, this mirth abruptly ceased as he turned his gaze back towards the Silver Moon Grove's trade caravan. Noticing Ilar's sudden silence, Vera leaned forward to look, quickly spotting a tall elf adorned with a crown and splendid attire, surrounded by other elves as she descended from the carriage. Although she had never witnessed it with her own eyes, could it be? Could it be? Vera mused, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. With a teasing tone, she inquired of the now silent Ira, the elven queen, Cassiopeia, right? She has come all this way to see you, surely. She is not just an old acquaintance? At this, Ira found himself at a loss for words. It is difficult to explain, after all. I was once the chief executive officer, a figure whose legend is sung by bards across the world. My renown is considerable. It is only reasonable that Cassiopeia would visit me after my defection from the Empire, especially since the executive possesses the ability to absorb mana from non-human entities, a fact applicable to elves as well. Thus, her personal visit stems from her urgent desire to ascertain my current political stance. Moreover, from the perspective of our personal relationship, it is entirely normal for her to visit an old friend amidst such significant developments in our trade routes. Ira rambled on, then turned to descend the stairs, glancing at Vera, who wore a mocking grin. So, does that clarify things for you? Vera, following him down the stairs, couldn't contain her peculiar laughter, her mirth escalating to the point of audible chuckles. Ha ha ha, you are hilarious, Ira. This is just too much. Ha ha, she exclaimed, clutching her stomach. Though one would think a lich wouldn't experience such discomfort. Confronted by Ira's puzzled expression, Vera found herself at a loss for words. After clearing her throat to stifle her laughter, she remarked, cough, cough. Ira, did you not notice how hurried you were in your lengthy explanation? Ha ha. Am I in a hurry? No, I am not. Ira retorted immediately, but upon seeing Vera's expression of go on, I'm listening, he suppressed his irritation and conceded. All right, perhaps I was a bit anxious, as I cannot bear your fabrications. Fine, fine, Vera replied, nodding in agreement to avoid a confrontation. She patted Ira's shoulder, adding, it is quite rare to hear you ramble on like that. Ira paused momentarily before resuming his walk as if he had heard nothing. Upon descending from the demon lord's castle, he traversed the courtyard and the garden tended by fairies and maids. After crossing the moat, he soon encountered the elven caravan. The elves, who had been attentively observing his approach, immediately recognized him. Ira, a youthful-looking elf approached, smiling apologetically at Selena, with whom she had previously conversed. Removing her gloves, she extended her hand and said, I have long wished to see you again. I did not expect it to be in the demon lord's territory. As Ira pondered for a moment, he began to associate the long-forgotten name in his mind with the appearance of the elf before him. With a hint of uncertainty, he inquired, is it you, Eward? Eward of the Emerald Leaves? The male elf, addressed as Eward, blinked in surprise, a joyful expression illuminating his features. Embracing Ira with grace, he expressed, thank you for remembering my name. I had thought that all elves appeared similar in the eyes of humans, yet you, Ira, are truly exceptional. In that moment, Eward extended a small pouch crafted from leaves towards Ira, smiling as he said, please accept this. It symbolizes our friendship, though it is not a precious item. It is also my token of gratitude. A petite and charming elf joined the exchange, as the other elves who had accompanied them to the demon lord's domain gathered around. My gift as well, do accept it. Ira, I am grateful for all you have done for our kind. My dear friend Ira, this is a small token from my family. My daughter always clamors to meet you. Should you ever find yourself in the Silver Moon Grove, do visit us. After your departure, I penned several poems for you. Would you care to hear them? But first, please accept my gift. That radiant beam shining under the moonlight. Good day, Ira. It is a pleasure to see you again. Satan Leaf. If they attempt to take someone, can we stop them? Chapter 115. What kind of person is Satan Leaf? The gifts bestowed upon Ira by the elves nearly filled his room, embodying the sentiment of friendship rather than material value, as the elves had described. However, amidst these tokens of goodwill, there were also some incongruous items. Nevertheless, Ira found himself too preoccupied to examine them at that moment. After requesting the little fairies to deliver these gifts to his chamber, he engaged in light conversation with the elves. He recounted how he had become a governor after departing from the Silver Moon Tree Court, and how his reputation had gradually risen in the world, as well as his reasons for visiting the Demon King's territory. It was evident that his camaraderie with the denizens of the Silver Moon Tree Court was quite strong. Ira, it has been so long, remarked the graceful elven queen, Cassiopeia, standing elegantly before him. Ira nodded in acknowledgement, responding warmly, indeed, it has been a while, your highness Cassiopeia. How I long for our last meeting, which was a century ago. To Cassiopeia, who appeared deeply moved, Ira gently shook his head, observing the other elves who had begun to engage in quiet conversation. He added, however, I am merely 60 years old this year. Thus, The notion of having met a century ago cannot possibly evoke any genuine recollection. Oh, is that so? Haha, perhaps I misremembered. Yet, the difference between 100 years and 60 doesn't seem so vast, does it? Cassiopeia replied, tilting her head. Her laughter lacked the warmth of true amusement. It seemed more like a rehearsed line. In contrast to the quick-witted Vela, who artfully navigated humor and understood the boundaries of jest, Cassiopeia appeared rather naive. Vela would never joke about undermining Ira's aspirations, fully aware that such words could lead to dire consequences. You have lived for so long that the passage of time holds little significance for you. Whether it is 100 years or 60, even a millennium or two, you possess no true concept of it, Ira observed with understanding, turning to Cassiopeia beside him. Allow me to escort you to the Demon King, shall we? Satan Leaf is the daughter of Favignano. You should remember her, correct? As he led the way, he noted the contemplative expression on Cassiopeia's face and added, when we dealt with the corruption of the Spider Queen and the rebellion of the Elders, Favignano surely lent his assistance, did he not? Despite his words, Cassiopeia still struggled to recall, responding, I do know, but I have forgotten what he looks like and what he did. In response, Ira felt a sense of helplessness. He was bewildered by Cassiopeia's forgetfulness. He gestured towards himself and remarked, the one accompanying me, with dragon horns, adorned in a vest and pendant, revealing his muscular chest and abdomen. This vivid description immediately jogged Cassiopeia's memory, and she nodded decisively, saying, oh, I remember now. But at that time, the Empire and the Beasts were already at war, weren't they? Your relationship was unexpectedly amiable. Although the conflict had indeed commenced, it was true that he could be considered to have temporarily teamed up with Favigino. Many might find it hard to fathom that fierce adversaries, who could spill each other's brains on the battlefield, could coexist harmoniously during their respite. Then, having addressed the issue partially, he must have returned to his homeland prematurely. Cassiopeia's recollections of the past were gradually resurfacing. After all, she did not genuinely lack knowledge, but merely needed time to excavate the seemingly useless memories. A trait perhaps inherent to the long-lived. Indeed, the solutions he proposed were akin to grasping each question one by one, or if corruption persists, one must beat it into submission. As Ira reminisced about the past, he felt a poignant nostalgia. Moreover, upon returning to the Empire after the vacation, when he recounted this incident to Yesser, he was met with a peculiar gaze. Subsequently, Yesser commented with something akin to, Ira, you typically shun the company of women. You wouldn't genuinely. That's rather disgusting, you know. In response, Ira promptly delivered a blow to Yesser. These two individuals were the strangest kings Ira had ever encountered. Fortunately, they had ascended as former kings. And it seemed that there were indeed few normal rulers in this world. By the way, what kind of person is Satan Yi? As Cassiopeia followed Ira up the steps of the Demon King's castle, she inquired. The elves, displaying remarkable trust, allowed their queen to accompany Ira unaccompanied, a testament to their profound faith in him. Did you know? Satan Yi once asked me a question similar to yours, Ira casually remarked, vividly recalling the moment when Satan Yi inquired about Cassiopeia's character, to which he had responded truthfully. She asked you what kind of person she is. Does she not possess a good self-assessment? Cassiopeia, somewhat perplexed, queried. Ira shook his head gently, simply negating her assumption. No? When I mentioned a similar question, I meant that Satan Yi had asked me what kind of person Cassiopeia is. She posed that very question to me. Cassiopeia pondered, plucking a beautiful leaf from the crown atop her head and placing it upon Ira's. Now, her curiosity was piqued further as she asked, so, how did you respond? Rather than inquiring about Satan Yi's character, she was now more intrigued by this matter. I remarked that Cassiopeia possesses little worth emulating. Her ascension to royalty is solely attributed to her lineage as an Aluvida, lacking any remarkable virtues in comparison to her fellow elves. Ira expressed this sentiment with simplicity, while Cassiopeia's visage transformed into one of indignation. Even a naturally naive individual would find such words irksome, yet her ire dissipated swiftly. Oh, how unfair! Cassiopeia lamented with a tone of playful reproach. Nevertheless, the truth remains. It underscores that even a monarch's success is heavily influenced by their initial circumstances. Varied beginnings and national conditions compel Ira to devise distinct educational frameworks, employing tailored pedagogical methods. Hence, it ultimately hinges on fortune. Anonymous Empress Aluvida, thus, is the Empire. The embodiment of a nightmarish inception. Chapter 116. A bounty of gifts. Cassiopeia and Satan Leaf have met at last. This encounter could have unfolded into an elaborate display of rivalry, filled with ostentation and the delicate art of winning favor. Yet, in reality, the situation diverges from the fictional narratives. Cassiopeia and Satan Leaf, with the assistance of Selena, engage with each other in a remarkably courteous and official manner, partaking in a conversation of considerable complexity. Their dialogue is characterized by extreme politeness and artistry, as they inquire whether Cassiopeia would like to spend a few days under the auspices of the demon lord, and if there are any particular needs from the Silver Moon Tree Court for future trade. It bears the semblance of a business negotiation. After all, even someone as naive as Cassiopeia, alongside the youthful Satan Leaf, must maintain a degree of decorum in their interactions as queens. The former may be simple-minded but is not foolish, while the latter is inexperienced yet not dim-witted. They are aware of the appropriate conduct for their positions. During Selena's presence, they may indulge in playful teasing and even engage in subtle power plays, but when they meet for the first time as sovereigns, such frivolities must be set aside. Selena estimates that their conversation will linger for quite some time, leaving her in her chamber to assess the gifts from the fairies. The majority consist of small snacks and fragrant sachets, as these are the quintessential offerings. Among them are commemorative daggers, more ornamental than practical, their crafting seemingly prioritizing intricate designs over utility. As she organizes the gifts, Selena realizes that the most abundant items are the musical scores of poetry, those elusive lyrical compositions penned by the fairies, now filling 1.5 drawers of her bedside table. This volume, even within the realm of legends, is remarkable. Once disseminated, these artistically refined poems will soon elevate Selena to the status of a legendary hero, occasionally surpassing the divine in brilliance, and hailed as the chosen one under the world tree. Unable to fathom such a future, Selena resolves to secure the drawer with a lock. As she sits there, she tosses the key into the unsealed lower compartment and begins to sift through the pile of gifts, which consists entirely of collected parchment. The little fairies assist Selena in her organization. Lady Selena is greatly adored by the fairies. They chime in unison, weaving their words into a seamless sentence devoid of pauses. Meanwhile, Selena opens a bag of dried fruit, taking a bite herself before sharing some with the fairies. The flavor is reminiscent of sweet potato chips from a previous life, imbued with a wholesome sweetness from the starch. Indeed, I once lent considerable assistance to the Winged Moon Book Pavilion, with a mouthful of dried fruit. Ilya carefully repackaged the small parcel and placed it in a nearby closet, a space he intended to reserve for snacks and delicacies. The bounty of the Silver Moon Grove was abundant, offering a plethora of unique treats that could only be found there, naturally enticing the elves with the notion of sharing delightful edibles. Indeed, Ilya shared this sentiment, as did the cheerful little fairies, who were not particularly concerned about the value of gifts. He genuinely preferred to relish the joy brought by the elves' thoughtful gestures. As Ilya unwrapped the gift, he felt a bag filled with heavy, fragmented items. Curiously, he pried open the parcel, revealing a multitude of rings nestled within. Stunned, Ilya and the fairies examined the collection, which resembled not mere rings but rather finger guards, intricately linked like vines and smoothed to perfection, forming wooden finger cots. The palpable mana emanating from them indicated they were not mere ornaments. Based on the incantations and mana tests, they appeared to be artifacts capable of storing magical energy. These items bore a striking resemblance to the blood crystals Ilya had once utilized for profit, possessing the same capacity to conserve magical power, thus providing a reservoir for those lacking innate talent or for someone like Vera, who found her magical prowess somewhat lacking. Furthermore, they were equally precious. The evident craftsmanship suggested that these rings were handmade, showcasing an evolving skill, likely crafted by a particular elf, which allowed Ilya to accept them with ease. Had they been extravagant purchase gifts, he might have been more reluctant to accept them. The next gift was a splendid, iridescent orb that shimmered with a spectrum of colors. Due to the mana fluctuation, it was likely a beautiful decorative piece. Ilya chose to place this orb atop his nightstand as an embellishment. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than just a mere ornament. "Prince Cassiopeia, is this your room?" The voices of the succubus maid and Cassiopeia echoed from outside the door. Ilya turned to see the departing maid and the curious elven queen surveying his chamber. Nodding, he replied, "For me, it is already a very comfortable environment. Besides, it was quite comparable to the spacious suites of his previous world, making it a rather pleasant abode." The term small was merely relative when juxtaposed against the grand houses of Silver Moon Grove and the imperial capital. As he spoke, Ilya placed aside half of the gifts he had organized and turned to Cassiopeia at the door, inquiring casually, "How long do you plan to stay? Will you be here for the night?" It was a question posed as if they were longtime friends. The Demon King's castle must have many rooms, does it not? Confronted with the perplexing logic of Cassiopeia, Ilya nodded and remarked, "Certainly, the vacant rooms are ample to accommodate everyone from the Silver Moon Tree Pavilion." Each person can have their own room without any issue. Therefore, let us depart this evening. However, Cassiopeia responded with confusion, questioning, "Are we really to return despite having enough rooms?" Ila, somewhat bemused, twitched his lips in resignation, yet he had long since come to understand Cassiopeia's endearing naivety. He stepped outside and inquired, "Have you had the chance to examine that stone tablet?" That one. I haven't begun to study it. I merely noticed you," she replied. "Allow me to take you to see it and translate the divine language." As the two exited the room, the exquisite glass bead that Ila had placed atop the nightstand seemed to flicker with light, almost as if it turned slightly in their direction. Chapter 117. Divine Concealment. What do you think of the Satan leaf? Ira inquired as he traversed the corridor alongside Cassiopeia, engaging in a conversation about the Satan leaf without a hint of hesitation, despite the watchful eyes of the attendants. Such a topic was typically deemed taboo. Yet the power of the demon lord's domain rendered such concerns trivial. "Satan leaf, you say?" Cassiopeia echoed, reminiscing about the innocent little lowly demon lord. "She is quite a delightful child, with an adorably charming appearance and lovely hair texture." "Who asked you about that?" Ira responded, a bit exasperated. "For a ruler, she still seems rather immature. After all, her age is likely akin to that of a toddler in our world, and certainly in the realm of monsters. She has much to learn." Cassiopeia appeared to grasp the situation thoroughly. Peering through the corridor's window, she observed the bustling trade occurring within the demon lord's territory and the members of the Silver Moon Tree Garden. "However, with your assistance, Ira, she may find things a bit easier, wouldn't you agree?" "Perhaps," Ira mused, following Cassiopeia's gaze at the trading individuals. "The specter of the demon lord awaits with the stone tablet. Let us proceed downstairs. I shall gather everyone to discuss this matter." With that, Ira called out simply, "Taika?" At the sound of Ira's voice, Tycap appeared, kneeling gracefully in the ethereal space, awaiting Ira's command. Upon being informed that he would begin translating and summon everyone, Tycap vanished once more. Is that planar travel? The void?" Cassiopeia observed in astonishment as Tycap appeared and disappeared. "Your maid can traverse the void? Is the demon lord's domain truly that formidable?" Cassiopeia's implication was clear. Surely, there must be many who can traverse the void. Otherwise, why would they choose to be a maid instead of an assassin or killer? "He is my male servant. A rare male succubus." But he looks entirely female," Cassiopeia exclaimed, exhibiting the same shock that Ira had displayed upon learning Tycap's true gender. The difference being that Ira had maintained his composure, while Cassiopeia reacted without restraint. I was just as curious when I discovered it," Ira chuckled lightly. He was uncertain whether Satan Leaf had mentioned this to Cassiopeia regarding the upcoming trade. "I believe it would be best to conduct exchanges both on land and at sea for swift resource transfer. I mention this now to avoid the tediousness of bureaucratic correspondence." Upon hearing Ira's words, Cassiopeia also took note of the massive ships in the distance. Nodding, she responded, "That sounds excellent. We are quite fond of blue ink mushrooms." "What price are you selling to the merchants?" Due to the dietary habits of the elves, many items do not fetch a good price in their realm. However, unique beverages, fruits, musical instruments, and plants are exceptions, particularly favored in the Silver Moon Grove. The blue thistle mushroom might be among these. 1 copper coin for 8 pounds of blue thistle mushroom, said Eiler, noting that this was the price previously offered to traveling merchants, which he considered quite reasonable. Yet, it was easy to surmise that prices in the Silver Moon Grove could be rather extravagant. I see, mused Cassiopeia, shaking her head. When the merchants reached the Silver Moon Grove, they sell 1 pound of blue thistle mushroom for 1 copper coin. She had accompanied Eiler to the garden outside the Demon King's castle, where they awaited the arrival of Yu, who was observing the stone tablet. "Is there anything else worth purchasing in the Demon Lord's territory?" Cassiopeia inquired. Eiler pondered for a moment, leaned in to catch a whiff of her fragrance, and deftly evaded her perplexed embrace. "You might not have much interest in perfumes, but we have developed a rather delightful beverage," he remarked. "After all, the natural scent of elves far surpasses that of any perfume, making it difficult for such products to sell among them. Much like selling combs to a temple, it remains merely a jest." "Beverage, you say?" Cassiopeia replied, inhaling her own aroma, reminiscent of honeysuckle. She appeared intrigued by Eiler's mention of the drink. Elves do enjoy beverages, provided they are flavorful and of a lower alcohol content. If it were the strong spirits favored by dwarves, elves would merely wrinkle their noses and flee. "I shall take you to see it shortly," Eiler said, noticing Cassiopeia, who had begun to examine the stone tablet. He observed the other leaders approaching and felt an inexplicable sense that he was about to witness a pivotal moment in history. This sensation peaked as Cassiopeia's expression turned exceedingly solemn. It was rare for her to exhibit such gravity when she was serious. It usually resembled the weighty decision of what to have for dinner, but now she appeared genuinely earnest. The gods are dead. This opening statement caused everyone to tense. For Ilar's prior assertion seemed undeniably true, suggesting that something monumental had indeed transpired. The true God had manifested with the power of chaos. If the gods were still alive, they would be consumed by the true God. We could not prevail, so we sealed them away. This was our final revelation. Everyone must be informed that in 10,000 years, the world will face destruction, and all must unite. Soon, conflicts would cease. Only in this manner could the world tree be spared from annihilation. Cassiopeia gazed upwards, puzzled, murmuring, "The destruction of the world tree? The gods are dead? Is this record perhaps false?" Contemplating this, she resolved to inquire with her great-aunt later. However, it is likely a fabrication. Otherwise, if the recorded events were indeed true, the implications would be significant. 10,000 years. It seems that time is drawing near. As Ira spoke, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Having perused numerous texts, he possessed a clearer understanding of the concept of time than those present, albeit with some ambiguity. He stated, "The existence of the divine era has yet to be substantiated. But if such an epoch truly existed, then the interval since its conclusion, which led to the uncertain empire and the war against demonic beings, is approximately 8 or 9,000 years. In other words, only a millennium remains." A millennium? The somewhat relieved Satan Leaf, who had not fully grasped the translation, felt a sense of comfort. Indeed, 1,000 years may appear to be an extensive duration, yet for one whose aspiration is to reconstruct a perpetual utopia, it is an unbearable revelation. Thus, one can only hope it is untrue. As Ira uttered these words, he seemed to notice something and cast a glance toward the outer realms of the Demon King's domain. But there was nothing there, as if it had never existed at all. In the sky, the ethereal presence of Valisa, whom Ira had scrutinized, marveled at his perceptiveness. She was brazenly soaring through the heavens, yet no one could perceive her, for such is one of the fundamental powers of the outliers: divine concealment. Alas, my granddaughter's proficiency in translating the divine script lacks the finesse of faithfulness, elegance, and clarity, yet I find my interactions with Ira quite enjoyable. Regrettably, the records inscribed on the divine stone tablet possess a 70% probability of being authentic. Chapter 118. The gaze of the outsiders. Are you not going to meet Ilya? The human woman inquired of her companion, the half-elf, Ila Elkaras. In response, Ila merely turned her head, her eyes shimmering with iridescent hues as she regarded her. "Oh dear, I can't take you anymore. You truly are quite peculiar," exclaimed the human woman, fully aware that Ila was undoubtedly fixated on Ilya. After all, she possessed a rather convenient magic for spying and had an undeniable penchant for it. Indeed, Ila could expand her vision through the derivatives of her sight, gaining a broader perspective. "I merely find it amusing, and before you question me, you must have sensed it too, hadn't you?" Ila Elkaras remarked, to which the human woman nodded helplessly, saying, "Indeed, there are so many outsiders watching Ilya. It seems they have been observing for quite some time, even more obsessively than you." As these words fell, both women felt a multitude of gazes directed toward them, the outsiders casting their varied emotional responses to the term peculiar. Most of the reactions were tinged with disdain. We are not in a position to judge them, nor are they to judge us. They only became aware of our presence as we approached Ilya, just as we noticed them only after they acknowledged us, Ila Elkaras stated, her gaze shifting from the dazzling display of colors. She tenderly looked toward the horizon and continued, "Likewise, it is only now that they have noticed the divine age's tablet. Indeed, it is quite intriguing that the outsiders, who have long been watching Ilya, were later to discover the existence of that tablet than Ila and the human woman. It was only upon noticing Ila that they became aware of the tablet and its inscriptions. Surely, none of them has any intention of taking action. It seems the awakened ones are, after all, much like us." Ila Elkaras shook her head in resignation, taking a gentle step forward, causing the air before her to warp. It was as if she stepped into the distortion, her leg gradually fading from view. Yes, it appears that everyone is rather indifferent. As if the destruction of the world is but a trivial matter. The human woman lamented, reflecting on the coldness and apathy of the outsiders, pondering their selfishness and the essence of their pursuit of amusement. Just as she was about to utter more, she noticed Ila preparing to depart from this realm. "Wait, Ila, take me with you," the human woman exclaimed, grasping Ila's hand and following in her footsteps, as they both vanished into the distortion symbolizing the connection between the void and the primary plane. Indeed, even she did not seem particularly concerned, for she too was one of the outsiders. And thus, they departed, leaving behind only silence. The inexplicable gazes gradually shifted away, only to redirect towards the direction of Ilya once more. A portion of the onlookers, as if stirred by some latent impulse, began to awaken from their dormant states. Yet, that tale belongs to a more distant narrative. Auntie, you vanished just before we reached the Demon King's domain, didn't you? Are you hiding from Ilya? Cassiopeia inquired with a hint of skepticism, observing the sudden appearance of Ila Elkaras in the carriage. She turned to a stranger who had appeared alongside Ila and asked, "Who is this?" The human woman, equally astonished, glanced at Ila Elkaras and asked, "Wait, is this Cassiopeia? What does she call you? Auntie, is there such a relationship between you?" It seemed that Ila Elkaras had not disclosed Cassiopeia's circumstances to this human woman, and although it was unspoken, there were customary understandings between the outsiders. "Who are you?" In response to Cassiopeia's naive curiosity, the human woman furrowed her brow, casting a sidelong glance at the composed Ila and softly asked, "Ila, how much does she know?" The implication of her question was unmistakable, inquiring whether Ila had shared anything with Cassiopeia regarding the outsiders, and if she had revealed her own identity as one of them. "She knows everything she ought to know, including my identity and the existence of the outsiders. To be honest, the latter is hardly a secret in this world," Ila replied with nonchalance. Amidst the astonished expression of the human woman, she comfortably settled across from Cassiopeia and added, "What's the matter? I wouldn't consider this interference in the affairs of the main world. Indeed, the established norms dictated a non-interference policy regarding the main world, for the outsiders often enjoyed observing events unfold, and a considerable number, like Ila, were disinclined towards mechanical divinity. Not everyone relished the spectacle of using gold coins to crush the evil dragon as a means to assist the hero, for there were always some who appreciated the dragon, albeit in smaller numbers. Yet, when bonds of communication and sincerity are formed, it becomes all too easy to develop feelings toward the affairs of the main world. When a familiar face seeks assistance, it becomes quite challenging for an outsider to refrain from intervening. This is but a natural inclination of sentient beings. Even those outsiders who have transcended mere humanity are similarly affected. With companionship comes concern, and with concern comes the potential for loss. After all, not every individual cherished by an outsider possesses the means to become one themselves, and even with assistance, such transformations may remain elusive. The pain of parting, whether through life or death, is invariably the hardest to bear, thus the wisest choice remains that of the observer. Just like the human woman bearing the surname Yerminiositatos, who has never shown an interest in the familial affairs of her outsider ancestry. However, Ila appeared to embody a sense of capability, so perhaps it is best to trust her. Amidst the human woman's musings, Cassiopeia discerned something, her eyes widening as she gazed at the second outsider she had encountered, asking, "Oh, are you also an outsider? Are you as formidable as your great-aunt?" Upon being scrutinized by Cassiopeia, the human woman, filled with pride, placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Of course I am. I am undoubtedly more, Just as she was about to assert her superiority, she noticed the disapproving expression on Lisa's face and quickly amended her statement, saying, "Perhaps, just a tad weaker." However, even after this alteration, Lisa's demeanor did not improve significantly. "Ah, I see now. It appears you are not fond of the term great-aunt, huh? This is utterly hilarious." "Ah, wait, Lisa, what are you doing?" "No, please, your younger kin are watching." Chapter 119. The Wolf Girl Wolf. The Slippery tribe stands as the second largest collective of tribes within the realm of the orcs, comprised of numerous hairless orcs, as well as various scaled beings, such as crocodilians and serpents. How might one articulate the circumstances of the Orcish nation? In essence, it can be described as a tribe. Though this term may evoke images of primitive, uncivilized clans, the reality is far more nuanced. This region is not backward. Indeed, one might assert that the abundance of natural resources, coupled with a sparsely populated landscape, ensures that even minimal participation in production yields satisfactory living conditions. One need only venture outside to hunt game, gather fruits, or procure grains. The jungles brim with edible bounty, and the ancient sacrificial trees, despite their cumbersome processing, remain plentiful and thus not unappreciated. Wild beehives and honey are easily located, and hunting a deer or even a delectable magical beast is a frequent occurrence in these verdant woods. Such bounteous material conditions have fostered a pursuit of spiritual fulfillment, giving rise to an array of temples, monasteries, and various academies across this land. While the Slippery tribe may be somewhat less populated, the Fluffy tribe is teeming with diverse sections. If one were to assign an epithet to the Orcish nation, it would surely be Ioxia, not accepting new orders. "We are currently overwhelmed with requests," remarked the elderly crocodilian, who was tirelessly forging steel. Though termed a crocodilian, he possessed a physique indistinguishable from that of a human, save for the tail that extended from his back. This distinction mirrors that of the wolf beast men and the werewolves, the latter being monstrous, with heads wholly resembling that of a wolf, while the orcs of the wolf tribe merely sport furry ears and tails. In other words, one might envision all orcs as anthropomorphic beast folk. The vampire envoy, once again rebuffed, resignedly opened his umbrella and departed from the blacksmith's shop. Having faced yet another setback in his quest to find a craftsman willing to forge specialized magical armaments. Even when such artisans existed, their exorbitant pricing rendered collaboration unfeasible. After all, the magical armament intended for the swordfish was far from standard equipment, placing an order for merely 100 sets, with the uncertainty of future cooperation, proved to be a laborious endeavor. Sighing, he contemplated reporting the situation truthfully to Lord Sonata. The vampire, under his umbrella, observed the curious orcs around him, muttering to himself as he extended his hand to manipulate a few drops of blood, which coalesced into a small, obsidian bat upon his palm. He pondered how best to convey his findings to Sonata. Once he determined the information to relay, the little bat would swiftly take flight, carrying the bloodline's intentions back to the demon lord's domain. Thus, it is customary for bloodlines to serve as excellent scouts, informants, and spies. Indeed, they make for superb errand runners as well. "Vampire brother, are you searching for the blacksmith?" Before the seemingly despondent vampire could relay the message back to the demon lord's territory, a voice interrupted his thoughts. In bewilderment, he abandoned the idea of sending the bat away and turned to the side where an orc stood. Beside him was a rather youthful wolf girl, her ears perked with curiosity, and a pair of gem-like eyes fixed on the vampire, awaiting a response. However, was this not the slippery tribe? What could a furry orc be doing here? "Who are you?" the vampire inquired. The wolf girl, wagging her tail, introduced herself. "I am Wolf, the apprentice of the blacksmith over there." "Hey, uncle, say something." Clang, clang, clang. The crocodilian blacksmith, who had been tirelessly hammering away, gradually halted his work. He did not glance in the vampire's direction, but rather cast a brief look at the wolf girl. "Have you made your decision? Your talent is remarkable. It would be a waste not to stay here and continue learning." Upon hearing this, the wolf girl, named Wolf, perked her ears and nodded earnestly. "I have decided. I am leaving my tribe in search of answers. Thank you for your care during my time here, uncle. Then go. The demon lord's territory might indeed be a suitable place for you." The crocodilian uncle replied succinctly before returning to his diligent work, not uttering a single word to the vampire throughout their exchange. This was not born of disdain or neglect, but rather a reflection of his character. "Wolf, is it? What do you mean?" The vampire, with a hint of perplexity, probed further. Wolf responded with utmost seriousness. "I am willing to work for the demon lord, crafting magical armaments. Do not worry about my blacksmithing skills, but, regarding my compensation, I wish to discuss it directly with Ira. I hope he can visit the Orc Kingdom." "Ira? Do you know Lord Ira?" The vampire's expression shifted to one of confusion as he scrutinized the wolf girl. He concentrated, channeling his blood into 3 or 4 bats imbued with magical energy. "I will report your words to His Highness the Demon Lord and Lord Ira. You may need to wait for a while. However, I hope you can articulate your request more clearly, for I fear Lord Ira may not entertain your unreasonable demands." In agreement with the vampire's sentiment, Wolf nodded and organized her thoughts before looking up with a grave expression. "Just tell Ira, I am the daughter of the wolf slave named Woolry, whom he rescued." "Understood, a love child not." The vampire immediately conjured an elaborate narrative in his mind about the slave wolf girl and the noble hero Ira, filled with a tumult of love and anguish. Scenes such as Ira, silhouetted against the light, the radiant glow illuminating the gaping hole in the slave auction house wall, casting a path before him as if strewn with starlight, as he calmly reached out toward the collapsed wolf girl, seemingly aiming to redeem her from all her suffering, danced vividly before his imagination. Upon a shared understanding, he nodded and infused his small bat with a few tidings, then gestured with a flourish, directing 3 or 4 little bats to soar into the distance. Among these, there were certainly some baseless speculations, possibly regarding the illegitimate daughter of Ira. "I comprehended, Miss Wolf." The demeanor of the vampire transformed abruptly to one of respect as he spoke. "Thereafter, I hope you can persuade Lord Ira to temper his relentless work ethic." "Wait," interjected Wolf. "What does Ira's tireless dedication to his work have to do with me?" Chapter 120. The Slave Wolf Girl. "Thank you for your hard work. Please convey our regards to Duke Novak, as you bid farewell to the returning carriage." Her spectral maidens busily tallied the quantity and quality of the giant bees, reporting their findings to her for consolidation. It appeared that the giant bees, which had been previously ordered from Duke Novak, had finally arrived. "The perfume certainly sells well in the duchy," remarked Ira, standing nearby. He observed the unit price recorded in Yu's parchment ledger and noted, "This price is after the imposition of distribution restrictions. It is indeed fortunate for us." The distribution restrictions were part of the conditions set forth by Duke Novak during the procurement. Simply put, within a year, the Demon Lord's territory could produce Honeyflower Snow Moon at a base of 100 bottles per week, with any excess production wholly purchased by Duke Novak. However, there were no limitations on selling to merchants or gifting the product. Any sale, however, could not be priced below 300 gold coins, while there was no upper limit. In other words, the Demon Lord's territory could only sell at prices exceeding those of Duke Novak, but could not sell for less. This was a rather intriguing restriction, as it lacked any coercive force and relied entirely on the goodwill of both parties. It seemed to impose significant limitations on the Demon Lord's territory, preventing them from selling at a mere 100 gold coins per bottle to others. Clearly, merchants would approach the Demon Lord's territory seeking to procure at around 100 gold coins, compared to selling to Duke Novak for 3 thorny gold coins. 100 violet gold coins appeared considerably more lucrative, suggesting that the Demon Lord's territory was losing out on substantial profits. Nonetheless, the concept of a 1-year limitation was quite fascinating. In other words, the following year, Duke Novak would renegotiate prices, and the Demon Lord's territory could choose to bypass him completely. By that time, prices would likely have stabilized, making it challenging to lower them further. Once the brand of luxury goods had been established, offering them at a discount could provoke suspicions of counterfeit. Yawning, Ira caught Yu's eye as she diligently recorded notes. She inquired, "Mr. Ira, did you not sleep well last night?" In response to Yu's seemingly calm concern, Ira suppressed a silent yawn and replied, "Organizing the gifts from the spirits took me quite a while, and indeed, my sleep was restless last night. Oddly enough, I felt a persistent unease, as if I were not in a safe environment. In this world, those with mana, or adventurers, possessed a remarkably keen sixth sense. Their dreams and instincts were often highly reliable. However, unable to tolerate the discomfort any longer, Ira had patrolled the entire vicinity of the Demon Lord's territory the previous night, scaring several goblins into a fright and dispatching a few curious beasts, yet he found no source for his unease. This serves to demonstrate that the unease is beyond the reach of Ira. Perhaps the previously mentioned divine being from the outside is secretly observing him. Yet, Ira finds himself powerless, able only to force himself to sleep. "Mr. Ira, you seem to maintain an excellent rapport with the elves. Perhaps we can leverage your connections to re-establish diplomatic relations with the Silver Moon Grove. However, if the trade routes stabilize, it may render the need for formal relations unnecessary." As Yu spoke, she watched her spectral subordinates open the final wooden barrel. After a brief examination, they signaled an okay gesture, to which she nodded in approval. "Excellent. 1,000 giant bees, all in pristine condition. It seems, Mr. Ira, your reputation carries weight." Yu clearly believed that Duke Novak had successfully delivered the bees due to Ira's influence, yet Ira understood the true nature of the situation. Duke Novak had consistently maintained high standards of quality control, which made others eager to conduct business with him. While Ira was articulating this, and Yu nodded in comprehension, the voice of Sonata emerged from beside them. "Mr. Ira and Miss Yu, regarding the matter of the magical armors, my subordinates have relayed the information to me." However, there was something peculiar in Sonata's tone. At this strange utterance, both Ira and Yu turned to see a silver-haired, twin-tailed vampire with a look of shock on her face. Sonata appeared to have stumbled upon some significant revelation. "My subordinates have located Mr. Ira's illegitimate daughter." Ira. Yu. Before the assembled company of the Demon King's territory, Ira provided an explanation that was neither too brief nor excessively lengthy, and the audience finally grasped that the term illegitimate daughter was merely a misunderstanding. "Oh, is that so? You nearly frightened me to death." Satan Leaf patted her empty chest in relief. Indeed, it was truly terrifying. Vela nodded in agreement, her expression one of exaggerated lamentation as she feigned a posture of disappointment, saying, "I had thought my colleague of many years was such a dreadful man." Ira, stares Vela. I was wrong. Almost instantaneously, the moment Ira displayed a dangerous glare, Vela capitulated, offering a few words of supplication before pondering aloud. "So, the daughter of the slave you rescued and brought home specifically requests to see you?" In response to this, Ira shook his head in exasperation, countering, "It wasn't exactly bringing her home. Could you refrain from using such ambiguous phrasing? I was preparing to treat her wounds when she simply ran away, and I was unable to locate her. As Ira recounted the memory of the battered wolf girl, he reflected, she actually returned alive to the Orc kingdom? I had thought she perished. In the midst of Ira's reminiscence, Selena interjected, inquiring, so, Lord Ira, are you considering a visit to the Orc kingdom? How many troops will you require? The words seemed to imply that Ila was about to embark on a battle. I could manage it alone. I do not require protection, nor am I fearful of any traps, right? Ila said lightly, playfully sticking out his tongue, which left Vera astonished, for in her recollection, Ila had never exhibited such a whimsical demeanor. This sudden contrast even sparked a rather perilous thought in Vera's mind. Ila is somewhat endearing. Indeed. So when do you plan to depart, Ila? In response to Satan Leaf's inquiry, Helena and a few others familiar with her discerned her intentions. Could it be that Satan Leaf wishes to accompany us as well? This afternoon, we shall set off after lunch, Ila replied. I want to go too. As expected. Chapter 121. The ultimate survivor in the wilderness. Ira declared, with a tone that danced on the edge of jest, that he neither required protection from anyone nor feared any traps. Yet, the strength and brutality embedded in those words were far from mere frivolity. They were, in fact, a stark and undeniable truth. Imagine, if Ira were to arrive in the Orc nation only to find himself besieged by 1,000 orcs, what might transpire? For an ordinary adventurer, such an ambush would spell disaster. However, Ira was anything but ordinary. He stood apart from all governing officials. Indeed, one could assert that if Ira desired to toy with them, it would take an eternity for the 1,000 orcs to be utterly annihilated. Conversely, should he be pressed for time, and if Satan Leaf managed to escape far enough, a mere gentle stroke across his own throat would suffice. With the pull of the death trigger, the orc army would vanish in an exceedingly brief moment, as if they had never existed, evaporating without a trace. As previously mentioned, the governing officials with seats possessed critical intelligence regarding the content and cooldown of the death trigger. Thus Ira had maintained a commendable facade of secrecy. After all, he had never once activated his death trigger. Boom, boom. Ira and Satan Leaf, each adorned with crimson wings unfurling behind them, soared through the skies. The pressure of their passage brushing against the flora below, causing the trees of the forest to sway. However, Ira's wings, forged from mana, were but ethereal and semi-transparent, bestowing upon him an otherworldly beauty reminiscent of a two-dimensional filter or the refraction of crystal. Gasping for breath, Ira gradually reduced his speed upon hearing Satan Leaf's labored breaths. He turned to her, who was likewise decelerating, and suggested, "Let us rest for a while. We shall spend the night here." Breathless, Satan Leaf followed the direction of Ira's finger and spotted a cave that appeared quite suitable for habitation. She nodded in agreement. All right. As they glided towards the cave, Ira cast his gaze upwards at the dimming sky, then turned to glance back at the vanishing silhouette of the demon lord's domain. He mused, truly, the power of the Crimson Demon Dragon is remarkable. We have already traversed half the distance. The Orc territory lay above the monster-controlled region, to the right of the Empire, beneath the Hazard Duchy, below the Dwarven Kingdom, and to the left of the Silver Moon Tree Court, a nation ensconced amidst many others. Fortunately, the Divine Mountain Range, which formed the border between the Hazard Duchy and the Dwarven Kingdom, as well as the Empire and the Orc nation, effectively separated these territories. Thus, the Orc nation only shared direct borders with the Dwarven Kingdom, the Silver Moon Tree Court, and the Monster Nation, preventing it from becoming a fiercely contested battleground. To speak candidly, this world, in comparison to the historical epics of Ira, is relatively tranquil. Prior to the creation of entities such as the Final AI Tribunal, specialized weapon for racial judgment, and the Final AI Tribunal, automaton of good and evil cooperation, the Eternal Federation endured a multitude of catastrophic world wars, the first, second, third, and fourth, each more brutal and resolute than the last. The planet was nearly reduced to scorched earth, and human civilization faced the brink of extinction. Historical records became revered treasures, preserved until the Federation was established amidst the ruins, awakening the once blue planet's demons through alien technology, ascending to the pinnacle of the universe. Fortuitously, Ira possesses expertise in ancient history and has performed commendably, enabling him to grasp some practical skills in this world. However, he lacks mastery of more advanced techniques. Thus, in this realm, where only wars between empires and demonic nations, and conflicts among principalities occur, the impending war between the principality and the empire signifies a profound state of peace. "Mr. Ira, this appears to be a bear's den," remarked Satan Yi, observing Ira as he sat at the cave's entrance, gazing at the sunset. turning back towards the light. She inspected the claw marks and the foul-smelling straw within, wrinkling her brow as she declared, "Dinner is secured." Still lost in reverie over the memories of a once beautiful kingdom, Ira was jolted back to reality by Satan Ye's words, acutely aware of his status as the last survivor of that world. Even after the passage of time, a sense of solitude lingered. The sky has darkened. The bear should return to its lair. "I have found it," he said, casually summoning a searing flame that instantaneously incinerated the cave's odor, igniting the straw and repositioning it at the cave's mouth to serve as tonight's kindling. Then, under Satan Ye's gaze, Ira's crimson wings fluttered gently, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, exiting the cave. Almost instantaneously, a chilling cry echoed from the outside, a whoa, followed by the resounding thud of a colossal creature crashing to the ground. This transpired within a mere second, and in the following moment, before Satan Ye could fully regain her composure, Ira re-entered the cave, one hand clutching a bundle of wood while the other dragged a large bear. It was at this juncture that Satan Ye's exclamation emerged, a response to Ira's swift incineration of the air within the cave. "So fast." Ira pondered over such a question, then leisurely began to add fuel to the blazing pile of grass. Under the watchful gaze of Satan Leaf, he gently recited, "Fourth wing pillar, blood clan." Wingspan blood gradually flowed from Ira's hand, congealing into an oddly shaped dagger. He subsequently wielded this small knife, reminiscent of bat wings, to commence the dismemberment of the colossal bear carcass. With a crackling sound, Satan Leaf observed the exquisite cuts of meat illuminated by the firelight. As Ira placed the beautifully prepared flesh on the flames to roast, she felt an urge to assist, perhaps by stoking the fire. However, Ira, at that moment, simply withdrew a branch and tossed it into the bonfire. Her outstretched hand hesitated, unsure of what action to take. Ira, mistaking her silence for hunger or a craving for meat, gently reassured her, "Be patient, it will be ready soon. Although we have no salt, the simple taste of roasted meat should suffice." Satan Leaf, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, glanced at the meat roasting in Ira's hands, then looked at him, who was divided in attention. No, rather, multitasking with 4 different tasks. She found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps all she could muster was a simple, "Thank you," Ira replied, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Satan Leaf's gratitude stemmed not solely from receiving the delectable roasted meat. Chapter 122. No transaction occurred. Chirp. Chirp. Awakened by the melodious sounds of birds, Ilya stirred from his slumber. Surprisingly, nestled against the rocky wall of the cave, he felt a greater sense of tranquility than he had in the demon lord's domain, with his sleep quality significantly improved. Indeed, there must be something sinister lurking within the demon lord's territory. As Ilya pondered this, he felt something warm and snug pressed against him, a small, heated body. Without needing to turn his head, he knew it was Satan Leaf, who had inadvertently snuggled closer during her restless sleep. Was it that she was uncomfortable in this unfamiliar setting, or was she simply an unsettled sleeper by nature? Ilya remained uncertain. "Helena, at last. Lord Ilya acknowledges that every night I must tuck in Princess Satan Leaf to ensure she doesn't tumble from her bed." What was evident, however, was that Satan Leaf had transformed Ilya into a makeshift tree, her adorable crimson tail winding around his legs, its tip gently clutching his pant leg. It was a scene of utter serenity and tranquility, one that anyone would hesitate to disturb as the charming crimson dragon girl slept soundly. "Satan Leaf, wake up. It is time for us to depart." Yet, Ilya could do so, speaking calmly as he gently nudged the sleeping figure in his embrace. "Satan Leaf, awaken, Satan Leaf." At the sound of his voice, Satan Leaf opened her eyes in a daze, shifting away from Ilya, only to softly close them again, emitting a rhythmic, gentle breath. However, Ilya's intent was not to let her drift back into slumber, but to rouse her. The position she occupied now was where she had settled before Ilya had fallen asleep. For reasons unknown, she seemed to have shifted in her dreams, and logically, she should not be feeling cold. "Satan Leaf, it's time to rise." This time, she emitted a soft murmur, finally opening her eyes. She appeared quite drowsy, gazing around the dim cave in confusion, seemingly disoriented. Instead of a familiar room, she found herself in a cave. And the first face she saw was not Helena's, but Ilya's, which left her puzzled. Yet, in an instant, she recalled that they were en route to the Orc Kingdom, and she blinked determinately to shake off her drowsiness. Slap, slap, whoosh. Satan Leaf playfully slapped her cheeks, exhaling with a whoosh as she shook her head and rose to her feet from the cave floor. Adorable yet effective, she had fully awakened. "Mr. Ilya, I'm here. It's time to set off. I'll find something to eat along the way." In response to Ilya's words, Satan Leaf nodded obediently, stretching her petite form while extending her wings behind her, preparing for flight. By the way, Mr. Ilya, why does the daughter of the slave you rescued and brought home wish to see you? Satan Leaf appeared to casually inquire, seemingly fond of questioning Ira about others. Whenever someone connected to Ira was mentioned, she always sought clarity. This mindset puzzled Ira, who was reluctant to delve into it. He was uncertain. And then there was the wolf girl named Whirly, one of the exotic slaves I rescued from illegal captivity. She was not particularly remarkable, yet she was the first to escape on her own. Ira's words left Satan Leaf tilting her head in confusion as she watched Ira ascend after murmuring about the first winged pillar, Crimson Dragon, wingspan. She quickly took flight to follow him. What had escaped on her own mean? In response to Satan Leaf's bewilderment, Ira recalled a long-ago incident, stating, during the Empire's reign, I frequently dismantled the slave trading dens. At least on the surface, the capture of slaves was illegal. I would bring them back to my home. This then was not limited to females. I treated all genders and races equally. Once they regained their strength, I would entrust merchants to return them to their homelands. As he spoke, he reminisced about that day, adding, however, after I brought Whirly back to my temporary residence, I had some matters to attend to and left her some food before I departed. When I returned, the wolf girl had vanished, having taken all the food with her. Perhaps I did not explain myself clearly, and she assumed I harbored ill intentions. He shook his head with a hint of regret, continuing, I could tell her time was short. Likely, after returning to the Orc Kingdom, she passed without much explanation. Then what misunderstandings arose with her daughter? Perhaps. Ira instinctively felt that was the case, though the precise circumstances remained uncertain. Is it possible they wish to summon you, Ira, and exact vengeance? Satan Leaf furrowed her brow, beginning to sense the peril in their current endeavor. Moreover, she had not brought her scythe this time, realizing she might be of little assistance in combat. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Satan Leaf couldn't help but chuckle, almost forgetting that if Ira encountered a dire situation, she would be of no use. After all, she was but a weak demon lord. Interestingly, in the past, when Satan Leaf felt utterly powerless, she would often experience deep frustration and self-reproach. Yet now, she could easily engage in self-deprecating humor. With Ira's support, any king would likely feel inadequate. Satan Leaf believed that even the formidable Isabella or her elder sister Cassiopeia would feel the same in this regard. And this was likely the truth. Uncertain of the reason behind Satan Leaf's sudden laughter, Ila turned his head and responded to the previous inquiry. It is indeed possible that the adversary wishes to take my life. Thus, I must exercise caution to avoid harming the innocent populace of the Orc Kingdom. Ha ha ha, Satan Leaf could not contain his mirth, for this logic, albeit peculiar and audacious, was amusingly genuine. Ila seldom indulged in jest, and this instance could be deemed relatively successful. Previously, whenever he made a jest such as, then I shall annihilate them all, Isabella or Yesser would merely gaze at him with gleaming eyes and exclaim wonderful. However, Ila would swiftly clarify that it was merely a jest. Subsequently, Yesser would express his disappointment, saying, as expected, even you, Ila, cannot resolve the human resource issue following the extermination of the nobility, while Isabella would look on in disbelief, exclaiming, Teacher, you actually made a joke? Nevertheless, on a serious note, I truly hope to clarify any misunderstandings, for we genuinely require a magical craftsman. Thus, Ila contemplated the plan to abduct the wolf girl back to the demon lord's domain. By the way, does this count as the trade of foreign slaves? Chapter 123. Is it a kidnapping? You really need not follow me so closely. I have no intention of fleeing, Wolf remarked, her ears drooping in apparent disinterest. For the past few days, she had been thoroughly vexed by the vampire of the demon lord's domain. She glanced at the vampire lurking in the corner, resembling a butler. Miss Wolf, I am merely concerned that you may change your mind. The vampire replied, his handsome, yet sinister features now betraying a servile demeanor, his hands fidgeting as if he were a mere fly. Wolf, feeling increasingly exasperated, waved her hand dismissively and stated, I have told you, I am not a lady. My mother and Ilya likely have never had any significant connection. Perhaps. The vampire raised an eyebrow in confusion, prompting Wolf to realize that the last two words of her statement were unnecessary. Nevertheless, she responded candidly, because I am not entirely certain. Then that implies. The vampire began, yet Wolf, her tail twitching in irritation, interjected, but I am not Ilya's offspring. Do you understand? My mother was taken by the Empire when I was already over 30. She returned when I was 50. So, you seek vengeance against Ilya? The vampire inquired, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, seemingly deep in thought. Vengeance, perhaps? However, rather than vengeance, I would prefer to label it as an inquiry, though it could very well escalate into a confrontation, as I have been in pursuit of an answer. Wolf elaborated. As she uttered the word perhaps, she heard a sharp snap of fingers, followed by the vampire's apologetic smile before her. Why the expression of regret? Wolf pondered, feeling her eyelids grow heavier, her head becoming drowsy, and eventually she succumbed to sleep upon the table. Just before her slumber, she heard the vampire muttering. Who told you to say perhaps and the like? Well, I feel a bit guilty, the vampire chuckled helplessly, setting aside 2 empty teacups. However, I cannot allow you to seek revenge against Lord Ila. If you must assign blame, let it fall upon your breathless speech and your unwary actions. Nevertheless, when Lord Ilio arrives, I shall make a point to awaken you, so you do not find yourself in the demon lord's realm upon opening your eyes. As he spoke to himself, the vampire gestured with his fingers in a snapping motion. Returning to the nest, the bat hangs to rest, the young vampire declared, settling into a seemingly comfortable armchair, patiently awaiting Ilya's arrival. In the Slippery tribe, at the city of Little Iron Duke, it seems that the enemies previously mentioned are indeed located here. With her face concealed, Ira remarked as she entered the city alongside Satan Yi. Although the guards at the gate eyed them with curiosity, they did not impede their passage. Despite her obscured visage drawing attention, such disguises were rather common in this world, with 1 in every 10 individuals opting to conceal their appearance. Ira, however, had not yet donned the typical black hooded attire of those who wished to mask their identity. Mr. Ira, why do you cover your face? Satan Yi inquired softly, walking beside Ira. The answer to her question was quite simple. Many people recognize me. Although it may sound boastful, I have attained a degree of notoriety. If I do not conceal my identity, it would likely incite a commotion, and we certainly do not wish to attract such attention at the moment. Thus spoke Ira, recalling Serna's words about choosing the best meeting place. Room 224 in the largest tavern of Little Iron Duke. Navigating through the bustling market filled with shouting merchants, Ira made her way toward the lively tavern in the distance, while Satan Yi followed closely, observing the various orcs adorned with scales and tails. Having seldom encountered orcs, her curiosity was piqued. In truth, her inquisitiveness extended beyond the orcs themselves. She was intrigued by the concept of market stalls and the existence of a tavern. Such establishments were absent in the demon lord's territory, leading her to ponder their necessity. Undoubtedly, they held significance. Perhaps the lesser demons were indifferent, but Ira was concerned. His concern was not for himself, but on behalf of the lesser demons. Constructing roads, building homes, growing stronger, rectifying injustices, solidifying dominion, and augmenting the economic resources of their territory were paramount. Ultimately, it boiled down to enhancing the quality of life and expanding recreational options. The economy within the demon lord's domain lacked circulation. Thus, the lower-ranking demons had no means to indulge in consumption, rendering taverns and similar venues free of charge. This was a method of development that Ira had never experienced. What, then, was the motivation for the demons to toil so diligently? With no rewards or punishment mechanisms in place, it would be entirely reasonable for all the lesser demons to slack off. Could it be due to insufficient entertainment or a narrow worldview? Ira was uncertain. He did not know whether an increase in quality of life would lead the lesser demons to become complacent in their labor or even refuse to work altogether. He was hesitant to relinquish the demon lord's greatest advantage. Amidst these contemplations, Ira and Satan Yi pushed open the doors of the tavern. Inside, a cacophony of voices filled the air as patrons engaged in drinking games. A few individuals turned to glance at the newcomers before returning their attention elsewhere. The tavern's proprietor, seemingly a snake beast woman, approached them. Would you two care for a drink? Before the fair-skinned and strikingly beautiful proprietor, Satan Yi stood in a daze, lost in thought. Ira, however, remained nonchalant as she calmly remarked, "We are here to find a companion. She is in room 224. Ah, the one on the second floor, room 24. Shall I escort you upstairs?" The proprietor, twisting her waist and preparing to step out from behind the bar, elicited a shake of the head from Ira, who guided Satan Yi toward the staircase, playfully asserting, "No need, we shall ascend on our own." Wow, that person just now had such a slender waist. In response to Satan Yi's exclamation, Ira cast a sidelong glance, uncertain of her point of interest. Gently, she rapped on the door of room 224, and with the sound of 3 knocks, the door swung open. "Lady Ira, we have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time," announced the vampire gentleman, respectfully stepping aside to reveal a slumbering werewolf girl sprawled on the bed behind him. "Ira, Satan Yi, did we misunderstand something?" Chapter 124, Satan Leaf. pretending to sleep? In the presence of the vampire youth's explanation, Ira and Satan Leaf, seated in their chairs, began to comprehend the events that had transpired. To put it succinctly, it was merely the consequence of excessive gasping while speaking, was it not? The wolf girl had mentioned vengeance. Perhaps, but rather than vengeance, I would prefer to refer to it as an inquiry. Upon hearing the phrase perhaps, the vampire youth immediately activated his ability, putting the wolf girl into a deep slumber. Prior to this, he had already surreptitiously infused his sleep induction mana into her red tea, intending to hypnotize her at a critical moment. Additionally, he had deduced from the initial half of the wolf girl Wolf's words that she posed a potential threat to Lord Ira. It seemed that Wolf's impression of the Demon King's territory might deteriorate due to my actions. Thus, I sincerely apologize, Lord Ira, and I am willing to accept the consequences. Listening to the vampire youth's words, Ira scrutinized him intently, catching a flicker of fervor in his eyes. He inquired, "Do you know me?" In response to Ira's query, the vampire youth nodded, speaking in a nostalgic tone. "Indeed, Lord Ira. I was one of the surviving members of the Blood Clan alongside Chief Sonata when you swept through the sky and annihilated our forces. Prior to that, I had participated in the assassination plot against Ila Elkaras, and by sheer luck, I managed to survive alongside the remaining sea monsters." As he recounted his tale, the vampire youth offered a bitter smile, continuing, "Ever since then, I have lived in fear and anxiety, haunted each night by nightmares of you soaring through the sky or the shadow sharks attacking from the ground, until you joined the Demon King's territory." It was evident that he was genuinely elated. The former extreme terror had transformed into a trusted camaraderie. The extent of his past fears was now mirrored by his profound joy. A sense of overwhelming relief had replaced despair. While admiration has its limits, fear does not. The adoration that arises from fear can be boundless. In the ebbs and flows of emotion, it is conceivable to regard Ira as a savior or deity. However, Ira understood well how to navigate such profound reverence, aware that while it may seem awkward, he should not be viewed through an excessively flattering lens. I am not invincible. Even with the world's incantations on my neck depleted, I still find myself at a disadvantage. Beyond that, I cannot elucidate further. The approach was clear. I have made myself understood, and henceforth, it relies on your own initiative. With this, Ira gazed at the wolf girl, who lay quietly on the bed, resembling a lifeless corpse. "You possess remarkable abilities. Perhaps you could engage in tasks beyond mere diplomacy." Thus, Ira mused about Tycap, who, despite possessing extraordinary capabilities, served as his male attendant. He realized that within the Demon King's territory, numerous formidable entities remained undiscovered. My abilities, applied to my current duties, could prove quite beneficial. In response, the vampire smiled and pointed at the slumbering wolf girl, remarking lightly, "When necessary, diplomacy can evolve into coercive diplomacy or may simply culminate in an assassination. As far as diplomatic means go, this is sufficiently effective. Should such a reputation continue to circulate, the diplomatic standing of the Demon Lord's domain would soon become notorious." Ila was acutely aware of this, yet she also understood another truth. As long as the reputation did not spread, or the capabilities of this vampire remained concealed, many things could be accomplished. So, she is Wolf. She appears to be a rather naive child. Knowing that the other party was in slumber due to the consumption of specially processed red tea, Ila gestured towards the vampire, instructing him to awaken her without concern for her subsequent actions. The implication of her words was unmistakable. Whatever the other party might do would be inconsequential. "I have long been aware. It is as it should be." The vampire, devoid of any doubt, did not question Ila's combat prowess. He took no precautions against the wolf girl's potential outburst, and simply snapped his fingers, snap. Accompanied by the trigger of the snap, Wolf's eyelashes fluttered. Yet there was no further reaction, as if she remained unawakened. "Huh." Satania expressed her confusion, glancing towards Ila and the young vampire, seeking to ascertain whether the ability had failed to activate. Yet, she observed the two, their faces unperturbed. "I am Ila Elkaras," she stated plainly, her gaze fixed on Wolf, who had suddenly opened her eyes. "It seems my subordinate has mistakenly believed you intended me harm, leading to her excessive actions, for which I apologize." Instantly, Wolf sat up, diverting her gaze from the astonished Satania to Ila, scrutinizing him. "Ila Elkaras, you seem quite ordinary." In response to such a remark, Ila glanced at himself, uncertain of the reason behind Wolf's statement. Should I feel fortunate or remorseful for this? Wolf paused momentarily, then with a wry smile, replied, "I had thought that the Ila, whom my mother adored until her dying breath, would be someone more radiant than the sun. I am uncertain whether to feel disappointed." Such words are challenging for most to receive, yet for Ila, it was tolerable. Then you should feel fortunate. I am unsure if the Orc Kingdom has heard, but at times, I can indeed shine brighter than the sun. Yet for those illuminated by such brilliance, it is not always a blessing. As Ila spoke, Wolf clearly understood this notion, awkwardly touching her nose as she said, "To be more radiant than the sun was merely my expression. What I mean is, in my imagination, Ila should be more extraordinary." At this point, Ila had nearly grasped the essence of the conversation. For any tormented captive, the individual who rescues them becomes an exceptional figure. Although I must express my surprise at your mother's ability to return here alive, I am indeed astonished. As Ila spoke, he gazed intently at Wolf, who had been scrutinizing him all along. He continued, "Having posed so many questions, should you not also demonstrate your own capabilities? And, while you are at it, could you share the answer you seek, along with your story?" Chapter 125, Justifiable Reasons. Wolf, a wolf girl, was raised in a furry tribe. Her father perished in a battle against a slaver crew when she was very young, leaving only her mother, Woli, to care for her. Upon reaching the age of 30, due to the peculiarities of aging in this world, one need not concern themselves with the specific numbers of age. Rather, it is sufficient to gauge one's psychological maturity based on context. Judging by Wolf's youthful appearance at 27 or 28 juxtaposed with her actual age of 60, one might deduce that 30 years corresponds to a mere 14 or 15 in emotional terms. At the age of 30, Wolf's mother mysteriously vanished, leading many to speculate that she had fallen prey to the Empire's slaver forces, a notorious fate among non-human races. From that moment forth, Wolf lived in solitude, eventually discovering her innate talent for magical weapon design and craftsmanship. She resolved to earn enough money for her journey to the Empire in hopes of locating her mother. On her 50th birthday, her mother returned, battered and bruised. Overwhelmed with joy, Wolf was informed, "My time is short. My final wish is to see you once more, to ensure your well-being, and to behold the soil of our homeland." 1 year later, Woli passed away. During that year, Woli spoke incessantly of the moment when Iris saved her, expressing her gratitude and apologies for her abrupt departure, even until her last breath. At that moment, Wolf yearned for answers. As she spoke, she clutched a sword blank with iron pincers in one hand, and with the other, she rhythmically hammered the glowing red blade, her left foot channeling mana into the furnace for heating while her right foot operated the bellows. The rhythmic clanging accompanied her thoughts. "I wish to understand who Ira truly is, that my mother never once mentioned my father during that entire year." Ira, seemingly unaware of the profound feelings he had stirred within the wolf girl who had lost her husband, was at a loss for words. His actions had inspired sentiments far beyond mere gratitude. "But I was merely a fleeting acquaintance to your mother, aside from saving her. I did nothing," he replied, glancing towards the scalding heat outside the forge where Satan Leaf and the vampire awaited. He marveled at the crimson demon dragon's aversion to heat, adding, perhaps the act of saving was indeed sufficient. In response to Ira's words, Wolf merely pursed her lips and cast the now-shaped sword blank into a prepared basin of water, releasing a dense cloud of white mist that enveloped the forge, obscuring everyone's vision. At that moment, Wolf's voice pierced through the haze. After waiting a while without receiving a reply from Ira, she declared, "Let us engage in a duel." "I am ready." Ira listened intently. Though the rationale eluded him, he could distinctly perceive that once Wolf declared her intent to attack, she immediately launched an offensive against him. However, it seemed rather juvenile. Ira noted that while Wolf was indeed skilled in blacksmithing, the intricacies of spell engraving remained unclear, yet he presumed she would not falter significantly in that regard. Nonetheless, her combat prowess appeared somewhat lacking, perhaps even a tier below that of Satan Leaf. Ira assessed the situation without unfurling his wings, merely leaning back slightly to evade the claws that whisked past him. He then executed a simple yet effective maneuver, pulling forward and ensnaring her leg in a basic trip. With a resounding thud, Wolf was sent crashing to the ground, and Ira effortlessly subdued her with the strength befitting a normal human. Even as the smoke dissipated, Wolf struggled yet failed to rise. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the vampires outside and Satan Leaf, Wolf regained her composure and simply stated, "I concede." Upon hearing her admission of defeat, Ira casually lifted his knee from her waist and released his grip on her neck. Wolf, indeed, did not attempt to retaliate. Instead, she acted as if nothing had transpired and picked up the sword blank with her tongs. The sword blank appeared unremarkable, predominantly a dull blackish gray, with its edges uneven. It required further polishing, sharpening, grooving, quenching, and the addition of a hilt and guard, followed by the engraving of magical inscriptions. Wolf remarked, presenting the now lukewarm sword blank to Ira. However, the forging strength is already sufficient, albeit, from your perspective, it still appears fragile. Ira scrutinized the sword, nodding slightly, though he could barely discern its details. He inquired, "So, must the remaining work be completed in the Demon King's territory?" This question symbolized that Ira had passed his assessment. "I am prepared to depart at any moment. I require no wages. As long as you can provide me with shelter and sustenance, I shall toil for you until my last breath, akin to your slave," Wolf declared, tossing the unfinished sword blank into a cloth bag. The contents of the bag appeared to be her belongings destined for the Demon King's realm. She looked at Ira and said, "However, I hope you can agree to one condition." Ira remained silent, awaiting Wolf's next words. To be honest, he detested such conditions. Yet upon reflection, the offer of servitude was somewhat tolerable. "I wish to," Wolf began, uncertain if Ira would acquiesce to her terms. She spoke with little hope, "Destroy the Caligula slave auction house. Deal." Upon witnessing Ira's instantaneous agreement, Wolf was visibly taken aback, her tail bristling in surprise at his swiftness. Instinctively voicing her confusion, "Huh?" Yet, in truth, there was no need for bewilderment. "I have made the deal," Ira declared, extending his hand to shake with the bewildered Wolf. With a smile, he continued, "I have long desired to do this. It was merely inconvenient during my time in the Empire. We are to destroy the Caligula auction house, correct?" Wolf replied, "Ah, we only need to dismantle the slave auction house." Ira responded, "I understand. We are to obliterate the Caligula auction house, yes?" Wolf hesitated, wanting to say something more, but upon observing Ira's enthusiastic demeanor and the rare glint of amusement in Satan's leaf's eyes, she realized something and offered a wry smile. "In any case, thank you, Ila Elkaras." Chapter 126. The Slave Caravan on a Narrow Path at the Easternmost Edge of the Orc Territory. 3 horse-drawn carriages traversed the road, resembling an ordinary convoy. The large wagons appeared to be intended for regular trade. However, encircling the carriages were several imperial soldiers clad in black armor, a stark indication that this trade was anything but ordinary, or rather, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Within the foremost carriage, 3 or 4 individuals engaged in a game of cards while conversing. One man remarked, "Did not Lord Caligula's documents explicitly state that we should avoid traversing the Demon King's domain?" As he spoke, he casually threw a wooden token marked with the number 3 into the center of the table, questioning, "Is this truly acceptable?" Another man, sporting a scruffy beard, tossed in a token marked 7 with a nonchalant demeanor, asserting, "If we circumvent through the Divine Mountains, skirting the range, the area of the Monster Kingdom is but a few miles. It poses no issue." "I have an unsettling premonition," said a third man, whose right eye was covered by a patch. He played a messenger card, expressing, "Let us hope no unforeseen circumstances arise. Elves are a rare commodity. Their value is astronomically higher than that of bulk orcs or dwarves." The first man shook his head, indicating he would not play a card. "Do not fret," the bearded man said lightly, playing a deity card. "Princess Isabella has already reached an agreement with Lord Caligula, thus the guards will not scrutinize us." In response, the man with the eye patch nodded and played the highest card, World Tree, declaring that if no governor card was played, he could continue. He remarked, "That is true. Although surrendering a portion of our earnings is somewhat irksome, we should reach the Monster Kingdom tonight, and then it is back to our homeland." The first man stretched lazily and said, "This is indeed a lucrative venture. Once back home, I shall immerse myself in the Desire Tavern." The newcomer before our departure had a truly exquisite flavor. TSK, TSK, TSK. What was her name? "I must also give it a try," another interjected. "Get lost," came the retort between the two. Amid their banter, the man with the eye patch organized his cards in ascending order and discarded 6 cards, declaring, "A straight." "I reiterate, let us not encounter any mishaps." Observing the two shake their heads in refusal, he casually threw out 4 of the remaining 5 cards, all marked 4, which indicated a combat power of 4 for the governor. If there were no stronger governor card or a combination of World Tree and Deity forming the Pantheon card, the dark demon with the eye patch could continue to play. As the two again shook their heads in discontent and discarded their cards, the eye patch man nonchalantly tossed his last card, proclaiming his victory, and pocketed the gold from the table. "Shall we play again?" In response to the invitation from the bearded man, the masked figure shook his head and remarked, "I must assess the condition of that sprite and ascertain whether the guards have taken any measures. This cargo is of utmost importance and cannot afford any errors." Observing the masked man leap from the carriage's window, the remaining 2 men exchanged glances, then simultaneously shrugged in resignation, commencing the organization of their card stacks. Many carriages are designed with a skylight at the top that can be opened or closed, allowing one to poke their head out for fresh air or to escape from a trapped carriage. This is a common feature, as the locks on carriage doors often warp due to severe impacts or overturning. During such instances, the skylight proves invaluable. As the masked man emerged from the top of the carriage and stood upon it, the soldiers surrounding the carriage nodded in acknowledgement, greeting him. Lord Jallers. Conducting your routine inspection? Indeed, you all have worked hard. This cargo is a sprite, and we cannot afford any missteps. The individual known as Jallers stated, gazing toward the heavily guarded carriage behind him. He then leaped onto that carriage, entering from the front rather than through the skylight, as it had been sealed for safety precautions. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, Jallers stepped into the dimly lit interior of the carriage. He observed the large cage housing a battered, pointed-eared sprite, confirming that the anti-magic shackles binding her limbs were still effective. This sprite, adorned with emerald green hair reminiscent of fine foliage, now lacked the grace and beauty typical of her kind, instead curled up like a creature engulfed in despair. Her body bore visible marks of battle, evidence of having been violently captured in a fierce struggle. Additionally, there were signs of mistreatment, though not severe. The true anguish would manifest after her purchase, yet that was of no concern to Jallers. His only responsibility was to ensure that the cargo remained as pristine and intact as possible, as a poor condition would hinder the sale price. Moreover, he found it difficult to understand the nobility. Did they not find the green hair and pointed ears repulsive? After all, he was a rather traditional human, somewhat unable to accept those of different races. Thank you for your efforts, Jallers addressed the 4 soldiers guarding the cage, instructing them. This is the only pureblood sprite we have captured in 13 years. This cargo is truly significant and cannot afford any errors. Yes, understood. Lord Jallers, you have also worked hard. Have you returned? Is everything in order? The bearded man inquired, smirking as he added, You always do this. We were just discussing whether you might be overly cautious. To this, the first unremarkable man immediately retorted, You're the only one saying that, all right? I too believe that it is wise to exercise caution. Perhaps merely taking a glance each day suffices. Jallers shook his head in resignation, reseating himself at the table and tapping the surface, signaling that the game could continue. He remarked, It is indeed prudent to remain cautious. Ultimately, caution seldom leads one astray. However, both the first man and the bearded individual seemed to think that such caution might be unnecessary this time. After all, was it truly required to step outside for merely 2 or 3 hands? With so many soldiers in tow, could any unforeseen events truly arise? Chapter 127. The battlefield is never lacking in death, I inquired. Is it truly necessary? Despite the seemingly bashful tone of Wolf, Ilya remained unperturbed, continuing his swift flight. He glanced at Wolf, cradled in his arms in a princess carry, and remarked, Your speed is far too sluggish, slower than Satan Leaf. Beside them, Satan Leaf observed the scene and nodded in agreement, gently suggesting, We must hasten our return to the Demon King's domain. Are you uncomfortable being carried? Or is it merely an adjustment? Uncomfortable? How does one articulate that? Due to the power of the Scarlet Dragon, Ilya's embrace was warm and respectful, ensuring he did not encroach upon any sensitive areas. Therefore, Wolf experienced a long-lost sensation akin to resting in her mother's arms. It was challenging to categorize this feeling as discomfort. Rather, it was somewhat unfamiliar. Wolf could only express it thusly. She glanced at Ilya's back and, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, ventured, If possible, you could carry me on your back, although I may not be too accustomed to that either. Ilya understood this sentiment as well. Being carried was undoubtedly a more intimate act compared to the relative distance of carrying someone on one's back. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer to carry rather than embrace. I have wings on my back, he mused, and upon realizing the implications, he offered with a sheepish smile. Perhaps I could shoulder you instead? Upon envisioning that scenario, Wolf promptly rejected the idea with a shake of her head. Perhaps we might consider a slightly slower pace. Since I have already traversed the forest, what if we ride horses before reaching the next woodland? Ilya proposed, and the already fatigued Satan Leaf eagerly nodded in agreement, cheerfully exclaiming, Let us ride, let us ride. I am utterly exhausted from the past few days. However, Wolf appeared quite perplexed, glancing around and unable to spot any horses. It would be splendid if we could ride, but where are the horses? As she was about to voice her inquiry, she felt Ilya dive swiftly towards the ground, the immense pressure of the wind rendering her momentarily speechless. Just before landing, Ilya deftly decelerated, descending gracefully like a butterfly or dragonfly, and landed lightly on the ground, with Satan Leaf following closely behind. Yet, thud, Satan Leaf, unable to reduce her speed, found one foot sinking into the mud. This patch of grass seemed perpetually damp and boggy, given its proximity to the marshlands. Ugh! Satan Leaf emitted a cute lament as she extracted her foot from the muck. Ilya shook his head in exasperation, gesturing for her to take flight. Accompanied by his incantation of the third wing pillar, Blood Clan, wing expansion trigger, a fine stream of blood flowed from his wrist, cleansing Satan Leaf's shoes. Subsequently, the sanguine mass was carelessly discarded upon the verdant grass. That patch of grass would surely become quite fertile, wouldn't it? Second wing pillar, Headless Knight, wingspan. As Ira uttered these words, a dark mana gradually emerged beneath him, forming a framework of mana that elevated his figure, causing Wolf to feel the ascent as well. Curiously, she glanced downward, where she beheld a headless armored steed, its cranium replaced by ethereal blue flames. In the ensuing dizzying whirl, she was repositioned behind the horse by Ira. Satan Leaf swiftly settled in front of Ira, nestled between his arms that gripped the reins, securing herself by clutching the horse's neck. Hold on tightly, Ira instructed, and upon confirming he was addressing her, Wolf's tail swayed with uncertainty, yet her hands decisively clutched Ira's waist. Then, propelled at a velocity akin to a swift arrow, she understood the necessity of Ira's command. Second wing pillar? What might that be? Wolf inquired. It is noteworthy that the role of the regent is relatively enigmatic across many nations, with most countries possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the position. Even among the monstrous entities that stand opposed to the Empire, there remains a lack of comprehension as to why the anti-magic stones do not affect the regent. Within the Empire itself, most nobles are oblivious to the operational mechanisms of the regent. If their inquiries into Ira are scant, they may even be only vaguely aware of the regent's limitations, such as Vera, who is unaware that the regent cannot bear offspring. Therefore, among the Orc nations, which have not engaged in conflict with the Empire, their understanding of the regent likely extends only to descriptors such as powerful, fearsome, harvester of the weak, and oppressive to non-humans. The mechanism of the regent's power involves transmuting all of their mana to empower the wing pillars that bear the mana of others, with the trigger being the invocation of another's mana contained within the pillars. Due to the directional nature of the world tree, many rules governing mana invocation can be circumvented. Ira articulated this, glancing at the bewildered Satan Leaf and then at the equally perplexed Wolf. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to convey something comprehensible to both, stating, the four wing pillars each have their distinct functions. Different mana inserted into their respective slots can yield various capabilities. The first wing pillar is the core pillar. When I infuse it with Crimson Dragon mana, I effectively become akin to a Crimson Demon Dragon. The second wing pillar is the movement pillar, which manifests the steed when infused with Headless Knight mana, and transforms into a swift-moving blood mist when infused with vampire mana. Noticing the growing intrigue in the two, Ira continued. The third wing pillar pertains to magic or ranged methods, while the fourth wing pillar relates to close combat or weaponry. How does one acquire the mana of others? Wolf queried. By awaiting the demise of the non-humans around us, or compelling them to offer it willingly. Ira spoke these words, sharing a knowing smile with the turned-around Satan Yi. At this moment, Wolf began to grasp the situation, yet she still had lingering questions. She clung tightly to Ira and inquired, how does the governor acquire the first mana, when there is nothing in the Pillar of Wings? What is the combat capability of the governor? Without wings, the governor is exceedingly weak. Ira, responding with unwavering certainty, continued amidst the backdrop of puzzled murmurs. After all, the governor is a profession born for the battlefield, and in such a realm, there is no shortage of death. Chapter 128. Those who should not be angry. This place has recently endured a bloody battle, evidenced by the scattered orc corpses that litter the ground, clad in tattered garments. These orcs have dropped their weapons haphazardly about. Damn bandits, spat a bearded man with disdain. It seems that no matter the nation, the narrative remains the same. Claims of abundant orc resources, yet there are still those who cannot survive. From this, it appears that the unkempt man possesses a degree of clarity. He is certainly more perceptive than many ordinary citizens leading a more fortunate existence. At the very least, he understands that common folk resort to banditry when desperation drives them to the brink. Move swiftly, and do not complicate matters further, declared Jalus, who wore an eye patch as he observed his soldiers tidying the battlefield. He noticed a headless warhorse passing by the convoy, upon which sat a man flanked by two women. A headless knight, perhaps? The sound of hooves gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt beside the convoy, prompting Jalus and several other soldiers, along with two additional men, to become immediately alert. After all, The conflict between the Empire and the magical creatures had not long ceased. "These orcs, bandits, you say? Surely you must be a mere merchant caravan?" inquired the veiled man seated atop the headless warhorse. Yet, judging by the horse's appearance, it seemed the head was merely an artifice. Before him, a diminutive girl with black hair and red wings scrutinized the group, while a wolf girl behind the man lowered her head, lost in thought. This was indeed a curious assembly. I had presumed that orcs would not descend to the level of banditry. The man appeared eager to converse, and Jalas responded nonchalantly. There are always remote areas where filth is concealed beneath a veneer of glamour. Perhaps these individuals are burdened by their parents' debts, or some other misfortune. Who can say for certain? Having exchanged a mere few words, Jalas felt reassured. It seemed the headless knight harbored no particularly hostile intentions towards the Empire. After all, a truce was a monumental boon for the realm of magical creatures. "You must be a slave caravan returning from the Orc nation, transporting a batch of orcs?" The headless knight's words drew the attention of everyone in the convoy, yet none dared to act against or reprimand him. The disparity in combat capabilities was evident. While sheer numbers could potentially overwhelm, such an approach would incur significant losses. "Do you brazenly traverse the official roads like this? I recall that in the Empire, capturing slaves is illegal, is it not?" The discussion veered into perilous territory, and Jalas was reluctant to engage further. However, the bearded man beside him chuckled in response. "Brother, you seem quite knowledgeable about the Empire, but soon it will no longer be illegal." He beheld the headless knight, who appeared momentarily taken aback. A man, with a scruffy beard, retrieved a small pouch of silver coins from his pocket and handed it over, stating, "Our Empress has reached an accord with Lord Caligula. Now the knights will not hinder us." "Accord? What accord?" The man accepted the pouch of coins and tucked it away, inquiring as he did so, while the she-wolf behind him buried her head deeper, obscuring her thoughts. "We are not entirely sure. All we know is that a substantial sum must be given to Her Majesty. Although our earnings have diminished somewhat, our safety has significantly increased. My brother, you are well aware. Is it not better to part ways here?" The scruffy man added with a light chuckle, instinctively sensing that this headless knight might feel the sum inadequate. He then produced 3 or 4 gold coins from his pocket and placed them into the cloth pouch, offering it to the man beside him. Jalas and another man observed in silence. If this could avert a conflict, then it was indeed for the best-selling elves would yield far greater returns than mere handfuls of gold. However, the man offered no response, appearing to gaze skyward, lost in contemplation. "Ah, Isabella!" the man exclaimed, his voice tinged with restrained agitation. As he called out the name of the Empress, his tone shifted from a deliberately suppressed, mature timbre to that of youth, a voice strangely familiar to all citizens of the Empire. Yet before anyone could piece together the implications, his incantation revealed his true identity. "First wing column," the man proclaimed, his eyes ablaze with crimson fire, as the steed beneath him disintegrated in an instant. With his rising emotions, the mana around him turned increasingly violent, and the sudden eruption of dark mana generated a colossal shockwave. "Crimson Dragon," accompanied by this proclamation. The mask upon the man's face was instantly consumed by searing flames, revealing a visage recognizable to every inhabitant of the Empire. The surrounding air grew intensely agitated, as withered leaves seemed on the verge of combustion. Wings shatter. Enormous, scarlet wings erupted behind the man, shattering and swiftly reconstituting themselves, spreading out in a wild and unrestrained manner. Unlike the wingspan of before, these wings appeared extraordinarily vast and dazzling, akin to glowing blades forged in fire. At least 30 feet in length, the ethereal wings unfurled behind him, fanning out in a tempest of scorching heat that incinerated the foliage nearby into ash. These gargantuan scarlet-scaled wings, monstrous in their scope, declared their existence to the world, blindingly radiant, as if one were gazing directly at the sun. The air became excruciatingly hot, but in the next moment, that wave of heat contracted violently, the ambient temperature returning to normal, as if the space were about to implode, rendering the surroundings almost chilling. The once fervent heat that had been subdued now shattered the cart that housed precious cargo, scattering guards and cages across the ground and revealing the wounded elf within. As the goods were laid bare, the man's gaze transitioned from pitch black to an exquisite deep crimson, his fury reaching a fever pitch. The black incantation etched upon his neck began to shift, spiraling from shadowy hues to a vivid scarlet. This transformation was a harbinger of the governor's wrath, and the identity of the man before them became evident to all present. "Lord Ila Elkaras," Jalas exclaimed in terror. Yet, Ila offered no reply. He merely lifted his head, exuding an oppressive aura akin to being ensnared in a mire of despair, his eyes flickering with a sinister crimson glow. Chapter 129. The Crimson New Star. The comet of catastrophe with a tremendous impact, the creature known as Ira, enveloped entirely in crimson mana, swooped down from the heights like a hawk, snatching a soldier from the ground and soaring back into the sky. The rampant crimson mana scorched and tore at him until he was reduced to mere charred fragments. This was not mere slaughter. It was a massacre driven by a need to vent one's rage, a brutal display of cruelty and suffering that spread terror and death. Fear permeated the hearts of every soldier, accompanied by piercing screams and wails, with many collapsing in despair and weeping uncontrollably. Some pleaded for mercy, but Ira remained indifferent. Others attempted to resist, yet their efforts were futile. At this moment, all hope was extinguished. It was a rare sight to behold Ira, the embodiment of fury, unleashed in such a manner. The regent occasionally exhibited anger, but it was a rare occurrence. After relinquishing all mana to the world incantation and the pillars of wings, his emotions dulled considerably, which was precisely what he required. The regent was not meant to succumb to anger. The incantation upon his neck should not blaze crimson, for such a transformation could lead to his aberration. However, the world inevitably presents certain provocations that incite anger, some events that may seem commonplace to others, but are, for some, particularly for one, an affront to their very being. Ila Elkaras, the man known as Ira, harbored the deepest resentment and fury towards the slave-capturing brigades that employed violence as a means of enslavement, as well as the trade of foreign slaves. This disdain extended to the foolish noblemen who enabled such practices. Once provoked, the potential for a second outburst becomes increasingly likely, and the uncontrollable wrath within becomes easier to unleash. Logically, after his initial anger stemming from Isabella's perceived betrayal of her dreams, one would expect this subsequent rage to be less intense. Yet, that was not the case. Ira was adept at controlling his emotions. During his battle with Hadlin, he had even shown restraint to avoid triggering the death trigger by killing her. This was merely a statement of intent. But now, the current fury surpassed all previous displays. That earlier anger could scarcely be likened to mere petulance. How could one adequately describe this unprecedented savagery and destruction? Ira and the slave-capturing brigade had encountered one another along a mountain path, once surrounded by vast forests, which now lay in ruins, trees uprooted, peaks collapsed, and stones shattered. In this moment, Ira unleashed his devastation and flames without reservation, showcasing the sheer violence of a being at the pinnacle of power. Even the far-off figures of Satan Leaf and Wolf could feel the searing heat from such a distance. The flames swept through, leaving behind scorched marks upon the ground, rendering human bodies pitifully fragile against such an onslaught. Their steel armor melted and fused with their flesh, intensifying their agony. Flesh and vegetation turned to char. Stones and earth reduced to dust. With a thunderous roar, Ila's speed accelerated, transforming him into a crimson specter, gradually becoming an afterimage. With each swift movement, he left behind one or two soldiers, their heads or upper bodies reduced to fragile cinders. Following this, Ila ascended once more, while the remaining soldiers below made a feeble counterattack. Yet, their arrows and spells vanished before even touching Ila, as if they had never existed. Ila's crimson eyes gazed downward, filled with a tumult of emotions, unwillingness, confusion, anguish, terror, murderous intent, annihilation, and rage. The overwhelming fury engulfed him, manifesting as an almost palpable malice that paralyzed the soldiers, rendering them incapable of movement. With a sharp chime, a brilliant, cross-shaped mana polymer materialized behind Ila, roughly the size of a fist, resembling exquisite stardust. Another followed, and then a third, all perfectly aligned behind him. The crisp sounds merged into a symphony, quickly filling the space around Ila with these tiny celestial particles. High in the sky, it appeared as though the heavens themselves were cloaked in this shimmering dust. That is, my father-S. Satania seemed to recognize the technique, her eyes widening in astonishment. As she hurried backward with the awestruck wolf, she exclaimed, "I remember, my father used this technique as well." Then Mr. Ila will descend. In a manner that echoed Satania's words, Ila, now soaring at an extraordinary height, appeared to abandon flight and began a free fall, accompanied by the multitude of stardust. The particles spun gracefully, forming a long, trailing tail. The crimson comet, adorned with countless radiant spirals, plunged straight down towards the earth, its speed moderate, yet utterly unavoidable. "Isn't he a bit too far?" Wolf inquired, gazing at the distant Ila. It's coming, Satania replied, her eyes reflecting the imminent impact of the crimson energy mass. "Quick, squint your eyes and don't look directly, that's it. Crimson Nova, star calamity comet." In the next instant, The two could only perceive the most intense shade of crimson, erupting from the brilliance, akin to the color of the sun, as if countless suns were simultaneously exploding. A tremendous impact melted countless substances, and those that remained undissolved danced out amidst the force, striking against the stones that served as a shield for the two individuals. As the tempest subsided, the dust-covered Satan leaf and the mud-clad wolf cautiously emerged, only to behold the shattered, vanishing wings of Ira behind them, alongside the well-protected sprite encased in a scarlet barrier. Before them lay a magnificent, several hundred feet deep, glassy pit, where the once towering peak had vanished without a trace. Is it Ira? The liberated sprite, whose cage had long since disappeared, struggled to lift her head and spoke with a hint of weakness, reaching out in fear that Ira might be but an illusion, fearing he might vanish in the next moment. Her hand was gently grasped by Ira. "I am here," he said softly, his neck adorned with the Black World incantation, now reduced to less than 1/7 of its original count. He carefully assisted the curled-up sprite to sit upright, calmly proclaiming, "Your suffering has come to an end." Observing the sprite weeping in Ira's embrace, Wolf, positioned above the pit, appeared to be moved, exclaiming, "I believe I have found the answer." Satan Leaf replied, "No, it's nothing." "How formidable," remarked Lessa, gazing at the astonished human woman. With a light chuckle she inquired, "What's the matter? Do you lack confidence in defeating Ira? I mean, without revealing your trump card." Yet the human woman could only stare in disbelief, clearly taken aback by the extent of Ira's power. He had even expended considerable effort to contain his strength, ensuring that the destruction did not extend to his companions and the sprite slaves. However, the true power of the ruler was about to be unveiled at this moment. When Lessa observed Ira, her excitement evident in her smile, with anger as the medium, transmutation is about to commence. The closing chapter of Volume 1, Acknowledgements. Okay. Volume 1 has concluded. It will be available tomorrow. Hi, everyone. Have you all returned to school? My initial subscriptions will undoubtedly plummet. Hee. Life is not easy, sighed the Lord of the Waning Moon. Nevertheless, there is little to be done. I hope everyone will support the release. If life is difficult, feel free to check out the pirated versions. I am grateful to everyone who has read this far. Now, let me summarize the situation of this book. Firstly, the inspiration for this book stems from the series titled after XXXXX. In other words, the Betrayal series that gained popularity a few years ago, which I quite enjoyed reading at the time. However, it seems that such works are not particularly popular here, as that genre of novels emphasizes swiftness, excitement, and simplicity. The first 100,000 words may be thrilling, but by 200,000 words, one begins to feel lost, and by 300,000 words, it devolves into utter nonsense. The prose is abysmal, characterizations are stiff, and the plots lack depth, with very few elements that can truly captivate the reader. Personally, the more I read, the more frustrated I became, which inspired the idea of penning my own tale. As for the anime, which the comments section frequently discusses, I have watched a bit and found it rather unappealing. The plot development contains elements of confusion that render it inferior to my own writing, reminiscent of the works from a decade ago. The neon-lit light novel industry indeed lags behind by 10 years. I do not possess the confidence that everyone will appreciate my narrative, as I am well aware of the inherent difficulties in human understanding. Nevertheless, I am capable of silencing those who disparage my work. I trust you all comprehend my sentiment. However, there is no need for concern regarding my mental well-being. I am, after all, a seasoned author. Through the trials of my previous novels, I have learned to regard the criticisms of naysayers with amusement. I am a storyteller, unwavering in my craft. Now, let us reflect on the first volume, which narrates the straightforward tale of Ila leaving the Empire to assist the Demon King. However, I have noticed that there are some misunderstandings regarding certain aspects. Firstly, Isabella's actions. Her decree to arrest Ila is distinct from Ila's policies. To draw an analogy, Isabella still chooses to heed Ila's counsel and will continue to act in accordance with Ila's teachings. Her arrest was merely a result of Ila's incessant chatter, prompting her to deliver a sharp reprimand. This behavior has occurred numerous times throughout Ila's past, to her amusement. However, this time, due to the machinations of the nobility, Isabella's reprimanding hand was tainted with a venomous sting. Ila, feeling the pain, fled while clutching her rear. Moreover, upon reflection, Ila realized that she could easily return to the Empire and offer a gentle massage to the foolish Isabella's temples. Yet she ultimately recognized that remaining in the Demon King's domain would be beneficial for both Isabella and herself. While the Empire may not continue to flourish, there is no need for trepidation regarding its decline or collapse. At the very least, both Isabella and Ila would find their spirits uplifted. Thus, they tacitly decided to part ways. Their relationship was initially intended to remain amicable, but due to Isabella's insatiable desire to partake, Ila's attitude toward her deteriorated unilaterally. Now, it seems that breaking Isabella's legs is becoming a necessity. Additionally, many revelations have emerged, among which the matters concerning the serpent. Oh dear, I let that slip. The apocalypse, the world tree, the branch of wrath, and the chancellor are of utmost importance. In essence, those familiar with my previous works will likely grasp the connections related to the serpent. As for what the chancellor truly represents and the nature of alienation mediated by wrath, these will be meticulously unraveled in the subsequent chapters. Tomorrow marks a significant update. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for your unwavering support. Chapter 1. The consciousness of mana. Once your wounds have healed, we shall return you to the Silver Moon Tree Court. With these words, Yaira released the hand of the injured fairy maiden resting in bed and nodded towards Sonata, who was observing the treatment nearby. Her injuries will be entrusted to the flower spirits. The flower spirits, akin to diminutive fairies, typically slumber within specific blossoms, emerging only when necessary to provide healing. Indeed, they are a rare breed of healers among magical beings. Given the self-healing capabilities of these creatures, medical assistance is generally unnecessary. Yaira exited the chamber designated for the fairy maiden, a dull ache in his head since the recent massacre, accompanied by a cacophony of indistinct sounds. Unbeknownst to him, his vision oscillated between shades of black and crimson. Upon stepping through the door, he encountered Satan Leaf, who was engaged in conversation with Selena. Yaira had no desire to interject. Instead, he shook his head and strolled through the corridors of the Demon Lord's castle. He intended to seek out Wolf to help her acclimate to the environment of the Demon Lord's domain, to organize subsequent tasks, and to encourage her to mentor some apprentices, facilitating the rapid production of magical armaments. As he walked, the dissonant sounds in his mind began to sharpen. In that fleeting moment, the chaotic clamor vanished, supplanted by a subtle connection, an extraordinarily unique sensation, as if something had materialized from the void. Yaira recognized it for what it was, the consequence of aberration. Following the governor's transformation, a portion of mana birthed its own consciousness, subsequently detaching from it, akin to how the essence of those mana dwell within the governor. This consciousness is enduring. In other words, within the governor's mind. An utterly meaningless consciousness belonging to the magical beings he had slain would persist, disrupting his thoughts and impacting his combat and rationality. Over time, this would surely drive one to madness. Yet, for Yaira in his current state, it might not be as dire, for during the aberration, the sensory perceptions of all Mana's masters towards him were rather pleasant. Ah, the aberration has indeed arrived, Yaira mused helplessly, casually connecting to the presence in his mind, saying, "Let me see whose consciousness has manifested within my head." Is that Lord Yaira's voice? The voice of Takapu materialized within Yaira's mind. He nodded in understanding. His previous allocation of mana included the Crimson Dragon, Succubus, Vampire, and Headless Knight, suggesting that he had absorbed the consciousness of the aberrated succubus. Furthermore, when he had 2 succubus mana at once, he had randomly relinquished the one belonging to Selena. So it is Takapu. Though you are not the true Takapu. Takapu. As Ila engaged in a dialogue with the Takapu residing in his mind, he sensed a wave of confusion emanating from that inner voice. He articulated, "Allow me to deepen our connection, and you shall comprehend. You are an independent consciousness birthed from your own mana. Takapu, how fascinating. I can see what you, Master-in-law, are observing, and I can also feel you touching the wall. Am I currently within your body?" Indeed, this is the sharing of sensory perception with the consciousness within one's mind. Should the permissions be relaxed, this consciousness could potentially assist in manipulating mana or limbs, albeit it may not hold substantial significance, Ila replied. Takapu, but what does it mean to be an independent consciousness? I am Takapu, am I not? Ila chuckled helplessly, preparing to head to the terrace where the true Takapu would typically reside. Once I locate your original form, it will become clear. Your current state may be somewhat akin to a doppelganger. Such situations can indeed arise. He recalled a subordinate of a certain governor who experienced a similar predicament during their aberration. The master of the aberrated mana remained alive. At that time, the mana consciousness believed itself to be the original entity. However, when the governor finally sought out the original form of that mana consciousness, it collapsed, unable to accept the harsh reality of its non-existence, nearly driving the governor into despair. Nevertheless, such instances of aberration are rare. Typically, the master of the mana has long since perished, leaving behind a malevolent consciousness that opposes the governor. After all, These manas are often the remnants of enemies slain by the governors on the battlefield, and upon gaining consciousness, they retain memories of their former lives, harboring no fondness for the governors. You may find this difficult to accept, but it is an unavoidable truth. Henceforth, you shall reside within my body. I sincerely apologize. Takapu's mana consciousness. As Inla spoke, he descended the stairs, intent on locating the true Takapu. Takapu, eh? But, Master-in-law, I am currently practicing my punches. I must truly be Takapu. We have merely exchanged consciousness, right? Surely, right? Reincarnation paradise, Takapu. Or could it be that my consciousness has been replaced? Yet, it doesn't feel any different? What does this all mean? In response to Takapu's bewildered and self-doubting voice, Inla cautiously regarded it as an illusion of Takapu's mana consciousness and could only offer a somewhat awkward apology. I am sorry. However, if you remain in doubt, you may attempt to activate your abilities to come to my side. You will discover that you cannot control your own body nor accomplish. Takapu. Inla gazed at the Takapu before him, who had transitioned from the ethereal to a solid form, having traversed through the virtual realm directly to stand before him. He exchanged a perplexed glance with the equally bewildered Takapu. It must be mere coincidence, right? It just so happens that the true Takapu wishes to seek me out. Merely? Takapu? Takapu, it is I. So what exactly is happening? Gazing silently at the Takapu before me, while hearing the voice of Takapu echoing in my mind, Ila, still somewhat skeptical, deepened the connection with Takapu mana within her consciousness, silently issuing the command, "Shall I raise my right hand to test it?" Takapu, At such a sound, the Takapu before Yila lifted his right hand. Yila, huh? Takapu, Lady Yila. I am the one who wanted to express, What on earth is transpiring? Why have our consciousnesses become intertwined? Wait a moment. Why does this deviance seem so different from my recollections? Is it because the world incantation codex around my neck renders the symptoms of deviance rather unique? Ultimately, Yila found herself engulfed in profound confusion. Hiss. Chapter 2. Alienation and Invincibility, First Wing Column, Succubus, Wing Manifestation. As Inla's voice resonated, a pair of powder-pink wings unfurled majestically from his back. The alluring fragrance gradually permeated the expansive terrace, while Taika Pu stood beside him. Inla had made a significant discovery and yearned for validation. Taika Pu, Aerial Wing Column, Taika Pu, Wing Manifestation. With Taika Pu's voice echoing in his mind, a trigger was activated, one that had never been engaged by any ruler before. Mana, which should not exist within his being, surged forth, coalescing behind Inla as wings that symbolized Taika Pu. Two identical pairs of wings manifested simultaneously at Inla's back. As he attempted to manipulate them, he found himself effortlessly controlling the dual wings and easily transferring the mana from the first wing column to other columns. However, due to the non-existence of the aerial wing column, he was unable to channel that particular mana elsewhere, as it was inherently non-existent. Yet, the simultaneous manifestation of two pairs of wings was an unprecedented phenomenon among all rulers. What could possibly compel the world tree to lend its mana? Inla pondered to himself, somewhat perplexed. He sensed the second pair of wings flapping under Taika Pu's guidance, lifting him skyward uncontrollably, as if conjuring mana projectiles that did not deplete the world's incantations. I don't understand. In response to Inla's musings, Taika Pu, granted full autonomy by him, playfully controlled his hands to assume a contemplative pose, only to have all permissions abruptly revoked. Inla regained control of both pairs of wings, landing gracefully on the terrace before retracting them. Taika Pu, unable to voice her thoughts directly within Inla's consciousness, nodded in confusion and remarked, "I don't quite grasp it either, but regardless, Lord Inla, you possess the ability for me to control your body, correct?" Despite her claims of confusion, Taika Pu had evidently enjoyed her playful manipulation of Inla's form moments ago. Inla furrowed his brow, as he had sensed something extraordinary earlier. He initiated the trigger using his own power, channeling the mana belonging to Taika Pu, declaring, "Aerial Wing Column, Taika Pu, Wing Manifestation." As the wholly non-existent mana merged with the equally non-existent wing column, the world tree naturally redirected the mana back to Inla, causing the wings of the succubus to reappear behind him. Inla fell silent, seemingly grasping something profound. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, "There's no doubt about it. This sensation undeniably belongs to your talent and power." Taika Pu, under Inla's gaze, tilted her head in confusion, unsure of his words. Inla then chose to express his intentions through action, clarifying his earlier statement. Before Taika Pu, Inla's figure gradually grew faint and then vanished from sight. Tycap stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the phenomenon before him. He was acutely aware of the disappearance of Ila from the realm of the material plane, prompting a sudden realization that led him to dissolve into the terrace. The scene before Tycap transformed as he activated his abilities, akin to traversing a delicate membrane, transporting him from the material plane to the chaotic, interwoven realm of the void. Lord Ila? Utilizing his innate powers, Tycap was distinctly able to locate Ila, who had seemingly vanished into the depths of the void. The spatial dynamics of the void were exceedingly chaotic. Distances that appeared mere millimeters in the external world could translate to vast separations within this realm. Yet, within the void, the concepts of distance and speed held no significance. Ah, Tycap, is this truly the void? Ila mused, observing the barren expanse around him and the emptiness beneath his feet. How am I to navigate within the void? As he spoke, Ila attempted to take a step forward, yet the relative distance between him and Tycap remained unchanged. He sensed that should he revert to the material plane, his position would be indistinguishable from where he had been before entering the void. This was a common predicament for those unaccustomed to the void, as movement bore no meaning here. It was not a matter of forwards and backwards, but rather an orientation of up and down. Tycap attempted to elucidate, though he himself was evidently positioned to Yila's right. Ila, perplexed, gazed upwards and downwards, struggling to comprehend. Well, it's not quite up and down. How should I phrase it? Perhaps inside and outside? Tycap's words only deepened Yila's confusion as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. Uncertain of his next course of action, he mentally granted Tycap access to his abilities, declaring, "Please assist me. Let us seek out Vela." In response to Yila's decisive choice to relinquish authority to him, Tycap nodded. "Understood, Lord Ila. The forthcoming moments may be somewhat disorienting. I ask for your patience." Upon receiving Tycap's reassuring voice in his mind, Ila distinctly felt Tycap commandeering his body in a sensation akin to plummeting, though not in the conventional spatial sense. It was indeed a feeling difficult to articulate. Soon, they paused within the void, despite their physical positions remaining unchanged and their feet never having moved. The coordinates of the material plane outside shifted to the vicinity of Vela's chamber. "Let us proceed, Lord Ila," Tycap urged, as his form began to fade into the void. Still immersed in that extraordinary sensation, Ila reflected on the ineffable experience as they journeyed back to the material plane. Inla gazed at the closed door of Vela's workshop, then at his own hands, which were gradually becoming the focus of his attention. He glanced over at Takapu, who awaited his next move, and nonchalantly deactivated Takapu's permissions, remarking, "What a truly extraordinary experience." In response, Takapu could no longer contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "It is truly you, Lord Inla, who is remarkable. If this is indeed aberration, then is not the aberrant governor invincible? Indeed, if this is what aberration entails, then the governor, endowed with the corresponding mana master talents and power at the moment of aberration, would indeed be the most formidable profession. However, normal governors do not experience such phenomena. Aberration merely manifests as an additional consciousness clamoring within one's mind, with no means to deactivate permissions." As Inla pondered this, he helplessly rapped on the door of Vela's workshop. "Furthermore, I feel I am somewhat akin to a lich's soul cage at this moment." Chapter 3. The Soul Box and Vera's Obsession. I've never heard of such a thing. Is being a governor truly such a terrifying profession? No. If you claim to be unique, then you must have become considerably stronger. Vera exclaimed in astonishment as she observed Yaina demonstrating virtual realm travel before her. Her desire for knowledge increasingly ignited. Anger leads to aberration. Mana manifests consciousness. Yet the consciousness and its master should theoretically bear no connection, correct? In response to Vera's musings, Yaina and Takapu exchanged glances. Yaina replied, "Theoretically, yes. However, an anomaly has occurred within me. The current situation is, his consciousness has connected with my body." Vera scrutinized Takapu, then stood to examine the wings displayed behind Yaina, inquiring, "So, what brings you to me? I find this aberration rather intriguing. You must have gained considerable strength, haven't you?" Indeed, Yaina had grown significantly stronger. Once formidable, he could now entrust the manipulation of the second pair of wings on his back to Takapu during battle. If their coordination was impeccable, it was akin to having two Yainas unleashing their power simultaneously. The aerial wing pillar essentially served as a slightly weaker version of the first wing pillar. Yet it possessed the capacity to inherit unique talents, such as virtual realm travel. This bestowed upon him an infinite potential for power. Moreover, if Yaina's conjecture held true, Takapu was certainly not exceptional. Perhaps a new consciousness would manifest the next time he experienced anger. Would he then be capable of unfurling 3 pairs of wings simultaneously? Yet my strength is undoubtedly questionable, Yaina remarked, exuding an air of arrogance. He gazed at Vera, asserting, even without any extraordinary power, I am already equipped to handle numerous situations. My current aim is merely to comprehend certain matters, not to grow stronger or weaker. With that, Vera grasped his intent. She shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, in simpler terms, you merely wish to understand what has transpired, correct? You speak so eloquently. It almost makes you sound like a scholar. Scholar? Yaina questioned, perplexed. As Vera nodded and elaborated on literary scholarship, he reluctantly corrected her. That would be literary accomplishment. I believe. Vera blinked, offering an awkward smile as she replied, it seems so, but my family has always indulged in scholarship. Do not mind it. What do you wish to inquire about? Yaina shook his head in mild exasperation, pointing to Takapu and then to himself, stating, I was contemplating that when a normal governor slays an enemy, the mana of the slain enemy aberrates, and a consciousness bearing the entirety of that enemy's memories manifests within the governor's body. Perhaps one could consider that a second life for the enemy? Now, if I were to find myself in my current predicament, what would happen to the consciousness within me if Takapu were to meet an untimely demise? As Yaina spoke, she caught the attention of the visibly stunned Vela and Takapu, saying, at that moment, could the consciousness within me still be considered Takapu? What if I were to find a body and reintegrate Takapu's consciousness? Upon hearing this, Vela seemed to recall something. The soul vessel? Vela was taken aback. She understood why Yaina had sought her out. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon Takapu's head and declared, indeed, this situation, akin to a duplication, must be accompanied by a fragmentation of the soul. Touch of the soul. Let me perceive the essence of the spirit. Subsequently, Vela fell into a profound silence. The shock on her face gradually transformed into confusion, then contemplation and inquiry, followed by an extended silence and increasingly exaggerated expressions. Takapu sensed a force probing within his mind. He knew Vela was searching for his soul. Yet, aside from the overwhelming sensation of consciousness, he felt no discomfort. What is amiss? Has Takapu's soul been reduced to mere fragments? Yaina speculated irresponsibly. If that were indeed the case, Yaina would feel deeply apologetic towards Takapu, merely able to express her sorrow. However, Vela remained silent, and then, with an expression akin to existential doubt, she lifted her head and exclaimed in a tone reminiscent of a shattered worldview, There's nothing at all. Truly, there's nothing. In the midst of their mutual confusion, Vela withdrew her hand from Takapu's head, a sense of relief washing over her. It seemed entirely reasonable for something to occur with Yaina. But why on earth was there no soul within Takapu? How could he still speak and move? Vela, perplexed, cradled her head, uttering words that even moved Yaina. Her gaze shifted from Takapu's head to Yaina, asking, Yaina, do you trust me? In this matter, trust seemed irrelevant. Please, I will watch over you. As Yaina spoke, Vela placed her hand upon Yaina's head. With the activation of touch of the soul, within mere seconds, she retracted her power and nodded affirmatively towards Yaina, stating, Takapu's soul resides within you. Thereafter, both fell into silence, the occurrence of this decidedly non-magical event leaving them feeling somewhat remorseful towards the White Tower, where they once studied together. If they were to reveal the truth, the wizards of the White Tower would surely experience a collapse of their magical paradigms. Speaking of which, prior to your return, my head did ache momentarily, Takapu remarked, observing the two deep in thought. Sensing the time was ripe, he added, I shall take my leave now. The ethereal mark I placed upon you, Yaina, can be removed. With those words, Takapu's form gradually dissipated into nothingness. Yaina, at this moment, your body should be devoid of mana, correct? In response to Vera's inquiry, Yaina nodded and then shook his head, stating, Indeed, I have shattered the satanic leaf wings, and it seems that the Tikapu no longer requires my wing column slot. With this, Yaina resolved not to dwell on his own aberration. He stretched languidly and remarked, Well, life must go on. There are still matters to explore such as magical armaments, trade, and infrastructure. I shall not overthink it. Observing Yaina's intent to depart, Vera hurriedly grasped his hand, her tone pleading as she implored, Wait, my mana was replaced by you, was it not? Please, reclaim my mana swiftly. I beg you. I am truly terrified of death. Chapter 4. The Werewolves and the Awakening. Upon inspection, the bellows in the Demon King's domain appeared rather antiquated. This might complicate achieving a standard temperature. To melt steel, the infusion of mana alone is insufficient. A reliable blower is equally essential. As Yaina approached the blacksmith's workshop, she discerned the voice of Wolf, who seemed to be exchanging insights with the previously wild werewolf blacksmith from the Demon King's realm. The hammer appeared to be of standard issue, and I shall assist you, dear werewolf uncle, in its modification shortly. However, it seemed that for the most part, Wolf was the one imparting instruction. Before smelting the iron ore, it is advisable to eliminate certain impurities. Thus, Wolf diligently elucidated the matters at hand, only to notice Yaina's arrival mid-sentence. Aside from the werewolf elder, many others were attentively listening, their furry heads forming a collective assembly. Have you arrived, Lady Yaina? Wolf greeted her warmly. Yaina nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, Did you sleep well last night? Ah, by the way, the Demon King's domain will hold a morning assembly in the hall the day after tomorrow. I will inform the little fairy to invite you as well. Also, there is no need for you to refer to me as lady. In response to Yaina's words, Wolf chuckled lightly, saying, That matter has already been brought up by Miss Selena. It was somewhat unexpected. The atmosphere in the Demon King's realm is more relaxed than I had anticipated. I had thought it would be a more serious environment. Perhaps Wolf subconsciously assumed that the Demon King's domain would mirror the political structure of the empire. Yaina, initially unaccustomed to the circumstances here, gradually came to appreciate how precious this familial-like environment was compared to the court. As for the matter of titles, Wolf sighed softly, recalling the utter devastation she had witnessed that day, stating, After all, having seen your full power, it is challenging not to address you with respect. There's nothing to be done about that. Yaina shrugged, expressing her own helplessness. She glanced at the muscular werewolves, who sat obediently like diligent students, unable to suppress a smile as she inquired, How are the werewolves faring with their studies? At this, the blacksmith elder wore a look of exasperation, his voice surprisingly cultured for his appearance. Lady Yaina, we retain all the knowledge imparted by Miss Wolf regarding blacksmithing, and we hold her expertise in high esteem. However, as anticipated, the blacksmith elder continued, shaking his head in resignation while gesturing toward the parchment in the center of the table. We find ourselves somewhat challenged when it comes to magical armaments and the intricacies of spell inscriptions. Following his gesture, Yaina cast her gaze upon the parchment, densely filled with a multitude of symbols. She stole a glance, then another, and finally furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the inscriptions upon the parchment. It is noteworthy that while studying at the Tower of Pure White, Ila joined the School of Battle Mages. In other words, his theoretical knowledge is somewhat lacking. Thus, he finds it difficult to comprehend certain concepts. In any case, he expressed his gratitude for their hard work during this time. He then contemplated for a moment and said, The Demon King's territory is in dire need of magical craftsmen, so I must rely on you all. Perhaps I can procure some wine for you afterward? Upon uttering these words, a wave of excitement ensued. Lord Ila, they exclaimed, their voices filled with ecstatic joy. Windrith Yillaveda laughed uncontrollably, her mirth akin to witnessing the most amusing spectacle in the world, tears streaming from her eyes. Not only she, but the human women beside her, along with all those who were currently gazing at Ila, wore expressions of unexpected delight, their faces illuminated by smiles of intrigue. The cycle of reincarnation has indeed been disrupted. Windrith Yillaveda proclaimed, her gaze fixed upon Ila, a smile perpetually gracing her lips. The soul was meant to return to Yigod Larashil, but now, things have changed. Indeed, after death, a soul would typically return to Yigod Larashil, the world tree, or rather, the world itself as represented by the world tree, from which new life would emerge. However, following the phenomenon of aberration, it appears that things have altered somewhat. How fascinating, the human woman exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. Ila Elkaras, he is truly a prodigious genius. That rogue, he has usurped the authority of the world tree. Despite referring to Ila as a rogue, the human woman appeared genuinely pleased, seemingly entirely supportive of him. Have you contemplated something? Windrith Yillaveda inquired, sharing a conspiratorial smile with the human woman. The ancient stone tablet records, the god sealed the chaos for 10,000 years. If we calculate the time, Yila's birth would coincide with that, wouldn't it? The human woman, connecting the dots, felt her eyes brighten with realization. Could it be that Ila is the chaos mentioned on the tablet? How intriguing. Indeed, the situation has grown even more captivating. The anticipation for what lies ahead is palpable. If that is truly the case, I cannot wait. Windrith mused lightly, her excitement for the end of the world evident, as she gazed at the distant world tree before turning her attention back to Ila. I feel incredibly fortunate to awaken in this era. As Windrith Yillaveda looked skyward, a sudden thought flickered in her eyes, sparkling with vibrant hues. By the way, should we awaken those who are still slumbering? That would certainly be entertaining. In response to the proposal from Wanlesa, the human women exhibited little reaction. Their attention diverted towards Ila, while a number of those present, seemingly intrigued, chose to look away, perhaps to awaken other onlookers. However, I would caution, even if it were to be confirmed that Ila Elkaras is indeed the chaos mentioned on the stone tablet, along with the end of Yangadril, do not entertain thoughts of prematurely ending Yila's life. With this, when Lesa Yeluvida, her demeanor amiable, proclaimed, "In the name of the progeny of Yeluvida, should the outsiders wish to strike, they shall be regarded as my adversaries." Chapter 5. A surplus of mediocrity. Thus it was that Inla, immersed in contemplation, observed the exquisite curves of the swordfish. He found himself caressing the leader of the swordfish tribe, his hands gliding from its elongated mouth to the crown of its head, exclaiming, "Such a beautifully crafted body, reminiscent of a shark, armed with a weapon as sharp as a sword." Notably, in Inla's understanding, the swordfish's diet consisted of tuna, flying fish, squid, and the majority of crustaceans. In other words, they feasted upon smaller creatures. Yet, these swordfish appeared to diverge from that norm. Their mouths possessed an extraordinarily unique structure, capable of opening wide enough to impale sizable prey with their swords, subsequently slicing and swallowing with ease. Perhaps swordfish truly are formidable hunters. If one were to forge magical armaments, it would be prudent to create a design that envelopes the sword, employing a dual fixation method that allows it to be conveniently suspended from the vessel's underside for easy access during mealtime. As Inla pondered this, he gently assisted the swordfish in dislodging the moss from its body, casting a glance at the leader of the tribe on the shore. "What do you think of such a design?" he inquired, articulating a vision of potential scenarios. "Should our fleet encounter an adversary, we could have the swordfish swiftly don the magical equipment affixed to the ship, piercing through the hull of the enemy vessel, and once the battle concludes, return to reattach the armament." Listening to the satisfied calls of her swordfish, the leader nodded, her gaze fixed on Inla amidst the waves. The swordfish expresses its contentment. How proficient is the newcomer, Wolf? Can she truly forge the magical armaments? Inla shook his head, rising from the water, his clothes drying almost instantaneously, including those beneath his outer garments. "I am uncertain, yet I trust she possesses at least the requisite skill to forge," he replied. With that, Inla departed from the shore, resolved to sketch his design. Though lacking expertise, he mused that it might be akin to drafting a detailed anatomical illustration of Michelangelo's works. The swordfish emitted a couple of assertive calls, prompting the leader to give it a gentle reprimand on its head. "What are you pondering? If you are itchy, scratch yourself. Mr. Inla is too lazy for such tasks. Tikap, please assist me in returning to my chamber." "Of course, Lord Inla," Tikap responded. Following Inla's soft command, Tikap remotely took control of his body, traversing through the ethereal realm. Mere moments later, he found himself back in his room. "Thank you for your efforts." "Not at all. This is far easier," Tikap replied. Inla then revoked Tikap's permissions, grasping a feather quill from his desk, contemplating where to begin. He instinctively attempted to twirl the quill, only to realize that it was already stained with ink. If it were truly to be transformed, his garments could automatically cleanse themselves, which was fortunate. However, the room would undoubtedly suffer. Indeed, regardless of how much time passed, he could never acclimate. Perhaps it would be prudent to depict it from various perspectives: frontal, lateral, and aerial. This should pose no issue. As Yaina spoke thus, he remained unaware that, although the concept of three-view drawings had become obsolete in his era, he had inadvertently conceived a remarkably rational method of illustration for this world. The wisdom of different epochs is indeed interconnected. "Completion," Yaina exclaimed, gazing at his creation. He scrutinized the clearly divided ink blobs, realizing that extensive annotations would be necessary to convey the essence of the artwork. Such a drawing was indeed not presentable. While the wisdom of ages may resonate, the foundation of artistry does not. However, as dusk approached, Yaina resolved to take a chance, directly bringing his sketch to Wolf's chamber. Gently knocking on the door, after a brief moment, Wolf opened the door, and upon seeing Yaina, turned to invite him in. "Lord Yaina, please come in. I have matters to report." Once Yaina settled in the room, Wolf took a seat opposite him, her wolf-like ears twitching as she remarked, "Werewolves are not particularly suited to be magical armor craftsmen. Aside from a few who excel in literacy, the others struggle to memorize magical runes. In other words, their sensitivity to text is insufficient, is it not?" Yaina swiftly responded, "You only need to nurture those few proficient in text. The others can simply be taught metalworking. After crafting semi-finished products, you can handle the engraving of the incantations. This method is quite commonplace in the era of genetic advancement and could be regarded as a variant of an assembly line." "I see. I comprehend now," Wolf acknowledged, quickly grasping the convenience of this approach. She nodded and added, "But this also means I must effectively teach those few werewolves, correct?" "Indeed, for that embodies the essence of craft heritage. This is the design, intended for the magical armaments utilized in swordplay," Yana stated, handing Wolf a disheveled piece of parchment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he added, "It may be rather difficult to decipher. Should you have any questions, I shall explain directly." Wolf intently observed the unfurled parchment, and it seemed she instantly comprehended something. "Oh, is this the magical armor designed from 3 different angles?" Yes, I completely understand." "Really?" Yana regarded his crude illustration with skepticism, noticing the increasing brightness in Wolf's eyes. Observing the lively green gleam in her gaze, he felt a tinge of self-doubt. How extraordinarily brilliant. With such annotations, I fully grasp the nature of what should be created. Can it be that the Demon King's territory conceived a drawing in such a manner? No, Lord Ila, you are of the Empire. Is this the essence of the Empire? Amidst Wolf's astonished exclamations, Ila gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the other design drawings hanging on the wall. These blueprints were brought by Wolf from the Demon Lord's domain, perhaps offering a glimpse into the caliber of this world's craftsmanship. Ila, Wolf, the exquisite structural composition, coupled with perfectly placed annotations. Ila, Wolf, infinitely superior to the blueprints from the Orc Kingdom. I must display this as a paragon for future designs. Ila, Wolf, Lord Ila, what are you observing? At that moment, Ila was fixated on a particular drawing on Wolf's wall, which bore the signature of Dong Dong Cha Cha, Master Copperhammer. However, the content depicted was rather perplexing. What on earth is this? Chapter 6. Is cement feasible? It is noteworthy that this world possesses an abundance of clay, ensuring that earthenware and pottery remain commonplace. Consequently, one does not encounter impoverished individuals drinking from shattered vessels. However, as one ascends the hierarchy of materials, porcelain and glass emerge as exceedingly precious commodities. Ila had previously garnered some knowledge on this matter, for the Elkaras estate had originally utilized clay cups for drinking water. To be candid, the absence of glassware felt somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, he had not paid much heed to this detail. His current preoccupation with this subject stems from his intention to improve the roads within the Demon Lord's territory, thereby facilitating future connectivity between domains. Ideally, the most prudent option would be to expedite progress towards railways or trams. Regrettably, the coal reserves in this world are rather inadequate, and the inability to generate electricity through magnetic field cutting renders mechanical devices an impractical pursuit. As for nanotechnology, it lies far beyond Ila's reach. Thus, it seems prudent to commence with cement for road construction, while the notion of erecting cement structures must be postponed for the time being due to the overwhelming presence of monsters. For now, he shall continue residing in a thatched dwelling. The biological resilience of this world's inhabitants should suffice. Amidst the goblins' raucous battle cries, "Whack! Whack!" Ila contemplated the intricacies of cement. Yet, his attention was soon captivated by the sight of goblins laboriously pulling a human-powered plow across the fields. How does one articulate this scene? These goblins, tethered by vine-crafted harnesses, transformed themselves into swift steeds, plowing the earth with exuberance. Such imagery evoked in Ila vivid memories of propaganda from an ancient era proclaiming, "Labor is glory," a truly stirring tableau, as if labor were indeed a source of joy. Whack! Yet, had they not previously chanted gob, gob? Why the sudden shift in their refrain? It is worth noting that the conceptual inspiration for goblins indeed draws from the archetype of the green-skinned folk. Observing the soil that had been plowed thrice in rapid succession, Ila realized that it was now the season to harvest, and subsequently, sow another batch of blue thistle. Notably, blue thistle does not seem to deplete the soil of its nutrients, allowing for a cycle of cultivation aided by fertilizers without rendering the earth barren. However, returning to the matter at hand, cement, Ila shifted his gaze from the land and settled in the shaded canopy where the goblins rested, pondering the intricacies of cement production. His recollections were rather scant, as cement is far less memorable than fertilizers, salt, or sugar. Indeed, when it comes to sugar, the predominant sources in today's world are fructose derived from fruits and honey produced by bees. However, the giant bees used in perfume production do not yield honey, as they primarily consume meat, resembling more of a carnivorous species. If sucrose were to be introduced, it could potentially deliver a significant blow to the global sugar industry, compelling those sweet-toothed enthusiasts to willingly part with their gold coins. But I digress. Cement, cement. Sigh. Ila exhaled deeply, realizing that the multitude of tasks before him was overwhelming. Continuing to multitask in such a manner could indeed lead to exhaustion. It was prudent to concentrate on a singular endeavor. Regarding cement, Ila recalled the composition, mixing clay, bricks, shattered porcelain, slag, and ash in a ratio of 7:3 with quicklime, while adjusting the setting speed and quality with gypsum, all meticulously ground into powder. When combined with water, this mixture would yield a fast-drying cement suitable for paving roads. Gypsum, however, posed a challenge. He was uncertain if it existed in this world, as ancient textbooks had not specified its geographical origins. Thankfully, gypsum was not an essential component of cement. As for quicklime, locating rocks primarily composed of calcium carbonate would suffice. He could inquire about mining conditions in the Goblin territories or inspect nearby rock piles for suitable stones. Limestone, chalk, and dolomitic limestone were all viable options, easily identifiable to the naked eye, albeit possibly bearing local names, much like how pepper is referred to as fragrant grain. If all else fails, one could consider utilizing suitable shells to produce shell ash for lime, merely requiring the collection of seafood shells, though the yield would be minimal, suitable only for preliminary experiments. Perhaps he would bring this up in tomorrow's morning meeting. Lord-in-law? Upon returning from plowing, the goblins gathering spores greeted him with respect. Such an attitude fostered a sense of genuine comfort, far superior to obsequiousness. Indeed, you have worked hard. How fares your managing fairy? Ila inquired. The goblin glanced around, looked at Ila, then at the adjacent shelter, pointed, and promptly returned to his task with the spores. Ila, slightly puzzled, rose to observe another resting area, where he spotted two little fairies sprawled on chairs, breathing evenly, covered in dust. Undoubtedly, the fairies were not slacking off. Ila's earlier predictions had indeed come to fruition. The little fairies had simply exhausted themselves. With a light chuckle, Ila shook his head, gazing at the little sprite who had just awakened, rubbing her sleepy eyes with her tiny hands. He said nothing, merely displaying a gentle smile. Did we fall asleep? My apologies, Lord Ila. We shall get to work immediately. As the little sprite hurriedly expressed her apologies and prepared to immerse herself back into her tasks, Ila gently grasped her small feet and playfully flicked the head of the two confused little sprites. Observing the bemusement on their faces, he cradled them in his hands and remarked on the goblin's joyful sewing. If you are too exhausted, do take some time to rest. But, Lord Ila, you must also rest. They chimed in unison, their pride evident as they turned their heads away. Ila chuckled softly, retrieving some golden apple-dried fruit from his pocket. Chewing on it as he teased, I possess food that replenishes my energy, so I shall not share with you. With a playful tone, he placed the little sprites on a chair and, under the watchful gaze of their 4 sparkling eyes, continued, I require your oversight over the monsters, ensuring they remain safe and healthy. If you fail to do so yourselves, it would indeed be rather peculiar. I cannot monitor you at all times, so you must be conscientious. As he spoke, he nibbled on a small piece of the golden apple-dried fruit and departed from the farming area, rubbing his eyes in a place where the little sprites could not see. If you hold me in such esteem, referring to me as Lord Ila, then it is you who must strive diligently, not the other way around. Chapter 7. Mr. Ila truly lives up to his name. During the early morning assembly, Wolf had arrived at the hall well ahead of time. At this moment, Satan Leaf and Selena had yet to make their entrance, and only a handful of the leaders were present. The little fairies, however, had arrived early. When Wolf entered, she found only Yuyu, Vera, and Mr. Recco seated there. Unlike the others who resided in the Demon King's castle or had their own accommodations in the Demon Lord's domain, the rest had come relatively earlier. Upon seeing Wolf, who was somewhat shy as she was ushered in by the little fairies, Vera, with a familiar air, patted the seat to her right and warmly exclaimed, Come, come, Wolf. I assent it. Sit here, sit here. At Vera's invitation, Wolf hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in gratitude. She regarded the obviously more enthusiastic Lich and said, Thank you. Vera's face broke into a smile. However, Yuyu quickly exposed the situation, shaking her head in mild exasperation. Miss Wolf, the seat beside Miss Vera is reserved for Mr. Ila, while the seat to the right of Mr. Ila has been set aside for you. Wolf appeared momentarily taken aback. Oh. In response to her confusion, Vera shook her head bashfully and glanced at the other leaders entering the hall, lamenting, What a pity. Though I doubt Mr. Ila would have much of a reaction anyway. It seemed Vera was somewhat disappointed that she had not managed to engage Mr. Ila. As Wolf took a seat beside Vera, she formed the impression that Vera is not exactly a good person. At the very least, she is a mischievous spirit. Yet, that impression was likely quite accurate. What a shame. Ilra's voice rang out from the entrance of the hall as he approached, looking bemused at Vera. He sat down and lightly tapped her on the head as a form of reprimand, saying, I almost felt like giving you a good thrashing. Vera immediately slumped in her chair, resembling someone who had just been defeated, though to anyone observing. It was clear that his touch was gentler than a caress to a cat or dog. Mr. Ilra, accompanied by Sanada, who was adjusting the bat-shaped hairpin adorning her head, engaged in conversation with him before Satan Leaf and Selena arrived. The Silver Moon Tree Court has indicated that the elf you and His Highness Satan Leaf rescued can be returned with the next trade caravan. I have already mentioned this to His Highness. In other words, to avoid bringing it up again with Satan Leaf later. She preferred to inform everyone now so that it would not be discussed during the upcoming morning assembly. Vera raised an eyebrow. Having already gleaned some details about the matter the previous day, she could not help but exclaim, Ilra, you truly are quite angry. If Caligula knew he had upset you, he would surely be laughing like a madman. In Vera's words, Yaina reminisced about that fool, his expression darkening noticeably as he spoke. It has nothing to do with that guy. If it were solely because of him, I would have been furious long ago during my time in the Empire. However, I cannot accept. Before Yaina could finish, Vera nodded in understanding, her gaze shifting to Helena and Satan Yi, who had entered through the other door. So it's still about Yinsabila, right? This seems quite normal to me. Even if the law prohibits it, the slave hunting teams remain rampant. It would be better to relax the restrictions in secret and reap the benefits. Yinsabila must be thinking along those lines, right? Yaina couldn't help but cover his face. He knew Vera's conjecture was correct, and everyone else seemed unconcerned by such logic. Yet, deep down, he understood the difference, exclaiming, it's not the same, this is different. That fool Yinsabila. After expressing his frustration, Yaina glanced at Satan Yi, who was curiously observing him and Vera. He nodded and said, let us begin, Satan Yi. All right, Satan Yi replied obediently. Looking around at everyone, she asked, is there anything that needs reporting? As soon as she finished speaking, Yaina immediately shared his thoughts. He looked serious and inquired, I wish to assess the situation regarding the clay, shattered pots, and ceramic bowls within the Demon Lord's territory. I have some designs to work on. Moreover, I hope, Sanada, you can inform the Knoll territory to seek opportunities in the mines to collect some stones, rough, powdery rocks in shades of bluish-white and pure white, akin to the limestone commonly found by the sea. Helena, I would like to lead a team to search the rocky shores near the shallow seas. Please arrange for some agile monsters with decent intelligence to assist me. Yaina was mobilizing everyone in the Demon Lord's domain, glancing at his colleagues. He felt it necessary to clarify his purpose. He began, well, the reason I am gathering these materials is to... But before he could finish, Satan Yi and Helena shook their heads in unison, and even the typically reticent Rainbow Shell shouted, Mr. Yaina, we will do everything we can to assist you. Is such a strong reaction really necessary? Yaina wondered, thinking it best to explain further. He added, I merely wish to construct a road. This mixture I refer to as cement has significant applications in road construction. However, before Yaina could complete his explanation, the usually gentle Black Knight, Burake, who always patiently listened to every little creature's words, interrupted him as the soul fire within his helmet flickered, exclaiming, excellent, truly worthy of Mr. Yaina. Yaina? After observing the perplexed expression on Inla's face, Satan Yi could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, well then, everyone should cooperate with Inla. Ha ha ha. Immersed in this jovial atmosphere, Wolf glanced at Satan Yi and Inla. Upon her arrival at the Demon King's domain, she was taken aback to discover that the obedient and adorable little girl following Inla was, in fact, the Demon King himself. This revelation surprised her, as the girl did not resemble a ruler in the slightest. In Wolf's mind, a monarch should at least be seated upon a grand throne, exuding authority, whereas Satan Yi appeared to embody a complete antithesis to that image. In contrast, Inla seemed to embody a more destructive essence of a Demon King. As Wolf pondered this, Vera appeared to sense something and remarked with a smile, well, just get used to it. The atmosphere in the Demon King's realm is like this. We all trust one another. Which do you think is more unnecessary, suspicion or trust? Chapter 8. Cement requires secrecy. As his form gradually solidified, Ila abruptly appeared beside Sanada, startling her mid-change, prompting her to hastily don her garments once more. Ila, averting his gaze, held several stones in his hand. After the morning meeting, he had strolled along the tidal flats with Selena and discovered, not far from the Demon King's salt evaporation ponds, a stone mill brimming with limestone. This revelation was undoubtedly splendid news, as it confirmed that limestone was not a rare commodity in this world. Ila recalled that in his previous world, the stones used for ancient road construction were also limestone. However, this world was different, at least during the Empire's reign. The paving stones bore intricate patterns reminiscent of ink wash paintings, known as black painted stones, possibly another name for granite. This indicates that the Empire's resources were quite abundant. Sonata, this design is for the goblins. Please relay it to them, Ila remarked, listening as the rustling of her dressing came to an end. He turned back to face Sonata, who wore a look of astonishment. He inquired, "What is the situation with the goblins?" Yet, Sonata was preoccupied with other thoughts. "Wait, mister. Ila, if I am not mistaken, you previously came from the void, correct?" she asked, recalling how Ila had suddenly materialized from a state of ethereal existence into her room. With a blink, she queried, "Have you awakened the talent for traveling through the void? Or has that little succubus learned to traverse the void with others?" Regarding Yila's unique transformation, aside from Ila himself and Takapu, who was directly involved, only Satan Yi, Selena, and Vela were aware of it. This was not something that needed to be concealed. "I have shared Takapu's abilities. His soul now resides within me," Ila stated nonchalantly, uttering a revelation that would likely astound the scholars of this world. Observing Sonata, who was now fully dressed, he continued, "Next time I travel through the void, I might prefer to choose a location outside the door rather than inside." In all honesty, the notion of transporting outside the door paled in comparison to his casually mentioned shared abilities of Takapu, which was far more remarkable. Under such miraculous circumstances, one could hardly consider it noteworthy if Ila were to directly traverse the void into Sonata's bed. Nevertheless, Sonata had grown accustomed to it. Everyone had long since adapted to the wonders Ila created. As for the goblins, they were among those territories that had not previously paid their tributes. Redirecting her attention to her duties, Sonata reflected on the state of the goblin territory, saying, however, once Mr. Ila intervened, they promptly settled their dues, even though the tributes they were supposed to pay were not substantial. In other words, had the goblins nearly attracted Yila's ire over a trifling sum? Fortunately, the territory of the dog-headed people is not in the vicinity of the previous strategic objectives. Otherwise, they might have regretted it immensely. After all, it would be quite unwise to be eliminated by the passing in-law merely for failing to pay a few silver coins. So, Mr. In-law, are you suggesting that you wish to purchase this type of stone? If all goes as expected, the waste produced during the extraction of minerals will likely consist largely of such stones. Sonata gazed at the specimen stone in-law presented, pondering for a moment before stating, "I shall convey your message accurately. If the quantity required is substantial, it would be prudent to discuss this expenditure with you. The initial order is modest. Let them deliver a few for now, should a specific quantity be confirmed. This expense will not be classified as public funds of the Demon Lord's domain, but will be directly deducted from my salary." As In-law remarked, he contemplated briefly before adding, "If we intend to make large-scale purchases later, I shall consult you. It would be best to secure an unlimited supply of this stone to eliminate the need for their offerings as a substitute. Indeed, this seems to be a wise choice. Should this seemingly mundane stone prove to be of great significance?" "No, wait." In-law quickly negated his earlier thoughts, narrowing his eyes. This expression, if observed by Yinsabella or Vera, would reveal his contemplation of some wicked and devious schemes, akin to the nobles of the empire who could not refuse the exchange of land for titles. "I was mistaken. I should not have spoken so decisively about cement yesterday. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present at the time, but I need to remind the little fairy and everyone else as well." As In-law expressed this, he noticed Sonata's perplexed expression. He rose simply and stated, "The communication with the dog-headed territory has been cancelled. I apologize for any inconvenience caused." With an air of sincerity, In-law placed a hand on Sonata's shoulder, who seemed to grasp something, and said earnestly, "Regarding everything I mentioned in the morning meeting about the materials for cement, please keep it completely confidential. Indeed, although it remains unclear why, In-law appears intent on maintaining secrecy regarding this matter. Previously, Mr. In-law had shown concern about the estimated time for the analysis of the corpse fragrance potion, possibly with his own considerations in mind. Reflecting on this, Sonata nodded naturally, her gaze shifting to the map of the Demon Lord's domain spread across the table. She traced her finger along it and remarked, "In fact, past the Harpy's abode, there lies an abandoned mine." As Sonata spoke, under the scrutinizing gaze of In-law, who raised an eyebrow, she pointed at the map, saying, "The iron ore has been depleted, yet there is an abundance of clay in this common stone. However, it will require time to clear the debris outside the mine, and the journey is not insignificant." "Very well, I shall go and inspect it later. Therefore, I will have Takapu remind the leaders present yesterday to keep this matter secret. In any case, I apologize once again, and I shall treat you to blood later." As In-law spoke, he gazed at the visibly brightening Sonata, whose eyes shimmered with anticipation. His form gradually became ethereal as he continued, "Should we succeed, the realm of the Demon Lord will envelop the entire kingdom. Although the others remain uncertain, the significance of a better path extends far beyond mere improvement. The advantages and benefits of a smooth road are monumental. Saving time on movement undoubtedly constitutes seizing the precious resource known as time from the world, reducing commuting hours, expediting trade, and facilitating swifter communication between territories. Each increment, when accumulated, culminates in the entirety. Chapter 9: The Determination of the Underdog. Ila gently knocked on the door. Takapu had already gone to inform the other leaders about the need for discretion, and now he had come to personally notify Vera. A voice emerged from behind the door. "Who is it?" As the door opened, Vera, standing with her arms crossed, immediately sensed another request for assistance. With a cheerful smile, she asked, "Ila, what do you need from me? Do you have time? Come with me to the Demon Lord's territory." Ila offered no further explanation, merely gesturing for Vera to follow him. As she trailed behind, puzzled, he succinctly stated, "Regarding what I mentioned in the morning meeting yesterday, related to cement, please keep it as confidential as possible." Upon hearing this, Vera, accustomed to navigating the treacherous waters of intrigue as a native of the former empire, quickly grasped Ila's implication. Raising an eyebrow, she remarked, "Oh, so what you mentioned yesterday is of such significance?" Vera clearly understood the gravity of Ila's words, akin to the intricacies of fertilizer production. "So, some lesser demons accompanied you to procure the stones you need, correct?" she inferred, already suspecting the reason for Ila's visit. "You want to discreetly dispose of them, right? Your mentor has praised my aptitude in this regard." Ila was unaware of this. During their time at the Tower of Pure White, he had little interaction with Vera, in a place filled with Empire citizens. Her talents had not stood out enough for him to remember her. However, Ila was indeed a prominent figure, having earned the title of Cruel Blood Sorcerer, a distinction of excellence among newcomers. As a typical citizen of the Empire, Vera believed they should eliminate the lesser demons that were privy to the secret. She assumed Ila shared her perspective, but that was not the case. "It was my error to divulge information that required confidentiality. They should not have to bear the consequences of my mistake after all. The situation has not escalated to that extent." Ila expressed this with a sense of resolve, confident in a better solution. As he acknowledged the creatures lining the path with respectful nods, he continued, "The production of cement necessitates a large workforce. They can serve as cement workers afterwards." In other words, there was no need for Vera to resort to a massacre. "So, you merely wish to inform me of the need for secrecy? Shouldn't you also notify the other leaders?" Vera inquired, but as her mind turned, realization struck her. "You've probably already informed them. So what is it that you seek from me?" Before Ila could respond, Vera anticipated his thoughts. "You wish to incorporate anti-magic stone powder into another material to shield it from detection, and you hope for my guidance on the optimal mixing ratio, correct?" Ila remained silent, merely nodding gently in agreement with Vera's words. Observing Vera's brightened demeanor due to his acknowledgement, he couldn't help but express, "I always feel that collaborating with you is truly effortless." As he spoke, Ila leisurely added, "Of course, this is only true when you refrain from being eccentric. You ought to be aware of that." Despite the dampening effect of his remark, Vera remained cheerful. She shrugged her shoulders and replied, "I'll take that as a compliment. Now, where are you taking me next?" In response to Vera's inquiry, Ila turned to glance at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed lich. For some reason, he sensed an oddity in Vera's demeanor. He stated, "To an abandoned mine. It yields the materials I require." An abandoned mine? Vera blinked in realization, understanding why this path felt familiar to her. She couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Ah, that collapsed mine. What a coincidence. I caused that collapse because I hid my soul jar there." Upon hearing this, Ila immediately halted, his expression one of shock as he turned to Vera. He then comprehended and turned back, asking, "Are you planning to relocate it?" It was no surprise that Ila felt astonished. A soul jar, in essence, served as Vera's second life. Once her current body was destroyed, her soul would return to the location of the soul jar, leading to a rebirth in an extremely weakened state. Given that she would be vulnerable for a considerable time post-rebirth, the hiding place of the soul jar needed to remain confidential. Vera's nonchalant admission was indeed peculiar. However, it was clear that she intended to find a new hiding spot. Ila held this belief, but Vera provided an unexpected response. "Yes, I've decided to place it in your room." Ila, appearing perplexed, watched as Vera casually kicked a stone on the ground. She smiled and remarked, "What else with that expression? Is there really a need for it? Isn't your room a rather secure location?" Indeed, it was, but do you trust me a bit too much? Ila could not help but say, if Vera's soul jar were genuinely in his room, he could easily shatter it with a single hand if he wished to kill her, subsequently ending her life. However, Vera seemed unperturbed, gazing at Ila with a half-smile and saying, "If you genuinely intend to kill me, even if I were to hide my soul jar in another realm, and despite the possibility of my revival there, would you truly be unable to kill me? If Ila had set his mind on her demise, the barriers of a dimension would hardly restrain him. You possess a surprisingly sound logic, Ila conceded, finding himself unable to counter her reasoning. After a gentle shake of his head, he sighed, should I be grateful for this trust born from such peculiar logic? To this, Vera succinctly replied, you ought to be grateful, indeed. Just express your gratitude in the way that so I would. My body feels remarkably fresh and delectable. As Ila wore a perplexed expression as if to question whether something was gravely amiss, Vela averted her gaze, offering an awkward smile as she remarked, of course. I was merely jesting. I hope you might find an opportunity to transmute my mana. I find myself somewhat envious of Takapu. Transmute your mana? Are you suggesting that your soul would also inhabit my body? This fellow seems to be seeking immortality, doesn't he? However, from my perspective, existing as a mere vassal of Ila Elkaras does not constitute genuine existence, especially when one's physical form decays. Ila cautioned, yet Vela appeared unfazed. Her gaze dreamy as she replied, I believe that does equate to immortality. As long as you remain alive, my soul can persist indefinitely. That is what I yearn for. Ila, you are an extraordinary individual, with dreams uniquely your own, but, as a humble person, I too possess my own steadfast aspirations. With that, Vela closed her eyes briefly, revealing a fervent smile that conveyed, my dreams shall come to fruition. She genuinely seemed to anticipate her soul's eternal existence within Ila, adding, I am not enamored with mere survival. I simply dread the thought of death. As she spoke, Vela earnestly grasped Yila's hand, the intensity in her eyes rendering it impossible for Ila to refuse. Chapter 10. The Material Devourer Summoning the Scrolls of Dust and Earth. I pray to the celestial spirits of sand and stone, nourishing the desiccated shell of the land, staining the parched river paths, soft and pliable, bound here, drifting and sinking. Lost within, Vera recited softly, her gentle murmurs accompanied by the swift expansion of azure mana from her palms, a wave of mana enveloping the obstructed entrance of the mine. Subsequently, the mana shot forth like fireflies in flight, twinkling lights rapidly adhering to the stones, triggered by specific incantations from her recollections of ancient texts. Connecting with the world tree, harnessing the mana within its network, she sketched the model of the spell, using her own magical essence as a catalyst. Magic Unleashed. Transmutation of the Shantaya fossil into mud technique. With the final utterance of the spell's name, the miracle of magic commenced before the watchful eyes of Ila and Vera, swiftly clearing the once collapsed sloping mine entrance. The stones and earth that had firmly blocked the passage transformed rapidly into moist mud and a sprinkling of silt, cascading downward through the tunnel, revealing the dark maw of the mine. The mine was modest in size, just enough for Ila and Vera to enter with their heads bowed. However, the moment the path cleared, a long-buried stench of dust surged forth from within. Vera, caught off guard, immediately retched. Yet, with her lich form, she could not expel anything, though the foul odor was unmistakably repugnant. Ila's expression mirrored her discomfort as he gazed at the mine, which exuded a rancid, acrid scent. Contemplating whether to venture inside. Are we truly going to explore within? It seemed that Vera was not particularly keen on the idea. Why not summon a material devourer? Ila suggested, to which Vera rolled her eyes and replied, I haven't memorized that spell. If you know it, why don't you cast it yourself? You know my mana reserves are low. Are you asking me to cast a legendary spell? So, it turned out she had not learned it, and indeed, her reasoning held validity. Acknowledging Vera's words, Ila resolved to cast the spell himself. Third Wing Pillar. Lich. Wing Shatter. With Yila's declaration, a pair of corpse-like, pallid wings manifested behind him, only to shatter instantaneously into countless ethereal fragments, swirling around him. The necessity to release a spell that a sovereign could not invoke led Ila to destroy the wings he had just acquired from Vera. It was not that legendary spells required the destruction of wings for their release. In truth, the most fundamental, wing expansion, could suffice for spells of this magnitude. However, Wing Shatter offered a significant amplification of magical power. The true reason for Yila's choice lay in the unique properties of Wing Shatter. It has been previously mentioned that if it pertains to Wing Span, the mana consumed by Ila due to her abilities would be traced back by the world tree. When Ila travels using the wings of the Crimson Dragon, the mana within the Satan Leaf is also drawn upon. Thus, during her earlier furious transformation, when she unleashed the cataclysmic Crimson Nova, Star Calamity Comet, the mana within the Satan Leaf could not possibly withstand such depletion. However, she exhibited no reaction, for the world tree did not trace her actions. This is an exceedingly paradoxical situation, yet, from a theoretical standpoint, it could be interpreted as a manipulation of the world tree's mechanisms, or perhaps an exploitation of the inherent flaws within the office of the Archon. In general, when knights unleash their abilities or mages cast spells, they first expend their own mana before acquiring additional mana from the world tree to facilitate the casting. The Archon, however, operates differently. It initially draws mana from the world tree, which subsequently traces the source to reclaim that portion of mana. In essence, the Archon has forcibly signed an IOU. Typically, monsters are slain by the Archon, and their mana is seized, allowing the Archon to masquerade as the monster's name to unleash abilities. Yet, the world tree cannot locate the debtor on the IOU. The world tree is left to swallow its grievances in silence. What? You assert that the mana utilized by the Archon belongs to the monsters? But that is the Archon's mana, not the mana of the indebted monsters. How could the world tree forcibly reclaim it? Nevertheless, the mana Ila currently wields still has its owner alive, hence, Wingspan draws mana from them. Conversely, Wing Fragment represents a different scenario, akin to borrowing money, where the IOU is hastily torn up before the world tree can properly identify the name. To illustrate this in a manner that is more vivid yet equally perplexing, it is akin to a phoenix obliterating itself to evade a pitfall. With this perspective, one might even feel a tinge of sympathy for the world tree. Moreover, Ila no longer requires extensive incantations to trigger her spells. She merely needs to utter a name, informing the world tree of the magic she wishes to employ. Matter Devourer. Ila murmured simply, bypassing the need for a lengthy chant. Under the admiring gaze of Vela, the fragments of wings formed by Third Wing Pillar, Lich, Wing Fragment, immediately refracted countless beams of light, coalescing at the center into a pitch-black sphere. This sphere, measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter, hovered in the air, awaiting the command of Ila, the spellcaster. It was an embodiment of pure darkness, seemingly devoid of any light reflecting from its surface. Go, Ila gently commanded, and upon receiving the directive, the Matter Devourer plunged into the original site of the mine, swiftly advancing through the opening, which expanded rapidly in its wake. The stones and soil along the path of the Material Devourer vanished entirely in its wake, as though consumed by an insatiable force, evoking a sense of profound danger inherent in such sorcery. Yet, it is noteworthy that it cannot devour any living entities. Otherwise, the Material Devourer would transcend from a mere utility spell to one of formidable power. By the way, how extensive is the original text of the Material Devourer? Vera inquired, as she and Yenna traversed the expanded cavern forged by the spell. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered aloud, surely it must require fewer words than the legendary spells pertaining to Flora, perhaps around 300,000 words? How could it possibly be that brief? Yenna replied, acknowledging that while it is indeed less than the commonly observed 90,000 words of plant-related legendary spells, it remains a legendary incantation nonetheless. The Material Devourer comprises a total of 617,074 words, if I recall correctly. I remember seeing the tome nestled among the shelves on the 4th floor. As Yenna reminisced about the countless hours spent memorizing spells, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Chapter 11. The Vera Plan. What, one might wonder, is the intricate mechanism through which magic operates? When Yaira first traversed into this realm, she perceived magic as an ethereal phenomenon, akin to the whimsical enchantments depicted in magical ex Illyria, seemingly governed by no discernible laws. However, upon her initial rise to prominence and subsequent enrollment in the resplendent White Tower, she came to realize the truth. Magic is, in fact, a highly refined discipline, one that can be replicated through experience. To illustrate, let us consider the Fireball spell. Setting aside the unique variants, such as the Malakaris Fireball, we shall focus on the fundamental anonymous Fireball as our example. To master and wield this incantation, the initial step entails committing its canonical text to memory, a lengthy passage of seemingly arbitrary and rhythmical phrases that one must internalize. The length of the canonical text varies among spells. Some are but a few dozen words, while others can extend to an astounding 99,999 words. The anonymous Fireball text, however, is notably concise. It always transforms, fluctuating between the heated and the frigid, a wondrous conflagration seeking the moment of ignition. Omitting hundreds of words, traversing forth, leaving behind charred remnants, the blood of the condemned, and the blooming flames of devastation. Provided one can memorize this canonical text and possesses sufficient magical potency within, the practitioner need only to quiet their mind and recite the incantation to release the spell. Unlike other spells, the anonymous incantation does not require extensive prayer. A simple recitation of anonymous fireball suffices. Nevertheless, numerous factors dictate the spell's potency, stability, destructive radius, and control, including the caster's mana quantity and quality, the efficacy of their magical tools, and most critically, their inherent mana affinity derived from lineage. For Yaira, this revelation is somewhat disheartening. Nobility is inherently gifted in this world. It is often said that the ancestral bloodlines of these nobles are so imbued with power that they are destined for greatness, permitting their forebears to ascend to positions of authority. Throughout the empire's history, with the exception of the current ruler, Yinsabella, no monarch has been without their martial prowess. This lineage is perpetuated, and only a select few can attain the status of a capable mage without the appropriate heritage. Yaira herself is not exempt from this reality. The Elkaras family, known for their extensive use of blood magic, finds her employing the less favored and more fearsome aspects of it. As for the Vera family, it requires no further elucidation. Their ancestors, the Ilnominiacetos, produced formidable mages renowned for their mastery of ice magic. Yet, these are tangential points. The crux of the matter is that the study of magic demands an extensive commitment of time. A portion of this duration is devoted to familiarizing oneself with the construction of spell models. Yet the greater part is consumed by the arduous task of memorizing the canonical texts. While prioritizing the memorization of the rapid memory, spells can assist sorcerers in expediting their recall of ancient tomes. The sheer volume of these texts renders them exceedingly difficult to commit to memory. After all, one must remember every detail flawlessly. For instance, the renowned records of the Grand Historian, which is the first of its kind in historical literature, comprises over 520,000 characters. Yet many legendary spells extend to 7 or even 80,000 characters. Moreover, the words within these tomes often lack logical coherence, and one must not err in recalling even a single character. It is evident how taxing the study of magic can be on the mind. Even when a magistrate assumes a magical profession, form, and employs the corresponding spells, the incantations can be omitted, yet the original texts remain paramount in their minds. Consequently, many magistrates tend to disregard the mana of magical professions on the battlefield. It is worth noting that elves do not require the memorization of such texts. At times, Vera truly envies the elves, for they need neither incantations nor extensive study. With merely a thought, mana obediently aligns with their desires. Contemplating this, Vera observed Ila dispersing the matter devourer and felt Ila's hand rest gently upon her shoulder. She glanced around and remarked, "Indeed, the iron ore has been completely exhausted, leaving only some remnants." Having previously consumed Vera's mana through the wing shatter technique, Ila nodded in acknowledgement, clearly noticing the somewhat softened stones and grayish-white rocks, clay and limestone. This cavern conveniently fulfills two requirements. However, the demand for clay and cement production is relatively greater, and it is evident that limestone is more abundant here. Perhaps a search for clay deposits will be necessary later. Clay is not particularly rare, and excavating near the rivers might yield better prospects. As Ila pondered this, she withdrew her hand from Vera's shoulder, feeling a renewed sense of reassurance from the mana Vera provided. She observed Vera closing her eyes, seemingly attuned to something, and then eagerly began to excavate the earth from the wall. Initially, Ila was uncertain of her intentions, but soon grasped the situation, chuckling. "Is the soul box located so nearby? You truly possess a remarkable degree of calm. But upon reflection, what would you do if you were to be resurrected?" Ila watched as Vera swiftly breached the wall with her hands, revealing a relatively sturdy, secluded chamber behind it. As she spoke, he assisted by kicking down the earthen wall. "If I were to escape, I have left an array of excavation explosion and excavation magic shell scrolls within. Should my physical form perish, I could simply remain here for a couple of days and then use the excavation spells to break free." As Vera explained, she handed Ila a small black box, akin to a matchbox, containing a fragment of her soul, infused with traces of mana. "This, I entrust to you, Ila. You may conceal it in your room." Gazing at the box in her hands, which emanated a faint aura of mana and held a piece of Vera's essence, Ila found herself at a loss for an appropriate expression. In entrusting such a significant object to her own care, has Vera truly made no mistake? Although previously convinced by Vera's words, Yaina now feels an overwhelming sense of emotion as she watches Vera confidently hand over the soul box to her. It is a feeling of trust, akin to that bestowed upon her by leaders and lesser creatures who freely offer their faith. Acknowledging Vera's gesture, Yaina solemnly places the soul box into her pocket, declaring, "Vera, I understand. I will safeguard it diligently." until I am inevitably torn apart by a formidable foe. Indeed, Vera, with a visage reminiscent of a deity of the night, thinks the plan is in motion. Chapter 12. Ah, hey, Hugh. Huh. I am utterly exhausted, Vera said with a steady breath, displaying an overt sense of fatigue as she followed Ila out of the mine. She complained, honestly, why must I, a frail woman, be tasked with moving clay and stone? Alas, I am utterly worn out. Should my back break, I shall ensure yours follows suit. As she spoke, Vera cradled her waist, portraying the image of, oh dear, my old back is about to give way. From a human perspective, Vera was indeed quite aged. However, such a remark should never be uttered in her presence. Yet, in response to Vera's lamentation, Ila remained silent, merely casting a disdainful glance at her before eyeing the arcane servants trailing behind. He gestured for Vera to direct those carrying the materials, commanding, put it down. Oh, Vera straightened with ease, obediently mimicking Ila's gesture, and the arcane servants promptly relinquished their burdens. Thus, one must ponder, why engage in such theatrics when she had exerted no effort at all? Ila shook his head in resignation, recalling the method of cement production. It begins with the high-temperature calcination of clay, followed by its amalgamation with quicklime obtained from calcined limestone in a 7:3 ratio. According to the ancient texts, specialized furnaces were typically employed for multi-layered firing to achieve the requisite temperature. To be frank, this temperature was likely exceedingly high. However, for Ila, it was not so troublesome. The first aerial pillar, crimson, Ila intoned, but behind him, nothing transpired. Taken aback under Vera's gaze, he awkwardly revised his incantation, suspended aerial pillar, Takapu, wings manifest. With the wings of a succubus materializing behind him, he observed Vera's puzzled expression and elucidated. I had not previously inquired of Satan leaf to replenish mana. I shall return shortly. With that, Ila swiftly dissolved into the air. Regardless of Vera's perspective, this was an exceedingly absurd occurrence. She stood pondering the spot where Ila had vanished. Even if Takapu's essence had indeed entered Ila's being, it was inconceivable that he could simultaneously wield Takapu's talents. There must be some reasons unknown to Vera, or even Ila himself, that had led to this peculiar circumstance. While it was difficult to envision this as a misfortune, acquiring deeper understanding was always beneficial. Ah, I have returned. In scarcely a minute, Ila reappeared before Vera, displaying two pairs of wings. The crimson dragon wings and the succubus wings harmoniously contrasted, yet complemented one another, to manifest both pairs of wings simultaneously. Fortunate that such an ability was revealed when Ila joined the demon lord's domain. Otherwise, had it been during a time of conflict with the monsters, surely all who opposed him would have succumbed to madness. It is not due to the formidable presence displayed by Yaina that drives one to madness, but rather the profound implications of Yaina unfurling two wings simultaneously, a manifestation of the dread of what lies ahead that leads to a breakdown. Perhaps, at the culmination of the war, Yaina merely need perform a charade, projecting an image of newfound strength, and the Empire would triumph effortlessly. The moment Yaina appears, the temperature of the surrounding air begins to rise significantly, scorching tongues of flames swirling around him, consuming the air and igniting everything in proximity. With a mere flick of his finger, accompanied by a resounding boom, dangerous flames dance into existence, searing crimson engulfing clay and limestone, hurling them skyward, where they burn, tear apart, and shatter. As the flames descend, Yaina dissipates them, leaving a fine, dark gray ash that settles into a small mound, still radiating considerable heat. Is this truly what Yaina desires? Vera, fetch some water, he commands, yet Vera, perplexed, inquires, what water? How much? You're not suggesting I manipulate the weather again, are you? Yaina ponders for a moment, deciding against it. I shall manage. A simple water conjuring spell will suffice. It's too tedious for you to chant, and you cannot chant swiftly. Third wing pillar, lich, wing expansion. As Yaina's voice resonates and he unfurls the wings of the lich, conjuring water to mix, Vera feels a twinge of hurt. While Yaina's words bear truth, they still sting. I am not a battle mage and have not studied combat techniques. Unlike you all, I do not spend my days contemplating skirmishes, Vera mutters softly, observing as Yaina shifts to the headless horseman's wing pillar, utilizing the coalesced lance and swirling mana for mixing. Before long, the dark gray powder transforms into a viscous gray mud. Is this what you refer to as cement? Quite an apt name, simple and comprehensible. Nodding at Vera's assessment, Yaina's dark mana erupts, instantly dispersing the cement before he rudely spreads it across the earthen path. This will do. The cement requires ample time to solidify. Its efficacy remains to be seen. With that, Yaina retracts his wings, gesturing to Vera and inquiring, given the current circumstances, what ratio of anti-magic stone powder would suffice to obstruct probing and analysis spells. Upon hearing a topic within her expertise, Vera adopts a more serious demeanor, contemplating before responding. The materials are rather pure. This may present some challenges. Let us revisit this after it solidifies. It appears that, at this juncture, Vera lacks confidence in making a decisive judgment. Yaina remains unperturbed, merely nodding and instructing. Then, please establish a barrier to deter intruders. I shall gather materials to construct a shelter against the rain. We shall reconvene in over 10 days. All right. Vera crossed her arms, exuding an air of pride as she confidently asserted, my mastery of barrier arts and rituals is unparalleled. I assure you, I am unrivaled. Yaina responded, all right. Vera inquired, why do I sense that you are merely humoring me? Yaina replied, it's merely an illusion. Is this cement? The human woman squatted beside the cement, engrossed in her study, nearly reaching out to poke at it. Is it a certain type of easily moldable material that hardens upon drying? Yaina once again surprised us, when Shah remarked, glancing at the sky, unable to stifle a laugh. Why is everyone staring over here? A whole flock of curious onlookers. The curious onlookers. Unable to refute. Chapter 13. The offering of the Cyclops cement, that peculiar substance, requires a considerable amount of time to solidify. According to records from the ancient era, it typically takes until the afternoon or evening to discern any signs of success in its creation. Under normal circumstances, a solidification period of 46 hours is necessary, though temperature and weather conditions may prolong this duration. Should the experiment prove successful, the cement must then be cared for, enveloped in damp cloths or periodically moistened, to ensure it does not crack, a rationale that eludes even Ira, but one he believes to be sound. Furthermore, consideration must be given to the proportion of magical stone powder to be incorporated into the cement, in order to maintain its quality and to provide a degree of protection against magical detection. In this regard, Ira finds himself lacking in expertise. Thus he has entrusted this task to Vela. Ira now intends to assess the condition of Wolf and the werewolves, as the magically enhanced armaments designed for the swordfish are a crucial aspect of the trade initiative. In Ira's vision, the security of maritime trade heavily relies on the swordfish, whose unique combat style poses a potentially devastating threat to wooden vessels, which are prone to catastrophic leaks upon sustaining damage. In light of these considerations, Ira deems it essential to observe the status of Wolf and the werewolves. However, on his journey, he encounters several carriages heading towards the Demon Lord's domain, pulled by two towering creatures. These beings, entirely shrouded in a bluish-gray hue and possessing a singular eye, are known as Cyclopes. Ira recognizes them, having left a profound impression on the governor, as their mana is deemed a futile expenditure of time and resources, apart from the fourth wing pillar, which can fracture and coalesce into a formidable mace. The other wing pillars are of little utility, their lethality minimal, rendering their use unnecessary. Thus, while Cyclopes frequently appear on the battlefield, their casualty rates remain surprisingly low. The governor, having expended most of his resources on the world incantation, might casually direct a few attacks in their direction when returning for respite. Otherwise, one might find themselves at a loss amidst the vast dispersal of Cyclopean mana. Some colleagues become entranced by the hunt, casually drawing upon mana. Yet should they inadvertently absorb the essence of a Cyclops, they might find themselves rendered speechless. In contrast, other magical beings, such as the healing-capable high-level creature known as the Weeping Angel, the illustrious Scarlet Dragon, whose prowess is singularly upheld by Ira, and the dimensional monstrosity, capable of immobilizing foes, are renowned for their formidable utility. The Cyclopes and their few unfortunate kin represent a uniquely peculiar race. Whether to feel sorrow or to consider them fortunate remains uncertain. It appears they are en route to deliver tributes, suggesting that the Cyclopes were indeed among the creatures contemplating rebellion, yet ultimately chose to submit under duress. Ira pondered thoughtfully, casually reflecting on various matters as he trailed behind the cart. To be frank, Ira had no intention of concealing his presence, thus the Cyclopes clearly spotted him. The two colossal giants seemed to grow rigid. Their movements, which were already sluggish, became even more hesitant, fearing that Ira might eliminate them on the spot. It was evident that many magical creatures harbored a certain misunderstanding of Ira. Moreover, not just the magical beings, but numerous citizens of the Empire, whether noble or common, often regarded Ira as a mere slayer of monsters for sport. Consequently, there were those nobles who, in their misguided zeal, captured magical creatures and delivered them to the Elkaras residence, hoping to curry favor with Ira. Can you envision Ira, during his time off, being approached mysteriously with, "My Lord Ira, I have a gift for you," only to discover it was a battered and bruised creature. Ira was left utterly speechless in that moment. Bound by his identity, he could not return the creature to its controlled territory, and thus had to secretly shelter it within the Elkaras estate, compelling the creature to serve him. Although there was a risk of being discovered, Ira could never bring himself to slay an unengaged creature. For him, slaughter was not the objective. No matter how brutal, killing remained merely a means to an end. The officials were acutely aware of this, for it was a lesson Ira imparted during his teachings. Ira continued to follow the Cyclopes, observing as they cautiously navigated the fields under the watchful eyes of goblins and lesser demons. Due to their imposing size, it was likely they could not properly approach the outskirts of the Demon King's castle. Fortunately, the elegant and imposing Serenata, adorned with a striking red and black umbrella embellished with lace, soon emerged from within the castle, seemingly having overseen all offerings, their quantities, and the tally of the worshippers. The Cyclopes appeared somewhat taciturn, merely expressing their remorse by lowering their heads, perhaps feeling guilt over their earlier betrayal. More likely, it was the presence of Ira and the formidable strength of the Demon King's domain that left them feeling ashamed. Simultaneously, Yuyo and Serenata commenced the inventory of the cart's contents, estimating whether the gold coins and goods matched the tax figures calculated from Serenata's subordinates across various territories. The Demon King's regulations dictated a classic 1/20th tax. Any surplus production, such as mined iron or felled timber, along with the food produced in the territories, required 1/20th to be offered to the Demon King. If the food was just sufficient for their needs, lacking any surplus for offerings, then tribute in the form of copper or silver coins was required, making the regulations quite flexible. Subsequently, it appeared that the statistical figures posed no issue. Within the mysterious expressions of Yuyu and Sonata, the Cyclopes withdrew with the offerings, having unloaded the empty cart. Observing the discarded offerings, Ira discerned the reason behind their expressions. The vast cart contained merely a heap of dried meat, preserved to avert decay. Although it formed a small mound, in reality, these offerings were hardly substantial. This leads one to surmise that the Cyclopes' previous reluctance to provide offerings was likely not due to a lack of desire, but rather a profound laziness in transporting these items across their vast territories. In simpler terms, it was fundamentally a matter of distance. There is indeed an urgent need to expedite the construction of roads, and thereafter, Ira must devise more efficient methods to ensure swift transit between territories. Conventional trains would undoubtedly be inadequate, as they are far too slow. In a world of the extraordinary, one would expect extraordinary means of movement. However, the answer to this quandary still eludes Ira, requiring further contemplation. Chapter 13. The Offering of the One-Eyed Giant. Free reading Chapter 14. Just not wanting to be treated like a child having completed the offering. Sonata returned ahead of schedule. She needed to document the territories that had made their contributions, as this was crucial. Otherwise, she might forget to record a territory's offering, leading to great dissatisfaction on their part. Yuyo, meanwhile, was directing the goblins to transport the jerky back. It was then that she noticed Yaira observing from the side and greeted him. "Ah, Mr. Yaira, good morning." "Good morning," Yaira replied, nodding as he accompanied the goblins, pulling the cart back to the Demon King's domain. It appeared that the goblins' labor was indeed a customary affair for them. Speaking of which, the little fairies had approached me to request some golden apple jerky. Yuyo adjusted her glasses, smiling as she conversed with Yaira. "They mentioned that you haven't shared any of the golden apple jerky with them and have been flaunting it in front of them." Upon hearing this, Yaira couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Haha, did they think I was showing off? But honestly, they are not suited for it. Did you allocate any to them?" Golden apples are quite effective as a snack or to boost one's spirits. However, if consumed during extreme fatigue, they would not withstand the strain and should rather seek rest. Much like coffee, it can help one stay alert during overtime to prevent mistakes. But if one has been awake for 3 days and nights, forcing oneself to consume coffee to continue working is perilous. The Grim Reaper might say, "Push through if you must, but if anything goes awry, it's on me." Yaira had no doubt that if the little fairies were granted a share of the golden apples, they would dare to stay awake for 3 days and nights, possibly leading to the sight of their withered forms one day. "I understand, which is why I sent them off to sleep," Yuyo replied with a light laugh. Through her glasses, her intricate expression was clearly visible. After a moment of silence, she continued, "Yaira, you too. If you're weary, make sure to rest." In response, Yaira smiled casually, reaching into his pocket. Upon discovering that his supply of apple jerky was depleted, he retrieved the last piece from a small pouch and offered it to Yuyo. After a moment's hesitation, Yuyo momentarily solidified. gently taking the food from Yaira's hand and nodding in gratitude. Although she wondered why he had suddenly offered her food. I'm different from the little fairies. I am no longer. At least my body is no longer human. Compared to other officials, I am even less human, Yaira remarked, lightly tapping his chest to indicate, my body is an eternal ruler, a fearsome weapon that requires no slumber. I may feel fatigue, but it is merely a vestige of my human habits. The notion was unfamiliar to Yu, who had never encountered the concept of subconscious. She found it perplexing that fatigue could be a sensation unrelated to the physical body. Despite lacking a conventional form, she still experienced weariness. With her mouth stuffed full of dried golden apples, she awaited Yila's explanation with a puzzled expression. Yila, unable to provide clarity, was equally baffled by the fact that many beings in this world, which seemingly required no rest, still needed a measure of repose and slumber. Thus, he could only offer a vague response. In any case, I appreciate your concern. I may still feel tired, but it should not be at this moment. As he spoke, he gently ruffled her hair, asserting, I am well aware of my own body. In Yu's eyes, a clear intention seemed to convey, you better be. Coughing softly, Ila Elkaras could no longer contain herself. Your Highness, if you are tired, you should rest. She gazed at the petite empress, who, though evidently fatigued, continued to review the parchment. The small frame, buried beneath the heap of documents, evoked a sense of tenderness. Do not speak too much, Marilla. I am indeed weary. But I must not succumb to fatigue, at least not now. I am aware of my own limits. Marilla fell silent for a moment, observing the swift processing of state affairs by the tireless Yishabella. She couldn't help but remark, that sounds similar to what Lord Ila has said. Your Highness, you resemble him quite a bit. Really? Do I? Yishabella chuckled softly at Marilla's comment, but quickly composed herself, stating flatly, well, I am indeed his student. But does he truly handle so many of the state matters for me? As she surveyed the mountain of tasks still awaiting her attention, Yishabella shook her head in resignation. In times of trouble, she often found herself reminiscing about Ila and had even dreamt of him frequently of late. Yet, she knew she could not linger. It was time for her to graduate, for only then would she gain recognition. Indeed, Your Highness, but the future of the Empire has already been charted by Lord Ila. It suffices to proceed methodically to ensure the Empire's prosperity. You need not exhaust yourself so. In response to Marilla's counsel, Yishabella resolutely shook her head. She gazed toward the distant east, aware that a formidable individual was laboring diligently there. As a student, Yishabella could not afford to slacken her efforts. Policies must be upheld, and clarity of thought must be maintained. I cannot avoid striving to fulfill my duties, Yishabella proclaimed, dipping her quill into the ink, inscribing elegant characters that echoed the style of Yinla. I shall demonstrate my abilities, prove that I am not merely an accessory. I shall compel Yinla to acknowledge my worth. As she spoke, memories of her father's words flooded her mind. Little fool, to Yinla, it matters not who occupies this position. You and I are indistinguishable. We are not exceptional. Any literate commoner could easily lead the Empire toward prosperity. I will make Yinla recognize that I am unique. Calmly, Yishabella rose to her feet, gently waving away Marilla, who approached to assist her. Stretching her limbs, she immersed herself once more in her work, now infused with renewed vigor. Truth be told, she had no doubt that Yinla could, in a short span, propel the Demon King's territory to match the millennia of the Empire's advancement. However, she resolved that the Empire must not fall behind, for she was no longer a child. Chapter 15. The Elven Maiden and the Liberation of Constraints. Please, come in. After rinsing her mouth, Yila responded, watching as Takapa disappeared with the wooden basin. Soon, he was greeted by the entrance of the Elven Maiden, the very one he had rescued from the clutches of the Caligula's slave-capturing squad. It is you. You seem to have recovered quite well, Yila remarked, to which the Elven Maiden nodded appreciatively, her soft voice expressing, yes. I truly thank you for encountering me at that time, Yila. Otherwise, had I been sold as a commodity, I can only imagine the fate that awaited me. The Elven Maiden was acutely aware of the harrowing possibilities, rendering her gratitude beyond the capacity of mere words. Indeed, I should be the one to be thanked. Yila concurred with her sentiment, adjusting his attire before the full-length mirror as he continued. I have yet to inquire about how you were captured. What of your companions? It occurred to him that he had not even asked for her name. On that day, my father and I ventured out to gather fruits. The Elven Maiden recounted. Elves are predominantly herbivorous, requiring little sustenance. A mere handful of fruits, and perhaps a sip of dew suffices for their nourishment. Hence they do not cultivate crops. Their days are leisurely spent, delving into magic, reading, or seeking food, hunting magical beasts, and engaging in artistic pursuits to alleviate their ennui. Elves often travel in groups, whether in the company of peers or under the guidance of elders. Then, I spotted a golden apple newly formed on a tree and called for my father to come over. I proceeded to gather it, and then suddenly, many humans appeared and attacked us. The elven maiden explained. Indeed, elves are formidable beings. A dozen ordinary humans would scarcely present a challenge. At least, judging by the prowess of the knights from the slave-capturing squad, a mere handful was insufficient. Thus, her mention of many likely referred to the entire force Ila had previously witnessed, possibly dozens, nearly 100 knights mobilized en masse. And then, she continued, her demeanor darkening as a somber atmosphere enveloped her. Ila began to surmise what had transpired, and his suspicions were confirmed. My father was killed. Ah yes. Given the capacity of the slave-capturing squad, capturing an adult elf without resorting to murder would indeed be a formidable challenge. Moreover, while some might have a penchant for male elves, ultimately, female elves are far more sought after. Thus, he was easily slain, someone cherished by others. I see. I am sorry. Perhaps I should not have broached this subject. Ila said gently, reaching out to tousle the elven maiden's emerald tresses. Observing her demurely bowed head, he inquired, "Do you know who was responsible for your misfortunes?" Upon confronting this matter, the elven maiden's countenance darkened, her voice brimming with hatred and fury as she uttered the name of the Empire's Duke, Caligula. At the mere mention of this name, a flicker of ire ignited in Yaina's eyes. Indeed, it is quite challenging for the consul to exhibit emotions, as their feelings are usually quite muted, only manifesting in an extraordinarily terrifying manner when they finally erupt from suppression. Yes, that despicable wretch. Yaina spat, elucidating to the elven maiden, who was somewhat oblivious to the specifics. He is the mastermind behind the slave trade and a fervent supporter of the legalization of non-human slavery. Nearly 90% of the slave-catching squads operate with his backing. The term pervert used by Yaina to describe Caligula is not without ample justification. To articulate the reasons is no simple feat. To put it plainly, male elves are generally not well received, yet Caligula seems to have an affinity for them. He is drawn to both women and men, and even those who defy gender norms. He embodies both extremes and revels in particularly provocative matters, which are hardly palatable to the average person. If this world had its 4 merchants of vice, he would undoubtedly be among them. A true embodiment of moral depravity. For the ordinary citizen, it is our 18, while for Caligula, it is our 18 in excess. Yaina's demeanor left the elven maiden momentarily taken aback. Given the harmonious atmosphere maintained among elves, she had assumed that Yaina and Caligula might have once been good colleagues. She inquired, "So, do you truly not care about Caligula's fate?" "Not care," Yaina retorted. "Of course I care. If that scoundrel were to perish, I would find immense joy in it." He clenched his fists tightly, his expression one of barely contained rage as he declared, "At last, I have departed from the Empire, and thus, Caligula's demise is imminent." It is precisely for this reason that Yaina was confident that his exile was not orchestrated by Caligula. For Caligula is astutely aware that Yaina's departure signifies his own impending doom. Hence, the incident leading to Yaina's exile must have been the folly of a true fool under Caligula's command, bypassing any consultation with the Duke. "I will slay Caligula in the name of the House of the Sun Chasers," the elven maiden proclaimed, fully cognizant of the international turmoil that would ensue should such an act be carried out. However, the elves have long harbored an insatiable wrath against the Empire. The Silver Moon Grove would not shy away from a conflict ignited to ensure that their kin do not fall into slavery. Yet there exists a grave concern. The Empire is governed by a consul. Nevertheless, the Empire's greatest advantage is not founded on any substantial rationale. You need not swear by the House of the Sun Chasers. If your sole desire is for his death, I shall take care of it. But if you wish to execute the deed yourself, there are far too many who yearn to slay Caligula. You would not rank among them. Ila spoke calmly as he stepped out of the door, preparing to seek Vera, while remarking, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Caligula shall soon be replaced," and at that moment, his fate will reach its conclusion. The elven maiden gazed at Ila's retreating figure, hesitating for a moment. "Ila, I do not wish to return to the Silver Moon Tree Court." Ila inquired, "Where then do you wish to go?" The elven maiden replied, "Perhaps I could remain in the Demon King's domain." Ila questioned, "What purpose would that serve?" In all honesty, the elven maiden was uncertain about the significance of staying in the Demon King's realm. However, she yearned to remain by Ila's side. She expressed, "Perhaps you could aid me in becoming stronger?" Ila cast a glance at her, and it is worth noting that he was far from oblivious. His insight was remarkably keen. His seemingly indifferent demeanor was merely a reflection of his belief that certain matters did not warrant attention. When the situation called for it, he could extend his care effectively. But for now, you should obediently return. I shall board the ship at that time. Indeed, Ila had affairs to attend to at the Silver Moon Tree Court. To lift the constraints upon him, the human exclaimed, "Do not come any closer." Chapter 16. The second cement test. From a logical perspective, it is somewhat akin to other potions. For every 100 pounds of weight, 1 pound of anti-magic stone powder must be mixed in, ensuring that its components cannot be easily deciphered. Vera remarked this as she energetically jumped atop the cement, observing its remarkable solidity. Moreover, although it appeared quite extraordinary earlier, once hardened, it resembles an ordinary stone pavement. Indeed, the cement, once set, presented a texture riddled with fine pores, rendering it akin to lower-quality flagstones, likely to attract little attention. However, one could not help but wonder whether this substance, referred to as cement, would retain its efficacy. Vera nonchalantly scuffed her shoes against the cement and casually kicked it, her astute mind quickly discerning the greater value of the material. It would be exceptionally sturdy for constructing castles, she proclaimed. Vera's occasional flashes of brilliance were indeed accurate. As an adhesive, cement possesses advantages that volcanic ash and rammed earth cannot rival, symbolizing the fusion of industry and intellect. "Did you bring the anti-magic stones?" Elira inquired. To this, Vera merely rolled her eyes, retorting, "Why would a lich carry anti-magic stones? I'm not deranged, go find Io." "Fair enough. Please wait here for a moment," Elira replied, recognizing the validity of Vera's statement. She then twisted her neck and unfurled the wings belonging to Tycap. Reciting the words bestowed by the world tree, suspended wing pillar, Tycap, wing manifest, as a soft lavender and pale pink mana dispersed, Elira's form, now adorned with ethereal wings akin to those of a succubus, swiftly faded from view in the fabric of space. Vera stared vacantly in the direction where Elira had vanished, beginning to appreciate the convenience of dimensional travel, and, of course, the terrifying nature of Elira's abilities. It is worth mentioning that anti-magic stones are not akin to materials like CX stones, which incapacitate abilities upon contact. Instead, their function is to obstruct mana, rendering it ineffective. In other words, armor composed of anti-magic stones can effectively shield against incoming mana attacks. However, it cannot prevent the explosions and shockwaves that may ensue. Only prolonged contact, or having the stones embedded deeply within the user's body, would hinder the normal functioning of one's mana, akin to the anti-magic shackles deeply embedded in a person's palms within the half-plane prison beneath the Demon Lord's Hall. Nevertheless, anti-magic stones inherently possess their suppressive qualities. While their production is not scarce and they are not particularly precious, they remain strategic materials that necessitate regulation. "I'm back." 2 minutes later, Elira returned, appearing quite at ease after acquiring the anti-magic stones from Yuyo. Just like that, they were given, such is the Demon Lord's domain. "Well, let us give it another try. If all goes well, shall we commence the road construction?" Vera remarked, observing Ila as he ground the magic restraining stone into powder. She prepared to chant the water creation spell, reflecting on the dismal condition of the dirt roads outside the Demon King's castle. She mused, at last, "We shall be free from the quagmire." Indeed, if it were to rain thereafter, the ground would not turn into a chaotic mess. However, should we not consider providing shoes for the little imps and goblins, those small creatures who tread barefoot? Walking on dirt paths is manageable, yet running barefoot on concrete would surely be a torment. It would be prudent to furnish them with footwear. Nevertheless, this would significantly increase the total number of shoes needed, especially considering wear and tear. "Is there any flax available in the Demon King's territory?" I recall never having seen any. Ila, while handling the concrete as usual, continued, "We do need to ensure that the little imps and goblins have shoes. Otherwise, the concrete may chafe their feet. Should we opt for leather shoes? We might not have sufficient leather." Presently, both Vera and Ila, or rather the races within the Demon King's domain that required shoes, found themselves clad in leather footwear. Although, the majority of individuals do not wear shoes, especially if one considers the Headless Knight and the Black Knight as barefoot. The fairies are airborne, as is Yu, and the Rainbow Shell possesses chitinous armor, while Mr. Lame is hardly one to be considered clothed at all. The Demon King's territory has cotton but lacks linen. As Vera spoke, she wiggled her feet and turned to Ila, saying, "I do miss my wizard shoes, but do the little imps and goblins truly need footwear?" Vera rubbed her feet vigorously against the concrete, nonchalantly shrugging her shoulders. "It won't chafe at all, will it? Haven't you noticed? The current dirt roads are littered with gravel and plantain. Once replaced with concrete, they might even find it more comfortable." "Is that truly the case?" Ila, perplexed, tilted his head slightly, beginning to comprehend the abysmal working conditions the little creatures endure. It is precisely for this reason that Ila profoundly understands that his endeavors are but a drop in the ocean. Leading the Demon King's domain and striving for improvement is not inherently more noble than the tireless efforts of those diminutive creatures laboring in the fields. The nobility of the empire remains oblivious to this. They toil for merely 4 to 5 hours a day, spending 2 to 3 hours sipping tea and nibbling snacks, all the while believing they contribute significantly to their territory. The absurdity lies not in their oppression, but in their misguided belief in their own diligence. Hence, Ila is resolute in not becoming such a person. Understood, then. Let us await tomorrow's test results for the concrete infused with the magic restraining stone. As Ila spoke, he glanced at Vera, who reclined with her hands behind her head, embodying a relaxed demeanor. His eyes briefly swept over her prominent features, and he inquired, "Shall you join me this afternoon to sample the white ball wine?" "Certainly. There is indeed time available, yet an inexplicable sense of something awry lingers." Vela fell into a brief silence, casting a skeptical glance at Yaina, and inquired, "Yaina, have you been persistently seeking my collaboration lately? Is there an ulterior motive behind it?" Instantly, Yaina displayed a look of bewilderment, rolled her eyes, and retorted, "What nonsense! The cement and the mine require your assistance. I merely sought your company for a casual outing. However, perhaps it is due to our prolonged camaraderie within the empire that I have grown accustomed to working alongside you." In response to Yaina's words, Vela nodded, donning a teasing smile as she reassuringly patted Yaina's shoulder, her ample bosom gently jostling. She quipped, "I almost thought you had genuine feelings for me, which would indeed send a chill down one's spine. Just imagine, if you truly held affection for me. I might one day be discovered lifeless in my chamber, surrounded by scattered leaves, a few vials of potions, and a warrant for my arrest." After a moment of contemplation, Yaina appeared to be lost in thought, prompting Vela to feel a tad uneasy. "Yaina, why have you ceased to strike me?" Yaina responded, "Get lost. Are you itching for it?" Chapter 17. The insectoid's quest for confidence. From my perspective, Baichio wine is quite exquisite, Honka remarked, standing beside the towering Yaina, who appeared almost childlike in comparison. Indeed, given Yaina's current appearance, such an observation is not entirely unfounded. In this world, it is absurd to judge a person's age solely by their looks. Thus, for someone of Vela's age to be referred to as an aunt is certainly acceptable, though it may provoke ire in many, particularly among women. Moreover, for the empire, this sweet wine may be even more desirable. As for the preferences of other nations, I am less certain, aside from the fact that dwarves would likely not favor it. Yaina mused, observing the clear liquid distilling drop by drop, inhaling its fragrant aroma. However, it suffices that it sells well within the empire. Upon hearing Yaina's words, Honka turned, his small, seed-shaped black eyes curiously regarding Yaina at his side, and inquired, "Don't dwarves enjoy drinking?" Indeed, dwarves are a race that revels in alcohol, yet this also implies their brewing skills are commendable. With taste being a crucial factor, dwarves prefer their beverages more potent. Yaina acknowledged as he watched the Baichio wine cascading into the barrel, blinking in understanding. Hence, the clear and sweet fruit wine may not suit their palates. "Mr. Yaina, you possess remarkable knowledge," Honka couldn't help but exclaim, glancing at the long spear in his grasp, genuinely lamenting, "I am but a simple warrior. There was no need to involve me in the observation of Baichio wine. Beyond my own experiences, I have no insights to offer." Indeed, even in the somewhat naive environment of the Demon Lord's domain, Honka is relatively more straightforward. Yaina, unconcerned, patted Honka's waist and replied, "It matters not. You are one of the few leaders who enjoy drinking. I could not seek out anyone else." Drip, drip. As Honka gazed at the liquid trickling down, he paused in contemplation before stating, "I used to drink more. Of late, I only indulge occasionally during banquets." With that, Honka lifted his head, his mouth moving like an insect's mandibles as he continued, "Yaina, you may not be aware, but the insectoid race, like the sea nymphs, was once a traitor." This was indeed news to Yaina, who looked at Honka, awaiting further elaboration. However, our betrayal did not constitute a true escape from the Demon Lord's domain. Well, it could be considered an escape. Honka spoke in contradictions. Uncertain how to articulate his thoughts, he sighed and added, "I am clumsy with words, unable to express clearly. But after the demise of His Highness Favaginio, the number of insectoids on the battlefield must have increased, correct? In light of this, it certainly seems so." Yinra distinctly recalled that after he had slain Favaginio, he spent a week recuperating from his severe injuries. Upon returning to the battlefield, he observed a significant increase in the number of insectoid creatures. However, what connection did this have to betrayal? If betrayal was the issue, should they not have vanished from the battlefield entirely? just as the numbers of the Blood Clan forces had drastically diminished later on. At that time, I was already the leader of the insectoid race, and those younglings, perhaps slightly less than half in number, recklessly charged into battle to meet their demise while I was intoxicated, disregarding both my intervention and the orders of Prince Satanleaf. The reason I describe it as meeting their demise is that by then, the Demon King's side had nearly perfected a combat strategy designed to minimize losses, namely, positioning themselves as widely dispersed as possible. When the Chancellor executed Wing Shatter, it typically obliterated large swathes of the battlefield. Thus, if they formed a conventional military formation, the inevitable outcome would be a complete annihilation by a single Wing Shatter attack. Therefore, it is not inaccurate to say that those impassioned insectoids met their end in vain. In fact, the mana they contributed was quite commendable ammunition, serving as assistance in slaying other monstrous beings. Honka expressed this with a resigned shake of his head, stating, "It was after that incident that I significantly reduced my alcohol consumption. If it weren't for everyone drinking at the banquet, I would truly have refrained from indulging." Yinra nodded, patting Honka's exoskeleton in a comforting manner, saying, "Perhaps that could indeed be considered betrayal. However, perhaps it is I who ought to feel remorse. After all, it was I who personally ended the life of the former Demon King. The battlefield is simply that, a battlefield. When I step onto it, I have long since reconciled myself to the possibility of death. Whether I live or perish, I bear no resentment towards others." Prince Favagino felt the same. And undoubtedly, Prince Satanleaf shares this sentiment. Honka articulated this in a rather clumsy manner, attempting to convey that thus, Satanleaf does not harbor hatred towards you, hoping that Yinra would not develop any lingering grievances. However, Yinra had never entertained such notions from the very beginning. "I understand. Please do not concern yourself," Yinra replied. Observing the diminutive demon beginning to seal a container, he continued, "We must find a way to promote our alcoholic beverages. Currently, the production of White Sphere wine is far too low. We can only pursue a boutique approach. However, in the realm of spirits, the boutique route is not as favorable as that of perfumes." Boutique approach. Honka was not entirely comprehending, shaking his head in confusion. Yet, like Satanleaf, he understood the principle of "if I do not comprehend, I shall entrust it to those who do." I do not grasp it, but in any case, I leave it to you, Mr. Yinra. As he said this, Honka patted Yinra's shoulder earnestly, nodding with seriousness as he declared, "If there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to employ my services." This was a promise of utmost trustworthiness, and for reasons unknown, Yinra felt a twinge of emotion. "Thank you." Inla spoke with a smile, lifting his gaze to meet the earnest stare of Honka. He said, "Firstly, please release your guilt towards the Devil's Leaf and shed the inferiority you harbor regarding the Demon King's domain. The bug people are not traitors." Honka responded with a hesitant, As valiant and proud warriors, the bug people must cultivate greater confidence." Inla, speaking lightly, patted Honka's rigid form, encouraging him to relax. As he raised his head under the afternoon sun, his eyes sparkled with a beautiful light, as if he could see right through Honka's very being. "Even for the sake of the Demon King's realm, you must strive on." Inla's words elicited a moment of silence, followed by Honka's enthusiastic reply, "Yes." Chapter 18. The Hearts of Three. Tonight, the moon hangs in the sky, a resplendent orb amidst a clear night. Adorned with twinkling stars, an opportune moment for sipping wine and stargazing. "Honka, do you truly believe that summoning us to drink is a prudent choice?" Latia lamented, pouring the wine from her glass onto what should have been her head, watching as the sweet liquid transformed into vapor, dissipating into the night sky. The flames atop the headless night could only vaporize the wine completely, while a hint of flavor lingered. It was merely the essence of alcohol and sweetness, devoid of the true character of the drink. In essence, whether as the headless night Latia or the black night Blake Black, neither could experience intoxication nor the delightful haze of drunkenness. The essence of wine lay in its taste. Inebriation would only hinder their endeavors. Honka remarked, pouring more wine for the two. "Mr. Ila gifted me 2 barrels of wine. I realized I cannot consume it all alone, and it is best that my kin partake sparingly. Indeed, it is rare to see you indulging in wine." "What of Lady Caxia?" Latia inquired, referring to Hunk's wife, a stunning insectoid with vibrant wings, belonging to the butterfly clan. In stark contrast to Honka's beetle lineage. In human aesthetics, she was undeniably beautiful. From the perspective of insectoids, Lady Caixia was equally captivating. Moreover, Honka, to be candid, though perceived as somewhat peculiar by human standards, was regarded as a paragon of attractiveness among insectoids. Yet, given his current age, he could be classified as a dashing uncle. Addressing Latia's curiosity, Honka poured himself a glass and downed it in one gulp, expressing his discontent. She has gone to her sister's. She favors sweet beverages over wine. Upon learning I intended to drink at home, she departed. Ah, you must articulate your intentions to her clearly, Little Black chuckled softly, pouring some wine into his armor and accompanying it with a vegetable garnish. But what prompted you to drink at home? Honka gathered his thoughts. He had considered discussing Mr. Ila's earlier remarks with them. He glanced at his companions and began to elucidate. Earlier today, Mr. Ila invited me to witness the white ball wine. In summary, he advised me to relinquish my guilt regarding His Highness Satan Leaf and my feelings of inferiority towards the Demon King's domain. If possible, I too wish to let go. Honka's narration was relatively coherent, and both Latia and Little Black comprehended the situation. However, the weight of past transgressions made it implausible to simply cast aside their burdens. Realizing that Ila had swiftly discerned the emotional turmoil within Honka through their brief exchange, Latia expressed her astonishment. Mr. Ila, how did you manage to perceive your inner turmoil so quickly? Little Black gazed gently at the stars above, remarking, Mr. Yina can certainly discern that he is a remarkably gentle individual. However, aside from matters of the heart, one must ultimately rely on oneself. It is worth noting that Honka is the most rational and formidable among the insect folk, yet prior to that incident, he was merely the strongest, possessing a temperament akin to that of his kin, predominantly emotional beings. Generally, they act upon their impulses rather than engaging in profound contemplation, or even if they do ponder, they seldom opt for the more rational choice. Consequently, Honka seldom voices his opinions in court. After all, it bears no adverse impact on the Demon Lord's domain, so it suffices as it is. As he spoke, Honka quietly sipped his drink, his dark, round eyes fixed upon the moon. He continued, You too. When do you plan to unburden your hearts? In response to Honka's words, the two fell into a prolonged silence. Ironically, within the ranks of the Demon Lord, each leader harbors a degree of unresolved sentiments. Honka, who seldom indulges in alcohol since his losses due to past mistakes, Sanada, paralyzed by fear stemming from Yina's terror and the betrayal of the Blood Clan, and Satan Yi, plagued by feelings of inadequacy. Other leaders may vary in the severity of their burdens, but none are entirely free from them. Honka's assertion holds truth, Lotia. Little Black was the first to speak, attempting to console the pensive, slender, headless knight beside him, saying, It is time you gathered new steeds. If your beloved horse were to see you in this state, surely. However, before he could finish, Lotia shook her head, interrupting, And you, Little Black. Regardless of who you were in life, you are you now, and no one else. I refuse. I am not him. Little Black protested vehemently, shaking his head. Yet, even knowing that the memories he can accept are unrelated to his true self, how could he calmly embrace such memories? How could he willingly acknowledge that the demon was his former self? Look, we are all alike. Honka sighed deeply, pouring the contents of his flask into their cups. He lamented, It is a pity that you cannot get drunk. Indeed, because we cannot escape through intoxication, they agreed. Historically, drink has served as a prime means of evading reality. However, avoidance ultimately proves detrimental. Thus, could this be a form of resolute determination? No rush, for now. My power is unnecessary. Whether or not I possess a steed makes little difference, as we have Yina with us, remarked Lotia. I, too, am in no hurry. The acceptance of my past bears no weight on me. If I find myself in a position where I must take the life of a child, I shall have others act in my stead, stated Blake Black. I, too, find myself unaffected. Indeed, it is prudent to indulge in alcohol sparingly, to act with restraint, and to refrain from offering opinions during morning meetings, especially with Mr. Yunare present. As Honka raised his head and downed a generous gulp of wine, it became evident that even if one cannot become inebriated, the desire to escape reality is easily fulfilled, particularly when there is no pressing need to confront one's inner demons or untangle emotional knots. Phrases like, after all, I am here should not lead you to overestimate my significance. Well, never mind. Suddenly, the three were astonished to see Yunare, who had materialized around them, holding half a jug of wine and tilting his head as he set it down on the ground. I apologize for possibly interrupting you. Satan Yi and Sherlina have had a bit to drink, but Satan Yi quickly succumbed to intoxication, so I leave the remainder of this jug to you. With that, Yunare waved his hand and vanished from sight. The three exchanged glances, a hint of trepidation in their expressions. That was somewhat frightening. Honka could not help but remark. Indeed, Latia and Xiaohei nodded in agreement. Chapter 19. The cement is ready in recent days. The brewing of the white ball liquor has reached its preliminary completion. Yesterday, a few barrels of the finished product were sampled by everyone, with the primary sales target being the Empire. Regarding pricing, I believe we can implement a certain degree of premium. Ila reported this, noting that there had not been many recent developments, and the significant matters were few, all of which he had been involved in. He continued, in this regard, Yuyo, please follow up and compile the monthly normal production statistics for pricing purposes. Observing Yuyo nodding in agreement, Ila turned his gaze towards Sanada, stating, when delivering the Honeyflower Moonlight, inquire about Duke Novak's intentions. If he is willing to act as an intermediary distributor, it would spare us the troubles of direct sales. After all, if we were to open a store within the Empire, complications would undoubtedly arise. Furthermore, finding an agent within the Empire could prove to be an even greater hassle. It would be best if Novak were willing to assist in sales, taking a portion of the profits, which would be entirely acceptable. However, the others seemed perplexed by Ila's terminology, although they could vaguely guess its meaning. Satan Yi voiced the collective confusion. What is an intermediary? To explain the concept of an intermediary, one must first elucidate what is meant by medium, an explanation that would be exceedingly complex. Thus, Ila hesitated and rephrased, saying, it's just. Yet, he was at a loss for words. Got it. It simply means helping us sell, and then taking a cut. Vela waved her hand dismissively, adopting a playful demeanor of exasperation. She remarked, Ila, please continue with the main topic. We are all quite accustomed to it. Although somewhat displeased, she managed to extricate herself from the situation. Ila nodded, proceeding to the next matter, stating, regarding my recent research on a highly malleable material I've named cement, this endeavor has also reached its conclusion. This is an exceptionally important resource. As I mentioned before, I hope the material can be kept confidential to the outside world. We have incorporated a powdered anti-magic stone without compromising the cement's inherent properties, ensuring it cannot be easily detected. Vela, how long can this level of anti-magic stone powder addition guarantee that the composition remains undetected? In response to Ila's inquiry, Vela shrugged nonchalantly, saying, the analysis spells are completely ineffective, but if other reasons lead to the composition being deduced, that cannot be avoided. Especially since the manufacturing process doesn't seem overly complicated. That is sufficient, Ila affirmed with a nod, mentally communicating with Takapu, signaling him to bring forth the cement board. As Takapu suddenly appeared before everyone, he announced, this is the finished product. Do you understand the significance of road construction? Vela cast a glance at Ila, saying, if we were to claim ignorance, you wouldn't launch into a tedious lecture, would you? Regardless, it holds little significance for humans, yet facilitates the movement of carriages. Is that not so? It seems that Vera possesses a profound understanding, while others grasp the concept to varying extents. The inhabitants of this world are not uncivilized beasts. They are indeed engaged in road improvements, albeit hindered by the limitations of materials. Yes, that is the case. As Yaira spoke, he observed the solidified concrete and collaboratively envisioned the forthcoming paving plans. He remarked, as the drying of concrete necessitates time, the main thoroughfare will be laid out in a manner where the left and right halves are addressed sequentially. The secondary roads, subject to potential significant alterations due to the distribution of structures within the Demon Lord's territory, shall remain untouched for the time being. Initially, we shall lay down gravel in the areas requiring roadwork, followed by a uniform layer of concrete. Yaira gestured in the air with his fingers, addressing Selena, and stated, the raw materials are quite inexpensive. Currently, arranging for individuals to gather them is sufficient to complete the planning of the Demon Lord's domain. Selena, please coordinate appropriate personnel for this task. Observing Selena nodding in agreement, Yaira added, as for the manufacturing aspect, I may need to reassign a group of werewolves with experience in calcination. Wolf, do you foresee any issues on your end? Wolf promptly nodded, her wolf ears drooping listlessly against her head as she replied, Lord Yaira, please expedite the reassignment. A considerable portion of the werewolves simply cannot become magical craftsmen, as they are incapable of remembering even a single magical rune. It appears that this period has driven Wolf to the brink of madness. Yet she must rely on her own efforts. Regarding the paving, I hope that Xiaojang can observe with his kin for a time, and thereafter, the construction work in the Demon Lord's territory will be entrusted to the constructs. Is that agreeable? Seeing Xiaojang nodding in affirmation, Yaira felt that he had adequately addressed the concrete matters and nodded towards Satan Leaf, signaling his intention to conclude this topic. Subsequently, the various leaders seemed to have no further reports to present. After all, Yaira had been tirelessly working recently, having already relayed all pertinent information. I have a question for Mr. Yaira. However, before the meeting could adjourn, Sanada spoke up, analyzing under the gaze of all present. So, when shall the concrete be laid towards the other territories? I trust one have not misunderstood? Shaking her head as she spoke, Sonata's silvery locks shimmered. Her beautiful crimson eyes fixed on Yaira as she continued. The primary function of concrete roads, aside from facilitating trade, is to reinforce the dominion of His Highness Satan Leaf. Is it not? Satan Leaf appeared somewhat astonished by this, exclaiming, "Oh, wasn't the purpose of the concrete road merely to ease travel, sparing one from muddy shoes?" Then, under the collective gaze of all the leaders, Satan Leaf shrank her neck slightly, recalling Vera's earlier words, and finally grasped the essence, stating, "Upon reflection, if it is to expedite the speed of carriages, it would indeed facilitate offerings, would it not?" Precisely so. With such thoughts, Ila gazed with satisfaction at the ever-enlightening Satan Leaf and turned his attention to the playful Sonata, who was toying with her twin ponytails. He remarked, "There is no need for haste. The foundation of strengthening dominion lies in the existence of dominion itself, and presently, there are still traders who secretly rejoice." How should one articulate this? Ila possessed an extraordinary ability to stir the emotions of others. His succinct statement prompted everyone to lift their heads, as they understood Yila's stance towards those territories that repeatedly defied him. "Once we have completed our current tasks, we shall gradually settle the score." Ila spoke, his laughter reminiscent of days gone by. This past was marked by his most terrifying demeanor, slaying upon the battlefield. Even those battle-hardened leaders felt a chill run down their spines, their skin erupting in goosebumps. As for the tax-evading monsters, they chuckled. Surely Satan Leaf has forgotten us. How delightful. Perhaps the weather has yet to warm, as my neck feels rather chilly. Chapter 20. The useful monsters. Shortly after the meeting concluded, and just as Yaira had finished his breakfast, the suitable candidates related to cement had already been compiled and recommended by the various leaders, subsequently gathered by Selena. At this moment, on the open ground, there assembled a group of individuals devoid of any magical affinity: werewolves, lesser demons, goblins, and constructs, totaling approximately 200. They looked at Yaira with eager anticipation, awaiting their new tasks. These lesser demons and goblins were genuinely enthusiastic about their new roles. They were simply willing to dedicate themselves to the demon lord's domain and regarded this task, which required strict confidentiality, as both significant and rather impressive. Whether it was truly impressive is debatable, yet its importance was undeniable. The constructs, usually idling, had completed the construction of the dock and the pounding of the ground, leaving them without work. Thus, they remained in a state of readiness, eager to engage in activity lest they rust or sprout. As for the werewolves, they were likely survivors of some ordeal. The torment of such tasks is relative. It was not only Wolf who deemed it a trial to teach these illiterate werewolves, but the werewolves themselves, who struggled to grasp the lessons, found it equally torturous. The eyes of these little monsters reflected no trace of fear or confusion regarding their future. In contrast, if this were in the Empire, the commoners suddenly gathered by the nobility might not panic overtly, yet whispers and doubtful glances would abound. However, the demon lord's domain was different. Every creature here understood that their forthcoming work, in essence, would remain unchanged, contributing to the enhancement of the realm or striving to maintain its already established beauty. The more one recognized that these creatures were steadfast, verging on ignorance or fervor, the clearer it became how selfless and perceptive the nobles were during the nation's demise, and how formidable the officials remained. Yet, as the empire's dominance grew, while the officials retained their strength, certain elements began to shift. "Good morning, everyone," Yaira addressed the gathered monsters. Standing not upon a lofty platform, but at the same level as them, even a head shorter than the towering werewolves, Yaira had no need for an elevated position to assert his status. It was not that his rank required validation, but rather that validation itself was unnecessary. He had never considered himself particularly noble. The assembly appeared somewhat bewildered by the developments. To put it succinctly, I have developed a highly malleable construction material that is resistant to corrosion and rain once molded. I have named it cement, Yaira stated, gazing earnestly at the puzzled creatures. After a brief pause, he chuckled lightly and added, "However, it seems that all this talk may be futile, yet your forthcoming work is of utmost importance." In response to Yaira's words, the monsters stood in solemn respect. It required little more from him. Merely the assertion that your forthcoming work is of utmost importance instilled within them a profound sense of responsibility and honor. They did not inquire about remuneration, for their previous work had not been compensated, nor did they doubt whether the new tasks would be more arduous. As they were inherently unafraid of fatigue, there was no sense of superiority in their hearts. Honor and superiority need not coexist. If I were the lord of the empire, I would dispense more silver coins than the average peasant. However, in the Demon King's domain, there would be little opportunity to spend such coins. Hence, I would offer rewards in alternative forms. As Ila spoke, he gazed at the quiet creatures awaiting his words, inhaling deeply before altering his statement. No, it is not remuneration, but gratitude. We, the collective leaders, are profoundly appreciative of all you have done for the Demon King's realm. The creatures, including all present, would have the chance to celebrate with a modest cup of white ball wine after each quarter's labor, albeit the limited yield meant each would receive but a small portion. Ila gestured with his fingers to indicate a little, acknowledging that, given their numbers, each allocation of the beverage would indeed be minimal. Nevertheless, the response was exuberant. Oh, hooray, Lord Ila. Thank you, Lord Ila. Even such a simple gesture ignited a lengthy cheer from the small demons, causing Ila to swallow the subsequent remark about the potential scarcity of drink when white ball wine was to be sold in bulk. It is a well-known principle that when you promise your subjects weekly payments, you must follow through consistently, rather than allowing it to devolve into monthly or quarterly disbursements. In fact, it is often more effective to pledge quarterly payments while delivering them monthly, thus garnering genuine appreciation. However, the Demon King's domain lacks for loyalty. This gratitude is truly just that, gratitude, a selfless acknowledgement from Ila and the other leaders towards their family-like bond with the magnificent household of the Demon King. Aside from Vera, who had been indoctrinated by noble ideals and felt indifferent, the others concurred with Ila's approach. In comparison to the medieval empire, the duchy that seemed inevitably bound to a path of materialism, or the Silver Moon Tree Court where the elves' material needs were exceedingly low, the Demon King's domain resembled the closest semblance of Ila's past world. Were it not for the AI rebellion, the Eternal Federation should have persisted, having reached a pinnacle of civilization observable to the naked eye, a galactic federation that had flourished to its utmost potential. However, although today is not the end of the quarter, you may enjoy a bit of white ball wine upon the conclusion of your work today. I shall share my cask with you. As Ila declared this, the predictable response followed. Oh, Lord Ila is magnificent. We revere you, Lord Ila. Observing the chaos once more among the magical creatures, Yaina was not vexed. Instead, she wore a serene smile as she regarded them. How should one articulate this? These creatures were indeed remarkably comprehensible. These diminutive beings were willing to lay down their lives for the Demon Lord's domain. But would they also be inclined to sacrifice themselves for Yaina? At what moment did they begin to harbor such willingness for my sake? As Yaina pondered this, she reflected deeply and arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps this answer was predetermined from the very instant she formally joined the Demon Lord's realm. In a manner unbeknownst to her, the answer was, astonishingly, yes. Chapter 21. The Arrogant Little Imp Aunt Vera. Yaina was acutely aware of the significance of each individual fulfilling their designated role. Interestingly, this concept initially eluded Yaina, as his naivete, shaped by the limitations of his era, led him to believe that all beings could learn at an astonishing pace, much like the inhabitants of the Galactic Federation. However, reality revealed that certain individuals, or even some magical creatures, were inherently more adept at specific tasks. For instance, goblins demonstrated superior skills in handling tools compared to lesser imps, while werewolves, who struggled with literacy, were similarly challenged. Nonetheless, if one were to assign the goblins, naturally talented in tunneling, to excavate materials, and task the robust and powerful werewolves, gifted in forging, with the calcination of limestone, while the sturdy lesser imps, endowed with demonic physiques and remarkable stamina, were to mix the ingredients, and finally, utilize constructs that were impervious to the notion of trembling hands to lay down gravel and cover it with cement, an extraordinarily efficient production line would emerge. This cohort of beings might subsequently persist in their roles as construction workers, each bound to safeguard the secrets of cement. With the advent of such a material, the architectural endeavors of the Demon Lord's domain would become remarkably straightforward. The collaborative prowess among magical beings is nothing short of astounding. Once the standard procedures were established, the completion of each task by these creatures could be assured without concern. Thus, a super construction team was born. The assembly of the team occurred in the morning. The processes were elucidated by midday, and by late afternoon, the left side of the main road, near the moat of the Demon Lord's castle, had already been cordoned off, with a meticulously laid cement surface within. All passing magical beings traversed from the opposite side of the road. Given such promising circumstances, Yaina finally found himself able to rest for a spell. Indeed, time was pressing, yet not to the extent that relentless toil was required. At the very least, Yaina did not need to scurry about seeking tasks, opting instead to prioritize matters as they arose. Yaina held this belief, and in truth, if he encountered only typical situations, he intended to maintain the status quo temporarily, focusing initially on addressing the traders, unless matters of agriculture or livestock, which took precedence, arose. "Mr. Yaina, there you are? We have something to discuss with you," chimed three little sprites, approaching with an uncanny synchronicity that made it seem as if only one sprite spoke. They circled Yaina, who stood by the moat, and continued, "Because the yield of the blue fruit has increased, and with the poisonous trees removed, the bulls have been well fed, resulting in a greater number of births. Now, they are running low on fodder and mushrooms. Should we cull the larger bulls for meat?" The sprites conveyed their message, and Yaina grasped the essence of their words. In other terms, the creatures of the demon lord's territory had produced offspring beyond expectations. Was there a surplus of calves in addition to the standard meat supply? However, were they truly feeding the cattle and sheep with blue fruit? While it is not entirely unfeasible, it seems that for them, a diet solely consisting of fodder would indeed be preferable. However, within the dominion of the demon lord, there exists no designated pasture. Moreover, there are the little lambs, the piglets, and the chicks. Listening to the fairy's elaborations, Yaina seized the moment just before the last fairy uttered a perilous term, interjecting, all right, I comprehend. In essence, we must address the feeding issue for the animals, correct? Fairy number 1, indeed. Fairy number 2, correct. Fairy number 3, affirmative." Yaina pondered for a moment, then gently caressed the diminutive heads of the three fairies with her finger, remarking, "You have yet to notify the others, I presume? I shall consult with Satan Leaf. In the meantime, you may await further news." Regardless, Yaina felt that this batch of animals could not be raised to maturity. They would likely be destined to transform prematurely into roasted piglets or tender beef, anticipated to grace the banquet table as a dish one day. With this judgment in mind, Yaina spoke without hesitation, "Levitation column, Takapu, manifest." Observing the fairies fluttering away in pairs, Yaina silently called upon Takapu, requesting his assistance in transporting her to Satan Leaf's chamber. Speaking of which, what would happen if she were to undergo frequent transformations, leading to the emergence of individuals sharing her name? "Takapu, the chamber of His Highness Satan Leaf? My Lady Yaina, are you certain? For instance, consider the name Lila, which when called out in the streets of the Empire, could prompt 3 or 4 women to turn around. Would she need to manifest those wings and deliberately ponder over it, or perhaps simply assign numbers in her mind? Takapu, my Lady Yaina, shall I proceed with the teleportation?" However, it appears that among the demonic entities, individuals sharing the same name are scarce, aside from the demons with their exceedingly lengthy, true names. Take these goblins for instance, they do not even possess names. Not only the lesser demons, but also the Black Knight and Headless Knight, upon their inception, similarly lack personal names. Sensing Yaina's contemplative state, Takapu felt a twinge of exasperation, casting a glance at the destination of their ethereal journey. Takapu, well, forget it. As the scenery around her shifted, Yaina recognized that she had arrived at her destination, yet her mind continued to grapple with the issue of shared names. However, she soon cast those thoughts aside. After all, undergoing transformation once is sufficient. Logically speaking, it is hardly an auspicious occurrence. As Yaina regained her focus, she became aware of an unusual silence surrounding her and lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Satan Leaf, who was squatting in a wooden tub, revealing only his eyes. Yaina turned her head, catching sight of garments laid aside on the bed, then glanced back at the faintly visible, delicate shoulder of Satan Leaf protruding from the tub. She observed the misty vapor surrounding them, as well as the attentive gaze of Serena and 2 unfamiliar succubus maids nearby. Perhaps it is in the service of Satan that ye is indulging in a bath. Of course, the 2 mathematical servants, worthy of attention, and the astonished gaze of Vera fixed upon him. He diverted his gaze to Vera sitting beside him and broke the awkward silence. "Just now, the little fairies informed me regarding the matters of beasts within the Demon King's domain." However, Vera immediately discerned that Yaina intended to shift the topic. She tapped the bedboard and pointed accusingly at Yaina, exclaiming, "Yaina, you lecher, aren't you going to say something?" Indeed, ever since he grew accustomed to traveling through the virtual realm, incidents involving the fortunate lecher have become quite frequent. For this, while Yaina felt a tinge of remorse, he was also helpless in the face of such unexpected occurrences. "Ah, Vera, you are here too. What brings you to this place?" Yaina feigned surprise at discovering Vera's presence. "I am, of course, here to provide a massage for Satan Yi after training the mathematical servants," Vera replied, propping her chin on her hand, smiling as she added, "Yaina, you are such a lolicon." Though she longed to strike her, this time she truly found herself in the wrong. "I shall endure." La la la. Yaina, you do realize your fault, don't you? You have admitted it, haven't you? He he he. Lulakan Yaina, you are a Lulakan. If you wish for no one to know about your inclinations, then pay me. The Lulakan can bear no more. Bang ouch. Chapter 22. Gurella, I cannot comprehend. This room is brimming with an assortment of jars and vials. The seemingly modern distillation apparatus and those diversion devices undeniably attest to its identity as an alchemist's sanctum. Moreover, it bears the unmistakable influence of the so-called cruel blood sorceress. A rather unorthodox alchemist, to put it succinctly, efficient, yet perceived by a handful of obstinate alchemists as lacking in spiritual essence. Of course, such a pragmatic approach significantly enhances survival probabilities. The moniker Cruel Blood Sorceress was, in fact, a title forcibly assigned to Ila Elkaras during her tenure at the Mage Tower. Although she harbored little affection for this somewhat juvenile appellation, her peers at the tower deemed it fitting. But I digress. At this moment, within this well-equipped alchemist's chamber, a bespectacled young woman hurriedly stuffs potions into her satchel, meticulously selecting what is deemed vital and what is not. It appears she is preparing for a hasty departure. Yet, for an alchemist, can any equipment truly be considered unimportant or dispensable? It is evident that the bespectacled girl with chestnut short hair faces a formidable challenge in her selections. After a period of hesitation and inner turmoil, she ultimately resolves to leave with a rather substantial bundle, ready to exit the expansive workshop. However, she is confronted by an individual standing at the threshold of the room. This person possesses a distinctive, aloof demeanor characteristic of a governor, coupled with the unique black hair and eyes emblematic of the Elkaras lineage. Moreover, this individual is none other than the current chief governor, Ila Elkaras, whom the girl recognizes. Where are you headed, Gurella? The girl, referred to as Gurella, appears momentarily taken aback. She adjusts her glasses in silence, seemingly pondering her response. Striving to maintain an air of calm, she replies, I'm off to seek inspiration, to rendezvous with the merchant caravan. It is clear that Gurella wishes to adopt a demeanor as indifferent as that of the governor, yet her attempt falters. Beads of cold sweat visibly trickle down her forehead. Few would remain unperturbed in the presence of the governor standing at their doorstep. Marilla does not entertain the assertion of this imperial court alchemist, stating, I hardly believe that pursuing inspiration with a merchant caravan necessitates the transport of your alchemical tools. Are you planning to sell them? Gurella Genesis Paleta stammers in rebuttal, and no. Is that unacceptable? I'm merely disposing of outdated equipment. You're not an alchemist. How could you possibly know that these tools are obsolete? Marilla retorts, obsolete equipment? Shall I just smash them and compensate you at the glasswork's acquisition price? Please don't. Gurella awkwardly replies, at a loss for words, for deep down, she harbors secrets that weigh heavily on her conscience, as she yearns for answers that remain elusive. Ila Elkaras was acutely aware of Gurella's intentions. She gazed at the bespectacled girl and inquired, So, are you seeking Ila? After a prolonged silence, Gurella chose to feign indifference, placing her hands in her pockets and nonchalantly responding, Yes, and so what? The laws of the Empire do not prohibit me from seeking Ila, do they? He is not currently wanted. Marilla simply countered Gurella's statement, asserting, however, according to the law, central officials with royal court titles must report to the royal family before traveling to foreign territories, and unauthorized passages are not permitted. Indeed, this regulation existed. I am merely wandering along the border. While there was nothing inherently wrong with wandering the border, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that no one would believe her. Not only was Marilla likely already aware of her intentions, but even Gurella herself doubted her own words. Gurella's fingers, nestled in her pockets, twitched slightly as she regarded the calm woman before her, whose intentions were inscrutable. So, what do you intend to do? Imprison me? Marilla decisively shook her head, asserting, to judge events that have yet to transpire and use that as a basis for conviction is both subjective and absurd. An irrational judgment lacks objectivity. Subjective? Objective? Why did Marilla's manner of speaking resemble that of my dear Ila? Observing Gurella's penetrating gaze, Marilla took a half-step back, signaling her lack of hostility. I do not wish to resort to violence, nor do I believe that 2 vials of explosive agents or freezing potions would be of any consequence. As she spoke, Marilla noticed Gurella's restless hands coming to a halt. She continued, Princess Yinsabila is aware that you are quite anxious at present. However, please refrain from hurrying or questioning. In truth, Princess Yinsabila and Ila had been in correspondence, and their relationship had not deteriorated as you might presume. Furthermore, if Ila were to engage in battle against the Empire, you could simply align yourselves with him then. Fishing for information? Attempting to deceive me? Gurella immediately thought. Her vigilance heightened as she scrutinized Marilla. To avoid leaving any incriminating remarks, she resolved to remain silent, lest her words be twisted into evidence against her. There is no need for concern. In fact, the princess has been quite troubled lately. Marilla's mention of the emperor was itself a taboo. Thus it was evident that she spoke with Yinsabila's endorsement, albeit Gurila could not discern this. Winning or losing seemed equally favorable. If you were to betray us on the eve of war, it might offer the perfect pretext for the princess to assert, I have not lost. My subordinates merely chose to betray me. Marilla broached topics that would astonish any listener, yet Gurila was not particularly surprised, for she understood Yila's greatness all too well. Yinsabila's feelings for Yila were, indeed, quite natural. Even if you were to inform Gulela that the deities in the heavens favor Yinla, she would remain unsurprised. So what, pray tell, is your implication? Gulela regarded Marilla with skepticism. What I mean is, I kindly ask that you and your companions refrain from any reckless actions. The princess does not impose upon you an obligation to remain loyal. However, she hopes that a widespread defection does not transpire, at least not at this juncture. The request, seemingly rare and characteristic of that indifferent empress, is indeed a peculiar and twisted dilemma. With such reflections, Gulela set down the package she held. There is no need for haste. Consider it a repayment for Yu's appreciation, yet this delay is not everlasting. And I believe Her Highness Isabella is equally aware of this. Merchant Caravan. Where are you, you fool? Chapter 23. The Empire abounds with fools and buffoons after a prolonged absence of formal merchant caravans in the monster control zone. The first contingent has finally arrived. Previous visitors, such as the Silver Moon Tree Court and those exorbitantly priced war merchants, hardly qualified as formal trading parties. This merchant caravan, hailing from the Empire, has duly submitted its application to enter the Monster Kingdom. Although the document refrained from employing the more formal term Monster Control Zone, opting instead for Monster Kingdom. This did not hinder the Demon Lord from selling blue wisteria to these traders. Presently, the signature specialty of the Demon Lord's domain is indeed the blue wisteria, a peculiar crop that enjoys considerable popularity across various nations, despite Yaina having little opportunity to savor it. Perhaps she had simply not paid it much heed in the past. Naturally, even though the primary objective of these merchants is to procure blue wisteria, it would be prudent for the Demon Lord's territory to also replenish some essential supplies, such as pottery bowls and basins that are frequently consumed. How tranquil, remarked the leader of the caravan. He was the first, apart from the wagon drivers, to notice the unusual condition of the ground. While others engaged in commerce, he crouched down to examine the distinctive stone bricks adorning the surface. It appeared that large slabs, hewn from considerable rock, covered the ground. Unfamiliar with the substance known as cement, he mistakenly concluded, due to the segmented construction, that this is a massive stone slab. Has the Demon Lord's domain truly reached the capacity to construct such a thing? He pondered aloud, then considered another possibility. Or perhaps Lady Yaina, having lived solely in the Empire, despises dirt roads, and thus compelled the Demon Lord to build proper paths? After all, the Empire had become aware of Yaina's arrival in the Demon Lord's territory, and given her long residence within the Empire, it was reasonable to assume she would prefer not to tread upon muddy terrain, especially with her formidable abilities. Furthermore, according to highly credible information, Lady Yaina harbors a deep-seated animosity towards monsters, which would naturally preclude her from exhibiting any favorable disposition towards them. Therefore, it would be entirely reasonable for her to assert her need to traverse superior roads. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of his deductions. Nodding affirmatively and quietly reveling in his perceived fortune, this would indeed facilitate matters for their caravan. Do you have any pasture seeds? Alfalfa, clover? Suddenly, the caravan leader was jolted by a familiar voice. Turning around in disbelief, he beheld a man who seemingly had undergone no alteration in appearance. Astonished, he exclaimed, Lady Yaina? His exclamation drew the attention of the others in the caravan, who turned to witness Yaina, standing there with an expression of serene composure, arms crossed. For many in the Empire, seeing her so closely was a novel experience. Yinla's reputation within the Empire is quite commendable. It can be said that had he not appointed Yinsabella to succeed Yuessa immediately following his demise to assert his position, he would undoubtedly have been relegated to that seat. Once seated upon the throne, even as the so-called regent, he would find himself constrained from undertaking numerous endeavors. Thus, such a future was never within Yinla's contemplation, especially considering the imperial throne. If the current Satan were to beseech him to become the Demon Lord, he would be at a loss as to how to respond. After all, the realm of the Demon Lord diverges significantly from that of the Empire. I require seeds for pasture. Are they available or not? Yinla expressed this with a simplicity that indicated he had no desire for idle chatter. The leading merchant, suppressing his excitement, gestured for the other traders to continue their dealings. "We certainly have alfalfa and clover," the male merchant replied, smiling as he conversed with Inla. He personally returned to his carriage and, with surprising strength for his slender frame, unloaded 2 hefty sacks. It was indeed hard to fathom how such a slight figure could manage such burdens. Yet, this exemplifies the merchant's profession. Although they may not triumph in combat against specialized warriors, they certainly cannot be easily bested by mere bandits or non-professionals. Thus, in many instances, those unable to survive in this world lack even the capacity for a desperate struggle. A monarch's fury may fell a foe with a single blow. The ire of a common man can leave one half dead. Is this to be regarded as amusing or lamentable? Is 1 bag of each sufficient or? Before the merchant could finish, Inlan nodded decisively, stating, 1 bag of each will suffice. How much do you ask? Please sell at the standard market price. Although he articulated this, Inla himself was uncertain of the market value of these seeds and was not particularly concerned with the specifics of the price. He simply wished to avoid being taken advantage of. Consider it a gift. It is of little worth, the merchant responded with a broad smile. Placing the seeds at Inla's feet, he continued, by the way, before our caravan set out, Lady Gilila expressed her intention to accompany us. However, after the appointed time had long passed, we have yet to see her. It is noteworthy that Inla harbors a strong aversion to refusals, such as "I will pay." "You need not pay," or "I insist on paying," so he nodded in acceptance. As for Gilila, Inla could almost hear the familiar chirping in his ears. "Dearest Inla, hurry and witness the miraculous elixirs I have concocted." Following that would be the curious US's voice. "Oh, this is an exceedingly potent aphrodisiac. Run, Inla." "Gilila, you scoundrel. What mischief are you planning against him?" "Gulp, I shall confiscate it all." The 2 lively individuals, or rather, to be precise, there are indeed very few who can be regarded as friends of Yina within the empire, all of whom possess a remarkable sense of humor. Even Yina himself appears rather solemn. However, Yusef is unexpectedly pure-hearted. After the untimely demise of Elaine, Yusef's wife, he has not sought the company of another woman, and, shortly after her passing, he too departed from this world. Had Yusef been able to endure for another decade, the issues plaguing the nobility might have been swiftly resolved. It is indeed a pity. Nevertheless, for the Demon King's territory, it is merely a matter of fortune. "Did you bring any messages from Girlat?" Yina inquired, only to immediately realize that the individual in question would not have considered delivering any message. He continued, "Well then, upon your return, please convey a message to Girlat for me." The merchant replied, "What would you like me to say?" "Tell her to remain obediently within the empire. Should she venture into the Demon King's territory, I shall not hesitate to give her a sound thrashing." Chapter 24. The beginning of the selection process. Soaking the seeds in water. After a certain period, the plump seeds will sink to the bottom, while the hollow and diseased seeds will float on the surface. These floating seeds are the ones that must be discarded. Ira, observing the pasture seeds drifting atop the water, remarked, whether it be alfalfa, chicory, or other plants requiring seeds, the process of selection is paramount. It seems that knowledge of seed selection is scarce in this world. Thus Ira endeavored to elucidate this to the little fairies. If they could remember, the yield of pasture could continue to flourish. The purpose of selection is to identify the finest seeds. Regardless of when or what crop is planted, there is no guarantee that every seed will germinate. Therefore, it is essential to sift out the inferior seeds through selection. As Ira continued to explain, he watched the pasture seeds, observing the first seed slowly sinking, and continued to elaborate to the fairies. Though selection cannot directly induce beneficial mutations in crops, it can eliminate their interference with superior strains, allowing advantageous traits to flourish. Sensing that Ira was embarking on a lengthy discourse, the little fairies displayed expressions of confusion. However, true to their nature, they did not interrupt him as other leaders might. Thus, they remained in a daze, absorbing his exposition filled with terms such as independent cultivation of superior strains, consolidation of beneficial mutations, and homozygosity. Remarkably, they listened attentively and endeavored to comprehend. Can blue mushrooms also be selected? Though their understanding was somewhat skewed. Seeds? Not spores. At the very least, a crop ought to possess seeds, right? Ira lamented this thought and suddenly pondered aloud, by the way, how do we usually choose and cultivate the next generation of blue mushrooms? In the old world, one would typically create large cultures of fungi, employing complex methods to isolate suitable spores for cultivation. This world, however, seemingly lacks such technology. As Ira's thoughts wandered, the little fairies exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Before each harvest, we lay cloth over them, water it, then collect a bit from the top. Sprinkle it into the soil, cover it with cloth, spray it, and finally remove the cloth. Although they did not fully grasp the details, it was evident that they had developed a relatively mature method of preserving mushroom cultures. It appears that the beings in this world have each discovered their own means of survival. Contemplating this, Ira observed that most of the alfalfa seeds had sunk in the wooden tub. It seems about time, he said. This plant called alfalfa is not only for animals. We can consume it as well. It is rich in crude protein, carbohydrates, and vitamins. You may not understand, but in essence, it is quite nutritious. However, it becomes rather unpalatable when harvested during the regrowth phase. The young shoots are more delectable. As Ira spoke, he gathered with the little fairies by the water bucket, observing the condition of the seeds. His face, alongside the tiny faces of the fairies, created an endearing sight. Alfalfa, a plant mentioned in textbooks from his previous world, was familiar to Ira. He had memorized its characteristics. Alfalfa can swiftly regenerate new stems post-harvest, yielding anywhere from 1 to 13 cuts of hay each growing season, contingent upon factors such as sunlight, rainfall, and irrigation. In other words, as long as one diligently waters the plants, cattle and sheep will never face hunger. Conversely, the beaked chrysanthemum appears to be a unique crop of this world, resembling alfalfa. Its heavy flower cores, akin to those of chrysanthemum-like plants, can also regrow rapidly after being harvested. Beaked chrysanthemum serves as excellent feed for fowl, resulting in birds with beautiful beaks, glossy feathers, and rapid growth. Unfortunately, the chickens in this world are rather underwhelming. If only there were white-feathered chickens. After teaching about seed selection, there was no need for Ira to worry about the remaining tasks. The magical creatures were not primitive beings incapable of farming. They had cultivated the land for many years. Rest assured, Mr. Ira, soon there will be an abundance of little calves and piglets. Piglets without food, the little fairies exclaimed, disbelief etched on their faces. With a resigned smile, Ira assured them, as long as we can guarantee sausages and black pudding, there's no need for large-scale farming. Just raise the piglets and slaughter them for meat. If we have an excess, he paused, tilting his head with a smile, then we can turn everything into sausages to share at the beginning of spring. That day holds great importance for me. Indeed, the first quarter, the first day of spring, known as the Spring Festival in my previous world. Yet, in this realm, such customs do not exist. They don't even have the concept of a weekend. The little magical creatures chimed in. What? There will be delicious food? Hooray. So we will only have little calves, little lambs, and little chicks. The enthusiastic fairies continued, but Ira, with a fond gesture, interrupted them. Observing the goblins busily plowing the fields nearby, he reassured them. All right, I trust you. As Ira spoke, a goblin with half its tongue hanging out raced by, dragging a human-powered plow with an exuberant energy that made Ira chuckle. The pasture was strategically located at a distance from the farmland, but close to the cattle ranch. However, the distances between the sheep, cattle, and pig farms were rather inconvenient. Chickens were housed in the homes of the lesser demons. If the opportunity arises, it would be ideal to relocate them all around the pasture, constructing more robust buildings to replace the weathered wooden fences. Nonetheless, Ira need not oversee this aspect closely. A simple directive would suffice. Ira is acutely aware of the fate that befalls a certain chancellor, and thus refrains from overextending himself. However, should matters unfold as they previously did, with one significant issue following another, there will be little choice but to rely on the robust constitution of the consul and the steadfastness of the golden apple. Nevertheless, with the conclusion of these affairs and the continuous development of infrastructure, it is indeed time to commence preparations. The initial step towards achieving a prosperous era is to establish unity, not of the world at large, but rather to consolidate the regions that should inherently be unified under the dominion of the demonic forces. Let us begin the reckoning. Chapter 25. For territories gasping for breath after completing her daily training regimen, Satan Leaf was met by Selena, who helped wipe her brow and remarked, "Well done. After a brief respite, we shall return." Even in the absence of Yaira, Satan Leaf diligently fulfilled her training, calming her breath as she contemplated the monotony of her day ahead. After all, Yaira had taken on the bulk of responsibilities. I might as well continue my mana cultivation. Satan Leaf voluntarily opted for additional practice, summoning a radiant crimson magical aura. She glanced at Selena, who stood by in understanding, and declared, "Now, my mana is not solely for my use. Hence, the more, the better." This statement held merit. For whenever Yaira deployed his frequently utilized first wing column, Crimson Dragon, wing expansion, a portion of the mana would be deducted from Satan Leaf's reserves. Thus, to allow Yaira the freedom to wield his mana without reservation, Satan Leaf required a greater reserve. While diligence is commendable, one must also heed the importance of rest. Suddenly, they heard Yaira's voice. Both Selena and Satan Leaf turned to find Yaira standing behind them, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Be mindful of your physical limits. Do not overexert yourselves, he advised, his concern for Satan Leaf palpable. To be honest, Yaira's care was not an exceptionally rare commodity. Yet concern that was unrelated to ulterior motives certainly held value. I have completed my tasks. What remains is beyond my purview, Yaira continued, indicating that whether it was the laying of cement or the sowing of pasture, it was not his concern. Therefore, Selena and Satan Leaf quickly grasped Yaira's next intention, reminiscent of the discussions held at the morning meeting the previous day. Let us seek out Sonata and inquire about the situation, Yaira suggested cheerfully, standing upon the training terrace and gazing toward the distant sea, squinting slightly as he spoke. Let us see which territories we can conveniently address. Satan Leaf and Selena shared a mutual understanding, though Yaira maintained a calm demeanor. A smile had already spread across Satan Leaf's face. Indeed, it was time. That moment had arrived. Thanks to Yaira, the Demon Lord's territory was poised to reclaim its true essence. Come forth, let it begin. Everything was prepared, compared to casual conversation. This meeting carried a more formal and serious tone, as nearly all the leaders had gathered in the hall. The forthcoming campaign was of paramount importance to each leader present. Aside from the administrative personnel, following the attitudes displayed by Yaira and Satan Leaf, only 5 territories remained that had yet to pay their tribute. No, excluding the one-eyed giant that had recently submitted its tribute, only 4 remained. Thus spoke Cernata. The Cyclops, damn it, I nearly lost my life. The Bloodkin, active across various territories, readily shared intelligence with Cernata. Possessing first-hand information from each region, Cernata's insights were remarkably precise. She remarked, among the territories, 2 are particularly noteworthy. One being the mixed demon domain located at the southernmost part of the Demon Lord's territory, near the coast, and the other, the northernmost, adjacent to the Empire and the Orc Kingdom, which is the half-demon territory. The racial composition in these 2 regions is rather impure, with numerous humans and other races residing within. As she spoke, Cernata indicated the mixed demon and half-demon territories on the map laid out on the grand table. She continued, there are many mixed demon territories, yet only this one has betrayed us, with the precise reasons for their refusal to pay tribute remaining unknown. Cernata, observing the gaze of all the leaders, paused briefly before adding, and then there is the necromancer territory that betrayed us due to their disdain for His Highness Satan Leaf. Upon hearing this, Yaina could not help but glance at Vera. Why are you looking at me, Yaina? When I escaped, I never even encountered that group of necromancers. Moreover, I don't believe necromancers have something akin to a leader. Vera could not resist making this retort. After all, necromancers are transformed from humans. The dialogue between Vera and Yaina went unnoticed by the others, including Cernata. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Cernata revealed the name of the final betraying territory, the Bloodkin territory. Intriguingly, the remaining territories that had betrayed us seemed inexplicably connected to humans and several leaders present. The half-demons are the offspring of succubi and humans. The mixed demon territory houses humans, and Bloodkin can originate from humans through the embrace. As for necromancers, it goes without saying. However, whether as a succubus, like Sherlina, as a human, like Yaina, or as a necromancer, like Vera, none of them seemed to care about such matters. Only Cernata appeared somewhat hesitant. How should we address the Bloodkin territory? Listening to Yaina, Cernata hesitated, directing her gaze towards Satan Leaf, who bore an expression of decide for yourself. She hesitantly closed her eyes. I have already issued the final ultimatum. With a resigned shake of her head, Cernata lamented. Hence, I do not intend to take further action. Mr. Yaina, it is up to you, whether to annihilate them or otherwise. I shall accept it without any grievances. If this were in the Empire, one might need to ponder the underlying implications of such a statement, but in the Demon Lord's domain, there is no need for such concerns. For Cernata's words conveyed her resolved declaration. So, should we divide our forces into 4 paths for these 4 territories? Inla spoke while gazing at the 4 territories that were spaced apart, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. He addressed the leaders, saying, never mind. We are not in a hurry. Let us proceed slowly, one by one. Fortunately, I have temporarily concluded my work in construction. This remark was understood by all the leaders, indicating that Inla was prepared to participate in all 4 battles without exception. Such an assertion seemed rather lamentable for the 4 territories. Inla continued, Satan Yi, if you wish to join, you are welcome to come along. Satan Yi responded eagerly. I would be delighted. Inla then inquired, Losha, Xiao He Hongko? Upon seeing the 3 nodding in agreement, His gaze shifted to Selena. He posed a question to the seemingly untested succubus steward, asking, Selena, are you prepared to join us in this upcoming battle? The leaders of the 4 territories responded, let the music play on, and let the dance continue. However, there remained an inexplicable chill creeping up from behind. Chapter 26. Because of mutual trust in the past, within the realm of the Demon King, the intelligence brought back by Sanada had precipitated a mass defection among the blood clans, causing the 13 clans to scatter. Some sought refuge in distant lands, while others established their own dominions within regions controlled by monsters. Nevertheless, the Blood Clan territory continued to remit tributes punctually, so one might say it was akin to merely moving out. However, since the last quarter, the expected tributes ceased abruptly, marking a true betrayal that necessitated reckoning. The 4 territories requiring reckoning lay in the southernmost coastal region inhabited by monsters, the northern half-demon territory bordering the Empire and the Orc Nation, the Necromancer domain adjacent to the mixed monster territory, and the relatively northern Blood Clan territory. Given the geographical context, the strategy was established to first address the Blood Clan territory, followed by the half-demon domain, after which they would return to the Demon King's stronghold to rectify matters before tackling the 2 southern territories. Friends, I find myself at a loss for words, yet each of us understands the course we must take, Satan Leaf declared, soaring high in the sky to deliver a speech before the impending battle, while the other leaders stood silently in formation, observing. Ila, stationed atop the outer walls of the Demon King's fortress, crossed her arms and gazed at Satan Leaf. It seemed that, unbeknownst to many, Satan Leaf had transformed from the once hesitant Demon King into a figure capable of delivering a serious battle mobilization, his strength having significantly increased. Indeed, raising a lowly is quite fascinating, Vera remarked, standing beside Ila, mimicking her posture with crossed arms and nodding in agreement, cheerfully adding, You were certainly thinking the same, weren't you, Ila? Ila cast a sidelong glance at Vera, who was watching Satan Leaf passionately stirring the soldier's emotions with heartfelt rhetoric, and replied, What I was thinking was, Satan Leaf has made remarkable progress. To which Vera, still smiling mischievously, retorted, Hee, isn't that essentially the same? Not quite. Ila responded exasperatedly, turning her gaze back to Vera, who was also observing Satan Leaf, and inquired, What do you wish to do? Is there something you need to say before we depart? Ila speculated this might be the case, yet Vera provided an unexpected answer, stating, This time, I wish to accompany you. That shouldn't pose any issue, right? Ila responded, Oh. Vera, initially anticipating further inquiry regarding her motives, appeared taken aback, gazing curiously at Yila's profile and asking, Is that all? Aren't you going to ask why I want to join? In response, Ila shot her a sidelong glance before averting her gaze again, declaring, Since you wish to go, there must be a reason that belongs to you, and I feel no need to pry into it, nor do I deem it necessary. Vera blinked, grasping Yaina's words, and as comprehension dawned upon her, she raised her brow with a hint of joy, saying, Yaina, you are quite awkward. Why not simply say, I trust you? Humph. In response, Yaina let out a light huff. This battle symbolized the reclamation of a territory that should have been an embodiment of the Demon Lord's dominion. We must steer it back onto the righteous path. Following this, the Demon Lord's realm would transcend its mere title. Satan Leaf continued to speak, expressing that while troublesome nobles might irk anyone, the one speaking now was indeed a delightful little dragon girl, genuinely pouring her heart out. Hence, there was no sense of annoyance. As Yaina and Vera listened, another familiar voice rang out from behind them. Mr. Yaina, is Miss Vera also present? I have something to discuss. Upon turning in unison to face the speaker, Sanada appeared resolute, gazing earnestly at both of them. She declared, For this battle, my kin and I, the Blood Clan, wish to join as well. Behind her stood a cadre of vampires, brimming with fighting spirit. It seemed the remaining Blood Clan of the Demon Lord's domain had fully mobilized, creating a spectacular sight with their numerous umbrellas. Oh, Yaina continued to nod gently, which sparked Sanada's curiosity. She adjusted her umbrella, blinking in surprise, and asked, Mr. Yaina, aren't you curious why we made such a decision? Vera interjected, I know. With the eagerness of a student eager to answer, she confidently declared, Since you wish to go, there must be a reason belonging to you. And Yaina need not inquire further, nor do I feel it necessary. Sanada responded, Is that so? Because. Yaina slowly spoke, a light smile gracing his lips as he looked at the proud Vera and the seemingly moved Sanada. He simply stated, Because I believe in you. Sanada replied, Thank you. Vera exclaimed, Something feels off. I am not angry. In fact, I am not angry at all. Satan Leaf remarked, placing her hand over the lace-adorned area of her dress, speaking earnestly. I once felt great anger, but that is no longer the case. I do not harbor anger over their betrayal. The monsters listened intently, none appearing impatient. But the harpies had begun to idly groom their feathers. Yet this was in their nature and did not imply disrespect towards Satan Leaf. We are conducting a reckoning, guiding them back to the right path. Rather than indulging in meaningless vengeance, I do not harbor hatred, only sorrow for their choice of the wrong path, for straying from us. As Satan Leaf spoke, she gently waved her hand, her sleeve striking the air with a soft sound. The atmosphere peaked at that moment, yet she uttered words of despondency. However, I remain uncertain about the future of the Demon Lord's domain. Suddenly, the momentum waned, yet what followed was. However, Mr. Ila was acutely aware. For he is my eternal mentor, and we share an everlasting trust. Accompanied by Satan Ye's words, the creatures of darkness turned their gazes towards Mr. Ila, who wore an expression of helplessness upon the city walls. They listened intently as Satan Yi proclaimed, "The future world is known to Mr. Ila. Therefore, let us take action. We no longer need to dwell in confusion, nor do we require hesitation. For us, the future is merely a page that can be effortlessly turned. So let us advance with confidence. The moment to transform dominion into unity has arrived." Chapter 27. Escape to the Blood Realm. What a predicament. Such a dire situation indeed. Teresa mused, her face adorned with a benevolent smile. It seems that Yaira's heart has been profoundly stirred. He may find it unbearable to resist such earnest declarations of support for his dreams. Beside her, a human woman rested her chin upon her hand, observing the expression of Teresa Yeluvita, remarking, "Your current countenance truly befits your status as an auntie." Teresa, noticing the unmistakably troubled expression on Teresa's face, the human woman promptly softened her stance, half-heartedly pleading for forgiveness. I was mistaken. However, is it truly fitting for you to derive amusement from this situation? Considering Cassiopeia, despite her kin's evident affection for Yaira, he now seemed captivated by another, while Teresa continued to wear an ant-like smile. Which side truly represented her kin? What do you mean? Teresa inquired, only to realize something profound, gesturing towards the distant Yaira and stating, if you refer to him, then what else can I do besides observing the spectacle? With that, she gazed at the contemplative human woman, shaking her head in resignation. Should I approach and say, "Yaira? Oh Yaira, do not fancy Satan Leaf. Surely, you prefer Cassiopeia?" The human woman awkwardly shook her head, indicating that was not her intent. The complexities of affection are not so easily navigated. Teresa Yeluvita, still single, placed a hand on the shoulder of the human woman, also unmarried, bearing an expression that suggested she understood the intricacies of relationships. If Cassiopeia loves Yaira, does that mean Yaira must reciprocate? Surely, it cannot be so. Emotions are intricate. If one expects their efforts to yield returns, lamenting, "Why do you not love me when my affection is so profound?" will only lead to disappointment. Such a sentiment cannot guarantee a return on investment. As Teresa Yeluvita, still single, slowly articulated her thoughts, she appeared as a true master of emotions. "Oh, how insightful. You possess the wisdom of yesteryear." The human woman, who has only held hands with her late boyfriend and remains unmarried, exclaimed, "Indeed, do not underestimate the grand tapestry of emotions woven through the long lives of elves." Teresa, still single, replied, nodding in affirmation. "In another realm, with varying degrees of romantic history, I do not comprehend, my lord. Why must we seek refuge in the Blood Realm?" In a dimly lit castle, a pale-skinned gentleman clad in formal attire gazed fervently at a blood orb suspended in the center of the hall. The orb rotated above a small pool of blood, its movement causing the surrounding crimson liquid to swirl and dance. Surrounding him stood the blood kin, all respectfully facing the orb. The entity referred to as Lord Monarch, a pulsating mass of blood, remained silent and did not respond directly. The leader of the elegantly attired blood clan, feeling a sense of urgency, stepped forward, arms outstretched, and expressed, "When you reached out to us, you mentioned that the numerous blood monarchs of the Blood Realm possessed the power to instigate a change of reign in the Demon Lord's domain. Yet now you suggest we retreat to the Blood Realm to evade the storm?" The elegantly clad blood clan, seemingly perplexed, finally heard a vague response emanating from the blood mass. A voice indistinguishable in gender, conveying, "The principal plane ultimately does not belong to us. We have no need to hunt nor to covet." In simpler terms, it meant, we shall not go. There exists no rationale for us to traverse from one plane to another to engage in battle against your foes in the principal plane. Even though we are of the same kin, Any monarch of the blood realm would contemplate similarly. To put it plainly, why should we assist you? The elegantly attired blood clan opened his mouth, surveying the assembly of his kin crowded in the grand hall. However, the Demon Lord's ultimatum had been issued mere days ago, and soon, Satan Leaf, the Demon Lord's forces, and Inla would come crashing in, wouldn't they? The thought of Inla made this blood clan tremble involuntarily, suppressing his fear. He inquired, Lord Monarch, perhaps there exists a more refined solution, one that is less chaotic. Transitioning from the principal plane to the blood realm to evade the turmoil would undoubtedly pose no issue, and they could return at any time. Yet, such a course felt rather constraining. It would be best to seek alternatives. Nevertheless, the blood mass was evidently unsympathetic, and an impatient voice relayed, such alternatives may exist. Yet they are neither convenient nor devoid of peril. The choice is yours alone. In essence, come if you wish, or leave if you do not. Ultimately, driven by the fear of a creature known as Ila Elkaras, these blood clans exchanged glances and reached a collective decision. What a farce it would be for anyone to remain in the material plane, facing Inla directly. Such a person would surely be deranged. And the Demon Lord's domain must have lost its sanity to allow Inla to assist. Should this be a scheme? And if that monster were to betray them at any moment, the entire Demon Lord's territory would plunge into chaos. It was precisely for this reason. Thus, the ever-jesting Satan Leaf lacked the qualifications to ascend to kingship. Understood. Then, Lord Monarch, please open the gateway to the blood realm. The elegantly attired blood clan proclaimed. Accompanied by his words, the blood mass twisted and morphed into a translucent, blood-red portal formed from a thin layer of semi-transparent liquid. The blood clans began to pass through this portal, and astonishingly, the moment their bodies crossed the threshold, they vanished without a trace, as if consumed by this delicate barrier. However, this also symbolizes their escape. At times, fleeing is not an act of cowardice. When one is aware of the futility of combat, it is wiser to refrain from engaging in battle. The Gorgons would undoubtedly concur with this sentiment. Victory is unattainable, and annihilation is inevitable. Cries of despair and pleas for mercy would merely be drowned out by the crackling of flames. Thus, retreat is imperative. Lord of the Blood Realm, at last, it has arrived. We must swiftly seal the portal to the blood realm and erase all traces. Rebuilding may be troublesome, but it is a necessary inconvenience. If Yaina were to invade the blood realm, it would spell disaster. Lord of the Blood Realm, what a jest. This pitifully weak generation still harbors the delusion of dragging us down with them. Do they truly believe that we, having resided in the blood realm, are unfamiliar with Yaina? Just because they cannot prevail does not imply that we, possessing the same source of power, would falter as well. Chapter 28. Is this considered the hand of a mage? The thunderous rumble echoed as the army of the Demon King approached the territory of the Blood Clan, its immense presence merely looming at the threshold. However, it must be noted that this reckoning would not lead the Blood Clan to a fate akin to that of the Gorgons. They remain valuable. Yet should they persist in their obstinacy, their outcome may indeed mirror that of the Gorgons. Even genuine repentance, no matter how useful they might be, would not afford them a fate better than that meted out to the Sirens. In essence, regardless of the stance adopted by the four territories in this reckoning, the worst outcome equates to that of the Gorgons, while the best could only align with the Sirens. Merely a brief acceptance of psychological conditioning would suffice. Sonata, will you and the rest of the Blood Clan endeavor to persuade them to surrender? Inquired Inla, his back adorned with wings symbolizing the headless horseman as he guided his own headless steed. Speaking to a diminutive white bat sheltered beneath a tiny parasol poised at the front of the horse's neck. Upon closer inspection, one would observe that many of the headless knight's steeds were accompanied by such bats. These were the Blood Clan members transformed into this form for convenience in traversing alongside other troops. It is noteworthy that these little bats are not depicted in a hyper-realistic manner. Rather, their overall aesthetic leans towards impressionism and silhouette art. To put it plainly, they resemble a whimsical version of a bat-like figure, akin to a plush toy modeled after a comic character, adorned with oversized, cartoonish eyes that endow them with a semblance of life. Upon their transformation from human to bat form, their physical mass appears to have been condensed. Indeed, this defies logic and scientific reasoning, yet this world itself is not bound by the laws of science. Alternatively, one might argue that arcane studies constitute the new science of this realm. In response to Inla's query, the bat-shaped Sonata turned her head, her petite eyes locking onto him as she nodded and declared, "This is our purpose for coming here. I must take responsibility for that betrayal." Responsibility for the betrayal? Wait a moment. Inla felt a dissonance in logic. The betrayal in question could not possibly refer to the treachery of the insectoid beings or any other territories, but rather the betrayal of the Blood Clan itself. However, should not the ones accountable be the betrayers? If someone were to take the fall, it would undoubtedly be me, who had frightened those Blood Clan members into defection. Thus, while internally lamenting, Ila observed the Blood Clan bats, now fully prepared as the army drew near their domain, and ultimately chose to remain silent. Since this decision had already been resolved within Sonata and her companions, there was no need for persuasion. With this thought in mind, Ila watched as the forces halted under the direction of Losha at the forefront, gradually slowing his own pace to a stop. The standard-bearer, upon seeing the signal, promptly waved the flag towards the rear, indicating a reduction in speed and a halt. This is a form of flag signaling devised for military use, designed to address the challenges posed by excessively lengthy battle lines. It appears that a singular system of flag signals is employed worldwide, and Ila, having spent considerable time within the Imperial Army, is adept at understanding it. However, Ila finds himself in a peculiar situation where he comprehends the signals but lacks the ability to operate them himself. After all, flag signaling is seldom employed on the front lines. In most instances, the reliance is on mana to amplify sound, rendering it sufficiently loud. Only in scenarios akin to ambushes is it imperative to minimize noise as much as possible. What has transpired? Ila inquired as he guided his steed to the front of the ranks, addressing Satanya, the driver, as well as his companions, Selena and Sonata. It was then that he beheld the gaping gates of the Blood Clan's territory. It could be a trap, Sonata remarked succinctly. The others immediately displayed expressions of understanding. In the face of such an evidently suspicious situation, everyone felt a sense of unease. Nevertheless, Ila could not help but cast his gaze toward the parapets. There was no Blood Clan member sitting with a parasol and playing the lute, thus dispelling any sense of DJVU. Yet, he couldn't shake off the association with a classic stratagem. The empty city stratagem, Ila murmured, noting the bewildered expressions of his companions. He elucidated. It is a tactic wherein one feigns a surrender in dire circumstances. If we overthink, we might mistake it for a trap and consequently miss our opportunity. As Ila articulated this, Sonata grasped his intent and nodded, preparing to issue commands for the troops to advance into the Blood Clan's domain. However, she was swiftly halted by him. Wait, there is also the possibility of a counter-empty city stratagem, where one pretends to employ the empty city tactic while actually laying traps within their territory, waiting for us to outsmart ourselves. Of course, it could also be a counter to the counter-empty city stratagem. Ila contemplated this notion, akin to the scenario of I am on the 5th level, thinking he is on the 2nd, only to discover he is merely on the 1st. As the other leaders appeared somewhat bewildered, he felt disinclined to ponder further. After all, such stratagems hold little practical value in this world. Forget it, I shan't dwell on it further, for this strategy harbors a fatal flaw, Ila stated, as he decisively dispelled the manifestation of the 4th pillar, Headless Knight, Wingspan. Observing Sonata take flight, he continued. The empty city stratagem requires at least one city to be present. Indeed, formidable feats can incite destruction, and the insurmountable transcends mere strength. It invokes fear in both covert and overt machinations. Should the enemy employ water tactics, then we shall evaporate the flood. Should they resort to fire, we shall smother the flames. If they possess an elevated advantage, we shall level the mountains and reshape the earth. If a city obstructs us, we shall dismantle it. If a forest stands in our way, we shall incinerate it. 1st pillar, Lich, Wingspan. As Ila uttered these words, a grayish-white wing suddenly coalesced behind him. This was a seldom used ability since his arrival at the Demon King's castle, yet his 1st wing pillar was, after all, not bound to the Crimson Dragon. Although the Crimson Dragon proved to be quite effective, he called out, Mage's Hand. Accompanied by a significant expenditure of mana from Vera, she anxiously rose to her feet, exclaiming, Wait, Ila, conserve your energy. And what were you saying? Mage's Hand? Fortunately, Ila deliberately controlled the outflow of his magical power. Leaving Vera with a modicum of mana, he waved his hand, and then the seemingly indomitable city wall collapsed as if struck by an invisible giant hand, echoing with a thunderous crash. This force appeared to transcend the capabilities of what was referred to as advanced trick, the Mage's Hand. Vera, is this kid seriously 8 years old? Chapter 29. Remarkably intriguing. The entire territory of the Blood Clan seemed to have transformed into a desolate ghost town. No matter how the advance teams scoured the area, not a single clue regarding their whereabouts could be discerned. However, the livestock, intended for sustenance, remained in place. In addition, there were half-brewed cups of red tea. If this had been a premeditated escape, it stands to reason that one would not leave a cup of tea unfinished before fleeing. In other words, it indicated a sudden withdrawal. All signs pointed to an evacuation that had occurred today. Had they fled? To where? Satan Leaf pondered, contemplating the location of the Blood Clan territory, blinking in confusion as she speculated idly. Perhaps to the Empire or the Duchy. It was relatively easy for the Blood Clan to conceal themselves among humans. Yes, from a conventional standpoint, that might be the case, though it was also conceivable they sought refuge among the orcs. After all, if they retreated into the forest, it would be quite challenging to apprehend them. Yet, given the nature of the Blood Clan, they would likely find it unacceptable to retreat into the mountains. Moreover, it was too swift, Ira remarked, stroking Satan Leaf's head as he surveyed the immaculate hall. He squinted, glancing around, yet discovered nothing amiss. Indeed, the Blood Clan's speed could not have been so extraordinary. Sonata, a member of the Blood Clan, simply stated, in a conventional sense, if they were to flee, regardless of the method employed, it would be impossible to evade our watchful gaze. Certainly, whether transforming into bats to fly or merely relying on their speed to run, it would be unfeasible for them to escape unnoticed by the forces of the Demon Lord during their flight. After all, this particular group included harpies and other formidable monsters. Due to their inherent traits, even without specialized training, they could be deemed exceptional in their perceptiveness. Thus, I must consider the possibility of a unique method of escape. Ira commented, and it seemed that Selena instantly conceived an idea. Flapping the small demon wings behind her, she analyzed, saying, they likely utilized interdimensional travel for their escape. Indeed, this is one of the more plausible possibilities. However, there are no traces of mana. The knowledgeable Vera observed her surroundings and remarked, therefore, it is likely that they relied on a ritual or some powerful artifact to facilitate interdimensional travel. The leaders of the Demon Lord's domain are exceptionally adept in various fields. Thus, through their collaborative efforts, they could deduce the facts with remarkable accuracy in a remarkably short span. What sort of ritual necessitates such concealment? Ira mused, brushing his foot against the dust-free floor of the hall. He stated, the aim of the ritual is likely quite obscure. Even if we retain the ritual itself, we would still require time to decipher their intentions. If the transportation to other realms is conducted through a ritual, as long as the consumption of ritual items is calculated accurately, it becomes nearly impossible for Ira and the members of the Demon King's domain to discern each other's destination by merely exhausting the ritual items. Even if Vera, in her unmatched prowess, manages to glean some intricate details, it is improbable that Ira would pursue across dimensions. After all, another realm is invariably the opponent's territory. Save for a few exceptional realms that Ira considers his own, such as the Blood Realm, a domain steeped in sanguinescence, where it is entirely reasonable for the vampires to traverse. As Ira spoke, he surveyed the impeccably cleaned hall floor and remarked, if we are indeed in the Blood Realm, and the surrounding environment remains unaltered, I would swiftly discern its nature. Oh, Vera raised an eyebrow, beginning to realize the likelihood of Ira's assertion being true. She inquired, what shall you do? Will you venture into the Blood Realm, or will you simply let it be? In response, Ira merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Retracing their steps seemed implausible. The reckoning for the vampires might well conclude here. Firstly, the Blood Realm is merely my conjecture. In reality, there are likely numerous rituals designed to obscure one's destination. Furthermore, the preparations necessary to journey to the Blood Realm are not something we can readily gather at this moment, Ira elucidated, and indeed, the situation was as he described. The more commonly utilized rituals to access the Blood Realm, whether the Mirror Ritual or the Bloodgate Ritual, necessitate the blood of creatures from that realm. In other words, the Blood Realm operates more like an invitation system, wherein the denizens of the Blood Realm, through ongoing rituals, transport the blood of their kind to those in need of it for their own rituals. If one were to eschew this method, they would need to seek individuals with the ability for world travel or locate the relatively scarce natural creatures of the Blood Realm within the primary dimension. Moreover, it is entirely possible that the vampires did not flee of their own volition. They could have been abducted, ruthlessly slain, or even vanished without a trace. Devoid of any ritual involvement, all these scenarios remain plausible. Thus, Satan Yi expressed a hint of regret, a sentiment echoed by the other leaders, who also displayed a degree of disappointment, evidently desiring to complete the reckoning at this juncture. However, the reality is that there is no need for haste. So, let us be more at ease, Iro advised, his gaze calm as he looked at the visibly conflicted Sonata, who seemed unable to fulfill her resolute determination. He gently stroked her small wings in a gesture of comfort and stated, one day, we shall achieve everything. But But that moment is not now. Let us set our sights on the next objective. We are not in a rush, yet we cannot afford to languidly pursue any particular rebel. With these words, Ilya decisively folded his wings and gestured for everyone to follow. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned around and said, I will take the time to visit the Blood Realm later. At that moment, it will not be too late to deal with them as I please. His tone was remarkably calm, resembling a mere statement of fact. However, each leader present could sense that if the Blood Clan were not truly intent on betrayal, then perhaps today, their willingness to submit to death would ironically be the least difficult choice. Although the unfavorable start did not seem to leave a mark on Ilya's heart, it is unlikely that he felt nothing at all. Thus, let us lament for the territories to come. Chapter 30. The twisted Caligula. News of the catastrophic destruction inflicted upon Caligula's slave-catching team by Ila has reached the empire, relayed by distant witnesses. Naturally, Yinsabella felt no particular dismay over the thwarted trade that would have yielded substantial profit. Rather, she found herself enveloped in melancholy. Although she had long since prepared to formally sever ties with Ila, the realization that such an act would undoubtedly provoke Ila's ire filled her with trepidation, not so much from fear of the consequences, but from the very notion of inciting Ila's wrath, despite her awareness of the inevitable outcome. On the other hand, Caligula was beset by turmoil. Ila, 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 I shall end you. Ila, perish, perish, perish. A striking young man with lustrous golden hair furiously pounded a doll resembling Ila against the wall. His finely chiseled features, typically handsome, were now marred by rage. The plush toy bore a striking resemblance to Ila, complete with a distinctive trench coat and the characteristic crimson wings adorning its back, alongside the unique black hair emblematic of the Elkaras lineage. This exquisite gentleman, tall and commanding, relentlessly battered the doll that symbolized Ila, hurling fervent curses while his fists became enveloped in destructive mana. With a resounding crash, a single punch obliterated the doll, feathers scattering throughout the room. The man then exhaled deeply, gracefully resuming his seat upon a velvet chair, slowly lifting a cup of red tea to his lips. With elegance, he sipped the tea and retrieved another Ila doll from a nearby cabinet, plunging a dagger into the doll's wing and affixing it to the table. It appeared to be a replica of the previous doll, and the cabinet was filled with a myriad of identical plush toys, raising suspicions about his obsession with Ila. Dingling. The young man jingled a bell at the table, and a well-dressed butler in a tailcoat entered, offering a complex yet proper bow. The butler's voice resonated. My lord Caligula, your servant Camilla awaits your command. The intricate syntax and elaborate etiquette were hallmarks of nobility within the empire. Caligula, acknowledging his status as a duke, nodded gracefully twice, ensuring each inclination did not exceed 15 degrees, and responded, maintaining cleanliness and order is the prerogative of the household maid, for which I express my apologies. There's no need for such apologies, my lord Caligula. A butler who does not regard your will as his own, and who does not consider the maid's duties as his own, is indeed unfit for his role. The butler, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, spoke with utmost respect while tidying the room filled with feathers. This scene depicted a remarkably harmonious master-servant relationship, emblematic of nobility. Indeed, it is precisely because Caligula embodies such quintessential nobility that his family stands as one of the most illustrious in the empire. However, while this relationship is admired by the majority of the imperial populace, prompting many commoners to aspire to serve Caligula, the renowned idol of the empire, Yaira, shares a markedly poor rapport with him. The common folk remain indifferent to political disagreements. They simply recognize that Lord Yaira exhibits kindness towards them and possesses striking good looks, just as Lord Caligula does. Therefore, both are held in high esteem. After attending to the documents reviewed by Lady Yinsabella, Caligula found himself overwhelmed with an increased workload, especially since Yaira's departure from the empire. Yaira, you coward! If you dare, return so I can slay you. It is only when he is alone in his chamber that Caligula allows himself to voice such unrestrained fury towards someone, and only in matters concerning Yaira does he lose his composure. Of course, the threats to slay you are mere expressions of anger. Caligula is inherently intelligent and, under normal circumstances, remarkably composed. He would never dare to provoke Yaira in person. If there exists anyone in the empire who yearns for Yaira's return, it is likely that Caligula's desire surpasses even that of Yinsabella. His fury towards the foolish pretender who falsely claims imperial authority is perhaps unparalleled. Yaira is undoubtedly an unequivocal adversary, a fact of which Caligula is certain. Yet, this certainty fuels his desire for Yaira to remain within the empire, to stay within this system. If Yaira were to engage in the game according to the rules, they might still maintain a semblance of balance. Though the influence of the nobility is waning year by year, none have perceived this decline. As the sway of Yaira's faction continues to diminish due to his strategic calculations, should Yaira depart from the empire, the situation would spiral beyond Caligula's control. The perilous Yaira faction and the formidable commanders loyal to Yinsabella, who lean towards Yaira's ideology, pose a terrifying threat. Should circumstances turn awry, the collapse of the empire would not be an impossibility. Caligula would prefer to perpetually contend with Yaira, vigilantly monitoring every policy to safeguard the nobility aligned with him, enduring nightly bouts of stomach pains from worry, than to see Yaira venture elsewhere. Ha ha, I have triumphed. I have won. Coward, coward. Hurry back. Caligula muttered to himself, manically stabbing a doll resembling Yaira with a dagger, his handsome visage contorted into a grotesque expression, yet even amidst this, his left hand continued to sift through work-related reports. At a certain moment, he beheld something of great significance. Esteemed Duke Caligula, thanks to your blessing, I have successfully investigated the individual who commanded Baron Man to fabricate the edict that led to the defection of Ila Elkaras. This individual had prior contact with Sir Lucio Keely. The circumstances of the plot are as follows. Count Lucio, Keely 3. Gazing upon this report, Caligula muttered to himself as his expression gradually twisted in fury. He rose to his feet, only to regain his composure and sit once more, yet ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and stood up again. That fool, that utter fool. In light of the betrayal faced by the great god of the waning moon, I have resolved to assist the Demon King in securing the swiftest updates. To ensure you can access the latest updates of this book in the future, please be sure to bookmark it. Chapter 31. Concealed triggers in response to the arrival of the Demon King's army. The half-demon territory exhibited a serene composure, as if everything were under control. No troops emerged to resist. Instead, they extended a warm welcome. A carpet was even laid out at the entrance to greet all visitors. Adjacent to the half-demon territory, a designated area awaited the Demon King's army, devoid of any hiding spots or traces of mana, suggesting that the likelihood of a trap was minimal. The remaining 4 territories proved to be formidable challenges, perhaps the very reason they chose to betray the Demon King. My lords, please, the half-demon delegation said to the imposing leaders. A considerable number of leaders were present this time, including Mr. Mu, the little fairy, and Yu, along with all the other leaders, including Selena. Yinra sensed the inquiring gaze of Satan Leaf upon him and smirked slightly. At such a moment, it should have been Satan Leaf who made decisions, but it mattered little now. After confirming the station troops, Yinra nodded simply and led the way into the half-demon territory. Crossing through the splendid entrance, the gates flanking the entrance seemed designed to accommodate trade caravans from other races, who continued their business unperturbed even in the face of the Demon King's looming presence. It was rather amusing. Under the guidance of the welcoming half-demons, the group traversed the bustling roads of the half-demon territory, which thrived even more than the Demon King's domain. With caravans from various nations, including humans, orcs, and elves, this territory, being one of the largest trade cities in the Demon Kingdom, boasted a high population mobility that translated into substantial revenue and prosperity. It was evident that the tax revenues of the half-demon territory were considerable. Along the way, many half-demons cast glances at the group, their appearances indistinguishable from humans except for the demonic horns adorning their heads and the intricate magical patterns on their faces, signifying their demonic lineage. Generally, demons lack reproductive capabilities unless they are of a particularly high rank or belong to species like succubi and their variants, such as dream succubi and lesser succubi. These half-demons, possessing succubus blood, may not have succubi as direct ancestors, but their lineage certainly traces back to them, carrying their blood and mana. The essence of children lies in the union of blood and mana, which is why the governors are unable to bear offspring. They lack the mana necessary for procreation. The governor's original mana had completely transformed into the wing pillars that sustain the mana of others. During wartime, trade territories, including the half-demon territory, became the primary options for merchants engaged in trade and supply, with the Demon King's domain being the secondary choice. Thus, this place was undoubtedly of great utility. Inla's judgment is rather discerning. It is widely acknowledged that for him, the distinction between what is deemed useful and what is not is stark, as if his emotions have no bearing on his actions. The Lord's Hall within the half-demon territory is a place of considerable opulence. While its architectural style and scale may not rival the grandeur of a demon lord's castle, the interior adornments are undeniably extravagant. This decor embodies a refined elegance rather than ostentatious splendor, a clear demarcation between the nouveau riche and those of deep-rooted heritage. Esteemed guests, Chief Samjet awaits you. Please follow me upstairs, announced a different, elegant half-demon as she led the assembly up the staircase, having taken over from the previous half-demon who guided all the leaders. The grandeur surrounding Chief Samjet seems somewhat excessive. Both the decorous Selena and the straightforward Honka bore expressions of displeasure, and Inla's mood was similarly grim. Matters concerning the blood clans are inherently troublesome, and now they find themselves entangled in a scenario reminiscent of imperial protocol. Truly, they have stumbled into a perilous situation. Nevertheless, Inla has always exhibited considerable patience towards matters of utility, and thus the leaders ascended the spacious staircase in a grand procession. Upon reaching the top, they entered a vast conference room. At the far end of a large round table sat a half-demon man in his 30s, flanked by 8 half-demon guards, while a solitary chair stood on their side of the table. A single chair? Inla could not suppress a frown. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the male half-demon greeted them with a welcoming smile, saying, "Your Majesty, the half-demon territory has been awaiting your arrival. Please, take a seat." Satan Yi blinked, her gaze fixated on the lone chair at the table. Having undergone numerous trials, she comprehended the implications of the situation. Instead of sitting, she narrowed her eyes, revealing a fierce demeanor. The rigid tail suspended in midair signified her utter bewilderment at how to navigate this predicament. In contrast, Inla managed to smile, causing the half-demon and his guards to feel a twinge of unease. To be honest, Inla was puzzled as to why the other party dared to bring so few guards. It became apparent that many were concealed around them, representatives of various races, including humans. "Satan Yi, please take a seat," Inla urged gently, nudging her towards the table. He then turned to the half-demon chief and remarked, "Perhaps we could perch upon someone's head. Standing may indeed prove more comfortable than sitting." As he spoke, Inla maneuvered past Satan Yi, adopting a protective stance beside her while steadily closing the distance to the half-demon chief, whose body had tensed to the utmost degree. Helena, Latia, and the half-demon guards simultaneously readied themselves for battle, while those lurking in the shadows prepared to spring into action. The atmosphere became charged with tension. However, after taking a few steps forward, Yaira abruptly halted. "I was merely jesting," he said lightly, tilting his head with a smile as he gazed at the half-demon leader's head. "First and foremost, I have never been fond of sitting atop something excessively thick," referring to the leader's skin, like the crimson dragon known as Satan Leaf, which might find such a thing more comfortable. The half-demon leader, perceiving the sarcasm in Yaira's words, displayed a look of indignation, yet he failed to notice the deliberate nature of Yaira's phrasing. From Yaira's perspective, such a nimble intellect resting atop that neck would undoubtedly be restless. Thus, if one wished to wield it with stability, severing it would be the wiser choice. As he spoke, the temperature around them unexpectedly surged. Boom. In an instant, crimson wings unfurled from Yaira's back, and the crimson scythe, which he hardly knew how to wield, was poised at the half-demon leader's throat. The sudden escalation left everyone in a state of shock. Why was there no incantation? How had Yaira accomplished this? Everyone was astonished, except for Vera, who had undergone rigorous training as a mage. After a brief moment of contemplation, a look of understanding graced her features, and she smiled. Often, certain techniques are universal across various professions. For instance, employing homophony within speech to intermittently cast spells is known as hidden incantation. Chapter 32. The domain of the jester. Once again, it must be reiterated that during his studies at the Tower of Pure White, Inla epitomized the archetype of a battle mage. His mentors were predominantly battle mages, and ultimately, he approached the level of being able to establish his own school of thought. This trajectory of learning unfolded as such. In other words, he acquired numerous techniques applicable to combat. Here, combat does not solely refer to the art of slaying enemies on the battlefield or selecting the most effective spells during a confrontation. It also encompasses the skills pertinent to skirmishes and assassinations. First and foremost, I have never favored resting upon something excessively thick-skinned, like the crimson dragon known as the Satan Leaf, which might find such a state more comfortable. From Inla's perspective, such a nimble mind, when placed atop a dense exterior, would surely not remain placid. Thus, to ensure a stable application, it is far better to sever it altogether. While this may seem like a mere casual remark, upon deeper contemplation, it conceals an array of intriguing homophones. The word first, one, pillar, crimson dragon, and sever. Together, they form the trigger for Inla's executive capabilities. The conditions for this trigger are surprisingly lenient. If one's thoughts align with the activation of the corresponding ability, even a sneeze during the incantation process will not disrupt it, provided one's mind remains clear and the chant is completed without deviation. The success rate of employing these techniques is influenced solely by the mage's ability to articulate naturally. If, at the moment of the homophone's utterance, the true intention is lost, the efficacy diminishes. Though it is said to be merely a technique, the so-called hidden incantation and rapid incantation skills are rarely mastered among Yinla's peers. He alone wields them with exceptional finesse and ease. It appears that even after ascending to the role of an executive, his proficiency in such techniques remains undiminished. Do you have any thoughts? Yinla inquired, his single hand gripping the awkwardly held scythe. He coldly regarded the half-demon leader, who was sweating profusely, while around them. The half-demon guards had already risen in agitation, weapons drawn against him. The leaders, too, were poised in various forms, brandishing their weapons or coalescing mana against the half-demon sentinels, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. At that moment, the doors, windows, and even the skylights were sealed by Yinla's searing flames. Through the crimson glow, one could discern other guards lurking in apprehension behind the blazing barrier. Undoubtedly, Yinla had long since detected their concealed presence. What, then, is the significance of this stalemate? Yinla mused indifferently, as he gazed at the razor-sharp blade mere inches from his face. Unfazed, he twisted his neck, maintaining the side's position against the half-demon leader's throat, the searing heat radiating once more. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the steel and metal weapons turned a brilliant red, and at the points of contact between the half-demon guards' hands and their weapons, the unmistakable sound reminiscent of roasting meat filled the air. "Ah, my hand!" a voice cried out in agony. Yinla observed the half-demons, who, amidst their screams, hastily discarded their weapons. With unwavering composure, he redirected his gaze towards the half-demon lord, noting that Selena and her companions had all aimed their weapons at him. In that moment, the tide had turned, or rather, it could be said that there was never a specific moment. The situation had always been under the half-demon lord's control. Satan Yi could not suppress her laughter as she witnessed the rapidly shifting circumstances within mere seconds. She noted the half-demon lord's face contorting into a most unappealing expression and chuckled. What a hilarious visage. This reaction showcased Satan Yi's development. It was difficult to label this as growth. However, evidently, the former version of Satan Yi would have glanced at Yinla in disbelief, yet now, she laughed unabashedly. Indeed, she had become audacious. Even in this seemingly grave situation, she could genuinely perceive the humor and laugh heartily. It seemed she was inching closer to her father's demeanor, which was not a negative evolution. Ha ha! Yinla joined in the laughter. Dispersing his scythe into the most fundamental particles of mana, he gazed at the half-demon lord's face, which had taken on a hue reminiscent of pig liver, and covered his face with one hand, laughing uproariously. Ha! Satan Yi echoed his laughter, unable to contain herself, clutching her stomach as she exclaimed, "Ha ha! My belly hurts from laughing, but your expression after such a setback is truly hilarious." Then, in the next moment, both Satan Yi and Yinla instinctively ceased their laughter, their expressions abruptly shifting to seriousness, scrutinizing the half-demon lord, who was now sweating profusely. The atmosphere grew intensely oppressive. If the adorable little Satan Yi were not present, Yinla's singular gaze could have heightened the pressure even further. "Bring forth the true Samjet, or I will cleanse this hall entirely," Yinla declared, adopting a lofty demeanor as he regarded the half-demon lord. Amidst the astonished expressions of the surrounding crowd, he continued, "I believe there are other half-demons who oppose you. This position will not lack for contenders." Satan Yi voiced her confusion, seemingly bewildered by Yinla's words. But she quickly regained her composure, feigning seriousness as she remarked, "How absurd. Did you think you could deceive us?" The crowd collectively thought, "Clearly, we have been deceived." Everyone silently murmured to themselves, following Yina's gaze towards a nearby bookshelf. Under the watchful eyes of those in the Demon King's domain, accompanied by the sound of mechanisms activating, the bookshelf gradually shifted to the side, revealing a moderately sized hidden compartment. Inside sat a half-demon, strikingly similar to the false lord outside, clutching a book in his hands. It appeared that this seated half-demon was the true leader known as Samjet, the half-demon chief. How intriguing, truly a testament to Yina's prowess. As Samjet mused aloud, he rose leisurely from the concealed space behind the bookshelf, adopting a clapping gesture, a beaming smile gracing his face as he inquired, "But how did you?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Yina soared forward with a swift kick. Thud! With a heavy sound, Yina's foot, radiating a crimson glow, struck the half-demon chief's legs with undeniable force. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed as the true half-demon chief's legs twisted into an extraordinary shape, compelling him to collapse onto the ground, kneeling directly towards Satan Yi. Since he is but a laughable jester, Yaina remarked, assisting in exacting retribution for Satan Yi. He affectionately ruffled the little demon king's head, chuckling softly. Now, make an effort to crawl on the ground and amuse His Highness Satan Yi. Chapter 33. Suggestions from Satan Leaf. How does one characterize the individual known as Inla? This requires an exploration from multiple perspectives. In the eyes of the little fairies, Inla is undoubtedly a gentle soul, an exceptional confectioner, and an admirable individual. To Satan Leaf, he is a distinguished mentor, a friend of fathers, and the savior of the demon Lord's domain. Other leaders may share similar sentiments, albeit viewing him more as a colleague than a teacher. In the eyes of the lesser demons and goblins, he is regarded as a great figure. Of course, those who harbor fear will continue to do so. These descriptions are quite fitting. But what image of Inla emerges in the eyes of the aristocrats of the empire? It is, in fact, manifold. For instance, he is perceived as formidable yet contemptible, a cruel individual, a cold-hearted monster, among other things. However, there is a consensus that these impressions carry a certain negativity. Are these notions truly baseless slanders? Furthermore, from whence does Inla's moniker, the cruel blood sorcerer, originate? Was it perhaps conjured by other magicians out of youthful bravado? While that may hold some truth, one must consider that if Inla had consistently presented a benevolent demeanor, his moniker would likely have been more palatable, such as Crimson Mage. Yet, that is all in the past. What is pertinent now is that Inla harbors a strong aversion to the intellectually deficient who complicate matters unnecessarily. While this may have sufficed during his time in the Empire, it is utterly intolerable that his adversaries now feign sophistication while employing such tactics. Moreover, Inla despises anyone who obstructs his path, not in a literal sense. If someone were not to hinder his way, their antics may seem trivial. However, should they impede him while masquerading as a fool, that would indeed be a grave provocation. Pray tell, why have you failed to render your tribute on time? Inla inquired with an even tone, his foot firmly planted on the back of the half-demon leader, pinning him to the ground, as he lay prostrate towards Satan Leaf. Do not tell me it is merely for amusement? In response, the half-demon leader, named Samjet, struggled in humiliation upon the ground. However, due to the fracture of his legs and the dual burdens of physical constraints and pain, even the slightest force from Inla rendered him incapable of rising. It was at this moment that all present, be they half-demons or other leaders, began to perceive a rarely exhibited facet of Inla. It was not brutality they witnessed, but rather cruelty. It was evident that he was not angry. The world spell inscribed upon Inla's neck remained an unblemished black, signifying his complete lack of rage. His demeanor was one of utter indifference, a chilling disregard for life, as if he considered the fate of others no more significant than that of a mere insect, rather than a living half-demon. This exemplifies the essence of his cruel character. Nevertheless, the gentleness he typically displays is not a facade, but rather a testament to the complexity of Inla's nature, cruel yet gentle, indifferent yet tender. I merely seek a negotiation. The half-demon leader, firmly pinned to the ground, uttered these words as he struggled. The revenue from the half-demon territory is substantial, yet the current taxation is excessively high. Ah, I see. Due to the large base of income, the required gold coins also increase, failing to meet the standard of 1/10 taxation, and now you seek even lower taxes? Is that it? Sigh, what a nuisance. Enough, you fool, Yaira remarked, exhaling deeply as he carelessly shifted his foot aside. It is impossible to reduce taxes. If there were to be any reductions, it must apply to every territory, not just the half-demon domain. Simply for such a reason. You orchestrated this grand spectacle only to bring about your own downfall, truly believing your actions were commendable? Under the indifferent gaze of Yaira and the other leaders, the half-demon leader bowed his head, lost in thought. To be honest, Yaira had witnessed such attempts to conceal one's gaze far too often. Moreover, observing Satan Yi's movements, she understood precisely what would transpire next. Go to hell. In full view of all, the half-demon leader suddenly lunged forward, with his severed leg propelling him slowly as he aimed the hidden dagger towards Satan Yi, only to be impaled by the lance of the foremost Lothia, pinning him to the floor. With a splatter, blood erupted, and the half-demon leader began to cough violently. How shall we deal with this? Lothia inquired, first glancing towards Yaira, then to Satan Yi. She continued, attempting to assault His Majesty the Demon King is surely a capital offense. However, Satan Yi languidly lounged in her chair, whimsically flicking her tail behind her, her legs swinging in the air, declaring, he is too foolish. I cannot bring myself to hate him. What do you think, Mr. Yaira? Yaira shook his head in resignation, observing the writhing mass of the half-demon on the ground. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, kill him. This fellow harbors only hatred and not an ounce of loyalty. Upon hearing Yaira's words, the half-demon's face twisted in an instant, desperately attempting to mask his resentment, yet fear rendered him comical. Indeed, with a resounding crash, the knight's lance fell heavily, and the last sight that the half-demon leader beheld was the ever-enlarging lance, his head shattering within the confines of the grand conference room. "Ah, a farce," Yaira commented, strolling casually, each step seemingly crushing the hearts of the onlooking half-demon guards and that pretender of a half-demon leader. He casually picked up the book that Samjet had previously held. The title was From the Mightiest Lord to the Demon God, resembling a mere fantasy. The Lizard Man Lord had also been fond of such literature. It seems these lords were all doomed to their fates. With such thoughts in mind, Ila, under the watchful gaze of all, approached the faux lord in the profound silence, casually standing behind him. Observing the cold sweat dripping from the other's forehead, he remarked nonchalantly, "The weather hasn't even warmed up yet. Why are you sweating so profusely? What is your name? When I ask you a question, you ought to respond." The faux half-demon lord, drenched in perspiration, stammered a reply, "I am called Seluz, the brother of Lord Samjet." "No, that fellow Samjet." Ila narrowed his eyes, and as he gazed into the half-demon's eyes, he discerned something, prompting a smile to grace his lips. He placed a reassuring hand on Seluz's shoulder and said, "Do not worry, Lord Samjet. The impostor Seluz has been eliminated. Now let us discuss the matter of offerings." "Lord Chinchio." "No, Lord Chinchio, you say I am Samjet, the half-demon Seluz, nay, the half-demon lord." New Samjet gestured incredulously at himself, a look of indescribable joy illuminating his face. "Indeed," Ila responded lightly, patting the other's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. "Do well. The offerings will continue at the rate of 1/10, and you shall also make up for the 5 quarters that were previously owed, although treachery began 3 quarters ago." The crowd murmured. "For some reason, it all feels exceedingly sinister." Satan commented, "Mr. Ila is quite handsome." Chapter 34. The War Begins. The atmosphere is heavily oppressive along the border between the Empire and the Principality. In this small town, which serves as the demarcation line for both nations, each patrol by the troops of either side could ignite the spark of war at any moment. Indeed, the declaration of war has been personally signed by Yinsabella. This time it is truly personal. "Ah, I'm back," Shara exclaimed as he pushed open the inn's door and casually sat on Hadelin's bed. The young regent, reeking of alcohol, provoked a disdainful sniff from Hadelin, who lay on the bed. "Ila Elkaras, have you been drinking again?" Hadelin scolded, having just removed her bandages a few days prior and now resting in her regular attire. The regent's ability to recover should be quite formidable, and it seems unusual that she has only now returned to her usual state. However, she had taken a direct hit from the former chief regent. The mightiest of them all, Ila Elkaras, whose devastating attack, Wing Shatter, had surely left its mark. It is a miracle she has recovered at all, even if Yinra unleashed a torrent of destruction. "I thought you had grown accustomed to it." First Wing Column, Demon Lord, Wing Expansion. Shara yawned, the alcohol on his breath igniting a flame with his words that vanished in an instant. It is quite difficult for a regent to become intoxicated, yet alcohol tends to incite emotional fluctuations in them. While they may not become overtly irritable, they are certainly more prone to anger than in their usual calm demeanor. Thus, most regents abstain from drinking. "It's hard to imagine that you could be a regent," Hadelin mused, already accustomed to this reality as she gazed out the window at the town. She sighed, "However, this life is truly dull, aside from 3 meals and reading. I am merely waiting for the war to commence." This sentiment rings true, as Shara often ventured out of the inn for amusement and would bring back books for Hadelin, who had remained confined within these walls since the two received their mission. "Ah, how I long to slay monsters. No, wait. I yearn to take lives." Hadelin lamented, leaning against the wall in boredom. Observing Shara's dismissive demeanor, she shook her head and remarked calmly, "There is no need for such an attitude. After all, slaughter is the very essence of a regent's existence, is it not?" Her words held a kernel of truth. If soldiers seek to strengthen their bodies and witness the pinnacle of power, druids strive to commune with nature, ultimately connecting with the world tree. And mages pursue the mysteries of magic to uncover the truth of the world. Then for a regent, it is simply about killing. Their sole purpose is to take lives. To kill, 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 with no other objective. Their existence is solely to extinguish the lives of others to fulfill their aims. Indeed, compared to other professions, the very essence of a governor's existence lies in destruction. Yet, one cannot dwell solely on this notion. Ila Elkaras responded with certainty, her knuckles cracking as she spoke. Uncle Yaira once mentioned that fixating on trivial matters can lead to alienation. Yes, Yaira had indeed said so, but what else could one expect from a governor? Emotionally detached. A governor serves as a formidable weapon of war, seldom capable of engaging in pursuits beyond mere slaughter. As for hobbies, there are indeed some, such as cooking and reading. However, Yaira himself has likely not cultivated any particular interests. Heidi Lin remarked, reminiscing about the chase from that day, but if Master Yaira is upset, it's certainly my fault. I should have refrained from pursuing him back then. I wonder if he has experienced alienation. To this, Shala shrugged, admitting her uncertainty. Strictly speaking, Uncle Yaira does have personal preferences. Perhaps something like Lolis. Ah, that is true. Heidi Lin nodded in agreement. It is evident that the Empire's people harbor a significant misunderstanding regarding Yaira's interests, as they are oblivious to the dreams that reside within his heart. Few have had the privilege to hear Yaira express them. Moreover, he has never formally refuted such misconceptions, saying things like, "I do not like Lolis." Thus, the misunderstanding has spread widely. As the two engaged in their meandering conversation, the sky suddenly darkened, not with gloom, but rather illuminated by a brilliant light in the distance. A roar echoed, as a beam of light pierced through the streets, accompanied by a resounding explosion. This was an unnamed fireball spell, the most commonly mastered incantation among mages, even utilized by many non-magical practitioners of the arcane arts. Clearly, in such a tense atmosphere, if someone were to ignite this metaphorical fuse, the situation would spiral out of control and become inescapable. It has begun, Heidi Lin declared, rising to her feet alongside the nodding Shala as they gazed out the window. Before their eyes, the once tranquil street descended into chaos. Arrows and spells soared through the air as soldiers from both sides clashed with fervor. The cacophony of battle reverberated, swords clashing, arrows whistling, flames and frost streaking across the sky, and the anguished cries of the wounded resonating through the air. The peaceful town was swiftly transformed into a battlefield. First column, Demon Lord, Wingspan. First column, Feathered Serpent, Wingspan. Accompanied by their voices, distinct wings emerged behind the two individuals. They soared through the shattered window, one following the other, and found themselves outside the inn. Their presence in midair created a considerable commotion, rendering them targets for numerous soldiers of the principality. However, the arrows that flew toward them were scattered by the tempest, while magic was deftly evaded. "Shara, they are merely humans." In response to Heidelin's remark, Shara nodded, gazing imperiously down upon the soldiers, and replied, "Of course. The principality is not foolish enough to send non-humans to their demise. Therefore, Heidelin continued, enveloped by a tempest symbolizing the feathered serpent. She spoke lightly, "We may need to conserve the use of our winged pillars. Nevertheless, I still wish to express." Her subsequent words were drowned out by the cacophony of storm and flame. Despite this, the governor, holding a position of authority, navigated the chaos with ease. Although he could no longer rely solely on his immense power to alter the battlefield's fate after enduring such protracted warfare, the title of governor had become a symbol in itself. It is Lord Shara and Lady Heidelin. Oh. Roar, 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 roar. Chapter 35. Conquering two villages in one night in the southernmost coastal territory of the Demon King's realm, where various creatures coexist. It is evident that there has been negotiation with the half-demon territory, and a mutual decision has been made to exert pressure on the Demon King's domain. After all, having ostensibly resolved matters with the half-demon and vampire territories, the mixed creature territory has conveyed an intention to promptly fulfill their overdue tributes upon the return to the Demon King's realm for a brief respite. This information was relayed by a small bat encountered during their journey back, proving the vampires to be quite adept as intelligence operatives. While the mixed territory did not explicitly state an intention to increase their tributes, they have, nonetheless, reaffirmed their submission to the Demon King's rule. This allegiance is rather tenuous, necessitating the urgent continuation of the cement pathways. Materials are available and production capacity is sufficient, so there should be no issues on that front. Has anything noteworthy occurred recently? Satan Leaf inquired of Yu, who remained in the Demon King's realm, comfortably seated in her position, enjoying the respite after such a protracted march, having spent recent nights in tents. She appeared quite at ease, as evidenced by her wings, now languidly draped over the throne. This early meeting marked the first gathering following their return to the Demon King's realm. Apart from Sonata, who was occupied with reports from her vampire subordinates, all other leaders were present, including Wolf, the representative of the blacksmiths, although he had no immediate reports to deliver. "No, everything is quite normal," Yi responded, glancing at Xiao Gang, who also remained in the Demon King's realm. Recently, the cement roads have been fully laid across all major routes of the Demon King's territory, and the little creatures seem quite pleased. Indeed, while the primary purpose of the cement roads is not solely to facilitate the movement of the smaller creatures, it is only natural that they would feel joy upon encountering smooth pathways devoid of sharp debris. Next, for the other important routes, Shaogang, please assess and proceed with the cement laying. Following that, we shall consider extending the pathways into the Lizardmen territory, Ila stated, and it seemed the early meeting was drawing to a close, as no one else had anything further to add. Now, we turn our attention to the matters concerning the Lich territory. What is the situation regarding their disdain for Sabella and their reluctance to pay tribute? As Ila pondered this, Sonata arrived late, entering the hall and capturing the attention of all present. With urgency, she reported, yesterday afternoon, war broke out between the Principality and the Empire. This conflict had long been anticipated, hence it did not provoke much unrest, and the expressions of those gathered remained calm. However, Sonata appeared grave as she unfurled the parchment she had been using to take notes, sharing the intelligence she had gathered from yesterday afternoon until this morning. The Empire has captured 2 towns. In one night, they seized 2 towns? If such efficiency were truly attainable, it would take merely a few days to conquer a city. And within a few years, the Principality would be unified. Of course, logically, such calculations cannot be made. However, the notion of capturing 2 towns in a single night seems rather absurd. How is this accomplished? Ila pondered, fully aware of the Empire's might. Though he does not believe the Principality holds any significant advantage, the rapidity of the advance is nonetheless astonishing. The surrounding leaders also expressed their astonishment, wondering if the Empire had somehow grown stronger in their ignorance. Among the Imperial forces, the notable presence of the 8th seat, Ila Elkaras, and the 10th seat, Hideline Miriam Walls, leading the charge, has driven the Principality's troops into a retreat, now confined to their first city, with the battle reaching a stalemate. In Sonata's report, Vera clearly recalled something, glancing worriedly in Ila's direction, and inquired, Yinshabila, has the contract with you been severed? Can the Empire's regent now transform humans into wings? If that is indeed the case, the Principality is surely doomed, potentially facing a swifter demise than even the monstrous forces. Impossible. Yinshabila must have contemplated such a possibility. Yet it remains unfeasible. Understanding Yinshabila well, Ila furrowed his brow, contemplating the unfolding events, and remarked, moreover, if the regent could achieve such feats, there would undoubtedly be more than just these 2 present on the battlefield. In response, Sonata examined the data previously recorded on parchment and stated, however, during the first half of the night, the Empire's casualties were nearly on par with those of the Principality's forces, with only a slight advantage. The exchange of troops was merely more favorable for the Empire. This implies that no decisive factor had emerged, Ila mused, seemingly coming to a realization. And with a sigh of relief, he remarked, it appears to be the effect of idolization. Such phenomena are commonly observed on the battlefield, albeit fleeting and of limited substance. As Ila spoke, others began to comprehend the implications. In simpler terms, the presence of the regent had bolstered the morale of the imperial troops, a notion that resonated with all present. However, if the events of the first half of the night were as described, what transpired in the latter half? Echoing the collective curiosity, Sonata continued to relay subsequent intelligence. In the latter half of the night, the Imperial General Ulrich Jem Goodwin entered the fray. The Principality's 2 villages fell as a result. In other words, during the first half of the night, the Imperial forces advanced to the outskirts of the first village, only to surge forward with renewed vigor upon the arrival of young Ulrich. Ulrich Jem Goodwin is heralded as one of the most distinguished generals of the Empire's younger generation. However, due to his affiliation with Ila, he commands only the troops loyal to Ila's faction. This is a common occurrence, as each noble governs their own forces, with Ila's faction managing the troops of its own kind. What? You inquire about the Empress's own troops? Indeed. This is the very matter that Yaina has long desired to reform. The troops that heed only the commands of Yinsabella are few in number, if not nearly non-existent. Such is the state of the Empire. If it were all, it would indeed be comprehensible. However, the nobility should not have allowed him to reach the battlefield with such swiftness. After all, considering the merit of war. Yaina furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, until a thought struck him. Suddenly, he raised his head and exchanged a knowing glance with Vera, who seemed to have arrived at the same realization. They both understood. Yes, it was because Yaina had departed. Chapter 36. Although Isabella remains indifferent, there are times when an individual's strength holds little significance. Much like a barrel's capacity is determined by its shortest stave, this concept is aptly termed the weak link. While the state of the empire cannot be entirely encapsulated by this theory, it closely resembles it. Curiously, with Inara, the mightiest among them, remaining within the empire, the execution of its policies becomes exceedingly peculiar. It does not necessarily weaken, yet it resembles a stagnant pool, sluggish and immobilized. The nobility tend to create obstacles. Whether it concerns Inara's policies or the strategies of those aligned with her, the faction of the nobility will invariably resist to some extent. They may not even comprehend the reasons behind their opposition, yet they persist in it. After all, Inara is both exceptional and resplendent. Yet she is reluctant to conceal her brilliance. Such concealment holds little value for her. Inara's departure from the empire has paradoxically solidified its unity, or rather, the current nobility is increasingly inclined to prioritize the empire's prosperity over opposing Inara's faction, much like the onset of war. Fortunately, the conflict has not tilted overwhelmingly in either direction, allowing the empire to gain a substantial advantage. However, as the front lines extend, the war between the empire and the duchy is destined to devolve into a protracted struggle. As long as the nature of the ruling officials remains unchanged, neither side will possess a decisive means to conclude the matter. In the solitude of his chamber, Inara held a quill dipped in ink. Resting his chin on one hand as he pondered, he inscribed words upon a sheet of parchment spread across the table. He was composing a letter. To whom this correspondence was directed was clear. It could not possibly be for Isabella, although Isabella would undoubtedly share her insights freely. Even if Inara inquired about the empire's forthcoming strategic objectives, he preferred not to actively solicit her thoughts. After swiftly concluding the letter, Inara reflected for a moment, then seized another piece of parchment, unfurling it upon the table, weighed down by two rough stones to prevent it from rolling back up. Indeed, Inara intended to write more than one letter, perhaps even more than two. His network, though modestly extensive, still afforded him the means to acquire intelligence from various sources. Even while residing in the Demon Lord's territory, and the timeliness of this information was commendable. With the assistance of the vampires, he anticipated receiving responses by tomorrow evening, although the situation on the battlefield would likely have evolved by then. As for matters concerning the Lich's domain and trade vessels, those would need to be postponed. Ah, indeed. Inara mused, the quill dancing lightly in his grasp as he sighed to himself, wondering if Cassiopeia was aware of this news. He should inform her as well. Once these letters are dispatched and replies received, all parties should come to grasp the full scope of the events that transpired last night. The door was gently knocked upon. From this perspective, it seemed unlikely to be Vera. If it were her, one would expect a raucous entrance accompanied by shouts. "Come in," accompanied by Yina's voice. The door swung open, revealing a cute yet hesitant face. Satan Leaf emitted a soft, almost indescribable sound. "Een. Mr. Yina." The tone was slightly high-pitched, causing Yina to tremble slightly, resulting in a small ink blot appearing on the parchment. Fortunately, the ink did not spread rapidly, allowing for a swift correction. "What's the matter?" Yina inquired, turning to face Satan Leaf, who had come seeking him. He set aside his pen and regarded the small tail that curled in nervous repetition, asking, "Has something happened?" Satan Leaf hesitated, blinking softly, but ultimately handed over a folded piece of parchment, stating, "You said this is a letter from the Empire, designated for you to receive. We haven't opened it to see who sent it." Without needing explicit clarification, Yina was already aware of the answer, and he knew others were as well. So, how should he now face Yinsabila? What exactly was the nature of their relationship at this moment? The parchment was not magical letter paper. As Yina pondered, he accepted the parchment, his gaze falling upon the delicate and familiar script. A realization dawned upon him, and he remarked, "Yinsabila knows I am aware of her support for the slave-catching squad. Is she afraid I will scold her?" Listening to Yina's words, Satan Leaf gently perched herself on Yina's bed, observing him as he diligently wrote at his desk, her eyes blinking softly. Is even a formidable queen like Yinsabila afraid of being scolded? Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed plausible that Mr. Yina, when enraged, could be quite fearsome. Yinsabila still appeared somewhat juvenile. While she was a queen, she remained, in essence, merely a child. As Yina expressed this, he scrutinized the contents of the parchment sent by Yinsabila, stating, "Since I left, she seems to have become increasingly willful. When we meet again, I shall break her legs." Thus proclaimed, Yina examined the contents inscribed on the parchment. Both remained silent. Yina was immersed in reading the letter, while Satan Leaf gazed at Yina's expressionless visage. His demeanor was one of indifference, typical of officials. Therefore, his inner thoughts remained inscrutable. What has been written?" Satan Leaf finally could not contain her curiosity. Something seeking my praise, a self-aggrandizement, perhaps, Yenna replied, tousling her small head and extending the parchment toward her. It appeared that everyone in the Demon King's realm was particularly concerned with the privacy of individuals, the implications of which were uncertain. Mr. Yenna, what do you think? After your departure, the noble factions truly regained their former glory, yet I am aware that this is not a result of my own efforts, but rather yours. It appears I have a considerable distance to traverse before I can stand as a king in my own right. When you receive this letter, the first night of war should have concluded, and we must have garnered commendable results. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, let it be ascribed to the unlearned student who has yet to grasp the essential truths. Shara is your ally. I have invested significant effort in soothing him and the governors to remain within the empire. Likewise, Gulela nearly joined the convoy to seek you out. At this pivotal moment, I implore you, in-law, do not summon them to your side, should the day come when you require their presence. And if that day coincides with a clash between us, I would find joy in such a scenario, for it would signify my ascendance to becoming a competent ruler. Though I do not mind, please extend my regards to Satan Yi on my behalf. I am somewhat curious about your life in the Demon King's territory and how you are faring with the new monarch. However, there is no need for a reply from in-law, as I am indifferent to it. Perhaps I should not concern myself with certain matters. But if your experience in the Demon King's domain is unsatisfactory, you may always return to the Empire, albeit discreetly, avoiding public scrutiny and residing in my chambers. If the opportunity presents itself, I would like to visit the Demon King's territory. Until then, please observe my performance, dear teacher. Satan Yi lightly pouted, remarking, Inshabella seems to harbor little fondness for me. Perhaps so. In-law could not help but chuckle softly. Chapter 37. Hand and Eye Connecting to the Heavens Father. A letter from Mr. Ila. The meticulously groomed Novak, with his long beard, handed the letter to his father, who appeared to be in his 20s and was diligently handling intelligence related to the war. Read it to me. No, I shall read it myself. Duke Novak remarked, quickly realizing this was correspondence from Ila. He set aside the parchment and began to examine Yila's letter. He always understood the nuances of urgency. Ila was indeed a matter of high priority. Ila has written to me. The Duke mused as he took a letter opener to break the wax seal, reminiscing. It has been quite a while since our last correspondence. As Novak perused the letter, he contemplated before passing it to young Novak, saying, It appears Ila is somewhat intrigued by the ease with which our principality has suffered defeat. Yila's handwriting was exquisite. To describe it as delicate would be an understatement. Perhaps it would be more fitting to label it as elegant and noble, with each stroke and curve distinctly articulated. The arrangement was as tidy as if printed, though the denizens of this world were wholly unaware of the concept of printing. Most writing held value only when inscribed, much like the necessity of writing upon animal hides. This was a conceptual notion. While non-magical matters might not hold significant weight, they at least lacked urgency. The script was beautiful, yet, upon seeing Yila's letter, young Novak commented, admiring the uniquely aesthetic arrangement of letters. However, it is somewhat laborious to interpret, due to the graceful embellishments and flourishes. Yila's rendition of the common tongue diverged from the conventional understanding. Nevertheless, it did not hinder comprehension. It was akin to the distinction between Gothic script, artistic lettering, and standard cursive. That was the royal font of the empire, utilized by both King Yeser and King Votigen, and undoubtedly by Queen Isabella as well. Duke Novak shared this cold piece of trivia with his son, who was still expanding his horizons, explaining, Only royalty possesses the privilege to impart knowledge. Royalty? But Elkaras is not royalty, young Novak retorted, examining Yila's letter and inquiring, who taught him? King Yeser, or Isabella Arthur Mordred, or perhaps the court's etiquette officials? Yila's letter, composed with utmost politeness and respect, inquired why their principality had succumbed so easily to defeat. How should one respond? Should they answer truthfully? As little Novak pondered, Duke Novak addressed his inquiries, stating, when Ila was active, Queen Isabella had yet to be born. Thus, it could only be King Yusef. Moreover, the script of Queen Isabella bears traces of Yila's influence. In other words, rather than claiming Ila learned the royal script, it would be more accurate to assert that Yusef taught Ila how to write, after which Ila transformed the royal script into his own style. To put it differently, if Ila Elkaras desired, he could also ascend to royalty? Little Novak questioned. If Queen Isabella had not been born, he would naturally be. At that time, the entire empire believed she should not come into existence. Otherwise, the empire would face the most formidable leader in history, and one who was even destined to lead. As Duke Novak spoke, he dipped the quill in ink and handed it to his son, saying, Please help me draft a reply. An honest response will suffice. Yes, father. Hey, brothers, look what I've got, exclaimed a man with shifty eyes and a sly grin, placing a small cloth bag on the table. The crisp sound emanating from it attracted the attention of those gathered around the table playing cards in the slum. Without hesitation, the man tugged at the string of the bag, causing it to open, revealing a considerable number of shimmering violet coins that dazzled the eyes of those around him. Well, shifty eyes, you're quite something, remarked another man, seemingly confirming that the man was indeed called Shifty Eyes. However, before they could say more, a woman with flowing red hair swiftly snatched the bag from the table. Let me take a look. This woman embodied the quintessential pirate image. Describing the scar on her face and the eye patch would be tedious, but she was undeniably a voluptuous pirate. Gleefully, she lifted the coin bag and declared, I'll help you count. Captain, you can't do that. You'll leave us with nothing. No. Ha. In the chaos of the slum port, everyone erupted into a commotion, when suddenly, the red-haired woman was struck on the head by something falling from the sky. What the hell? After exclaiming in surprise, she grasped the object that had hit her. Looking up at the peculiar bat holding an umbrella, she then glanced down at the parchment in her hand. Captain, are you all right? What is this? Indeed. What the hell? It's a letter from Lord Ila, inquiring about the details related to last night's battle. Do you know anything? In response to the captain's words, a man tilted his head in shock and said, Wait, how could we know what is happening on the front lines? Are we supposed to write what we know? So, Captain, will you draft a reply, or should I? Stop dawdling. Write quickly. I can't write. The elder sister expressed herself thus. Oh, the topic of war. Truly, it is a challenging subject to address. After all, I am not a commander. However, it is evident that the principality has not dispatched its main forces, has it? Little bloodsucker, wait a moment while I compose a letter for you to take back. Well, I suppose I can merely write what I know, so let me sip my drink and ponder. Do you partake in alcoholic beverages? Ah, you do not. Well, that is of no consequence. I had no intention of sharing with you anyway. Very well. I need the taste of the wine to mask the scent of the ink. All right, let this be sufficient. I doubt I can produce any more clandestine intelligence. Please convey my regards to Uncle Inla. Shala, prepare for the siege. You, of all people, are drinking in the room? Never mind. For after today, our positions shall advance. Is something the matter? Not at all. Let us proceed. Chapter 38. Everything remains the same on that evening. The multitude of letters sent by Inla began to arrive one after another, each articulating varying accounts of the battle that had transpired the previous night. Together, these narratives painted a comprehensive picture of the conflict. It must be acknowledged that Inla was indeed a formidable figure. The correspondence suggested that many were eager to respond to Inla, whether they were generals who seemed to have experienced the battlefield firsthand or ordinary observers. Even Duke Novak, who should have been directly involved in the war, was providing information to Inla. This was rather absurd. The number of senators participating in the conflict did not even constitute half, and the casualties among the senators' troops were less than a tenth. Novak remarked. The troops of the senators arrived rather slowly. By the time they reached the scene, the merchant forces had already been repelled far back. As Inla spoke, he meticulously extracted the more significant portions from the letters, reciting in a tone as melodious and grand as if narrating an epic. Perhaps the imperial forces were too swift. Or maybe the soldiers of the senators required better coordination. The members of the council would not hastily engage in battle, the Novak family being no exception. Yet, many are willing to seek military merit through war, and perhaps they will achieve their desires. Perhaps. Looking up, Inla observed the leaders around him, who were listening intently like obedient children captivated by a tale. Bathed in the flickering light of the fire, he smiled and remarked, Does this not feel like sharing ghost stories around a campfire? Yuvila interjected, So, what is Duke Novak implying? Does he not support the war? Her expression was one of confusion, as she was not well versed in such matters, and others shared her perplexity, including Satan Yi, except for the contemplative Sonata, who appeared deep in thought. Novak's expression was indeed quite obscure, but let us first examine the letters from others, said Inla, as he picked up additional parchment. This letter is from my student. Allow me to read the key points for you. Yuvila stole a glance and faintly discerned the term uncle. She squinted, realizing it was not yet another letter from Yinsabella. Otherwise, she would have surely teased him. Ahem. Inla cleared his throat and began to read. Our troops are advancing swiftly, becoming even more formidable after Yule's arrival. The enemy's forces resemble poorly trained recruits, and we do not recognize their banners, which may not belong to any senator's troops. In the latter part of the night, we encountered the forces of Duke Vernon Harala, along with several familiar banners of senators. However, they did not engage directly in battle. Instead, they seemed to be herding and urging those inexperienced soldiers to march to their doom. There was no resistance, only a continual retreat of the line. After Ila finished speaking, Satan Yi blinked, her clever mind whirring with possibilities. Are we to use this opportunity for military training? She suggested. However, she faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Helena, gently stroking her head, revealed her confusion through her innocent gaze and remarked, but the extent of casualties. If this is truly for training, it seems utterly unreasonable. Indeed, if the aim was to hone soldiers, such a method would appear exceedingly foolish, provided that this deliberate defeat was genuinely for the sake of training. Yet, from this perspective, it is challenging to arrive at a precise conclusion. Ila then drew forth a piece of parchment, from which he had clipped a corner to mark key points, stating, "Therefore, I shall share this intelligence, from which the objective of this war may be discerned. It bears some resemblance to my previous conjectures." Clearing his throat softly, Ila, seated by the fire, was illuminated by its glow, casting shadows across his youthful visage, as if an older version of himself were superimposed upon his features, evoking the impression of an ancient sorcerer recounting tales. Of course, in this world, seasoned practitioners of magic typically do not exhibit significant signs of aging. "Oh, it has been quite some time," he continued. "As for the situation in the duchy, we are rather perplexed by the battlefield dynamics. From what we can observe, there seems to be no substantial change. Everyone continues with their affairs as if no conflict were occurring. However, the living quarters of the Caesars appear rather discontent, suggesting recent turmoil in that area." Mimicking the tone of the lower classes, Ila spread his hands and concluded, "Thus, we have come to understand the purpose of this war in the duchy, likely a familiar narrative of deflecting contradictions and cleansing one's ranks." Noticing the dawning realization among the others, Ila recounted a historical context often overlooked in this world, prior to its amalgamation. The duchy was divided into the Hazard Duchy and the Caesar Duchy. It seems the merger was not entirely complete. "Ah," Vela exclaimed, appearing to grasp the situation completely. "So, they intend to send the rebellious and unstable elements to their demise?" "Precisely," Ila affirmed with a nod, surveying the surrounding leaders of the magical creatures, sensing that perhaps Vela was the most capable of comprehending this resolution, for in the eyes of magical beings, the notion of sending unstable factors to their doom might be quite conceivable. "In other words," Lotia interjected, her dark flames shifting towards Ila, "the duchy prefers not to expend its own resources dealing with dissenters, opting instead to leave it to the empire?" Though this was not entirely accurate, since it was not merely a matter of laziness but rather a question of who should undertake the cleansing, the essence of the sentiment was similar. Thus, he nodded slightly, enlightening all the leaders present. Even though the reality was not as such, the creatures of darkness were oblivious to the concept of legitimacy. For them, whatever the demon king desired was inherently justified. Such absolute authority is indeed a remarkable thing, evoking memories of a bygone world, a world that existed effortlessly within a federation. "Now what shall we do next?" Satan Yi inquired, raising her recently plump tail, which appeared somewhat slender against the backdrop of her coarse tail, and playfully prodding Yin's hand with a look of eager anticipation. "Everything remains as it is," Yin replied nonchalantly, making an unhesitating judgment. "This war, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely continue for 4 to 5 decades before ceasing, with no impact on us. However, should an unexpected event arise, we must ensure that neither side emerges victorious, nor shall we allow any side to face defeat." Chapter 39. Past Adventures. Sobbing quietly, Satan Leaf cradled her slightly plump tail in her arms, her sorrow evident as she mournfully nibbled on the salad before her. Following the conclusion of the story session yesterday, where the events of a prior battle were recounted, she found herself inexplicably preoccupied with her own physique. Thus, she awoke early today to indulge in a salad, a departure from her usual preference for a few meaty morsels, not out of hunger, but simply for the pleasure of consumption. For a demon, gluttony posed no real concern. It bore no detrimental effects on their health. Indeed, Satan Leaf could eat without fear of weight gain, her form remaining unchanged by human standards, though her tail and wings had grown pleasantly plump, exuding an adorable charm. "What troubles Satan Leaf?" Yaina inquired during breakfast, directing his question to the nearby Selena. "Did something transpire after she returned home last night? Why the sudden concern for her figure?" Selena, seated at the kitchen table but not partaking of any food, appeared somewhat embarrassed as she responded to Yaina's query. "This is partly my fault. When Princess Satan Leaf returned to her chamber last night, her tail accidentally struck a glass, shattering it. If it were merely that, it would have been a simple matter of broken items. as a demon king. She possesses the privilege to break things at will. Indeed, the very image of a demon king often involves destruction. For instance, sitting upon the throne and hearing news related to the hero, one might express their displeasure by shattering a wine goblet that was never intended for drinking. She sighed. Then I mentioned that her tail had grown considerably thicker than before, intending to lament how much she has matured. With a resigned expression, Selena glanced at the dejected Satan leaf and continued, and thus, it culminated in this. Yaina found himself at a loss for how to respond. I recall you mentioning that Satan leaf does not require body management, correct? Selena nodded in affirmation, gesturing towards Satan leaf's petite and endearing figure. Many demons do not need to concern themselves with such matters. Their nutritional needs manifest in different ways, such as the tails and wings of the crimson demon dragons. Yaina, somewhat perplexed, mused, but what about smaller demons, like imps or goblins? Surely they can become overweight. Indeed, mermaids too, Selena elaborated. Their aquatic traits can replace their human characteristics, leading to weight gain. The wings of harpies similarly reflect this, while the attributes of succubi can also be compensated by growth in other areas. As Selena spoke, Yaina instinctively cast a glance at her. Her figure was difficult to describe, ample and beautifully proportioned, yet not to the extent of being described as excessively alluring. Far from reaching the level of Vela, it seemed Selena did not indulge excessively in her meals. Having long since diverted his gaze, Ila contemplated the round, plump tail of Satan leaf. He remarked, I believe there is no need for Satan leaf to be overly concerned about this matter. In my aesthetic perspective, I do not perceive a chubby tail as a negative trait. As Ila spoke, the audible crunching of Satan leaf munching on her salad gradually softened, as if she were straining to comprehend his words. I, too, am puzzled as to why His Highness Satan leaf is so preoccupied with this. Accompanying Selena's words, Satan leaf maintained her posture, yet the sound of her salad consumption ceased entirely, seemingly eager to continue their conversation. Ila glanced at her, smiling as he placed his hand on Satan leaf's tail. With a sudden, electric-like tremor, Satan leaf relinquished her tail, which Ila then positioned on his lap. More accurately, he placed it upon his own thighs. With a sweeping motion akin to composing a melody on a piano, Ila glided his hand across Satan leaf's tail from one side to the other, stating, in fact, a slightly plumper tail can be quite endearing. Satan leaf appeared quite comfortable, munching on her vegetable and fruit salad, her wings behind her fluttering in delight, exuding a sense of contentment. As Ila gently stroked the large tail resting on his lap, he tenderly caressed the scales, commenting, it feels delightfully soft, surely much better than the tail of Favaginio. Satan leaf, astonished. Selena, astonished. Mr. Lime, astonished. Ila, reminiscent of his earlier letter writing, tapped the adorable tail with his fingers, and upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the astonished expressions of the three individuals, including Mr. Lime, who had just emerged with food. A fleeting thought crossed Ila's mind, and he realized his previous words could be interpreted in an odd manner. Could it be? Satan leaf pondered, feeling Yila's adept movements. In a state of disbelief, she voiced her conjecture. Surely, Mr. Yila, you do not also touch my father's tail in the same manner? Like this? Yila blinked, envisioning the scenario, and could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in denial. That would be utterly revolting. I've merely been struck by your father's tail. As Yila spoke, a nostalgic expression crossed his face. It's quite different from that of a battlefield whip. Occasionally, when we teamed up, he had a habit of playfully tapping others on the shoulder with his tail. To be honest, it was quite heavy. This revelation intrigued Satan leaf further, and she, representing the curiosity of the other two, inquired about her father. Do you still team up? Isn't it always a fight upon meeting? Did he not mention it upon his return? This time, it was in-law who wore a perplexed expression as he spoke. He explained, I occasionally take a holiday. Once I leave the battlefield, I am simply myself, without any pressing reason to eliminate that fellow. As he reminisced, in-law continued with his hands in motion. When I journeyed to the Silver Moon Grove, your father was also present, and when I ventured into the fairy realm to rescue someone, he was likely there as well. The Silver Moon Grove is well known. But what of the fairy realm? Mr. In-law, you have experienced numerous adventures, said Satan Leaf with a hint of envy. She sensed the richness of La's life experiences, and, recalling the tale of a hero rescuing a princess, inquired, who did you go to the fairy realm to save? Was it Shabella? At the time, your father was nearly done for, you know. I went to rescue Yuz, who had been abducted by a female fairy named Vivian. Your father and I fought our way through, and with great effort, we managed to bring Yuz back. Fortunately, we were strong enough, otherwise, we might have even lost a child. Astonishing. X3 Chapter 40. The Lich leader is a junior when Lesa Yinuoida arrived at the domain of the Liches. She was astonished to find them unusually congregated in the plaza, seemingly engaged in fervent discussion. This was quite unlike their usual behavior. It was not that Liches were inherently averse to fervor or discourse. Rather, their typical disposition suggested they would be solitary scholars, perpetually ensconced in laboratories and mage towers, engrossed in their arcane studies. Perhaps this was merely a stereotype. When Lesa pondered this notion, reflecting on her close friend, who was also not particularly reclusive, it appeared that her own perception of Liches, enjoying to linger in shadowy corners, cackling with glee, was indeed a stereotype. Even if her dear friend was not a Lich, it mattered little. Did not human spellcasters exhibit a similar demeanor? Nonetheless, when Lesa's stereotype was not entirely unfounded, as the Lich's primary pastime, aside from experimentation, truly revolved around their studies of magic and the pursuit of immortality. Let us rehearse. It seemed that the leading Lich was passionately articulating something, akin to a headmaster directing a class, utterly oblivious to Lesa's close proximity. This was only to be expected. If she, as an outsider, could be readily detected by these Liches, her place in this realm would be rendered unnecessary. Such is the essence of the so-called invisibility, a transcendence beyond the ordinary, a mindset that begets the very foundation of being an outsider. Firstly, when the forces of the Demon King's domain arrive, our foremost task is to. The leading Lich gestured emphatically, repeating the necessary procedures, proclaiming, "Open the gates of our territory wide, completely." Do you understand? When Lesa Yinuoida observed with keen interest as she settled on a nearby platform, watching the leading Lich orchestrate the arrangements. Was this the empty city strategy that Yaina had mentioned? Nevertheless, it seemed unlikely to be effective. After all, with Yaina's formidable prowess, it was not beyond possibility for her to breach this place alone. Indeed, it was entirely feasible. Next, we must extend a warm welcome to the forces of the Demon King's realm. Do you know what to say? As I instructed you last night, let us rehearse. Now, the forces of the Demon King's domain are approaching. Prepare. Like a conductor leading an orchestra, the leading Lich waved its hands. The other Liches emitted a disjointed chorus of lifeless sounds. Welcome, Lord Yaina. Welcome, Yaina. Welcome. Due to the chaotic and discordant nature of their voices, it was a stretch to describe it as an orchestra. It was more akin to a dirge or a lament. Yet Liches, being the dead themselves, might perceive little distinction in such matters. With a soft chuckle, when Risa observed the actions of the Liches, realizing that she might not witness their conflict in the future, what, then, could have prompted the betrayal of the Lich territory? The Liches hardly engaged in production. Their offerings merely a fraction, only a tenth, of their research funding, possibly even less than a mere trifle compared to the half-demon territory. From this perspective, what could the disdain towards Satan Yi signify? With her mind swirling with questions, when Risa continued to watch with keen interest. All right, that should suffice, the optimistic Lich leader declared, expressing satisfaction with the current rehearsal state. It is time to align ourselves with Ila. This seemed to imply a rejection of Satan Ye's rule, while showing apparent approval towards Ila. Would this not pose difficulties for everyone in the Demon Lord's territory? A smile graced Risa's face as she eagerly anticipated the expressions of those around her. If one were to calculate the time, the folks from the Demon Lord's territory should be arriving soon, shouldn't they? As if reflecting Risa's thoughts, a cloud of dust began to rise in the distance, resembling 1,000 troops charging forth. It was the Headless Horsemen, accompanied by the Nether Path. With such a formidable ability at their disposal, the leading forces of the monsters would invariably be the Headless Knights. Here they come. Perfect. The leading Lich exclaimed, calling back the Liches who had completed their rehearsal, joyfully announcing, "There's south no need to close the city gates." As the Headless Horsemen slowed their advance, seemingly hesitating due to the wide-open gates, the Liches caught sight of Ila, who was at the forefront, riding a headless warhorse. "Welcome, Lord Ila." The voice, as disorganized and lifeless as ever, was nonetheless captured by the troops of the Demon Lord. Ila exchanged glances with Satan Yi, then with others around. The crowd halted, uncertain of what was unfolding. The Liches, having not rehearsed further content, merely stood still, watching their leader approach, only to be met immediately with several pointed lances. "Wait a moment. Aren't you that one?" At this moment, Vela appeared to recognize something. Sitting behind an unfamiliar headless knight, she seemed to identify the individual, exclaiming, "That one. From the Valendo family?" Upon hearing Vela's words, the leading Lich appeared quite pleased, waving his hand and calling out, "It's me, Mobiras Valendo, Senior Vela. How did you also become a Lich?" In response, Ila blinked, glancing at Vela and inquiring, "Do you know him?" Ironically, It was Vela who displayed a puzzled expression, retorting, "You don't know him? He is from your faction, your junior, ISNTE? Is that so? But I don't recall." Ila expressed her uncertainty. "Senior Ila." At this moment, Mobiles, with a beaming smile, called out, welcoming Yaira. "At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you. You are indeed my idol." The very fact that he could utter such words suggested that during their time at the Mage Tower, he had little to no interaction with Yaira. Yet, even if there had been some contact, it would be inappropriate to take advantage of it in matters that ought to be conducted with formality. "What about the offerings to the Lich realm?" Yaira inquired, observing the weary expressions of the Liches around him, who appeared to have toiled for several consecutive days and nights. However, it was noted that Liches do not require sleep. "We are unwilling to provide any offerings. If it were Brother Fauginio, we might consider it. But since your arrival in the Demon Lord's territory, we have refrained from doing anything that might provoke his wrath. Yet, now that you are here, surely you can understand our predicament?" Mobiles, the leader of the Liches, declared with the fervor of a researcher. "All our funding has been allocated to our studies. Our sole desire is to conduct research. Thus, we are not inclined to pay any offerings." Yaira fell silent for a moment, while the surrounding leaders were at a loss on how to address these rather obstinate Liches. Their ties to Vera and Yaira made them even more hesitant. However, Yaira, undeterred by any semblance of past camaraderie, especially one that did not exist, spoke up, prompting all eyes to turn towards him. "Let us relocate everything here to the vicinity of the Demon Lord's realm and conduct specific research according to his wishes, shall we?" The Liches engaged in hushed deliberations, and the conclusion was inevitable. "Of course, that is no problem at all, Senior Yaira." Chapter 41. The Tower Conference. The so-called offerings are merely a euphemism for taxation. However, it is evident that there are distinctions between the two. The system in the Demon Lord's domain operates in such a manner. How should one articulate this? As all individuals are slaves to the Demon Lord, they often do not experience the burdens of ownership. Those directly under the Demon Lord's command are exempt from making offerings. Everything produced belongs to the Demon Lord's realm, leaving no trace for personal retention, as essential survival goods are provided directly by the Demon Lord's domain. Such a system, regardless of contemplation, is bound to face complications. Yet, the lesser demons do not indulge in laziness, nor do their leaders engage in deceit or corruption. Thus, the problem is swiftly resolved, transforming what could be deemed a rather primitive system into an exceedingly sophisticated one. This policy could even persist into the era of humanity's zenith. The Starry Utopia, a dystopian utopia. If the Liches are unwilling to allocate a portion of their research funding as offerings, then let them contribute all their research outputs to the Demon Lord's domain as compensation, fully integrating into the domain. They would not need to concern themselves with the sales of their products, as the Demon Lord's domain could assist in securing excellent prices, with all profits returned to fund these Liches. After all, these Liches are primarily driven by a passion for exploring truth itself, rather than any specific product. The Liches would reap substantial research funding and a future of efficiency, while the Demon Lord's domain acquires a research team without the need to disperse salaries or manage accommodation and sustenance. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, promising a bright future for both parties. Subsequently, arrangements may be made for their relocation near the Harpies, with the Harpies serving as a central line. Situated across from the clay and limestone mines, in a spacious area distant from the Harpies to prevent disturbances from potential explosions. "Please be patient, Senior Yaira," Mobiles remarked, scratching his pale face, reminiscent of a lich, akin to Vela. "Many of the Lich's specialized equipment is quite challenging to transport. Would you mind spending a night here?" Indeed, there were numerous pieces of specialized equipment that appeared quite large. Much of this equipment consisted of modular alchemical apparatuses, along with various magical devices, all requiring time for thorough inventory and preparation for transport. Yaira had previously seen an eye-catching device, characterized by a synchronization of magic runes and mechanical transmission, composed of countless spheres resembling a nebula. This was likely a centrifuge. In such an era, the invention of such a device is truly remarkable. "Well, we possess ample patience," Yaira responded, engaging Mobiles in conversation. "If I may inquire, does your name suggest you are from the Empire? Did you not return to the Empire, but instead transform into a lich?" It is noteworthy that only the Empire harbors an intense aversion towards the notion of transformation into monstrosities. In contrast, other realms, whether it be the duchy that operates on a wealth is paramount philosophy or the theocracy that proclaims the denial of divinity, exhibit an indifferent attitude. The Grand Master of Necromancy has proposed to experiment with his newly refined transformation ritual, inviting us to participate voluntarily. promising that upon its successful completion, we would be able to learn necromantic spells directly under his tutelage. Mobliras recounted the events that transpired after Yaina departed from the Tower of Pure White, stating, "Then several of my classmates and I enrolled together, and we all became liches. After a period of study, we eventually went our separate ways." This narrative seemed rather mundane, lacking the complexities Yaina had envisioned. As for me, I had come to the Demon Lord's territory. Another classmate who had transformed into a lich followed another who had undergone the same transformation to the duchy. Should my stay in the Demon Lord's domain prove untenable, I am prepared to relocate, especially since the war has ceased this year. Mobliras appeared relieved as he spoke, casually setting aside his staff, displaying no semblance of vigilance, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of Yaina launching a sudden attack. However, it is true that Yaina had no intention of resorting to violence, and moreover, Mobliras must have witnessed Yaina's prowess firsthand during their time at the Tower of Pure White. It is unnecessary to mention how much more extraordinary Yaina has become since assuming the role of governor. The impression must be quite profound, indeed. Senior Yaina, your appearance has not changed in the slightest. Upon hearing Moblira's remark, Yaina touched his own face. For a lich, eternal appearance is not particularly remarkable. However, for Yaina, a human, the situation is entirely different. There are no signs of growth in either his visage or physique. Having departed the Tower of Pure White at 18 and ascended to the governorship at 25, it seems as if time has left no mark upon him. How should one articulate this? It is difficult to conceive of Yaina as still being human. Yet, although Mobliras remains unaware, along with many others, including most of those who have already become governors, Yaina is fully cognizant of the truth. The governors are no longer human. Perhaps the governors possess traits reminiscent of humanity, bearing similarities in characteristics, yet they are fundamentally distinct. Their race is defined solely by the title of governor. They are devoid of mana, incapable of siring offspring with humans, and even unable to produce progeny with other governors. Mobliras, is it? Has anything significant occurred since my departure from the Tower of Pure White? Yaina inquired. Meanwhile, the liches were already in the process of organizing their belongings, preparing to depart at dawn. As he gazed into Moblira's sparkling eyes, he continued, "How is our mentor's health?" Here, the mentor refers to both Yaina and Moblira's shared instructor, the master of the Battle Mage School, Kiara Rudneff, whose health has consistently been poor. How is Mentor Kiara's condition? It remains unchanged, lingering in a tepid state, perpetually coughing. Mobliras of the first clan, upon hearing Inla's words, found himself ensnared in reminiscence. Possessing the gift of dark vision, his eyes sparkled in the shadows, and his voice, imbued with a gentle mirth incongruous with that of a lich, conveyed, "However, I have heard that your method of disciplining new students remains as severe as ever. Is that so? It seems she is still in robust health. If the opportunity arises, when do you and Senior Vera intend to return to the Tower of Pure White? You both were absent from the last Tower Assembly, were you not? The next 50 years will soon be upon us." Mobliras inquired, seemingly gesturing towards a distant point, stating, "The denizens of the Demon King's domain. I have arranged for them to be there. Satania and her companions should have already arrived. You ought to rest early, Senior." Inla squinted, striving to discern the direction Mobliras had indicated beneath the dim starlight. Often, others fail to realize that when he does not manifest his wings, he is merely an ordinary person devoid of dark vision or even dim vision. Nevertheless, a tower assembly once every 50 years? Perhaps it is time to invite Vera for a visit. Chapter 42. The peculiar lineage of You Are the First Wing Column, Bone Sorcerer, Wing Expansion. With the final proclamation, ethereal wings, formed from shattered bones, materialized behind Ila Elkaras. Illusory appendages unfurled, and blue phantoms of fire began to emerge in abundance. Ila was among the governors who held a particular affinity for the first wing column, showing little preference for the other, comparatively more mana-efficient columns. While the first wing column indeed offers exceptional convenience, allowing seamless integration of the powers represented by the other columns, it demands a greater expenditure of world incantations, thereby significantly diminishing the governor's endurance in prolonged engagements. However, such concerns were trivial in this critical moment. A resonant hum, akin to a gentle tremor, filled the air. There was no need for incantation, nor for the gathering of mana. As the governor's force was unleashed, the progression of the skeletal mage's power, the Bone Mage, manifested once more. It is noteworthy that skeletal mages are not formidable creatures. Their inherent frailty relegates them to a relatively weak tier on the battlefield. Nonetheless, the insignificance of the Bone Mage bore little relevance to the governor's might. "Come." This declaration echoed as the sounds enveloping Shara ceased abruptly. replaced by the gradual emergence of blue flames suspended in the air. Soul fires birthed from the buried corpses below. From a strategic standpoint, the most advantageous ability would be to raise the undead from the depths, resurrecting them as soldiers for battle. However, such a method would entail considerable consumption of mana, a luxury Shera could ill afford during the current truce between the Empire and the territories controlled by monsters. Once depleted, replenishment would be a challenge. The haunting blue flames danced around Shera as he soared high in the air. Arrows and spells ruthlessly struck his form, leaving behind scars and burns. Yet, it mattered not. No one should underestimate the resilience of a governor. They are, after all, weapons forged for war. The battlefield began to fall into a hush. Imperial soldiers had already retreated to a safe distance. The defenders of the duchy, too, had come to realize the impending events, left with no choice but to offer futile resistance, unable to take any further action. Having witnessed countless sieges in the Demon Kingdom, and observed the governors weathering relentless assaults or deftly neutralizing attacks from afar, they understood all too well what awaited them next. It was a dive. As Shera descended, a blue flame flickered, symbolizing the soul's radiant light. The intensely dazzling glow fell alongside Shera, mercilessly striking the city. This stronghold, constructed from solid stone, seemed to possess no defense whatsoever, silently dissolving away. Outside the city stood the Imperial soldiers, already prepared for battle. Within its walls were the duchy's soldiers, who had long since lost any will to resist. More precisely, they were the soldiers of the former Caesar Duchy, part of the Hazard Duchy alliance. In an instant, this bastion defending against the Imperial onslaught, this not-so-large city, was breached. Lord Shera. Fortunately, the fate awaiting the duchy's soldiers and citizens was not one of slaughter. For the Empire, those deemed prisoners would be treated better than those labeled serfs. The enemy soldiers held value, serving as leverage for the nobility to demand riches from the duchy, which could ultimately lead to a profitable ransom. The time taken for the occupation was longer than anticipated, perhaps due to the involvement of the duchy's parliamentary members, who had begun to participate in the fighting, though they retreated quickly at the last moment. In the ensuing battles, the parliamentarians would likely exert their influence gradually, making the Empire's victory increasingly arduous. A development that was predictable. However, neither the Empire nor the duchy would voice any dissent. Sometimes, a knife is not a bad thing. When others wield it to chop fruits or vegetables, it inevitably becomes stained with remnants of meat or juice. Only if the knife possesses sufficient strength can it consume these remnants. If the opportunity arises, it is not impossible to partake in even greater portions. It appeared to be a resounding success. A remarkably youthful man observed, casually puffing on a pipe in a rather unceremonious manner on the battlefield, dressed in a luxurious yet practical platinum-colored attire, as he watched his troops occupy the city ahead. Shera turned to the boy who had approached him, standing at a height barely reaching his armpit, and greeted him. "Little Ul, what are the plans for today?" The one referred to as Little Ul, Ulrich Jam Goodwin, took a couple of puffs from his pipe before handing the nearly burnt-out tobacco pipe to his aide behind him. He then replied, "There are no specific plans, or rather, the upcoming arrangements will solely involve defending the city. We must secure the city we have just captured, even if the front lines of the duchy seem to crumble at a single blow." This was an exceedingly conservative strategy, yet no one opposed it. After all, the Empire's objective was not to achieve superiority, but rather to engage in a tacit transaction with the duchy. Sometimes, victory does not equate to true victory, and defeat does not necessarily signify genuine failure. "Go on." Ulrich waved his hand, signaling his guards and aides to depart. He then turned his gaze toward Shera, who was nonchalantly leaning against the crumbling wall, and inquired, "How has Yinel been of late?" His words suggested a certainty that Shera had recently been in contact with Yinel. "Quite well, I presume. If you were to seek him out, he might still be in a state of distress," Shera replied calmly, showing no inclination towards a more tactful response. Ensuring that no one was within earshot, he continued, "It seems to me that the Demon Lord's domain is rather pleasant. Yinel uncle may find it more comfortable than here in the Empire." "I see," Ulrich remarked, his expression resembling that of a statesman, inscrutable and tranquil. Yet his eyes unmistakably relaxed, as if a burden had been lifted. "That is good to hear." Chapter 43. Ilana and Lord Ilro with the arrival of the Lich. The idle iron golems were bestowed with a new task, collaborating with the Liches to erect their mage towers on a vast expanse of land on one side of the Harpy Mountains. Of course, in addition to stone bricks, cement would be employed for the first time as an adhesive between the bricks, a substance that far surpasses mere glue in this realm. On the Lich's side, Vera had already taken charge, rendering Ilra's oversight unnecessary. Completed, Over 300 sets of magical armor prototypes, remarked Wolf, the wolf woman. As she rolled up her sleeves to reveal her delicate arms, it was hard to fathom that she was an exceptionally skilled rune craftsman. Shaking her ears, she responded to Ilra. However, the engraving of the runes will require some time to finish. This was inevitable, as several of the more talented wolfmen seemed to be capable of only slowly mimicking the engraving process, often resulting in distorted renditions. In this regard, Wolf would need to exert more effort herself. This is a sample. Ilra, you can present it to the mermaids for testing, she stated. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ilra accepted the sample from her hands, a remarkably sharp hollow stiletto accompanied by a leather sheath and buckles, seemingly adjustable for varying tightness. How shall I articulate this? The finesse achieved in this creation is truly impressive, a testament to Wolf's skill. As Ilra prepared to depart, he paused, a smile spreading across his face as he turned to her. Wolf, weren't you calling me Lord Ilra just a while ago? It seems. I'm still not quite accustomed to it. But, Wolf's cheeks flushed, her embarrassment evident as her ears drooped and pressed against her hair. A rather endearing sight. Do not concern yourself, simply call me by my name. I hope to maintain this in the future. With that, Ilra stepped out of the blacksmith shop. After standing still for a few seconds, his form began to fade rapidly, vanishing from Wolf's sight. In the aftermath, Wolf would have to continue facing the arduous task of instructing the wolfmen in rune crafting. Best of luck to her. A considerable amount of time had passed since the launch of the first trade ship, and during this interval, the trade ship had evolved into a fleet of 5 vessels. Each bore a name personally designated by Satan Leaf, characterized by its simplicity and memorability. Trade 1, Trade 2, all the way to Trade 5, with the possibility of continuation in the same vein. Regardless of its artistic merit or auditory appeal, one must concede that it is indeed easy to remember and straightforward. When Ila arrived, he first earnestly confirmed whether the mermaids were indulging in hot baths or changing clothes. After verifying with Tycap that they were indeed not engaged in such activities, he re-emerged from the void into the material plane. At this moment, the 3 leaders of the mermaids seemed to be engaged in a conversation, oblivious to Ila's presence in the corner. Has there been any mention of when trade might commence? Inquired the Naga leader, seated in the center of the captain's quarters, toying with the swordfish and shield clam kept in the water tank. During our voyage, wouldn't the turbulence cause the water in the tank to spill out? Or perhaps it is designed with some special structure? She pondered, unsure, and lamented the lack of response regarding the magical armor promised for the swordfish. As she spoke, the mermaid leader reclined awkwardly on the table, half of her body resting on it, while the lower half stood upright on the floor, forming an L shape. One couldn't help but worry for her waist. Are we not the slaves among slaves? The mermaid leader, exhibiting a notably gentle demeanor, seemed rather content with the current state of affairs. She sat obediently, observing the Naga leader amuse herself with the swordfish and shield clam, suggesting they ought not to be overly ambitious. What nonsense! That was clearly meant to frighten us. The Naga leader retorted, dismissively waving her hand. She had nearly deciphered Ila's character, asserting that fellow Ila is quite amiable. He was merely attempting to scare us back then. Indeed, the merfolk chimed in. However, the mermaid leader, turning her head to address the merfolk leader, was about to utter something when she caught sight of Ila, arms crossed, standing silently in the corner. Instantly, she forgot the words she intended to speak. What nonsense! Exclaimed Janna, casually flicking the trembling swordfish, which had inexplicably retreated into the water. Have you forgotten how we were compelled to sing before? Though, I must admit, the songs he composed were rather good. The Naga leader, unaware of the circumstances and puzzled by the sudden silence of the mermaid leader, continued in agreement. Indeed, we must find an opportunity for reprisal. Let him sing for us as well. Precisely. If it is merely singing, I would be entirely amenable to that. I could perform for you right now. Your desire for revenge is quite endearing. I truly appreciate your kindness. After a brief silence, the merfolk sprang up from the table, while the Naga leader, concealing her embarrassment with a light cough, turned to the gentle, smiling Ila, who held in his hands a peculiar object. This is the magical armor designed for the swordfish. As Ilya stepped into the pool, he gently caressed the vibrant, slick scales of the excited swordfish. With a leather strap in hand, he submerged the magical apparatus into the water, stating, generally speaking, this would hang from a vessel. When needed, it aligns closely with the ship, with its nose nearly parallel as it enters. As Ilya elaborated, the swordfish adeptly mimicked the action, darting from one end of the pool to the other, effortlessly passing by the enchanted device that Ilya held. It then seamlessly donned the apparatus. The once formidable, now fractured length, was it a nose or teeth? In any case, it was now shrouded in a layer of black armor, with a razor-sharp tip possessing considerable destructive power, clearly suitable both as a weapon and as armor. "I hope you find it to your liking," Ilya remarked, soothing the exuberant swordfish and the clam, which opened and closed in a seemingly nonsensical manner. While he turned to the three rather uneasy sea demon leaders and inquired, "And what about you? What song would you like to hear?" I did not partake in their discussion. I was merely jesting. Do not take it so seriously, Lord Ilya. Indeed, indeed. Chapter 44 In this captain's cabin, which ought to be shrouded in tranquility, the melodious voice of a youth reverberated through the air. Yet, his song and tone bore a depth of emotion that belied his tender years, as if he had traversed a multitude of life's tribulations. "Your time has come. Prepare yourself, my young one, for the sails are raised," he sang, his voice robust and spirited. "Since I can remember, you have desired to sail with us, far beyond the horizon on our vessel." How might one articulate this peculiar scene? A solitary human seated before a table, gazing out the window while belting forth a song that was both grand and impassioned. Meanwhile, the sirens, who were traditionally deemed the singers of the deep, sat quietly as an audience, absorbing the performance with a serene demeanor. Yet, as sirens, their experiences did not equip them to fully grasp the meaning behind the lyrics. Nevertheless, they could somewhat fathom the essence of the verses, which echoed themes associated with the sea. If the Naga and the Koi were somewhat perplexed, the mermaids, who could truly hear the voice of the ocean, were able to acutely sense the emotions woven into the melody. "Mr. Eiler, have you ever been a pirate?" mused one of the mermaids, her voice not disrupting Eiler's own, which soared to a climactic crescendo. Johnny boy, John, my boy, goodbye. John, my boy, goodbye." Ahem. Upon concluding the song in its entirety, Eiler turned to the three mermaids, who remained in a state of astonishment, and inquired, "What do you think? Is this a song you have not heard before?" Given the siren's esteemed reputation in the realm of song, Eiler instinctively worried that his performance might have faltered. With a slightly awkward smile, he remarked, "Perhaps my vocal technique leaves something to be desired." It was akin to a situation where there are 21 grammatical errors, for Eiler had never undergone formal vocal training. He was merely an enthusiastic amateur, devoid of technical prowess. Reflecting on the past, Eiler found himself preferring the songs crafted by AI, which were tailored specifically for him. These were compositions birthed from the meticulous analysis of vast datasets, resulting in original songs composed solely for one individual. Each piece was singularly unique. While some melodies might share similarities due to the immense volume of creations, they remained distinct. Each of these infinite songs was, in essence, designed to resonate with his unique tastes and preferences. This is indeed a tremendous waste of resources, yet during that era, the concern for such matters had faded. It is precisely for this reason that Eiler finds himself nostalgically reflecting on the past. However, in response to Eiler's self-deprecation, the mermaid leader shook her head, still enraptured by Eiler's recent melody, dismissing his doubts. "No, Eiler, your singing is truly delightful." Eiler graciously accepted the mermaid leader's praise as a compliment, smiling as he turned his gaze towards the swordfish in the pool, observing its remarkable agility as it effortlessly navigated through the magical attire, confirming that the design was indeed flawless. Given this, Wolf could confidently commence the mass engraving of magical runes. By the way, I recall someone previously inquiring about when we would officially commence trade and embark on our journey. In response to Eiler's question, the Naga leader, who had earlier expressed this sentiment, retracted slightly, chuckling awkwardly. "Oh, just a casual remark. We are not in a hurry." Eiler nodded in agreement, smiling as he placed his hand atop her head, disregarding her immediate display of irritation, and gently said, "There is no need to rush. Once the Silver Moon Grove conveys their intentions, we shall set forth. After all, the forthcoming trade will be a long-term endeavor. Unlike the previous attempts that merely required a notification followed by a casual arrival from Cassiopeia. As it stands, a brief period of negotiation is still necessary. Nonetheless, the initial trial voyage is likely to occur soon," Eiler assured. "What language was that?" the human woman inquired, her uncertainty palpable as she gazed distantly towards the demon lord's domain. The earlier song bore a hint of ancient Gaelic, she mused. It was that song. She gestured to her companion, when Ila Elkaras, demonstrating. There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. Although she remembered the lyrics, it was difficult to imagine that this tune was the one recently popular among pirates, given her complete lack of pitch. Her rendition was so far off that it resembled a cacophony. "I do not know. Perhaps it is a minor language that emerged and vanished during my slumber." When Ila Elkaras remarked with the poise and confidence befitting an immortal being, casting her gaze toward those who were not truly present above, stating, The others must be well aware, for they have been watching me while I slept. That is true. The human woman nodded in agreement, playfully humming the melody Ila had just sung. Dane de Gu. Uncertain as to why the lyrics were suddenly accompanied by peculiar, bizarre sounds, the tormented Teresa gently patted her shoulder, her face contorted in a grimace. With a fierce pinch, she silenced the other's singing, exclaiming, "Cease your song." Creak echoed as the bones in the human woman's shoulder emitted a mournful cry, her melody transforming into a lament. "Ah, it hurts. I was wrong, I was wrong. Oh, I feel I might shatter." Subsequently, cradling her shoulder, the human woman cast a sorrowful glance at Teresa Eluvida, who had just committed an act of violence yet displayed no semblance of remorse, and lamented. "But Ila sings so beautifully," to which Teresa mused silently. "However, that bears no direct correlation to your woeful singing." Out of consideration for the other's pride, she refrained from voicing the harsh truth directly, instead delicately articulating, "Yet, your singing resembles a wretched wail, so grating that it makes me wish to spew blood." Almost wishing to strangle you upon Teresa's words, the human woman's spirit seemed to wither, huddling in a corner with her head in her hands, as if life had lost all meaning. Perhaps Teresa's words lacked the necessary subtlety. Maybe it was just insufficient. Johnny boy, end of chapter. Chapter 45. Satan Leaf's understanding of power. Indeed, what Ila mentioned yesterday was not inaccurate. The date for the inaugural trade has been firmly established. Cassiopeia has determined the price for the goods she desires, and the demands from the demon lord's territory have also been articulated. It appears that both parties have negotiated a price that satisfies one another, which is the very foundation of trade. The next step involves confirming a direct route from the demon lord's domain to the Silver Moon Tree courtyard, followed by executing trade expeditions with utmost efficiency. Exchanging surplus resources from our end for those that are scarce is undoubtedly essential for a nation that lacks abundant natural wealth and cannot achieve complete self-sufficiency. Currently, the lesser demons are diligently transporting crates of blue phlox mushrooms into the ship's hold. Once the 5 merchant vessels are fully loaded, the trade convoy will embark on its maiden journey. The route we have planned is as follows. We will navigate along the ocean's currents to reach the far eastern pirate city of Heart-fluttering, where we will replenish our stocks of food and drink on the island, before continuing on to the port of the Silver Moon Tree courtyard. As the merfolk leader explained the trade route to Ila and Satan Leaf, she pointed to a nautical chart that neither of them could comprehend, stating, "If we do not proceed this way, we will need to carry twice the amount of supplies, significantly reducing the quantity of goods we can transport." It is noteworthy that nautical charts and maps are fundamentally different concepts. While Ila, as an outsider, might grasp the meaning of a terrestrial map through experience, the nautical chart utterly eluded his understanding. He could not discern where the sea ended and the land began. Although Ila and Satan Leaf were unable to voice their opinions, Ila felt compelled to express his concerns. Heart-fluttering? That is a chaotic place, a lawless domain indifferent to whether pirates are wanted or not, treating them all alike. Is it not? Ila inquired, recalling his impressions of Heart-fluttering. Are we truly required to resupply there? The Naga leader appeared unfazed by Ila's apprehensions. With a casual gesture, she replied, "Most pirates are still sea demons, composed of Gorgon and human elements. After all, we too are sea demons, are we not? However, it is not uncommon for kin to betray kin outside the territories controlled by monsters. It is indeed perilous, but we either sacrifice efficiency by carrying more supplies or..." Gently, the mermaid leader traced her finger across the nautical chart from one edge to the other, adding, "Alternatively, we could take a longer route, resupplying near the Loser Islands. Yet this would also necessitate carrying additional provisions, albeit somewhat less than what a direct route would require. However, such an approach would prolong the duration of each trade voyage. I am not concerned about our combat capabilities at sea. After all, the swordfish should serve as a formidable weapon capable of swiftly dismantling enemy vessels. Yet if we have already landed in Heart-fluttering..." Ila, with a sense of earnest inquiry, sought to clarify the capabilities of the 3 sea maidens, asking, "In the event of a confrontation on land, how shall your combat prowess be ensured?" The trio of sea creatures exchanged glances and subsequently responded with actions. The merfolk leader transformed into a shield with an effortless whisper, wielding a protective shell in her grasp, while the Siren Queen radiated a luminous blue aura of mana. The Naga leader manifested her 6 arms, each brandishing a weapon that, when in motion, would seem impenetrable. It dawned upon Ila that he had overlooked the significance of the Naga within their fleet. He had initially envisioned the Siren, who could hear the ocean's melody, and the merfolk, equipped with swordfish and shield shells, but had subconsciously dismissed the Naga as potential utility. Now, It appeared their role might pertain to close-quarters combat. Ira's gaze betrayed his thoughts, prompting the Naga leader to remark, a hint of annoyance in her tone. While our strength may not match yours, we are considered formidable within the pirate city of Heslosar, are we not? Though she had clearly misconstrued his intentions, Ira refrained from clarifying that he had previously deemed her presence inconsequential among the sea folk, fearing that such revelations would lead to a more dire situation. Are you truly powerful? Inquired the innocent and naive Satan Yi, her words inadvertently piercing the hearts of the three sea maidens. It seems you cannot even best Lotia. But Lady Lotia is the headless knight of Black Flame. They responded in unison. Indeed, Your Majesty, they agreed, exhibiting an attitude that implied it was entirely normal to be unable to defeat such a foe. Satan Yi tilted her head in confusion. Then it seems you cannot even surpass Honka. In reply, the three sea maidens echoed similar sentiments. Yet, Mr. Honka is the mightiest of the insect warrior. Precisely. The implication in Satan Yi's expression was unmistakable, leading the three sea leaders to become flustered. Your Majesty, please do not compare us to the leaders, one pleaded. Indeed, if we were to speak of those leaders, we could likely triumph over. Mr. Lime, I cannot. Regarding the words of the sea, which leaders? The mermaid leader timidly spoke up. Satan Yi pondered for a moment, unsure of how Mr. Lime could possibly engage in combat. She let out a small, indescribable sound of disdain, murmuring, "Ah, Mr. Lime, he is merely a chef." The three leaders grew increasingly anxious, yet they too struggled to articulate their thoughts. All right. Satan Yi finally. It was Ira who broke the silence with a smile, gently patting Satan Yi's head. He remarked, "It appears your understanding of the concepts of strength and weakness is somewhat skewed. How shall I put it?" After a moment's reflection, Ira addressed the puzzled Satan Yi directly. Excluding the exceptional and the legendary, if we were to categorize all the extraordinary beings in the primary material plane from strongest to weakest in 10 tiers, where would you place Losha and Xiaohei? And where would the three of them rank? Satan Yi displayed a contemplative expression, uncertainly replying, "Xiaohei and Losha might be in the 3rd tier, with my father in the tier above that, and you, Mr. Ira, in your own tier. As for them, perhaps they belong in the 7th tier? Realizing her response might be flawed, she blinked and corrected herself, saying, "No, the 6th tier, I believe. The 5th tier should correspond to Miss Vera's caliber." "Excellent. Clearly, there are significant discrepancies," Ira responded, affectionately ruffling Satan Yi's hair. Acknowledging his own role in her misunderstanding, he continued, "It is impossible for me to occupy a tier alone. There are very few in this world who possess strength equal to mine or your father's. Thus, Xiaohei, Losha, and I are all in the 1st tier of strength. The 2nd tier includes individuals like Mr. Hong Ku and Miss Vera. The strength of Hong Ku is indisputable, and while Vera may be unconventional, she is undeniably a genuine prodigy in magic." As Ira spoke, he observed Satan Yi, who was awestruck by the extraordinary power of the leaders around her. With a sigh, he added, "And then there is Mr. Lime and the three of them. Is Mr. Lime exceptionally skilled in combat?" Satan Yi, utterly clueless, looked astounded. You don't think he is merely a chef, do you? Although that is indeed his personal passion," Ira said, revealing information about Mr. Lime that had never been formally mentioned before. "If I am not mistaken, Mr. Lime should be the strongest and rarest type of slime. The dreadful slime. The nightmare of spellcasters." Satan Yi gasped, Chapter 46. Gazing at the sea, the overwhelming strength exhibited by Ira, coupled with the terrifying descriptions provided by other leaders and their profound respect, has led Satan Yi to develop a markedly erroneous perception of the power of extraordinary beings in the world. It is imperative to note that the leaders themselves are by no means weak. In the context of a typical RPG game, each of these leaders could be considered akin to the most formidable subordinates of the Demon King, ranking just below the ultimate boss, or the 4 heavenly kings in terms of strength. If we regard the former Demon King, Favaginio, as the embodiment of the final boss, then the leaders can be perceived as those ranking just below the strongest. Regrettably, due to Ira's emergence, Satan Yi has naturally elevated Ira to the status of the strongest, thereby necessitating a subsequent reevaluation of the standing of the remaining leaders. However, such a reassessment is fundamentally flawed. After all, Ira does not belong within the hierarchy of strength, as he is a singularly exceptional powerhouse, with few capable of being compared to him. As previously mentioned, Ira is one of the rare SSRs within the Empire, but it is worth noting that Yeser ranks alongside him as an SSR due to his strength being comparable to that level, whereas Ira occupies the SSR tier simply because there is no concept of UR. The highest classification is indeed SSR. Moreover, Even within the same tier, distinctions can be made. Yet, where in the world can one find an abundance of strong beings? If we were to categorize professionals and extraordinary beings not by the average distribution of strength, but rather meticulously delineate them into tiers, it would not be uncommon to find a single individual or a mere handful representing an entire tier. Latia and Black Blake, if all goes as expected, are likely among the top 5 of the world's strongest. One should not underestimate the power of monsters, as the Demon King's territory is no trifling domain, and Latia is not merely a captain of a small knightly order. Despite her demeanor as a devoted and ordinary knight captain, Latia is indeed one of the strongest within her kingdom. If we were to describe her strength using RPG terminology, where the maximum level in the primary material plane is deemed to be level 100, Latia would undoubtedly be at level 96. What? You mentioned the outliers and other legendary figures? Well, they have surpassed level 100. Furthermore, strictly speaking, those remaining in the primary material realm are akin to players who have returned to the novice village. Generally, they do not engage in slaying newcomers, although there are certainly some with twisted minds, but they will ultimately be besieged by the outliers. Some individuals possess such desires, which is an unavoidable reality. Ira is even more extraordinary. If we were to liken him to a game, he would be akin to exploiting a game bug or even usurping the authority of the administrator, the World Tree, to navigate the game. Thus, it is clear that the individuals within the Demon King's domain are by no means weak. At the very least, in the relatively favorable living conditions of the primary material plane, which can be likened to a novice village, the military strength of the Demon King's territory far surpasses that of the imperial capital and the duchy's main city. Regrettably, the anticipated clash between the two kingdoms, culminating in a fierce melee, is unlikely to transpire. One might assert that possessing an invincible strength holds little significance. Indeed, Ira is capable of effortlessly dispatching numerous foes. Yet what follows? The world he envisions cannot be forged through endless slaughter. This realm is strikingly tangible, so much so that it induces a sense of nausea. No matter how formidable one's power, certain aspirations remain perpetually unattainable. After all, he is not a master of magnetic fields, unable to indulge in fantasies. Ira does not labor solely for the sake of witnessing a utopia anew. It is not a mere repetition, but rather a reconstruction. He is not the only one who has departed from home. It is that distant place that has survived in solitude, leaving him as its sole inhabitant. The ocean is a fascinating entity, although it symbolizes adventure away from home. Gazing upon its vastness often evokes memories of the past. The waves, illuminated by the moonlight, are exquisite. Amidst the sounds of surging tides, a drowsy merman emerges from the depths, half-closed eyes blinking as he hops towards the shore, oblivious to his purpose. Sitting on the beach, Ira, bathed in moonlight, observes this merman. To be candid, he struggles to distinguish one merman from another, but the demeanor suggests it is undoubtedly the merman leader. Are you ready? Ira begins, yet his sudden utterance jolts the seemingly half-asleep merman leader into full awareness. Before Ira can complete his thought, the merman nearly leaps back into the sea. After a brief pause, she comprehends that it is Ira addressing her. Ugh, Ira, what are you doing here? It's late. Why aren't you sleeping? The merman leader complains, clutching her heaving chest as she continues. You startled me. Is it because we're setting sail tomorrow that you're too excited to rest? Indeed, their journey to the Silver Moon Grove is imminent. Yet Ira is not losing sleep over mere excitement. After all, he is not a schoolchild eagerly anticipating a spring or autumn excursion. Instead, he finds himself contemplating the past. In the future, I was merely reflecting, gazing at the sea and the moon. What about you? Why are you here instead of sleeping? He inquires. To relieve myself, she replies bluntly. What a vulgar response. Could she not have said to use the restroom? Yet, the inhabitants of this world seem unconcerned with such matters. Internally scoffing at her candidness, Ira nods without retorting. Why not just do it in the sea? Instead, curiosity about other aspects piques his interest. He gazes at the merman leader's tail and asks, how do you expel waste? Do you use an excretory opening? However, if you are akin to fish, wouldn't the reproductive and excretory openings be the same? After a considerable wait, Ira receives no reply. Puzzled, he glances at the merman leader's face, only to see an expression of embarrassment and indignation. She does not respond but hurriedly departs, to relieve herself, her complexion flushed with a deep crimson. Perhaps she had indeed fled in disarray. It was only then that Ila belatedly realized that merfolk might not possess the same tranquility to engage in such discussions as he did. The only one capable of addressing such frivolous topics with utmost seriousness seemed to be Selena. At times, Even Selena's earnestness regarding those peculiar inquiries left Ila at a loss. Ila gazed silently into the distance, towards the towering world tree. Soon, he would encounter once more that being who claimed divinity, the consciousness residing within the world tree. What manner of existence could that possibly be? Upon their initial meeting, Ila harbored numerous conjectures, but now he feared that the most dreadful of those speculations had come to fruition, for the deity is dead. Chapter 47. Set sail. Embark, are you ready? Yes, Captain. Louder. Yes, Captain. Amidst such exuberant shouts, 5 merchant vessels departed from the port of the Demon King's domain, with the merfolk sailors diligently attending to their respective duties. The captain, first mate, second mate, and a host of experienced crew members waved farewell to those on shore, clearly belonging to the idle members of the fleet. At this moment, Yaina was aboard the flagship of the 5 vessels, accompanied by 3 merfolk leaders. Additionally, someone else had joined them, an adorable little companion. Oh, the sea appears so enigmatic, mused Satania, leaning against the railing of the deck, gazing out at the vast ocean. Indeed, she had come along, although it was not necessary for her to partake in this voyage. However, perhaps due to Cassiopeia's previous visit, Satania's presence was a courteous gesture, aligning with the customs of politeness, although Yaina did not believe this to be her true motivation. Indeed, including the sea, nature is worthy of reverence, Yaina remarked, observing the bustling merfolk on the deck. He glanced at Selena, whose head peeked over the railing, still struggling to acclimate to the ship's motion, continuously retching and emptying her breakfast. What can one say? Since Satania wished to join, she certainly had to endure the discomfort, and thus found herself in such a predicament. Nature. The world tree is also a part of it. Satania obediently responded, deciding to begin honoring nature from this moment forth. Nature deserves reverence, yet you need not, Yaina declared, and amidst Satania's puzzled he gently stroked her head, adding, "You are the Demon King. You must be stronger than nature, strong enough to command its respect rather than the other way around. If a storm arises, you should quell it. If floods come, freeze them. If mountain torrents surge, withstand them. And if a volcano erupts, calm it. Your power should reach such heights." As Yaina painted this picture, Satania pondered her past experience of dispersing a tornado with a single punch, her eyes sparkling with aspiration as she inquired, "Can I truly achieve that? If so, I would dearly love to become such a formidable Demon King." With this thought, Satania felt a surge of motivation, eager to train and grow stronger, though she found the idea of exercising on the deck somewhat embarrassing. And indeed, it was not just embarrassment. It was primarily a matter of safety. A pierced ship would spell disaster. Just as Yaina was about to respond, a cheerful voice called out from behind, "Good morning, Yaina, Satania, and Selena." This unexpected greeting interrupted Satania's thoughts. Turning to see who had spoken, she recognized the elven stone girl they had rescued alongside Yaina and Wolf. At that moment, she had approached Yaina's side. "I ventured into your chamber in search of you, yet found no trace. Upon contemplation, I realized I had indeed accompanied Lord Satan Leaf to the deck," the elven maiden remarked, gazing towards the silver moon tree courtyard. As the sea breeze tousled her verdant locks, creating a cascade in the sky, she mused, having only recently departed from home. It felt as though she had already traversed a myriad of experiences. To this, Yaira softly concurred, indeed. However, the elven maiden did not catch her words as she stretched languidly, continuing, "Though I previously expressed a desire to grow stronger alongside you, it seems returning home is truly the best. Indeed, home is always the most comforting place." Unbeknownst to her, every utterance struck a chord deep within. As she engaged Yaira in conversation, while the silent Lord Satan Leaf observed the vast sea, Lord Satan Leaf bore no jealousy nor felt neglected, for she was an exceptionally kind-hearted child, an adorable presence that seemed almost too precious to exist in reality. Pondering, Lord Satan Leaf surveyed the endless expanse of the ocean, struggling to articulate the peculiar sensation that enveloped her. An unsettling feeling lingered, as if something was amiss, leaving her uncertain of where to soar. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, could there be sea monsters lurking in the depths? She mused aloud. "Fear not, ugh, Lord Satan Leaf. Cough, cough, ugh." Helena responded, though each phrase was punctuated by her retching, her complexion paling even more than Valus. A tormenting ordeal, indeed. "Helena, are you all right?" Lord Satan Leaf inquired hesitantly, observing Helena's lifeless gaze, expressing concern. "Would resting in your chamber provide you some relief?" Helena did not respond immediately. Instead, she covered her mouth as if contemplating something profound, then decisively leaned forward, expelling the undigested remnants of her meal along with bitter bile. Beyond that point, It seemed she could only manage dry heaves or the bitter taste of acid. Thank you for your concern, Lord Satan Leaf, though it may prove ineffectual. Helena replied weakly, deftly steering the conversation back to the topic of sea monsters. Once we depart from the shore, it is indeed quite common to encounter oceanic beasts. Yet typically, the gargantuan sea monsters reside in the deeper waters. Vessels navigating the seas seldom face attacks from them. However, since seldom implies there is still a possibility. Various unforeseen circumstances, such as a scarcity of sustenance in the depths or territorial disputes, may occasionally entice colossal marine beasts to surface for air. Yet, the likelihood remains quite low, generally. Such encounters are rare. Lord Satan Leaf and the Elven Maiden, as well as Yaira, the mermaid leader, beckoned to the trio, noticing Yaira's distinctly unnatural expression. Yet she continued her report with poise. The weather has been favorable of late, and the ocean's melodies guide our course. Should all proceed without incident, we should reach Hazlosa within a week. In other words, the currents we must harness flow in a manner anticipated by the merfolk leader. Subsequently, we shall rest in Hazlos for 2 days before embarking towards the Silver Moon Grove. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, our arrival should remain within a week. The merfolk leader's repeated insistence on barring any unforeseen circumstances incited a sense of doubt regarding the possibility of such events. By the way, Mr. Yila, the merfolk leader began to stammer, and amidst Yila's puzzled inquiry, their complexion flushed a deep crimson akin to that of a baboon's rear, steam seemingly emanating from their head. With an ominous premonition enveloping Yila, the leader stuttered, "The merfolks, well, it is concealed within the scales of their tail, and once lifted, it can be revealed. We are distinct from fish, and the area for excretion is separate." Satan Leaf. Helena. Oh, I see. Merfolk are truly fascinating. Elven Maiden. Yila. Chapter 48. Culinary delights. As motivation navigating the vast ocean can be quite tedious, as there is little for individuals to engage in. Hence, within the imperial fleet, it has become customary to keep small creatures for entertainment. An unwritten rule dictates that only those of high status may tend to flying creatures or intelligent magical beasts, while lower-ranking sailors are relegated to the care of terrestrial animals or those with minimal activity. The former predominantly includes parrot-like magical beasts, whereas the latter is mostly comprised of monkeys and fish. However, the fleet under the Demon Lord appears to operate under different circumstances, particularly due to a notable distinction. The Imperial fleet explicitly prohibits the presence of women, a rule that is far from unwritten. This current assembly of 5 trade vessels, which can be aptly termed a trial trade, offers a markedly more appealing scenery compared to that of the Imperial ships. On one side, burly men clad in vests bustle about, while on the other, industrious sea nymphs engage in their tasks. Inla is uncertain of the gender ratio among the sea nymphs, yet it seems reminiscent of the harpies' disproportionate demographics, with a number of females significantly outweighs that of males. Remarkably, among the 5 vessels, Inla stands as the sole male. Hence, the propagation of the sea nymphs must surely depend on other races, much like the demonesses whose female-to-male ratio is astoundingly lopsided. Inla finds himself pondering why these sea nymphs are so adept at conversing. Perhaps it is a matter of gender, for even in the absence of other pursuits, their mere chatter remains captivating. Indeed, he does not mind at all. Simply listening to their discussions proves to be quite entertaining. The topics they discuss are refreshingly novel to him, mostly gossip regarding which prince from what kingdom was rescued by a sea nymph after falling into the water. Have you heard? In some waters, a colossal octopus beast has been discovered. Oh, how immense! Enormous, gigantic, like a mountain. Is that true? Indeed, there are even cults that worship the great octopus. Well, they must be lacking in other objects of veneration. Could it be from the Church of the Gods? Perhaps, for there, anything other than deities can be revered. Surely we won't encounter the giant octopus, will we? Not at all. The shipping route is quite secure. Inla casually stifled a yawn, half closing his eyes as he indulged in the serene moment. Since arriving at the Demon Lord's domain, he has grown increasingly languid. The ease of his work has bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of contentment, rendering him more indolent. Suddenly, Inla opened his eyes, sensing an unusual occurrence, and rose to his feet. In that moment, the swordsmen around him began to emit sharp cries of warning. Eep, eep, eep. The words were utterly incomprehensible, yet the merfolk appeared to understand the meaning behind the sword dancer's utterances. They promptly activated the warning bells on one side of the ship, shouting, "Monster! Monster attack!" The 5 vessels simultaneously became alert, their cries echoing across the tranquil sea. Previously, Selena had remarked on the slim probability of encountering a colossal sea creature. Yet it was not entirely impossible, As if to defy Selena's earlier words, a massive shadow loomed beneath the ship, drawing closer as the merfolk hastily emerged from the cabin. Alongside Selena, Satan Leaf, and the Elven Maiden. This shadow was immense, capable of invoking deep-sea phobia and fear of gigantic creatures. However, the Naga leader remained remarkably composed, issuing commands to prepare for the confrontation with the sea beast. Sword dancers, engage. Begin the incantation. The magical armors designed for the sword dancers were promptly put to use. The dancers swiftly detached from the towing harness and donned their enchanted gear, launching into action with remarkable speed. Ila gazed intently at the surface of the sea, through the frothy waves, realizing that the enormous sea monster possessed countless tentacles. Could it truly be a gigantic octopus? Listen to the hymn, sing to the reef, embrace the ocean and freedom, move toward the miracle. The mysterious and enchanting melodies flowed from the lips of the mermaids, akin to a magical prelude. Under their lyrical invocation, clusters of water surged skyward, coalescing into sharp water spears that mercilessly rained down upon the shadow lurking beneath the waves. Simultaneously, the armored sword dancers relentlessly pierced the gigantic sea beast, primarily targeting the tentacles that sought to grasp the ship from below. From this perspective, the battle configuration of the merfolk seemed quite reasonable, a triad of combat, magic, and summoning. With a thunderous roar, the beleaguered sea beast, unable to withstand the onslaught, finally emerged from the ocean's depths. A massive, white-blue squid burst through the surface beside the ship, its cross-shaped eyes fixated on the vessel. This titanic creature, upon surfacing, stirred tumultuous waves that caused the fleet to lurch violently. Its tentacles attempted to lift the ship, but were met with relentless resistance from the sword dancers. There really is a sea monster, Satan Leaf exclaimed in excitement, while Selena, beset by nausea from the ship's rocking, leaned over and retched onto the tentacles of the giant squid. Nevertheless, neither the merfolk nor Selena betrayed any signs of panic at the sight of the colossal squid. Although they had previously expressed awe at the mention of such sea beasts, in reality, they had encountered numerous similar situations. In this uncharted world of oceanic realms, the existence of giant sea creatures was, in fact, not extraordinary. Even Ila, who seldom resided by the sea, had witnessed her fair share of enormous marine monstrosities. I recall a colossal beast reminiscent of a plesiosaur. Moreover, while in the food chain of squids, size often equates to combat prowess. This principle does not hold true in the eyes of sentient beings. Perhaps it could be described as a living target for the foolish. Shall I step in? Yaina inquired, observing the immense sea creature, rendered furious and impotent as Kanna and her companions effortlessly severed its thrashing tentacles. After contemplating, he turned to Satan Leaf and suggested, "Why not hone your skills?" Taken aback by Yaina's unexpected proposal, Satan Leaf hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded and seized her scythe, rushing forward. However, it was evident that, due to her inexperience in battling such a formidable foe, she was somewhat restrained. "Shall we enjoy some grilled cuttlefish afterward?" Yaina remarked. Grilled cuttlefish tentacles?" Satan Leaf exclaimed, emitting a peculiar cry as she charged ahead. Yaina watched as Satan Leaf adeptly evaded each attack, prepared to intervene at any moment. Yet, who was it that was initially hesitant to unleash their full potential? Chapter 49. Is this considered Air Force? Seagulls circled above the vessel, heralding yet another tranquil day, where the gentle breeze and radiant sun graced the vast expanse of cerulean ocean. The resplendent blue sea, in harmony with the azure sky and cottony clouds, presented an exquisite opportunity for a yacht excursion. However, it must be noted that Ila and his companions were not indulging in leisure. They were en route for trade. What? You inquire about the tranquility given the previous assault by the colossal octopus? It has since been transformed into grilled cuttlefish. Last night, a grand banquet was held, during which 5 ships shared the feast. Amidst the revelry, they sang sea shanties, particularly Ela's rendition of Wellerngsn, a tune seemingly cherished among maritime workers. Whether naval officers, pirates, or merchants, all sang with varying degrees of proficiency. Humming the melody, Ila sat on the deck, fishing. Surrounding him were Satan Yi, Zelina, and 3 other leaders, all engaged in the same pursuit, with only 6 fishing rods in total. "Hey, I've got one," exclaimed the Naga leader, swiftly reeling in her line. Her catch, a large fish, struggling in the air before being triumphantly tossed into the nearby bucket. She glanced at La's empty bucket, chuckling as she resumed her seat. Next was the mermaid leader, seemingly the most skilled angler among them. At this moment, her collection filled 3 or 4 metal buckets, perhaps embodying a method of listening to the songs of the sea. Everyone had managed some success, save for Ila, who had yet to catch a single fish. In his previous life, Ila had enjoyed fishing, albeit in a manner vastly different from the ancient practices of the 20th century. His technique was more modern, or rather, it would be perplexing to the ancients. He fished for lifelike fish within a virtual pond, yet these were not false or virtual fish. They were indeed edible, indistinguishable from their wild counterparts. However, these fish were spawned anew and could be manipulated by the pond's owner to bite certain hooks. As the youngest executive within the Federation, Ila was afforded the privilege of being continuously favored by the fish. Initially, he believed his fishing skills to be commendable, only to later realize this was merely an act of flattery directed at him. Yet, because Ila was unaware of this, such flattery bore no fruit. He merely assumed his technique and luck were commendable. Presently, it appeared he was not adept at fishing at all. Nonetheless, Ila remained undeterred, quietly casting his line until he sensed something, exchanging glances with the similarly attuned Xiang Ren. Subsequently, Ila gently lifted his rod. With minimal effort, he brought up a large fish that had already succumbed, suspended in the air by the line, twitching occasionally. This fish, reminiscent of a sizable tuna, bore a conspicuous bloody puncture. The hook had pierced through its lower lip. How peculiar it is that this fish has chosen to bite the hook with its lower lip. Ila was the first to exhibit a face akin to that of a subway goer, an elderly person, or perhaps someone engrossed in their mobile device. Subsequently, others gathered around, prepared to praise Ila. To be candid, everyone was initially taken aback. After all, this fish was truly remarkable, if one were to describe it. Its spindle-shaped body stood as tall as Ila himself, prompting others to commend his prowess. However, they soon noticed a grievous wound on the fish's body, resembling a fatal injury inflicted by a slender sword. The culprit behind such harm could only be, I am uncertain whether to thank you for your sword. Ila mused as he reached out to remove the large fish, which had impaled itself on the hook, and deftly placed it into a modest iron bucket. The tuna, head down, was positioned within, its tail and half of its body protruding. Blood continuously oozed from its wound, reminiscent of a monument that ought to bear an inscription such as tuna or another fish, perished on this date, due to the desire to please Ila, forever remembered. Ing, ing. The swordfish emerged from the sea, joyfully calling out and gesturing to Ila, as if to say, I did this. How should one articulate it? In any case, it appeared quite proud. Ah, you naughty creature. Why do you hang on Ila's hook? Am I not your master, closer to you? The leader of the fishermen exclaimed, seemingly exasperated, yet he still reached into his own bucket and tossed a fish into the swordfish's mouth. Ing. The swordfish appeared delighted, swimming a couple of joyful laps before spitting out a partially eaten fish with precision into the leader's iron bucket. Ing, ing, ing. Following this playful act, it sank beneath the waves, ignoring the frantic leader. Observing the leader's impotent fury, Ila maintained his fishing posture and chuckled softly, saying, well, at least this way, we can enjoy fresh fish for dinner tonight, although it will mean more work for Miss Simu. Miss Simu was the ship's cook, and yesterday's squid dish was her creation, her skills seemingly on par with those of Mr. Limo. After all, she too belonged to the slime family, suggesting a possible kinship. However, defining familial ties among the slimes is quite a conundrum. Even Mr. Limo himself is uncertain if he has ever spawned offspring. Each division results in slimes that may vary vastly in temperament, coloration, material, and even minor species classifications. Every split feels akin to a lottery. Miss Simu would likely be quite pleased, as slimes genuinely relish cooking. As Satan Leaf spoke, her peripheral vision caught the fishing line on Ila's rod twitching ever so slightly, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Mr. Ila, there's a fish. There's a fish. Ila too sensed the tug on his fishing rod and immediately became serious. This time, without a doubt, it was indeed a fish, and it felt quite forceful. Let us see what unfolds. At this juncture, Ila abandoned any pretense of fishing, clinging to the hope that his fishing rod would withstand the strain. With extraordinary force, he violently yanked at the rod, proclaiming, I shall not allow my dignity to be compromised. With a thunderous explosion of energy, as Ila pulled with all his might, a colossal prize was wrenched from its slumber, reflecting brilliant light in the sky before crashing onto the boat. In the midst of the collective silence, Selena gazed at the treasure chest, fortuitously ensnared by the fishhook in the lock, and quietly mused, this is the first time I've witnessed fishing yield a treasure chest. It sounds like something only a hero would encounter. Shall we open it? Today's achievements: Merfolk Chief, 3 barrels of Fish Naga Chief, 1 barrel of Fish Human Chief, approximately half a barrel, around 7 Fish Satan Leaf, for fish. But they are sizable. Selena, 6 Fish Ila, 1 treasure chest. Chapter 50. The divergence beyond Ener. Are you all right? The words escaped from Wenlesa Yinlaweda, who, despite her usual calm demeanor, now appeared somewhat disheveled as she brushed aside her singed emerald locks. Yet, remarkably, all her injuries were rapidly mending. The scars on her arms and the burns visible through her tattered garments were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, as if her attire were an extension of her being, swiftly regrowing to its original form. Cough, cough, cough. How rare, you actually addressed me by my surname. The human woman, known by the surname Eniorminiositatos, responded, her voice punctuated by a cough that expelled blood clots. Nevertheless, the massive sword wound that had inflicted her organs was also healing swiftly. Undoubtedly, the two were engaged in a grueling battle, and it was hard to fathom how these beings, known as the Beyond, could find themselves in such dire straits. They were meant to be invincible, distinct from ordinary creatures, endowed with transcendent powers, such as the ability to effortlessly hover in the sky. Move aside, commanded a man, standing before Wenlesa and the human woman, flanked by two others who also levitated in midair, a trio composed of 2 men and 1 woman. The speaker was clad in armor, wielding a long sword, accompanied by a fiery, elemental woman engulfed in flames, while another man appeared rather frivolous, casually floating in the air. Cough, cough. The human woman coughed again, raising her staff as she looked up. Do you truly believe you have the right to interfere with the primary material plane? Do you possess the self-awareness that comes with being one of the Beyond? The unwritten rules among the Beyond dictate that they must not meddle with the primary material plane, a principle that all should recognize and uphold. Typically, any who dared to contravene this would face collective opposition. Yet, at this moment, hundreds of Beyond beings observed silently, none willing to intervene. Even those who might have voiced dissent were silenced by the peculiar atmosphere. A divergence had emerged among the Beyond, instilling a sense of trepidation in them. It concerns the survival of the world, proclaimed the sword-wielding man with righteous fervor, raising his sword high as he declared, stand aside. Yilaweda, allow me to slay Ila Elkaras. Otherwise, I shall strike you down as well. The fire elemental woman, who did not speak the common tongue, nodded in agreement. Oh no, Wenlesa is so beautiful, it would be better to bind her. The seemingly nonchalant male Beyond remarked, yawning widely, his gaze devoid of desire as it swept over the two, lingering on the human woman as he added, as for her, it would be best to kill her. However, neither Wenlesa nor the human woman responded to their provocations. By the sequence of spells, final magic bullet. As an elf, Wenlesa possesses the remarkable ability to cast spells with astonishing speed, by merely uttering the incantation of a spell categorized within a designated sequence. She conjures an intricate formation of magic in the air. The rapidity with which she enunciates and constructs her magical models transcends the imagination of ordinary sorcerers. In an instant, a plethora of magical projectiles, resembling crystalline shapes, materializes behind Wenlesa Yilaweda, and then, akin to a barrage of artillery, descends from the sky like a deluge of purple meteor showers. The projectiles create a cataclysmic ocean of destruction in the air, rendering the 3 adversaries akin to insignificant insects on the brink of being engulfed by an overwhelming tide. However, mere quantities of magical missiles would not suffice for one of them to be classified within a sequence. Subsequent spells are swiftly triggered. Countless enchantments are unleashed simultaneously, painting the sky with a kaleidoscope of colors. From the spell of projectile splitting, enhanced with strong tracking, to the triggers of implosion and Yilaweda's disintegration, an array of lethal spells erupts in rapid succession. Nevertheless, the 3 opponents are not without their defenses. Almost instantaneously, a shield of flames materializes before them, appearing as delicate as gossamer wings, yet all are acutely aware that it is capable of withstanding this onslaught. It can repel a strike from any being in existence, yet it merely serves to block. In a moment of impending impact, the human woman, maintaining a whispering incantation that, though exceedingly slow, ensures clarity, concludes her spell. A simple beam of light is directed towards the fiery shield. In the astonished gazes of the 3, the flame barrier disintegrates rapidly, as if it were snow encountering the blazing sun, and is subsequently engulfed amidst the cacophony of projectiles, akin to a tsunami. Were any formidable being from the primary material plane to face this, save for a seated governor endowed with a guaranteed life, none would survive. Yet, the adversaries can. In perfect harmony, Wenlesa Yilaweda praises the human woman, promptly seizing her arm. Their forms become ethereal, just as a blade of energy erupts from the smoke of the explosion, creating a tempest that cleaves through their intangible bodies. However, at this moment, they have transcended the primary material plane. The storm disperses the smoke, revealing the 3, seemingly unscathed. To claim they are entirely unharmed would be misleading, for they appear slightly breathless. Even the formidable adversaries, having faced the thunderous barrage head-on, feel the toll. The fire elemental woman speaks in a convoluted tongue, while the swordsman nods in agreement, stating, "Indeed, there is no rush. Now that we have devised a means to arrive at the primary plane, there will surely be opportunities to vanquish the chaos. Let us seek out those who share our intentions." However, the seemingly frivolous man offered a contrasting opinion. With an air of indifference, he shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Perhaps the opportunity has already slipped away. The cost of my presence in this primary realm is considerable, and I may not be able to return next time." The other two had yet to comprehend the meaning behind his words, and the three of them suddenly found their forms becoming ethereal. This was due to the concealed spells entwined within the magical projectiles. "Dimensional return," he muttered in frustration, realizing they were being treated as mere summoned entities. The sword-wielding man spoke through gritted teeth, yet he recognized the futility of their situation as when Lesa had discerned. Their current state resembled that of summoned beings. Chaos. I must. Before he could finish his thought, the trio vanished into the ether, leaving behind only a serene sky that gazed down upon the onlookers in silence. Chapter 51. A leaf. How dreadful. How dreadful. I was almost cut down. The human female lamented, clutching her heart as it raced with a thunderous beat that left Vanessa momentarily transfixed. Indeed, it is astonishing that there are those from the other world who aspire to save the world. Vanessa, unfazed, gently caressed her long hair, which was in the midst of rapid regeneration after being severed. It is quite normal. Perhaps there aren't many who yearn to rescue the world, but among the multitude of those from the other world, surely there are numerous souls who do not wish to witness its annihilation, but they are inclined to breach the rules. The human woman mused, recalling Vanessa Yeluvida's spell. A mischievous smile crept across her face as she added, "However, your methods were both toxic and lethal. They will surely not fare well upon their return." "Indeed, I showed them mercy." "So did they," Vanessa replied, seemingly indifferent to the apocalyptic nature of their confrontation, referring to it as an act of leniency. After all, they have not yet transgressed the rules. Only formal violations would provoke a united opposition. Yet, if they were to transgress, it would imply that Ila had already met her demise. Such is the reality. In the midst of their dialogue, a silence enveloped them as they sensed the situation becoming increasingly precarious. Many regarded Ila as the harbinger of the world's destruction, especially since the stone tablet undeniably bore the mark of the divine. The recorded script aligned perfectly with Yila's birth and the transformative changes she brought to the world, mirroring the prophecies. However, in the future, more individuals would come to aid in thwarting those seeking to disrupt the unfolding drama, as ultimately, most shared the hope of witnessing the world's cataclysm. Vanessa Yeluvida surmised, smiling as she gazed at the colossal squid in the distance. Yet, it may evolve into the first large-scale conflict between the other worlds in history. We might not have the luxury to safeguard Ila. Upon hearing Vanessa's words and observing her demeanor, the human woman appeared to discern something significant. Narrowing her eyes, she inquired, "So what are your intentions?" "They wish to interfere with the principal material plane. We can do the same," Vanessa Yeluvida asserted, raising her gaze. "My calculations have been in motion since the appearance of those three. We have evaded the collective scrutiny of the other world." Indeed, all was within Vanessa's design. From the moment those three sought to eliminate Ila and were thwarted by the duo, she envisioned this present moment. She needed to provide Ila with something to ensure her survival. While Ila could indeed manifest the void-wing pillar, Tycap, for her travels through the ethereal realm. What if that region were ensnared by dimensional anchors capable of prohibiting teleportation? What if the assault came too swiftly, leaving her no time to respond? A hero's demise at the hands of a malevolent dragon might hold some allure. But if the outcome were altered to a fatal conclusion by the wrathful audience of a detested protagonist, it would incite considerable ire. This seems rather inappropriate. The human woman appeared somewhat hesitant. "As long as we are not caught in the act, no one will know it was us." "Ah well, fishing and catching a treasure chest is indeed an unprecedented occurrence. However, even when merely calculating the value of a chest composed of gold, it certainly cannot be deemed low. Although, in the eyes of the crowd, it is not particularly high, considering they are not commoners. Opening a treasure chest demands a certain level of caution." As Ila expressed this sentiment, it evoked memories among the group of the last time they opened a chest, recalling how Ila had cautiously used a small imp's hand to unveil it. Wasn't that a tad overly cautious? Observing the seemingly indifferent crowd, Ila shook his head and revealed a secret unknown to them. "In fact, Satan Leaf's father was once devoured whole by a treasure chest monster before me." "Huh. The astonishment on Satan Leaf's face mirrored that of the others, as Ila solemnly nodded. To them, it was hard to imagine someone like Favaginio being easily consumed. That incident occurred during an adventure. At that time, I had just entered the battlefield and was unaware that Favaginio was the Demon King. We did not know each other and happened to cross paths in a dungeon, thus forming a party together. As Ila recounted the event, he reminisced, we encountered a treasure chest, and he, in his excitement, kicked it open, only to be bitten on the head by the treasure chest monster. As Ila gestured to his head, he continued, although the monster was promptly incinerated by him, his head was drenched in saliva and slime, looking utterly repugnant, causing him to vomit for quite some time. Imagining such a scene made Satan Leaf chuckle, and she remarked, no wonder he never mentioned this incident to us. So, how should we open the chest? Well, if one truly wishes to be cautious, it is virtually impossible to avoid every potential risk. After all, one might find a pan flute sealed within. Keeping a safe distance would surely enhance safety. Of course, entrusting it to others to open it would undoubtedly be the safest option. Third wing column, Lich, wingspan, Mage's hand. As Ila proclaimed this, he manifested the Lich's wings through Vera's mana and, employing magic, forcefully opened the chest from a considerable distance. Surprisingly, the chest was devoid of water. Either it was a relatively new chest, or the ceiling rim was made of a special plant. Ila suspected the latter. In the era of primitive chests, only the elves would have understood how to utilize the properties of plants, wouldn't they? Could this be a chest from the Silvermoon Tree Court? Contemplating this, Ila and the other leaders approached, only to behold a cluster of verdant leaves. Leaves from an indeterminate time ago, yet still retaining their vibrant hue, which was truly remarkable. They resembled some sort of extraordinary potion, as these leaves were translucent and beautifully gem-like. Satan Leaf pondered deeply, and Yaina shared the sentiment. It was a beautiful leaf, slightly translucent, resembling jade. However, in the next instant, exposed to the air, the leaf swiftly turned yellow, withered, and vanished. What on earth? Exclaimed Satan Leaf, bewildered by the sudden transformation. Could it be that it has been buried for too long? Helena mused, her expression tinged with regret. Mimicking Yaina from before, she gently stroked Satan Leaf's head and remarked, things that have been sealed away for ages exist in a state of suspended time. Yet upon contact with the air, all the time owed suddenly returns. How marvelous. Ah, the touch on Satan Leaf's head feels so delightful. No. Helena, you are the most loyal maid. How can you entertain such thoughts? It feels so smooth. Chapter 52, The Arrival of the Fleet Hyzlosa. A city infamous for its piracy is often depicted in tales as a veritable hell on earth, rife with cannibalism and chaos. It is said that conflicts erupt at the slightest provocation, with children and adults alike being seized and sold into slavery, while establishments of ill repute and gambling dens proliferate. While there is truth to the latter, from Yaina's perspective, Hyzlosa is merely a bit more disorderly than other cities, not overwhelmingly so. It resembles a port city characterized by a considerable pirate presence. Moreover, the ruler of Hyzlosa, the pirate King Lozer, has legally prohibited duels and the pursuit of vengeance within the city's confines. Thus, it is the skirmishes occurring in the surrounding waters that are more pronounced. After all, pirates are notorious for holding grudges, and those seeking retribution often lie in wait just outside Hyzlosa. Hey, Captain, shall we indulge in a drink? Exclaimed a man with a bushy beard, unmistakably a pirate, as he elbowed a striking gorgon beside him. The first mate insists on treating, you'd be remiss to decline. The captain, a gorgon adorned with an eye patch, raised a crude telescope, scanning the horizon. Unfamiliar flags, an unknown convoy. Don't you dare lean against me, she cursed, her serpentine hair bristling, leaving several minor bite marks on the man's hand as a warning. Ouch. Damn, the captain is undeniably beautiful, he lamented. Silence. Speak further, and I shall tear your mouth apart. After their exchange, the gorgon lowered her telescope and began to rely on her professional eyesight to scrutinize the approaching vessel. Indeed, telescopes exist in this world. The basic applications of glass have transcended mere ornamental use, advancing towards practicality, though their cost remains high and their utility somewhat limited. After all, most possess remarkably keen vision, even disregarding the extraordinary ability to peer across dimensions. A typical ranger could easily leap into a tree and see far beyond what an ordinary person could comprehend. The pirate beside the gorgon squinted, observing the fleet drawing near, meticulously identifying the flag flying from the flagship, a soaring red dragon, an unfamiliar emblem, reminiscent of the ancient Celtic banner. Surely not a pirate flag. At the port, other pirates and ordinary sailors busily unloaded cargo, engaging in casual conversation about the latest happenings, treating the arrival of these ships as a source of diversion and gossip. The reason for their attention lies in Hyslos's abundant resources, backed by the rich bounty of the Lozer Islands. Thus, many confident merchant vessels, not of the pirate ilk, stop here to resupply. However, the fleet's capabilities are limited, and everyone is quite familiar with the various aspects involved. Thus, the arrival of an unfamiliar vessel is indeed a remarkable event. Under the watchful gaze of all, a ship, regarded as a large one, gracefully entered the harbor and docked in an orderly manner at the numerous available berths, 5 ships lined up in perfect alignment. Subsequently, an extraordinarily beautiful succubus disembarked, instantly igniting a fervor within the port. Cheers and whistles resonated throughout the harbor, exclaiming, "Wow! Hello, beautiful lady!" Following the succubus, 3 enchanting mermaids and an adorable dragon girl made their appearance, elevating the atmosphere to a euphoric climax. However, those with broader knowledge quickly discerned the identity of this fleet. The mermaids and gorgons fell silent, refraining from further utterances. Thus, one might wonder why these women had previously cheered for Selena. It was evident that they had succumbed to an unusual state of affairs. The monsters recognized the presence of the demon lord, or rather, they acknowledged the bloodline of the former demon lord they had once known, identifying the crimson dragon blood coursing through the veins of this little girl, as well as the scarlet wings and dragon horns that accompanied such lineage. Yet, the humans were oblivious, lost in fantasies of a serendipitous encounter at a tavern or inn. Then, the humans spotted a man accompanying the alluring ladies, and those who failed to recognize him immediately gasped in surprise, only to be swiftly hushed by those who did. Indeed, he was far too renowned as a legend, as long as he did not obscure his visage. Many individuals, particularly the majority of pirates from the Empire, could easily associate the name with this man's face. Inla, so that is the fleet from the Demon Kingdom. Quite a rarity, remarked a bearded pirate, shaking his head in a display of regret. Those monsters are indeed Inla's women. It seems there's nothing we can do about it. The Gorgon captain cast him a sidelong glance, contemplating a retort along the lines of, "If you have the courage, you could certainly try." Yet she feared that he might genuinely attempt it, potentially bringing calamity upon his own fleet. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. How should one articulate it? The emotions of this Gorgon captain towards Inla were rather intricate, for it was said that the Gorgon from the monster-controlled region had been exterminated by Inla's forces. However, that was indeed the fault of the Gorgon herself. Furthermore, the Gorgons in the monster-controlled area represented but a small faction. Was the fleet from the Demon Lord's domain here to resupply? The Gorgon captain pondered the purpose of Inla's arrival, musing, since they have chosen Hysluosa, their destination must be either the Silver Moon Grove or the archipelago. After all, Hysluosa is an island city situated between the Demon Lord's territory and the Silver Moon Grove. And from a trade perspective, selecting Hysluosa is the most efficient means of utilizing the internal space of the vessels for resupply. It is possible that they are merely here to peddle their wares, the man with the scruffy beard remarked nonchalantly, gesturing with his hands. "Let it be, Captain. Why not join us for a drink? As long as we avoid provoking them, we should be fine." Indeed, that held some truth, yet. "Do not presume to touch my shoulder." The captain, a serpentine-haired sorceress, cursed vehemently as her tendrils struck the man with a swift bite. Her gaze shifted towards the group entering the city, where she discerned a few restless pirates stirring with intent. Whether it was ignorance of Yaira or mere audacity, it appeared that a faction was preparing to make their move. However, it seems that an entertaining spectacle may soon unfold. Chapter 53. The Turbulent Background of Ila Elkaras. Cough. Cough. Ah. Liberation. Selena retched a couple of times, her steps light as she grasped Yaira's arm, a blissful expression of no regrets in this life illuminating her face. Reveling in the joy of setting foot on solid ground. Her elegantly curved form brushed against Yaira's arm, causing the surrounding pirates to gaze in astonishment. Yaira discreetly withdrew her arm, adopting a position free from constraint, and then willingly offered her support to Selena, ensuring she did not falter in her dazed state. "Mr. Yaira, it seems everyone here recognizes you," Satan Yi remarked, glancing around casually, unabashedly meeting the gazes of the pirates observing them. Unbeknownst to her, she had become someone capable of accepting the scrutiny of others with ease. Had this been before, she would have felt embarrassed, eager to retreat behind someone else. "Are you not going to cover your face? Just like back when we were with the orcs?" In response to Satan Ye's comment, Yaira smiled wryly. Under Selena's watchful gaze, she affectionately ruffled the little demon's hair and said, "It's futile. Even if they do not know me, the monstrous inhabitants of Hysluosa will recognize you. And thus, they will know who I am." Satan Yi blinked, realizing why those around them had been staring. Initially, she had thought that all attention was drawn solely by Yaira, but it became clear that their prominence was quite comparable. Both were well-known figures. Ultimately, we shall remain for a day, replenish our supplies, and then set sail, Yaira stated, turning to the three mermaid leaders and inquiring, is it acceptable for the mermaids to stay aboard? Shouldn't they come ashore to rest as well? In a typical fleet, while some crew would remain on board, many would inevitably come ashore to recuperate. It felt somewhat improper for only the leaders to disembark. What about them? They should be swimming in the sea by now, the Naga leader replied with a shrug. For us, the ocean is far more comfortable than the shore. Hence, there are water pools in our chambers for sleeping. Given this insight, it seemed that mermaids were indeed a species well suited for seafaring. Is that so? Satan Yi, equally intrigued, blinked at Yaira and asked, but why does that elf choose to stay on the ship? Won't she feel stifled? Mr. Yaira, do you know why? Yaira shook his head. He was not intimately acquainted with the elven maiden. How could he possibly know the intricacies of her situation? Hey, sisters, the Naga leader called out to the nearby, observing mermaid pirates. This is our first time in Hazeluosa. Where can we find the ship's provisions? We need to purchase some bread and water. The mermaid pirate offered no verbal response, merely gesturing toward a direction where a small house could be seen at the end. Thank you. In response to the gratitude expressed by the Naga leader, the mermaid remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Ila until the group had passed by. At which point she let out a long sigh. Confronting Ila proved to be a rather daunting experience for the magical creatures. Meanwhile, the 5 vessels moored nearby required supplies for 2 standard holds. What would be the cost? In answer to the Naga leader's inquiry, the elderly man recording the details in a small cabin paused his writing, peered through the small window at the distant ships, and quoted a price 3 times the usual rate. The Naga leader showed no signs of dissent, nodding in agreement to the exorbitant figure, for in the realm of Hazeluosa, prices were notably elevated. Many pirates found themselves reliant on Hazeluosa for resupply, as they were often fugitives, leading various ports to resort to magical means to handle their presence, effectively monopolizing the situation. After noting the positions of the vessels in need of supplies, the elderly scribe lifted his gaze to the arrivals. His eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on the quietly observing Ila, and in his astonishment, his quill slipped from his fingers onto the table. Could it be Ila? It seemed he recognized her. The elderly man's expression turned contemplative as he regarded Ila. Then, after a prolonged moment of deliberation, he sighed. I wonder if you still remember me. I am Larian Stan. Ila, appearing still youthful, furrowed his brow as he pondered the name, eventually recalling, Brother Stan? The sight of a man who appeared to be in his 60s being addressed as brother by a 17-year-old was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, in terms of age, they were contemporaries. You actually remember. How nostalgic it is. 50 years have passed without notice, Larian Stan remarked, grasping his beard with a hint of melancholy. I apologize. I am utterly clueless about the path of adventurers, yet you have not changed a bit. He reminisced about his younger self in his 20s, playing with Ila and other youngsters, though Ila had always preferred solitude and reading. Often, when balls or other toys got stuck in trees, it was Ila they turned to for assistance. I should be the one apologizing, Ila said, shaking his head regretfully as he looked at the elder, who seemed to have endured much. It was I who killed that little beast from the Caligula family, resulting in your family's exile, was it not? Indeed. That is the case. Yet, I believe you acted rightly. My parents, my sister, we harbor no resentment towards you, the elder replied with a sense of ease. Seeking refuge with my brother-in-law has not turned out poorly. Guard, ensure the 5 ships are fully stocked with provisions, filling them with wine and meat, he commanded. Larian Stan, trembling as he patted Yila's shoulder, instructed the guards nearby. Tears streamed down his face as he reflected on the passage of time and the transience of life. Alas, I can no longer share a drink with you, he lamented. Indeed, in the past, did we not sneak into a bar together? Yila's expression turned nostalgic. If you encounter any troubles in Hazeluosa, simply mention my brother-in-law's name. With each mention of brother-in-law, Yila's curiosity grew, prompting her to question her childhood companion. Is your brother-in-law a high-ranking official in Hazeluosa? Larian, you remain unchanged, with a heart as pure and beautiful as in our youth. He replied, I once thought you had investigated my life after departing from the Empire, which is why you sought me out. As he spoke, the remnants of his previous reservations dissipated, and he exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. My brother-in-law is Martini Lhasa, the very Lassi of Hazeluosa and the Lhasa Islands. Is he not, the king of Lhasa? Ila exclaimed in astonishment, as the others around them gasped in disbelief. Chapter 54. The great failure of lifespan theory. It is truly unexpected that fellow's brother-in-law, is actually King Lhasa. No wonder, during his exile, he nonchalantly remarked, "Do not worry about me." Yaira mused, reflecting on the passage of time, stating, "So many years have elapsed, and it seems that fewer familiar faces remain. Before leaving the empire, I noticed that those around me appeared to be gradually transforming into middle-aged individuals. Indeed, this is the lamentation brought about by lifespan. One day, Satania will also gradually mature, evolving from a young girl into a maiden, and subsequently into a fully grown woman. Eventually, as her lifespan reaches its limits, she will age rapidly and then pass away, while Yaira will eternally retain the visage of a 17-year-old. Although the lifespan of the Crimson Dragon is still quite lengthy, approximately tens of thousands of years, comparatively, the likelihood of being slain is considerably higher. From the perspective of the Demon Lord's domain, it is likely that the first to reach the end of their lifespan will be the insectoids and harpies, whose corporeal forms, composed of flesh and blood, have a lifespan of only around 700 or 800 years. Yet, that is still a significant duration. Before that, the probability of being killed may be greater. Ah, middle-aged individuals, Mr. Yaira, it seems you are ill-suited for a realm of short-lived beings. Such sentiments echoed in Helena's words, implying that it appears, Yaira, your arrival in our Demon Lord's domain was indeed fortuitous. Yaira, now sharing this belief, nodded in agreement, responding, "That is true." Initially, Yaira had intended to exert some effort toward this matter, yet it appears that such efforts are no longer necessary. Hey, are you all focusing on the wrong aspect? The leader of the insectoids retorted mercilessly. The shield that had transformed into a hairpin and the sword that had become a hairpin seemed to share her sentiments. She remarked, "The real issue is, why does it seem that Yaira has acquaintances all over the world?" Let me think. The insectoid extended her adorable, webbed hand, approximately the size of a 1-centimeter wooden stick, counting as she spoke. Our Princess Satania, the Duke's counselor Novak, the Empress of the Silver Moon Tree Court, and now, with the connection to King Lhasa. As she voiced her complaints, the insectoid pondered for a moment before adding, "Moreover, I have heard that you still have lingering ties with the Empire's Empress, Yinsabella. Your bond with the monarch is profoundly deep." Lingering ties, you say? That is quite an exaggeration. Yaira chuckled helplessly, shaking his head as he defended himself, stating, "Regardless, Yinsabella was once my student, and besides, how could I have known that my former playmate would be the brother-in-law of King Lhasa? And if we are to speak of monarchs, we must also include Yuz and Satania's father, right? As for why my relationship with the monarch is so intimate," Yaira mused for a moment, then lightly chuckled while pointing to himself, saying, "Perhaps it is because I am a naturally perfect and elegant subject, though not silver-haired, nor does time stand still. This is how Yina defines herself." Yet, even as she embraces this notion, Satania undeniably harbors a contrasting perspective. She intended to articulate that Yina seems more like a born ruler, but the words remained unspoken. It is not that she yearns for kingship, rather, she would prefer to entrust such responsibilities to someone far more formidable. However, an inexplicable intuition led Satania to believe that Yina would not welcome this sentiment, prompting her to remain silent. In this regard, Satania's instinct surpassed that of a certain father and daughter. "Thank you, Mr. Yina," Satania uttered, gazing at the bewildered Yina. As he chuckled lightly, she lowered her head, acutely aware of the warmth emanating from his palm. For the sake of Mr. Yina, she resolved to become the most impeccable demon lord, aspiring to establish that exquisite vision he had described. Yina gently stroked Satania's head, expressing his resigned thoughts. "In truth, I had contemplated a journey to the celestial realm to secure immortality for Yusef. Yet, he resolutely desired to depart from this world. Had I known, I might have persuaded him otherwise. Following his demise, with Isabella still tender in age, my urgency diminished. Now that I have left the empire, the quest for eternal life seems less pressing. At present, Yina exuded an aura of chilling intensity, as if in his eyes, lifespan and existence were merely matters of urgency or lack thereof. Consequently, even beings of formidable strength found little interest in worldly affairs, for the limits of their power soared too high, while the imaginations of mortals remained painfully low. Thus, everything appeared devoid of significance. Only dreams, as resplendent as Yina's, rendered the mere concept of raw power utterly meaningless. The denizens of the Demon Lord's domain were well aware of the legends surrounding the celestial spring, which promised infinite longevity to those who partook of its waters. Hence, if one possessed the requisite strength to obtain such waters, bestowing immortality upon mortals would hardly be an insurmountable task. In this world, the topic of eternal life is not particularly daunting. While the boundary between life and death is indeed challenging to traverse, the notion of simple immortality, or the possibility of resurrection through alternative means, such as liches or death knights, has become commonplace. As the rhythmic sound of even breathing filled the room, all eyes turned to Satania. Nestled between Yina and Selena, who had fallen into slumber, eyes closed, in a position inviting affection. As Yina shifted slightly, Satania languidly leaned in his direction. He caught her gently, cradling her and placing her on the bed behind Selena, all the while ensuring to maintain a hushed demeanor. "Your Highness, the Demon King, you must be quite weary these past few days," Selena murmured softly, her eyes narrowing as she too began to feel a sense of drowsiness. She observed Yina rising to her feet and proposed, "Shall we retire for the night?" The reason for her use of "we" was that this quaint inn, with its limited charm, had only a single room available, accommodating all 6 of them in rather cramped quarters. "As it is my first visit to Hysloosa, I plan to take a stroll this evening. Wishing you all pleasant dreams." With those words, Yina unhesitatingly pushed the door open and stepped outside. The mermaid leader could not contain a chuckle, while the other 3 wore expressions of amusement. "What an innocent man. Is he some sort of knightly protagonist?" The leader of the human faction remarked, the critique striking a perfect chord. Instantly, the room was enveloped in a jovial atmosphere. Chapter 54, The Foolish Troublemaker Hesrosa. A bustling city of delicacies, is devoid of any production activities. The majority of its inhabitants engage in the trade of goods from one location to another. Indeed, both merchants and pirates operate similarly. The sole distinction lies in their procurement methods, which entail varying costs and risks, as well as the diversity of sales destinations. To speak plainly, merchants typically pass through Hesrosa to acquire supplies and indulge in revelry, while pirates arrive to sell their plundered treasures, thus fostering a robust consumer base. Consequently, a plethora of service industries has emerged, including taverns and inns, as well as venues for music and other forms of entertainment. Naturally, this has transformed the city into a vibrant spectacle, resembling a rare city that never sleeps in this world, albeit with a forced nostalgia for a bygone era. "Is there anything to drink?" inquired Ila as he descended the stairs, addressing the tavern keeper who was polishing glasses. The tavern, illuminated by bright lights, was still filled with patrons enjoying their libations. "Only alcohol," replied the gruff-looking tavern keeper, whose menacing appearance belied a surprisingly gentle demeanor, revealing him to be a rather amiable individual, proving that one should not judge solely by appearances. Suddenly, a corpse with a gaping wound in its head tumbled out from beneath the bar, landing on the floor. The tavern keeper discreetly kicked it back into hiding. Hesrosa indeed prohibits duels and murder, yet such clandestine activities often transpire. "Then, bring me," Yila began, but before he could finish, a drunken patron erupted loudly. "Ha! A little brat? You should just go home and drink your milk." Despite his companion's vigorous attempts to silence him, the drunken man completed his taunt, plunging the tavern into an immediate silence, with all eyes fixed upon Yila, uncertain of how the situation would unfold. Some patrons glared at the insolent man, seemingly poised for confrontation. In this world, Yila commands a following, as his associates do not confine themselves solely to the Empire. "Apologies, he's inebriated. Just leave." "What? He's merely a..." The individual at the table, accompanied by his disrespectful companion, hastily exited the tavern. After a brief distance, he turned back, ensuring no retaliation was forthcoming, and offered a distant apology to Yila. Yila tilted his head, shaking it in resignation, and remarked, "Perhaps some people enjoy judging one's true age by appearances, don't you think? Such individuals are always present. There's no need to be angered by them." The other patrons, sitting on edge, nodded in agreement. "Bring me a cup of honeyed wine." Inla, having uttered these words, seated himself in the spot vacated by the 2 departing individuals. Almost immediately, a chorus of 5 or 6 patrons erupted in unison, exclaiming, "This round is on me. Allow me to treat you on behalf of Lord Inla. I shall pay for the drinks." Despite the insistent hospitality of these individuals, Inla paid them no heed, while the tavern owner regarded them with disdain, remarking, "Of course, it shall be on my establishment. My honey mead. Even dwarves praise its excellence. However, considering that dwarves have a penchant for stronger spirits, their commendation of honey mead is akin to elves lauding the tenderness of a steak, an unlikely scenario. This can also be interpreted as the proprietor indulging in a bit of self-aggrandizement. Such exaggeration contributes to Inla's decision to reveal his appearance from the outset. The more tumultuous the surroundings, the more imperative it was for him to display his strength, thereby averting numerous complications. Nevertheless, there will always be those who lack discernment. "Here we go," the innkeeper called out, placing 2 frosty, viscous mugs of honey mead before Inla. He surveyed the tavern, now bustling once more. and mused that he might soon ascend to new heights, thanks to Ila's burgeoning reputation. Indeed, the celebrity effect was vividly manifest in the governor. And in the case of Ila, a former chief governor, it could even be described as somewhat fervent. 2 cups? I shall gift you one. Ila, disinclined to engage in further conversation, lifted his glass and took a simple sip of the honeyed brew, which exuded a robust aroma of honey. To be candid, the sweetness felt rather contrived. Although it might cater to the tastes of the imperial populace, it ultimately lacked refinement. It paled in comparison to the quality of White Sphere wine. Gulping down the 2 cups of honey mead, which, due to the limitations of the era and technology, possessed a low alcohol content, Ila offered a tentative commendation. Not bad, indeed better than what I have sampled in many imperial taverns. With that, he disregarded the tavern owner's ecstatic expression and exited the establishment. Yet, in Ila's estimation, it would not be long before the proprietor would replace even dwarves praise its excellence with what Ila said is commendable, for the latter held a greater credibility, especially since it had indeed been affirmed. That night, he harbored certain inquiries that required resolution. As Ila strolled through the dark alley, deliberately avoiding the brightly lit streets, he sensed an increase in footsteps behind him. Even without turning around, he realized that those he awaited were being directed towards him. Turning his head, he beheld 5 or 6 men blocking the alley's entrance, their demeanor suggesting ill intent. "Do you know who I am?" was Ila's first utterance. "You have been observing us since we docked, have you not? It seems that your intentions are not driven by mere lust. Even if they were, it would be for me, rather than for Selena and her companions." This was Ila's second statement. In response, the group of men exchanged sinister smiles, and the leader replied, "How could the true Ila be so closely allied with monsters? That fellow, is said to slay numerous monsters each night in order to find solace in sleep. Perhaps I am not so inclined, so what is it that you desire?" With this inquiry, uttered his third statement. Having already ascertained that his interlocutors were not formidable adversaries, nor were they seeking vengeance. Thus, he found no motivation to utter a fourth sentence and felt no inclination to eliminate them himself. He could simply leave the task to his childhood companion, Larian. To kill you and then capture your companions as rare slaves would be quite the venture. Dragons and succubi, after all, the condition of such beings hardly influences their market value, does it? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Observing the reveling fantasies of these men, sensed that he might have to retract his earlier resolve. Perhaps it was time to articulate a fourth statement. First wing column, Crimson Dragon, wingspan. Chapter 55. The power dynamics are shifting. Tonight, the city of Heslosar radiates an unexpected brilliance. From an unassuming alley, a sweltering heat emanates, yet no one dares to investigate. Even those unaware of the situation would be dissuaded from intervening. After all, the sight of Ila and those who accompanied him entering the alley is fresh in everyone's minds. And the utterance of first wing column, Crimson Dragon, wingspan was loud enough for those outside to hear. Moreover, Ila clearly moderated his power. The surrounding walls bore no signs of melting. Given Yila's consideration, it would be unreasonable for the citizens of Heslosar to disregard it. What? You say that Heslosar should not permit murder? You might as well convey that to Ila himself. If you could halt Ila, you would become a figure of renown. Amidst the collective gaze of the onlookers, a figure emerged slowly from the alley. The brilliance of the flames behind him rendered his features indistinguishable. However, his identity was beyond doubt. The rapidly retracting crimson wings and the scattered embers in the air left no room for uncertainty regarding his persona. Emerging, Ila appeared to be holding something. A passerby murmured under their breath. As whispers filled the air, Ila cast the head he held onto the ground. It belonged to the leader among the men. The crowd instinctively recoiled, uncertain of his intentions. "You all," Ila began, ready to pose a question. But before he could articulate his thoughts, a voice interrupted him. The Black Shackles pirate crew. As Ila turned towards the source, the crowd parted to reveal a Gorgon, her serpentine hair coiling around her. She spoke nonchalantly. "The individuals you killed were from the Black Shackles pirate crew." Having received the answer he sought, Ila scrutinized the Gorgon. She was clad in quintessential pirate garb, despite having recently eradicated the Gorgons within the controlled territory. Yet, he felt no animosity towards her. "Black Shackles," Ila murmured, raising his gaze to the others nearby who bore no connection to the Gorgon. "Is she speaking the truth?" The other pirates examined the severed head closely before nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, it appears to be the helmsman and other sailors from the Black Shackles pirate crew. I recognize them." "Thank you," Ila replied, gently nudging the head into the alley behind him, sending it to reunite with its owner. It would soon be reduced to ash regardless. Where are the members of the Black Shackles? Ila inquired. On the ship? The other pirates responded. I mean, where's the ship? Regarding the inquiry about Ila, a soldier clad in military uniform from Lozer reminisced, stating, if I recall correctly, Mr. Ila should be not far from your vessel, identifiable by a flag entwined with a black iron chain around his skull, quite conspicuous. As he spoke, the Lozer soldier rummaged through his belongings, eventually producing a parchment that he tossed to Ila, who had already unfurled his wings. He remarked, this is their wanted notice, complete with a portrait. My lord Ila, you surely do not require that bounty, do you? At that moment, Ila had taken to the skies, his crimson voice casting a grand shadow beneath the moonlight. Ila's response came leisurely, bounty? Consider it yours. Should you claim it, grant that Gorgon 2/5. The Lozer soldier could not contain his laughter, for he was certain to receive the bounty. After all, it was Ila who had promised him the reward. No one dared to embezzle it. He laughed maniacally, tears streaming from his eyes. So much wealth. What a considerable bounty. The laughing soldier doubled over, tears flowing freely as he knelt towards the distant sky, half laughing, half sobbing, murmuring, my wife and child, they shall be saved. The Gorgon captain observed the isolated Lozer soldier with a calm demeanor and gently inquired, what has happened to your family? Are they ill or gravely injured? In response to her question, the Lozer soldier lifted his head, slightly calming his emotions, and replied hoarsely, they have fallen gravely ill. The alchemist has said that only an expensive elixir can cure them. I shall give you your share after I claim the reward. The Gorgon captain scrutinized him, noticing the bloodshot eyes, and confirmed the authenticity of his words, saying, you need not give me anything. Keep it for yourself. Ila will have no objections, I assure you. I wish for your family's swift recovery. Thank you. If you ever find yourself in trouble, I shall not apprehend you. The soldier, at a loss for how to express his gratitude, could only utter this. Perhaps this was the humble acknowledgement of a small man, unable to pledge anything. Recognizing his own limitations, and indeed, he desperately needed the money to care for his ailing family. The Gorgon captain said nothing further and turned to depart. Captain, that is quite a sum of money, remarked a man who had been following her. The Gorgon captain scoffed lightly and replied, thus, you are a mere sailor while I am the captain. Fool, do not fixate on a trivial sum. Make sure to properly thank Ila. The man paused, bewildered, and hesitantly continued to follow, asking, but, previously, when you kindly mentioned the other's identity, Ila did not trust you, did he? What if the black chain retaliates? In response, the Gorgon gazed at him with an expression of utter disbelief. Did she truly believe that merely uttering the name of a pirate fleet would compel Yaina to eradicate them? The Black Shackles pirate crew? Would they even exist come dawn? As she spoke, the Gorgon quickened her pace, observing her companion who had begun to jog to keep up. With a commanding look amidst her companion's confusion, she ordered, hurry. Devour the enterprises under the control of the Black Shackles with utmost speed. Originally, Heizluosa was a delectable piece of cake, ripe for the taking. Yet, in everyday circumstances, this cake had long been divided, and claiming even a fraction of it necessitated fierce competition and intense conflict. However, the situation was about to change. Move faster. The once stagnant interests of Heizluosa, as of this night, the reshuffling is about to commence. Chapter 56. Powerlessness and Redemption for Reasons Unknown. The normally desolate warehouse buzzed with activity today. However, these occurrences were of little concern to the slaves confined within their cages. The guards, who were supposed to be stationed here, had hurriedly rushed out, but again, this was not a matter for the slaves to ponder. Perhaps it was merely another means devised to torment and toy with them. The diverse array of enslaved individuals had long since resigned themselves to their fate, harboring no illusions of escape. Though they remained physically intact, they felt no different from the broken. Psychologically, they were left with nothing but numbness and submission. Their only flicker of hope resting on the faint possibility that their future masters might treat them with a modicum of kindness. Before their capture, each had been filled with a fiery spirit and hope. Yet, with each lash of the whip, each act of torment, and each seemingly promising chance to flee, their spirits had been utterly extinguished. Hope had vanished. There was not even the slightest glimmer of a chance to break free. The magical restraint shackles pierced through their palms, serving as the final chain that bound them all. The slightest movement would send waves of agony coursing through their flesh. The thought of forcibly summoning mana was unthinkable. Why had they been captured? Why had they strayed from their kin? Why had they been lured into a trap by seemingly novel enticements? Ultimately, the blame lay with themselves. Carelessness was their greatest transgression. After enduring abuse, the notion of self-blame would be incessantly drilled into them. Yet, could it be otherwise? Why had others from their tribe escaped capture, while they alone were ensnared? It must surely be a mistake of their own making. In this mindset, the slaves' hatred for the capture squad waned, while their self-loathing and regret intensified. They could even envision the sorrow of their families, bereft of their presence, and still attribute it all to their own failings. The atmosphere within the ship's hold grew increasingly tense. Even confined to the lowest deck, they could sense the stifling heat rising around them, yet this bore no relevance to the slaves. The echoes of distant anguished cries reached their ears, but again, these were of no concern to them. What would it matter if the Black Chain pirates were annihilated? Would that truly lead to their liberation? They would merely be exchanged for another merchant, another master, another set of buyers. They were but commodities. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the door, and as the splintered wood and debris flew apart, they swiftly disintegrated into ash midair. Not a single ember of heat reached the slaves in their cages. Though the warmth in the air was inescapable, it too quickly dissipated. Blinding light flooded into the cargo hold, illuminating the imprisoned slaves, compelling them to shut their eyes against the brightness. Some slaves remained entirely unprepared to move at all. Yinra remained silent, the glaring firelight behind him illuminating the stillness, while the slaves were enveloped in an eerie quietude. It seemed as though silence was responding to Yinra's own, yet this was far from the truth. Silence was not a trait meant for either party. Once again, Yinra was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness, having realized that the ship laden with slaves was destined for Caligula's auction house. Anger surged within him at the thought of Caligula, a desire to strike down that wretched man coursing through his veins. However, he recognized the futility of such an impulse, just as Gotham required Falcone's influence. If he sought to intervene with the aristocrats, the most prudent course would be to compel Caligula into submission, rather than engage in futile discussions with disparate nobles. Caligula would indeed be amenable when truly provoked. Would the elimination of Caligula reduce the trade of exotic slaves? The answer was a resounding no. As long as there was demand, there would always be those willing to take risks, giving rise to darkness. Destroying Caligula's auction house would only lead to the establishment of another in its place, as long as Caligula drew breath, albeit he might temper his actions slightly. But what if he were to be killed outright? The slave-catching brigades would persist, perhaps even proliferate, their operations becoming more clandestine, and the treatment of slaves would undoubtedly worsen. In such circumstances, the condition of the slaves would bear little weight on their price. Yet, the existence of slave-catching brigades was an abomination that should not endure. To eradicate this scourge entirely, Yinra would need to dismantle the very foundation of the slave system itself, positioning him against not only the realm of the so-called slaves, who were in truth citizens, but against the entire world beyond the Silver Moon Grove. Apologies were all Yinra could utter, akin to the empty reassurances offered to slaves in the empire who had yet to be sold. I have arrived too late. The creaking of wood within the ship's hold echoed on, interminable. I am Yinra, Ila Elkaras, the one who has vanquished those who captured you. Consider this all but a fleeting dream, and soon I shall return you to your homeland. In uttering these words, having liberated countless exotic slaves before, he knew precisely what to convey. You may return to the familiar rhythms of your life, to mornings spent over breakfast and laughter shared with your parents. Should you lack the courage or find yourself utterly alone, remaining by my side is also an option. Spoken gently, Yinra's words seemed imbued with an enchanting power, slightly stirring the numbed consciousness of the slaves, as if several of them began to move ever so slightly. With a thud, Yinra cast a bound human male into the center of the cargo hold, through eyes now accustomed to the sunlight. Some of the awakening souls among the slaves recognized the identity of the newcomer, and in their terror, many recoiled. Indeed, he is the most ruthless of pirates. As previously mentioned, Ila has undertaken countless rescues and is thus acutely aware of how to maximize the salvation of these victims. Please, save me. A frail voice emanated from within one of the cages, that of a wolf girl, her tone laced with an almost frenzied rage. Please, save me. Hatred can be a potent force. It is the indifference that truly instills fear. Please save me. Please save me. Please save me. Please save me. Fortunately, they eventually lifted their heads, allowing hatred to temporarily mask their despair, redirecting their focus onto the immediate goal rather than the bleakness of the future. Ila sensed it was time and began to slowly unlock all the cages. With each cage opened, he removed the binding magical stones that were deeply embedded in their flesh, using a gentle flame to assist in healing the wounds that flowed profusely with blood. He did not employ bandages, for he could not restrain their eagerness. Instead, he scattered daggers across the ground for these children to wield, leaving the remainder to their own devices. The sound of flesh echoed, while the anguished cries of despair were muffled by the strips of cloth that bound their mouths. This was Inla's design. He had never cared for the sound of screams, regardless of whether the individual deserved their fate. The cries of the virtuous tugged at his heart, while the laments of the wicked grated on his nerves. Chapter 57. Embrace and redemption. My apologies for my tardiness, Yaina uttered softly, as he gently enveloped the orc before him, who appeared to bear no significant injuries. He gazed into the other's eyes, which seemed to reflect a lifelessness, and said nothing, merely holding on. He embraced her as though he wished to suspend time in that very moment, vowing to hold her forever, or at least for about 10 minutes. Or until. Thank you, came the voice of the other, initiating some form of dialogue. Upon hearing such words, Yaina released her gently, guiding her towards Serena's direction, before proceeding to embrace the next individual, wrapping his arms around those whose hearts lay in desolation. He would hold them until they ceased to identify themselves as slaves. The trade of exotic slaves often saw a predominance of orcs. The most coveted among them were the rare elves, followed by the uniquely charming monstrosities. However, the innate powers of elves and the communal living of monstrosities rendered them difficult to capture. Thus, orcs constituted the largest portion of the enslaved. Yet, aside from this batch, the highest number of slaves in the market remained humans, perhaps taken as spoils of war or reduced to bondage through bankruptcy, or the remnants of fallen nations. However, humans did not fall under the category of exotic trade, being sold into slavery for myriad reasons, yet their fate was equally tragic, deserving of the same gentleness. In the case of the Black Chain Pirates' current batch of slaves, aside from a few monstrosities, the remainder were orcs. Human slaves were inexpensive, unworthy of significant effort in maritime transport. Was this a stroke of fortune or a lamentable fate? My apologies for my tardiness, Yaina stated, embracing another orc, observing her sobs with a sense of solace as he directed her towards the 3 sea nymphs. This orc bore severe injuries, and it sufficed to entrust her to the nymphs for care. Tears were a good sign. Silence was far more worrisome. My apologies for my tardiness. My apologies for my tardiness. My apologies for my tardiness, Yaina repeated, yet none felt wearied by his words, nor did he grow weary himself. Each slave, whether weeping, tranquil, or filled with gratitude, embraced Yaina, uttering words before their salvation. Soon, only one remained before Yaina. A cat girl adorned with a myriad of scars, her black hair framing a visage that seemed to draw breath with great effort. The wounds upon her body had long since healed, yet the scars within her soul remained unaddressed. My apologies for my tardiness. The act of embracing served to maximize their awareness that they were sentient beings deserving of equality, not the most abject of slaves, nor mere commodities. This simple gesture held far greater power than a multitude of words. Typically, Yaina would embrace each individual for 10 minutes, one after another, ensuring that the silent ones received care first. Subsequently, other means would be sought to rescue them. However, at this moment, the only response to Yaina was silence. Both the inhabitants of the Demon King's territory and the enslaved individuals remained mute, gazing at the last of their kind, awaiting the moment she would truly revert to her human form. 10 minutes had long since elapsed. Mr. Yaina, we will escort them back to the ship now. This time, your friend has provided us with an abundance of supplies, so we need not purchase more. However, we must alter our course and perhaps return to the Orc Kingdom first to return them. With this, Selena spoke, observing Yaina's nodding, before leading the others back. The crowd at the dock had dispersed. They found little amusement in witnessing such a scene. The most pressing concern now was to brace for the impending transformation that awaited his Losa. Only Yaina remained at the dock, accompanied by a squad of guards and a solitary figure, as silence enveloped the area, a silence so profound that both parties could hear each other's heartbeats, even feeling the warmth and tenderness emanating from Yaina, yet devoid of pity. Pity was reserved for cats and dogs. At least that was the belief among the enslaved, thus no one required compassion. Yaina embraced the cat girl slave, her petite form pressed against him, until she finally spoke, softly murmuring an apology. I'm sorry, I'm late. No, you are not at fault. The cat girl whispered in a voice as delicate as a whispering breeze. It was our own doing. I should not have played, leaving the tribe, causing my parents, who came to find me, to be slain. It appeared that her evasion of reality stemmed from guilt. But you are not to blame either, Yaina replied, relieved to sense some movement from her, guiding her toward the ship of the Demon King. The victims can never be at fault, but it was I, not you. The cat girl fell silent, leaning against Yaina, relying almost entirely on him for support as they progressed. She began to voice her perceived transgressions. It is all because of me. It is not you. Listening to her silence, Yaina's voice softened. I do not wish to assert that this world is at fault. The true culprits are the nobles who wish to purchase slaves and the slave catchers. If it were not you, it would certainly be someone else. Therefore, you have done nothing wrong. You simply lacked fortune. If anything, your greatest error lies in this despondency, rather than seeking vengeance upon those truly wicked. As Yana spoke, he noticed an indescribable hue in the cat girl's eyes. They had now arrived at the ship, where everyone awaited them. Yana, could you embrace me once more? In response to the words of the cat girl, Ila smiled warmly, gently wrapping his arms around her. If you need it, you may do so at any time. You are trembling. I hope it is not from despair. As he spoke, Ila released the girl, gazing into her eyes that seemed to burn with a dark flame. He felt reassured and softly said, as for vengeance, I shall teach you. Remember, in this world, one must never neglect anger and sustenance. You have saved many slaves. How does it feel? Do you consider yourself a hero? The man, surrounded by guards and boldly drinking, addressed Ila as he prepared to board the ship, jesting. You truly have caused quite a stir. Recognizing the man's identity, Ila nodded apologetically, about to speak when the man interjected. No need for apologies. Though I may have broken the rules, in the eyes of you legends, my regulations are likely as insignificant as nonsense, right? Yet, I must say you have shown me some respect. The man, who appeared quite noble, tossed a bottle of wine to Ila and raised his glass, proclaiming, however, a broken rule remains a broken rule. When you arrive in Hezalosa, food and water will be priced at double the market rate. Indeed, Ila acknowledged, but the prices in Hezalosa are typically 3 times that. Thank you, King Lhasa. Ila expressed his gratitude, to which the ruler, having gained a slight benefit from the redistribution of interests, smiled and raised his wine bottle in a toast, wishing safe travels to you. In response, Ila waved goodbye as he walked away. Chapter 58. Time heals all wounds. It is rather vexing to be roused so early, only to be instructed to gather bandages for the dock, depriving us of a proper breakfast in Heslosar. Surely, you possess the magical ability to heal, do you not? The Naga leader lamented, her disappointment palpable as she nibbled on a soft loaf of bread accompanied by slightly salty slices of meat. However, thanks to Ila, the quality of all food and water aboard the ship was notably high. Indeed, I could manifest Vela's wings to cast a healing spell, Ila remarked. Suddenly realizing that the Naga leader seemed rather uninformed on the matter, he proceeded to elucidate. The essence of healing magic lies in stimulating the body, amplifying its innate self-healing capabilities exponentially. If one is merely injured, even gravely so, such spells can indeed be effective. Yet, if the individual is in a weakened state, such magic may merely hasten their demise. As Ila spoke, he cast his gaze upon the children on the deck, slowly engaging in rehabilitation exercises, and continued, we are no longer in the age of the gods. There are no clerics capable of wielding divine magic. Moreover, he refrained from elaborating further. But the implication was clear to all. It was a secret known only to a select few, especially now that the gods lay slain. Is that so? The others, lacking understanding in this area, exhibited expressions of wonder. By the way, Ila, do you possess some unique ability? The leader of the traders inquired with curiosity, extending her arms in a gesture that implied a desire for a hug. It is remarkable how they appeared so hopeless before, yet after you embraced them, they could manage to move about. Ila, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, indulged her with a brief embrace before releasing her. It seems there is nothing particularly extraordinary about it, he replied. The trader leader chuckled, remarking, if I were confined in a dark cabin and subjected to lashes, your embrace would indeed feel exceptionally warm. To be honest, I had expected to feel a profound happiness from it. In response, Ila merely shook his head, jesting. That is a skill possessed by succubi. I certainly lack such extraordinary abilities. He patted the trader leader on the shoulder and stood up, stating, the primary purpose of an embrace is to make them aware that they are my equals, not mere commodities labeled as slaves. Of course, this alone is insufficient to unlock the depths of their sealed hearts. With a light chuckle, Ila explained the efficacy of the embrace, nodding towards the beast men and monsters, adding, from a more genuine standpoint, I must seem rather cunning, exploiting their burgeoning gratitude. Fortunately, thus far, the nobility has shown considerable concern for the cleanliness of slaves, ensuring that the capture teams refrain from any misconduct during the enslavement process, thereby allowing me to preserve their final semblance of dignity. As Ila uttered these words, the door to the captain's quarters was pushed open from the outside, and the black cat girl entered with an air of calm, seemingly prepared to speak. Ila immediately fell silent, aware that such sentiments were utterly inappropriate in the presence of another. However, It appeared the other party had still caught wind of her words. In truth, we had already lost a companion to the aforementioned misconduct. The black cat girl spoke with an air of detachment, her expression reminiscent of Ila's usual impassivity, and remarked, once they begin their vile acts, those pirates spiral into chaos. Except for Satan Leaf, who remained perplexed, the other leaders exhibited expressions of profound sorrow and lamentation. The monsters possess an empathy that far surpasses that of the imperial elite by a factor of 10 or even more. After a brief silence, the black cat girl continued. Subsequently, that companion perished like a tattered doll, discarded into the sea. She was my sister. Under such circumstances, it seems entirely reasonable for one to be rendered thus, or rather, the fact that she has not completely succumbed to despair and remained unconscious is a testament to this girl's extraordinary resilience. Although Satan Leaf did not fully comprehend, she grasped the essence of the situation, that the other's sister had suffered and been slain. She bit her lip and gently asked, "Poor child, may I embrace you?" After a moment of quiet contemplation, the cat girl regarded the young Crimson Dragon King and nodded, willingly embracing Satan Leaf, saying, "You are welcome to do so whenever you need." Subsequently, Selena and the 3 sea maidens also joined in a gentle embrace, creating a tender scene. "So, do you wish to convey something as their representative?" In response to Ila's comment that disrupted the atmosphere, the black cat girl spoke softly. "I only represent the orc slaves. We." Ila promptly interrupted, correcting her, "You are not slaves. You were never slaves. Merely children who have suffered." The black cat girl quickly adapted her words, stating, "Understood. I represent the orc children. We do not wish to return to the orc lands. At least not until everyone has mustered the courage to go back. Some of the children hope you can assist in conveying a message of safety. In simpler terms, they are unsure how to confront that land burdened with guilt." Ila did not refuse. Instead, he nodded and said with resignation, "Constantly altering our course is quite troublesome. But I respect your wishes. If there is something to be done, it will be beneficial for you, as it will divert your minds from incessant worries." With a thoughtful gaze, Yaina observed the liberated black cat girl and remarked, "I shall notify the Demon King's domain, instructing those in charge of diplomacy to inform the Beastmen Kingdom of your circumstances. For now, accompany us and work in the Demon King's territory for a while, until time heals your wounds." The black cat girl tilted her head slightly, responding, "My father used to say similar things, about time healing wounds. I always thought my father was quite remarkable." It appears that the black cat girl's father was also a philosopher. Perhaps he and Yaina would share some intriguing conversations. Yet, he too had perished, slain by the capturing squad. "Are you not a bit too unfortunate?" Yaina pondered, offering the girl a bittersweet smile in response. Chapter 59. It is well known that I harbor no affinity for lowly characters. I do not possess a conventional name, nor do I have a surname. My kin refer to me as Talon, while my father affectionately calls me Little Talon. You may address me in the same manner." The black cat girl spoke, her feline tail hanging limply behind her, and her cat ears motionless, resembling lifeless objects, rendering her emotions and thoughts inscrutable. In contrast, Satan Leaf, with her occasionally curling tail, candidly revealed her inner turmoil. She found herself at a loss on how to respond to the girl before her, fearing to further wound her already fragile heart. "Little Talon, right?" Helena remarked softly, gently stroking the black cat girl's head. Ever since she had observed Ila caress Satan Leaf's head, she had developed an increasing fondness for such gestures of affection. As her hand glided over the black cat ears, she noted how they adhered momentarily to the girl's head before slowly springing back, which she found quite amusing. Watching Helena's actions, Satan Leaf blinked in surprise, beginning to perceive the fluffy ears as an intriguing source of amusement. Her little tail began to sway restlessly as she contemplated what excuse she might conjure to indulge in a similar touch. "Helena, lady?" The cat girl, sensing something amiss, cautiously inquired after Helena reluctantly withdrew her hand. "Why have I not seen the 3 sea serpent leaders and Lady Ila?" "The sea serpents are outside, directing your companions and assigning them tasks," Helena explained. Though she did not fully comprehend, she reiterated Yaira's earlier sentiments. "It is essential that those children recognize their worth to us. We cannot merely sustain them, or else they shall invade my bed at night." She jested. "That is what Lady Ila expressed," Helena added, observing the contemplative expressions of both Satan Leaf and the black cat girl. She glanced at the two lowly figures, inexplicably feeling a surge of happiness. Indeed, lolas are delightful. Surely, Lady Ila shares this sentiment, does she not? "Ila, I do not. I do not." Although Ila had not elucidated her thoughts thoroughly, the truth remained clear. This notion parallels that of fostering children. One must engage them in meaningful tasks for them to graciously accept goodwill. Otherwise, they may become ensnared in a perpetual cycle of self-doubt, unable to escape. I see. The black cat girl murmured, seemingly lost in thought as she glanced toward the passage of the ship, feeling Satan Leaf's curious hand reaching toward her ears. She harbored no desire to evade the touch, for it was warm and blissful. The atmosphere in the Demon Lord's domain was one where everyone could simply sit together on a bed, sharing laughter and conversation, an experience she had never known since her birth. Indeed, I can somewhat grasp Lady Yaira's intention, she concluded. Helena spoke as she extended her left hand to gently stroke the head of Satan Leaf, who was petting the black cat girl. With her right hand, she rested it upon the black cat girl's tail and said, Lady Yaira has returned to the Demon King's domain. We must notify the communication with the Orc Kingdom, as previously agreed, to assure the families of those Orc girls of their safety. However, I have heard that the Demon King's realm is quite distant from our current location. The black cat girl mused, envisioning Yaira charging into the cabin, her crimson wings unfurled behind her. She could scarcely fathom that Yaira could possess such incredible speed. Could she truly fly so swiftly? Indeed, Lady Yaira has mastered it, or rather, through a unique ability, she has shared the power of one of our Demon King's male servants, enabling her to utilize a skill known as void travel. Helena patiently elaborated, slowly explaining. This ability allows the user to instantaneously arrive at a location corresponding to a familiar coordinate, that is, a place they have previously visited, making it quite convenient. In response, the black cat girl nodded, indicating her understanding. Ah, so that is how it is. Satan Leaf exclaimed in sudden realization. Was it that you were entirely oblivious to the concept of void travel? In the darkness, a group of girls adorned with tails, ears, and wings stealthily departed the room. Even with their dim vision, they could only advance guided by the starlight and moonlight. This is Yaira's chamber. Must we truly proceed in this manner? One voiced. If we can apply the methods taught by those rascals, in serving men, perhaps we shall not be sold or discarded again. That should not be the case. Lady Yaira is a good person. Then, shouldn't we be more inclined to repay her kindness? That is also true. I would advise against such actions. A calm and cool voice emerged from the shadows, followed by a faint glow, drawing everyone's attention to the speaking black cat girl. The children displayed complex expressions. All were aware that this girl was the most unfortunate among them, and designating her as the link between Yaira and themselves was a collective decision. Yet, it seemed she was somewhat overly cherished. It was difficult to discern whether it was envy or jealousy, if they had not truly been imprisoned, if they had not been confined in a sunless environment, if they had not embraced Yaira, who bore a nonchalant demeanor despite the stench. If they had not witnessed Yaira descending like a savior to rescue others, it would have been hard to imagine their current feelings. I hope we can earnestly reflect upon our thoughts. Lady Yaira does not wish for us to act in such a manner. She does not want our gratitude to compel us to such deeds. The black cat girl urged, gazing at the tightly shut door belonging to Yaira behind her, adding, moreover, Lady Yaira is not in the room today. Can you comprehend this? Observing the seemingly enlightened expressions of those around her, the girl with the black cat approached sincerely, embracing several of the young women as she spoke. I believe that if the fervor in our hearts is validated by time without a trace of falsehood, Lady Yaina will graciously accept it. I understand now. Thank you. Please take care of yourself and rest early. I comprehend, and I hope that day arrives soon. FBI. Criminal Yaina, you are charged with enticing minors among other offenses. Do you have anything to say? Yaina, I am a citizen of the Interstellar Federation. The FBI has no authority to shackle me. FBI, arrest her. Yaina, wait, they are all at least 30 years old, and I am only 60. FBI. Acquitted. Chapter 60. The Anger Elixir Beta 0. One gurgle. Sonata's stomach growled once more. It was not merely a common hunger. As a member of the bloodline, her eyes turned an intense crimson. The rumbling of her belly signified that her thirst for blood had resurfaced. She had consumed but little of the cow's blood during the day. As a creature of the night, she was meant to survive on the blood of livestock in the absence of human sustenance. Yet, she was no longer the kind of vampire who could settle for such meager offerings. She could endure the darkness, had she never glimpsed the light. It is believed that all vampires are alike, after experiencing the exquisite sweetness of Yaira's blood, which even bore benefits for their lineage. No vampire could revert to a lesser state. The diluted blood was already rather delectable, and Yaira's blood was of a special kind, developed specifically for its exquisite taste. Once tasted, one would be utterly entranced, akin to the effects of a hallucinogen. Sonata tossed and turned within her coffin, unable to find slumber. It had been 2 weeks since Yaira's absence, and thoughts of him plagued her. Sonata. It seemed to be Yaira's voice. Perhaps her longing had conjured an illusion. Sonata? Surely, you are not asleep? Could it truly be Yaira? Sonata's astonishment caused the bloodshot hue in her eyes to vanish instantaneously, alleviating her craving. It was difficult to discern whether her desire was for blood or merely to behold Yaira. After rubbing her eyes, Sonata confirmed that the figure standing in her room was indeed Yaira. She asked in shock, "Has something happened? Have you returned early?" Yaira regarded her with curiosity, gently flicking Sonata's forehead as she sat up, and replied, "What are you thinking? We are still en route. I merely returned early through the virtual realm." "Oh, right. You can traverse to any place you visited at will. What a convenient ability." Sonata recalled this fact, grasping her twin tails and nodding in agreement. She continued, "So, Yaira, did you come back specifically to provide me with blood? Thank you so much." Sonata appeared genuinely touched, gently parting her lips to reveal her sharp fangs. "I'm afraid that is not the case. Never mind, you can drink while I speak." As Yaira spoke, feeling the eager fangs that had intrusively pierced into him, he experienced a tingling sensation that was rather pleasant. He said, "While docked at Haslosar, our fleet encountered some matters." Utilizing the time Sonata spent eagerly drinking, Yaira swiftly recounted the gist of the situation before placing a list on the disheveled coffin board beside them, stating, "According to those children, relay their messages to their parents." Sobbing softly, I understand. Please hurry. There are other matters to attend to." "Vela, Miss Vela Yenir Miniasicios?" As Yila called out to the lich engrossed in her experiment, he observed her carefully dripping liquid into another glass vial. He then amplified his voice, "Vela." What responded was a startled Vela, whose hands trembled, resulting in a loud shriek. Upon noticing the liquid that had spilled onto the table, she sighed in relief, then turned to glare at Yila, exclaiming, "Yila, do you realize how frightening you are?" Taking a deep breath, Vela wiped the blue liquid from the table, brushing away non-existent cold sweat, and reflected, "That was close. Haha, I nearly ascended to heaven. My soul vessel was on the verge of activation." Yila narrowed his eyes, observing the liquid on the table and the blue substance in Vela's hand. He inquired, "An alchemical experiment? But you're not an alchemist, are you? Shouldn't you be conducting magical experiments? Just a hobby." "Now, the liches are the ones conducting magical experiments," Vela remarked, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. She cleared her throat and asked, "Yila, did you return from planar travel? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Yila nodded, acknowledging her question, intrigued to discover what Vela was up to. However, she positioned herself firmly to block his view, stating, "I wanted to ask about the lich's recent circumstances. It feels as if Vela is up to some mischief. Is it merely an illusion? Certainly not. How could it be an illusion? They are quite well. After the constructs completed the exterior of their mage tower, they have all retreated inside, either continuing to modify the interior or have already begun their experiments." Vela spoke, shifting her body to obscure the equipment and potions behind her, convinced that Yila must have discovered something. If not for her lich body, she would surely be sweating profusely at this moment. "Yila, what are you looking at?" Vela asked, her voice tinged with guilt, contemplating whether to confess everything to him. However, to her surprise, Yila merely glanced at her, nodded, and departed. Before his form began to fade, Yila's eyes held scrutiny, inquiry, resignation, and a very specific sentiment of, "What are you up to this time?" Yet, there was no suspicion. A sense of trust warmed her heart. He must have perceived something, right? "Well, thank you for not probing deeper," Vela mused, watching as Yila's form gradually became ethereal, observing him shrug nonchalantly before he departed through the veil of reality. How effortlessly charming. Yila, with a sense of wonder, Vela carefully added a single drop of blue liquid into the vial containing a clear solution. As she infused it with her magical essence and gently swirled the contents, the once transparent liquid transformed into an inexplicable crimson hue. "Is this a success?" Vela mused to herself, leaning in closer to the bottle for a delicate sniff. However, as soon as she neared, she instinctively recoiled, a surge of anxiety and inexplicable anger flooding her heart. Fortunately, due to the minuscule amount she inhaled, clarity returned to her swiftly. It seemed that the preliminary phase of the experiment had indeed yielded positive results, yet further refinement was necessary. Moreover, how should she broach this matter with Yaira? Would he accept her well-intentioned, yet ulterior motives? Lost in these thoughts, Vela corked the crystalline vial and sank into a new round of contemplation. Chapter 61. The welcome song of the Silver Moon Grove. The port of the Silver Moon Grove is rather desolate. After disembarking, one can observe many elves quietly perched upon the trees surrounding the dock, silently gazing at the bustling activity. To put it succinctly, trade in this region is rather scarce. Even when it occurs, it is infrequent. Maritime trade is limited, with most transactions occurring overland. Apart from the Orcish nation, every country on this continent is coastal, and the vast sea lies above the Silver Moon Grove. This expanse of water is located to the right of the Hazard Duchy, a considerable distance that is far more cumbersome than traveling directly overland. Above that sea lies the frigid and isolationist realm of the far north. Thus, trade vessels from the Demon Lord's territory are indeed a novelty at the Silver Moon Grove. Curiously, the elves are holding a variety of musical instruments, seemingly poised to perform a melodic welcome for the imperial trading ships. Leading the procession down from the ship is Satan Leaf, followed closely by Helena and Yaira. In a strict sense, this marks the first official visit from the Demon Lord's territory to the Silver Moon Grove, necessitating a clear distinction of precedence, an observation made by Yaira. While certain matters may seem trivial to the Demon Lord's realm, they hold significant weight in the eyes of other nations. Although this does not apply to the Silver Moon Grove, Yaira cast a glance over the gathering, recognizing many familiar faces. After all, the population of elves is relatively small, with their reproductive capabilities and lifespans being two extremes. It would not be inaccurate to assert that elves are the least concerned about progeny in this world. Satan Leaf, Miss Helena, Yaira, welcome to your visit. Cassiopeia displayed none of the regal demeanor one might expect, waving her hand in greeting. If Yaira heard correctly, she had inadvertently exclaimed, "Welcome to play?" Natural innocence indeed shines through. At times, Yaira feels a profound sense of helplessness regarding the position of king in this world, as if it were cursed. Very few earnest individuals seem to ascend to the throne. Some are simply too immature and weak, while others are excessively humble yet endearing. There are those who embody a natural foolishness, and even a battle-crazed simpleton. The sole ruler with whom Yaira finds great joy in collaboration is also a deeply devoted individual, one whose loyalty could lead to betrayal of Yaira's aspirations and abandonment of that eternal empire, following the death of his beloved wife. If Yusef could live another decade, everything might unfold differently. And now, Yaira has arrived, prepared to sing. As Yaina was still evaluating the champions, Cassiopeia called out loudly, and under her command, a host of enchanting elves, each exquisitely beautiful, began to pluck at their harps and blow into their flutes. Both the harp and the flute are instruments native to this world, simple in nature and easily birthed across various realms. Thus the elves were naturally adept at playing them. Moreover, one could also observe some unique instruments from this world, which differed from wind, string, and percussion instruments, and even from friction instruments. How to describe them? Perhaps they could be termed explosive instruments? They produce sound through a mechanism that involves explosions, yet lack the power of magic. Perhaps they could be classified as percussion instruments, creating sound by striking the air. Their timbre somewhat resembles that of a drum. Of course, one cannot overlook the singers, who, using the rumored language derived from the age of deities, sang in Elvish. Though incomprehensible, their melodies were delightful, echoing like the sound of a crystal-clear spring flowing through the mountains, enveloping the ranks of the Demon Lord's retinue. Elvish, general meaning of the lyrics. Play a tune softly. When you are absent, the sun dims and the moon lacks radiance. Elvish, general meaning of the lyrics. The wind is cool and gentle. I sing for you as the spring echoes. Elvish, general meaning of the lyrics. The songs of the forest sweep through the branches. The chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers are tokens of welcome. Even though the lyrics were entirely unintelligible, everyone could still sense a duality in the welcome, half directed towards the Demon Lord's entourage and half specifically for Yaina. However, everyone found it quite amusing. The members of the Demon Lord's group found it entertaining. The residents of Silver Moon Tree Court sang joyfully, and Cassiopeia delighted in her handiwork, while Yaina stood awkwardly in place, for he understood Elvish, just as he had swiftly learned the common tongue, akin to the federative language through similar magic. He had also quickly grasped some Elvish derived from Nordic scripts while in Silver Moon Tree Court. The ancient script bears similarities to the runic alphabet. This at least demonstrates that this world is not entirely unrelated to Yaina's former Eternal Federation. It may well be a parallel world that diverged at some moment in time. Regardless of comprehension, one could appreciate the allure of this language, which possesses a remarkable depth and subtlety, making it exceptionally suited for singing. Indeed, one might argue that Elvish, when used in song, surpasses everyday communication, effortlessly conveying an epic quality. The elves also have a penchant for crafting exaggerated lyrics or poetry. It often feels as though the protagonists in their poems are depicted as the chosen ones or divine beings descending upon the world. Melodious, yet. All right. Cease the singing, Yaina complained, waving his hand to halt the harmonious elves. Although the melodies composed by the elves can fetch astronomical prices in many countries, and countless legends are willing to lavishly pay for their poetry and songs, Yaina remains indifferent to such accolades. Even if a song is exquisitely sung, if it serves merely to boast of oneself, it feels somewhat peculiar. While many in this world may yearn for such vanity, Yaina does not partake in it. Nevertheless, although the music has ceased, the fervor remains undiminished. Yaina, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a while, Yaina replied, with a hint of confusion. And you are? Do you still remember me? I used to gather fruit for you. Of course, I remember. How nostalgic, Yaina responded, though still unsure of the woman's identity. Thank you so much. I have long wished to express my gratitude to you in person, especially for avenging my father. The speaker, a youthful elven woman, shook Yaina's hand with heartfelt emotion. I am grateful that you allowed him to return to the world tree with the essence of an elf before he was entirely consumed by corruption. As Yaina gazed upon her face, recognition dawned, and a soft smile graced her lips. No need for thanks. Your father had already expressed his gratitude to me before his passing. That was quite some time ago. Chapter 62. The luminous berries don't mention it. Your father had already expressed his gratitude to me before his demise. Upon hearing this from Yaira, Satania's eyes widened in disbelief, and she could not restrain her curiosity as she inquired of the elven maiden, Sister, was your father also slain by Mr. Yaira? This inquiry, regardless of the angle from which it was approached, was utterly absurd, yet at this moment, it seemed remarkably fitting. You must be Satania, the daughter of Favaginio? The elven woman stated, nodding her head before continuing. Indeed, Mr. Yaira eradicated all the corrupted lands and subsequently liberated all the elves who had been tainted. Was your father among those who fell to corruption? Confronted with such a question, Satania, who knew nothing of this corruption, was momentarily taken aback. Casting a puzzled glance towards Yaira, did my father succumb to corruption? Is that the reason Mr. Yaira took his life? No, it was merely a confrontation on the battlefield. I killed him as an adversary, Yaira replied with unflinching candor. Ah, well, that was unavoidable. The elven maiden displayed a look of understanding, seemingly able to perceive life and death with a certain equanimity. It appeared that the inhabitants of this world did not hold life and death in the same reverence as the ancient federations of yore. Naturally, when someone close is slain, one must still feel anger. In this realm, the souls of the deceased truly return to the world tree, ultimately nourishing the tree and, in turn, the world itself, leading to rebirth. Even the theocratic nations, which deny the existence of deities, acknowledge this truth. This world is remarkably non-materialistic. Even if mana is regarded as a fundamental particle, it remains non-materialistic. A world of idealism and magic, if viewed solely through a material lens, would inevitably lead to a dead end. Yaira, how long do you plan to stay this time? Cassiopeia asked, her expression brimming with anticipation, as though she hoped Yaira would linger in the Silver Moon Grove for several days, though she received no response from him. Yaira merely gestured towards Selena and Satania, indicating that she should direct her inquiries to them instead. In response to your majesty, after concluding our trade and deliberating the next trade's details, we shall return. The affairs of the Demon Lord's territory are quite pressing, and I cannot remain longer. I hope for your understanding, Selena replied with respect, though her tone bore a hint of distance, eliciting a look of disappointment from Cassiopeia. However, I may need to stay a bit longer to attend to some personal matters. Selena, you and Satania should return with the others. I will travel back to the Demon Lord's domain via the virtual realm afterward. As Yaira spoke, preparing to elucidate his reasoning, Selena and Satania nodded in immediate agreement. The diminutive Demon Lord affirming, then, Mr. Yaira, do take care and return swiftly. There was a sense that this trust might be somewhat excessive. What if I chose to remain in the Silver Moon Grove indefinitely? Yet, as the recipient of such trust, it felt genuinely gratifying. With a nod, Yaina acknowledged her thoughts. However, upon deeper reflection, if I truly harbored the desire to remain in the Silver Moon Tree Court indefinitely, then forcibly detaining me in the Demon King's domain would lead to undesirable outcomes. Could this be considered an unintended benefit? Although I had no intention of resigning from the Demon King's realm, the Silver Moon Tree Court was indeed a splendid place for repose. Yet it was not conducive to the realization of dreams and aspirations. Very well. I shall entrust you all with the task of preparing a room for me in the Silver Moon Tree Court, Yaina instructed, including Satan Leaf, Selena, and the three young ladies to join in the respite within the court until trade was concluded. As Cassiopeia spoke, her expression radiated evident joy, which Yaina cautiously interpreted as the delight of a long-awaited reunion. May it truly be so, rather than for some other reason. Under Cassiopeia's invitation, the 6 of them followed the throng of elves, distancing themselves from the merfolk sailors unloading cargo and the children diligently assisting. What? Do you think Satan Leaf requires a guard or something? On one hand, the sea sirens aboard the ship could not be matched by the 3 sea siren leaders. And on the other hand, if Yaina could not ensure Satan Leaf's safety, then summoning 100 black knights to protect her would be utterly futile. As they traversed the forest, beneath the dense canopy, the group walked towards the tallest tree in the distance, the location of the World Tree. Naturally, the so-called Silver Moon Tree Court was not the World Tree itself. Rather, it resided on a grand tree, so immense that it was difficult to perceive as merely a tree, where the royal family and esteemed elves resided. If the size of the World Tree was such that one could stand before it without feeling the curvature of its trunk, the tree housing the Silver Moon Tree Court, while considerably smaller, was still quite vast. If one were to include the bark, the area of a single layer could rival that of the entire Demon King's territory. How beautiful, Satan Leaf marveled, walking along the narrow path in the forest, where the dense foliage allowed little sunlight to penetrate, yet the ambient light illuminated numerous bioluminescent ferns scattered about. Occasionally, one could glimpse fireflies flitting about. The atmosphere seemed steeped in a beautiful and mysterious hue. Indeed, though the night scenery at the Silver Moon Tree Court is even more enchanting, Yuna remarked with a smile, appearing quite familiar with the locale. It is currently noon, and when we return this evening, you shall see the ground at night is brighter than the moon in the sky. Wow! Satan Leaf gasped in awe, raising her gaze towards the rustling leaves. Hearing Yaina speak in such a manner only heightened her anticipation for the golden hues of the night. Here you go, Sister Satan Leaf. It seems that from their very first encounter, Cassiopeia has referred to Satan Leaf as her sister. Yaina has always sensed something amiss, yet she finds herself unable to articulate her thoughts. Satan Leaf blinked, gazing at the glowing blue berry that Cassiopeia had handed her. She observed as Cassiopeia also shared with Selena and the 3 sea maidens, as well as Yaina, inquiring, "What is this? Is it edible?" "Ah, a luminous berry. It is quite delectable," Yaina replied. Although she sensed a hint of malice, she figured that since it was Yaina who spoke, it must be safe. With this thought in mind, Satan Leaf failed to notice Yaina's lack of interest in sampling the fruit. Gently, she took a small bite, no larger than her pinky finger, and a rush of sweetness burst forth. Her eyes widened in delight as she eagerly devoured the berry. "Delicious!" exclaimed Satan Leaf joyfully, only to notice Yaina's gaze fixed upon her, seemingly stifling laughter. Following Yaina's eyes, she looked down at her own body. "Wow, why am I glowing?" Chapter 63. The tea brewing Ila. The luminous berries are a specialty of the Silver Moon Tree Court, and due to their difficulty in preservation, they can primarily be found only within the local vicinity. These berries shine ever brighter as the surrounding darkness deepens, serving as a sort of guiding light during the night. Especially since the Silver Moon Tree Court lacks oil lamps. Their flavor is sweet, possessing the ability to soothe qi, alleviate dampness, and dissolve phlegm, making them easily digestible. They can both satiate hunger and quench thirst, and their yield is abundant. However, they do not constitute the primary sustenance for the elves. This is because the light emitted by the luminous berries, upon being consumed, gradually imbues the individual with the characteristics of the fruit, causing them to radiate a soft glow. In simpler terms, after consumption, one's body begins to emit a faint luminescence, and the more one consumes, the more intense the light becomes in darker surroundings. While aesthetically pleasing, it does evoke a sense of embarrassment. "Mr. Ila, you've tricked me," complained Satan Leaf, casting a mournful glance, her lips pouting. Yet, her tail wagged joyfully, indicating that she found the situation amusing. This illustrates how the emotions of many magical creatures and beast folk are easily comprehensible. Their non-human traits candidly reveal their true feelings. "You've mentioned that several times along the way," Ila chuckled helplessly, extending his hand, which emitted a gentle glow, to pat Satan Leaf on the head. He then addressed the glowing assembly, saying, "Look, we've all eaten, haven't we?" Mr. Ila, you've tricked me again," Satan Leaf reiterated. "Ha ha." Selena chuckled behind her hand, and the merfolk leader exhibited a similar expression. However, the Naga leader and the Jiao people leader were less restrained, clutching their stomachs with laughter, nearly in tears. Ha ha ha. Amidst their merriment, they arrived before the magnificent structure known as the Silver Moon Tree Royal Court Tree. Indeed, this is the name of the immense edifice before them, articulated as Silver Moon Tree Royal Court Tree. The Silver Moon Tree Royal Court Tree is a colossal tree. Its center hollowed out to create numerous rooms, staircases, and halls, forming a vast architectural complex. One of its branches extends toward the World Tree, allowing direct passage to it. Traversing this branch feels akin to walking on a broad, level plaza, owing to its substantial size. The elf guards, clad in leather armor, standing watch at the entrance of the Silvermoon Tree Royal Court tree, nodded in acknowledgement to the returning Cassiopeia before smiling and nodding toward Ila and the others, primarily in greeting to Ila. Lord Ila is held in exceptionally high regard among the elves, Selena remarked with a sense of admiration. Indeed, indeed, chimed in the Jiao leader. With a smile, Inla followed Cassiopeia through the grand entrance of the royal tree, glancing back at the others who had trailed behind. He remarked, after all, it was I and Favaginio who aided the elven race in averting a potential catastrophe that could have led to their extinction. Observing the expressions of Satan Leaf and the others, Inla discerned that the fellow had not broached any such topics with them. He chuckled softly and added, when we discuss the next trade, let Cassiopeia enlighten you. This was acceptable, yet it seemed Inla had intentions of his own. Amidst the group's curiosity, Cassiopeia guided everyone to take their seats around the round table in the hall. This was her workspace, adorned simply with teacups and a teapot. Indeed, the position of the Elven Empress bore little real significance. It was merely a title bestowed upon one who wielded authority without the necessity of governance. With no pressing matters requiring her decree, Inla observed Cassiopeia, who languidly reclined on the table, devoid of any semblance of regal demeanor, and he shook his head in resignation before opening a wooden cupboard nearby. From within, he retrieved several pristine teacups. Time seemed to have left no mark upon the elves. Even after many years, the place where items were stored had not changed in the slightest. In this eternal realm, it was only natural that it would remain imperishable, yet this was not the conclusion that Inla wished to witness. Or rather, it represented a form of happiness that did not align with his desires. Long ago, during his time with Favaginio in the Silver Moon Tree Court, he was always the one responsible for brewing tea. Cassiopeia and he had both praised Inla's skill in this art. With a sense of nostalgia, he recounted, as he brewed a pot of tea with an impeccable grace that would have been commendable even by the standards of his former world, for those seated at the table. Back then, that dragon would sit across from me, hands clasped behind his head, reclining and swinging his legs in a relaxed manner. Cassiopeia remarked, gazing at Satan Leaf, who now occupied that very spot, lost in thought as they awaited the tea Inla had prepared. The clear, luminous brew was, as always, exquisite. As the guests began to sip their tea, Inla, reminiscent of decades past, wiped his hands on a silken cloth and said, you may converse. I shall be heading directly to the Demon Lord's domain. I need to make a brief visit to the World Tree and will return shortly. It seemed that Inla's previous intentions were indeed related to the World Tree. Please provide me with the passage permit, he stated, extending his hand towards Cassiopeia, signaling her to lend him the credential for his journey to the World Tree. However, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need to concern yourself. The guards will allow you passage. Had she mentioned this beforehand? It appeared that Cassiopeia did not regard the matter with particular gravity. With such thoughts in mind, Inla relied on her memory and gracefully descended the staircase, exiting the hall. Although Cassiopeia had never uttered such words, she firmly believed in the power of Inla's charm. Delicious, Helena remarked, shaking her head in resignation. As much as I dislike admitting it, as a maid, I find myself outdone by Lady Inla in this regard. I cannot determine whether it is due to Inla's extensive knowledge or if she truly deserves the praise. Sister Cassiopeia? Satan quietly sipped her tea, observing Inla's confident departure. In response to Cassiopeia's inquisitive she inquired, might you share the tales of your encounters with Mr. Inla? Cassiopeia replied, certainly. Favigno, my daughter doesn't even mention me. Truly, she is my daughter. Chapter 64. The self-proclaimed deity from the seemingly interminable staircase, winding around the trunk. One can finally reach the entrance to the Silvermoon Tree Royal Court, a branch of the World Tree. The Silvermoon Tree Court remains unchanged, a realm where the smooth bark could easily evoke visions of might and strength. Above, the ceiling and surrounding walls are adorned with radiant gems, casting a gentle and natural light. In other realms, sunstones are a rare luxury. A gem the size of a fingernail, akin to those embedded around, could sustain a common family for an entire year. Yet here, they are plentifully utilized as ordinary illumination, harmonizing beautifully with the luminescent flora, rendering the otherwise enclosed Silvermoon Tree Court as bright as day. If one were to ponder the place that most embodies Yaira's conception of fantasy, it would likely be the duchy. On its streets, one encounters vendors hawking fruits, orcs ambling about, and half-elves mingling. Each individual is equipped with swords, staffs, bows, or daggers. Taverns are alive with the boisterous tales of dwarves, while the avenues host guilds of adventurers and mages. Indeed, it is the epitome of a whimsical city. However, if one were to seek the location that most resonates with Yaira's definition of magical, it would be the Silvermoon Tree Court, replete with glowing plants and a constant, ethereal melody lingering in the air. Upon first arriving here, Yaira was utterly captivated. This place surpassed the fantastical aura of the pure White Towers Academy by leaps and bounds. As if it were an ancient, long-sealed sanctuary. If memory serves, he visited at the tender age of 25, appearing even more youthful than he does now, perhaps by a month or two. Well, in truth, not much has changed. As Yaira ascended the lengthy staircase, he encountered numerous elves along the way, all of whom recognized him, though he was not particularly familiar with them. Nevertheless, their warm greetings did not wane. Yaira, you've come to visit. I've heard Cassiopeia speak of you incessantly. Will you be staying for a while? With a smile, Yaira nodded in response to the enthusiastic elf, saying, I might linger for a bit, but no more than 2 or 3 days at most. Perhaps I shall return by tomorrow morning. He reciprocated the greetings of the elves, and today he nearly met all of them. Indeed, there are only about 1,000 elves in the entire Silvermoon Tree Court. While this is not an insignificant number, it is hardly large for the homeland of a race. However, it is a considerable increase compared to the past, particularly when accounting for the elves traveling across the world. With their nearly eternal lifespans and innate magical abilities that require no learning to wield, the elven race is truly favored. As Yaina engaged in conversation with everyone, a diminutive sprite scampered to her side, tugging at her trousers to capture her attention, inquiring, Yaina, where's my sister? This little sprite, a charming young girl, was none other than Cassiopeia's sister, whom Yaina recognized. She is in the hall, discussing trade matters with the Demon King. It would be best if you refrained from disturbing her. Yaina gently patted her head, and then turned to acknowledge a benevolent-looking male sprite, appearing quite youthful, nodding in greeting. Good day, Mr. Oberon. Who is Oberon, you may ask? To put it simply, he is Cassiopeia's father. Good day, it has been quite a while. Yaina, Oberon Aluvida greeted warmly, his demeanor strikingly gentle for one of his appearance, nodding as he remarked, you must have endured many hardships outside. Such words sounded like those of an elder addressing a returning youth. However, given the apparent youthfulness of this sprite, he certainly possessed the credentials to speak thus. Just a little, Yaina replied respectfully, showing deference to this rare living former king, and then continued his ascent under the watchful gaze of Oberon. The number of sprites along the path gradually dwindled, which was a relief. After all, he needed to contemplate his next course of action, for he found himself uncertain of how to confront the World Tree. With the gods deceased, what then was the consciousness within the World Tree that claimed divinity? Yaina, it has been a long time. Many years have passed. Did you receive the poems I wrote? He heard from 2 sprite guards at the entrance to the Silvermoon Tree King's court leading to the World Tree. Yaina smiled and nodded in response, stating, I am headed towards the World Tree. The 2 sprite guards exchanged glances before parting to allow Yaina to pass. One of them remarked, hurry along. We shall pretend we have not seen you. The other guard nodded in agreement. Thank you, Yaina replied as he exited through the grand door behind them, walking along the vast branches towards a colossal wall and platform, the former being a segment of bark from the incomprehensibly grand World Tree, and the latter being a small branch of the World Tree. When viewed from a distance, the scale of the World Tree in relation to living beings was truly astonishing. When your perspective allowed you to see the entirety of the World Tree, the world itself appeared remarkably diminutive. The World Tree indeed spanned the entirety of the plane, and it was rumored that hidden within its vast expanse were portals leading to 8 other planes, allowing for free travel between worlds. Yet, due to the sheer size of the World Tree, uncovering the truth was a protracted endeavor, rendering this rumor neither verifiable nor falsifiable. The origins of mana, the birth of deities, and the essence of power all trace back to the World Tree. On this path, no elf would ever tread. None would venture to the World Tree, save for the Elf King. No elf would permit another to approach the World Tree, except for Yaina, who was indeed unique. For reasons unknown, Yaina felt an extraordinary solemnity enveloping him as he traversed this scene, as if he were composing an epic. The light appeared almost sacred. To be candid, it bore a resemblance to walking the road to a noble demise. However, such thoughts were rather ominous, and thus Yaina swiftly dismissed them. He simply placed his hand upon the World Tree, vast as if it connected heaven and earth, as though it divided the realms. Come forth, O deity of the World Tree. Chapter 65. Corruption. This tale harks back to a time long past. However, while it may seem distant to humanity, for the immortal elves, it feels as if it transpired merely yesterday. The perception of time among long-lived races is peculiar. They tend to forget what they deem insignificant, often requiring considerable time to recall even recent events, yet they remember trivial matters spanning centuries, provided they regard them as important. Events associated with corruption and the subsequent rebellion of the Council of Elders are indelibly etched in their memories, as are the efforts made by Yaira. At that time, the Silver Moon Grove was governed by an entity known as the Council of Elders. The elves were obliged to heed the Council of Cassiopeia as well as that of the Council. However, due to the lack of administrative affairs within the Silver Moon Grove, the Council's influence was largely overlooked. This changed with the emergence of the corrupted lands. Unbeknownst to many, dark swamps began to materialize within the Silver Moon Grove's forest, requiring significant effort to escape once ensnared. Elves lingering in these areas would find themselves sapped of strength. Nearby flora and fauna underwent mutations, with plants developing lethal organs and animals becoming increasingly aggressive, aimlessly wandering and launching indiscriminate attacks on anything that moved. These swamps were dubbed the Corrupted Lands, and as time passed, their number and size proliferated, along with the hazardous creatures that inhabited them. If not addressed, this could lead to a catastrophic extinction of their kind. What does this have to do with the Council of Elders? And what of Mr. Yura? Satan Yi blinked, inquiring as she observed Cassiopeia recounting the past. She had to admit that storytelling was not Cassiopeia's forte. She often rambled, her thoughts disjointed and scattered. I collaborated with the council for a time, yet we found ourselves at a loss regarding how to cleanse the corrupted lands, as the council itself had succumbed to corruption. It was then that Yaira and your father arrived at the Silver Moon Grove, Cassiopeia explained, touching briefly on the council before promptly shifting her focus to Yaira. Yaira came to the Silver Moon Grove, drawn by the World Tree, believing it was calling to him. Your father, having heard tales of my father's strength, sought him out for a duel. However, as matters drew to a close, he mentioned having other obligations and departed before the confrontation could occur. What matter was that? As Cassiopeia gazed into the perplexed eyes of the audience, she offered an awkward smile, acknowledging her somewhat disjointed storytelling. She explained, the World Tree is of great significance, and my father's status is likewise esteemed. Under normal circumstances, I should not have acquiesced to their demands. However, given the unique situation, I resorted to pleading with Ila and your father, permitting them to pursue their objectives, albeit with the condition that the issue of the corrupted land be addressed. They readily agreed. What transpired next was both simple and complex. Ila and Favaginio spent a considerable time in the Silver Moon Grove, primarily investigating the forest and engaging in spirited banter. During this period, they uncovered an error in the intelligence provided by the grove. While it was true that the corrupted land caused the decay of both flora and fauna, not all creatures were a result of this corruption. In fact, there existed a creature akin to an anteater that was the primary architect of the corrupted land. Its purple excrement gradually transformed the earth into a corrupted state, a process that was not permanent. It required periodic deposits to sustain its existence. Originally a well-concealed magical beast, it evaded detection by the Silver Moon Grove during this time. Yet, due to its faint draconic lineage, it was ultimately discovered by Favaginio. Upon returning to report their findings, a widespread encirclement and eradication of the being, now dubbed the Corrupted Beast, was initiated. Yet, the numbers of these creatures seemed to remain unabated. After some time, during one of the purging operations, the duo witnessed an elf feeding a purple-black blood to an innocuous little beast, transforming it into a corrupted beast. At that moment, they were ambushed by an unidentified elf. After a counterattack that brought them back to the Silver Moon Grove, they found themselves falsely accused of initiating an assault on the elf. However, their growing rapport with Cassiopeia ensured her staunch defense of them. Subsequently, it was confirmed that a faction of elves had succumbed to corruption. During another attack directed at Cassiopeia, Ila apprehended the assailant, revealing the telltale purple-black blood of the Elder Council member, thus vindicating themselves. Following this, a thorough examination of all elves ensued. The corrupted elves, including all council members and certain others who realized their concealment was futile, commenced a formal rebellion. Coughing lightly to emphasize the pivotal moment, Cassiopeia sipped her tea, appearing somewhat parched from her narration. Now, don't rush me, she said. Yet, how could the others not feel a sense of urgency? Her sudden pause was indeed exasperating. It was an interruption that could provoke ire among listeners. Eventually, Favaginio had to attend to other matters, while Ila employed blood magic to quell the rebellion, ultimately resolving the crisis of corruption. When recounted in such a manner, it hardly seems extraordinary, does it? 5 dynasties and the mountains and rivers, Cassiopeia spoke, her smile reflecting cherished memories. However, Since then, the people of the Silver Moon Grove have come to revere Ila, for he is our savior. Those who have experienced it would understand. No, even just hearing about it evokes a sense of awe. Everyone thought in unison. Recalling the children who worshipped Ila like a deity, those who had been liberated from the shackles of slavery, it was entirely understandable to grasp the sentiments of the elves. Yet, Cassiopeia's tale was far from over. What followed was the account of how I accompanied Ila to behold the world tree. Witnessing him inscribe the world's incantation upon his neck, a mark etched into his very soul, thus becoming the governor. Subsequently, we perched upon the slenderest branches. Listening to his tales of the past, Cassiopeia's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. It was in that fleeting moment that she vowed never to be a mere transient figure in Ila's life. "Oh, how remarkable!" exclaimed the sirens. "So this is how Ila became the governor?" Helena remarked, her instincts as a succubus alerting her to the subtle shift in Cassiopeia's demeanor. "Lord Ila, what a man burdened with sins," she observed. Chapter 66. The divine this night was extraordinarily peculiar. Before Ila lay a scene that was both unusual and reminiscent of the high-rise buildings he encountered daily, a city suspended in the sky, twinkling like countless stars against the backdrop of the night. Although it was indeed night, it felt as if daylight lingered. The Federation had long since abandoned the distinction between day and night, existing in a realm of perpetual twilight. Towering skyscrapers rose in layers, their uniformity resembling a civilization's meticulously arranged coffins, yet they exuded an air of tranquility and permanence. The vibrant neon lights flickered, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the scene. Occasionally, interstellar vessels illuminated the sky as they soared towards lunar bases or distant planets, while sentient machines stood respectfully by the streets, serving intelligent life forms. Numerous peculiar extraterrestrial beings mingled, engaged in conversation as they walked amidst the festive decorations and fireworks that adorned the night. Yet, this was the most extraordinary of evenings. For Ila, the essence of normalcy lay in his medieval-style stone chamber, immersed in books, savoring snacks, and conversing with the leaves of Satan. This was his true sanctuary, and the familiar sight before him was a mere illusion, a reflection of the past he vowed to recreate, a phantasm of dreams. Gently folding his wings, Ila alighted gracefully upon a skyscraper, resting his hand on the railing as he gazed below at the scene he should have recognized. "Ah, such a nostalgic view. Good evening. How may I assist you?" Ila turned to see a smiling figure, a woman dressed in professional attire. Observing the chip at her neck, he shook his head and replied, "I am merely enjoying the scenery. Please be on your way." "Ah, AI, merely puppets, not harbingers of doom." If they were indeed the latter, he would be at a loss on how to confront the architect of the Federation's demise, even if this reality were a mere illusion. Under Yila's watchful gaze, the automaton controlled by the final AI judgment agency, good and evil coordination automaton nodded before descending the elevator. Most of the Federation's intelligent machines were operated by these puppets, designed to enhance human convenience. In contrast, Dark Doom, the final AI judgment agency, racial annihilation special weapon, was an entity that constantly evaluated the necessity of a being's existence, poised to eradicate any deemed superfluous. During the Federation's twilight, an unforeseen glitch or anomaly had occurred, leading Dark Doom to categorize all human life, no, all life itself, as subjects warranting extinction. Ila stood as the universe's sole survivor, a remnant of a world lost. "Do you miss it?" A melodious female voice inquired from behind. Silently, Ila turned to face the woman, a striking beauty appearing to be in her mid-20s. Her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully, her slender figure adorned in a vintage-inspired fitted t-shirt and a short skirt, adorned in high heels and stockings of varying lengths, one leg clad in stockings that reach thigh-high. While the other barely covers the knee, she possesses a regal nose and full, luscious lips, emanating an alluring and captivating charm. Yet, upon encountering her serpent-like gaze, filled with depths unknown, all thoughts dissipate in an instant. There may be some intrigue, but it is ultimately unnecessary. As Elam used this, he observed the woman clap her hands, causing the surrounding scenery to dissolve rapidly, akin to snow melting under the sun, transforming the environment into an immaculate white, reminiscent of his initial encounter with the world tree. "Long time no see, Enla," she greeted, having mysteriously conjured a table and taken a seat before him. Enla glanced at the chair reserved for him and settled across from her, replying, "It has indeed been a while, goddess." The woman, referred to as a deity, exhibited no extraordinary emotion. She merely clapped her hands gently, and 2 teacups materialized on the table, filled with frothy, cold soda, the dark hue evoking nostalgia. However, Enla had no inclination to partake. He regarded the woman, who had first introduced herself as God, and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" In response to Ila's question, she blinked, took a sip of her soda, and remarked, "Did I not mention previously? I am your external aid, your golden finger. But it seems you cannot accept this designation thus. I am a goddess." Ila resolutely disregarded her convoluted terminology, dismissing the notions of golden finger and external aid that stemmed from his fragmented memories. He initially speculated that she might be the recorded world god, Yinjalashir, but later discovered her appearance resembled that of an elf. After further contemplation, he pondered whether she might be the five-colored dragon god, Tiamat. Yet her demeanor and speech did not align. Moreover, the absence of wings behind her suggested she was likely not a dragon, but rather a serpent. As he expressed these thoughts, he noticed the woman's lack of anger and continued, "So I wonder, could you be a deity that does not exist in this world? Or perhaps a nascent Nidhogg?" Yet, something feels amiss despite his casual conjectures. The woman remained unperturbed, nodding with interest as she reflected, "For the sake of my identity, in-law, you have truly labored hard. Have you delved into extensive research?" "Indeed, I have, but is this the appropriate moment for such discussions?" In-law retorted, observing her intently. With a mere glance, she refilled her cup with soda, a knowing expression gracing her features as she stated, "So, in-law, you have seen that stone tablet, have you not? The one proclaiming the gods are dead, and chaos shall ensue?" In-law, silent, clearly acknowledged this assertion. The woman nodded nonchalantly, acknowledging, "Indeed, those wretched gods refer to me. But to label me as chaos is quite excessive. I am, after all, the true deity." She spoke in a tone reminiscent of a neighboring girl. Yet her words held the power to astonish the entire world. "I had assumed that chaos denoted a particular force. Can a single individual truly annihilate all the gods?" As Yaira expressed his astonishment, the woman waved her hand dismissively, stating, "I embody the very concept of God. Strictly speaking, it is those false deities who operate under my authority. However, Yaira, you need not concern yourself with that. It does not diminish my role as your guiding hand." Yaira suppressed his shock, taking a sip of cola for the first time, relishing the familiar effervescence of carbon dioxide. He inquired, "So, do you intend to destroy the world?" In response, the woman rolled her eyes. "Huh, why would I want to destroy the world?" However, she chuckled lightly, revealing a genuinely joyful and innocent smile as she continued, "I find myself rather bored, so I suppose I shall endeavor to make the world a tad more intriguing." Yaira thought, "This is it. She is the kind of playful being, goddess, with whom negotiation is impossible." Chapter 67. How annoying is the Riddler? Haha. I previously mentioned that imposing limitations upon oneself is merely a path to self-inflicted suffering. The woman laughed joyfully, akin to a mischievous friend remarking, "I told you this skill was unreliable. See, you're in a bit of a pickle now, aren't you?" She spoke casually. "What do you mean by unable to absorb human mana? It seems utterly meaningless, doesn't it?" Yet, In-law could only sigh. If Yusef were still alive, such limitations would prove effective, preventing people within the realm from entertaining delusions of dominating humanity or unifying the world. It would also spare the governing officials from the fear of humanity. No, such thoughts were unwarranted at this moment. It would be exceedingly unfair to Inshabella. I truly wish to understand how Yusef's father, Vortigern, educated him. If only Vortigern were alive. Indeed, I must. In-law contemplated, initially intending to declare, to unleash a massacre amongst humans, but that phrase seemed rather brutal. He continued, "One must treat all races with equality." Yes, that sounded far more refined, and in-law was not being dishonest. After all, it was indeed a case of equitable treatment, in terms of slaughter. However, this self-proclaimed god was indeed a deity, one whose very essence compelled all gods to sacrifice themselves to seal her chaos, showing no intent to complicate matters for in-law. Simply put, all that was required was to append the human string to the substring located on the 50th page of the third line of the World Incantation's 34th verse. The woman, speaking effortlessly, extended her slender finger to trace along In-La's neck, lightly stating, "You inscribed the previous incantations yourself. Re-engraving this one should be second nature, no? Or should I take over this time?" One could not deny that, despite the perilous nature of her identity, since their first encounter, she had treated him with utmost kindness, even fulfilling her role as the golden finger quite genuinely. "No need. I shall handle it myself this time," In-law replied, as he had before. He observed the woman's hand, tracing the blue trajectory in the air, watching the intricate characters suspended in space, and he quickly memorized them. As In-law committed the lengthy and complex world incantation to memory, he casually remarked, "The third line, the third character of the connection page, the 50th page." Pertains to the identification and capture of different races mana, correct? The woman paused, considering his words, then ceased her writing in the air and said, "Ah. Then there's no need to write so extensively. Just remember these, and you can replicate the subsequent strings as per the above." Inla nodded, indicating his comprehension. After taking a sip of cola, he added, "What you have inscribed thus far represents the human portion, doesn't it? Now, this incantation on the connection page encompasses all races of the world." In response to Yila's words, the woman nodded, acknowledging the truth in his statement. With a casual demeanor, she remarked, "Indeed, elements, magical beasts, orcs, and humans, even deities are included." Nonchalantly referring to deities, she propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Yila. As if she had discerned something, she inquired, "However, have you already undergone your first transformation? How does it feel?" It was evident that she perceived the transformation. "I am uncertain if it is due to my own peculiarities or if you have done something to me," Yila mused, stroking his neck. "The transformed mana does not possess an independent consciousness. Rather, the essence of the transformed mana's master has resided within me, granting me access to their unique powers." The woman uttered thoughtfully, contemplating how to articulate her explanation to Yila. Ultimately, she chose silence, merely chuckling softly. "Consider it your uniqueness, after all. It embodies a form of inheritance of power." Yila responded with a perplexed expression. "Such riddles and disjointed remarks truly baffle me." The woman, lacking a strong desire to clarify, raised a finger and said, "Look, being a governor is quite a gentle profession, wouldn't you agree? Fallen magical beasts, indeed." "You are absolutely correct." Observing Yila's clear expression of skepticism, the woman continued unhurriedly. "Generally speaking, when a person is slain, it signifies the end of their life. However, being killed by a governor is different." Yila grasped her intended meaning, but still shook his head with a sigh. "Your reasoning is quite similar to that of Favaginio. Yet, is the power of becoming a governor truly a blessing? Do they genuinely desire it?" In response to Yila's rebuttal, the woman shrugged indifferently and jested. "Whether they wish for it or not is irrelevant. The question is whether it can be considered an inheritance of their power. If one were to forcefully interpret it that way, it could indeed be feasible." As if sensing Yila's thoughts, the woman stood and began to massage his shoulders from behind. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "Just like the hope of the mighty dragon, consuming others as extraordinary resources, allowing them to continue shining and radiating warmth." In silence, Yila cast a glance at the woman, unable to fathom the extent of her insight into his memories. Yet, conversing with her brought him an undeniable sense of ease. She was the only person in this world who could comprehend his references. "I enjoy playing with chestnut balls," Yila declared. "Oh, that is indeed a deck intricately tied to inheritance." The woman smiled as she gently massaged Yaina's head from behind, saying, "You need not tire yourself so. Once my corruption spreads across the globe, the entire world shall labor for your dreams under my command." With that, the woman withdrew her hand. As Yaina, who had suddenly turned her head, wore an expression of astonishment, the woman chuckled lightly and continued, "Of course, whether you choose to oppose me is entirely your decision. But it will certainly be entertaining. The time has come. Conversing with you has truly been delightful. Ha ha. It must be quite a challenge for you to play along with us sisters. Yet rest assured, the benefits shall not elude you." As she spoke, Yaina opened her mouth to inquire further, but the woman gently clapped her hands and said, "Send my regards to my sister Inheritance from God. Fear not. Your dream is merely a different path to the same destination." As the world spun, the pristine realm suddenly collapsed. After a moment of disorientation, Yaina opened her eyes, which had been closed, and withdrew her hand from the branches of the world tree. The sense of incongruity brought about by the change in posture quickly dissipated. Yaina muttered to herself, gritting her teeth and exclaiming, "I loathe riddlers." Chapter 68. Beware of forest fires. Perhaps Yila should have anticipated this. Why does the so-called corruption, which appears to be exceedingly perilous, manifest solely within the Silver Moon Tree Court, a realm that ought to be the most sacred and closest to the essence of the world? As for the notion that under my control, the entire world shall strive for your dreams, Yila is utterly skeptical. He does not believe that this self-proclaimed deity of chaos has a connection with him that is anywhere near that profound. From beginning to end, Yila has never inquired why the other party treats him with such kindness. It is a question that bears no necessity. The stars above twinkle beautifully, and the moon shines with a resplendent brightness, illuminating the path back to the Silver Moon Tree Court in a most enchanting manner. It seems he has lingered here for an entire day. He decides to return today and come back tomorrow to amend the incantation upon his neck. "Tycap, take me back to the Silver Moon Tree Court," Yila declared, opening the communication channel with Tycap. Tycap, yes, Lord Ila. Are you still awake at this late hour? Ila, I am preparing to sleep. Tycap, please take care of yourself, Lord Ila. Etherwing pillar, Tycap, wingspan. After a brief wait, Ila, adorned with wings, realized that his position had not changed at all. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, he perceived Tycap's puzzled tone. Tycap, Lord Ila, I am unable to enter the virtual realm. Has the Silver Moon Tree Court set up a dimensional anchor? Certainly. There are no dimensional anchors within the Silver Moon Tree Court, for the number of traveling mages among the elves is considerable. If a spell like dimensional anchor were established, it would complicate the return of the traveling mages. Places like the Empress's Palace do possess dimensional anchors. However, other locations would hardly consider the possibility that assassins skilled in planar travel had previously ventured into the Silver Moon Tree Court. Thus, the anchored plane must be here, right? The instant Ila comprehended this, an instinct surged within him. He abruptly flapped his wings and took flight from his original position, and in less than a second, a searing fireball erupted where he had stood. He was attacked. How long had it been since he had faced such an assault? Pondering this, Ila looked up at his assailants, who were distant figures cloaked in hooded garments adorned with fiery red patterns. From the mana, it was evident they were human. Boom, boom. The attackers remained silent, yet behind them, countless fireballs ignited. These fireballs were exceptionally formidable, potentially reaching the level of a grand mage. If their numbers were sufficient, they could indeed overwhelm an ordinary legendary figure. Tycap, they are formidable opponents. As Tycap expressed the capability to perceive what Ila was currently witnessing, he acknowledged the possibility that his adversary was not a mere nobody. Yet, Ila could not recall when he had incurred their enmity. In his mind, he replied to Tycap, their skill is commendable. Allow me to test the waters. Friends, or perhaps foes, encircled him near the world tree, raising questions about their intentions. Surely, Ila had not offended them, had he? Dear sirs, I harbor no desire for senseless conflict. I speak with sincerity. As he spoke, Ila conjured a whip of the ethereal wing column belonging to Tycap, striking down the incoming fireballs from a distance. The opposition, however, seemed disinclined to respond. Yet, this did not deter Ila from articulating his thoughts. If your jealousy stems from my close association with Cassiopeia, there is no need for such feelings. My popularity, alongside that of a certain dragon, derives from our contributions to the Silver Moon Tree Court. Do you grasp my meaning? While engaging in combat with the 10 or so opponents, Ila maintained an air of calm, observing that they appeared entirely unready for negotiation. With a resigned sigh, he reflected on the troublesome nature of entanglement and schemes. If one cannot even discern who their enemies are, then all of one's strength becomes futile. Surely, one cannot simply defeat them all, can they? Ila would rather engage with another legendary figure, or even 3 or 4, than confront this assembly of half-step legendary archmages, who remained as silent as mutes. Since you insist on this course of action, let us engage in battle. The moment he declared this, enormous crimson wings unfurled from his back, creating a powerful gust that interrupted a spell the mages had been casting for quite some time. Simultaneously, Ila's form vanished from sight. Almost instantaneously, the fire elementals summoned to buy time for the mages were obliterated by the swiftly passing red shadow. Of course, it was not truly simultaneous. The speed was so great that the sounds of their explosions overlapped, resonating as though they came from a single source. However, the heat did not emit even a trace. The surrounding air and gentle breeze remained refreshingly cool, as Ila consciously regulated the temperature, mindful not to ignite the nearby trees and foliage. In the next moment, the scarlet phantom darted into the throng of people. The process was so rapid that, in the blink of an eye, all 10 adversaries were reduced to a cloud of ash, dispersing with the wind. With the demise of the dimensional anchor-S caster, the surrounding space returned to normal. Tycap, so swift, I barely registered it. Tycap remarked, having intended to assist in controlling his portion of mana within the ethereal wing column for battle. Yet finding no suitable opportunity, Ila had spared one life. He grasped the neck of the last remaining spellcaster, preparing to have Tycap escort him back to the Demon Lord's domain to consult with Vera or another lich, seeking to extract this individual's soul and uncover the truth behind the matter. However, the individual who was captured has now relinquished all resistance, accompanied by a crackling sound. This person's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears began to emit an increasingly brilliant light. The implications of this situation were unmistakable, nonetheless. Ian did not feel the need to hurl it into the sky to prevent an explosion that could claim his own life. Lord Ian, he is about to self-destruct. I see that, Ian replied succinctly, enveloping the individual with the power of the scarlet dragon, as if encasing him within a protective barrier of crimson bulletproof glass, akin to the shield previously employed to safeguard the elven maiden. However, this protection was bidirectional. With a faint pop, the individual merely produced a sound akin to a deflated balloon, exploding into scalding chunks of flesh within the protective barrier, which were subsequently incinerated by Ian, who wore a look of distaste. These ashes could serve as fertilizer for flowers, quite beneficial for the garden. Alas, in the end, I remain in ignorance. Pondering why this has been the case lately, Ian sighed. He would rather engage in a decisive battle than remain in such a state of perplexity. Let me take a moment to reflect. After much contemplation, I have resolved to address this matter. I have made a profoundly painful decision. Oh, did you think I was going to abandon this? Were you startled by my words? Ha ha ha. I, the Lord of the Waning Moon, would never consider such a thing. In truth, I am about to increase my output significantly. The reason being, I am nearing my limits. And if my readership does not improve within 3 months, currently at 350 subscriptions, aiming for 500, my income will dwindle in the 4th month. Quite amusing, isn't it? Regardless, this should bear little significance for the readers. I shall not resort to mediocrity or haphazard writing. Instead, my urgency to complete my work within 3 months will drive me to produce more content. Perhaps you may even think, it's wonderful that this author's work is not widely read. Now he will be compelled to produce more. From now on, I shall guarantee a minimum of 3 updates per day, though I have already begun to increase my output gradually. However, I must confess, I have entertained thoughts of discontinuation. That would be a grave disservice to you all. I understand that continuously writing new works until I craft a bestseller is the swiftest route to success. Yet, I do not wish to pursue that path. I desire to treat every reader who cherishes my writing with respect. As long as you do not abandon the words I pen, I shall continue to write. Even if I receive only 1 subscription each day, I will diligently complete my work until the subscription count reaches 0. In summary, I am grateful to you all. Furthermore, I do not wish to see any comments in this chapter lamenting, the reason you are not successful must be due to the plot in the earlier chapters, or any insincere analyses of my failures. I do not require that. Consider it my stubbornness. However, praise in the comments is always welcome. Stay tuned for the 4th update shortly. Chapter 69. The Cult of the Flame Demon Ernie. Are those individuals your associates? Confronted by the probing inquiry of Verisa Windrunner, the fiery elemental woman, sipping molten magma, refrained from responding immediately. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings, affirming that she remained within the elemental plane. A look of wistfulness crossed her features as she uttered in the tongue of the elements, Verisa, how I envy you. The freedom to traverse the myriad planes is truly a marvel. Verisa stands among the few capable of such unimpeded travel. Others of significant power find it increasingly challenging to navigate the interstitial spaces between planes. This phenomenon has little to do with the abilities of a mage traveler. Answer my question. You orchestrated the attack by the cult of the flame demon on Ila, did you not? In response to Verisa's assertive questioning, the fire elemental, known as Ernie, chuckled and replied in the common tongue, one cannot say it that way. How could I interfere with matters of the primary plane? Perhaps those who revere me merely uncovered the threads of chaos themselves? Such assertions are sheer nonsense. It is undoubtedly this individual who is behind it all. You are well aware of Yila's overwhelming prowess against non-humans, hence your dispatch of human acolytes. Yet, you must have just awakened, entirely oblivious to the fact that Ila cannot be reduced to a mere legend. As Verisa spoke, she observed the twitching visage of Ernie and taunted, your objectives have not been fulfilled. Rather, your subordinates have been crushed like fledglings. How does that make you feel? With a crackling of flames surrounding her, Ernie's ire was palpable. Verisa's words rang true. She was among those awakened for amusement, alongside her prior companions. Consequently, she had not invested the effort to ascertain Yila's actions during her slumber. Otherwise, she would not have assumed that a mere handful of half-step legends could bring about his demise. The degree of danger and terror Ila embodies. Aside from being chaos itself, there appears to be no other possibility. Verisa Windrunner, I am uncertain of the nature of your relationship with him, but do enlighten yourself. Ernie's expression was one of genuine distress as she implored, I have witnessed it. With chaos, Ila, growing increasingly enraged, he is becoming ever more formidable. You must eliminate him before he wreaks havoc upon the world. I am quite aware, Ernie. I understand that Ila is highly likely the chaos sealed by the gods. Verisa responded, nonchalantly seating herself upon a scorching stone bench, continuing, however, the worst possible outcome is merely the destruction of the world, is it not? Just that. With this declaration, Verisa, Amidst Ernie's incredulous expression, casually remarked, "In comparison to watching a grand spectacle, it hardly seems significant. Just look around. Most seem to share this sentiment, do they not? In the realm beyond, it seems only a few remain, viewing the continuation of the world or the sanctity of life as paramount. In truth, everything is devoid of meaning." As WNL is lifted the magma beverage from the table, she contemplated but ultimately refrained from drinking it. She remarked, "I recall that you must have just become a part of the realm beyond 2,000 years ago, hence your excessive seriousness. This is indeed a most absurd scene. Those who believe that the destruction of the world is inconsequential or that their own demise bears no weight are labeled as overly serious by those who think it preferable for the world to persist. The reality is that the inhabitants of the realm beyond are largely indifferent, for they have lost interest in anything meaningful. Until the arrival of Y&L, most in the realm beyond have turned their attention solely to intriguing matters, having little mental space to ponder the destruction of the world, which is why such sentiments arise." As WNL spoke, observing RN's pale countenance, she continued, "So, do you admit to having instructed your subordinates to attack Y&L? You ought to consider how to explain this to everyone in the realm beyond." "I never said such a thing, nor did I give any orders. That is the truth," RN replied, yet only she knew the true nature of the events. Pointing towards the door, she asserted, "Now, please leave my home. You are not welcome here." Despite her words, RN felt a profound sense of helplessness. The very person who could lead to the world's end stood before her, yet everyone awaited the unfolding of events, with no one attempting to intervene. It was as if she alone was engaged in futile efforts. Ah, home, how nostalgic. Yet, such concepts are ultimately meaningless. As WNL is continued to propagate her philosophy of meaninglessness, she stated, "Your family has long since passed, and all that you once knew will gradually become unfamiliar. Thus you may." Feeling the temperature around her rising, WNL is assumed a gesture of surrender shared across countless worlds. Smiling as she faded into the air, soothing the agitated fire elementals of the realm beyond. All right, farewell." Completely at their mercy, RN thought, sitting despondently alone in her home, yet being at their mercy was not the root of her melancholy. She simply felt an inexplicable strangeness in her surroundings. The furniture in her home was identical to that of over 1,000 years ago, before her slumber, and yet she could not pinpoint what felt amiss, for it was devoid of family. In her contemplation, RN recalled the small elementals that now occupied the very spot of her former abode. Those fire elementals she had ruthlessly banished to other places. Had her stubbornness caused them to lose their rightful home? Perhaps the home of her held less significance than her current abode. Perhaps she had erred in some way. Ah, life. It seems devoid of meaning. Ernie sighed to herself, lost in contemplation, until a realization struck her. Her drooping brows and eyes shot up in alarm as she exclaimed, "Wenlesa, what have you done to me? Why have I uttered such lamentations?" Yet, in the next moment, Ernie recognized that Wenlesa had done nothing at all. It must have been her own words that had swayed her, or perhaps a fundamental shift in her perception had occurred. Everyone must traverse this path, yet, does the persistence of the world hold any significance? Ernie wrestled with her thoughts, fearful to delve into this question, even if only for a fleeting second. Chapter 70. Deserving of Ila. Are they from the Empire? How infuriating. Ila has been attacked. Which nation is responsible for this? Could the words of the Archmage refer to the mages of the Three Towers? Perhaps it is the Church. Let us march against the Church. It seems that the attack on Ila has ignited the fury of the elves, who are eager to stand up for her. However, this chaotic uproar proves to be quite troublesome. It is so crowded. Please, everyone, do not push into the hall. Cassiopeia pleaded, finally managing to usher all the elves out of the hall. Gasping for breath, she sat opposite Ila, who was quietly engrossed in a book, and complained, "Ila, why do you just sit there and stare? What else should I do?" Ila replied, gently turning the pages of his book. With a bandage wrapped around his neck, he added, "Everyone has good intentions, but I am not adept at handling such situations." Rather than facing a crowd shouting, I want to chop you up," he would prefer to deal with those who declared, I want to help you chop someone up. After all, it is far easier to manage. Nevertheless, Ila felt deeply touched by the elves' concern for him, as evidenced by the smile gracing his face. "So, Ila, are you now able to absorb human mana?" Cassiopeia inquired curiously, gazing at Ila's neck. She blinked and asked, "What does the wing column of humans look like? It seems difficult to define." Ila nodded, sharing her sentiment. Unlike vampires, iron golems, liches, or even dwarves, which possess distinct impressions and abilities, humans and elves lack such clarity. Orcs, due to their more detailed racial classifications, do exhibit some characteristics. I suspect it is categorized by profession. As Ila continued to flip through the pages of his book, he casually remarked, warriors, mages, rangers, rogues. I believe it might be something like that. As for elves, they likely remain unified, probably following the ranger template. That morning, Ila had traveled to the world tree using the realm of the virtual, locating the branch of desire, and inscribing new characters upon his soul with the branch of anger. Now, he had fully attained the status of a sovereign. Of course, he alone had achieved this. If other sovereigns wished to liberate themselves and utilize human mana as ammunition, they would need to come forth and modify it themselves. Alternatively, Ila could assist them by inscribing spells upon their necks. Although the incantations are engraved upon the soul, they still leave marks on the neck, resulting in spell wounds that require time to heal. Furthermore, upon meticulous examination, Ila discovered that the world inscription on his neck had acquired a slight addition in content. He would need to pay close attention to the lengthening of the world inscription moving forward. In other words, the blue bar had inexplicably extended at some point. In the silence of the hall, the only sound was the rustling of pages turned by Yaina, as Cassiopeia remained unresponsive. He glanced at her, only to find her gaze fixed intently upon his face. Turning back, Yaina continued to peruse the book titled The Fundamentals of Professional Music Theory, casually inquiring, "What is it? Why are you staring at me?" "Nothing much, just observing," Cassiopeia replied, and Yaina, indifferent, permitted her to continue her scrutiny. After a while, Cassiopeia could no longer contain her thoughts, exclaiming, "Yaina, you truly have not changed at all. Neither your appearance nor your physique shows any sign of alteration." Upon hearing this, Yaina instinctively lifted his gaze to Cassiopeia, his eyes clearly conveying a sense of bewilderment, as if to say, "What are you talking about? Have you changed?" "Oh, I suppose I have not changed either," Cassiopeia said, a silly smile creeping onto her face as she recalled something. "During the time leading up to the conclusion of your war, one of the legends of the elven race, Saranka, passed away." Yaina was unaware of this fact. "He was killed, wasn't he?" "Yes, it seems he was poisoned, though there are also claims he succumbed to an incurable illness. I do not know the details, but there must be many legends who simply aged and died." Shifting his gaze from the book, Yaina remarked, "Yesser can be considered to have died of old age. Though it was intentional, that fool." After critiquing Yesser, Yaina returned to his reading, puzzled as to why Cassiopeia had broached the subject of legends. To put it plainly, the term legend is merely a label. In a stricter sense, legend does not denote a rank, but rather refers to a figure of renown. The concepts of extraordinary and mortal are entirely distinct. To be deemed a legend, one must first possess sufficient legendary status, meaning one is celebrated across the world, recognized wherever one goes, coupled with formidable strength. Over time, however, the term has been deconstructed, leading people to conclude that those with legendary prowess should not be referred to as peerless, strong, or superior masters. Thus, individuals who meet the criteria for strength but remain unknown have also been labeled as legends. Consequently, the definition of legend has become increasingly inconsistent. Yesser, for example, attained a kingly status that elevated his notoriety, and his inherent strength undeniably qualified him for this title, rendering him a genuine legend. Yaina, on the other hand, would hardly feel intimidated even if 10 non-human legends were to assail him. Furthermore, the premise of being non-human must be discarded after today. "Do you think I qualify as a legend?" Cassiopeia inquired. "I have not witnessed your prowess, yet based on your renown and the rumored excellence of your archery, you would indeed surpass the threshold of legend. But first and foremost, you are the Elven Queen." As Yinla spoke, he was acutely aware that certain titles held precedence over others, notably more esteemed than the term legend. It was the same for Yesser. No one referred to him as the legendary figure of the empire. Instead, he was invariably addressed as King Yesser or similar. "Ah, then that is reassuring," Cassiopeia chuckled. Yinla found this rather perplexing, yet the elves were indeed correct. Those robed human mages, all proficient in the arcane arts of fire manipulation, could hardly be considered inconspicuous. They were likely affiliated with a particular school of thought, or perhaps a sect from the Holy Kingdom. It was time to return to the tower and seek out some information. Chapter 71. Return to the Demon Lord's Domain. After a prolonged absence from the Demon Lord's territory, returning evokes a profound sense of awe. I am finally home. Despite the time lost, the realm has continued to develop in an orderly fashion. Moreover, the presence of centaurs, who have come to shop, has increased. The newly paved cement road extending into the forest has significantly facilitated travel to their lands. This is quite an unusual occurrence. Merely laying down a road has transformed the journey from a full day's trek into a mere day's stroll. If one were to travel by carriage, the journey would be even swifter. Satan Leaf observed the centaur leader, who had arrived to discuss the next offering with Yu, and suddenly pondered whether it would be feasible to establish a carriage service that traverses the various territories. Passengers could pay to sustain the operation of the carriages. Although uncertain about the potential for cost recovery, it undoubtedly presents a more economical alternative than each territory raising their own steeds for travel. Alternatively, the Demon Lord's domain could fund the upkeep of horses in the various territories, allowing residents to rent them whenever needed. One wonders if this could be viable. Perhaps I shall inquire with Mr. Yaira upon his return. While contemplating this, Satan Leaf recognized that even in her absence, as long as Yaira occasionally returns to the Demon Lord's realm to oversee matters, everything remains well organized. Yet, what does it matter? After all, she is merely a charming little Demon Lord. The meat is delicious. As Satan Leaf watched the conversation between Yu and the Centaur leader, she paid little attention to their words, engrossed instead in savoring the roasted meat prepared by Mr. Lame. Although there was a chef aboard the ship, the lack of ingredients limited any indulgence. As long as the Demon Lord is pleased, Mr. Lame remarked, glancing at Satan Leaf's tail, which had thinned slightly due to travel fatigue. He decided it best not to comment further. Has Mr. Yaira mentioned when he would return? I have reserved ingredients for dessert. He said he would come back once he finished his business, but did not specify a time. I want dessert too, Satan Leaf replied. It had been a day or two since her return to the Demon Lord's domain, and logically, Yaira should not be delayed for so long. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance had arisen. What if something unexpected happened? Well, unless the world tree transforms into a treant and decides to stand on its roots to confront Yaira, it seems unlikely that any truly outrageous accident would occur. After all, the elves are no pushovers. Just as she finished speaking, an ethereal figure began to materialize in the kitchen. One could say it was quite a coincidence. No, it seems Yaira must have directly transported himself to Satan Leaf's side. I'm back. In the kitchen? Yaira stated, having chosen to bind himself to Satan Leaf's spatial coordinates. Thus, he had not observed his surroundings before arriving in the main dimension, leaving him unaware of his exact landing point. Mr. Lame, would you kindly prepare a meal for me? I apologize for the trouble. Upon hearing such a greeting from Yina, Mr. Lame immediately nodded in acknowledgement and turned toward the kitchen, responding, It is my duty, Mr. Yina. To be honest, there are times when Yina finds Mr. Lame to be quite dashing. Despite being a war-specialized member of the unique Shalame race, he chooses to pursue his passion for cooking with ease. The ability to chase one's dreams is indeed a wonderful thing. Mr. Yina, have you finished your tasks? Asked Satan Yi, her eyes twinkling with delight, her tail wagging unconsciously. To her, Yina must be a rather intriguing teacher. The knowledge imparted is novel and always accompanied by new insights and toys. Although his explanations can be somewhat convoluted, they are undeniably useful. If one finds it too tedious, they can easily interject or change the topic, or simply let the information flow in one ear and out the other. Thus, their interactions are genuinely enjoyable. Inshallah, dutifully listening with a face full of despair, struggling to retain information. All done. Take a look at my neck. Yina showcased the intricate world incantations formed by pure black characters, akin to a neck collar. As Satan Yi gazed on, unable to discern any differences, Yina elaborated, Now, human mana can also serve as my weapon. It was at this moment that Satan Yi realized what Yina meant by being busy. It referred to modifying the incantations around his neck, and her eyes sparkled with realization. It wasn't simply that Yina could now traverse the empire from east to west. Before contemplating the notion of Mr. Yina could pierce through the empire, her first thought was. This implied that Yina truly cherished the Demon Lord's domain. Hooray! Cheered Satan Yi joyfully. Yina replied, ruffling her hair, observing her jubilant tail. He scrutinized it for a moment and remarked, Is it just my imagination, or does your tail seem a bit thinner? Perhaps it slimmed down during the voyage. Satan Yi, happily munching on her meat, began to slow her pace of eating. She glanced at her now slender tail, and then at the meat in her hand. If she continued eating, would she not gain weight again? Mr. Yina, your breakfast. And the desserts for both of you, Mr. Lame announced as he emerged from the kitchen, placing 2 plates of food before Yina, followed by individual servings of pudding for both Yina and Satan Yi. It seems that during this time, Mr. Lame has indeed mastered the art of making pudding. Yina cut a piece of pudding with his fork and tasted it. This is certainly far superior to what I once made. Truly remarkable, Mr. Lame. Ah, how delightful. Satan Yi exclaimed, stretching lazily as she indulged in her food. After this, I can simply stay in the Demon Lord's domain and focus on training every day. In the past, daily training felt exhausting. However, after enduring long journeys outdoors, I began to long for those days when all I had to do was train. How poignant it is. Alas, you remain unable to rest. There is much for you to learn alongside me. As Ila remarked this, he munched on his food while casually conversing with Satan Yi about the future plans for the Demon Lord's territory. Next, I shall meticulously redesign the architectural layout of the Demon Lord's domain to facilitate future development. Yet, in the eyes of Satan Yi, following Ila around to learn was not a burdensome task at all. Furthermore, the recent influx of gold coins from the sale and trade of corpse incense and the blossoms of snow and moonlight must be swiftly converted into national strength. Merely saving money will not suffice. Have I digressed? Surely, I have digressed. Chapter 72. Planning and amusement after a prolonged period of stagnation. It is finally time to return to the development of the Demon Lord's domain. How shall I articulate this? Ila feels as though she is immersed in a farming simulation game. Having idled for so long, resources have accumulated abundantly, and now she can finally unleash her ambitions. The foremost task is to reconfigure the layout of the Demon Lord's territory. To put it succinctly, the current distribution of structures within the domain is rather impractical. There exists a considerable distance between the pastures and the farms, as well as a significant gap between the settlements of the lesser demons and goblins. Although the map may suggest these distances are not excessive, in reality, the expanse of the Demon Lord's territory is far larger than one might envision. Such distances are substantial in the real world. The mill and the cooking workshop are also situated at a considerable remove from the food distribution points. While the slimes do not mind traversing this distance, the proximity to the goblins and lesser demons is relatively acceptable. However, for other races located farther away, such as the insectoids in the military region who require sustenance, it poses a greater challenge. According to Honka, they are often too lethargic to summon the slimes for heating their food, opting instead to roast mushrooms themselves. After all, as warriors, they are not exactly inept in the culinary arts, but one could hardly say they are accomplished. It is not uncommon for them to carelessly consume whatever they manage to cook. Additionally, the locations of the blacksmith and leatherworker shops are not clustered together, but rather scattered throughout the corners of the Demon Lord's domain. When tools break down, the lesser demons and goblins find themselves unable to replace them independently. They must report to the pixies, who are supposed to navigate the territory to procure replacements. Yet, even the pixies can become disoriented, particularly those recently captured by giant bees in the forest and who have only just joined the Demon Lord's realm. They are utterly bewildered. Not to mention the centaurs from the neighboring territory and the liches seeking to acquire iron tools have also faced similar challenges. Thus, the need for a modular layout within the Demon Lord's domain cannot be overstated. Your Highness, the Demon Lord, and Lord Ila, good morning. Ila replied, MHM. Greetings to your Highness, Satan Leaf, and Lord Ila. Ila responded, good. As Ila acknowledged the greetings of the passing monsters, she busily scribbled on a piece of parchment, meticulously documenting the quantity and scale of the buildings, an extensive undertaking. Eventually, she plans to summon the liches to employ the building capture technique to relocate the structures along with their foundations, akin to the building mode in construction games, allowing them to be shifted to different locations. This not only saves material and effort, but also preserves the internal architecture of the buildings, facilitating a seamless continuation of life for the inhabitants, with original neighbors remaining in proximity. Mr. Ila, watch the road. Lord Ila. Despite the reminders from Satan Leaf and the little monsters beside her, Ila, engrossed in her writing, failed to halt her stride and collided with a centaur who was shopping. In that instant, she could feel the warmth of the centaur's body, significantly higher than that of a human. I apologize. As the other party glanced over, Ila nodded apologetically. This reaction is quite customary. However, if one were to consider the typical behavior of imperial nobles, they would merely cast a fleeting glance and proceed on their way. In a more extreme scenario, they might even kick the individual for obstructing their path. This is permissible, as imperial law distinctly delineates the concept of right-of-way. In essence, the roads are owned by the nobility, and the common folk are granted passage solely through the noble's benevolence. Yet, should a commoner impede a noble's use of the roadway, the gravest consequence could be a fine of 5 silver coins or 10 lashes. The punishment of flogging can indeed be commuted through monetary compensation. However, commoners typically lack the means to pay such a sum. Even the mere 5 silver coins would necessitate either the gathering of the amount within 7 cycles of the sun rising and setting, or the unfortunate fate of becoming a noble's slave to repay the debt. At first glance, this may not seem problematic, but when one considers the direst possibilities, an ordinary commoner merely purchasing goods on the road could be inadvertently jostled by a noble, resulting in their entire family being enslaved. Ultimately, the outcome rests solely on the conscience of the noble, which is a rather ludicrous predicament. Chapter 72. Planning and grooming. Upon catching sight of Yaina, the centaur woman, clad in leather and straw that modestly concealed her form, visibly recoiled in fright. She exclaimed, taking a couple of steps back, her eyes wide with anxiety as she stammered, "I did not notice you. I sincerely apologize." Was such a reaction truly warranted? Yaina recalled that after concluding matters with the lizard man, there had been no conflict with the centaur territory. They had surrendered without resistance. Or perhaps the remnants of past battles lingered too heavily in their minds. With a gentle shake of her head, Yaina regarded the shop, which had previously escaped her notice, and offered reassurance. "It is quite all right. I was not paying attention to my surroundings. What are you here to purchase?" Seeing that Yaina bore no anger, the centaur woman relaxed slightly and replied, "I wish to buy some food, but the proprietor seems unwilling to sell to me." Unwilling to sell? Could it be a matter of discrimination against centaurs? This was troubling indeed. Pondering this, Yaina lifted her gaze to the exasperated little fairy and then glanced at the sign that read "Hay Shop." In response to Yaina's puzzled expression, the centaur woman produced a pouch of coins and gestured toward the hay stacked in the back of the shop. "That is what we typically consume in our territory. That is alfalfa. It is meant for feeding cattle and horses." Wait, horses? Could it be that the centaur's staple diet consists of hay? If so, was there not alfalfa available in the demon lord's domain? Hadn't she previously inquired with the imperial merchants about purchasing seeds, which now seemed unnecessary? "Yaina, is this truly appropriate?" the little fairy asked timidly. "Indeed, we use this fodder to feed animals," Satan Leaf added quietly. Yaina found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, she nodded and made a gesture mimicking claws, indicating she would assist in grooming the centaur woman's lower half, while stating, "Sell it, but ensure it is cleaned thoroughly, and then charge the standard price." "Ah, understood," the little fairy replied with resignation, before proceeding to wash the hay in a nearby stream. She wasn't entirely certain how clean it needed to be, but she figured it was best to err on the side of caution. The centaur woman appeared to be enjoying the attention, her hind legs idly kicking as her tail swayed joyfully. She regarded Yaina, who was reaching out, without uttering a word. For she was genuinely content. Yaina scratched the horse-like body, using her hand as a brush. Satan Leaf watched intently. For reasons unknown, Yaina seemed to have a knack for bringing joy to the magical beings, effortlessly discovering the motions that elicited their pleasure. It was a remarkable skill. Chapter 73. The new layout of the territory. It is nearly set. The position of the Demon King's castle remains unchanged, a constant due to the fixed location of the moat. Upon exiting the gates of the castle, one would no longer encounter the previous narrow path. The roadway requires expansion, and to the left, I have designated an area for commercial activities. Closest to the road will be a substantial distribution point for food, an extensive space capable of accommodating 30 or more stations for food distribution, which may appear excessive at present, In-law remarked, observing the drowsy leaders gathered for the meeting, his gaze landing on the barely attentive Xiaojiang, Wolf, and the little fairies. With a hint of exasperation, he urged, "You must stay alert. This is intricately linked to your future lives." "All right," Barak Hay shouted, having completely zoned out and failing to absorb In-law's statements. Realizing that the meeting had yet to adjourn and that the moment for enthusiastic support had not yet arrived, Xiaoyi lowered his head, falling back into a stupor. This left In-law momentarily speechless. "It is not just my perspective. There may still be aspects requiring meticulous adjustment. Please, listen attentively and offer your thoughts. I am not you and cannot ascertain the specifics," In-law continued, observing the group that had reluctantly begun to pay attention. Shaking his head, he resumed sketching on the displayed plans. The commercial district will host the majority of shops, with noisier establishments, such as blacksmiths, situated further away. Is that agreeable? Wolf and Sonata, the leader of the werewolves, nodded in agreement, indicating their complete consensus, particularly Wolf, as she resided within the Demon King's domain. The vampire enclave is conveniently located behind the commercial district, facilitating werewolf access to the blacksmith area. Given its vast expanse, it may eventually be referred to as the smelting zone. On the opposite side of the Demon King's castle lies the residential area, where the lesser demons and similar creatures will reside uniformly. This is a considerable area, and while maintaining the existing layout, the houses will be remodeled using concrete. With a comprehensive report on the specific structure to follow, In-law continued, shifting his stick towards the upper section of the residential area, stating, "This extensive space currently serves as the agricultural zone. However, pastures and grazing fields will also be relocated here, followed by the factory area beneath the residential district. The perfume factory will stand independently, connected by its own road to the blood pool within the lesser demon region for the efficient disposal of giant bee corpses. The brewery will connect to the forest, facilitating the continued expansion of the production of white ball wine. The cultivated land has increased fivefold compared to before, but do not rush to clear the surplus. Implementing crop rotation can conserve fertilizer and enhance yield. A profound silence enveloped the room. Ila observed the leaders. Nearly at the brink of drooling, his gaze falling on the distracted Selena. He remarked, other locations, whether the salt flats or fishing grounds, as well as the docks, will remain unchanged. Only the roads need widening. Understood, Mr. Ila, came the reply. The steel golem leader spoke, rubbing his hands together. Once the liches assist in transporting the buildings, we shall commence the restoration of the roads and the construction of new houses. Is that correct? I appreciate your attention. Before we proceed, I hope each leader will communicate with their kin to seek their counsel. The little fairies should also discuss this matter with the minor creatures. Subsequently, Vera and I will negotiate with the liches. Ila observed the gradually attentive leaders nodding in response. Shaking his head in exasperation, I truly have no patience for you all. What I am discussing is directly pertinent to your interests, is it not? Logically, these leaders should not display such laxity in their respective duties. But it does not concern us greatly, Sonata remarked. Indeed, Helena echoed. Ila blinked. Beginning to comprehend. I understand. You imply that the creatures of the demon lord's domain will harbor no objections. Correct? Observing the nodding consensus, Ila pondered and concluded that indeed, conveying the plans to those minor creatures would elicit no dissent. Rather, they would exuberantly praise Ila's prowess. It was not mere flattery, but a genuine admiration for his capabilities. Any inconveniences in their lives would undoubtedly be attributed to their own circumstances, not to the designs crafted by Ila. This scenario was rather amusing, yet somewhat pathological. My initial design stemmed from the convenience of the creatures themselves. If you find no issue with it, let us proceed with the process. Subsequently, please be diligent in identifying any inconveniences, and we shall make swift modifications. With no hope of dissent from the minor creatures, Ila had no choice but to delegate this task to each leader. He added, please provide me with a list of the population and family situations of each race. The current residential structure is rather congested. It resembles a concentration camp more than a community. Ideally, we should preemptively plan the thickness and height of the walls, as well as the spacing between houses, based on the population and the potential reproductive capacity of the creatures. However, the leaders exchanged glances, and only the golem leader, Xiao Gang, spoke up. There are a total of 199 constructs, with no family situations. They reside in the basement of the demon lord's castle. That place is perhaps better termed as a waiting area rather than a residence. Well, that does not require planning, Ila replied, having realized something before Helena and Satania could speak. I see. You have not conducted a census, have you? In the Empire, such surveys are typically only carried out within the imperial capital. It is of no concern. There is no need to hasten the population statistics. Let us first conclude the construction, Ila remarked, nodding as he began to tidy up the blueprints. Observing the leaders rising together, their faces adorned with expressions of liberation, he continued, in the forthcoming period, it is likely that everyone will be quite occupied. I appreciate your efforts. Zelina responded. The one who truly endures hardship is you, Lord Ila. Sonata chimed in. This is merely our duty. Little Black added. We are merely relocating, after all. Lotia concurred. Indeed, I need not even move. Honka noted, we are now closer to the dining area. Little Gang remarked. Constructing houses is our vocation. Satan Yi affirmed. Indeed, it is our responsibility. Satan Yi, upon concluding her statement, drew the attention of all present. Their gazes laden with complexity, until she awkwardly smiled in response. Are you not the Demon King? Is it appropriate to utter such words? Chapter 74. The Cheers of the Lesser Demons, my Lord Yaira. Regarding the new layout, Lady Selena has compiled the suggestions from various races for your review. As Tikapu conveyed this message, he handed over the parchment he held. Upon inspecting it, Yaira noted that there were indeed suggestions. This was a relief, as Yaira feared that a lack of opinions might lead to complications that would remain unaddressed. With a sense of comfort, Yaira unfolded the parchment, but upon the first glance, he slapped his forehead in realization. How foolish of me. I truly should not have expected constructive feedback from the monsters. The parchment was densely filled with the following remarks. Succubus, no objections. Ghost, no objections. Insectoid, no objections. It was a display of unanimous silence from each race, rendering the parchment nearly a waste of material. It seemed that Selena harbored some lingering resentment regarding my previous complaints. Understood, how bothersome. I suppose I can simply proceed with my own plans, right? Complaining to Tikapu, Yaira returned the parchment, instructing, Please relay this to Selena, stating I am aware. It was no surprise that the response was so swift. I should have anticipated it. As Tikapu nodded and vanished from sight, Yaira turned his attention back to the dilapidated dwelling before him. Perhaps it was time to acclimate to the nature of this demon lord's domain. An extraordinary philosophy, or perhaps it is a remarkably suitable place to revive the Federation. In this case, what would my role be alongside the various leaders? Members of the Federal Council? Yes, they likely would be. Meanwhile, I serve as the force and assurance that upholds the Federation's existence, an AI. The citizens trust in AI capable of obliterating the Federation at any moment. While the monsters place their faith in me, who could just as easily devastate the demon lord's territory. How absurd this is. How might one describe the architectural style of the lesser demons and goblins? In essence, it is a single-story wooden structure devoid of levels, predominantly constructed from hay, including the roof and walls, aside from the framework and beams. To be more specific, it resembles a single-layer, thatched building akin to those inhabited by the Hemudu people, merely scaled down, where the lesser demons even coexist with poultry, tasked with the care of chickens. In my new layout, however, Yaira has separated the chicken coop. The environment of the lesser demon settlement is currently dire. One can detect an unpleasant odor simply by walking through. The little fairies have gathered with the lesser demons at a distance, informing them of the new living arrangements. Should they notice me, they would surely come to greet, but Yaira preferred they refrain from expending effort on pleasantries. Thus, he needed to expedite his investigation and present the findings to Xiaojing. The humble dwellings are evidently inadequate, as the thatched roofs show unmistakable signs of mold. Although seldom mentioned, the rainfall in the demon lord's territory is quite substantial. This ensures the growth of the trees, which is crucial. Hence, during the cement experimentation, Ila must exert effort to construct a rainproof shelter. From a perspective of humidity, it is advisable to build higher. And the notion of so many lesser demons crammed into a single small abode is utterly absurd. Ila has previously witnessed a multitude of lesser demons emerging from a single house, reminiscent of the ancient black carriages, leaving one to ponder how so many could possibly fit inside. After all, the population of the lesser demon tribe is considerable and grows at an astonishing rate. If the land area proves insufficient, elevating the structures is a viable solution. Thus, Ila jotted down notes beneath the parchment regarding a potential dual or triple-story design. In this world, common folks seldom encounter high-rise buildings due to limited resources. The foundation of such structures relies on quality adhesives, and the materials, whether it be subpar mud or glutinous rice, are beyond the financial reach of the commoners. Even the affluent demon lord's territory cannot extravagantly construct glutinous rice-bound stone houses for its subordinates. However, circumstances have changed. Cement has now become available. Cement, sand, and stones, when combined, form concrete that is more than sufficient for constructing houses, even in the absence of reinforced steel structures. It is, in fact, quite economical. Currently, a modest single room accommodates around 12 lesser demons and even a chicken. Given the lack of furniture or bedding, they often find themselves cramped. Thus, it seems prudent to design a 3-story structure accessible by a ladder, where 4 lesser demons could comfortably reside on each floor, creating adequate space for sleeping arrangements. Albeit on the ground, each floor would maintain the current height, but could be slightly elevated. As Ila contemplated the design, he measured the dimensions. Even a 3-story building, adjusted upward, would only reach about 5 meters, far more spacious than the current cramped matchbox accommodations. Lord Ila. Wow, Lord Ila has come to see us. The lesser demons exclaimed, their chatter indicating an inkling of work to be done. Giggling. All right, let us get to work. Stop. You've been working for 5 consecutive days. You must be exhausted. Listening to the commotion of the lesser demons, Ila turned, using the sketch in his hand to silence their exuberant greetings. Though, of course, this is a hyperbolic expression, not literally stuffing it into their mouths. This is your new housing renovation plan. Take a look. Each house will have 3 stories, accommodating for lesser demons per floor. As for the chicken, there will be a dedicated poultry farm. As he spoke, he noticed the palpable disappointment among the lesser demons upon hearing that they would no longer be responsible for the chicken. Realizing their eagerness to contribute, he smirked and added, after you awaken, you shall go to work, and once your tasks are completed, you can sleep directly. The goblins also possess a similar architectural structure. I shall seek counsel with them shortly. After your numerous evolutions, it is evident that such dwellings will no longer suffice. We shall design a grander abode when the time comes. That should pose no issue, correct? As Yaina spoke, she observed the little goblins, who appeared utterly perplexed by the blueprints, their expressions betraying a hesitance to voice their thoughts. After all, they are the ones who inhabit these spaces, and surely they would possess the clearest understanding of their needs. The little goblins remained silent, while Yaina gazed at them with anticipation. Oh, Lord Yaina is unparalleled. Lord Yaina is the greatest. Whoa, a new home. In an instant, Yaina was engulfed by the jubilant little goblins. Although they could not decipher the blueprints, they grasped the concepts of 3 floors and a first floor with 4 rooms. Though not particularly astute, they were capable of sensing the essence of the situation. Lord Yaina is the best of the best. The little goblins declared, "It is decided. We shall evolve into Lolas." Yaina responded with a silent contemplation, while Vera added, "Please, do not look at me." Chapter 75. The Shadows of the Past and Reasons for Respect. Ah, has it shattered again? You truly are clumsy, sighed a succubus maid, observing the flustered orc maid. With a sense of resignation, she began to sweep up the fragments of the broken pottery and the ashes within. Addressing the new maids, she remarked, "It may be related to their frail constitutions. They ought to consume more meat at dinner." The children brought back by the fleet primarily had the responsibility of playing within the Demon King's domain. As for the monsters that returned to the realm, they too engaged in leisure. In truth, it was more about discovering their strengths, and on this foundation, they could assist as maids in the Demon King's castle until they found work that piqued their interest and aligned with their talents. These children, whose spirits had been shattered to the point of self-doubt, needed to occupy themselves to stave off despair. Currently, they were assisting the laundry maid, though their bodies remained somewhat weak. The work of a laundry maid was far from ordinary. In a world devoid of detergent, washing clothes required considerable strength. One needed to mix ash with water, place the garments on a wooden board, and vigorously beat them with a stick or paddle, applying pressure to extract moisture and dirt from the fabric. This process was lengthy, necessitating a substantial amount of laundry, and the staff was often insufficient to complete all the washing in a timely manner. With the addition of these children, the workload would undoubtedly become more manageable. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. Although the succubus's physical strength was not deemed weak by any standard, capable of forcefully overpowering an adult human when compared to orcs, these frail, plush children, once they regained their strength, would find it no extraordinary feat to punch through walls. However, they were not yet at that stage. They were still in a state where even the ash container would slip from their grasp. "I'm sorry," the orc girl acknowledged her mistake. Her ears pressed against her head and her tail tucked between her legs, appearing as though she awaited reprimand. Yet, the succubus maid paid her no mind, waving her hand dismissively, saying, "It's merely a matter of breaking things. We've grown accustomed to it. We once had a succubus who broke things every day." With a casual demeanor, the succubus maid began counting on her fingers, recounting, breaking windows, doors, oil lamps, shattering pots, plates, bottles, everything that ought not to be broken, except for engaging in fights. With a touch of nostalgia, the succubus maid flew up and patted the orc girl on the shoulder, stating, "With that violent calamity ahead of you, as long as you don't demolish the room, we consider it quite normal." In summary, this was the plan, and thus, it would be constructed according to these specifications. Yinla spread the blueprints across the table, addressing Xiaojiang, who had been listening intently. Xiaojiang was a leader of great seriousness, although he lacked a certain formidable presence. No, that connection was irrelevant. This afternoon, Vera and I consulted with the Lich regarding the relocation spell. Soon, you all shall be quite occupied. It will be a period of relentless activity, and I appreciate your hard work. In response to Yinla's remarks, Xiaojiang shook his head with calm assurance and stated, "If we remain idle, we shall rust." "Mr. Yinla," he continued, "have you been feeling excessively fatigued lately? Is everything truly all right?" Indeed, this was a valid observation, yet there were still numerous endeavors I wished to pursue, and a little exhaustion was unavoidable, Yinla thought, shaking his head as he casually fabricated a lie. "I am not weary. My time of repose in the Silver Moon Grove was ample. However, do you truly fear rust?" As he spoke, Yinla gazed at the more than 100 steel automatons standing by in the dimly lit and expansive basement, meticulously arranged yet constructed from varying materials. In the shadows, their eyes, known as the consultation acquisition organs, emanated a glassy red glow, which was rather impressive. "Ah, I was merely jesting," Xiaojiang replied, his voice steady, though surely tinged with a hint of awkwardness. "I suspected as much," Yinla remarked, leaving the blueprints on the table. "I've made a copy of the plans for your team. Allow me a moment's respite. The lesser demons and goblins are exceedingly enthusiastic, and I feel as though my waist might snap under their exuberance. But you are the invincible chancellor, are you not? Surely, your waist cannot be so fragile. You must be weary." Despite recognizing this truth, Xiaojiang remained silent, standing resolutely before Ila. He finally spoke. "Mr. Ila, you possess a gentle nature." Ila's expression turned to one of confusion, while he did not deny that his most basic respect in this world was indeed a reflection of profound gentleness. He wondered why Xiaojing had made such an unexpected comment. "Why do you say this all of a sudden?" "Because I can smell it," Xiaojing replied. "At present, you are replete with the scent of lesser demons and goblins." At this observation, Ila's countenance paled, and he lamented, "Indeed, it is utterly foul. After the new layout is established, it should improve somewhat. I must construct a bathhouse." Although it wasn't an urgent matter, as the monsters would not fall ill from a bit of grime. "Though I am uncertain of the specifics, I trust you have not expressed such sentiments or displayed such expressions in front of the lesser demons and goblins, Mr. Ila?" Xiaojing inquired, observing Ila's reaction. Sensing he had hit the nail on the head, he nodded and added, "You concern yourself with many trivial matters that do not warrant such attention. Mr. Ila, if the body odor of the lesser demons and goblins is intolerable to you, you could have easily chosen to distance yourself from them. Yet, you opted for the most troublesome solution, to build a bathhouse." Observing the words that yearned to be spoken by Yana, Xiaojing shook his head gently. He embraced Yana softly and remarked, "It is precisely for this reason that Mr. Yana is held in such high esteem by all. Not merely because people feel compelled to respect you. Indeed, it is a valid point. While the magical beings may be innocent and unsophisticated, if another individual were to occupy Yana's current position, even one possessing slightly greater strength than Yana, it is unlikely that they would garner the same level of admiration. The reasons for such respect extend beyond mere power. It is fundamentally because he is Yana. Perhaps it is solely due to his identity as Yana. In any case, thank you." Chapter 76. Construction and Family. All right. Prepare. Go. Ila commanded the liches, observing as structures materialized from thin air, ascending to the designated locations he had meticulously planned. Today, the work in the Demon King's domain was halted, all efforts directed towards a brighter tomorrow. However, many buildings on the ground remained unactivated according to schedule. Such occurrences were quite normal. The so-called building capture technique involved treating the entire structure as a subject for comprehensive transportation, a spell effective solely for moving edifices. Any living entity within the building's framework was prohibited, as were any mana devices or magical storage equipment. The latter was easily managed, as the Demon King's domain had no custom of employing mana lamps. Rather, the prevalent methods of illumination in this world relied on oil lamps and luminous pearls for natural light. Mana lamps were specialized equipment, luxury items only utilized in environments rich in precious and flammable materials, such as resin. However, the former, living entities, extended beyond merely sentient beings. While bacteria, microorganisms, and spores did not count, the presence of flies, rats, or even a single insect egg would interfere with the spell's efficacy. Such entities could even allow for the discernment of the specific size of the existing life forms. The structures that swayed but continued to ascend likely contained uncleaned inhabitants, predominantly arachnids like spiders or small insects. Those that remained motionless probably harbored rodents. In such instances, meticulous cleaning was required once more, necessitating the liches to cease their incantations, lest their mana reserves dwindle. Overall, the building capture technique could almost be rebranded as moving technique, and due to its lack of strategic significance, Ila's school of warfare held it in contempt, dismissing the study of such academic spells. Even though we are aware that this is an advanced application of transformation magic, which could aid in mastering many profound transformation spells once mastered, we still chose not to learn it, Ila remarked, eliciting a resigned response from Vera as she gazed at the structures ascending once more into the sky. I know. You could just say I didn't study it instead of rambling on," she retorted. "TSK. Ila clicked his tongue in annoyance. Hey, did you just click your tongue?" "You definitely did." Vera questioned him, immediately adopting an exaggeratedly forlorn expression, fake sobbing. "Woe is me. Why is your attitude so terrible towards me? Be quiet." "Oh." Vera obediently fell silent, but as she watched the constructions moving as Ila had planned, she couldn't help but speak again. "Ila, you possess so many skills. It's just that your incessant chatter is quite bothersome." Ian glanced at her, shaking his head with a sense of resignation, and remarked, "It is merely that I articulate terms that you find incomprehensible, rendering our communication rather challenging. I have grown accustomed to it. Imagine engaging in a normal conversation, perhaps mentioning dipping fried dough sticks in soy milk, only for others to be completely bewildered by the meaning of dip and what fried dough sticks are. You would need to clarify that dip signifies soaking, and that fried dough sticks are a type of deep-fried delicacy. Yet, over time, the interlocutor might find you rather bothersome, as discussing soy milk inevitably leads to a barrage of obscure terminology, leaving you both in a state of discomfort. For you are merely referencing names that are commonplace to you. This is an unavoidable predicament. What sort of habit is that? You are the only one in the Empire who speaks in such a manner, you know? Faced with Vera's critique, Ian found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he resorted to fabricating a response, uttering something of dubious credibility. It is merely a family custom, a tradition of the Elkaras lineage. Is that not acceptable? Vera paused, reflecting carefully. Although her interactions with the Elkaras family had been limited, she sensed that, perhaps, it was indeed the case. Chapter 76. Construction and Family Indeed. It seems that way, Vera remarked while observing the dramatically transformed street, her arms crossed. Your parents and elders are not particularly noticeable, but it appears that from your generation onward, everyone speaks in such a manner. The term such a manner did not refer to the convoluted eloquence characteristic of imperial nobility. Rather, the members of the Elkaras family, much like Yaira, articulated substantial advice in a straightforward and clear manner, albeit occasionally interspersed with incomprehensible terminology. Of course, this is simply our family's legacy, Yaira replied. Although the so-called legacy referred to influencing the entire clan from him, it did not hinder him from teasing Vera. You wouldn't understand the depth of our family's heritage. Vera could not contain herself, immediately countering. Hey, if we are to speak of nobility, then our family, the Ulinermenioses, surely possesses more substance. This was indeed true. Despite Vera's family lacking profound heritage and being quintessential nouveau riche nobility, they still could not be compared to the Elkaras family, which had risen through the ranks due to warfare. Regardless, the glory of your nobility is but a thing of the past, Yaira stated. Yaira. Apologies, Yaira said, realizing he had forgotten that Vera was a traditional noble mage, and unlike his perspective of the family thrives because of me. Her sentiments remained rooted in I take pride in my family. Vera appeared unconcerned by his apology, shaking her head and shrugging her shoulders. There is no need for apologies. My family remains as it is. My absence is of little significance. This indicated that she still cared for her family. There is a fundamental difference between not returning and being unable to return. Yaira shook his head in resignation, glancing at the hay supply store, warehouse, that seemed slightly askew. He prepared to correct it, but after taking a few steps, he turned back to the yawning Vera and said, Vera, whether the Demon Lord's domain ultimately engulfs the Empire or the Empire absorbs the Demon Lord's domain, peace between monsters and humans is inevitable. Humans have such short lifespans, while monsters bear no grudges. Vera? In response, Vera was utterly perplexed by his statement. At that time, you can return to your family, if your family does not accept you. Yaira continued, nodding toward the bewildered Lich, urging Vera to listen. As an apology for today, you may seek my assistance when the time comes. Humph, truly. Vera chuckled softly, attempting to emulate Yaira's nonchalant head shake, but quickly lowered her gaze to conceal her expression from him. Her voice took on an inexplicable huskiness. You don't really like me, do you? That is indeed quite frightening. If one wishes to weep, there is no need to force oneself to jest. Speaking of which, do liches possess the ability to cry? Do their tear ducts truly still function? Though she was deeply curious, Inla refrained from voicing her questions. Chapter 77. Uncertainty of who slays whom. This world is resplendent. Although it may not be deemed advanced or extraordinary, every blade of grass, every flower and leaf, and every living being within it is undeniably beautiful. Therefore, under no circumstances should this world be allowed to perish. With such thoughts, a man sheathed his great sword behind him. He was the very individual who had once engaged in fierce combat with Wingliza. Yet now he bore no resemblance to a mere mortal, clad in immaculate white armor and adorned with a resplendent golden cloak. He possessed wings reminiscent of those belonging to avian creatures. However, this purity and sanctity were far beyond what any beast man could emulate. Whispering the name of his obstructive comrade, Wingliza, the man shook his head violently and departed from the opulent, empty palace. Yet, after taking but a few steps, he was halted. Before him stood a fellow of his kind, calm and composed. Raphael, he admonished, do not interfere with the prime realm so recklessly. This kin, an angel like him, obstructed Raphael's path, stating, we must not defy the tenets of the exalted. Raphael remained silent, akin to a voiceless sanctuary. He gazed at this resolute colleague and inquired, do you truly believe the destruction of the world is inconsequential, Da Vinci? To this, the angel known as Da Vinci shook his head, responding, I simply believe we should refrain from hasty actions. Let us observe the unfolding events. Not only I, But also Michelangelo and Donatello share this sentiment. Observe the unfolding events? Raphael pondered, offering no immediate reply. Instead, he circumvented Da Vinci and proceeded toward the rainbow bridge connecting the realms. Should he choose to descend personally, a significant price would be exacted, severely diminishing his strength. Yet, it would be preferable to being summoned back as mere collateral. Raphael. Da Vinci's plea fell upon deaf ears as Raphael resolutely advanced toward the rainbow bridge, declaring, "We are the celestial knights who uphold the existence of the world, not mere turtles retreating into their shells." Though this statement was rather extreme, Da Vinci bore no ire. It was Raphael who ought to be enraged. To the prime realm, Raphael proclaimed, under the watchful gaze of Da Vinci and another celestial being. He was acutely aware that if he were to descend into the prime realm, he might find himself incapable of defeating Ina. Yet, he had to act, did he not? If everyone merely sought excuses to refrain from thwarting chaos, how could the world ever be salvaged? And how could the end of the world tree be prevented? Accompanying his declaration, the rainbow bridge was activated, yet it remained motionless. In a moment of astonishment, Raphael beheld as Da Vinci approached leisurely, his wings gently fluttering behind him, uttering, "We have intervened to prevent you from embarking on foolish endeavors. Should you venture into the primary realm, the outcome of who may slay whom remains uncertain." As Da Vinci spoke, another angel adorned in similar garb approached, his voice softer than that of the two. Indeed, the chaos derives its power from the stolen authority of the world tree. To recklessly proclaim a desire to kill is merely courting death. Even you, Donatello. The angel known as Donatello nodded, obstructing Raphael's path, stating, "If you descend, even if Frenza refrains from attacking you, it would take considerable time to regain the strength necessary to contend with chaos. The risks are far too great." Da Vinci concurred, using his magnificent wings to block Raphael's way, asserting, moreover, whether Ylra embodies chaos remains to be substantiated. In silence, Raphael regarded the two, as if beholding these colleagues for the first time. He spoke, "I previously inquired, does the potential annihilation of the world hold no significance?" Indeed, Raphael had posed such a question. Yet, you provided no answer. You spoke of the existence of chaos being unproven, yet also declared that reckless killing is merely courting death. You are evading responsibility. Faced with Raphael's scrutiny, the two could not articulate a retort, for the sense of duty to safeguard the world had long since faded into the silent void alongside the deities. We no longer act in accordance with divine will. We are no longer exceptional. If the end is nigh, then let it come. Raphael, we are powerless to alter the course. The glory of yesteryear has long since slipped from our grasp. In response to Donatello's lament, Raphael shook his head. Sorrow etched upon his face as he gazed at his two colleagues, declaring, "Powerless to effect change? I ask you, if there exists a chamber devoid of windows, impervious to destruction, within which many slumber, soon to suffocate, they shall perish in their stupor, unaware of the impending tragedy. Some awaken, yet harbor no intent to shatter the iron enclosure. An accord has been established, forbidding any action to rouse the sleeping souls. Thus, does it truly matter if they suffocate? Even if they die in their dreams, must we adhere to the principles of the external?" Raphael questioned passionately, observing the stunned expressions of the two. "Perhaps this chamber is unbreakable. Perhaps my actions to awaken everyone would only deepen the sorrow of confronting the inevitable end. Yet must I remain idle?" After a brief silence, Da Vinci shook his head, dismissing, "Your analogy is flawed, Raphael. Your perspective on life and death remains rather superficial. The celestial knights are not easily swayed by mere words. Each celestial knight possesses a steadfast set of values, impervious to persuasion. Thus, their obstruction of Raphael was not born from a desire for him to reconsider, but rather a plea for him to bide his time until the truth could fully reveal itself. For those of us who are awake, we have long endured this iron cage. Remaining conscious has become utterly exhausting, while for those who slumber, an eternal and unbroken sleep may be no more bearable than suffocation." As Da Vinci interjected, placing himself before Raphael, he rebuked, "You have no right to represent mortals. We are no longer the emissaries of the divine. We cannot claim to enact vengeance upon chaos on behalf of humanity. You have been blinded by prophecies shrouded in uncertainty. Look closely, Raphael. That mortal named Ina has been relentlessly engaged in her endeavors. Why? Why can I only perceive your arrogance?" Though the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Raphael remained silent, lost in contemplation as he returned to his palace. Da Vinci pondered the question regarding Ina and himself. Were they truly embodiments of chaos? He could only shake his head in response to his colleague's inquiry, sighing, "I do not know. At this moment, I fervently wish for the gods to bestow upon us a revelation. All the angels understood that Raphael would not easily alter his convictions, though temporarily dissuaded. There would inevitably arise another attempt on Yaina's life. Yet, this was profoundly unjust to her. Yaina? Chapter 78. Crop Rotation. It is Lord Yaira. Lord Yaira, we hold you in great esteem. As Yaira nodded in acknowledgement of the goblin's warm welcome, he surveyed their living conditions, which appeared quite convenient and comfortable. That is satisfactory. Will the subsequent houses be constructed to similar specifications? In response to Xiaozhang's inquiry, Yaira nodded, observing him and the constructs behind him. It seems the goblins are quite pleased, so let us commence work swiftly. With the efficiency of the constructs, the repairs should be completed in a matter of days. Following that, the cement pathways would be fully laid throughout the Demon King's territory. If the houses and roads were to be completed together, the limestone yield might become a pressing concern. Solutions would need to be devised for that eventuality. While contemplating this, Yaira disregarded a particular house where goblins were engaged in mating. He gestured to the fairy accompanying him, saying, "Gather some goblins. I shall teach you about crop rotation." In this world, the lands of the duchy indeed implemented a system of crop rotation. After all, this realm is not solely inhabited by primitives. Yaira was not so arrogant as to presume otherwise. Every being strives to find a path to the future. This, perhaps, is a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, consuming synthesized food daily, Yaira's knowledge of ancient crop rotation would be quite limited. Essentially, one could follow the duchy's methods. Crop rotation refers to the systematic planting of different crops on the same plot of land in a designated sequence, thereby replenishing the soil's nutrients and conserving the scarce fertilizers. As Yaira explained this, he observed the attentive fairy and goblins listening intently. Interestingly, even the goblins seemed to pay more heed to his words than their leaders. Furthermore, this method would also compress the growth space of weeds. Although the anticipated cultivated area would expand exponentially, the workload would remain unchanged, while the yield would genuinely increase. Yaira continued, ignoring the adoring gazes of the goblins and summoned lesser demons. Directly addressing the matter at hand, the lands of the duchy operate under a scheme of multiple cropping and fallow periods. The land is divided into 3 sections. In the first section, wheat is sown, while the other 2 sections alternate in planting radishes, alfalfa, and beans throughout the winter, spring, and summer seasons. Ensuring all 3 seasons are utilized. Radishes are sown in winter and harvested in spring. Alfalfa is planted in spring and cut in successive harvests until summer, while beans are sown in summer and harvested in autumn. With the addition of fertilizers, the land will suffer minimal detriment. As Yaira elaborated on the rotation process, he clarified, the first section, where wheat is sown in autumn, transitions directly to the planting of beans after the summer harvest. The task of cultivating wheat then carries over to the next section, creating a cyclical pattern of cultivation every 3 years. As Ila spoke, he gestured towards the vast fields planted with blue fungus, observing the numerous mushroom bags. Of course, we will not simply continue using the existing land. Instead, we will develop a separate area, cultivating it in a manner akin to the principality's methods. Although the Demon King's domain frequently consumes bread, the staple here remains the blue fungus, for the yield of wheat cannot compare to that of the blue fungus. Bread serves as an occasional delicacy rather than a primary sustenance. If Ila were to draw from the knowledge acquired through his studies, the crop rotation scheme related to fungi would be the rice fungus rotation. However, the focus of that agricultural method is rice rather than fungus. The harvest of blue fungus occurs rapidly, and its carbohydrate content is abundant. While this is indeed advantageous, if it continues, the soil will become truly overburdened. There are indeed ways to allow the soil to rest. From our current isolated field, we can expand to the left and right by a certain distance, maintaining the same size, planting and harvesting a batch of blue fungus in the first field, and then proceeding to the next. As Ila articulated this, he noticed the little demon creatures visibly becoming excited. He tugged at the corners of his mouth and preemptively cautioned, even if you have excess energy, you must not overexert yourselves. We cannot plant beyond the designated areas. Observing the disappointed expressions on the little demons' faces, Ila felt grateful for his foresight. At that moment, he sensed a tug on his clothing and turned to see a bashful little fairy, seemingly hesitant to speak. "What is it?" Ila inquired. Mr. Ila, you mentioned earlier that we are running low on fertilizer. What is the situation?" The little fairy asked, now somewhat aware that Ila's elaborate efforts were due to the dwindling supply of fertilizer. She continued, "Aren't there many toilets in the territory? Even with toilets, the raw materials for fertilizer cannot simply materialize. After all, it still requires, human contributions." "Well, can you excrete?" Inla posed the question to the little fairy, who blushed and shook her head, then hesitantly nodded. Inla understood her meaning. She indeed could. But due to her dietary habits and consumption, her outputs were quite minimal. After gently tapping her on the head, Inla sighed. The digestion capabilities of the creatures are quite impressive, and with the likes of the Black Knight and Headless Knight, who are typical of those who do not excrete, the quantity of fertilizer is far from sufficient. With a sigh, Inla rubbed the little fairy's chin, prompting a contented expression from her as he remarked, "Then let us proceed with this rotation scheme. You and the other little fairies can arrange the specifics." As he watched the little fairy, buoyant and brimming with enthusiasm, take flight alongside the eager little demons, a smile spread across his face. Stretching and yawning, he murmured, "Ah, I am so tired." While he grumbled to himself, wiping away the tears that had formed from his yawn, he acknowledged that despite his exhaustion, he was not quite at the point of leisure just yet. Inla had taken note of this previously. The little creatures diligently water the plants, first fetching water from the reservoir. Once the rainwater in the reservoir has been completely utilized, they will venture to the riverside to collect water, a journey of considerable distance. Following this, Inla must contemplate the irrigation issue. Ideally, a semi-automatic switch system for water storage or a direct irrigation structure would be most effective. Digging channels to divert water presents a commendable option. Although a more intricate mechanical transmission may be acceptable, practicality remains paramount. Speaking of which, what is the technological level of this world? Is drip irrigation achievable? Chapter 79. Reforming Agriculture with Magic. In Inla's understanding, agriculture holds paramount importance, followed by military affairs, and then other matters. The demand for human labor in agriculture during this era is exceedingly significant. Of course, this is not to imply that other fields are unimportant. However, in the realm of the Demon King, the significance of agriculture is even more pronounced. The rationale is simple. In the Empire, if the farmers cease to cultivate the land, they find themselves incapable of pursuing any alternative endeavors, unable to become warriors or mages. Regardless of physical prowess or lineage, commoners fall short of the requisite standards. In contrast, the situation in the Demon King's domain is different. If the lesser demons and goblins could be liberated, they would have the opportunity to become professionals once they are unburdened. The goblins' combat roles are of little consequence. But the lesser demons are another matter entirely. Not to mention the robust variations such as the stout demons, roaring demons, and the battle-hardened warrior demons. Even a mere evolution into a demon dog trainer would enable them to command more white ball monkeys, thereby increasing the yield of white ball wine. Inla's proposal is to prioritize the liberation of the necessary productivity for irrigation, making the construction of canals a favorable choice. Traditionally, canal construction is a cumbersome task that necessitates the continuous search for suitable stones. However, with the advent of cement, the process transforms entirely. By laying cement, one can effortlessly construct the framework of the canal, ensuring that the channels connected to the river maintain an adequate slope for water to flow towards them. Yet, Inla is not a professional designer. His understanding in this domain is rather rudimentary. He knows what needs to be done but lacks clarity on how to execute it effectively. To put it simply, he does not possess the requisite skills. The construction of canals for water distribution alleviates the burden on the lesser demons, saving them time and effort. However, this does not constitute a fundamental enhancement. It merely shifts the task from fetching water from afar to fetching water from nearby. Nevertheless, this mere improvement is quite significant. Yet, Inla is contemplating further possibilities. He is pondering how to achieve the utmost irrigation efficiency in the current world, where convenient running water is non-existent. His idea is to evenly distribute water pipes above the crops according to their water requirements, with small holes in the pipes that allow water to drip slowly at intervals of 1 to several minutes. As long as there is a water source, such as a massive reservoir built at a height above the pipes, or through the use of running water, irrigation could become exceedingly convenient. In this way, a minimal number of lesser demons could accomplish the daily tasks. However, this leads to a rather serious problem. Where does this world procure running water? This world lacks magnetic electricity, and rather than developing steam engines or similar devices, it would be more prudent to enlist the aid of a lich to perform water creation magic daily. Perhaps, one could teach the lesser demons and goblins the art of water creation. After all, bluebell and wheat are not crops that require the immense water demands of the ancient priest trees. Thus, there is no need for legendary spells that alter the weather. The complexity of the water creation spell, however, is manageable. The foundational text comprises merely around 1,000 words. The spell model aligns with this word count, rendering its construction devoid of particular difficulty. Concerns regarding mana consumption are minimal, as the water produced is directly proportional to the mana expended. While it may pose a challenge for a single lesser demon to conjure an entire barrel of water, it is entirely feasible for one to produce a single vial, which could then be collectively utilized by the various creatures, simultaneously honing their casting abilities. A multifaceted benefit indeed. Ila could not help but express this sentiment. Since his arrival in the Demon King's domain, he had been employing the knowledge from his former world to enact transformations. Yet he had overlooked the fact that magical beings far surpass humans in capability, not only in structure, but also in quality. It is unfeasible to expect the Empire's mages to utilize the water creation spell for agricultural purposes. This is independent of their willingness. If they were to cast the spell daily for irrigation, what would become of their magical research? What of their titles as mages? Furthermore, it may not even be convenient to channel water in such a manner. As for teaching the common folk the water creation spell, setting aside the question of who would instruct them, it is indeed doubtful they could grasp it. Even if they memorized the foundational text, they would lack the ability to manipulate mana to construct the spell model. The essence of common folk lies in their very bloodline. However, the situation is different in the Demon King's domain, whether it be lesser demons or goblins. The magical blood coursing through their veins is inherently sufficient for them to learn magic. At least spells of the water creation variety pose no issue. Nevertheless, imparting magic is not a matter of mere desire. The Mage Tower has stringent regulations that prohibit mages from establishing schools to teach spells. Instruction is only permitted within a master-apprentice relationship, and one cannot transcend the pure white tower to disseminate spells without prior authorization. It seems time has come for a visit to the pure white tower. Ila mused to himself, jotting down his upcoming itinerary on parchment, temporarily setting aside the more convenient tasks. Thus, agricultural reform would reach a temporary halt. As he contemplated this, a familiar voice echoed from ahead. It was that of his former junior, now a lich. Ila senpai, have you received any news? Lifting his gaze, Ila beheld his lich junior, Mobiras Valendo, waving his hand and speaking. My familiar has already informed me that this week's gathering. Is Senior Vera attending as well? So, you are all aware of it. Before Mobiras could finish, Vera's voice chimed in from behind, exclaiming, Ah, Ila, you truly are where Taikapu mentioned. On this side of the fields. It seems you all have received the news. Ila gazed at the two individuals with a look of confusion, observing the exchanged glance between Vera and Mobilis. It was Vera who finally broke the silence, stating, This Sunday, the Tower Assembly is set to convene. Ila, you were absent last time. Will you attend this time? The White Tower Assembly? But, isn't it held once every 50 years? Shouldn't there still be a decade left? Ila inquired. Mobilis offered a succinct explanation, saying, It is approximately every 50 years. However, for reasons unknown, the recent assemblies have been occurring with increasing frequency. I heard that the interval between the last two was merely 40 years. And this time it is only 38 years senior. Will you be attending this time? Indeed, I shall, Ila nodded. It presents an opportune moment to discuss the exchange of knowledge with the White Tower. This way, I need not make a special trip back to address this matter. Yet, the notion of unknown reasons for the increased frequency lingered in the air, evoking an unsettling feeling. Perhaps it was merely a figment of the imagination?